A series of fatal strikes ended with the demon king's head being chopped off. The blonde guy stood frozen, muttering in front of a head several times bigger than himself. "Get up, hero. There is no time left. Stand up and fight." The dungeon raid team was stunned when the boss of the Black Gate, feared by all, was taken down in a single blow. After a long pause, the awakened woman stammered, "Who are you?" Hearing the voice, the man turned around and replied, "A knight among knights. A true hero. I carry the faith and will of the Leon Dragonia Leonhardt Shrine. But to understand why this man is so powerful, we have to go back 300 years, the day the strange scene of a sci-fi world, so different from Korea, appeared before him. The protagonist realized he had been reincarnated. He became the son of a noble duke's family. His youth was spent training harder than hell to earn the goddess' recognition and become a holy knight. He traveled everywhere hunting demons to build up his merits. Wonderful things happened at 20. Leon says dream came true when he met the goddess Ariana and was blessed to become a holy knight, just as he would wished since childhood, until one day, the whole kingdom heard the king had died after the war against the demon king. To stabilize the kingdom without a king, Goddess Ariana stepped in and gave Leon a new mission. She granted him the heart of a lion to extend his life, so he could continue his demon-slaying journey. Thanks to that, Leon officially became the new king of the kingdom. But as life goes, while he and the knights fought demons, the Empire's magic users revived the Lord of Chaos right in the kingdom. When Leon was 121, the world was dragged to the brink of extinction. The final battle between the knights and thousands of demon guards. The people were slaughtered. All soldiers died. And Leon was the only survivor to keep fighting. He stubbornly clung to his ideals until he was 300 years old. At the moment he swung his sword to lightly sever the demon king's head, the long war finally came to an end. He fought from the days of armor and fur cloak until there was no rhythm left. Only then was it over. Today, a group of dungeon conquerors appeared and clashed with him. This could be seen as the key event that officially brought our Night King back to the human world once again. Because if he kept hanging out with demons like that, he might just lose it and ruin the whole story. The gates actually started appearing worldwide about 30 years ago. Earth time. Each gate leads to a world on the brink or already destroyed. Survivors returning are always targeted by the government, which tries to recruit them at all costs. After 300 years fighting demons in another world, the moment Leon returned, he was taken to a room for interrogation. He knew it would not help to reveal he was once from Earth. The title of a 300-year-old Holy Night King seemed way more valuable than being an overworked orphan who died at 20. After some mental struggle to settle his identity, Leon finally spoke. The first thing he said was, "Call me your majesty." "You country bumpkin." The interrogator froze, like he had been sprayed with stiff glue. After a long pause, he reluctantly called him your majesty. The conversation between the two men continued. The interrogator asked, "The Black Gate, your world had a conflict with our hunters, right? And you killed all those demons?" "Correct." Leon nodded and added that he wiped out all the evil demons and protected the honor of the knights, so he would be happy to grant him the privilege of recording this great event. Peanut. The interrogator suddenly broke into a cold sweat over the cultural gap between them. Suddenly Leon spoke up. "Is there no royal protocol here?" That older brother looked really stressed after hearing that, hurriedly grabbed his phone to text someone and told to bring food here as fast as possible to keep his majesty from starving. While waiting, I tried to lighten the mood by telling him a bit about the current state of the world, also about the dungeon explosions that would happen if those unstable gates were not dealt with at the root. He was halfway through the story when the food prepared earlier arrived. Leon stared speechless at the slow-cooked bones seasoned with salt, pepper, and a bit of crunchy kimchi. If I just sat down and started eating this now, would not that blow my cover? He swallowed hard, slammed the table, then pretended to be clueless and asked what dish this was. When he heard it was sio wang tang, a comfort food for country folks, Leon immediately lost it. "Damn it," he snapped, scolding the other guy before he could even wipe his face clean. "How dare you serve the royal family a dish fit for peasants? Is this how your kingdom treats the royalty of another nation?" Leon was pissed, and rightfully so. Even though he just returned to Earth, he was still a Night King who dedicated his life to service. Now he could not even get a decent meal. After his fiery rant shattered the monster-proof glass, Leon calmly cut into the steak and took a bite of the fragrant meat. Watching him eat premium beef and sip 1983 red wine with such noble grace made the government officials feel sick to their stomachs. Jamesu, head of the Korean Hunters Association, dared not look over and just stammered, telling his assistant to speak with Leon on behalf of everyone. Hanhari turned pale hearing this. She tried to refuse repeatedly, but eventually mustered the courage to enter that intimidating room. Unlike the others who teased him, Leon seemed to like this girl a lot more. He told her to sit down, then explained why he was so upset. It was not about the humble food, but about their attitude toward the king. In his view, when welcoming royalty from another country, they should be treated with the utmost respect. Because this affects the safety of an entire nation, it is no joke. Hearing such superior words, Anhari immediately bowed her hands in sincerity and begged for forgiveness for her ignorance. But then, thinking of her mission, she regained composure and asked if he would let the government take care of him from now on. Leon stayed silent, not answering right away. though he would only been on Earth for 20 years. He understood how much the government valued survivors returning from dungeons. They would not grant requests, but would do everything to block people like him from joining other countries. Cooperating to fight demons was not hard for him. But something deeply frustrating was happening here. Lee, who had been calm moments ago, now shouted. A king would never stoop to be a soldier in another country's army. I will build my own squad of knights right here in this world. With that low-class loyalty mindset, thinking I am the only superior one. No way. Manhwari left the room looking utterly exhausted. Suddenly, the control room blared an alarm. All staff phones received a message about a dungeon appearing in East Bang. Hunan. Kim Jin-soo glared at his phone with a grim expression, worried that if a dungeon broke out near the storage site, those nasty elements would ruin all the food supplies. Manhwari immediately remembered sssrank Hunter Lai Wong Wan from the Phoenix Association. If he was there, how could there not be an orange gate? Of course. Her driver knew this well. But he was convinced those bastards deliberately let things happen. So he hurriedly told everyone to rush over and check it out. Just as he suspected, when they arrived at the gate, Lai Wong Wan and the Phoenix Association were already waiting. Seeing his arrogant face, he knew this guy intentionally let the dungeon erupt because the government rejected his demands. The Phoenix Association were blood-sucking demons making tons of money from gate byproducts, demon stones, and monster materials. Then wanted the government to waive taxes so they could rake in billions more. Those smart bastards are all over your hometown. Manhwari spoke first, glaring at Li Wong Wan. We need to close the gate immediately, starting today. The time frame will be 1 week if we leave it like that. Before she could finish her sentence, he cut her off, saying his members were seriously injured and could not go clean the decay tunnels right now. It was obvious he was lying. Manhwari got furious and yelled that they had no patriotism left and did not care about the people. Lai Wong Wan just burst out laughing, repeatedly saying she did not know anything at all. The only thing he understood was that in this world, justice is decided by money and power. Now Lai Wong could not stand it anymore and stepped forward, calling him shallow and outdated. Lai Wong Wan was confronted by a stranger right in front of everyone, who asked who he was, acting like a foreigner. Lai Wong was really pissed off, glaring at him and snapping. How dare a lowlife like you say things like that to me? Neither side backed down. And just as they were about to fight, and Harry quickly stepped in to mediate. Stop. Calm down. Lai Wong. He is a survivor. The other guy hesitated at first, but moments later flipped completely, trying to challenge him in a Western style. But because of his rude start, Line did not even bother with him anymore. He turned to Kim Jin-soo and Han Harry and ordered them to report what was happening here. Having a strong ally is the best. And Harry quickly spoke up. This is a decay outbreak. When it happens, a large amount of harmful elements are released, polluting the land. And of course, crops can't grow on polluted soil. According to her, the Hunan Plains are an extremely important grain storage area. The best solution is to purify and clean up the decay as quickly as possible. Leon stood before the large orange gate without a hint of worry, saying he would soon enter and help them defeat the monsters. No matter what, a king like him can't just join any foreign military operation on a whim. He needed her to report back, and he would wait for approval from this country's king before taking action. Harry was frustrated but said nothing. She was willing to let him handle it directly, but Leon still refused. Everything has legal issues and rules. How can you call yourself an honorable warrior if you do not obey this nation's orders? Hurry up. Send word to your king. Though redundant, the government faction was forced to contact the president just to confirm he would agree. That same night, she prepared some things as requested and brought a scarecrow to him, wanting to ask what he intended to use it for. Earlier, he had asked Han Harry to find women with children and have them make scarecrows by hand. That is why a scarecrow making contest was immediately held in this plain area. Holding the first scarecrow in his hand, Lun angrily tore it apart in an instant. Many others were brought in one after another, but met the same fate. Thrown aside if they looked ugly. He cursed so much that the poor women were left speechless, until an 80-year-old woman brought out a scarecrow. Then the grumpy king softened a bit. He took her hand and started a conversation. How many children have you had? 12. She replied, surprised. The old lady. He almost suggested the president award her a medal for her dedication. After getting what he wanted, Leon and the others returned to the gate. A quick ritual was performed. From the magic circle, he took out a finely crafted cup and began reciting words of reverence to the earth goddess here. A golden light flashed, followed by water suddenly appearing in the cup, rising higher and higher. The sun was rising. Countless droplets danced and spilled out, but soon gathered back, and the scarecrow lying nearby started to move. No need to say how shocked everyone was. This scarecrow could stand up and even speak. With all respect and reverence, Loon bowed to the goddess before him. I respectfully greet Demera, Earth Goddess, Goddess of Life and Prosperity. He told the goddess Demera about what happened here, not forgetting to throw shade at a few lowly, aggressive guys nearby who were ugly and loved playing villains. Hearing that, Goddess Demera comforted him, saying that stupidity and greed are not always crimes. Those are traits inherent in human nature. What do you want to do now? Lin replied immediately. The goddess will make sure duty and power can coexist here. She will discipline these rebellious ones and guide them onto the right path. Goddess Demira felt very pleased with the apostoless spirit. So she decided to spread her divinity and fill the land's thirst with her own flesh and blood. A drop of water fell from the doll's hand onto the ground, instantly purifying the previously withered rice field poisoned by heavy metals, making it lush and sprouting golden, plump rice grains. Leon grabbed some rice in his hand, but his face twisted quickly like a monkey eating chili. He shouted, "Everyone, do not be fooled. That crop was grown with magic and is extremely toxic. I am sure that is something everyone already knows." Not only that, he aggressively insulted Goddess Demira, calling her nothing but a stupid scarecrow made of straw. Truly a low-class bumpkin. Leon looked at him with utter disdain. He said, "I can only forgive your stupidity this one last time. Don't dirty the goddess's name with your full mouth anymore." Lian Kuang was angry but could not argue. He was unwilling to see his plan collapse just because of a stranger. So he started looking for another excuse to prove the recent events were just tricks to fool old gods and demons. He called someone from the Phoenix Society and introduced him as the secret keeper. That guy was not some random thug and quickly used his power to verify the rice just harvested. Description board immediately appeared before everyone's eyes, stating that this was indeed rice blessed by the gods. Moreover, it could cure third-degree illnesses, even cancer, if eaten over a long period. Finally, with food ready, "What are we waiting for?" Kim Jin-soo called his subordinates. "Someone go grab a pot from the minister's house." After a while of cooking, everyone quickly made a bowl of white rice to replenish their energy. While Kim Jin-soo was still amazed by the healing power, and Harry hurriedly carried a bowl of rice over. As soon as the group heard that eating a bug from this field would earn them corn, their eyes lit up brighter than headlights. And of course, what is meant to happen happens. A peaceful scene appeared. The young men suddenly turned into kids chasing bugs noisily across the field. Goddess Demira, seeing there was nothing left for her to do, told Leon she would be leaving. Before leaving, she gently placed her hand on his head and kindly reminded him to always eat well, no matter what he plans to do. Meanwhile, Buck B suddenly collapsed onto the table and returned to its formless state. Leon then looked toward the giant orange vortex and said to Hen Harry, "Once the warriors are full, we will head through the gate." Among the group preparing to leave, MM looked bitter, as if they were working weekends without pay, but Han thought his role was probably just to bless and grow corn, making him useless in battle. Confident in his thoughts, and could not help but laugh and say, "That means they are definitely going to fail." Inside the dark, damp orange cave filled with the dry mist of previous victims, the government association hunters followed the group, all tense. Only Leon was completely different. He muttered to himself, "A one-on-one fight with the boss. I am liking this." And Harry, walking ahead, heard that and held back laughter. What boss ever invades alone? They always come in packs. Gang up on you. Man. Luckily, Leon soon realized that this place was not just home to the boss alone, and Han Harry happily added some knowledge. Usually, monsters decrease when defeated, but in special cases like skeleton, zombies, or demons, as long as the boss is alive, they can respawn endlessly. Now fully understanding, while the two were still talking, a bright red warning sign appeared. It clearly states that a dungeon explosion has begun, and Commander Doulahan is advancing with his army, demanding everyone defeat him within 3 hours. The government association hunters had just received their mission when countless dry bone warriors started charging from afar. They were led by the knights stationed at 2 locations under Doulahan. Seeing the enemy's overwhelming numbers, everyone panicked. But Kim Jin-soo immediately ordered everyone to stay calm and asked his subordinates how many foot soldiers and magic users were ahead. The opponent quickly replied, "I see 30 foot soldiers and 2 magic users right now." After assessing the situation, Kim Jin-soo instructed his foot soldiers to take long-range shots, while the shield bearers would be responsible for blocking the monster's advance. The battle officially began as a dry skeleton rushed straight at Kim Jin-soo, swinging its sword in a powerful slash. With his experience, he immediately raised his shield to block, but the strength of this skeleton was far beyond what he expected. Still, as a renowned tank, he had enough strength to smash it in the head with a hammer as a counterattack. Just after taking down one demon, he realized the 2 enemy magic users could cast high-level spells. Kim Jin-soo quickly raised his shield to draw their attention toward himself. A blast of magic flew in with a thud, but he was fine thanks to some government-issued red earth gear. But when he looked up, the boss knight was already charging right in front of him on horseback. One hand held his own head, the other wielded a large sword, and just a light swing was enough to send Kim Jin-soo flying far away. Glancing at the team leader struggling beside the wreckage, and seeing the others were not doing much better, and Harry thought of someone who could defeat the great demon and ran over, saying, "Sir, please help us." Instead, she got a look full of disdain and the most arrogant expression imaginable. This king never bothered with small fights like this. To Leon, Asking someone to take down a demon lord with a single strike against a bunch of moving skeletons was downright disrespectful to the gods. That was it, no chance the person in front of them would lift a finger, and Harry knew he had no intention of helping them fight the dry bone soldiers. So she shrugged and told her teammates she would handle the boss herself. She gave her subordinates a few quick instructions before dashing straight toward Knight Doulahan. She executed a stunning mid-air flip, followed by a sudden sword strike at him. But it was blocked. The young woman was busy planning in her head. But a single moment of distraction came when the floating head of the enemy caught her attention. Doulahan threw his own head to distract her, then immediately delivered a powerful punch that echoed just like he did to team leader Kim Jin-soo. That hit nearly broke Harry's back. But she managed to stay alive, only to look up and see the knight's horse right in front of her. Seizing the moment, the young woman did not run but launched a wide-area attack to strike back at the one who hurt her. A massive explosion engulfed everything in smoke and fire. Doulahan couldn't dodge in time and got hit, screaming as he wildly swung his sword to get away. But Harry was not about to let him off. She aimed carefully at the head in his hand and stabbed with all her might. But he anticipated it and blocked with his blade. The enemy naturally did not spare her. But luckily when Doulahan counterattacked, someone as applause distracted him. The most entertained by all this was none other than the famous national hero, Lee. He clapped enthusiastically and kept praising the sword skills of the one standing before him. Impressed that they fought so well with just one hand. After a boring monster fight, Leon boldly shouted, "Hey, nameless knight. Your Majesty, I challenge you to a duel. Let us end this battle with a one-on-one fight between two knights." Wait, hold on for about 2 seconds everyone. Both humans and demons froze in shock after hearing the challenge. Everyone thought the boss would never accept. But no one expected the other side to actually agree. After Doulahan accepted the solo duel with Leon, the skeletons looked up in surprise. But then they had to shuffle their bony feet forward. The two forces stepped back and stood around. Leon stood there looking at the headless knight in awe. "Great knight. Let us take it easy for a bit." Without hesitation, he created a magic circle, from which a sword rose up. Leon continued, "I remember your swordsmanship is dual-wielding, right? That style does not really fit fighting with a one-handed weapon like this." This confused Doulahan a bit. He stood silently without saying a word. At the same time, Harry called out, "Your Majesty," and he looked at the sword in front of him, replying, "What is it?" She analyzed, "That guy Doulahan can't be defeated unless you manage to cut off his head." Hearing this, Leon was a bit surprised and said, "Is that? Does it really matter?" His cluelessness left Harry frozen, thinking, of course it matters. How else could he beat Doulahan without cutting off his head? Leon confidently asserted, "That is not what decides victory. What matters is the honor of a knight." While the guards growled at each other, the two leaders faced off, ready for a fierce duel. He raised his sword and continued, "In the name of the first knight under the goddess of light and justice, Dragonius Great Lord and King Leon, hereby." Meanwhile, Doulahan remained silent, waiting. He reached out, preparing to grip his sword with both hands. As Leon's voice continued, "I challenge the honorable knight to a duel." No longer willing to wait, Doulahan, who was not much for words, leapt swiftly forward to where Leon was waiting. He jumped up, raising his massive sword to strike down. But Leon did not move, staying perfectly calm. Doulahan's strike came down, leaving a long trail of light behind him, smashing the ground where Leon had just stood. As the dust cleared, Leon still stood there, utterly cold and composed. He raised his sword to head height and easily deflected the deadly strike. Where the weapons clashed, a bright spark flashed from the immense force. Leon tilted his sword slightly downward, and a gentle swirling wind appeared. Then Doulahan's huge sword dropped with a thud, while Leon's sword rested on the headless neck of his opponent. Leon looked coldly and declared, "One life," as his sword pointed straight at the blue glow on Doulahan's neck. Immediately, Doulahan jumped back behind a beam, keeping a safe distance. But he showed no sign of stopping. He twisted his body, sword at his side, ready for the next strike. Quick as lightning, that heavy-looking sword swung out lightly again, sending another beam of light aimed at Leon's neck. Seeing Leon stand still unusually, Harry worried. If he blocks it like that, she grew more anxious. "Your Majesty," and the whole team behind shared the same fearful expression. In contrast, Lin remained calm and confident, his eyes piercing as he smiled slightly. "Your footwork is too weak." No one saw what happened next, only the astonishing scene. Leon standing in a sword stance, while Doulahan lay sprawled on the shattered ground, the sound of destruction echoing through the dungeon. They blindly asked, "Did he just strike?" Harry clenched her fists and exclaimed, "Amazing." Seeing that, Lune immediately asked, "Did you see it?" Harry was the only one who understood what had happened in that fight. She thought, he changed the balance of the sword's path by twisting the sword right as he received the attack, and even more, he delivered a horizontal slash at that moment. She looked at the scene before her, where Doulahan knelt before Leon, silently concluding no one else would dare do that. Leon stepped forward, pointing the sword tip at his opponent's head. Standing tall, Loon continued counting lives. He said to Dullahan, "Get back into your stance." Meanwhile, Hari's thoughts continued. He can do this because he is overwhelmingly dominant. It had been a while since Leon defeated a knight in a true honorable duel. He would think that way when receiving a challenge to draw swords from an opponent. But for now, the battle was still ongoing. Dullahan stood up, and any of his past opponents who thought otherwise were simply foolish. Look at Leon right now. A man standing tall with a gaze like that has been through countless battles. To everyone, he is like a force behind the scenes, always chasing honor and excellence. Leon spoke. "I will try unleashing that sword strike and see what happens." Without hesitation, he swung a horizontal strike at Dullahan, and a ring of light appeared just like before. That guy spun around. The sword's force was so strong it flipped the big blade in his hand backward. Leon lightly slashed at the chest armor of Dullahan and counted the third life. He had reached the peak of a knight, the king of knights. Honorable and challenging. Leon coldly asked, "Do you want to keep going?" In Dullahan's mind, he was telling himself, "I do not want to use my soul-crushing power. I want to fight this man countless times. The way of a knight." Then almost immediately, as that thought stopped, he stomped forward. Dullahan prepared his sword, fighting properly, like the path of a true knight. Leon stood still, not moving, but still able to completely counter all of his attacks. Dullahan silently confirmed, "No soul-crushing magic. Just my lone mirror blade like before. Fighting like I did against famous knights back when I roamed the world with the honor of a knight." To him now, Leon's eyes were sharp, his stance confident, his power strong. Dullahan stood there, seemingly forgetting everything after becoming a headless knight. His blade was spinning and flying toward the center. While it fell and stuck into the ground behind him, Lin kept counting, the 10th life. He commented, "Your swordplay is getting more precise. Have you remembered your past life?" Dullahan still could not speak. Only growls came from his headless neck, his heart going crazy with excitement. "Great knight. You have brought me back to my glory days." Loon asked again with the same question. "Do you want to continue?" The knight only responded with growls. The skeleton soldiers behind watched in amazement, still holding Dullahan's head, observing the battle all along. He looked at the two with eyes full of thought. Dullahan stepped forward, taking his head from the summoner's hands, holding his own head. He wondered, when did I start this brutal massacre? Recalling a bit from the past, when Dullahan and his summoned soldiers stood atop the killing mountain, he kept questioning himself. How long have I fought and lost my pride? If I can end this cursed journey like this, I am truly satisfied, he thought, then suddenly sank to his knees. Dullahan unexpectedly knelt before Lan, offering his head toward him. Leon smiled with satisfaction. "Wonderful. I am glad you have regained your honor." He placed his hand on the head. A radiant light appeared, and with a warm voice, Leon said, "I will pray for you." He closed his eyes and continued, "If you once believed in a god, I pray that God grants your soul peace. If not, then I pray the goddess will guide you to the end of paradise." Leon looked at him with a smile. "Great knight. I hope one day we meet again at the feast of the gods." Let this place burst into light. As soon as he said that, the entire dungeon was filled with dazzling light. Dullahan's head slowly dissolved, fire blending with golden light here. His armor also began to vanish, revealing a human hand beneath. The face once forgotten of Dullahan appeared faintly in the light, returning to Leon. A Dragonia lineage. Some time later, after conquering the dungeon, the Hunter Guild's conquest team was busy cleaning up outside. Harry said, he kept his promise. Jinsu, he really ended it in a one-on-one fight. Recalling that moment in the dungeon, that blinding golden light made her eyes widen. What was that light? It seemed like he said, "Let this place burst into light." Back to reality, Jinsu wondered, could that be what he called holy power? Maybe that is why the assassins disappeared right after. Harry complained a bit. He should have used that skill earlier. Just then, Loon appeared and said, "If I did that, that great knight would meet his end as a lost soul, not as a knight anymore." Hearing that and seeing him standing there, she could only respond respectfully. "Yep. Your Majesty." The image of Dullahan appeared again with Leon's explanation. The knight who always lived by the word honor. Honor comes from actions, and actions come from will. Dullahan received what he deserved. As a noble knight, he turned to look at the vast desert field ahead. "Now, I am going to claim my loot. Where there is a battle, there is loot." Those words left the two hunters confused. Then, on a piece of black cloth, a sword was placed on a spherical object, both radiating a purple energy. Jinsu furrowed his brow thoughtfully. "Look, it seems to contain a lot of mana." Harry King. Dullahan's great sword and armor are here too. Lu's eyes focused on the sphere. The mana it emitted was hard for anyone to resist. He started thinking, his face not looking happy, even showing signs of boredom, while Jinsu exclaimed, "This would sell for a fortune." Leon called out, "That junk," then directly destroyed the sphere, except for the sword which remained intact. The sphere was completely destroyed, now just rubble. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden action, shocked and regretful. Lun raised an eyebrow seriously and said, Things like this only bring bad luck. Scene shifts to somewhere in the Hunters Guild after dungeon conquest. Harry sighed deeply, tiredly pushing a cart full of food and leaning against it. Her face was gaunt with dark circles under her eyes. Loon had been back on Earth for 4 days now. Leon felt something was off. Complaining. Wait, I'm a king? Do I really have to pay taxes to another country as king? Harry was about to explain about taxes. But before she could finish, Loon interrupted. Do not mention that worthless money anymore. It is not worth a king like me talking about. He left Harry speechless. Stop talking about money. I am in a bad mood. Accepting the tributes to build the cathedral was also an issue. Villagers gathered asking, so how will we supply the products? Loon announced seriously. 90% of the product quantity will be offered as tribute. I am already being too generous. The farmer looked confused and complained. Taxes and living costs are already heavy. So if we pay 90% of our products, he crossed his arms and assured them. By the goddess's grace, do not worry about food or clothing shortages. All living benefits and everything else will be handled by our guild. Harry, Chanen, and the others. She held a paper in her hand. Remember the results from the goddess's blessing on the rice fields. Is not it amazing? The two farmers were surprised. 80 kilograms of rice per sack is worth 150 million coins. They were excited. One sack is already worth that much. So even if we pay most of our products, we will still benefit a lot. We are worried. Leon stood there laughing contentedly. But the biggest problem was Leon, who shouted in the room, this is not a battlefield. Damn it. And there is not a single piece of artwork hanging above the bed of a king like me. Harry hesitated behind him. Well, not only does he want a really fancy bed, luxurious, he also wants servants to attend him constantly, and artwork hanging above the bed. She had no choice but to call around looking for another place late at night. Hello. Sorry for calling so late. Finally, Harry had to go around 5-star hotels until to rent the perfect room. She knelt before Leon, tears streaming down her face, begging, Your Majesty, please go to sleep. She waited for his decision, and finally he agreed to a room decorated with paintings and ceramics placed around. That is all for now. Harry stepped forward and called inside. Your Majesty. Harry. Have arrived. Inside Leon aloud. Come in. She pushed the food cart in and started asking how he was. The day is still good. Right. He sat on the chair looking out the window and asked, Is something wrong? Harry walked closer to Leon. This is the royal delicacy. Sir. Please enjoy. Leon held the wineglass. Eyes still half closed, showing interest. Has anyone eaten breakfast yet? She honestly replied. Not yet, he advised. At least bring some food for yourself. Do not starve. Harry was sweating nervously. Stammered. Yep, sir. Harry opened the food container, revealing a spread of delicious and fragrant dishes. She widened her eyes, naturally smiling. Look so good. I have to start bringing sandwiches next time. Leon suddenly spoke, startling her to turn around. Sit down. Harry blushed shyly, thinking, could it be? Is he planning to share his meal with me? She sat at the table, beaming with a loud smile. He wondered, what is she doing? She did not get his meaning and asked back. Yep. Leon turned with a cold face. I was about to have someone cut me a rib to eat. Harry froze. Did not expect him to say that. Not that he intended to share with me. Leon kept his indifferent expression, eyes showing irritation. Why would someone like me be humble with a commoner like you? Hearing that, she just stayed silent. The car left the large hotel, heading elsewhere. Inside the luxury car, Harry reported. The Hunters Association has decided to support your settlement. Sir. Although it is not a royal decree, it is still very prestigious. Leon seriously assessed. This is something worth caring about. For someone like me, I can let others slander me. Harry looked down to ask. Sir. About the loot distribution. Before she finished, he said, I already ordered them to handle that myself. Leon was not pleased either. But do not touch that cage shirt. I kind of like it. She just nodded to move on. The car stopped at a high-rise building. Harry quickly announced, We have arrived. Sir. He stepped out seriously. She gestured. This place is very close to the Hunters Association. There is even a helipad on the rooftop. So in emergencies, we can use it to travel. Harry excitedly asked, How do you find the atmosphere here? Sir. Leon just grunted without answering. He looked at the decorations in front of the yard with a puzzled expression. What are these weird things anyway? The two entered the lobby together. Everything neatly arranged here. Someone had been waiting for a while. She is the assistant hand Harry from the Hunters Association. Right. Harry was startled. Today's trip was a secret. I do not know who you are. The man smiled warmly. I just happened to be here. I am Pak Jongchan, director at Murray Foods of the Dudung Group. She forced a smile. Dudung Group. That is one of the top 3 biggest conglomerates in Korea. And now you are pretending it is a coincidence that you are waiting here. Jongchan smiled. Not very friendly. Then let out a shout. He continued. This must be the famous survivor lately. Harry already guessed it before. Jongchan's smile grew more sinister. He extended his hand. Pleased to meet you all. Especially you. Leon Dragonia. Leon showed visible anger. His face cold. Just some merchants daring to shake my hand. Inside the room, voices echoed discussing. This is where the association will serve your majesty for the whole year. Harry reviewed the contract while explaining. The association will cover all management fees and rent, so you do not need to worry. Plus room service and cleaning are covered by management fees, so I think you can use their services. She clenched her teeth, feeling tense. Thankfully, information about survivors is a special secret. Harry recalled that moment, not knowing what Pak Jong Chan's intentions were. Luckily Leon ignored him. Harry turned around puzzled. But what exactly did that guy want to meet your majesty for? Leon slowly explained. That merchant came here, his face distant. Probably for profit. She was curious. Profit. Harry realized it was about the rice fields, receiving blessings from the gods. Right. Someone was eavesdropping on the conversation. At that time, the situation was extremely urgent, so controlling the information could not be properly managed. The eavesdropper got excited, and taking advantage of that, many internet radio and TV stations recorded it. Our association unanimously advised them to delete that video. Harry looked at her phone with annoyance. Her face darkened. Someone posted it again. The phone screen was a clip titled Rice Blessed by the Gods. And they were catching a woman. John Chan could not hold back his anger. He slammed his phone and cursed. Damn it. John Chan's face turned red with anger as he cursed. That bastard Ven got in there. He turned to question his staff.
Me.
Are you sure this rice actually works? The staff hesitated.
Yep.
Aye,
sir.
He continued. We have not done clinical trials yet. The experiments on rats were successful. But are we sure it works on humans? The staff scratched his head. Not entirely sure. Well, Minna stood nearby and reported. Director. I have contacted the owner of that field to secure as many seeds as possible. But, she recounted, Ivan saw a dead dog come back to life. Minna pushed up her glasses. There was also someone who completely cured their chronic rhinitis. The villagers who ate that rice were completely cured of both minor and serious illnesses. Zhang Chan listened with a sinister expression. We do not have clinical data, but we think it is proven. He nodded vigorously. So that is how it is. Zhang Chan frowned in irritation but admitted. That guy actually dared to. He recalled Leon's face at that time. Those traitors dared to make a deal with me. Zhang Chan was bitter. Treating a world-class director like me so disrespectfully. Minna continued reporting. Director, this has to succeed. The potential of that rice strain is limitless. Zhang Chan tensed up. I know. So I have to meet him again. He slammed his hand hard on the table. Unbelievable. There are still people in Korea who look down on a successful businessman like me. Zhang Chan sneered. Just because you have a few grains of rice, you think you are a big deal. You picked the wrong opponent. Survivor. He laughed menacingly. You are just like all the other survivors. Always lagging behind civilization but thinking your world is the most advanced. Zhang Chan clenched his jaw, his face darkening. Time to shake things up. You dance. Loon appeared brilliantly. Returning to Earth, he set 3 goals. First, to spread faith in the divine. Statues revered under the light. On Earth, there are many gods and believers, but true divine power does not exist. A god should be worshipped and bless the world. But instead, people still suffer from diseases, and the land grows more polluted. People gather at temples. So to harness divine power, new faith must be created. More people need to believe in the new god. Second, to train the holy knights, the warriors in shining armor. In this world, there is no warrior organization using divine power. They fight with all their might. If the Holy Grail's guardian, Leon S. King, is considered a demigod, then the holy knights are the saints. Every strike, every swing, they are the knights of the gods, wielding divine power, bringing fear to the demons. Finally, to slaughter all the demons rampaging on this land, restore divine power, and nurture the holy knights. Leon proudly stood on the victory he had just won. He stood thoughtfully, knowing he must spread faith and maintain balance and order within the pantheon to nurture the holy knights. Expecting the holy knights to appear in a place like this might be a bit much. Leon pondered with distant eyes. But that does not affect me. I just need to fulfill my duty. Harry called out from behind, getting Lena's attention. Your Majesty, she reported, someone requested an audience today. He thought for a moment, then decided, if they have completed the necessary procedures, there is no reason not to hear them. The group entered the room where Leon was sitting, accompanied by Harry. John Chan greeted. Thank you for allowing us to have an audience. Your Majesty. Loon rested his hand on his chine, silently observing them. His eyes gleamed with a spark, as if he had realized something. Leon thought to himself, that is right. If it is for business interests, I can totally bow down to this crazy idiot. Meanwhile, John Chan was still nervous. And this time I brought along a little gift. His staff brought out a large suitcase and placed it in front of him. John Chan smiled and said, please accept this. While thinking to himself, you will be really surprised when you see what it is. John Chan forced a crooked smile. A luxury item so top-notch that even a crazy guy like you could not dream of seeing it. Once you try it, you won't be able to go back. I will make you beg me to be your manager. Only then did Lian speak up. All right. Since you put so much effort into this, he said firmly. I will take it. John Chan could not believe it. Take it. He felt annoyed. What kind of attitude is that? Taking it like it is some kind of favor. John Chan clapped on the suitcase. Why do not you check what is inside? I am sure you will like it. Lian pointed over there. I do not want to waste my breath explaining the rules to him. And Harry. Open it. She immediately obeyed. Yep. Your Majesty. Harry quickly went over to open the suitcase he had brought as a gift. She reached out to unlock it. The clicking sound echoed. Suddenly a gust of wind burst out, flinging the suitcase wide open. Making Harry jump back, she widened her eyes looking at it. A drop of sweat fell. This is... John Chan grumbled something. His gaze full of irritation. John Chan opened the suitcase full of sword blades. These are the finest weapons. The pride of our corporation. I want you to pick the one you like best. Harry was surprised. All of them were top-tier items crafted by the master artisan of Dudung Sao Corporation. John Chan was proud. That is right. They are all top-tier. The finest of the finest. He was excited. I heard you will be working as a hunter from now on. These will help you a lot. Harry was worried. He just handed over the corporation's top-tier weapons like that. She was stunned. These top-notch weapons that even money can buy. I have only ever seen these kinds of things in a YouTube video back in school. Lian crossed his arms, his face annoyed. What am I supposed to do with these low-level weapons? John Chan shouted. Low-level? Harry could not believe it either. Your Majesty. What do you mean by low-level? He explained. How can a good sword lack the aura of stars or divine blessings? Are you just using weapons to hunt monsters or what? He was sweating all over. What the hell is he talking about? Does he want me to dry the sword like drying chili peppers in the sun? And then pray over it? Luan kept his cold expression, full of distrust. Merchant. John Chan waved his hand in confusion. You have got it wrong. Lian suddenly smiled broadly. Fine. Since you are a merchant, showing off is normal everywhere you go. He picked up a sword. This thing can only kill chickens and cows. But I will give it a try. John Chan and his men gaped. What? He pulled out an ancient sword from the middle. His face twisted. Is that all he has got? Disrespecting his weapons like that. Damn crazy bastard. He still would not accept it. I want to see the power of the sword in your hand. Your Majesty. John Chan turned to Harry, the managing secretary. And Harry. She replied. Yep. He asked Han. Do you want to try one of these weapons? Harry was startled but excited. She glanced nervously at Lian squinting from across the room. Harry also started to draw a sword for herself. All right. She held up the sword she had just been given. She examined it carefully. The sword she would admired for 4 years. The sword of the master craftsman. Bidi Jin Cheon. Harry held it up in front of her. She could feel its power. It really felt like it had absorbed the dense sunlight energy of the special gate for 10 days. She could not believe it. Can I really use this? Lian casually said. Just swinging a toy around. Do you need permission? John Chan heard this and wanted to lose it. Harry got ready to hold the sword, her eyes shining with anticipation as she gripped it. Over there. Lian held up the sword he had pulled out earlier. Harry turned around, energy swirling around her. Her arm raised the sword. She swung down. I'm coming. The sword shattered into pieces with an explosion. Harry opened his eyes wide in surprise. While the others were startled, she felt both regretful and shocked because her favorite sword had broken. Lian sneered. It is even worse than I thought. What a waste of time. At this moment, he looked even more annoyed. I will cut this meeting short. You have 3 minutes. John Chan was speechless. His head was in chaos. Did the Dawnbreaker break? The corporation's strongest weapon is broken. John Chan was terrified. Sweating. No way. Seriously. The clock was ticking, time passing by, and he stammered. Oh no. John Chan and his subordinates bowed their heads. I want to apply for the rice patent. He looked up. What? John Chan quickly explained. Of course. We will pay. He raised his eyebrows. According to our calculations, it is only worth about 18 billion currency units. But actually he understood well. Of course. Its value is much higher. There is no way rice that cures cancer is worth only that much. John Chan was convinced. But there is no way this crazy guy knows the value of 18 billion. He would go crazy hearing me explain how much that money is really worth. Lian questioned. You said you want to buy rice with money. He smirked. Here it is. Exactly. Of course. You have to sign a contract giving the corporation exclusive rights to the rice. If you want, I can even raise the price. Lian looked angry again. What a stupid merchant. He seemed to turn into a lion, his eyes shining. How dare you insult the gods? John Chan and his subordinates were all terrified. He clenched his teeth, not daring to say anything more. The big lion kept growling in front of them. John Chan was panicking. We are doomed. Lian looked at them coldly. Fools. Do you even know your crime? John Chan fell to his knees, trembling all over. I really do not know what I did wrong. He slapped himself. Can someone be this stupid and clueless? He just kept his head down. Muttering silently, the fields gleamed brightly. Those products were the fruits born from the land of Demira Banfu. Just thinking about that image made Lian emotional. It was a blessing for the farmers sweating and toiling. Demira shone, her face full of kindness, not something you can buy with gold, but a gift given to gratitude and reverence. He stared at them. The cowards who chase shallow profits and deceive others. I asked. His words kept coming as Trong-Tran got angry. How can someone benefit from the god's products without reverence? Leon was watching the night scene when Harry spoke up. About that, is it okay for the director to send Trong-Tran away like that? She wondered. From His Majesty's point of view, even if they are traitors, they still have significant influence. You just stand there. Not worth worrying about. That alone is not enough to shake the traitors. Leon turned his head. Anyway, have you finished preparing what I told you? Harry held something in her hands. I have contacted the association already. But her face suddenly flushed. This time His Majesty is also doing inspections. Right. Following procedure. Inspections make work easier. He raised his eyebrows. What kind of nonsense spokesperson is that? Who said those worthless people would inspect King Leon? Harry's eyes went wide. Mouth open. So why do you want to go there? He crossed his arms. We have to recruit capable free soldiers. I will inspect them. Atrantru did not dare speak. That is the procedure. Leon was determined. Even if it is impossible, we have to do it. Harry wanted to cry her eyes out. Inside the tall building. Are you taking the exam this year too? A young man. A level D freelance hunter. Goods. John Hine waved. Here for the rank evaluation again. The spacious waiting hall was carefully arranged with everything. John Hine looked over approvingly. Gu really works hard. He just smiled. He asked Han. How about this year? Probably a promotion. Right. You have to try harder. John Hine comforted. Do not say that. Why do not you join our team? Dees frowned. Those untalented guys only got level C, and I have been level D for 10 years. He warmly welcomed. Someone like Gu will surely work honestly and well, and quickly become a top player. Well, honestly, the mining team is not bad either. Gu smiled and said, that is true. I have been taking exams for 10 years too. Does look serious. You are determined. But I still want to try a little harder. If it were not for conquering the dungeon with a high life reward, returning it would be tight. Plus I have family to take care of. I can't give up. Your mind is racing with thoughts. No matter what. You have to reach C rank to escape being a porter. John Hine startled and looked over. It was a foreigner. A's guessed. European. Maybe. John Hine was curious. Not a foreign worker. You gave your opinion, saying some countries are poor. But Dees did not think so. He is European. Lin revealed a sharp face with a high nose. Blonde hair. And tall build. He looked like royalty. John Hine called out from behind, making Leon turn around. Hey. Young man. Dees approached and asked in English. How are you? Leon glared angrily. Don't he try to start a conversation with me. Commoner. That sentence left both John Hine and Dees stunned, both wanting to back off. Dees laughed. He has learned some Korean. Ah. You were still shocked and quickly replied. Yeah. That is right. Leon looked back. That gaze made Dees go numb. His eyes were sharp and full of hostility. John Hine saw Dees shivering and asked. Hey. What is wrong? Dees showed concern. Where? What is it? At that moment, Dees felt uneasy. What is going on? In your eyes? Leon stood there radiating strong energy. Suffocating. Like something oppressive. Something huge. At that moment, the staff called you. Number 57. She announced it was your turn. Please enter interview room number 2. Dees quickly turned. Embarrassed. Yep. I'm coming. Leon still stood there, looking thoughtfully at Dees. Your worried face was clear. Just one person feeling down. The staff asked, are you okay? Dees replied immediately, just a little worried. I am not here to find a strong warrior. But there is no one worthy to be a knight. Leon's image from earlier was still vivid in your mind. They all looked the same. Before, those who came for tests were low-level hunters for thousands of years. Now it is just idiots testing their awareness. He stood outside hearing the announcement. Number 77. Leon Dragonia. Lee. Please enter interview room number 9. From the start, was an unsatisfactory situation. Room number 9 was where he went for the test. Leon stepped into the dungeon. And everyone turned to look. Staff read the name. Leon Dragonia. Number 77. Leon ordered. Commoners. Call me Beha. He was confused and stammered. Beha. Staff requested. Then please place your hand on the measuring orb here for the test. Leon looked at the orb with a blank expression. Silent for a moment. Lena's face grew annoyed. No one knew what he was thinking. He grumbled for a bit. The staff patiently waited for Leon to take the test. He uttered a word that left the staff dumbfounded. Stupid. Leon crossed his arms and challenged. How dare a commoner test a knight's honor? Staff explained. The measurement is not done by us. It is a magic tool. He wanted to argue more. You expect this machine to measure a knight's power? Leon firmly stated. Only honorable knights and gods can judge knights. Staff frowned. Then why are you here? Leon turned away. I am here to recruit talented soldiers. But even the judges are ordinary people like this. Recruiting like this is a joke. He stood before them with that proud look. So far, I have not seen anyone worth it. What is the next test? Staff answered. It is a practical test at the gate. Leon sighed. seeming satisfied. Good. Strength shows in regular training and real combat. I will participate. But Leon's words made the staff's face turn paler. It is not just participating. It is competing. A Vaspe. Everyone okay? Some get dizzy passing through the gate. It is the seal gate. Dee stared seriously into the distance. Usually, completed gates are closed and erased. But some dungeons are left intentionally for profit. This place, the seal gate, is one of them too. Everyone, please focus this way. This year's measurements are not much different from last year's. You look around at everyone. To turn the evaluation around, I have to do well in this practical test. People are also excited to take the test. So this is Gata. Nazian is excited. This place is totally a hot spot. Ti-hoon reminds him. Jin Mai. First. Put your phone away. DC guy glances. His face full of worry. Are these two newbies? The atmosphere is lively and loud. Really great. But inside you can't relax. A guy over 60. Is he at level like me or Seal? DC guy turns to look behind, hesitating a bit. And Leon, wearing dark sunglasses. Walks like a model. The foreign worker we just met in the waiting room. DC guy raises his eyebrows. Taking the promotion test at this age. He must be a rookie. If it is an old man, then all the rest are rookies too. While you are really worried, Leon pushes up his sunglasses, trying to look cool. How's that? The group of hunters gathers together. So let us confirm our positions. Everyone. DC guy is the first to introduce himself. Woot. This is my 10th year as a hunter. Profession. Warrior. Main role. Dealer. Tahan smiles and asks. Tahan. Awakened this year. Using spear and shield. The girl next to him beams. I am his sister. I use a sword group. Lately learning archery. DC guy raises his eyebrows. Looking worried. More rookies who do not know their limits. You ask right away. Have you two ever been to an academy before? The two siblings try to look confident. My sister and I have been at the academy for 3 months. DC guy's face turns dark. Rookies. Then you turn to the other old man. What about him? The old man clasps his hands behind his back. He is Okanghan, with 5 years of experience. Weapon. Gloves. Though awakened, he has been busy with work and just recently took a break. By now, you no longer feel hopeful. Too little experience for his age. Plus his weapon is gloves, hard to compare with spear and sword. Doocy woman looks toward Leon. And the last one. Foreign worker. Can you speak Korean? He nods at you. Arms crossed. Saying nothing, Leon seriously says, if it is slow, no fight. Can't use a sword to chop lines to catch chickens. That sentence from DC guy just feels off. This guy's Korean is weird. Everyone starts moving deeper into the forest. This test only requires killing 50 cobalt creatures, the supervisor announces. Sometimes, interesting things appear on the battlefield. If it is dangerous, I will step in directly. So you guys focus on showing your skills. DC guy listens silently. While Tian looks quite curious, you sweat nervously. Will this test be okay? Just now, DC guy asks about Leon. This young foreigner does not use any weapon. Nazin kindly hands over a bow. Hey handsome. I will lend you a weapon. Do you use a bow? I know how to use it. Leon takes the bow. You want me to use this? She happily agrees. Yeah. Just use it and give it back. Suddenly, his tall face turns angry. His hand holding the bow trembling. Leon throws the bow hard on the ground. Shocking everyone. A swordsman does not use such a low-level ranged weapon. Nazian shouts. My bow. The supervisor does not understand what is going on. Hey. What are you doing? DC guy is speechless. You feel pretty hopeless. At this rate. This year's test is basically over. DC guy leads the hunters. You point ahead. Does anyone know a spot? Let us go hunt there. Tahan smirk. You have more experience. After all, you just follow the old man without objection. Tahan walks up with you. Near the end of the plain, there is a pack. Right. It should be bigger there. DC guides. When there are few people, do not rush into their nest. If surrounded, retreat is not guaranteed. You plan. We will attack the ones inside the cave. We will burn leaves and grass around to blow smoke in. You conclude, turning back to look. Then we can easily attack the kobolds inside the cave. Nasian is very proud and impressed with you. Experience really makes a difference. DZ guys. Nothing special. What is there to be proud of? You clenched your fists tightly, determined as ever. I have studied and practiced all the attack methods. Imagining the day I would step through the highest gate, even though it is always the gate for vehicles. When D stood tall, his chest blazing like fire. This time he had to level up. When will I finally reach the rank? Suddenly, Tahan turned pale with fear and shouted out loud. They were surrounded on all sides. With Kobold right ahead, DC turned to the commander and shouted, Tahan, use your shield to block up front. Yep, sir. Kobold roared, baring its huge teeth as it charged toward the hunters. A sword slash cut across them, leaving a streak. Tahan grinned. Idiots, he smirked. If we keep fighting head-on like this, blocking them will be a breeze. Nasian drew his bow. She shouted a warning. Hey. Beside you, a kobold was rushing fast toward T-Han. DC watched from the other side and could only shout. Ta-Han, the kobold was right up against him. Its sharp teeth looking terrifying. DC warned. Don't let your guard down. They are weak but move fast. A punch sent a kobold flying far away. They howled in pain. Those punches seriously injured each one. Kang Hun used his specialized weapon to take down each kobold advancing on him. DC was pleased. Good job. Not many left. Let us finally. They finished clearing everything out. It was tough work. Ta-Han frowned. It is my fault. DC comforted him. It is. Everyone has a first time. Kobolds lay scattered on the ground. Najin had taken down 2 already. Thanks to the old man. No one got hurt. DC cheered. Everyone did great. Really, he looked at them for a moment. Initially a bit dissatisfied. But this group did not seem bad. Leon stood there posing like at the start except for one person. Diuzenwei. Foreign brother. We are all fighting. Why are not you doing anything? Nazin was not happy with Leon anymore either. Exactly, she turned to ask. He is just standing there watching from behind. Staff guy. Is that allowed? The staff smiled. Everything will be properly reported. Do not worry. DC stared at him hesitantly. Well then, they continued discussing. Let us go deeper. There should be a cave ahead. The hunters moved inside. After a short walk, they arrived. Here we are. In front of them was a deep cave. Ta-Han announced. There really is a cave. DC reminded them of the strategy. Let us light a fire like I said earlier. They gathered dry leaves and branches into a pile near the cave. Each person did their part. Then looked around. DC took out a prepared flint lighter. Leon stepped forward. Do you really think this is the best way? DC frowned. You have not even pulled out your weapon, and you are talking nonsense. He crossed his arms coldly. I am asking if that is the best way. Don't make me say it twice. DC explained while everyone listened carefully. I have used this method 3 times. And all 3 were successful. Experience-based methods are not bad. But Leon squinted. How can you rely on experience when it is still not certain? DC could not stand that attitude and got angry. You are young. What do you know? The fire started quickly. Spreading fast through the dry wood. DC turned back to warn. Everyone. Gather up. Soon some will come out of the cave. Everyone. Be ready. Yep, sir. Everyone got into battle stance. Ta-Han gritted his teeth. Scared but determined. Bring it on. The kobolds began running out one by one from inside. Driven out by the smoke, Najin drew his bow. Now's the time. A rock flew straight at a kobold's face, making it howl in pain. The 3 of them each grabbed a weapon and started attacking. DC smiled proudly. As expected. My way can't be wrong. They kept attacking the kobolds. Good. Keep handling them like that. DC beamed with confidence. Clear out this bunch. Then just catch a few left in the clearing. Suddenly, he heard a sound that sent a chill down his spine. A howl. DC recognized the sound. The alpha. Its head looks more ferocious than any kobold. And it is huge. No way. The alpha is the boss of this super tough gate. A boss ranked higher than sea level ran toward the hunters group. Everyone was terrified. Your face turned pale. Why did it show up now? The kobold roared fiercely. Its eyes glowing red. Nazin shouted loudly. Did you hear that reply? DC laid out the strategy. Ta-Han and I will fight the alpha. You cover Najin's side. The old man and Najin should hold back the kobolds in the poison line. Everyone moved to their positions as ordered, making sure at least one experienced person was on each side. Besides, it would be suicidal for a sea level to face an alpha without frontline protection. DC and Tun stood right in front of the kobold alpha. Even as a rookie, I could only hope that tanker Tun could hold out a bit. He looked panicked, his face pale as he stared at the giant beast. The kobold charged quickly toward Ta-Han. He just froze, his face full of fear. DC shouted to calm him down. Ta-Han, snap out of it. But he realized something worrying. No. The alpha's presence was overwhelming his spirit. Ta-Han kept dodging the kobold's attacks, but could not do anything else. At this rate, he won't be able to block that attack. He panicked watching what was happening right in front of him. He fell right in front of the kobold alpha, after trying to block its attack. DC shouted. Ta-Han, you are way too tense. Damn it. This is bad. Ta-Han sat on the dusty ground, looking up at the giant kobold. The staff member just stood there without doing anything. DC thought to himself. Why is not the association staff stepping in? They said they would help if there was danger. He was extremely worried. The kobold was about to reach him. And if this continued, Ta-Han would. DC clenched his teeth in anger. Stomping hard on the ground, kicking up dust, DC moved toward the shield lying on the ground. He grabbed the shield, swung his arm back, and shouted. Ta-Han. Fall back. The kobold raised its weapon, ready to strike down at Ta-Han. It quickly swung down where it was heading, but what it struck was not Ta-Han, it was the shield. DC stood in front of Ta-Han, holding the shield up to block the kobold's strike. DC used all his strength, gritting his teeth. The clash sparked bright flashes. The kobold's strike grazed the shield. Sparks flying, the kobold roared, its red eyes blazing fiercely. It raised its weapon again, aiming at them. DC pushed the shield forward. Would it hold? He was sweating heavily, thinking if Ta-Han did not snap out of it, and kept getting attacked like this, how could they escape? They would be dead. Just as tension peaked, A voice came from behind. Just in time, Leon caught the kobold's weapon with 2 fingers, one hand in his pocket. The other casually blocked the weapon. Cool as ever. Try again. D was stunned. You are kidding me. He could not believe his eyes. This guy was blocking the Alphas' attack with just his fingers. Lin glanced at him. I said pick up the shield and hit back. You did it once. Why not? Come on. Get up and grab the shield. DC's face twisted. He still did not get what Leon meant. Leon stretched out his hand. I am telling you to block its attack and counterattack. Hurry up. DC looked around. Wait. What are you saying now? He glared at Leon angrily. Don't you see the situation? Everyone is in danger. Leon exploded, his eyes shining like car headlights. Fierce as hell. You should feel honored to be taught by Leon. How dare you argue? Leon stood firm before DZ. For a free soldier to be trained by a holy knight is a family honor passed down generations. You can repay that debt, he ordered. Grab the shield. Block. And counterattack. DC looked on helplessly. Feeling frustrated. What did I do wrong? D looked up. Thinking, but to survive, I have to do whatever it takes. Meanwhile, the kobold bared its huge teeth and growled loudly. Charging at the two of them once again, Leon said nothing. He just stood there watching it. Suddenly, he unleashed his energy. His face sharp and intense. You crazy dog. The kobold froze. Trembling as if it had seen something terrifying, DC stood there, confused as he watched it. Then raised his shield in front of him. His eyebrows furrowing, the kobold swung its weapon, hitting the shield and forcing DC to step back a bit. DC gritted his teeth, his face tense with determination. Come on. If I keep this up, I will lose my shield, Leon reminded him. You idiot. How can you win just by holding up a shield? He crossed his arms and advised. Don't face something stronger head on. Draw your weapon and aim for its weak spots. DC blocked the kobold's attacks while listening carefully. How could anyone be confident winning with just a shield? The opponent is not a statue. It is a living, learning beast. DC felt annoyed hearing that. Use your head. Think. Frustrated. DC snapped. Damn it. Then what am I supposed to do? Leon stood behind him, close to his feet. Don't take your eyes off the enemy. DC narrowed his eyes. If I had not stepped back just now, I would be dead. Focus. The forest echoed with a voice. Don't bury your talent. Unleash your hidden power, Leon said seriously. You can do better than this. DC was startled by those words. Talent. I have been a low-level nobody for 10 years. With no special skills, just lucky breaks. Facing the current situation, he was up against the kobold leader. There is no way he could lose. Right in front of him was a huge, dangerous beast. Hearing that encouragement, there is no way I do not have talent. DC gripped his shield tightly, his eyebrows set firmly. This time, I can do it. The kobold charged at him again. DC shouted. Eyes blazing. Face determined. I can do this. Its weapon was dangerously close to his shield. The shield was clearly cut, sparks flying from the impact. DC and the kobold kept attacking and dodging each other. He focused on the weapon's weak spot. Got it. DC's expression finally relaxed a bit. Did it just as he said done. He got punched in the face. The kobold threw him far back. DC lay sprawled on the ground. Leon watched, his face judging. How could you not keep an eye on everything? DC lay there, stunned, his face bruised and swollen. Still got a lot to learn. At this year's Skit Seong Judgment, in the spacious, neatly arranged room, you already knew. 2 bodyguards stood at the door from the start. Leon's eyes showed irritation. No way a soldier that strong is just an ordinary guy. Even funnier, I am wearing a magic mask to hide my body and face, but it seems pointless. The president of the Korean Hunters Association, Kang Hee, he continued, asking Han. You personally took part in the evaluation this time. Did you get what you wanted? Leon closed his eyes slowly and said calmly. Yep. I supervised the candidates for the technician position. Leon's next words surprised Kang Hee. Besides, even if I am not impatient, I have no plans to go abroad. He bowed his head and nodded vigorously. That is right. I guessed correctly. It seems His Majesty's strength is so overwhelming that it makes you a bit anxious. During the check, Leon stayed silent about the kobold, just like before. After all, it is a level D dungeon monster, roughly a bit stronger than level C. He pointed at it with a fierce look. Those filthy creatures can even be called human. How long do you plan to admire their faces? Then he waved his hand a few times, causing the kobold to collapse. Kang Hee laughed, eyes squinting, praising. You really treated it like a toy. Leon felt it did not need to be said. That mess is not a place for a stroll. Kang Hee cleared his throat, sitting opposite him. Anyway, remember to form a guild. We will back you up. You already guessed that, right? Leon listened thoughtfully. There is no easier way than reputation. Having a name makes it easier to gather people. In this, there are not many ways to spread fame other than force. His face showed a slight change, suddenly becoming serious. A gate had been upgraded to red after failing the attack inside. There. Skulls piled up high, a place no one could conquer for an entire year. The battles there were always intense and caused massive destruction. The metal-structured armor with bright red dots aimed to seize the intelligence gem held by Jeff Spinner. It was the larva of that special gate upgraded to red. A flash sparked from its eyes today. We must destroy it. Amid the swirling red flames, a massive energy gate opened, the stadium gate where the Do team launched their first attack. And the Keep Guild entered. The group reached that spot. Hansa looked tense. Horzan looked ahead. Bro, this place is... I know, he replied, also looking that way. Towering skyscrapers and countless bridges connecting different spatial layers showed a modern civilization at least more advanced than Earth. Irie turned around excitedly. It is amazing. This is the gate to the future world. Hanzo could not smile. Once you have fantasy or martial arts, there is no such thing as a future world. Horzan suddenly realized and gasped. Guild leader. This is just a rough hole. Hanzu's gaze was serious. What a headache. If that is the case, we need to change our strategy when fighting monsters. You raised your hand in agreement. Exactly. Because the miner's tactic is usually to fight a few strong enemies. After looking around, Hanzu decided to choose that building as the base, the higher, the better for observation. The base gate opened. Looking over. Horzan, do you see anything? Horzan kneeled on the floor. Honestly, there is nothing. No nipsies. No monsters either. Hanzo glanced around. Where's Jeff Spinner? Seems like he is the boss here. But you can find him anywhere. Totally missing. You crossed your arms. Looking around. Strange. In a big city like this, not a single person or monster in sight. That is weird. In the distance, Hanzu spotted warrior figures. They were resistance fighters. Luckily, they were not facing the cruel government army. You turned back to everyone. Kepi Guild. Pay attention. Heiji looked worried. Even though we have entered the gate, information about Jeff Spinner is still lacking. Hanzu considered. Anyway, we need to secure the surrounding area and pick the main squad carefully before moving up. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed, scattering red sparks. Mapping. Sitting beside Hanzu was stunned. Heiji was so scared she could not move. A robot stepped in from afar, firing shots. Everyone, get down. The machine activated. Splitting its gun forward, an explosion happened. Everything shattered. The KP group ran for their lives toward the distance. Hanzu looked at his teammate with wide eyes. Damn. Ngianjiang was annoyed. This is crazy. Even Hanzu, with a level endurance, could not react in time. How do we take it down? Horzan grabbed a broken wall piece. Damn it. At this rate, we will all die. Have we pinpointed the target's location yet? Heiji reported. At 3 of the clock. I can't calculate exact position because of smoke. She turned to you. Vice leader. The ground can't hold much longer. You shouted orders. I know. Everyone, retreat in order. They quickly ran outside. Hurry. The building's about to collapse. Heiji ran while asking. Vice leader. What about the guild leader's body? You just wanted to settle things first. Something feels off. We will regroup and come back for that later. Gave Heiji orders. You go ahead and check if the exit is safe. She obeyed. Speeding up. Yep. I am going first near the gate. Heiji turned and shouted. Vice leader. I do not sense any signs. The exit seems safe. She brushed it off and ran outside toward the gate. Suddenly, she felt something was wrong. Her face stiffened. Heiji touched the gate. Something on it was glowing. She was standing surrounded by red wires. Why did the gate feel stuck? At that moment, Horzan finally ran over and only saw something bouncing wildly. He nervously looked outside, silently calling out the name of his teammate. Hairi. Horzan looked around. There were still clear traces. Steel wires. All around the city were steel wires wrapped everywhere. When did that happen? He got angry. Drew his sword. Damn it. Clear everything out. No matter what it takes to get out of here. Horzan's eyes hardened, quickly channeling mana into his weapon. Steel wires are nothing special. But who exactly is behind this? The real enemy is a skilled person. Each of them cut the wires themselves. But he had been watching all along. From above, something was watching them below. Stats appearing. Jeff Spinner appeared. His body covered in metal. Bullet marks glowing bright red. He repositioned his body to a different spot. Jeff shot a blue wire from the high place where he was perched. Horzan noticed the wire moving toward him and looked up to follow it. A huge explosion happened. The road shattered and scattered everywhere. A red streak flowed along the road. A sharp sizzling sound echoed. The wall cracked. Dust and smoke filled the air. Horzan gasped for breath. He slammed both hands down on the rubble. Saying nothing, he shouted loudly, his face full of hatred. Show yourself, you damn bastard. Jeff turned his head toward the sound. Horzan saw clearly what was in front of a metal body. A robot. His voice trembled. Are you human? Are you Jeff Spinner? It aimed its gun at Horzan. The sound of metal clanking. What now? At that moment, the girl said if they had this robot, they could still fight even when out of ammo in emergencies. Jack moved, making a sharp mechanical sound. Horzan's anger flared. This monster. Fine. Very fine. Go ahead and kill our team members. It fired something from its muzzle. Blue bullets flew everywhere. Jack headed straight toward Horsian. No one else was left, only bright red streams erupting. Helping me protect this city. Inner gate. 58 Upper Cop Stadium. Attack Team 1. No survivors. Attack Team 2. Attack Team 3. Increase difficulty level of attacking Jack Spinner, the gate boss. To red. Suspend all attacks on the inner gate indefinitely. The hammerhead slammed the gun into the ground. Dust flying up. That person even shouted lock on. Sum Qian chuckled. This damn weather is just like what I saw in the video. Sum Qian stared ahead coldly. Dawn 10 enter the inner city. The deeper you go, the higher the chance of encountering Jack Spinner. Tsi stepped out and spoke coolly. As previously agreed, we will retrieve the Intellect S Jade from the Demon Tower. All the effort will be converted into 60 billion in cash and handed over to the Golden Lion Guild. Everyone turned toward one direction upon hearing the announcement. The number of people entering the inner stadium gate. The Golden Lion Guild ranks 10th in Korea. Guild Master Hong Sum Qian's. Vice Guild Master Hong Shana. 47 members. Belonging to Jutseongchun's Demon Tower. 48 mercenaries. And Harry carefully poured water into a cup. Your Majesty, please try some. The Korean Hunters Association Hanharia. Lian sipped appreciatively. Not bad. What kind of tea is this? She held the pot with one hand and explained. This is barley tea from Thuonghae. Also, there is one more person. Inner stadium gate. Beginning the fourth attack operation. The sky was dark and cloudy. The ruined cityscape appeared. The fourth reconnaissance team at the inner gate had fully gathered. Is something wrong? Harry hesitated. I am worried things are going too smoothly. But at the same time, it does not seem like it will stay peaceful for long. She was silent for a moment before continuing. Honestly, Lian listened thoughtfully as Harry analyzed. I think the best case scenario is if everything can be resolved smoothly without your Majesty's intervention. But if that happens, you won't have the chance to boost your reputation. He bowed his head and smiled softly. Right. That is the best possible outcome. If King Lian I does not intervene directly, that means the situation is not too bad. Lian suggested. What do you think the role of a king should be in a country I once ruled for? Harry hesitated. Sir. Alongside the magnificent Russian land. A king sits high above while a warrior kneels below. That is fitting. Not just anyone can take on that role. Unless they are arrogant. I think everyone else would be the same. You still need to fully understand. As the king of the knights. Later. Harry realized. Looking back. Every time back then he intervened. In the previous battles. It was only when the attack was unstoppable. She hesitated. Unsure of her reasoning. So Lian took over. Saying the king's duty is to be the last fortress. He explained thoroughly. Asking if anyone understood. If the king of Lian had to step in. It was a disgrace to the knights. His hand gripped tightly the throne where he himself had fallen apart. Lian stood up abruptly. His eyes full of fierce determination. Showing how serious the situation was. Harry listened carefully. By chance, he leaned down. Head bowed slightly. As if saying, looks like I have to step in again. Taking the place of weak, pathetic people like you really miss my honorable knights. The lineup of those people appeared. But this strike team had Prince Siam Qian is in srank, and there is also an a rank mage. So I think everything will be fine. Lian kept his expression. Calling them elite hunters. Admitting they truly had superior strength compared to ordinary people. She tried to absorb the information he gave. But Lian's eyes shone brightly. Eyebrows raised. He had never truly tasted real war. Jit stood still. Listening. In the outskirts of Safe Star City. You all seem pretty confident with that info. Even though you have only faced the enemy 3 times. Right. Lun raised his eyebrows. You call yourselves a strike team. Judging by monster movement patterns and acting on just a little info. Sounds ridiculous. Harry sensed something. He said that means she understood part of it. Jit kept watching. A knight knows how to react depending on the situation. There is no fixed rule or pattern for that. Liam became dangerous. From what I heard, this so-called Jeff Spinner. A loud explosion happened. What is going on? That is a powerful war general. Jeff's metal body was covered in wounds. The girl also collapsed. Bleeding from her mouth. This is the end for me. Lassner. Jeff Spinner. Entity number 10253. Eliminate all unidentified objects invading the city. Jeff raised his gun barrel upward, continuously firing bullets down toward the city. Warriors shouted. That is Jeff Spinner. Find cover fast. Jeff let out a shout, then his body slumped down. He was locating groups of targets to attack. Jeff was covered in electric sparks. Bright light tearing through the scene as he charged toward the glowing blue power source. Every hunter had to find a spot behind the distant wall. Everyone's faces were tense. The electric power surged in one direction. Chaos everywhere. Dust flying thick. A guy grimaced and muttered. Damn it. Rocks and earth collapsed. Many buried underneath. What kind of damn monster is this? Jeff retracted his gun barrel after a barrage. The living creature's response showed 23% had disappeared. He started shooting to increase suppression. While waiting to reload, Zion flew in from afar. Charging energy at 48%. He gripped his weapon tightly. Using all his strength to attack, Zion struck Jeff with the weapon. the impact causing an explosion. One side of Jeff's body was shattered. Electricity leaking out. The main body was damaged. Internal pressure rising. Jeff turned toward him, shifting priority to eliminate the unidentified object. Zion smiled brightly. Too late now. This assassin. His hair standing on end. I told you. She was furious, charging straight into the battle like a raging storm. Zion flew, attacking as fast as lightning. All you saw was an explosion on impact. Don't he call me Zon? Zion praised. Well done. Jeff collapsed, electricity leaking all over his body. A massive lightning bolt shot upward, lighting up the entire area. Tsion reached out, signaling an attack. I will handle the rest. Jeff stood still, his body too damaged, taking increased damage. Emergency target purge radar system down. However, it still has some residual energy for tracking, allowing limited use of core components. The barrel's indicator glowed bright red, activating the ZV-pull device inside the city. Targeting locked. The first target is Tson. Priority risk level 3 for elimination. Jeff jumped back away from them. Look, it is running. Chase it. It ran while turning its gun back toward them. It fired continuously at them, then stopped. Tson held a glowing orb in his hand. I will activate the interference field. Gather around me. He slammed hard into the ground, creating a crater. The glowing orb expanded, lighting up the whole area. A bullet flew toward the glowing circle at high speed, but it was deflected away, unable to penetrate inside. The teammate beside Tsion praised. Hey Judy-sung. The incoming bullets are being deflected. Tsion struck a confident pose. It is a magical tool made specifically to counter Jeff's spinner, so I have to use it this early after all. Jeff's internal system alerted. Risk factor detected. Abnormal status observed. Initiating system maintenance and recovery. Data appeared on the screen. Analysis complete. Coordinates 15, SSS37. F11. The teammate next to Tsion suddenly got hit. Blood splattered. Firing back, his face went pale. Eyebrows raised. No way it calculated the bullet's curved trajectory to bypass the shield. Jeff kept firing those precalculated shots nonstop. What the hell is that thing? The protective circle exploded inside. How? One of the group gasped. Headland. Mage G Hyotesa. Please turn off that interference field. It is too hard to predict the bullet paths right now. Tsion was surprised. Damn it. I am turning it off. Calculate the attack as soon as the field shuts down. Everyone's faces tensed up, twisted in worry. Wrinkles creased around the eyes. One. That is Jihae-sung. Everyone looked back. Stop. Everyone. Now they were surrounded by cables from all sides. Everyone stared. Frozen cables. At that moment, it did not just run away. Jeff had woven all those cables while running. How could it have set all this up? It opened part of its body. The gun barrel popped open. Jeff stood among the cables, electricity surrounding it. Charging up, Tsion gasped, sweat pouring down. How? They were now standing amid glowing blue cables. We gathered to dodge fire, but it turned into a fatal mistake. Now we can T-move to avoid the shots. Jeff kept absorbing electricity into its body fully charged. The red light flared again. It fired. From afar, the sound of galloping hooves approached. Seon turned at the sound. That is a horse running fast toward us. The horse's eyes glowed brightly. It bit through the cables one by one. That is the sound of a horse. A hand gently stroked the horse's body. It has been a while. Lion stood beside the horse, petting the reins. His face calm and kind. The old friend. He climbed onto the horse's back with ease. Lion calmly held the reins, surprising Shunha. He stood tall on the horse, blocking the hunter's path. Lion spoke firmly. Soldiers, take cover here, he boldly declared. Bravery can lead a man to charge through an entire army alone. King of the Lion Kingdom. Deeply respect those kinds of warriors. Lion gripped the reins with both hands, confidence shining on his face. I grant you honor with my utmost respect. Through a fair one-on-one duel, I grant you the right to fight me. The golden voice echoed where everyone stood. No one said another word. Warriors. But actually, everyone was confused. Trying not to laugh, he is totally out of it. Everyone was stunned, hearing Geek's words like a joke. I grant you the honor to witness the dragon's eye, and the privilege to fight alongside me. The king. Warriors. I permit you to fight me. Jiek over there was just as confused, not understanding what was going on. It boosted its power, the electric current around it growing stronger, speeding up the electronic rifle's firing rate. Power increased by 13%. Danger level 0. Eliminating uncertainties. Leon brandished his weapon, the red glow blazing. Charging forward, he rode his horse boldly ahead, calling out to the warriors. His horse blazing, he charged forward, ignoring the obstacles. Jeek started firing from above, shots ringing out. Lena's face tensed. He shouted, warriors, do not let those petty long-range weapons hit you. He rode his horse charging at Gyak like nothing could stop him. On one side, electric rounds fired. On the other, Leon and his steed advanced. He stood up, gripping the reins to make the horse go faster. A blinding light flashed right in front of Leon, covering half his face. The impact triggered an explosion. Everything shattered, and Gika's body was blown to pieces. The blast caused a dazzling light, shards flying everywhere. The water stains on its body were from electricity. For a brief moment, The A system of the Jeff Spinner self-propelled cannon shut down. Leon smiled smugly. What he witnessed could not even be explained by logic truly powerful. The Jeff system analyzed the weapon it carried was an old-style spear. Though fast, its damage was not high. Its gun barrels lit up. Danger level 0. No need to counter. Just keep firing the electronic rifle. The machinist's intelligence made a very smart choice. Leon's eyes lit up. 3 seconds earlier, a thin layer blocking small objects formed, recording an unusual physical movement pattern within an assumed range. He advanced quickly. 2 seconds earlier, he fired a shot from the electronic rifle, eliminating the target with the next shot as it entered the assumed range. 2 bullets crossed paths. 1 second left. The explosion behind Leon knocked the bullet away. The horse's swift charges came without collision or resistance. Only results: the bullets were knocked away without any other process, but nothing could break through. He and his horse charged forward with a powerful thrust skill all knights have. Even facing the strongest I super weapon, G kept firing bullets but still had to obey physical laws. Leon blocked the bullets with his spear. Protected by the fortress's blessing, his gaze was sharp and determined. Knights always find strength in any attack. Able to defeat opponents unconditionally in one strike, a massive energy blast shot out, a dazzling light tearing the sky and shaking the surroundings. Leon stood watching the ruined scene ahead. Smoke and dust thick in the air. The electricity emitted from isekai spotty phenomena that logic could not explain. Leon's eyes glowed. He stared intently. The enemy's threat level forced to rise. Danger level high. Jikik opened the hatch on its body. Needing to leave the battlefield immediately, it released a burst of gas upward. Leon grimaced. Feeling uneasy, he watched the debris it left on the rubble, then ran off. A mysterious figure hovered a purple energy orb. It glowed mysteriously amid the thick fog. Jik, protect this place. Do not let anyone get close. Gia's red eye at the center glowed fiercely in the darkness. The destroyed part fell onto the metal floor, temporarily handling 5 regular bullets and 36 homemade rounds. The bullets were lined up evenly. 657 bullets needed to be made, possibly using a 60mm machine gun. Giak was in the charging area. Damage needed checking and weapons recalibrated before use. The red glowing eyes. Danger level 5. Old-style combat weapons. But their power can be judged as they are undergoing regeneration and analyzing the opponent's information. Continuous blue-white lightning bolts shoot out, swirling around the walls and spreading wide. The girl appears faintly. Jit thanks her for protecting this city. Gia's parts have been fully repaired. Recovery and analysis completed. Black mist and power sources emanate around the body. Ready to continue the mission. That is a street with tall buildings. A sports complex inside Gate City Center. Zone B. The hunter group steps cautiously into the alleys, moving while staying alert. Someone in the group speaks up. Stopping. Something sticking out from the wall about 250 meters ahead. Across the alley on the other side of the street, some jerk just set off fireworks. Dino leads with his sword. Warning. The warriors are far away. Be careful climbing to the building opposite. The rest wait here. If that bastard notices us, alert us immediately. Suddenly, he turns around unexpectedly. Those behind Dino have their wires cut. He panics. Face sweating, eyes wide open. Clearly shocked, Dino grabs his sword and swings, shouting, "Which one of you bastards?" Dino slashes around. Sword trails glowing. Which bastard is that? Sweat pours down his face as something slices across, leaving a red mark. The wires reappear, tangled everywhere. They have caused countless injuries and taken many lives. Jeff stands there admiring the scene he caused, having eliminated 5 external variables. A sound from the other side draws its attention. Alex looks disheveled, running for his life. "I do not want to die," confirming the surviving creatures. Jeff's red eyes light up, locking onto the target. Danger level unknown. Alex runs while crying desperately. He trips and falls face first onto the grass. Jeff approaches him. "Someone help me. I do not want to die." It stands in front of Alex, watching. Metallic sounds echo from Jeff's body. Its leg slowly lifts, touching the edge of the graveyard. A memory. The girl touched it. "Jeff, remember this." She stands there thoughtfully. "No matter how late I live, I will have a bell here like the others. If so, I will forever be part of this city." She smiles gently. "Then please protect this city for me." Jeff's red eyes glow brighter. Power running continuously. Analysis shows priority 2. Attack intruders. Priority 3. Eliminate them. Alex clings to the grave, tears streaming, freely judging and deciding directly when detecting enemies. Priorities will change if necessary. Suddenly Jeff does nothing. He jumps up and runs away. Someone speaks up. Alex looks at Ko. "It is okay now." Good. He collapses. "Your car." "Thank you, sir." Your car does not understand what is going on either, so Alex explains. "That machine did not kill me. It just ran away." He stands up, waving his hands. "Could it be because it saw Sir Jilt? Your car came because it was afraid of being limited, so it ran away." His companion agrees. "Of course. Fighting Sir Jilt is too much for it. Your car is way beyond that machine's level." Energy beams flash. This place is full of graves, but strangely it is very clean, the only clean spot in the whole city. Why is that? Zat flies above the city roof. The system in its body reports increased enemy forces. 92% chance of victory. But in special cases, final decision is to retreat. Your car turns around giving orders. This is a strange place. Leave quickly.
Yep.
The graves are in a prominent spot. The final priority is protecting the people. Even if they are the dead, Zat rests at the charging station. Electricity flowing around. Power transferring from the machine into Zat's body. Estimated remaining enemies about 49. Risk level 5. Chance to defeat threats 35.7%. Continuing to monitor the battle. Someone watches from afar as it charges and repairs. He glanced over. There he was. Leon hiding behind the door. He let out a breath. Leon appeared. And he gave a friendly smile. Are you having fun messing around with those so-called elites? Leon is someone who truly worships the spirit of chivalry. It is no exaggeration to say he embodies the spirit of a knight. He despises brutal battles and always pursues fair fights. Leon shoved you away. Annoyed. Are you ready yet? Z glanced with red eyes. A glow shining from within. An explosion happened there. But of course, the opponent would always try to cheat. He appeared from the ashes of the fire. Yet Leon never lost his gallant knightly nature. He gripped his sword tightly. Even if knocked down. This knightly incarnation would never surrender. Leon strode forward. The wind whipping his coat. He had an incredibly strong aura. Chosen by the gods for that very reason. Amid the dust, Z stood ahead. Fighting the machines for honor. Sounds crazy. Right. He aimed his gun forward. Checking his gear 480 rounds of 60 mm shells. Z fired bullets at Leon. Each round sparked fire upon impact. He smirked. Eyes fierce. Protected by the city's defense line. Z stood firm up front. The most crowded model. An unusual physical phenomena. Bullets whizzed by. Their curved trajectories analyzed. Shots flew from positions F12 and 23. Q31. 3 bullets simultaneously headed for Leon. Firing, he showed no fear. Even smiling mysteriously. Leon slammed down hard. Cracking the ground beneath him. Rocks flew up. Sparks flying, dust rose high. Smoke thickly filling the scene. Z watched and shouted a few words. From the light came a dark figure flying up. Z recognized it and shot a red beam from his eye. Startled by what happened, Leon and his warhorse burst out of the dust. Both looking incredibly fierce. He raised his weapon. Eyes flashing like he wanted to devour everything. Z weakened and slowly retreated. Then fired continuous shots at him. The bullets could not reach Leon. Failing to hit their target, he laughed tauntingly. You want to play hide and seek with me? Z jumped away along the mesic path. But that was not possible. Leon swung his horse blade in a long arc. Explosions followed the mesic path. That can be. Z fled at full speed. With Leon chasing behind. How could such a trivial being have this kind of power? They moved so fast the wind blew. One of Z's legs hooked onto a pole on the road. He quickly launched a strike forward. This can be real. Leon shouted. Charge. Attack and take down the target. The warhorse dashed toward the enemy. The horse neighed, dodging to the side as bullets flew past. Right behind Leon, another shot exploded. The earlier bullet was carefully dodged. He paused briefly. The horse snorted heavily. Leon admired. Staring straight at Jack. Not bad. Jack looked back but said nothing. The gun barrel aimed forward again. The horse had to jump to avoid the bullets. Jack fired from above. Leon skillfully maneuvered the horse to dodge. While the gun kept firing downward, Leon quickly dodged those bullets. Each shot was dangerous, like an automatic machine. Jack kept firing nonstop. He still managed to avoid the bullets. Everything shattered and scattered. Leon's eyes gleamed brightly as he shouted. Kotaku. The warhorse stomped the ground hard. It launched itself higher, aided by flying debris. In no time, it caught up with Jack. Leon urged his warhorse to charge straight ahead. Jack adjusted his mechanism, firing 68 small rounds simultaneously. The gun worked at full power. Bullets shot out all at once toward Leon. He dodged while using his spear to break them apart. Jack was shocked, not expecting him to avoid them all. Leon was furious. I am the best. And I am damn proud of it. He slashes forward. A strong beam of light appears. A huge explosion occurs. Everything is engulfed in dust and debris. Hovering in midair is a piece of Jack's body still emitting electric sparks. Electric currents escape, delivering fatal blows, disabling its functions. The light scans the warning system. Jack, everything sealed here must never be taken outside. Its red eyes widen, initiating self-destruction. The light shines brighter than the sun, destroying the entire weapons depot. Everything is swallowed by it. Leon watches in shock as flames erupt, burning everything to ashes. Jack latch remains intact. The explosion happened in the cargo hold filled with the smell of oil. Jack Spinner, someone lies holding it. Step aside. I will protect the city, that is my mission. Sharp accessory branches pierce him. His body smeared with red goo. The red eye staring intently at what it just did. Round orbs emerge on its body. Jack fires a volley of bullets, with only one target in mind. Beast scrolls. Only calling for fire support. A squad of hook-like machines like Jack appears. Defending the city. Defending the city. Jack Spinner moves toward the city. Defeating enemies. The city's protector. Jack Spinner is truly a hero. People below worship. The story of unmanned hook machines saving a city on the brink of destruction is a sweet tale for citizens losing hope. Jack wears the wreath of pride. Those machines symbolize hope, Becoming brave knights. In battle, Jack fought with all its might, destroying many large monsters. The Jack Spinners were restructured, including Unit 10253. Under the final commander's leadership, the city was protected. Even if Jack was shattered in battle, it is safe now. It fought with all its strength. The city was protected. The city burned in flames until true peace finally settled here. The girl used her last breath to instruct. Jack, this is the final command: protect this city. Jack silently obeyed. Absolutely no one must take that out. The last remaining combat machine received its final order. That purple gem still holds a soul. No one must get near it. The city was rebuilt. Stop everything. The monsters were destroyed. And protect that. Jack fought with all its might. Blocking. Protecting. Destroying all. Blocking. Protecting. At this moment, Jack collapses. It is. Leon looks down in awe. Falling down there but still wanting to protect this place to the end. He glanced at the purple gem. And the other thing, he asked coldly. Is that what the person was trying to protect? Liam pulled the sword from thin air. Wisdom told the gem. He stepped closer. That thing should not exist. Something made him pause. Looking back, even dying, Jack still wants to protect. Still wants to fight me. It tries to lift its body. It seems someone has long guarded this. All those years alone watching over it. Leon's eyes gleam. Truly a loyal knight. Everyone would be grateful for that loyalty and dedication. Light envelops Jack. Jack Spinner. Leon raises the sword high. Light spreads everywhere. The mission is complete. I solemnly declare it is all over. He stands there, shining like a god. The cliffs gradually wet, always shining, breaking everything, flying up. Leon stands looking ahead. The gem shatters. The machine emits its last sounds. Rest in peace. The space is silent. Light floods, restoring peace. Thank you, Jack. Two people walk down the corridor. Suddenly curiosity rises. It turns out that is how it is. He asks Lee, did you destroy the gem? Leon turns coldly and says, are you unhappy about that? He laughs without sincerity. Not all. Sir is the one who defeated Jack Snip. So naturally the fate of the gem belongs to Sir. Leon snapped. Why did you tell him? There is no need to like it. That thing's nothing but poison. And Kang Hu's eyes widened in surprise. Poison. Then he explained. That jade stone was created to tempt humans through their intelligence and endless curiosity. It is an item made by demons, he said. But before he could finish, Kang Hu interrupted. Talking rapidly. Demons. Leon continued, his gaze growing colder. At first, it listens to the owner's wishes, but gradually, it demands a price for what is gained. Like raising a pet, feeding it slowly tames us. It erodes us with trivial temptations like dreams of eternal youth and immortality, slowly stripping away humanity until we become demons ourselves. All in a short time. He changed the subject. Have you found the other jade stone yet? We have to destroy it quickly. Kang He was startled. That bad. I will report this to the U.S. government immediately, he replied. Good. Shortly after, the two headed toward the laboratory door. Suddenly, Leon thought aloud. But it is very likely someone's already been tempted by the demon. The lab door creaked open slowly and heavily. Inside, several researchers were diligently working. As he stepped in to observe, he asked Kang Hai, is this where that thing is stored? He quickly replied, yep. That is right. They continued to look around and saw someone holding papers walking somewhere. That person and two others stopped, staring intently at what was in front of them. The light from the ceiling shone down on the broken trash bin. They stood there lost in thought for a while. Leon and Kang Hu were also staring at it. Kang Hai asked curiously, what should we do with it? After a moment, he answered, it is an honorable night. We should bury it and bring it before the gods. But first, we need to hold a ceremony. Before he finished, Liam produced a glass studded with sparkling stones, making Kanka's eyes widen in surprise. He held the glowing glass up, staring intently at its bottom, murmuring in his mind, loyal knight. Liam closed his eyes as if to feel it, then looked toward one direction with the glass. Rest in peace. A radiant stream poured onto the broken object. Then the light grew bigger, almost engulfing the room before their astonished eyes. A miracle happened. The object that looked like scrap metal began to heal and move. It slowly moved to the edge of the stone table and tapped it lightly. Kang Huk was amazed. Jeff Spinner is moving. But Leon's expression remained cold, as if he expected it. He just sat quietly, sensing it. This thing Jeff's half destroyed but still making sounds. The screen still showed light. Suddenly, a lever was activated, and the needle moved very realistically. He looked at it and thought silently, this feeling is really strange. Even without power, it is still working thanks to the blessings. The needle moved toward the circuit and repaired it very professionally. It even lightly touched Jeff as if provoking him. The bright light from the ceiling made the damaged parts clearer. Jeff made a signal sound, as if trying to say something to Leon. He understood and drew his sword, thinking, so that is it. Though unsure if this was the goddess' choice, the long sword shone brightly, startling Jeff. He plunged the sword into the ground with a loud bang, cracking the earth and rocks. Leon closed his eyes, Thinking deeply, his hand still on the sword hilt, Kang Hyu could not help but be amazed. Thinking silently, what is this? The researchers just stood there with their mouths open in shock. Wondering what that thing was, Jeff stared intently at the glowing sword. Lian's eyes looked at the sword as if trying to absorb all the light into his gaze. He gripped the sword hilt tighter, his eyes never wavering. The intense light was so strong it made both Kang Hyu and the nearby researcher stagger. Suddenly, several beams of light sliced through the air. The radiant silhouette of a girl gradually appeared before all of them. The more devoted you are, the more you try to hide it until you are practically sweating. How is that possible? He and the others knelt down on the floor, as if they could not believe their own eyes. Everyone there had the instinct that a woman appearing in such radiant light could not possibly be human. She could only be something sacred beyond compare, glowing with both mystery and divine power. Only then did Lian gently say, "Your Grace Ariana." Her soft voice rose. "Li, my first night. Tell me what is going on." Lena's gaze lingered for a moment, deep in thought. Then he slowly replied, "Sir Jack Spinner is a respected knight, a role model for all knights. I hope your Grace Ariana will consider promoting him to knight." She looked intently at Jack, her eyes gradually softening. He was eagerly awaiting her promotion. Completely focused, she simply said, "But he has not fulfilled my duties. Though he has proven his honor, that glory is not something I can grant." Lian looked up at Ariana, hands folded, as the first knight of the goddess. "Li, I assure you this man is a great knight." Ariana smiled gently. "If my knight says so." Lian's eyes were full of hope, hanging on her every word. She continued, "Then I see no need for further consideration." Then she reached out her hand toward him. "But I do need a little proof. O knight forged from the iron and steel of this world. I have heard your story from First Knight Leon, who praises light and justice." Jack was curious about how she would test him. She smiled brightly at him. "Honor and knowledge are abundant, but your temperament is no different from a child's." Then she ordered Leon, "Help him awaken his inner darkness to become my knight." Leon turned to look at him. He made sounds expressing agreement. Leon glanced at him with a meaningful smile. One of his legs quickly began to move. Then the other 3 legs followed as he moved swiftly toward the edge of the table. Next, he let out several fierce cries. The goddess watched his every move, and those around sat there full of curiosity. The system activated the audio and language transmission module, setting up the language module. Ariana still smiled gently when suddenly his voice rang out, confirming. His system emitted sounds. Demon. Attack. Deity. She smiled softly, clearly finding him very interesting. Then she spread her arms. "All right, Jack Spinner." Her palm shone brightly. "If you swear loyalty to my first knight and support him, I will share glory with you." A giant beam of light descended from above onto Jack, as if expressing Ariana's approval. Leon listened nearby. "The new Holy Knight Chen will be entrusted with the mission of glory and justice." Jack appeared upgraded, becoming the Holy Knight Chen in full glory. Meanwhile, at the Mata branch of the China-America Union, a hurried and anxious voice rang out. "Please forgive me, O great existence." In Ronan Selman's room. "Mata gang." The voice continued. "I could not fulfill your request with such a simple application. It is impossible. I taught you the truth and wisdom of Samara, yet you disappoint me." The dark figure knelt, bowing to the glowing red orb. "Sorry. Please forgive me." Ronan kept explaining. "But I have no other choice." The survivor named Leon was an unexpected variable. Voice from the orb shouted, "Stop polluting my ears with lame excuses." "That Leon? Who the hell is he?" Ronan was surprised, realizing he did not even know who Leon was. Then the voice reminded him, "Hey, turn on the news. Quickly. He is just flattering and covering everything up." "Yep. Oh great existence." He grabbed the remote and turned on the TV. The screen showed a man introducing himself. "I am Leon Dragonia Leonia, the Lion Heavenly King." His words drove the orb almost crazy. It kept shouting, "What? That oak guy is here." Wow. Even Ronan was surprised. "The master," he thought silently. The master was trembling with fear. That sound rang out. "I give up. I am not doing this crazy thing anymore." Then he ran off like his pants were on fire. The red light disappeared, and he broke out in a sweat calling, "Master." Helpless, he just clutched the orb. "Master. Master." His eyes filled with deep fear. "Master." He screamed in terror. "Master." And then the gem never made a sound again. The Korean Hunters Association. Inside a lab in a high-rise building, a voice echoed. So then, the voice continued, "We will register you, Jeff Spinner, as the head of your group. Seems like he is not used to this kind of mess yet." He smiled brightly. "It will be a bit tough to get everything settled right away." Loon interrupted. "No problem." Stepping out of the lab, the heavy iron door slammed shut, and the two of them were silent for a while. Jeff made a sound like he wanted to say something. Suddenly, Lewin coughed, covering his mouth with his hand, spitting out some strange substance. Jeff made a noise. "You okay?" "My knight." Leon wiped off the remaining spots with a handkerchief and replied, "I am still fine." He thought to himself, being a holy knight in a place lacking divinity is really taking a toll on me. Jeff at his feet kept making sounds like he felt really guilty. Leon sighed deeply to comfort him. "It is not your fault. It is just that I am not strong enough." A voice rang out. How could that be your fault? This is my failure. At those words, he paused for a long moment. Leon placed his hand on his chest and explained. No matter what happens, you can blame the gods. Please do not say that, the gentle voice continued. My knight. His eyes became more determined than ever. Ariana said, I have always been grateful for your loyalty. This is my fault, and the fault of the other gods for not intervening sooner. Lena's gaze softened. Curious to hear what she would say next, Ariana advised. Rest now. Always have faith in your gods and wait for them. Leon still placed his hand on his chest. Deeply confused. My lady Ariana. Ariana then appeared in another dimension. In front of her were 3 close companions. Ariana called out to them. My brothers and sisters, she gently told them. We need to help with our progress. Cut to the day King Leon was 121 years old. The day the world fell into ruin and only one knight remained. He expelled all divinity from his world and kept it locked inside his heart. The gods, shamefully, left the heart of that noble knight and continued watching King Leon wipe out all monsters for 180 years. They placed the entire burden of the world on the shoulders of one man. That man was none other than Leon. He was always there, knowing exactly when to shine to protect the world. All the gods in Pantheon owe an unpayable debt to Leon. In a pristine white room, 4 people sat discussing. The sound of someone sighing echoed. Demira anxiously asked Han about the child's condition. Ariana replied. Not good. My knight has pushed himself too hard. Demira jumped up, urgently asking, what should we do? Beto slammed his hand on the armrest, sounding a bit angry. Relying on just one holy knight to bear all this pressure, he looked helpless. What is King Leon, who radiated the aura of a saint, become? Betos was the god of war and fire. Ariana immediately reminded him. Keep your pride. Or. He has fought for our gods for over 200 years and finally won. He shouted. I know that. That is exactly why I am angry with myself. The tense atmosphere quickly returned. Everyone carrying their own burdens. Demira lowered her head, saying nothing more. Ariana sadly muttered. 180 years. After a moment, she continued. It is time for us to speak up. My brothers and sisters. Everyone turned their eyes to her and listened. I can't stand watching my knight suffer any longer. Suddenly, an arm reached out and a voice spoke up. I have an idea, the woman said. Please go ahead, the man spoke. Just like how the living god of history shaped the plains. We should discuss all possible blessings to build trust with the people, that is the steel god and the blacksmith Hito. God Petos glanced at him. You want us to do missionary work? He nodded. Yep. We will show humans the miracles of the gods, and from what we have witnessed through the progress of history. This world is connected by something called the internet. Hearing this, Demira suddenly got excited. He continued. We will use the internet to do that. Petos asked curiously. But why has not King Leon Hurt ever thought of this? He used to be a subject of this world. He answered slowly. He was in this world before the internet became widespread. At this point, Ariana got curious. But what about steel? And the trials and failures? The information Leon gave took 20 years to take root. He just smiled lightly after hearing that, then slowly folded his arms and said, that is when our Holy Grail Knight stepped in. Scene change. Inside the server room, suddenly Jinsu heard a voice. Manager, take a look at this. He startled and ran over. The guy with the spiky hair pointed at the screen and asked, this is on YouTube. Is this allowed? Jinsu was still stunned. YouTube, looking at what was displayed on the screen. He broke out in a sweat. What is this? A series of data appeared on the screen, making Jinsu uneasy. Naju Plains. YouTuber. Sweat poured down his forehead as he thought. The screen showed the Pantheon TV channel live streaming prayers and meals to thank the goddess Demela. Jinsu clicked to watch the video content. Why go to the hospital? An office worker who once looked down on farmers changed after an old farmer's words. The next video was just plain rice. But with one bite, your life can change. Then came the content. Asking someone about God. With surprising results, he scrolled down to the comments and thought. It is all clickbait. But the video quality is really high. Not only Jinsu but the other 2 also watched the videos with curiosity. He wiped sweat again and asked his staff. Who made these? The spiky-haired guy replied. Pantheon. Is not that your boss, Lee? Jinsu asked suspiciously. You think he would use YouTube? The staff answered. No sir. But maybe assistant Han made them. Jinsu thought hard. Harry always asks simple stuff. Then dismissed it. She knows nothing about computers. He slammed his hand on the nearby plan board and analyzed. The bigger problem is. These videos are not clickbait, they are all real. Jinsu grew worried. What should we do? He thought silently. What is he planning? Then Jinsu turned and left. I am stepping out for a bit. The 2 called after him. Where are you going? He grabbed his phone and replied coldly. I am going to meet that Leon guy. Scene change. Meanwhile, in a large apartment building. In Leon's apartment. The door closed tight behind the workspace. The computer was on and glowing brightly. You could tell Jack was controlling it without looking. It worked on the machine for a while. Finally succeeded in generating subtitles. Next, it pressed enter professionally to upload. The room fell silent again. Then suddenly the door opened. Harry peeked in and asked, "Lord Jack, are you done using my computer?" She stepped in curiously. "What have you been doing?" It made familiar mechanical sounds. Then Jack suddenly spoke aloud. "Plan. Audio promotion. Phase 1 complete." Suddenly it changed signals. Starting Phase 2. Connecting to the internet. Harry stood there for a while, but did not understand anything. After thinking, she just assumed Lord Jack was playing a game. Jack knew Harry did not understand computers at all. Scene change. Now at Naju Plains. The scenery was incredibly beautiful. Here, the Pantheon branch in Naju Plains was temporarily established. Jinsu rushed in from somewhere, immediately raising his head. "Your Majesty, we have to take the video down." Leon was still sitting there, drinking tea as if nothing had happened. Harry, seeing him rush in like that, could not help but feel confused. The girl handed Jinsu a glass of water and said, "Have some barley tea first." He quickly replied, "Yep. Thank you." Jinsu was so thirsty he gulped it down with all his might. After wiping his mouth, he suddenly remembered the important matter he brought here. Damn. That video. Jinsu was still very curious and wondered, who would post that video? Leon casually answered, "Lord Spinner did it." He was shocked, thinking, Lord Spinner? That killing machine knows how to make videos. How? He just did not know. But he was probably very skilled at it. Loon asked back, "What do you mean by taking the video down?" Jinsu replied, "You already know." His widespread hands showed the vast fields. The rice grains from the Naju Plains are far superior to those anywhere else in the world. They cure all kinds of illnesses and even make the body stronger. Like something out of a fairy tale. Suddenly his face darkened. Once someone knows about these rice fields, the whole world will hunt for them. Jinsu warned, "The Naju Plains will be full of thieves. And they are no ordinary thieves." He bowed his head. "When the grain is ready for sowing, the association will do everything it can. Please wait until then." Leon gently lifted his glass. "I understand. You have your own rules and system. Get it?" He appeared calm, but inside he was freaking out. Jinsu was surprised by that answer, his face full of confusion. Leon explained, "The goddess' farm, no one can steal from there." After hearing that, he broke out in a sweat, thinking, how is he so confident? Scene change. Now night. The vast rice fields were covered by pitch-black darkness. Along the road beside the rice stalks, several cars were parked, and a few people dressed in black looked very suspicious. One of them whispered into his phone, "That rice grain. It must be real." His phone screen showed, "Sent. Anonymous client. Nadu. Keep the seeds and burn the fields in Nadu Plains." Suddenly someone in the group spoke up. "What the hell is this? I thought they would beef up security. But there is nothing." They looked at the vast fields. "We just have to grab the seeds and torch this place." "Right," the leader ordered. "We have been paid already. Just do your job. Bring the fuel cans here." The underlings immediately obeyed. This was truly the Hitman Association's South Korea branch, the notorious assassin squad. The underlings started crawling down among the rice stalks. Then the whole group formed two straight lines. Suddenly, one of them felt something was off. He looked toward a shadow in the distance and warned, "Boss, there is someone there." Another gripped his weapon tightly, clearly scared. As they approached, they only saw a scarecrow dressed in clothes and wearing a hat. They stared at it for a long time, thinking, "A scarecrow," the underling said. "It is just a scarecrow. Dumbass." He started to back down. "My mistake." He scratched his head, confused. "Weird. Why do I feel like it moved?" The underling reassured him. "Must be the wind." "Idiot." The scared guy wiped sweat and looked up. The dark scarecrow looked blurry and eerie, making him uneasy, like it was swaying strangely. Suddenly the underling turned around and shouted a warning. "Boss, look." Both looked back in horror. There was not just one, but a whole bunch of scarecrows. How did so many scarecrows get here? The scarecrows were firmly tied up, swaying back and forth, looking very creepy. He kept staring at the scarecrows, making the boss lose patience. "You are a killer and you are scared of scarecrows." The boss turned and reminded him, "Stop babbling. Adjust the wind direction. We need the fire to spread as wide as possible in the shortest time. I will get the seeds from the warehouse." Right after, the fuel cans were thrown down beside the rice stalks. After dumping it out, they even threw away the empty boxes without bothering to destroy the evidence. One guy in the group asked, "Is that all there is?" The boss stood there with his arms crossed, insisting that this grain is not normal. "Let us keep a few grains." Then he started calling out, "Mansu, Jintai, you two." While speaking, he suddenly felt something was off. He wondered, where did those two go? His subordinate snapped his head back. "They have always been right behind me." The whole group looked around, surprised, but the two were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, the boss seemed to realize something. He warned, "Those scarecrows." The other guy was already nervous and got even more anxious. The boss continued, "Are they getting closer to us?" Only then did they notice and froze. A scarecrow was approaching from behind the boss, not empty-handed but holding a big sickle in each hand. Feeling something behind him, he turned around. The scarecrow still had its face turned away, looking very suspicious. Suddenly it turned around, its face painted with a tongue sticking out. mocking him. The boss was startled and could only wipe his face. Damn it. He snapped awake and swung his blade, cutting it in two. His subordinate was shocked and called out, "Boss." He turned back and said, "They really are moving. They are not ordinary scarecrows. They are monsters." Now, all the scarecrows in the field slowly came to life around humans. Their faces changed expressions, sometimes sticking out their tongues, sometimes smiling, and they always held sharp weapons. The troublemakers started panicking. "Boss, what do we do now?" They worried inside. No way. How could they all be monsters? The scarecrows increasingly surrounded them, and the guys kept panicking, wondering, what kind of rotten water scarecrow is this? After a while, a hand appeared, trying to grab and escape from the field. One subordinate tried to run away, scared, and loudly asked, "Boss, what are these things? I have never seen anything like this inside the barrier." The boss lost patience and shouted, "How should I know?" Meanwhile, he thought, "Damn it. I was in a hurry and did not bring many men." The boss worried. "I knew this mission was strange. I will show them if anyone dares to mess with us." They kept discovering more weird stuff. "Boss, wait a minute." The boss lost patience. "What now?" The other guy pointed ahead. "Is not that the warehouse?" The warehouse was so close they could even see the entrance and exit. The leader quietly cheered. "Found it. If the miracle of the rice grains here is real, I will be famous." The boss turned and ordered his men, "Bring out as much rice as possible. The monsters only roam the fields. The warehouse is still safe." The boss laughed like he would hit the jackpot. Their footsteps marched steadily across the vast rice field. One eager guy moved forward when suddenly an explosion went off, sending the boss flying far away. The guy behind saw this and froze in shock. That guy was none other than the boss, lying flat on the ground after the blast. "Boss, why am I here alone?" They thought silently. "Did they place us in front of the warehouse?" The subordinate stammered, not understanding what was happening. "Who would do that?" Then a strange sound echoed. Everyone looked in different directions when one saw Jack Nup far away. It made a sound confirming an intruder. He was very curious. "Why here?" he thought silently. "That is the barrier inside the tent." He immediately recognized Jeff Spinner and made a sound. Eliminate him. 1 month later, the warehouse scene returned to peaceful as before. Cut to morning on the Nadu plain. Very peaceful. Except for some thieves nodding off in the corner over there. The boss was still in pain with one leg in a cast. Right next to him was a board listing the rules for living and planting. Rule 1. The first harvest must take the form of the goddess and become a sacrifice. Rule 2. It is okay to pee anywhere and leave droppings. Rule 3. Watch the scarecrows and make them wear hats and clothes. Rule 4. Sing while harvesting if the song expresses gratitude to the goddess. Even better. Rule 5. Don't skip meals. No matter how busy, important thieves must die. But important thieves must die. And they are even highlighted in bold red. Captured successfully by the Poison Serpent Squad. After arresting those from the Demon Association, they were escorted by authorities for processing. The value of Pantheon and Banfuok rice skyrocketed insanely. That is the embodiment of the algorithm, led by Rat. Leon then traveled to temples across the country to boost consumption of Banfuok rice. Even though there was a minor mistake, it still got approved. The article displayed. Survivors insulted the reporter. We should consider how much cultural differences matter here. At this party, survivor Leon Dragonia Leon Hurd said, "How could a commoner dare sit at the same table as a king?" By the end, the whole internet was buzzing about Pantheon. The keyword climbed to top search. A gentle hand placed the newspaper down on the table. Leon sighed in frustration, thinking, is this what the elders arranged? Seems like they have adapted to the modern world better than I have. Suddenly, a sound rang out. Breaking news. Your Majesty. Harry rushed in, holding a paper, saying urgently, the rice pricing results are in, and now each bag is worth 230 million coins. Loon watched without showing any emotion. Then he slowly replied, it still needs to be cheaper. She curiously asked, would not it be better if it were more expensive? Leon explained, the market is what sets the value of an item, but if something like rice is priced that high, how can ordinary people afford it? The blessings of the gods should be shared equally with everyone. Sounds reasonable, but Harry still seemed confused. She widened her eyes. Really? How so? He leaned on the table, recounting, I met the president earlier to tell him we need to explain the holy blessing to the farmers. But he said a president has to maintain some neutrality. That is a bit. She interrupted. I guess that makes sense. Leon said. Well, I still need to gain more public trust. He looked at her. It also has to be enough so I can use the heart power of the fierce tiger and its abilities. Harry was still curious. But your majesty, is that really okay? Leon did not understand what she meant and immediately asked. What? Harry quickly replied. I successfully protected that golden gate as you wished. But to fight that dungeon with the people you chose is almost impossible. He smiled gently. Well, there are many issues. But Leon stayed chill and calmly said, we will see. Scene change. Someone's voice called out, is not today the hunchback's day? DC turned his head to see who called him. It was Jun Hung. Waving hello. He responded, Team Leader Kim. Ducey rubbed his head and said, we meet again. smiling and asking back, "You are here because of that message too? About the leader of the Hunter Association raiding hunters like us. I do not know what is going on." His expression changed. D was puzzled. "I do not know either." Looking around, he thought, "They are all D-rank hunters. The highest about C-rank." Two people nearby glanced around and whispered, "That is Harry, and a rank magic swordsman. Seems like he scored highest in last year's competition." Harry appeared with 2 bodyguards behind him. Looking sharp, someone's arrival behind caught DC's attention. A voice announced, "His Majesty is coming." Hearing this, noble King Leon Dragonia Leonhurt was startled. Thinking, "That person is..." Leon entered, and immediately they all stood up cheerfully to welcome him. DC remembered he was the survivor. He thought to himself, "I knew he was not ordinary. But he belongs to a completely different world." Leon quickly appeared on the podium, standing with arms crossed. Serious. Then he began. "Welcome. The reason I invited you all here today," Leon proudly declared. "I am looking for warriors to join my guild. Pantheon. Those who pass the evaluation. Those who have proven their worth. And those who can get through the training." Hearing this, the people below immediately perked up. "Soldiers. Not members of Gilda." He continued, "I will grant you the honor of joining my army." Hearing this, DC could not help but be curious. "The army. Not Gilda." Leona's assistant standing nearby added, "Now I will announce the entrance evaluation test." He pressed a remote in his hand. "The test is to handle the Golden Dungeon Gate at Samsung Station," which caused everyone below to erupt in chaos. "What? Golden Gate?" The crowd freaked out. "How are we supposed to handle that? It is like telling us to run straight into death. What kind of crazy test is this?" Indeed, the hunters' reactions were completely predictable. The level and difficulty of a gate are classified by their colors. These monsters have different blood and sharp fangs. Red gates are crushing machines that shred everything. Orange gates have thousands of moving bones. And below them are yellow and green gates. Considering that the gate Gyud Sion handled in the test at Sion Station was a blue gate. For a C2D ranked hunter, a golden gate means certain death. Back in the hall, everyone was still in an uproar. How are we supposed to handle a yellow level gate? That is basically telling us to destroy ourselves. The assistant kept trying to calm them down. "Calm down. If you do not want to continue the test, you can leave." Before he finished, everyone seemed to rush to the door demanding to leave. The examiner shouted, "Do you think just saying that means you can leave? Waste of time. Go home and sleep." Only Gyutsian had not left yet, just standing there confused, wondering if it was okay not to stop them. Footsteps gradually echoed as most people seemed to have left. Only a few people remained scattered in the room. They had no intention to leave. The atmosphere seemed frozen. Leon looked down from the podium at the scene and was too bored to speak. Suddenly, he looked straight at a corner and called out. The curly-haired guy's face turned pale. "Yep. That curly-haired guy." Leon changed his tone and slowly asked him why he decided to stay. The curly-haired guy mustered all his courage and replied, "That is because I think there is still something unresolved behind this." Leon guessed the answer and said, "I see." Then he asked each person's reason. "What about you?" "I guess I am just staying for fun." "I think so." "And you?" "My friend is staying. So I too." Leon rubbed his chain, troubled for a moment, then said, "Well then." He pointed directly at the person opposite him. "Why are you staying?" The one being asked was none other than DZ. He grimaced and thought to himself, "A guild that produced someone almost like an S-rank hunter. I have to seize this opportunity." Thinking this, DZ spoke bold. "I think they want to let us die there. So I decided to stay." Only now did Leon find a satisfactory answer. He smiled and said, "That is a good attitude. You are smart and a bit brave too." Leon stepped forward and continued, "I am here to gather soldiers." They all listened quietly. The duty of a soldier is obedience. His voice was firm, eyes sharp as he looked at them. "You accepted the call of a knight without a hint of doubt. Trust in the sincerity and strength of a knight. That is all you have to do." Hearing this, DC could not help but feel uneasy. Leon continued, still smiling, "That means listen and follow orders." Jiang stretched out his arm and shouted, "We leave immediately. Bring your personal gear and finish preparing." The scene shifts to the Golden Gate at Samsung Station. Silence everywhere except the glowing Golden Gate. All soldiers gathered outside as ordered, with Harry walking beside them. Junhaing was putting on gloves and armor, grumbling, "It is a bit heavy. But the gear is pretty good," he added. "Isn't he all this rare grade stuff? Just this alone must be worth 10 million credits. No joke. C-grade and D-grade hunters like us have never even touched equipment like this before." DC muttered while looking at what was in his hands. "How come? I am supposed to be an offensive player." Suddenly, Junhang's eyes slowly changed, widening with a bit of hesitation. But he turned around and looked at Leon with full curiosity. That king. Junhang wondered why Leon was not carrying any equipment at all. Suddenly DC turned and asked, "Miss Henharia?" She smiled and replied, "Hunter? Is there something wrong?" You asked what everyone was curious about. Why is not His Majesty wearing armor? The question made her feel awkward. Harry answered firmly, "His skin is even tougher than steel armor." DC thought silently to himself, "Because he is really strong." He stared at Leon's confident look and wondered, Nothing bad will happen to me. Right. Suddenly, the sky darkened. This was inside the dungeon. Blood splattered everywhere, along with severed heads of orcs flying, their teeth and hair scattering. The fully armored soldiers standing there widened their eyes in surprise. What the hell just happened? Lean appeared, eyes shining, holding a weapon. Killing the monster right on the spot, he shouted loudly. I do not want to hear anyone speak. You are no longer honorable warriors. You will be squashed like maggots on the ground and face death right here. He pointed his giant sword forward and declared fiercely, and that is my eternal justice. Night fell again, and the scene became extremely quiet. The whole army was walking through the forest, and they exclaimed, Luckiest. A soldier spoke up. Looks like we do not need to worry about fighting when following him. Suddenly, the system assistant displayed a notification. Mercenaries approaching from outside. On this vast plain, a war is raging between tribes. Ally with one of the two tribes and help them win. DC became king. An MP support mission. Jun Hyang beside him asked, Does this seem like a fair fire choice mission? He replied, Yep. I think we have to pick one of the two tribes in the war and lead them to victory. Jun Hyang was very curious. The question is, which choice will be more beneficial? Suddenly, he noticed something big, pointing far ahead. Wait, is not that a monster legion? In front of everyone was a legion with strange shapes, and they made a lot of loud noises. The monster legion drew closer, looking more and more fierce. They wore metal armor and weapon-resistant gear, plus beast-like features. Looking terrifying, they were orcs. Each one bared sharp teeth, eyes burning with battle fury, holding sharp blades in their hands. The army advanced amid the awe and fear of everyone standing there. Soon, they were completely surrounded, and there were a lot of them. The leader shouted, Who are you? This is the territory of the Hawk tribe. How dare you invade our land? At the leader's mostly threatening words, the group froze in place. Harry tried to calm down Lena's furious, twisted face. Your Majesty, please stay calm. He was both angry and scolding. You bastards. Jack spoke. First of all, why are not we following the mission script this time? Loon was still angry, snapping. Do whatever you want. Thinking this was permission, he happily said, Thank you very much. Back to the current situation. Harry was still observing everything around. She spoke up. We are mercenaries. We came here because we heard there is a reward for supporting a tribe. The leader became curious. Mercenaries. You must be the people the chief mentioned. Follow me. The leader ordered quickly. Hurry up. You guys. Harry was sweating nervously, and Leon was just frustrated. Speechless, the night sky seemed much calmer now. They had reached the other army space. The leader stood in the middle. Leon's army was in the center, still surrounded by his men. I am the chief of the Hawk tribe. He crossed his arms and looked at the opposing army. You are uglier and weaker than I thought, but that is okay. We raise our hands as if inviting everyone to join in. Let us support our tribe in battle. The bigger the war, the more honorable the death. The victor takes it all. Hearing this, Leon clenched his teeth in anger, his eyes blazing uncontrollably. He shouted, unable to hold back any longer. The leader suddenly turned and asked, What? Who are you? Leon's steps came like a blaze of fury as he roared. Honor. Glory. Without holding back, Leon stared him down and yelled, You damn fools. You do not know a thing but dream foolish dreams. They lost their patience and got angry, shouting, How dare you? Before they could finish, Leon swung his sword in a long arc, taking the leader out in a style that said, You stay down. I am still standing. Blood splattered all over the armor of the nearby soldiers. The fire in Leon's eyes blazed as he yelled, You are not honorable warriors. Keep dreaming on that dirt like a bunch of bugs and die. The king's wrath has risen to face these damn monsters. His eyes shone fiercely. You all will die. That is an undeniable fact. So far, 8,769,653 bugs have been slaughtered by the king, earning him the legendary title of Bug Butcher. The leader's subordinates panicked when he was taken out, shouting, What? The chief is down. They started to freak out without their leader. These damn humans. Kill them all. Lena's soldiers grew fearful and worried. What the hell? What is going on? They are advancing to attack us. Leon showed no fear, only determination, and ordered his troops, You damn bugs. Soldiers. Shields up. DC followed orders but was internally terrified. Damn it, he worried. We are just low-level hunters. Right. Stop right there. Why did we ever think we could beat these bugs? The monsters roared furiously. I will kill you. DC grew more and more panicked, silently thinking, We are dead. The monster swung its club, unleashing a massive force. DC was terrified, barely able to block it. The club hit the shield with tremendous power, but the shield easily held. D was shocked. I blocked it. He could not believe his eyes. How was this possible? The system displayed some information. DC looked at the screen. The message read, Aura of the Brave Heart. Effect. Adds armor against enemies. Toughens the body. Boosts soldier morale. Enhances armor by making it lighter and harder. Grants magic resistance. Strengthens the body against heavy attacks. Increases defense against ranged attacks. Improves vision clarity and range. Greatly enhances durability. He read the system info. Completely baffled. What? All these effects. Another notification popped up. Bug Butcher. Effect. Adds 50% extra damage against bugs. Nearby bugs will fall into fear, confusion, and despair. Hatred for bugs spreads. Ducey went from one shock to another. What the hell is this? How is this possible? Another message. Living Demigod. Protection of the War Knight. Holy Guardian. Dragon Slayer. Demon Lord Slayer. Demon Slayer. Shadow Assassin. Resilient Warrior Knight. Swift and Agile. The squad's levels are still low, so no more support effects can be added. He realized and thought to himself. These are a bunch of effects for our troops. Despite the fierce fighting, the fire inside Leon did not die down at all. On the contrary, the more he fought, the fiercer he became, raising his shield fully, then using his sword to strike at their weak points. The soldiers, energized, focused on the bugs, sending those monsters straight to their doom. The whole squad charged forward, all fired up. Kill these bastards. Move out. They were small, but none of the soldiers held back. Suddenly, a voice echoed. The god of war will stand with us. This pulled Leon back to reality. What? The fire inside him flared up again, his rage now like a volcano erupting. Those bastards dare to call on the gods. You will pay for that. He lost control of his words. Leon raised his hand to the sky and declared coldly, I am going to call you out and smash your thinking parts for daring to insult our god. Their base was now filled only with dust, smoke, and the sounds of weapons clashing. Suddenly, from the fierce battle, someone shouted, Come here. Salient. Two monsters standing outside looked on curiously. What the hell is going on? Before he could figure out what was happening, he got hit right in the face by a sizable rock and his call was cut off. Leon spurred his horse forward. The horse kicked one of the guys square in the face, and that guy immediately kicked the bucket. Leon was just getting into the fight now. He charged his horse straight into the base. A growing surge of power surrounded Leon. He placed his hand in position, seemingly conjuring a weapon. A second later, the weapon slowly appeared, two swords in hand. With Leon's sharp gaze, instantly, two giant glowing swords appeared. He sat on his horse surrounded by the up monsters. Leon's eyes showed no mercy. I am going to kill every single one of you monsters. A bloody scene unfolded. One by one, the monsters lay face down, stiff on the ground. The scene gradually settled. Only the bodies of the up monsters and soldiers remained standing. Leon raised his sword high toward the sky. His gaze softened as he smiled and shouted loudly, Come on, winners. This is a victory with honor. The soldiers cheered. We won. Thank goodness. Harry ran up to Leon and called out, Your Majesty. He turned and replied, Yeah, Harry. What is it? She looked at the bloody scene around them. Curious. Why did you do that? Leon answered bluntly. Why do you need a reason to kill up monsters? Harry was shocked by his answer. What? But the mission was. Leon's anger flared up again. Supporting those up monsters. Nonsense. I would rather jump into a fire pit than save those damn bastards. Yanjiang cursed. They do not deserve respect. Just their existence is an insult to this world. The horrifying image of the up monsters appeared alongside Leon's voice. Sure, they are strong. But how do they compare to the courage of knights? He continued angrily. They are not to be treated like humans. They are terrifying monsters. This made Harry flinch. Thinking silently about the discrimination against up back then, she wiped her sweat but still tried to say, But Your Majesty, there must be some good up monsters somewhere in the world. Leon smiled mysteriously, then sighed deeply. Then he spoke softly. Remember this, my pearl. If there really were good up monsters, they would all be in hell by now. Talking about the Out tribe is a long story. After the gates on Earth opened, many surviving up monsters migrated here. Earth welcomed them warmly. No discrimination. But life is not a dream. The story did not end there. They could not live peacefully with humans. They attacked and forced humans to flee Earth because they were so violent and aggressive. Monsters became a huge problem for Earth's people. Cut to Ruffy running around, constantly making noise. We have arrived. It pointed toward the bottom of the abyss, explaining non-stop. If we throw that down there, they will all die. Simple enough. Someone's voice rang out. Leave it to me. It was none other than Leon, who added, Don't disappoint me. Harry also pulled out a bunny-patterned scarf to disguise herself better. Then Jet quickly started the nuclear warhead loading process. Its system announced, loading 99.9% complete. Immediately, Jet's entire machine glowed like the light of 10,000 Buddhas. It continued. Nuclear warhead. Cryogenic system activated. Fuel fully loaded. Initiating nuclear fusion reaction. The whole process left Harry watching in amazement. It spun up to gain momentum, preparing to drop the nuclear bomb below. Jet backed up to the edge of the cliff and threw the bomb into the lake. Watching the glowing bomb fall into the lake's depths, Harry stood aside, shaking his head and commenting, That looks like a lump of snot, does not it? Hearing that, Lune immediately warned. Do not talk about sickness. She turned curiously to ask him. But your majesty, is this really okay? Leon frowned deeply. What does that mean? Harry replied. Wiping out the gibbons by contaminating the river with radiation is not against the knightly code you follow. Sir. Lin glanced down at her, then paused for a long moment. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously, his eyes showing a deeper meaning. Lin stepped forward and said to both, Listen up, Harry and Spinner. His voice dropped. Fighting those green-skinned guys is not a war or duel. It is more like a hunting festival. Hearing this, she just muttered. That name discriminates against gibbons. Ian continued. When it is a hunt, it is about who claims the prize and the glory. Then he smiled with satisfaction. There are no kind gibbons. Only sending them straight to hell is the best. Scene change. Loud louder echoes. A rough gibbon beast just violently sent a fellow off to sell salt, shouting with joy. The other one's blood splattered wildly, just waiting to die. The others around saw this ugly scene and jeered along. Rabda smashed Garden's head. Another yelled Geoedge. That was a fierce swing. Brother. Seeing the other guy completely knocked out and lying flat on the ground, Rabda said, You fought bravely. May the god of war send you to the eternal battlefield. Truly they value this death. The others approached. Rabda. Let us celebrate the victory. Drink up Rabda. He was fetching a bucket of water. Opened the lid of the big bucket. Then went to the riverbank. Dipped the bucket in. And scooped water. Rabda stood there, mouth wide open. The bucket of water looked like a small cup to him. The water poured into his mouth. Quenching his thirst quickly, he wiped the corner of his mouth and felt something strange. The water tasted a bit odd. Was spicy. Rabda felt uneasy but did not care much. Oh well. He threw the bucket down and went into the base. Whatever. Maybe I still have blood from the fight earlier. He had no idea the water he just drank was contaminated with nuclear radiation. The base scene appeared very quiet and unusually still. The weather was not very clear either. Suddenly, his loud scream rang out. Wizard. He was inside the tent, painfully crawling out onto the ground. He seemed unable to bear the pain, just screaming wildly. Where are you? Help me. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly something very bright appeared in front of Rabda, making him squint his eyes. Tears and snot streamed down his face. Still not knowing what was happening, only that his stomach hurt badly. Rabda stepped outside and the sight completely broke him. Not only was he in pain, but all the gibbons out there were suffering the same. They took turns screaming. Help! Wizard. The staff with 2 skulls on top slammed hard onto the ground. The wizard screamed loudly. I have never seen anything like this. It is not magic. It is a curse. He backed away in fear. Some bastard cursed our tribe. How could you all be wiped out? Suddenly a voice rang out. Bring glory to his majesty. Before understanding what was happening, he was thrown by Leon's kick, flying far away. Leon shouted. All warriors. His sharp eyes looked at the gibbons. Kill them all. Do not let a single one survive. The system displayed, activating poison resistance. Soldiers rushed in one after another. Charge brothers. Free experience. Tear them apart. Leon's troops had surrounded their base and were gradually advancing. They were losing control more and more, stomachs hurting and being ambushed. The gibbons did not know what to do. Soldiers charged in, all wearing helmets, armor, and carrying shields. They moved as fast as the wind. The gibbons were dizzy. Soldiers were about to strike their faces, but they just stood there scared, only mouthing off. What cowards! The soldiers shouted. And blood splattered everywhere. Looking utterly miserable, the soldiers kept sending them off. Then a beam of light shone straight down on them. Then the system announced. The White Hawk tribe has been wiped out. All gibbons are now your enemies. The soldiers all stopped to read the announcement. Harry also focused on reading it again. Quietly thinking to himself, the system displayed further. You are the common enemy of the entire Ut tribe. Stealth mission activated. Eliminate all the Ut on the battlefield. Everyone stood silently for a while, looking at each other, waiting for orders. After reading the announcement, Harry hurriedly reported. Your Majesty, the mission has been changed. Leon seemed to have anticipated what was coming. Smiling. Well done. Now this is the real mission. Then he shouted, soldiers of mine, it is time to bring light and justice to this land. Suddenly, from somewhere, the Ut howled angrily, sounding furious. You people. Yep. You the ones who cursed the river. His eyes turned completely white with rage as he kept cursing the turtles. That vile, cowardly race. The voice of that sorcerer was arrogant, yet he dared to call himself a superior warrior. The deeply offensive remark made Leon furious. He narrowed his eyes and said, what did you say? Boldly leaned on his cane and walked forward. You brainless fool. Just a jerk obsessed with fame. Honestly, I can't even stand to look at you anymore. It is just too disgusting. Leon's sharp eyes stared at him. Those odd creatures. Looks like you do not even realize they are all dead. Inferior races like you deserve everything coming to you. He did not even bother denying it and admitted. I am giving them a chance to free themselves from their ugliness by wiping out all those turtles. You filthy beasts. Die already. The sorcerer also grew angry, lunging forward and around him. A massive power gradually appeared. There is no mercy for you. Lian was ready to charge too. The sword in his hand grew larger. Do you think I will give you time to cast spells? Lian quickly swung his sword straight at him. Light magic radiating with overwhelming power. The sword, carrying devastating force, struck the sorcerer and sent him flying. Blood splattering everywhere. And he could only scream in pain. But the sorcerer's mouth full of fangs still curled into a mysterious smile. He spoke in a deep, underworld-like voice. It is too late now. Humanity. As the sky and surroundings darkened, the sorcerer went berserk. His body rapidly healing as he charged at Lian. He shouted. The sorcerer has gone mad. Instantly, his power enveloped the recently slain bodies. A huge black vortex in the sky seemed to be reviving the dead. Seeing this, Harry could not help but worry. Your Majesty, what is that? Lian stayed calm, possessed by rage. Those beasts. No wonder their civilization never advanced. He stared intently at the huge black hole like a cosmic abyss. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from it, full of fury. The bluish-green hand with claws slammed down onto the ground. He shouted. Look here. The system immediately displayed a notification. Hidden mission. A wide-open eye appeared right in the center of the black hole, standing beneath the giant hand. He coldly declared, receive the wrath of the sorcerer. The entire arm stretched out from the dark hole, as if to crush everything. The system displayed the objective. Eliminate the sorcerer, leader of the Odd tribe. The giant hand swung up, ready to grab Lian, who was on horseback below. But he did not seem scared at all. The giant hand curled back and placed itself over the eye as if searching for a target. It glared down at Lian's arrogant face and growled each word. Unacceptable. The eye was furious to the extreme. Then the black hole glowed, its power intensifying fiercely. A massive beam of light shot down from the sky, passing through the curled hand and striking the ground, causing a huge explosion. Everyone started to worry. Your Majesty, the huge eye kept scanning the surroundings and declared, I am the guardian god here. Who is your protector? Hearing its question, Lian coolly replied, someone like you dares to ask that. Then he began his attack. Heavenly Hand Guard. Electric blue lightning crackled around him. He shouted at the top of his lungs. The so-called superior of these cursed beasts. How dare you call yourself a god? Lian's eyes blazed with fury, veins bulging all over his body. His arm holding the sword radiating energy that tore through his shirt. He pulled the horse's reins, swinging the glowing greatsword straight ahead. Lian shouted, this king can't be allowed to exist any longer. It was not backing down either. The giant arm kept growing, its eye ready to devour him alive. How dare a mere mortal like him defy me? The eye clenched its massive hand into a fist, ready to strike down as Lian charged forward on horseback. He did not flinch at all, facing it one-on-one without hesitation. Lian's anger reached its peak, his face darkening as he swung his sword in a wide arc. Slash hit the coiled arm directly, sending ripples around the wrist. A second later, the giant arm was severed, blood gushing from the severed veins. The giant eye bloodshot, showing pain and terror. It screamed in agony as the severed hand fell through the dark hole in front of all the soldiers. Meanwhile, the wizard controlling that arm watched curiously. Wow. Even though the sword only cut the illusion and not my real body, do I feel pain? He was terrified, his face breaking out in a cold sweat, only able to groan in fear. Then he realized it was because of the sword. It was the sword. The eye looked toward Lian's proud figure advancing. It recognized Lian as the butcher, the demon hunter, the abandoned knight from that demon world. The eye, sensing its weakness exposed, showed clear panic. Suddenly, the dark hole began to vanish, and it grabbed its sandals and fled, leaving the bewildered wizard behind. Groaning in frustration, it left a final message for Lian. You will pay for what you have done. See you next time. The wizard Oroclac looked utterly helpless, sweating profusely, only able to cry out in fear. Groaning, Lian dismounted and approached the wizard. Muttering, he claims to be the god of these idiots. He furrowed his brow, thinking, so that is all there is to it. The wizard, though terrified with tears streaming down, still spat cursed. You bastard. Quickly regaining composure, he said, whatever tricks you used, I will get revenge for my brothers. Lian's eyes did not waver as he lightly slashed his sword in a clean line. The wizard immediately collapsed to the ground, unable to even scream. Yanjiang was furious. You freak, you tried hard, but creatures like you should not live. Then the system displayed a notification. You have completed a hidden mission. All participants received the Oath Hunter title, and will be awarded the Night Warrior rank. Oath Hunters deal 30% extra damage against Oath enemies. Night Warriors gain 20% defense when fighting alongside a knight with the War Knight attribute. Koi silently thought. All this adds physical armor, something only knights should have. Soldiers read the announcement together, discussing excitedly. Awesome. Too bad it only applies against Oath, but 30% extra damage and physical defense boost is huge. Suddenly, Lian shouted orders for them to gather all the loot. He instructed the soldiers to move quickly. Victors get extra spoils. They scrambled to collect everything. Right. We gotta hurry. Grab it all. They spread out searching, prioritizing big, high-level enemies. Then picked up the wizard's gear as Lian watched. Harry appeared behind him, whispering, Your Majesty, And Lian asked curiously, "What is it?" She turned toward the severed giant hand Lian cut off, asking, "What should we do with this?" After a pause, Lian replied, "The fake god's arm is not gone yet. That is the severed arm of the Oth god." He noticed Jack signaling and immediately asked, "What is it?" Spinner. Spinner sent a signal. A new message arrived. Jack projected the image to Lian, and Hato said, "Lee, I can sense a significant power from that arm." He continued, "Absorb that power with the Holy Grail. Then we will study it to see how we can support you further." Though curious, he still took out the Holy Grail, a bit skeptical, thinking, "Really?" Then, he quickly moved closer to the other hand. Lian brought the mouth of the Holy Grail straight toward it. A great golden power immediately appeared, dazzling everything. It also made that giant Oth hand glow instantly. The hand was sucked into the Holy Grail. Watching the hand slowly swallowed by the cup, he could not help but feel curious. Lian thought to himself, "I can sense energy similar to divine power. It seems those monsters truly worship this guy." He silently judged. However, those beasts who do not realize who the true creator is do not deserve to live. That is a heinous crime that must be eradicated. A soft voice echoed in his mind. Lian was startled but immediately responded it was her. The goddess. Lian kept his eyes shut, curious, wondering how he could hear her voice but not pay respects. Ariana appeared right beside him and replied, "It is. You are absorbing the monster's divine power, so it is fine to skip the formalities." He continued, "The reason I came to you is because I need you to choose. With it, I think you can restore the power of the sacred relic you want." Lian asked skeptically, "Really?" Ariana leaned close to Petos in the corner and said, "Pick the sword." Lian was impatient and told Petos to hurry up. "Quiet. War god," Ariana said, then turned to explain to Lian, "That is right. But you can only choose one, so I will wait for your answer, my dear knight." He stood silently for a while, constantly sensing inside his mind. Lian thought, "I currently have 4 sacred relics. The Holy Scripture, the Holy Sword, the Holy Grail, and Lian's hat." He rubbed his chin. "The Holy Sword's power is already quite strong, so it is unnecessary." Then, he slowly opened his eyes after making his choice. Holding the Holy Grail, Lian boldly said, "I choose to restore the power of the Holy Grail." Ariana gently replied, "All right." The Holy Grail in Lian's hand gradually floated up, glowing as if it wanted to absorb all the power around it. The radiant cup, adorned with sparkling crystals. He reached out and lifted it like a treasure. The cup fell back into his hand, marking Lian as its new owner. He could not help but smile. This haul was not bad at all. Suddenly, someone ran up and interrupted. "Your Majesty." He put the cup away and turned to ask Harry, "What is all the noise about?" She immediately replied, "Probably something happening over there. We should check it out." Lian looked at Harry's head, noticing her hesitation, and curiously asked, "Where's Spinner?" She only gave a vague answer about it. Suddenly, a sharp scream caught their attention. "Let me. Damn robot." Hearing that, Harry swore under her breath. Blood suddenly started dripping onto the ground from somewhere. A soldier lying there screamed, "What is going on? Someone help me." Next to him was Jeff, who was tightly restrained, rolling around and cursing nonstop. "This damn robot." Jeff suddenly sent out a signal. His screen turned a deadly red warning. The soldier looked terrified, as if he would seen a ghost, and just screamed. Others heard the noise and gathered around, watching him get restrained like a joke. Jeff suddenly jumped on the soldier, though no one knew what he planned to do. Then everyone turned their attention to approaching footsteps. Lian and Harry slowly moved closer, their expressions full of surprise. The soldier tried to sit up, still wanting to say, "And that damn robot is attacking me." Hearing that, Lian shouted, "Stop right there." He warned the soldier, "If you do not want your tongue cut out, watch your language." The soldier ignored the robot and kept talking. Lian lost patience and snapped, "Hey, you worthless thing. How dare you talk to a knight like that?" The soldier froze, not even understanding what was happening. Then Lian turned to Jeff and asked, "What is going on?" "Lord Spinner." Jeff made a sound. "Someone stole the loot." The soldier immediately denied it, stammering, "And no. It is a stupid misunderstanding." Lian gritted his teeth, wondering if this was a misunderstanding or not. Harry already knew the truth. He gave the order, "Harry, search him." And she immediately obeyed. She looked at him with fiery eyes. The soldier suddenly realized the situation and quickly spoke up. "Wait a minute." He said something that made everyone burst out laughing. "You really believe what this robot says?" "Hold on." At this point, there was no denying it. Harry had found the stolen item on the soldier. She pulled it out of her pocket. "This is the heart of the Oat tribe's warrior leader. The most valuable trophy in the Oat territory." Harry's tone dropped. "Whoever took this must know that stealing such a valuable trophy is a serious crime." "Right." The soldier could only keep denying. "It is a misunderstanding, sir." The soldier shouted, "I did not steal it. I swear." Lian said nothing more and lightly swung his sword across the soldier's arm. The soldier could only watch as his severed hand flew away. A second later, he screamed in pain. "My hand." He probably regretted it the moment he saw his arm severed. Lian coldly said, "I know your laws and how you see me. But now you are inside Lion Earth's military camp. Everyone fell silent, listening to him. Here. You must obey not your old laws or order, but the military law of Lion Earth. Lion seriously asked them. This is my law. The military law. Anyone who can follow it. Raise your hand right now. Indeed. Stealing means losing a hand. This is the strict national law of the Lion Earth Kingdom. The other soldiers secretly thought the laws here were harsh and hard to accept for Earth, people cutting off a hand, just for that. Seems extreme, but DC thought to himself, with such a powerful support ability, someone like me at rank could easily reach rank C, or maybe even higher. Quitting now would be a real loss. Maybe it was wrong to resist from the start. The prison gate had no rules before, but now with strict regulations. Maybe that is a good thing. After a moment's thought, he said, Your Majesty. Lin gave a brief, indifferent reply. Then he reminded, Send the prisoner away. Bing say. DC was surprised by this for the first time. He introduced himself with a slight bow. My name is Goody Song. Loon got straight to the point. What do you want to say? He hesitated, then said, About the soldier's arm. May I take it? Loon was curious. You want to take it back for him? DC was very nervous but still answered. Yep. Leon explained. But then the punishment loses its meaning. His warning was more like opposing Leon's punishment. He hesitated. I know that. But DC boldly shared his thoughts. Your Majesty, we have different views from you. This time, you have told us the law. Leon listened quietly as he continued. So I hope you can give us a chance. Leon paused for a moment, then Leon replied. You have a point. DC bowed. Please forgive me. Your Majesty, the soldier was still groveling on the ground. Leon took out the holy chalice and said to him, You should be grateful your banner has someone who can reason like this. He held up the chalice, which immediately glowed brightly. Shining with divine light, Leon solemnly poured a glowing liquid from the chalice down below. The soldier stared dumbfounded at the miraculous liquid before him. He raised his eyebrows slightly, unable to believe his eyes. The scene surprised not only him but also DC. His hand was fully restored as before. What was that? His severed hand was regenerated, DC thought. Even a rank healer could only reattach a severed hand, not regenerate it like this. That power was even stronger than rank healer's restoration ability. He was very curious about who could wield such power. Loon kept his cold attitude and loudly ordered the soldier. Get lost, he added coldly. I am letting you off this time out of respect for your old laws. Those people have lost their dignity. That guy, looking at his intact hand, just stammered. Thank you. Your Majesty, please forgive me. Loon instructed the soldiers. Those who enlisted and stayed in the camp, stay. Those who do not want to join can split the loot and leave. They looked at each other dumbfounded and confused. DC thought to himself, this is the chance. I have to do it no matter what. Loon and the guard seemed pleased. Very good. Then get ready for the training immediately. I hope no one here will quit, because they can handle it. Everyone shouted. Take the loot and let us head back. Harry beside him asked. Your Majesty, what kind of training is coming up? Lin quietly looked at his soldiers gathering supplies for a while. Then replied. Physical training. Scene change. Daylight shines glaringly down on the rice fields. At the headquarters, many people were gathered. Someone called out. Hunchback, looking at DC's exhausted face. The other person was curious. What is wrong with your face? John Hine looked over and asked. Did you join the new gate assault team? DC scratched his head and replied. Yep. Sitting still. I feel like my whole body is atching. John Hine smiled. If you keep going like that, you will hurt yourself. Take it easy. DC gently replied. Yep. Harry slowly walked out in front of everyone. She raised her hand, pretending to catch her breath for a moment. Then, using all her strength, she shouted loudly. His Majesty Leon Dragonia Leon Hurt and Holy Grail Knight Jeff Spinner have arrived. Everyone stood still and silent as Leon's footsteps approached. He was now in a formal suit, standing on the podium to announce. Congratulations on passing the simple test just now. Leon continued. Coming to my camp. You all have some shortcomings, but we will work on those later. He was curious hearing this. The dungeon gate was simple. Lou went on. Watching you fight, I noticed some personal issues. The most important is still your body. They only thought it but did not dare say it. Our bodies all started at D or C level anyway. Leon moved to strategy. I have decided to train your bodies first. He smiled. From now on, you will train according to the official regimen designed for the standing army of the Kingdom of Leon Hurt. Everyone below was confused. The official training for the standing army. Like muscle building from the medieval times. Leon explained. Body training basically means muscle training. Muscle training means pushing your body to the limit to expand its capacity. He smiled mysteriously. The Holy Grail Knight who wrote the Standing Army's training regimen. The one who defeated the giant. Lord Greatus said this. Loon excitedly recalled that man and his words. The more you fight, the stronger and tougher you become. Truly a wise saying. They could not believe it. What? Fight, he encouraged. If soldiers are tasked with protecting the kingdom, they obviously have to train differently from ordinary farmers. Lian said, regretfully seeing the soldiers' focus. To get the best training results, Lord Greatus came up with this plan. His tone suddenly turned dangerous. Let soldiers fight until they are bruised and battered, then help them recover as usual. Doing so not only strengthens muscles but also improves reflexes because they have to dodge attacks. Only then did they realize with horror. What? Lian stood on the podium pointing down at them. His eyes lit up as he ordered. Come on. Start fighting now. Lian stood above and commanded. Fight until your muscles tear and your fists bleed. Even better if you break bones. Stop it. DC could not hold back and shouted, I really admire you. Your Majesty, that is not entirely wrong, he complained. But Your Majesty, if that is the case, my body won't hold up. Lian crossed his arms curiously. Why not? Lian took out and gently spun his holy grail for a while. Then he said, you should be grateful to have the protection of the holy grail. Junhang saw the wound and immediately turned to tell DZ. You hunchback. He pointed to his wound, saying, your wound is healing. D was shocked, raised his hand to his face, but could not believe it. Wondering, how is this possible? Lian then explained, wherever the holy grail is, all soldiers there get healed, and if someone drinks from the cup, even their bones will regenerate, let alone their muscles. He continued, with their stunned looks. I am giving you 5 hours. During that time, if you see anyone, punch them all for me. Lian added his demand, no teaming up. Attack your opponents with every move you can think of. His eyes sharpened with a warning. If anyone deliberately disobeys, this king will personally teach you a lesson. Lian turned and walked inside, adding, all right, Spinner, but you are the boss here. Leaving them thinking, do we really have to promise to train this brutally? They just looked at each other silently, all sweating nervously. Then they forced awkward smiles at each other. Suddenly, Jot sent a signal, detecting a violation, surprising Harry with its efficiency. A powerful energy flashed down like a familiar electric whip. Jot signaled again. Fight. If you do not comply, I will take care of you. They looked up, angry and scared. One shouted, swearing loudly, without hesitation. He swung a punch at the person next to him, shouting. Then they all started attacking each other. No one backing down, fighting with martial arts and trash talk. I am not going down that easy. Disung was shocked seeing a guy get knocked to the ground. He shouted, everyone's gone crazy. This is insane. Before he finished, Disung got punched in the mouth. Now, let us take a look at the schedule of the hunters who applied to join Lian's army. 9 am. Fun military training to build brotherhood. At noon, lunch is just water with salt or sugar. Inside, Leon and Harry were already waiting. They walked in and asked, is that the water jug? The hunters asked. Miss Harry, what is this? She hesitated, glanced at Leon, and said, this. Lin replied flatly, that is your lunch water mixed with salt and sugar. Their faces darkened. Who put salt and sugar in water? But indeed, the military training manual said soldiers only need enough food to stay barely alive. Don't he worry. The army will take care of you. Yem. Tactical training. Leon shouted. Now, split into 5 teams to block the king's advance. The soldiers were surprised. What? They tried to resist but were easily thrown aside by Leon's strength and his warhorse. With continuous screams of defeat. Yems. Time to sleep, kids. After a tiring day, the hunters fell asleep like puppies. DC was sleeping but some kid put his leg across his neck, making it hard to breathe. This was literally hellish training, but they endured thanks to Harry's care. She was the gentlest, always bringing midnight snacks. Hey everyone. Here's a late night treat. Thanks, miss. Though all part of King Leon's plan, no hunter knew that. Another morning at this harsh training ground. DC's training sounds echoed nonstop. He was the earliest to train sword and shield skills. After a while, DC was exhausted and bent over. He thought, this shield is heavier than I thought. Swinging the sword is harder. DC realized that holding the shield limited his attack stance a lot. Stabbing seemed to be the only attack. His phone screen showed a video he was following an online training tutorial. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, wrong. DC startled, turned, saw Leon, and quickly said, sir. Leon approached and ordered, stop swinging that sword wildly right now. Told him to keep his stance steady and try again. DC sir was scared but still had to follow. Yes sir. He raised the shield, bent his knees, then swung the sword as Leon instructed. He stood to the side watching, clearly unimpressed. DC sir looked very determined and changed his sword grip once more. He thrust the sword forward with force. DC sir then looked toward Leon, breaking into a sweat. He watched for a moment and commented, still wrong, which made him worried. Leon stepped forward to adjust the shield for DC sir. He firmly held one end of the shield and said, people tend to lower the shield when thrusting the sword. That is the mistake. The shield is meant to protect the right shoulder of the person standing next to you. Leon added, even if it blocks your view, you still can lower the shield. DC sir looked curious. Why is that? He explained. When you do that, it creates a gap, and gaps lead to vulnerabilities. He asked further, Your Majesty, is your tactic to hold the shield to pin the enemy's feet, while the knights charge and attack? Is that right? Leon answered.
Yep.
Attack and block at the same time, that is a fundamental battlefield tactic. DC Sir looked puzzled but said, if the enemy is a monster, I guess that tactic 1T work. Leon pondered quietly after hearing that. He suddenly glanced at DC Sir. The one teaching me how to fight. And the guy got startled. I would not dare. Just kidding. Leon did not mean anything by it. He continued, in my world, are there tons of monsters like the ones you face at those dungeon gates? Even more. The monsters at those gates are actually cuter by comparison. Leon recounted. We have faced monsters over 20 meters tall. Dwarven demons with infinite regeneration. Multi-headed venomous snakes. Giants and dozens of spiderlings. Dragon herds bigger than mountains. He concluded. So to deal with monsters like those, we have to learn many fighting techniques, plus quick reflexes and adaptability. Leon affirmed. And that is the skill you will gain after long hard training. He asked DC Sir a question. Do you have decades of monster fighting experience and training alongside gods? With just a sword and a spear, can you win every battle honorably? Leon's question made him lower his head to think, without waiting for an answer. He continued. I think you understand why I teach soldiers only one thing, because omnipotence is a virtue only a true gentleman possesses. He listened seriously, knowing that mastering that ability would already increase his survival chances. DC Sar, though his fighting spirit was revived, still felt worried and hesitant. But he showed strong determination. He wanted to climb higher. Hearing this, Leon could not help but smile with satisfaction. He asked, you want to become a knight? DC Sir quickly brushed it off. A commoner like me would not dare. Isn't it only nobles who can be knights? Leon sighed and replied, do not judge my kingdom by your world's standards. Not only nobles can be knights here. He looked over, his eyes flashing with a sly grin. He explained, it has to be someone willing to walk a hard path for a noble mission. Someone who always protects the people and does good with courage. Someone who dedicates their life to the goddess and the people. Anyone who can fulfill that sacred duty deserves to be a knight. Leon told the young man beside him. You need both courage and skill to do that. His mood was very complicated then. He coldly added, and also to earn my respect. After talking with Leon for a while, DC Sir understood a bit and thought to himself, I was wrong. He looked toward the rising sun with determination, his hand instinctively gripping the sword hilt tightly. DC Sir silently vowed, I want to become a knight too. Scene change. At the Demon Tower in the US. A slow sound echoed. Damn it. Even when I spend this much time. Ronan suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty. He stared intently at the orb glowing with deep purple light. I believed you would return. A loud voice boomed. You idiot. Shut up and kneel quickly. He hurriedly obeyed to avoid offense.
Yep, sir.
The man said. I will teach you the truth and the wisdom of Samra. Of course. You must obey me and listen carefully to what I say. Ronan could not help but feel curious hearing this. Sir has changed. The voice continued. First, cast the spatial teleportation spell onto the stone in case of emergency. Just throw it into the air. Ronan was confused. What?
Well,
I know those stones are teleportation tools. But the man shouted, are you crazy? Do you think I would crawl into hell without insurance to come back? The loud voice showed anger, making him break out in a sweat. The man added, listen carefully. I will never appear on that planet as long as that bastard is still breathing. Ronan was extremely anxious. The man continued, but since I am here, I will soon find a way to kill him. Without the Holy Grail Knights and his legion around, I finally have a chance. He ordered Ronan, no matter how. You enter the same dungeon gate with me first. He bowed his head. Understood. The loud voice laughed with satisfaction. This time, the man thought of Leon and was as happy as if he would struck gold. You are going to die. Your Majesty. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon standing army training graduation ceremony in front of the yellow dungeon gate, Harry was curious. They just finished training. Is this really okay? She looked up and asked. So I guess I and Sir have to stay home. Jinsu sighed as he stepped forward. So many. This is going to be tough for me. Harry smiled brightly. Good luck. Sir Observer. At the assembly point, Leon stood above and addressed them. Soldiers of mine. You all did very well during the 4 weeks of training. He looked at them calmly. So I will keep it short. It is time to call for the sweet victory. The troops lined up neatly and listened, stepping forward to attack the dungeon. Even if you are still as weak as before, I do not care, he shouted. But that is where you will realize what it truly means to be King Leon's warrior. Rally them. There. You will find the faith you have been searching for. Loon waved his hand and ordered. Pantheon Army. Move out. 49 low-level hunters. A member of the Hunter Association. And Leon Dragonia. They would enter the dungeon gate. Harry and Jack stood above, observing the troops below. She encouraged. Don't he worry. Sir Jack. His Majesty is going with them. Everything will be fine. Before she could finish, it suddenly made a sound. Detecting a problem, Jack added, 49 soldiers. His Majesty. One observer, total 51. She still did not understand what was happening. What now? It responded. 52 people entered. Which surprised Harry a bit. She scanned the system. It analyzed every move of each person who just entered. Suddenly, a figure with a strange energy field entered, making Harry curious who was it. Harry and Jack immediately jumped down shouting, "Emergency response." Then it rushed straight toward the dungeon gate. Harry could only call after it, "Sir Jack." It dashed into the dungeon with Harry's voice trailing behind. "Wait for me." Before she could finish her sentence, it had already rushed inside quickly. Harry hurried after it, surprising the guards on duty. "Sir Jack, I am coming too." Just reaching the door, she was stopped by something and could not understand what was happening. Harry was immediately struck down right there, under the confused eyes of the surrounding guards. 1 month later, she painfully struggled to sit up, still holding her etching face. What? Harry was curious about the scene before her. This is... Well, she panicked. What is going on? The others were confused. The gate is shifting. The difficulty is changing. The gate gradually changed color, red slowly covering the yellow-orange glows. They stood there stammering. Red? Why red? Harry was still confused why the yellow gate suddenly turned red, and the guards immediately ran away. He stood frozen, staring intently at it. Harry suddenly realizes something: the chaotic gate, the red color growing more vivid, with a swirling black vortex in the center. Cut to a new scene. Strange noises ring out one after another. The giant dragon heads toward the huge, lavish castle over there. Below, dry mist creatures, soldiers, and monsters clash fiercely. The soldiers keep blocking attacks with their shields and slashing with their swords, all while worrying about their own lives. I am gonna die. At that door, Lena's soldiers are preparing for battle. As soon as they step out, they witness a devastating scene. They are all shocked. These are demons. A scene straight out of a hellish dungeon gate. Seeing the soldiers not yet ready to fight, Lune is at a loss for words. He shouts loudly, pointing his sword forward, raising his shield. Recalling everything he has learned about positioning, they remind each other. Raise your shields. Jin-Soo, the only one without armor, looks around in disbelief and can only exclaim, "What?" Seriously. Hearing the order, the soldiers take their battle positions. Shields quickly raised, they start forming ranks. Lena's style is sharp and efficient. The strong army appears, with Jin-Soo standing out. No helmet. No armor. Looking out of place, Leon takes a deep breath and yells. Charging forward, he glances around, thinking to himself, the enemies are demons like you said. Rushing in. Why not hold back and assess the situation first? They stomp hard on the ground, then charge fearlessly, which piques Jin-Soo's curiosity. Are not they scared at all? The armored soldiers glare sharply, showing no fear. Suddenly, a notification pops up, making him curious. What is this? Jin-Soo is startled. What is this? Aura of the Brave Heart effect. Adds armor against enemies. Hardens the body. Boosts troop morale evenly. Reinforces armor while making it lighter. Improves agility. Adds magic resistant. And strengthens the body against relentless attacks. Increases resistance against ranged attacks. Sharpens and extends vision. Greatly enhances endurance. He thinks to himself, these effects are supporting my soldiers. The monsters fight more fiercely, their red eyes glaring as they make strange noises. Sensing new enemies, they rush toward Leon's army with a roar. The soldiers shout, here they come. Ready. Each one charges fiercely, raising a ruckus. A soldier yells to his comrades, block them. They charge into the large shields without fear. They slam their heads against the sturdy shields. Some slam their swords against the shields, creating piercing, grating sounds. They attack enthusiastically but still can't break through the soldiers' solid shields. Jin-Soo thinks, those monsters are way above B-rank hunters. Yet they are holding them off. He wonders, what happened in the past 4 weeks? Meanwhile, Lune immediately orders, charge. The soldiers stomp their feet hard on the ground again to gain momentum. He shouts, protect yourselves and drive the enemies back. Don't give them a chance to counterattack. The monsters immediately fall to the ground. The soldiers fight and shout, get out of here. While attacking, sharp swords point straight at them, eager to send the monsters out of the server. Fight and shout, go on. A chaotic battle breaks out. Leon orders, keep pushing forward. Finish off the enemies. Suddenly, Jin-Soo notices something strange and gasps. That is, a giant scorpion, the biggest threat they face. Leon yells, watch out. They are so shocked they curse. Damn. It is a giant scorpion. The scorpion looks down at the soldiers, making them terrified. They can stop it. Its strike is nearly as strong as an A-rank hunter does. Before they can react, it swings its weapon, and the battlefield erupts with screams. The troops anxiously watch the situation unfold. He gives orders. Team 3, Captain Wood, get ready to use your skill. As the giant monster swings its mace down at the soldiers, a massive beam of light strikes it, freezing it in place. Sir, you already know what just happened. Compared to His Majesty, this hit was just a minor scratch. The soldiers around silently thought, he blocked it. The monster just stood there screaming, its eyes glowing red with deadly fury. Next, Jack appeared with his skills, dealing with the mid-level enemies. It showed up and attacked the giant termite, surprising everyone. Your Highness. Lian was also surprised and ran up to ask. Spinner. What is going on here? He smiled as if they had just coordinated together. Well done. Lian swung his divine sword in a long arc, instantly shattering the huge termite's massive body into pieces. It was completely sent to the other world by Lian. His face was splattered with termite blood. Lian looked tired and did not bother to speak. The other termites lost their leader and became confused and scared. The giant termite is gone. The naked chicken is exposed. We have to revive it. They trembled looking at the glowing sword. But it died right there, such a dangerous enemy. Thinking otherwise, they scattered and ran away. Let us get out of here. Run fast. The castle guards finally felt less afraid. The termites were retreating. They cheered brightly. We won. We won. One person stepped forward and said to Lian, "Thank you very much, sir." He raised his hand respectfully and continued, "For saving our kingdom of Spur. We sincerely thank you." Knights. The system quickly displayed information. The kingdom of Spur is threatened by termites. Protect the kingdom from the termite lord's attack. 1 week remaining. The soldiers read the info and were shocked. What the hell? Those damn termites. I thought this was just a golden gate, they reported to Lian. Your Majesty, it is serious. Curious. How so? The soldier pointed far away. The exit gate has disappeared. Others worried. Meaning we can't go back anymore. Loon approached to check. Calm down. Do not panic. They obeyed. And he gently moved forward without a trace of fear. Observing where the door was, Lian was deeply intrigued. Armor suddenly ran over to report. Observation. Abnormal. Presence of a third party. Loon guessed immediately. That seems to be why the situation got out of control. He turned to ask everyone. Does anyone have a reasonable explanation? Someone raised their hand. I have an opinion. Your Majesty, Sir said. Maybe this is a multivariable gate. Allow me to explain briefly. He began to explain. In these cases, the dungeon gate's difficulty spikes. And the abnormal thing here is, we can't escape until the dungeon is completely cleared. Lian thought silently. Too perfect to call it a coincidence. He made a decision. The plan stays the same. We will act like nothing happened. Sir still doubted. Is it okay? Can you handle the demon lord? Lian reassured. What is there to fear? I am Lian, the one who defeated over 30,000 giant demons. Who doubts my power? The soldiers saluted. We would not dare. Please teach them a lesson they will never forget. Lian smiled with satisfaction. Of course. This is my world. A world full of holy power. He thought quietly. But right now, I can guarantee a total victory over the demon lord without heavy losses. Lian pondered. Yet a true knight must always keep his spirit strong in all situations. So the soldiers have morale and faith. The ground and scenery here returned to peace. The scene calm as if no battle had taken place. Cut to the bandit holding the orb. Watching everything, a voice whispered. He has already gone through that gate. He is facing it now. Yep. After all, you are just human. The man was curious. What about the ritual for descending? The voice shouted. You are crazy. Then realizing he went too far, softened his tone. I do not need to get involved directly. He will face a disgusting creature. The lustful demons have served it for 100 years. An image of a girl appeared with a mysterious warning. If the demon lord awakens, his fate is sealed. A girl with a mysterious aura. Her eyes shining fiercely. The legend says, the kingdom of Spur. This peaceful kingdom has a history spanning thousands of years. But the demons ended that peaceful era after enduring a series of attacks. The capital city has fallen, and right here is the last remaining fortress, along with the survivors. Amidst this hopeless battle, they still hold on to hope for victory. With a serious face, emphasized. This is a big problem. Your Majesty, Loon asked confusedly. A problem? DC nodded in confirmation. Yep. That is right. Lian clapped his hands. Guessing. I see. Each gate has its own theme. DC cut him off urgently. But this time it is different. Your Majesty, one of them is even under a time limit. The monsters spill out from the water breach. He explained. If you can get through a normal gate, after a while, the monsters will still be there, and a rotten water gap will form. However, the gate gradually closes. It is under a time limit if the mission is completed. The gate shuts even if there are still monsters inside. Lun raised his eyebrows, his tone lowering as he replied. I understand. Then, he glanced at the person beside him, originally named Kim Jizu, who startled and said loudly. Yep. Your Majesty, Lian wondered. Initially, finding the infiltrator in our ranks was the top priority, but the current situation is urgent. And since Spinner is already here, will the post-training evaluation be affected? DC silently turned to look at Jizu, who nodded quickly in confirmation. Yep. Everything is still fine, he explained. The association chairman has already authorized me. And Lian, quite surprised, asked again. This time they are really going to promote us to the priority rank. He raised a finger to announce. All right. And there is this too. Lian's eyes were full of meaning as he asked. About the hidden mission. What does everyone think? DC froze for a moment, and Jizu hesitated before replying. Your Majesty. You mean? Lena's face turned serious. His voice low as he said, I am planning to kill the Demon Lord when everyone else had left and only you remained. Just as planned. I have already used quite a bit of energy. Lean looked at the glass in his hand. Wondering. But at that level, I should still be able to communicate with the divine. Right. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar energy flow. The goddess's voice echoed. Li. My knight. He respectfully replied. Goddess Ariana. Am I disturbing you? She asked. You noticed it too? Lean nodded hesitantly. Yep. I sensed something strange. But, he lowered his voice. I feel there is a strange energy inside this gate. Ariana guessed. A living being like a person can be detected that easily. A strange energy envelops the entire castle. Ariana continued. That is natural after all. That energy has already merged with this world. Leon thought to himself. A creature strong enough for me to sense it in this state, he guessed it must be a demon lord, or something similar. Maybe a demon king. Ariana warned. It is overconfident. The more you see that power, the more terrifying its true strength is. Suddenly, Ariana announced. My knight. The holy power of the temple has sent you a message. Lin bowed to receive the order. I am listening. Goddess. In another space. Ariana spoke while looking beside her. The gods want to study this world. They must have sensed something. In front of her was another girl. Lin continued asking. The gods. So they will need energy to descend to the mortal realm. Ariana confirmed. That is right. Well, I guess I do not need to tell you what to do next. Right. He politely nodded. Of course, sir, he said confidently. I will find a safe way to help them. After a while, the carriage arrived at the castle. The coachman announced. We have arrived. From the carriage, Lian and the coachman stepped down along with Jinsu and Jun Hyung. The butler stepped out and bowed. Welcome. Knights. My name is the head butler here. Paco announced. I will lead you to the courtroom. Please follow me. They were led inside by him. As soon as they entered, the coachman's eyes widened in amazement. Lian praised. The owner of this place has great taste. Paco smiled faintly and replied. He trusts you a lot. Your Highness, he explained. Along with the royal palace of the Kingdom of Spur. It has a long history dating back to the founder. Queen Flora, Paco continued. Saying that up to the current Queen Baichid, he had served many generations of queens. Jun Hang was surprised. So this place is full of queens. Even the driver could not hide his astonishment. Yep. It seems the people here follow a matriarchal system. They talked so much that Lian had to put on a displeased face and glance over Shay. Your Majesty is watching, he angrily scolded. Where did you commoners learn to talk about royal lineage like that? The two quickly apologized. We are sorry, sir. Lian turned to apologize to Paco. I am sorry about that. They are really ignorant, are not they? Because those guys have not learned basic etiquette yet. The situation is pretty tense right now. So I was a bit rushed bringing these guys along. Please understand. Paco smiled and waved it off. It is, you are an outsider. So I get it. Then Paco announced. We have arrived. This is the Great Hall. Standing before a large door. He pointed and invited everyone in. The guards slowly opened the door, letting in a dazzling light. The queen is waiting for you all. Lian's expression immediately turned serious. Inside, the queen and her close aides were already waiting. King Lian hurt. Please come in. Everyone's eyes turned to Lian as he entered. Archung and Ricardo were no exception. Their gazes fixed on Lian. Footsteps echoed slowly inside the quiet room. Archung stepped forward and asked, Are you Lian Hurt? The one who led the army at the front gate. He introduced himself. I am the Prime Minister of the Kingdom, Archung said, in recognition of your great contributions. We have decided to bestow upon you the title of Knight. Holding the paper, the Prime Minister announced. With the Queen's approval, please read it aloud. Lian's face looked displeased. He silently studied the man in front of him. Before Archung finished, Lian brushed past him. Later, I will greet the Queen first. Archung glared. What? Approaching the Queen, Lian suddenly paused for a few seconds. Archung faced Ricardo, and behind them, Archung's voice rang out. Stop right there. King Lian hurt. Archung rushed over angrily, shouting, I do not care what you have done. How dare a foreigner like you get so close to the Queen? Lian thought to himself. With this going on behind me, DC and the others are worried. Is this okay? Suddenly, I am getting blocked. Lian assessed the situation, thinking that although the Prime Minister stopped him, he probably would not let it slide. Right. Suddenly, from behind the curtain, the Queen's voice rose. Lian gritted his teeth, thinking, I can take this. Lian looked toward the Queen as he introduced himself. Your Majesty, I am also a ruler, the King of the Lian Hurt Kingdom. Lian Dragonia Lian Hurt. He continued. I know this might seem rude, but I will do what I must. Archung tried to stop him, but the Prime Minister raised his voice. Who do you think you are? Then Archung pointed at Lian and shouted. You jerk. Someone lock these guys up. Suddenly, Lian grabbed his head tightly, silencing him. Lian's eyes burned with intensity as he stared him down. DC was worried and shouted, break it off. Before he could finish, Lin decisively twisted her Chung's head. DC could only stand frozen. Calling out, "Break it off." Lun could not hide his frustration and anger. Wondering why he was so damn reckless this time. Lin's whole body radiated intensity. His eyes still gripping her Chung's head, he showed no mercy. Snapping the man's neck, the royal guards immediately pointed their swords at Lian. Furious, Ricardo shouted beside him, "You bastard! What the hell are you doing?" Still, Lian showed no fear, his face full of resentment. A Jin behind called out worriedly, "Break it off." The royal guards surrounded Lian threateningly. "You are bold. You want to die." Lin raised an eyebrow, asking with contempt, "How long do you plan to hide your identity? Idiot, who do you think you are fooling, up front?" Ochung was foaming at the mouth, his whole body stiff. Lian shouted angrily, "Show yourselves now, you rotten demons." From being motionless, his eyes suddenly turned red, and Ochung gave a fierce smile. From behind him, a bone slowly floated up, making the soldiers step back in fear. What the hell? Its face was shaped like Ochung's face. Thrown to the ground, the figure in front of Lian was a huge demon. The soldiers were shocked. Prime Minister. A demon. Another official among the ministers was also gradually transforming. There was everything here. One by one, the demon corpse slowly shed their disguises. They swarmed around him. The high-hung guards shouted, "Demons." Lena's voice boomed loudly. "Don't be afraid. Face them." He pointed and ordered, "Unite. Fight together." Lin was still giving instructions. "Only then can we win." When a demon suddenly got close to him. However, its sharp side of the tongue was stopped by just 2 fingers. The demon looked at Lian in confusion for a moment. He took a deep breath and in an instant tore the demon's arm apart, making it scream in pain. Behind, its head fell into Lian's hand. The demon collapsed in front of Ricardo, who froze for a moment, gritting his teeth. Ricardo led the charge, hiding right in the middle of the courtyard where the queen was safe, facing the disgusting monsters. The ministers attacked by demons started panicking, shouting for help with no other choice. Ricardo grabbed his sword and charged forward. Using his skilled swordsmanship, he quickly finished off one demon. Immediately after, 2 more demons were taken down by Ricardo in the blink of an eye. All the demons had infiltrated here. He shouted with rage, ordering, "Destroy them. Kill every last one." Standing there, the soldiers hurriedly followed orders and charged to fight the demons. On the ground, demon corpses lay scattered, making the scene horrifying. Lian calmly withdrew his staff. He looked with tears as the queen remained behind the curtain. She said nothing, quietly observing the scene before her. Suddenly, Ricardo blocked Lian with his sword. "Stop right there." Lian frowned and said irritably, "I understand your position and loyalty. What I do not understand is why you are not focusing on protecting the queen in this critical moment." Ricardo fired back, "Who are you to judge my loyalty and actions? Only the queen can do that." Behind them, others just listened quietly. Lian agreed. He has a point. He reached toward Ricardo's sword, but in a flash, Ricardo's sword was knocked straight into the air. Lian's whole body radiated heavy pressure as he said, "I respect your service to the queen, but I am also a king. Know your place." Ricardo held his trembling hand and argued, "The queen is confused and can't accurately assess the situation, and since the prime minister is dead, I am the next in line to take responsibility while the queen is absent." Lian glanced coldly at him and snorted. Ricardo fell silent, saying nothing more. Suddenly, Lun explained the situation to him. "The capital is flooded with corrupt energy." He warned that this must be dealt with quickly. Ricardo's eyes widened in shock. "Are you sure?" Lian confirmed. "The Night King never lies." "With no choice?" Ricardo reluctantly asked. "So what do you want?" "Just waiting for that," Lun immediately replied. "Your command over the soldiers." He looked up at the queen above, the tension thick, and the authority to eliminate the corrupted. Lian stepped before the queen and declared, "You incompetent queen. This king will bear all your mistakes." In the central square of Spur City, many citizens had gathered under Ricardo's orders. Lian stood above and announced, "Everyone, I have received full authorization from the Kingdom of Spur." He introduced himself. "I am King Lian of the Lianhurt Kingdom, Lian Dragonia Lianhurt." He stepped forward and explained, "Some of you have been possessed and corrupted by demons. Their goal might be to sow internal conflict combined with an external attack. Look here. I am trying to reassure the people, but there is nothing to worry about. I have a way to tell who has been corrupted." A guy down below asks curiously, "How?" Lian frowns and replies, "All right, I will show you." Seeing is believing. Without hesitation, he brings 2 people forward, a soldier and a civilian. Lian shouts loudly to calm the crowd, "Here. These 2, one is corrupted." His eyes glare fiercely at the soldier, and the other is just an ordinary person. A huge fire is ignited. Who is the normal one? Without a word, Lian throws both of them into the fire, saying, "Prove your innocence by throwing yourself into the flames. Since this is a test, I will help you out." The people below scream in fear, "Oh my. He wants to kill us all." Inside the raging fire, the soldier keeps screaming, "Put out the fire." The crowd can't stand this brutality and exclaims, "Oh God." Suddenly, someone shouts, pointing into the fire, "Look, the soldier's body." Lun turns around and reminds them, "Look closely." His face twisted in discomfort as he explains, "This is holy fire. It only burns corrupted beings." Lian orders the people, Thank the fire war god. Betos. For this, now shout his name and step through the fire. However, the people still do not trust him. Whispering. What now? What should we really do? It is true only demons get burned. Right, this angers Leon. He draws his sword and yells. Hurry up, or are you all corrupted? I will behead every last one of you, with no other choice. The terrified people take a risk and rush forward. Damn it. I am out of here. Damn it. After a while, as the fire dies down, a few demons appear before Leon. He covers his nose and curses. That awful stench. Making me witness this, you will pay for it. Leon threatens. I will tear your souls to pieces. The other demons do not respond. That human guy. What does he know? They sneer. Do not think humans will be safe. Before they finish, Leon cuts them off. You demons. All of you die. Shout is so loud some demons lose their hearing. Screaming in pain, Leon grits his teeth, his eyes blazing with rage and hatred. He keeps cursing the demons. Parasites feeding off human emotions. Savages. Leon's whole body radiates a mix of excitement and deadly intent to destroy the demons. How dare you imitate humans walking on two legs and living in communities, even pretending to be soldiers? Do you think I will allow that? He curses the demons. All of you will die in agony. I will make you cry in despair and suffering. The demons look confused for a moment. This crazy guy, if you have 2 legs, you walk on 2 legs. They think, all talk and no sense. Elsewhere on the mountain where Ronan is, he watches Leon's situation and sighs. The plan to spread corruption seems to have failed. Meanwhile, Leon keeps yelling angrily. More. Louder. Keep shouting, that is the only way to satisfy this king. Ronan can't help but laugh bitterly. Muttering. That bastard. He is still a savage. All violence. After just one night, Leon has wiped out the demons and brought one before the people. Citizens of the kingdom, have no fear. He reassures the crowd. As long as this king and Leon are here, evil won't harm you. Leon explains the root cause. More accurately, corrupted creatures grow stronger from humans' dark emotions. In front of the people, the demon above lets out a sinister laugh, its eyes bloodshot. It screams piercingly. This is not over. Your fate is sealed. Corruption's power will destroy everything. Leon angrily slams his fist, covering his mouth. Damn demon. He turns back to the people, shouting. Look at this ugly monster. Corruption is the source of your temptations and fears. Leon lists the demon's crimes. Hunger. Disease. Endless suffering. They are also the reason your families fall apart. His voice grows more intense. Causing you to fall flat on your face this morning. Making your partner betray you. Losing money gambling. The strange demon was about to speak. But suddenly, Leon grabbed its horn and pulled it out. You are going to pay for this. The people below were shocked. What? Because of that demon, my mother got sick. Immediately, their attitude toward the demons turned harsh. I told you to shut up, you damn demon. The villagers' angry shouts kept ringing out. My father's enemy. The demon screamed in pain but still shouted back. You crazy fools. After the demon's horns were all pulled out, Leon continued. The curse won't spare anyone. These evil demons must be punished. Warned the villagers. All the problems we face in life are connected to these demons. We can't let them cause chaos. Taking out a torch, Leon reassured the people. Now, do not worry anymore. I am here to bring justice for all of you. He turned and called out to a boy. Hey. Redhead kid. The boy looked fierce. Are you a god? Leon nodded. That is right. Come here. The boy stepped forward, holding the torch Leon gave him. Leon ordered. Use this holy flame to teach that demon a lesson. The boy's face lit up with excitement. Strange. Leon added. Don't he be scared or anything. The boy stood tall, determined. I will make sure they never forget this lesson. The boy approached the demon, gripping the torch tightly. You bastard. The demon was not afraid. It stood tall, threatening. Do you really think you can do anything to me, kid? I will send you straight to hell. Suddenly, the boy punched the demon's face hard. Who told you to open your mouth? The boy stepped closer to the demon. You damn demon. Then, the torch shot down from the boy's hand, hitting the demon's head. Pay for what you did to my family. The demon howled in pain. You will go to hell. Leon clenched his fist, listening to the boy. Demon scum. You do not deserve to speak here. And just like that, the demon was burned to ashes by the holy fire. Inside a corrupted demon prison, Banthas noticed some noise outside. He thought to himself, 34 years as a demon, torturing countless humans. Never thought it would end like this. Suddenly, footsteps approached the cell. It let out a sound that startled Banthas, who quickly turned around, looking at it. His whole body turned pale and trembled with fear. Banthas stammered. What do you want? He was confused inside. Why is there a robot here? Robot beeped and responded. Please, give me information. Banthas forced a smile and snapped back. You think I am going to listen to you? You think I would surrender? The robot suddenly beeped. Prisoner number 14. Non-cooperative. More heavy footsteps came from the front. Soldiers sent to this prison. They slowly approached Banthas' cell, making him back away in fear. He threatened. If you want me to talk, then kill me. I will come back and get revenge. Suddenly, his throat tightened, cutting off his words. The soldiers placed a strange container in front of Banthas. What is that? Inside was a mix of regular water and 15% holy water. The container was set down, and Banthas realized how terrifying it was. Jeff jumped onto the container's edge and said to him, "Look carefully and make the right choice," threatened Banthas. "Water. You know the answer." Banthas was still strong and wanted to argue back. "What?" Suddenly, Jeff looped a rope around his neck and pulled his head down into the water. The holy water burned Banthas' face, making him scream in pain. His entire face turned red from the burn, dripping painfully and looking awful. He tried to shout, "Jeff, you bastard. I'm Amp, the corrupted demon." Banthas tried to say more. "How dare you do this to me?" But Jeff cut him off before he finished. Jeff pushed him down again. Non-cooperative. His eyes were completely cold, showing no mercy. Banthas tried to say, "Wait," but Jeff repeated the same action. Non-cooperative. He screamed. "Help me." Jeff's voice echoed. Non-cooperative. In the end, Banthas had to give up from the pain. "Well, whatever you want me to say. I do not know anything." But Jeff did not agree. He was stubborn and uncooperative. Screams echoed through the night from Banthas' cell. Only when his face was burning with fever did Jeff finally give in prisoner number 14. 30,564 characters of report information. He calculated 9,103 characters, less than the average of prisoners 113, which was 39,667 characters. Banthas was confused, asking what was being said. Jeff thought to warn him there might be attempts to hide information. His face stiffened. Damn it. How the hell am I supposed to know how many characters the others said? Suddenly, Jeff revealed more information out of the need to keep the prisoner alive, who had not fully confessed, preparing serious questions. Banthas seemed to find a glimmer of hope, freezing for 5 seconds, with a happy expression. Banthas asked, "What do you want to ask?" After a round of interrogation, Jeff ran to Leon's room. He reported to him, "It is full information in 32 parts. About 89% overlap." Jeff confirmed. "Found a reasonable point." "Well done." Leon smiled with satisfaction. "Sir Spinner." He held a glass of red wine, pondering for a moment. After thinking, Leon turned to Jeff. "Sir Spinner, you have got all the info from those demons. Right. What is the status?" Jeff reported they would eliminated most of them, leaving a few to maintain. The mission a brilliant success. Satisfaction showed on Leon's face as he praised him. "Good," he muttered to himself. "The symphony of justice has been played on this planet." Suddenly, Leon's face darkened, as if he remembered something. His eyes widened, showing confusion, sweat dripping down his face. Immediately, Leon's wine glass was crushed underfoot. Jeff, standing nearby, called out confusedly. He anxiously analyzed Leon's condition. "Your Majesty," heart rate rising, dizziness, chest pain, difficulty breathing. Leon clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in anger. He stood up abruptly, calling Jeff, startling him. "Sir Spinner." Leon's face was anxious, cold sweat beading. "Those evil creatures are living and breathing in the same air as me. I can't stand it." He wondered. "So what should I do?" Jeff was silent for a moment, then replied, "Eliminate the cause as soon as possible." Leon seemed to find the light, triumphantly shouting, "What a brilliant idea! Eliminate and remove the cause." Immediately, he dashed out the window. As a Kin Leon felt no fatigue. Jeff followed, along with the Holy Grail Knight robot. Leon landed with a powerful thud, making rocks and dirt fly up around him. He stomped down with full force. His pants tore slightly. Leon charged forward like a strong lightning bolt. "I am going to tour the town tonight. The brutal night has begun." Under the gloomy sky, surrounded by deathly air, Rowan stood among demons, who whispered about him. "A human?" the big demons asked. "So he is just a human?" Ronan looked into the orb in his hand, softly said, "Supreme Lord, are you okay?" A powerful voice inside the orb warned, "Don't he stare too much at those whores, or you will get corrupted too." Ronan closed his eyes and walked straight ahead, ignoring the demons behind him. "Yeah. Usual stuff." Suddenly, a voice spoke as a figure stepped in front of him and stopped. It was the demon Lord Angragen, who strode forward, shouting, "You bastard! How dare you trespass in my domain?" Angragen roared a piercing scream. "Are you looking to die?" Ronan sensed danger all around and wondered, what is this dark energy? Suddenly, the orb in his hand spoke. "Haven't you seen the crown on his head yet?" The voice inside the orb replied. "The demon Lord of Pleasure and Decay." Angragen. "Wait." Angragen realized. There is another one. He saw the true form of the one hiding behind the orb. "We have got a goblin spy here." The voice inside the orb made a proposal. Angragen. "I have an offer you can't refuse." Angragen frowned in confusion. "An offer?" Then he burst out laughing, clearly mocking. "Know your place, rat." Angragen pressed close to the orb. You think some nobody like you can compare to the other lords and demon generals. You think you can compare yourself to me. The voice inside the jade orb remained silent for a long moment without replying. Suddenly, it vanished. The person too arrogant to possess it. Androgen asked in surprise. What? The voice continued. You are not the only one who had to die during the Great Enlightenment 180 years ago. Even the Pleasure King fell. Androgen cursed loudly. Damn it. Androgen asked in surprise. You know everything 180 years ago. To dominate the world alone. 5 dark forces united, but the result was a disaster. Only 3 king-level demons survived, and those demons fled in terror, barely escaping with their lives. Suddenly, they stiffened, eyes wide with horror. In front of them, Li, blazing with fury, was holding the line against the demons. The demons could only scream pitifully in despair. Lian's eyes burned with righteous anger as he stared at the demons. More than 10 million little demons have been destroyed. Back in reality, the voice inside the jade orb introduced itself, saying it was the survivor from that era. Rajan asked in surprise. The one who knows everything. The voice laughed triumphantly, smugly. What do you think about that? I told you I would make an offer you can refuse. Androgen finally relented. Agreeing. Go ahead. Androgen. We'll throw him into the bottomless pit of decay, the voice asked. I heard you are on a mission for the Supreme Demon General. Androgen shook his head. The times are changing. Old man. In the end, he is just a human kid. The person he meant was none other than the queen. She is about to die. A while later, Ronan carried the jade orb into the forest. Before he could ask, it is, the orb confirmed. Doing that in a place like this with those girls is already impressive. The voice analyzed the situation. The odds are 7-3. Androgen only has a 3-part chance, including me, Minas range, and another creature with supreme magic. Victory is guaranteed. The voice was curious. Are you going to fight him too? Ronan silently cursed. That damn guy fights dirty. He looked at the jade orb confused. Where exactly are we going? The voice ordered. First, those warrior mages in the nearby forest. It provided info. Those crazy ones can fight. Ronan hesitated a bit. He looked ahead. A figure slowly approaching over there. The jade orb confirmed immediately. Right. That is a warrior mage. Warrior mage was covered in wounds. Dazed and confused, the voice in the jade orb ordered. Use invisibility spell quickly. No sooner said. A glowing rope shot out from somewhere. It caught the warrior mage and pulled him up. Ronan and the jade orb were stunned. Speechless, the warrior mage was hung upside down by Jack's glowing rope. He hauled toward Ronan as if begging for help, but Jack's rope pulled harder. No matter how much he clung on, he was dragged away. Seeing this, Ronan was too scared to move a muscle. A familiar voice startled him. Has Lord Spinner caught him yet? Leon and Jack approached from ahead. Behind them hung a bunch of demons. Jack reported. There are still about this many left in the area. It added. The creature we just caught saw something. Leon frowned in irritation, wondering, how did so many still slip through? In invisibility mode, the small jade orb asked. Did you do as I told you? The stealth plan. Right, Ronan whispered confirmation. Of course, but the jade orb remained doubtful. I do not believe it. He is watching us right now. Ronan hesitated. But I did not hear anything when we got here. In front of them, Ronan's eyes gleamed sharply as he stared silently. The silent law of the Holy Night Trun. All the demons in this forest have already been wiped out, they whispered. But there was something very different from usual. In front of the two of them, Leon looked puzzled. Really strange, he sighed, feeling something uncomfortable. Leaning in, Leon brought his nose close to Rona's face to sniff. He guessed. It is around here. Probably. Suddenly, Jeff shouted, catching Leon's attention. What is going on? Spinner, Jeff reported, observing targets via satellite. Target in Area 4. Grid B17. Leon guessed. There is still something left for us to hunt. He glanced to the side, deciding to leave. Only after Leon left did Ronan dare to exhale deeply. His face turned pale with fear, cold sweat dripping down his cheeks. Ronan collapsed down, terrified, muttering, if this keeps up, we are doomed. After a while, Leon returned to his house. He prepared some water, took off his clothes, and washed his whole body. Worried about wounds and dirt on his body, Leon still had not escaped his gloomy thoughts. Told himself, demons of lust and corruption thinking of them. Leon thought silently. These perverted demons do not seek true love but twisted, terrible desires. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Very strange. Leon wondered aloud. In this kingdom, why are there so many lustful demons? He guessed. There might even be high-ranking ones. Probably a supreme demon nearby. However, the question in Leon's heart remained unanswered. But why? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, smelling of blood. Leon startled and turned around, not sensing her presence at all. The voice was Beechit's. You must be really tired. She smiled softly. I never sleep anyway. As she spoke, Beechit's mysterious gaze looked deeply into Leon. Beechit stepped closer and greeted. Good evening. Esteemed sir. Her voice was calm. Or maybe, I should say, a bit shy toward Leon. Leon briefly closed his eyes, thinking, a stunning lady. He grabbed the shirt on the chair. Still uneasy. The cause of conflict. Bringing pain. A sign of corrupting power. Down. Lian seemed to realize.
Yep.
Standing before her. You can't even tell you are falling into an abyss. Beechit's beauty made him admit it, and sink deeper into despair. Beechit extended her hand. Her gaze affectionate. Softly said. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Beechit Alagil Respiro, queen of this small kingdom. Lin replied. I am Lian Hurt. Lian Dragonia Lian Hurt. His eyes suddenly sharpened. A bit surprised inside this woman. Unbelievable. She recognized him. Beechit remained calm. Reassuring Leon. Don't he be so guarded. She laughed lightly. Here to ask about the kingdom's hidden figure. He fell silent, his tone dry. Now's not the ideal time for a lady to visit me. Beechit was not surprised. Her eyes seemed to hide a meaning. Her expression darkened as she explained. Actually, I am being watched. Lune asked anxiously. The queen is being watched. Who dares? Beechit hugged herself, silent for a while, then slowly recounted. The Grand General and the knights under him, they swallow me up under the guise of surveillance. Lean was quite surprised. The Grand General. Doubt flickered inside him. That guy did not seem like the type to betray loyalty. Suddenly, Beechit anxiously grabbed Leon's hand tightly. I am running out of time, so I have to ask a favor. He was silent for a moment, then straightforwardly said, I am listening. Beechit made her request. Kill the Grand General and all his knights. She promised. If you do, I will give you this entire kingdom. This request from Beechit made the room's atmosphere tense. She slowly stood on tiptoe, whispered into Leon's ear. Investigate the basement of the royal palace. Beechit guessed. There. The Grand General is hiding something. At the same time, Ricardo and a few fierce soldiers stormed into Leon's room. He called out loudly outside the door. Your Majesty, Leon. Ricardo did not wait and immediately announced. Sorry to bother you at midnight. We are opening the door now. Lena's door was flung wide open without hesitation. However, Ricardo's expression quickly turned ugly. Inside the room, Lune was standing barefoot. Looking at him, he looked confused. Suddenly barging into the royal bedroom, fully armed. What kind of disrespect is that? Ricardo sternly explained. I know this is improper, but the situation is urgent, and we had no other choice. Lune gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He recounted. I just met the queen, and Ricardo showed no surprise. Leon continued. Behind me, the window was broken without me noticing. She went out for a walk, and I happened to run into her. And I also have some doubts about you, what kind of person you really are. As he spoke, Leon looked at Ricardo with displeasure. Especially with demons still roaming everywhere. You dare to disrupt the royal family's rest time. Ricardo quickly explained. The demons do not come at night. But Leon immediately brushed it off. Lies. Deep down, he knew well when those demons started causing chaos at night like this. I am not stupid enough to be fooled so easily, Leon thought. A guy like him could never become a general. Then, straightforwardly, he said it like someone convinced by another. Ricardo did not respond, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. He turned his back to leave, hoping Leon would forgive his rude behavior earlier. We should go now. Suddenly, Leon spoke, blocking Ricardo's path. The queen. That one word made Ricardo hesitate. You treat her like a prisoner. Ricardo showed clear anger and replied, looking back. That is none of your business, stranger. With that, he slammed the door shut without another word. Leon thought to himself. Suspicious. Very suspicious. He realized the general was clearly hiding something. Leon grabbed a map to plan, thinking to investigate the basement as she mentioned to learn more details. He immediately called Jack over. Sir Spinner, Leon instructed. There is something I want to verify. They are over here, right in front of the palace hall. Countless demons are gathering. They are urging each other on, crushing them, chopping off heads, then playing with their bodies. The demons laughed gleefully like at a festival. Completely corrupted, it turned out they came here under the orders of the demon lord Angrajan. Listen up. Angrajan said whoever crosses the wall first will be rewarded with 100 slaves. This seemed to fuel their bloodlust even more. Corrupt them all. Corrupt them. Suddenly, a glowing sword flew out of nowhere, stabbing straight into the shouting demons. The sword created a shockwave that triggered an explosion, sending the demons flying. They recoiled in fear, asking each other, what the hell was that? On the ground, the sword still radiated burning heat. Demons only dared to watch it from a distance. That was Leon's sword. Suddenly, the souls of the demons killed by the sword escaped in an unbelievable way. Then, those souls were pulled away in panic by a powerful force. Their souls were trapped inside the sword in Leon's hand. He stood on the palace, fiercely staring at the demons. From inside the sword, screams and howls echoed endlessly. Leon looked into the sword as if scolding the demons. Better to die with honor than live in shame. He mocked the demons. You know what? You are just like animals chasing basic desires like insects. How could you understand what I am saying? With that, Leon's fierce aura surged forward. Listen up, you filthy scum. From the air, his weapon gradually appeared. King Leon here. Lee. In the name of the Temple of Light, it showed power that made Leon even stronger. To all you vile Cowardly villains, he smiled fiercely. I will teach you what a good life is really worth. The demons just stood there, mouths agape at the sight. These rotten fiends. Leon seemed to transform into a fierce beast in their eyes. The greatest terror of you all is right here. In another corner, someone approached Ricardo to report. General Ricardo. The lieutenant looked at him puzzled. I thought you were on the front lines. What brings you here? Ricardo calmly explained. An outsider is handling that matter already. Suddenly, he looked worried. The issue is the seal. It will work properly. Right. The lieutenant followed the flight report, unaware that everything was being observed. Yes, sir. But it still has not been found, Ricardo urged. There is not much time left. Just hang in there a little longer, he muttered to himself. 100 years of hard work and hardship. It is almost over. Dust covered the battlefield. Corpses scattered across the ground. The demons were shackled with nearly 10 loops of chains. Each one was tightly bound and being escorted down the road in a long line. One of them suddenly stomped and slammed its face into the ground, causing a chain reaction that annoyed the one in front terribly. DC looked frustrated. He immediately ran over to check and warned. Be careful, DC. His face suddenly flushed red, startled, and exclaimed. What? He wondered silently. Wow. In front of DC was no longer a demon, but a beautiful green-haired girl shyly whispering, Hunter, please, spare me. She smiled slyly, her eyes full of affection as she spoke. Then I will do anything for you. Seeing her, DC's eyes sparkled with surprise. An invisible strength surged within him. He could not hesitate and immediately put his hand out in front of her. She sneered, thinking DC had fallen into a trap. Just then, the system suddenly announced. Loon excitedly activated the poison resistance ability for the entire army. Instantly, the demon revealed its true form, its eyes still sparkling and face still shy. Only DC's face darkened. He angrily slapped it for trying to seduce him and cursed. Damn it. The demon looked at DC in horror and blurted out. What the hell? The demon was confused and wondered. How could a human like you resist my charm? DC was sweating profusely, thinking. So this is the demon's charm. It almost knocked me out. A loud voice rang out, drawing both their attention. Who is there? The sound of horse hooves approached. Everyone guessed who it was. Leon still sat on his horse, holding one end of the chain. Behind him a long line of captives. His sharp gaze demanded. Who dares break the ranks? DC still sweated at Leon's boldness, while the demon was terrified beyond words. He quickly gritted his teeth and pointed at it. It is this one. And the demon widened its eyes and screamed like a demon. Leon was furious, enunciating each word. How dare you seduce my soldiers with that filthy body? The demon trembled, sweat pouring in fear, stammering. Sorry, my lord. Instead of using his hands like DC, Leon kicked it straight in the face. No mercy. Leon punched and kicked relentlessly, scaring the demons behind him. Cursing as he fought, I can stand your filthy voice. You think you can seduce my soldiers? No way. It screamed, unable to hold on. Demons behind watched and thought to themselves. He is even more ruthless than the Demon King. Cut to Leon and his soldiers leading the way, escorting the demons down the street, while civilians bustled around. Suddenly, Jinsu beside him asked, Sir, do not you see what is going on? Leon looked down and asked, What do you mean? He replied, This is definitely a hollow victory. But it seems the civilians are not reacting well. Leon observed the surroundings for a while. Even low-level demons could easily manipulate humans and the populace. He added, Battles against monsters like these do not end overnight, so this small victory means nothing yet. Essentially, this is the battle against their demon king. His eyes grew colder than ever. Then I will let the people execute those demons themselves, and they will feel the bitter sweetness of the death of those terrifying souls. Hearing that, Jinsu could not help but break out in a cold sweat, only able to nod and say, After escaping, they reached the gate of the Iga Palace. Li, on horseback, said, At best, we will earn great merit by defeating the Demon King, and after that, no one will bother us anymore. The image of Ricardo flashed through his mind as he said coldly, No one at all. The towering palace appeared right before them, with a window glowing a deep red light. Two soldiers stood like statues guarding the gate, looking very serious. Suddenly, one of them noticed something strange nearby and looked to the right. The silhouette of Leon and the others appeared, striding forward, making the gate guards increasingly curious. Wait! He raised his spear and demanded, Stop. You are not allowed to enter this area. Before he could finish, Li, hands still in his pockets, kicked once, sending them flying inside and smashing the door. He turned back, eyes looking toward DC and Jinsu, then said coldly to them, Enough, leaving them stunned and confused. Inside the palace was eerily silent. The torches on the walls were the only source of light. The group followed the light, moving toward the staircase and going down. Jinsu seemed worried, wondering if such a reckless attack was okay. They did not surrender, so we had no choice. DC was walking when he suddenly felt something was off. He immediately looked up and called out, Everyone, look at this. They looked and were overwhelmed, eyes wide with shock, exclaiming, What is this? Only Leon's face remained cold and expressionless. Ahead of them was a curtain leading into something, with a faint, strange light shining above it. They all shared the same question. There is a place like this right under the palace. They moved closer, curiosity in their voices. What is that? A forest, Leon thought silently. This must be the kingdom's secret, the queen mentioned, and said firmly. They are definitely hiding something. Before finishing, Leon dashed forward. I have to check it out. Jinsu could only call after him. Wait. Your Majesty. Leon quickly ran up and pulled the curtain aside. He stared at the person on the bed. As expected, it was a girl sleeping. The other two ran over and blushed as they looked at the sleeping girl, only able to stare in awe. The girl slept soundly, unaware of what was happening, her whole body radiating a mysterious dark aura. Her beautiful face was partly hidden by her hair, eyes tightly shut. Jinsu, as if seeing a woman for the first time, blushed deeply and exclaimed. So beautiful, not just him. Everyone behind was captivated by the beauty of the sleeping girl. She is gorgeous. Lee, aware of the situation, turned to look at each person. He lost his patience and shouted, resist the illusion. Don't be fooled by this evil energy. But they no longer heard anything. Faces flushed, all showing signs of infatuation. So beautiful. Leon looked on with frustration. Even with his aura supporting them, they were still useless. Before Jinsu could realize what was happening, he was suddenly hit from behind and screamed in pain. The one who struck him was none other than Leon. Things just got tougher. Immediately, the others were hit one by one, first Jun Hyung, then several soldiers. Leon attacked without hesitation. Just as he was about to strike Seong, he moved first, making Leon very curious. Leon smiled in surprise, satisfaction shining in his eyes. He said to Seong, you hurt yourself to fight the illusion. Your Majesty, Seong could only say. Then Leon took out the holy chalice and said, take a deep breath. Inhale through your mouth, then exhale slowly. The chalice created a glowing circle protecting the two of them, and with his voice, he said, free your mind. At that moment, someone stepped forward. Ricardo, seeing this from behind, could not believe his eyes and exclaimed, unbelievable. He brought an army from behind and said to me, I never thought Her Majesty the Queen would betray me. Leon was not surprised to see him and immediately turned to ask, is it true? Is that? He chuckled dryly, hesitating as he spoke. You guys. Leon looked at them puzzled. Didn't you guys get bewitched by that queen? Ricardo quickly replied, because we are used to it, which made Leon swear under his breath. Damn it. He began analyzing. The queen's charm is a spell tied to a curse, not something innate. It is not something people can just get used to. He recalled a past image and continued. I have seen someone with similar power before. Leon held the holy chalice in his hand, and Ricardo spoke the answer. That is the demon Lord of Pleasure. He shared more information with them. It is a demon that seduces all living beings, a corruption that drags souls into the abyss of decay. Leon slowly stepped forward holding the holy chalice. But something felt strange. Looked at the girl lying there and continued. That demon despises and hates humans more than anyone else. So why can't I sense that energy from the queen? He said this with a doubtful look at Ricardo. And for some reason, Leon took out a purple petal, let it fall, and wondered. You guys are not hurt at all. He gently placed it into the holy chalice, where sparkling water was flowing inside. Leon shook the chalice lightly, and a dazzling purple light formed around it, the god of dreams and death. Leon closed his eyes and felt, O guardian deity, I hope to receive your grace. Another voice slowly echoed through the purple mist, and the goddess's figure appeared. She lightly touched the ground with her foot and smiled. Ricardo looked dizzy when he saw her, and a haunting voice rang out. Ariana's night. Master Leon hurt. A candle was lit with a purple glow of dreams. She gently appeared behind Leon and agreed to his request. I am ready to answer King Leon Hurt's call. Fleur appeared before them, and Leon bowed respectfully to her. He raised his hand respectfully. God of dreams and death, I send my greetings to you. Goddess Fleur. The goddess smiled and replied. Very well. Ariana's night. Master Leon Hurt. Leon wasted no time and expressed. I hope you will help me with this. And she agreed. All right. I can feel it. Fleur looked toward Ricardo and said, the corrupted demons. They never stop deceiving people. She imagined the holy city drowning in dreams, trapped in a repeating nightmare, a ritual of corruption. Fleur glanced around and said, no matter how beautiful a dream is, in the end, people have to wake up. She raised her royal weapon and commanded, show me your true form. Fleur's weapon emitted a purple light, both dazzling and mysterious. Beside Leon, he watched her every move and gesture closely. Fleur's magic swept over Ricardo and his soldiers, who were trembling in fear over there. The glowing tower gradually sank into colorless darkness. DC was still stunned, his face full of doubt at the scene before him. A thick blue smoke surrounded them on all sides, and D stammered. That is, from within the smoke, glowing eyes appeared, and the face of something began to show. The figure gradually revealed itself, clad in heavy iron armor. Ricardo had now revealed his true form, and with DC a shocked voice. That is the Death Knight. In that moment, Leon immediately realized. Now I understand why I could not recognize it sooner. His gaze sharpened as he looked at him. The reason is because this world has the power to create everything. Suddenly, footsteps approached with a faint voice. Queen, rest. Sorry to bother you. I must protect you. DC anxiously watched, holding the unconscious Jinsu. Worriedly shouting. Your Majesty, the Death Knights are closing in on us. A strange figure advanced, shouting, I must protect you. Protect the seal. Leon stood aside, thinking silently. This corrupting energy is not born from evil, he said. Then let us dream through these events. And drew his holy sword. Leon held the sword in his hand, his eyes briefly glancing toward the bed. Surely because of the queen. His voice was cold and calm. When the queen woke up, this dreamscape was certain. Suddenly, Ricardo lunged forward uncontrollably, passing right by Leon. He rushed up to attack Leon, but Leon immediately defended and struck back. Ricardo's sword clashed hard against Leon's, but Leon smiled confidently at him. Suddenly, Leon's gaze shifted sharply to the other side. A strange scene unfolded as the Death Knight also charged forward like he wanted to devour him alive. He thrust his spear like a wild boar, while Leon was still using his sword to block Ricardo's strike. A loud explosion echoed as Leon pulled his sword back hard, striking so both sides could not counterattack. He said coldly, this is a one-on-one duel. His eyes burned with anger toward these petty men. If they still had the honor of a knight, they would not act recklessly. Ricardo's eyes clouded with hatred as he spat out, honor. He stepped forward, commanding the Death Knights, saying he had long since abandoned that. But Leon, facing such a strong opponent, showed no fear, saying, you think if you join forces, you can stop me. He took a fighting stance, ready for the Death Knights to charge. Leon looked up impatiently at them. He slashed his sword in a path that forced them to scatter. Unexpectedly, their strength was so great they could suppress Leon's sword strike. Two massive forces collided, creating a huge shockwave. Leon's hand grabbed the Death Knight's frosted face, clutching his vision tightly in his palm. His face darkened with anger, his eyes blazing with fury. Leon skillfully knocked them down one by one, thinking to himself, strong. He reaffirmed silently that the knight's power weakened when he became a Thema. Leon shouted, raising his sword to strike again, but he stabbed his sword down firmly, saying, with your twisted pride and so-called honor, you won't protect anyone. Leon's sword plunged deep, the ground glowing with shimmering golden light, as if draining the life force from the Thema. Ricardo helplessly screamed, Queen, Your Majesty. Leon's power caused a massive quake that terrified everyone. Ricardo was stunned by the scene, unsure what to do next. He could only crawl pathetically on the ground. Truly horrifying. How could he escape the shining sword pointed straight at his face? Ricardo knelt miserably, calling out to King Leon. Only then did Leon say, wake up from this brief dream. Ricardo stammered, now you hold the holy sword, yet you still want to wake up. Now live forever in your hopeless illusions. The foolish knight was about to raise his sword to send Ricardo into oblivion when Leon suddenly sensed something. He thought to himself, something is off. Even if his loyalty is questionable, he is not a traitor. Leon wondered why the queen asked him to kill them. His eyes scanned around. Impossible. Suddenly, Leon looked toward the bed glowing with strange light. Curiosity sparked. He wondered if she was a demon. Leon glanced back at Ricardo and ordered sharply, tell me what you did to the queen. Ricardo had no choice but to confess, bowing his head. Your Majesty made a pact. His half-human, half-Thema face grew serious with each word. With the demon, the flashback began. When the soldiers were gone, only the queen and Ricardo remained alive. A mysterious voice came from somewhere, making Bitchett curious. Queen, a mysterious figure in black appeared, saying, I do not respect your courage. Let us make a deal. Curious, she asked about the deal. He continued, accept the seed of corruption and keep fighting demons for 100 years. He held a crystal orb and laughed. If you do not get corrupted, I will save you and your people. Indeed. The queen of a kingdom on the brink of collapse had no choice but to accept the covenant, even if it was a cunning trap. After 5 years, a man laughed wildly, overwhelmed with happiness, wondering why everyone was avoiding him. By now, the number of corrupted souls driven mad by pleasure and torment kept rising. The queen was in agony, helpless, as voices shouted, a corrupted one. Catch him. By day, Bitchett had to watch demons slaughter her people, and by night, she was haunted by whispered words, to the point she no longer trusted herself. She wondered, what the hell have I done? The early years were bearable, but her opponent was the great demon of pleasure. The trap he set was sly and vicious. There was no loophole in the covenant the queen had accepted. That covenant was binding. Anyone who tried to break it would become a wandering demon in the 9 layers of hell, and when the 100-year covenant ended, all would become corrupted slaves. And in the end, Queen Bitchett went mad. The thought that her kingdom was turning to ruins, the nature of corruption planted within her body and her people devouring its bearer. By the 50th year, half a century of unrest had passed. The most loyal knight could not resist his desires when he broke into the queen's chamber. At that moment, Ricardo witnessed everything and made a decision. General Ricardo declared, if no man can resist her charm, then, with a determined look, he said, We will forget about life itself. They agreed to do it, as long as they could protect the queen and keep their loyalty. Then, together with Ricardo, they bid each other farewell, and the country plunged into devastation. Even if this land was defiled, even if they became wandering demons in the 9 layers of hell, even if they had to break the covenant with the demon and become corrupted slaves after 100 years, he once swore, "I will protect the queen to the very end." Back to reality. Ricardo painfully explained the reason. Because we ended our own lives and became death knights. The queen's charm no longer affects us. He continued. We sealed the queen away. Ricardo's voice dropped, along with the image of Buchet lying there. The seal that had lasted 80 years was the only sacrifice to put her into a deep sleep. Hearing this, Leon thought silently. What kind of loyalty is this? Then he replied. So that is why the queen asked me to kill you all. While talking to him, Fleur's soft voice rang out. Lee. He answered. I am listening. Goddess Fleur. Her eyes were deeply sorrowful. Do you feel it? Lin glanced around and replied. Yep. I can feel it. Full smoke kept swirling around here, drifting in from outside the door. They followed their trail inside, tracking them quickly by scent. Their leader was the demon lord of pleasure and corruption, Angragen. He was followed by a small group of demons, each one battle-hardened. Their faces were ice-cold, like demons. Leon shouted, Soldiers of King Leon, rise up. How long do you plan to lie there like fools? Jun suddenly woke from a daze and yelled, What is going on? Before he could understand, Leon grabbed his collar and pulled him up. Get up now. They all left immediately, with a questioning voice saying, I will do what I must. Leon left behind Ricardo, half alive and half dead, for the goddess. She gently watched their backs as they left. Outside, everyone was anxious. Seeing Leon was like seeing a lifeline. They were coming out. Someone stepped forward to report. Your Majesty, the demons have breached the walls. Jun was terrified again when he saw the scene ahead. Look at that. The demons outnumbered their soldiers by several times, each one charging fiercely, eyes bloodshot and focused on their target. Everyone else was scared. Only Leon remained calm, observing. Suddenly, footsteps approached quickly from ahead. DC was the first to step forward. To everyone's surprise, he took the lead, shouting loudly, Raise your shields. They echoed the command, passing it along, raising their shields. The soldiers took their battle positions, silently vowing to follow the king's orders. They told themselves to hold their positions and block the enemy's advance. Leon stepped forward with his sword, his whole body radiating a divine golden aura. Loon's sharp eyes stared intensely at the demons ahead. Jeff suddenly appeared from somewhere, quickly becoming a powerful ally for him. The entire army was in position. Leon and Jeff stood on either side. DC kept reminding himself that the king would strike to eliminate them. The demon finally appeared, its cruel eyes sweeping over all of them. One of his 6 long arms pointed forward, shouting loudly, Advance, slaves. Show them what pain is. The demons lost control and charged wildly, their pain replaced by excitement. They advanced toward the army, shouting nonstop, Kill them all. Jeff was transforming too, sending signals to exterminate hostile elements and releasing weapons. Leon decisively shouted. At that moment, his fighting spirit truly ignited as he charged forward. Compared to the demons, Leon's soldiers were few, and they were quickly surrounded. The demons surged forward, smashing into the large shields without feeling any pain. Soldiers fought back but still cursed. Damn it. There are too many of them. DC was more battle-hardened than ever, thinking to himself, but as long as I hold on. Your Majesty. Suddenly, DC noticed something that piqued his curiosity. The demons were tearing apart their targets, swarming like an army, and DC worried silently. Your Majesty. Among the targets, one demon suddenly focused on him, making DC fearfully think, this is it. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of light shone down. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and the demons scattered in panic. Leon roared like thunder, his face showing clear anger. At this moment, his power was at its peak. The louder Leon shouted, the louder the demons howled. The soldiers could hardly believe their eyes, looking utterly amazed. In truth, the reason behind the demons' pleasure power was their overwhelming numbers. Leon noticed his warhorse was exhausted and called its name. Salient. Although the lust demons were considered weak fighters, after receiving the battle's effects, they became extremely troublesome for King Leon. He said, This is a spell only high-level demons can use. Thinking to himself that he could not afford to be careless anymore. Eyes were watching him from all around, but Leon was not afraid. He raised his sword, knowing this was the only way. Leon closed his eyes, deep in thought, calming his emotions before slowly opening them. Alright. Leon's power flared up once again, and he told himself he had to do this. Leon sensed something and turned his gaze toward the city gate. Suddenly, a sound behind him caught his attention, making him look back. His soldiers were startled by the loud shout and charged forward. At the gate, Ricardo led the Death Knights, riding his horse as he charged in. They quickly passed through Leon's soldiers and surged ahead. At that moment, the demons also charged forward, unfazed by the earlier massive blow. The Death Knights seemed fearless. Each rode a horse, brandishing swords, charging straight at the demons. Ricardo approached Leon and said, King Leon, and Leon smiled back. General, Leon told him. Well done. I feel like I have just woken up from a nightmare. Ricardo dismounted and said, My loyalty to Her Majesty the Queen has always been unwavering. Leon replied, Of course it should be. He then declared, The King from Earth. We have endured countless hardships to protect this place. After a pause, Ricardo continued, Still, if you can make such a difference. Leon listened intently as he spoke. Ricardo stood there, leading his death knights. Eyes fixed on Leon, he proudly said slowly, Then we will give our all to help you. Leon stood there, responding with a satisfied smile. Then he turned his back to them, focusing on the overwhelming demons ahead, saying, Then I have to show them what I am made of. However, you guys are not as strong as I expected, but it is okay. Lena's body is glowing, radiating the divine aura and symbolizing hope. He strides forward coldly, calling out, O fire war god, even if this world is destroyed by demons, even if gods reign in that heart, Lena's body is transforming and shining. He steps up and continues, Grant me your courage. At that moment, even to the queen's loyal hunters and knights, Leon was stronger than ever. Flashes a triumphant smile. Please, answer my call. From where Leon stands, a blinding red light appears, and the demons freeze as if seeing this for the first time. A voice echoes from somewhere, piquing the curiosity of the old goat. The eternal loser. The fire god's voice continues. In the end, the flame will collapse any time without someone to hold it. Leon commands firmly. Then I will forever stand before the flame, as I always have. He looks at the demons with a determined smile. Until it can protect itself through every storm, I will overcome adversity and reach for the stars. Leon transforms, feeling stronger than ever, his giant silhouette above expressing his ultimate power. Leon's eyes are steady, his face emotionless, radiating destruction and death. The demons see this and scream in disbelief. He holds a large sword, planting it firmly into the ground. Leon shouts, I am the king. Leon the supreme war machine in armor, the great fire war god. DC and the soldiers are also intently watching his every word. Fire. War god. Leon calls out, Oh my knight, heed my call. They begin to feel the heat radiating from the fire god within him. Leon's whole body blazes. Right here. Right now. The flames of war will burn away evil. From where he stands, a massive beam of light descends from the sky, accompanied by a piercing sound. The demons look over and immediately gape in shock. A huge beast as foot appears, shaking the ground. Now appears the fire war beast with a bull's head blazing fiercely. Two golden beasts appear, pulling the fire god's chariot before Leon. He immediately jumps up without hesitation, taking the controls of the two beasts. Salient's whole body now emits a strange sparkling light and gradually changes. Leon glances at it and smiles in admiration. Thanks, little buddy. Hope you find peace. Leon then steadies himself to fight and draws his holy sword. Instantly, the large sword appears in his hand. Leon full of confidence. All right, a mighty army, including Pantheon's soldiers and Ricardo's troops combined, along with the chariot pulled by the two beasts. He shouts the order for all to follow me. Immediately, the beasts rear up, ready to charge forward. Ricardo is also in position, helmet on, sitting on his horse reminding the troops not to slack off. Leon drives the chariot leading the army into the demon ranks, shouting, Bring me their heads. The demons do not hesitate and rush forward to fight. They shout, screaming terrifying war cries. Leon watches the scene before him. Increasingly surprised, he grows angrier and angrier. Those disgusting demons, pretending to be human and using tactics behind our backs. Even more furious, Leon loses control of his words. Damn it. Attack them. The two beasts speed up and charge in. Very quickly, the two sides clash. Face to face, an ugly demon slams its face into the large horn of the bull-headed beast. The system sounds off, activating rage effects. Both sides charge fiercely, and Leon's chariot tosses demons into the air. With just the two beasts Leon controls, quite a few demons are seriously wounded. The leader starts to panic, sweating profusely. Angergen roars with confusion and a hint of surprise inside. Leon's eyes remain steadfastly focused, his brow furrowed with anger. The brawl showed no signs of cooling down. Both sides locked in a blood-red atmosphere. Angergen was now utterly panicked, screaming, No way. Angergen clutched his head in confusion. What the hell was that? How could it pass through like some ghost? He quickly ordered, Fire the magic cannons. Kill them all for me. The demons below obeyed immediately, ready to open fire. They remained confident they held the upper hand, aiming the mouth of the Great North straight at Leon. Suddenly, smoke and purple sparks flew toward the human army. Leon looked up, confused about what was happening. Then Leon understood and shouted, using ranged weapons. Ah! What a bunch of cowards. The system displayed information. Apply resistance to all units. Uniform immunity. Activate divine defense to nullify arrows for your units. The brave knights gain fire resistance. Then, a thunderous explosion erupted from the demon's Great North cannon. Leon's rage boiled over. He unleashed two beasts from the rubble. He quickly shouted, Follow me. Charge. The system displayed again. Apply rage effect to the entire unit. Activate War Knight's protection, and eliminate evil. Morale up 400%. Morale up 120%. Morale up 100%. Physical damage of all troops up 35%. Demon defense down 80%. He is a great man who triggered effects reducing physical resistance, magic resistance, and melee defense, automatically burning all demon souls within a 1-kilometer radius. The battle grew fiercer, more brutal than ever. They kept clashing relentlessly, demons constantly being thrown back. A voice rang out, catching Leon's attention. Human. Angergen ran over, sword in hand, grinning crazily. Got you now? He flew, slashing a long sword down where Leon had just stood, sending the war chariot flying. The wounded beast howled. He had truly angered these two spirit animals. Angergen, still clueless, ran toward the turtle, muttering. These lowlifes, suddenly realizing there were only two beasts. He thought, this is not enough. Where did Leon run off to? Angergen looked around, but Leon was already diving down from above him. Leon launched a long sword strike straight down, but Angergen luckily dodged quickly. Angergen shouted, flailing arms and legs wildly. Kill him. Soldiers. Leon's sword plunged straight into the rocky ground, holding a weapon in each hand. He landed successfully. Thinking. 1 minute. Leon stepped forward, telling himself, hold on just 1 more minute. Angergen watched the scene anxiously. Damn it. He is just a human. How can he be this strong? Angergen wondered how he could make those ruined kingdom knights so powerful. He suspiciously approached Leon to confront him. Human. King Leon. Angergen pointed and growled. You are the one who killed Dod Rad Dol. Leon paused, then asked. Dod Ral. He smirked and continued. You mean that wandering fat slob with weird sexual urges? Angergen's face turned red with rage at Leon's words. Leon mocked. Yeah. Your perverted faction, I have already taken them down. And you won't be any different. He shouted in his face. But now, I am going to punish you even worse. Angergen's whole body flushed red. He clenched his teeth. Speechless, Angergen wildly swung his knives out of control. Take this. Angergen will tear you to pieces. The more knives he threw, the bloodier he got. This was what he wanted. Sharp knives flew toward Leon, but he stood firm, not dodging. Leon stepped forward, readying for battle. He raised his weapons high. Instead of just talking trash, focus on your magic power. Leon taunted him. But you are just too weak. He used his strength, wielding the sword to create a large beam of light. The beam grew longer and longer, starting from him. Then it directly sliced off Angergen's arm. He wondered silently to himself. Did he just counterattack and aim at his own arm? Seeing Angergen's confusion, Lin repeated his declaration. I told you. I am going to kill every single one of you. Then he took a leap into the air, holding the big sword, ready to strike down. Angergen saw this but showed no fear. He gave a sly smile. Angergen shouted. Desire. That is desire. Satisfying your primal urges. No creature can resist it. Ricardo's army watched the scene anxiously. Oh no. Be careful. King Leon's on the attack. At this moment, Leon's mood was filled with jealousy seeing the power of that bug. He did not hesitate and decided to strike immediately. The sudden blow coming straight down. Angergen could only look confused at his wounded arm and asked, how is it possible? How can someone reject the pleasure of desire? He gasped in confusion. Leon stepped forward and said loudly, even the Lord of Pleasure can tempt me. He looked up firmly. Useless things like you. How could you fool me? Angergen thought fearfully to himself. No way. He looked at the human in front of him and wondered. Something is off. If he is alive, humans should have desires. Right. Angergen sensed the danger and thought, I have to run. Quickly ordering the bugs. Bite him. Where are you? Bite this guy. Before he could finish, the spirit beast from earlier charged and rammed Angergen, sending him flying into the air. Immediately, he crashed painfully to the ground. Leon sneered. Wait. I am right here. He stepped forward and kicked Angergen's chest, startling him. Wait a minute. Angergen still stood tall. You coward. You let a god interfere in our fight. I thought knights were supposed to be fair. Leon frowned and replied. Fair enough. Letting a third party interfere in a duel does not make for a true knight. He wiped sweat and continued. All right then. Leon cut him off. But with scum like you, there is no reason for me to show respect. Leon raised his sword high, ready to finish Angergen. Because this is not a battle between knights. It is just about wiping out some worthless bugs. He was about to meet his fate, but could not control his mouth. Cursing. Damn human scum. Leon ignored Angergen's words, sending him to the afterlife with a big explosion. Finally, Angergen, the Lord of Pleasure and Decay, was destroyed. From the start, this kingdom was prosperous and peaceful. The queen once believed this peace would last forever. Everyone thought so, until the bugs came and wiped everything out. She looked down at the kingdom surrounded by bugs, losing all hope. Bitchit was a wise queen and a mage who knew this well. He created a massive magical barrier around the palace. Bitchit tried to wipe out the evil demons and protect the kingdom, hoping to prolong its life. But the dust and cruelty of the bugs kept going. At first, she only hoped she and the kingdom could win. But that tiny hope did not last long. Fidget realized no matter how many times they killed them, the bugs would always come back. At that moment, she felt hopeless. This war, we will never win. Standing on the battlefield, Fidget helplessly said, no matter how many battles we win or how many bugs we kill, they will always return. She thought silently then, helplessness is just stupidity. The shining Ianga palace surely won to hold up in the future. Fidget sat helpless on her throne. The end was near. Suddenly, the voice of the man in black rang out. Hey queen, make a deal with me. Holding a purple orb, he grinned wickedly. If you can endure the seed of corruption for 100 years, we will stop invading this world. His white teeth bared, as if daring her pride. And carelessly, Fidget's sorrowful face focused on his words. Because he promised to return things to how they were at that moment. She could not even ask him how she could trust what he said. In despair, Fidget, almost entranced, reached out toward the orb. Ningok stopped speaking, saying, I accept. A dazzling purple light burst forth along with a demonic aura. Even though it was a deceitful trap set by the devil, but it was the only way for this world to return to how it once was. To protect those she loved, her subjects. Fidget agreed, despite Angrojan's cunning, scheming, and sinister expression. And so, the cycle of destruction repeated over the kingdom of Spur in a twisted dance of pleasure and corruption. All of them, including the innocent people and loyal knights, and even Queen Baichit herself, proud and defiant, bit by bit, they quickly sank deeper into darkness, once fully corrupted and aligned with the darkness. There is no turning back. Finally, a knight, unable to resist his lust, sneaked into the queen's chamber and was executed on the spot. Ricardo's voice rang out. Your Majesty, please forgive me. At that time, General Ricardo sealed the queen underground. Then, along with his army, he sacrificed himself and turned into a demon. In the queen's mind, she always blamed herself, thinking it was her fault. A decade full of regret, and Bichet was exhausted. A fate without end. Repeating over and over, she shed painful tears and said, I caused all this. The queen hoped this nightmare would soon be over. Scene change. Everyone gathered around a large chest. On top were the crown and items just taken after defeating Angrojan. Is that the crown of decay, and the nameless mirror that the pleasure demon always carried? Z has been fascinated by these things all along. Lee, knowing this, asked, you really like these? It then sent a signal. The metal is highly durable. Useful. He was curious but said, but has been tainted by evil. Take it away. Damn it. I think it sucks souls. He got excited. I can handle it. Leon did not stop him. If you say so, fine. He then got curious about the other items in the chest. Wait. What is this? That is the crown taken from Angrojan's head. The demon of pleasure and decay. Suddenly, the gentle voice of Goddess Fleur called out to Leon. Leon immediately turned respectfully and bowed. Yeah. Goddess, please speak. She requested to see the crown of decay he had retrieved. He looked at the items and replied, I am afraid it might offend your eyes. Fleur answered, it is. The goddess stared at it for a long time. Very intently, she picked it up and asked Leon, Don't you remember this crown? Fleur continued, it is the crown of the pleasure demon king you beheaded. You are only realizing that now, she explained. Those vile pleasure demons deceive children with dark, evil illusions. That power was sealed inside this crown of decay. Fleur smiled, looked at Leon, and put the crown down. But now it belongs to someone who might find it useful. He took it and replied, anyway, I can't destroy this yet. Leon added, if you want it, I am willing to give it to you. Fleur immediately waved it off. Thank you, you have worked hard this time. The temple is very pleased and sends thanks for the glory you have brought. He humbly replied, I just did what I thought was right. She added, wait. War God. Should I say goodbye to him before leaving? Another voice sounded. Say goodbye. Suddenly, a bright red whirlwind appeared around them. The war god appeared before Leon, who looked down thoughtfully and said, all right then. Betha seemed shy. Hesitating. It is hard to say, is not? Goddess Fleur reminded him. Be honest. A is watching. The two were still debating when Leon spoke up. Excuse me, I have a request. Bethos eagerly asked. What is it? You are always asking for stuff. Fleur nudged him and said to Leon. Go ahead. Say it. Leon looked back, his tone softening. I hope that. It turns out he was looking down at Ricardo and the Death Knights kneeling there. They might be able to reclaim their souls. The two gods looked at each other, thinking silently for a moment. Bethos then said, are you saying we should bring the souls of these death substitutes to heaven? They have already given up the cycle of life and death themselves. Goddess Fleur quickly added, don't be so naive. None of that is something you can just fix. He ground his teeth in impatience. What kind of gods would allow these death substitutes to get such a chance? The two stood there debating. Fleur said, well, that is not entirely true. They are just doing it for their master. Bethos replied, then just watch. Then Fleur stepped forward and called to him. Leon blinked, bowed slightly in respect, and said, please. Go ahead. She explained, Those who defy death are evil creatures that must be punished. They have stepped beyond the cycle of reincarnation. Suddenly, footsteps approach, carrying a weak voice. Please, the queen had awakened by now. Begging, please spare them. Ricardo was still kneeling, calling out softly. Your Majesty, Baichit explained. They did something unnatural to protect me. Please. She clasped her hands in earnest plea. The queen of this ruined kingdom hopes the two gods will show mercy. The goddess, looking sympathetic, said. Those loyal knights of the queen, no one in the divine realm can bring their souls to heaven. Both were surprised by her answer. Ricardo helped Baichit up and asked. Then what do we do? Fleer continued, hesitating slightly, which startled them both a bit. But the goddess smiled and added. Your deeds are enough to cover your past mistakes. We gods are very impressed by your loyalty. Fleer glanced at Leon and said. And above all, King Leon heard here has begged me. Then the goddess looked at them both. Up there. They won't let me do more than this. But since you asked, I will cleanse your tainted souls so you have a chance to be reborn. She stepped forward, her feet lightly touching the ground. Yet Fleur appeared before them and said to Baichit, I have a proposal for you. This is the only way their souls can rest and enter the cycle of reincarnation. The goddess suggested to the queen. You should become a priestess of the primordial god and help King Leon Hurt spread his faith when the otherworld reactivates. I will grant your knights the chance to be reborn almost immediately. Painful fragments of memory flashed through Baichit's mind. Her face went blank, eyes wide, as she thought over the goddess' offer. After a long moment of composure, she finally said, I thank you deeply. Cut to some time later. At the kingdom's castle, Leon and the queen stood before a large door. He supported her arm, with Jack beside them. Leon looked ahead, his expression as if he wanted to say something. He focused on his soldiers, while Baichit watched him. Suddenly, a carriage arrived. Your Majesty, Leon immediately ordered, report the casualties. The messenger hurriedly replied. Most of the wounded are recovering thanks to the holy power, but is very sad. 6 have passed away forever. They all wept deeply for the soldiers' sacrifice. Lena's voice softened. I see. That is truly sad. Standing before the 6 fallen soldiers, everyone was deeply moved. Leon thought, even facing an endless demon army, they did very well. He slowly drew his sword and said, I will pray for the souls of these brave warriors. Leon plunged his sword firmly into the ground, then knelt before it. A mystical light radiated around as he pleaded, O God of War. Lena's voice continued, full of sorrow for the soldiers. These brave warriors have departed with shining glory. He directly begged, please protect their souls. If they made mistakes in life, forgive them and honor their courageous hearts, even if they face death, so they may rest peacefully in heaven. The glowing lights slowly rose, making the messenger very curious. Leon was still praying. Record the names and families of those who died in this battle. The temple will never forget their sacrifice. 6 people lay cold there, suddenly all covered by the light of the celestial faction, and they gently passed away. What a stroke of bad luck. Leon smiled lightly and said to everyone, let us go home. The system quickly displayed a notification. The gate to the celestial palace has opened, but your soul is at a low level. You can't enter the celestial palace. Your faith is too weak. You can't enter. Your glory is too low. You can't enter. Shortly after, the message was updated and changed. King Leon has blessed you, and you have entered the celestial palace. Faced with the sudden appearance of the chaotic gate, the Hunters Association immediately gathered all available hunters to focus on attacking the dungeon. A large crowd from the association was amazed and kept cheering nonstop. They are out. They are back. They cleared the gate. Survivors, report in. Week passed, and King Leon finally cleared the gate and returned. Therefore, Kang Hu, the chairman of the association, acknowledged this gate assault as a huge loss for the Hunters Association. At the same time, he expressed his condolences to the hunters who sacrificed themselves. Kang Hu bowed his head to Leon. Speaking respectfully, we would like to extend our deepest condolences to the hunters who fell in the recent battle. Leon closed his eyes, turned to the side, and replied, I am quite saddened as well. Then Leon looked straight ahead, his tone serious as he mentioned, I am pretty sure you have reviewed Lord Spinner's video carefully. Right, it is a red gate, even a chaotic one, and inside appeared a great sin. It is a miracle you all made it back with so few casualties. He crossed his arms, looking somewhat surprised, and asked simply, Really? Then Leon suddenly narrowed his eyes, unusually serious as he proposed, I am thinking I should meet the families of the fallen warriors. Kang He was a bit surprised and hesitated, asking, You want to meet them in person? Still with that calm expression, Leon confirmed, They are my soldiers. At least I owe them that much. He hesitated a bit, then offered his opinion. I do not think that is a good idea. So Leon started listing reasons. I am not so narrow-minded that I do not understand how those with lost loved ones feel. I believe hearing the full story will bring them some relief. Then he called out loudly, Chairman Kang Hu, who immediately responded, Yep. Go ahead. Leon raised his sharp blue eyes cautiously and suggested, Please broadcast the recent video and call for more hunters to join the army. The evil spirits will eventually invade this world. I need more soldiers and knights to face that moment. Kang Hyu trusted him completely and agreed without hesitation. I understand. I will arrange it and report back to you later. Not long after, at the Naju Plains, the Pantheon army camp. Inside, Lian leaned back in his chair, his eyes staring off into the distance. After a while of staring into the void, he concluded, the demons are acting very strangely. I need urgent support. He placed his palm on his chest, firmly deciding something. This time, I have to go in person. Lian's eyes closed tightly, his golden light gradually spreading from his palm. After a moment, his mind focused on that place. Each heartbeat was vividly simulated as Lian's body began to hover in the multidimensional space. Moments later, Lun was dressed in commoner's clothes, standing tall under the cool shade of a tree. His blue pupils slowly opened, and a voice called out, 10 days and... Your Majesty, across from him. Eniac stepped forward with knights around, shyly saying, the humble servant of the holy god requests permission to greet the representative of the temple. The knights knelt on both knees, and beside them came the words, please enter, the greatest guardian of the Holy Grail. Shortly after, in the magnificent main hall of the Iyenga temple, Lian strode in and greeted warmly, long time no see. Is heaven treating you well? Eniac smiled brightly and said sweetly, all thanks to your Majesty's protection. Lun was surprised and asked, really? Lun approached two knights, excitedly saying, Lord Judas, Lord Antone, you both look brighter these days. Antone laughed heartily and replied, if I would known this place was so beautiful, I would have come sooner. He then reminded, do not joke around like that. At that moment, a tall figure stepped in front of Leon, and when he called out your Majesty, he immediately recognized him as the former king. The man said calmly, it has been a long time. The man with the radiant smile and orange hair was none other than the previous king of Argentina, His Majesty Leon Hurt. Leon placed his hand respectfully and bowed sincerely, apologizing for disturbing his rest. The king laughed heartily and replied, don't say that. Aren't we of the same bloodline? Without hesitation, Leon brought up the matter. Your Majesty, new souls have arrived here. Do you know if they are aware of their arrival? Argentina looked toward the souls and responded, that those the warriors who sacrificed themselves in the recent battle. Rest assured, they will be warmly welcomed. You can be at ease. Then he expressed his curiosity. There must be a reason you came so quickly. Tell me about it. Leon bowed slightly and hesitated before answering. Actually, I came to pay respects to the gods of the Pantheon and explain a few things. He then lifted his face confidently and continued, the situation is urgent. I need to rely on the wisdom of our ancestors. Hearing this, the king smiled gently, folded his arms, and said, all right, head to the forest. I will let you talk with my friend. Pytalion. Shortly after, under the warm sky, large wings spread wide, covered densely with white feathers fluttering on Pytalion's white wings. Leon sat proudly, holding the reins to guide their direction. His golden hair fluttered in the breeze, and his deep blue eyes glanced back. Leon and Pytalion soared through the air. Below them knights rode horses. Leon thought to himself, one day, I will come here with Stallion too. Of course. That won't happen if Earth's future is engulfed in demonic fire. After flying a bit further, Leon pulled the reins taut and signaled. There. That way. Lord Pytalion. Pytalion neighed and quickly turned in the indicated direction. It landed amidst the dense forest with towering trees. Leon's eyes carefully scanned the area before announcing, we have arrived. Just as he finished speaking, a deep voice echoed from the dark forest. Li, rightful Duke of the Dragonia Kingdom, Master of Achievements. Leon looked toward the voice and respectfully replied, wise woodman, I apologize for intruding on your land. Sunlight began filtering through the trees as the voice continued. King Leon, all living beings owe you gratitude. At that moment, two ancient trees started moving, their faces slowly revealing themselves. The two trees stepped forward and spoke, even the gods. This forest always welcomes you gladly. Leon looked up and replied, I am honored to be mentioned alongside the gods. The tree immediately got to the point. The aftermath of a dragon and a revered hunter. King Leon, how serious is the issue that you must come to the afterlife? Without hesitation, Leon mentioned his request. Guna, the youngest sage among you and my friend. I want to meet him. The two trees nodded after hearing this and parted ways, murmuring, Guna, the youngest sage. Suddenly, the forest trembled, and birds scattered in panic. Inside the forest, Leon smiled slightly as a voice called out, Li. My friend. Guna, a large figure, stepped forward and asked immediately, why have you come to see me? Leon's smile faded as he spoke seriously. Guna, I need your seed. Guna grunted and leaned closer. Leon continued, of course. It is difficult for you because it goes against nature. Hearing this, Guna's eyes widened in surprise and asked, is this urgent? Leon placed his palm on his chest, seriousness clear in his voice. Yep. The world I rule now is being invaded by a vicious species. I know this well because I have seen them on my journey, he spoke solemnly, recounting everything slowly. They have noticed my presence and have started to act. Right now. They are trying to infiltrate that planet. Guna's eyes were vacant, reading the few words instinctively. Just like in the Old Kingdom. I get it now. Lean quickly confirmed. Yep. They will destroy everything in their path. Without hesitation, he planted the root firmly above the ground with consent. All right. After all, you are the only one left alive who can handle those evil demons. 2 branches curled up in front of Guna, light and fresh leaves appearing simultaneously. Guna smiled softly, eyes fixed on the seed, entrusting it with trust. Take this. I am counting on you to guard the pass. Taking the fresh seedling, Lin bowed gratefully and said, Thank you. At that moment, he blurted out an unfinished sentence that made Lian look up curiously. It is good to see you again after all this time, my fake friend. He raised his rough wooden arms, warm sunlight shining down with a warning. Take care. For the future will hold many hardships. Not long after, he was on his way holding the seedling, leaving the main gate when suddenly someone called out, Li. He looked around and recognized it was Lord Gratus and the former king, His Highness Argentina, who smiled fiercely and asked, heading back so soon. Then he stepped forward, placing something in Lian's hand and said, Take this. Curious. Lian asked, What is this? His eyes wide, staring at the item in his hand. The man slowly explained, After some discussion, I want to give you something you need right now. It will help you a lot in the battles ahead. This is the reins of a master divine sorcerer. It can even train mythical beasts. I am giving it to you because its owner has passed away. I received this at his funeral. Following that, Gratus, tall and imposing, stepped forward holding a notebook and said, My turn. He placed the notebook in Leon's hands. Loon grew curious again. What is this? Gratus shared his thoughts. I heard you are training your army from scratch. I bet it is frustrating. He glanced at the words on the cover. How to easily capture giants. Then immediately realized. This is the legendary warrior training manual. 3 men stood there laughing together as Leon flipped through the pages. Asking, How to easily capture giants. Gratus replied happily. When I was alive, this was the book I often used for training. At that moment, Eniac eagerly stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I also want to give you this. Hoping it will help you. She placed a pendant with a holy sword emblem in Leon's hand and gently urged, Please accept it. Holding the pendant tightly, he felt extremely awkward. Relics are treasures passed down only among saints. How could an ordinary person like me receive this? She insisted. You are the new owner of this relic. The gods always support you. Eniac cut her finger, eyes tightly shut. Softly whispering, It will be the power that protects your majesty until the holy sword is resurrected. Please accept it. Loon hugged the gift's close, his voice full of gratitude. Thank you all. His whole body began to glow faintly in the beam of light, his serious voice lingering. For these precious gifts, I will use them well. That night, under the starry sky, Leon's house shone brightly with light. His footsteps echoed steadily down the hallway. He stopped in front of a locked door and called out sternly, King Leon here. Still in that tone, Leon continued, May I see you for a moment? Inside, Beechit heard the voice echoing. Soon after, the door in front of him slowly opened. He said nothing, just stood still with his eyes closed tightly. Seeing that, Beechit spoke up. You are not coming in. Leon still kept his eyes shut and replied calmly, You have not given me permission yet. Hearing that, she chuckled softly, unable to help but compliment. Straightforward as always. Then, with a broad smile, she said, Please come in. Beechit stood up, looking at the man before her with affection. Leon's jaw was still clenched as he opened the door and stepped inside, full of guilt. Queen Beechit, please forgive me for letting you stay in such a shabby place. This is more than enough for a queen in exile. I just hope you can forgive me for what has happened. Leon smiled, showing his shiny white teeth. The guest replied, No need. But inside, he felt like he was losing control of his energy. Then he walked up to the window, moonlight shining in as he announced, My divine power has suppressed the early signs of corruption in your kingdom, but I can't eliminate it all. We will have to adjust the balance over time. Just as he finished speaking, Beechit's unspoken signal suddenly glowed. She softly responded, I understand. They both sat down at the table. Leon curiously asked, Is that your farewell to your knights? She held a glass of wine, her eyes full of meaning as she looked outside, replying simply, That is all I can do. No more. No less. He raised his glass too, narrowing his eyes at Beechit and asked, You have been in this world for 2 days now. Have you adapted yet? Beechit answered honestly, I think I need a little more time. Her face still carried a hint of worry, her words thoughtful. This place is so different from my old world. Hearing that, Leon took a sip of wine and said, You do not have to feel that way. His words caught Beechit off guard for a few seconds. He crossed his arms seriously, closed his eyes, and reassured her, Be proud of what belongs to your kingdom. A true leader expands their territory far and wide. Then Leon opened his deep green eyes, emphasizing each word. So your people will follow that open and happy path. He smiled faintly and said, "Isn't that the mindset of an invader?" The corners of his mouth lifted as he quickly denied, "It is different." Then he shared his view. "Hurting others for your own goals is a hateful ambition." Still serious, Leon proposed to Beach it. "If you bless everyone with the right teachings, they will be enlightened and live happier lives." Beachit's face was now drenched in sweat, and she silently thought, "Get it? So I have done it with my power. I have fought demons for over 100 years. And no matter what, I do not regret it." After talking to herself, she asked, "Seems like you are afraid of more than just facing demons." "Right." Leon proudly introduced himself. "That is right. I have been entrusted by the gods with a noble mission." Then he slammed his fist on his chest. Eyes sharp and focused straight ahead, he spoke of his own hope. "Queen of the Spur Kingdom, I hope you will follow my ideals too." Beachit was deeply moved by his sincere words, her smile gradually blossoming. Then she closed her smile, speaking earnestly. "I owe you my life. As queen, how can I repay you?" Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, making Leon cautious. Then she coldly continued, "But if that great demon, Ka Ilex, ever returns?" A powerful aura surrounded Beachit as she made her request. "I want you to give me the strength to end him with my own hands." Without hesitation, he stood up and replied, "All right, with those nasty demons, I will do whatever it takes to kill them." Then Leon laughed heartily. "I am happy to teach you how to snuff out their souls with spells that'll terrify them. Can't he wait?" Proudly, he continued, "In my kingdom, we usually trap demons in cauldrons and burn them. But no matter how many we kill, they always come back. So I think that is not enough. They are selfish and only care about doing evil." With a twisted face, he spread his hands, emphasizing each venomous word. "Have you ever tried stabbing a demon snail? They scream like crazy." Hearing this, Beachit covered her laughing mouth and replied, "I once stripped one and made it roll around on a field full of iron spikes." Their wine glasses clinked under the moonlight. Leon praised, "You are creative?" Beachit modestly replied, "Yeah, just a little." At that moment, under the starry sky, something streaked across a white line clearly visible. At midnight, Harry ran with heavy steps on the ground, breathing heavily. Suddenly she stopped, gasping as she saw something along the way. Seeing Beatrice sitting with Leon on the bench, she quickly bowed her head and said, "Your Majesty, I am glad you are feeling better." He coldly called out, "Come here." As Harry stepped closer, Leon ordered, "Make me a cup of tea." She nervously pulled out the teapot and replied, "Strange." Then she brought the tea over and introduced, "This is premium barley tea." "Your Majesty," Beatrice gently responded. "Thank you. It has been a long time since I felt this relaxed." Leon held the hot paper cup of tea in his hand, but was lost in thought for a moment. Then he made a proposal that stunned her into silence. He said to Harry, "I want you to serve Queen Beatrice for a while. The luggage does not matter, but you must dress properly and behave well toward the Queen." Beatrice spoke up to refuse, and Harry blushed awkwardly. "You do not have to lie like that." But Leon was firm in his decision. "Have to do this. A royal like her deserves a proper personal assistant." Beatrice did not hesitate and immediately turned to ask, "What is your name again?" "Harry." She startled, then she replied awkwardly, "Yep. Madam." Beatrice shared her observation. "I sense a strong fire energy from you. If you can see that, I would like to take a look." Harry was a bit surprised by those words. So she could see his unique skill. Leon thought for a few seconds, then said, "All right, let us see how you handle the sword. I know your abilities are worthy of your current position." He began to stand, conjured a sword from thin air, and said, "Show us what you can do." "You can use this?" Despite being a bit surprised, Harry replied loudly, "It is an honor for me." The sharp sword was handed to Harry, her big round eyes clearly showing amazement. Gripping the sword's hilt tightly with both hands, Harry slowly scanned her surroundings. Immediately, her face turned ice cold, and fire energy began to swirl throughout her body. She pulled the sword's hilt back, her pupils following the blade's path. Once the fire energy was fully charged, Harry gripped the sword with both hands and swung it down with all her might. The sword arced in a wide swing, flames blazing along the slash, her graceful figure glowing brightly. As the fire energy faded, Loon rubbed his eyes and sighed helplessly. That swing was way too wide. She looked straight at the sword, her face blank as she replied. Yep. He stepped forward to retrieve the sword, reminding her, "Looks like you just used a skill." Harry bowed and handed back the sword, confirming, "Yep, that is right." At that moment, he seemed to come alive. His strong hands raised the sword, advising, "You need to swing with full force, but keep the trajectory tight." Leon's eyes gleamed with light, his mind fully focused. A second later, the sword was brought down. The ground shattered right in front of him, dust rising after the fierce impact. The air was still trembling as he casually turned to remind Harry, "Easy. Practice again when you have time." Her face was dripping with sweat. Still catching her breath, she replied loudly, "Yep, sir." Then Leon stepped forward and asked, "Beatrice, what do you think?" Beatrice gave her assessment, Her fire magic skills seem a bit off. Beatrice gently stepped in front of Harry and continued. Fire is a pretty powerful force. The sword gradually extended as she summoned it. Her calm voice continued. You just need to channel mana into the sword, not just swing it while forcefully channeling mana into the sword. Beatrice explained. Compress your power inside. Then use it to focus where needed. The blade glowed brightly. Beatrice pivoted her toe 90 degrees and said. Once compressed, the flame won't be easily extinguished. Her body moved smoothly as she swung the sword. Each powerful slash was delivered with an unbelievably calm expression. After 2 consecutive strikes, Beatrice pulled the sword back and said, Now, release the compressed flame. The moment of truth. The blade pointed straight ahead, an energy orb gradually forming. Beatrice said, Just one swing is enough. The energy beam shot out from the slash, intense enough to tear through space. Harry stood beneath the powerful energy, her face frozen, overwhelmed to the point of dizziness. After patiently teaching her, Beatrice excitedly asked if she just needed to compress it until the temperature was high enough to burn the enemy to dust. Sounds simple enough, right? At this point, Harry had not recovered yet, her face still frozen with the question in her mind. What is so easy about that? That night, inside Harry's office, she was slumped over her computer screen, complaining about how much work she had to do. Tears streamed down as she muttered miserably about all the tasks ahead. She had to send reports to her boss and the association president. She also had to bring potatoes and sweet potatoes to the new recruits. And that was not all she needed to upgrade weapons and change armor. But where was she supposed to find iron now? After crying her eyes out, Harry started to panic and shouted in frustration, Taxes. Damn it. What am I supposed to do? No one at the academy ever taught us this stuff. Just as she said that, Jot suddenly appeared behind her with a question about not being able to handle the accounting work. It jumped onto Harry's head. And only then did she calm down and ask, What do you want? Spinner, you startled me. It replied. I want to divide the work so everything runs more efficiently. Hearing that, she gradually brightened up. Remembering. Right. Spinner is a supercomputer. I can have it do whatever I want. Just seconds later, Jut stood in front of the computer screen, non-stop explaining things that made Harry miserable to the core. It was extremely proud of what it presented. Reference data fully applying the special tax law. And the hunter's food expenses had been processed. The registration for producing custom equipment was complete. Crop prices were rising in the Nadu Plains. And using the special support from the agricultural and fishery law, tax benefits on purchases could be applied. Her face went blank as the torturous words echoed in her ears. Business entities must be separated. Mansin Farm and the Mansin Temple Conference are 2 completely separate enterprises. Mansin Farm receives special support under the agricultural and fishery law, applying additional tax exemptions. Harry forced a smile while Jiup kept explaining, applying tax exemptions for companies, social welfare, and family support projects for active soldiers. Harry's head started to smoke from the overwhelming info. She did not understand any of it, but still managed to smile and said, Enough. That info's really helpful. It replied politely. See you when there is more to discuss. Just as Jit was about to leave, she remembered something important. Spinner, I need a maid outfit. You know, a European-style maid uniform. Is that possible? It gave a confident answer. Kingly in hood. Similar to the early and medieval European monarchs, choosing a European-style maid uniform made sense. And Harry was thrilled. Thank God. I am about to become a cosplayer. Seeing that, Giot asked, Do you want me to buy the maid outfit based on the database you provided? Harry naturally did not refuse, her face lighting up. That would be great, but she had no idea that the database Spinner mentioned was actually for sexy maid costumes. It was complete data from an online shopping center, reviewed by Jiko Zimbogen about maid stockings with dye-bang attachments. Like, my boyfriend loves it. I'll be no middle edge. You have to try it. So it kept searching for more lingerie. Early the next morning, the orange beat bike stopped at a village in Lean-S territory. From the bike, a long slender leg stepped down. The guy in the sleek black jacket was Hansu Ho, and a rank Hunter Academy student. At that moment, a gruff friend stepped down behind him and said, You are sticking around longer than I thought. This guy was Kim Jae Hyuk, also an rank Hunter Academy student. Hansu Ho turned around with a bright smile and said, Whatever. Everyone sees it, so it is normal. The reason the students were here was that a few days ago, Kin Lian had visited the Hunter Academy, standing on the podium with great authority. He said, I am not here as a soldier. I am here to save the next generation of hunters. I will teach you everything from sword handling and spear thrusting to horseback riding, and even theology. At that moment, Hansuho was completely stunned, and Jae-hyuk leaned over and asked, Did he just say theology? In the tense atmosphere, a student raised his hand and said, I specialize in the same subject, sir. Leon pointed at the boy and snapped rudely, Loser. Do not use that name. Go learn the original term yourself. The disappointed boy lowered his hand and replied, Yeah, sir. At first, Lean was disdainful and rude, and the students were all unhappy. He stood in the middle of the classroom, speaking confidently, like if you guys study theology, I can teach you some basic holy spells. Which made all the students stir up. So you graduated and became a priest. studying theology, learning about religion. While everyone was still confused, he raised his hand, absorbing energy backward. Now, watch this. Leon started performing with the energy, arching his back, then leaning forward with his hands on his hips. Next, one hand on his head, the other in front. A glowing energy orb gradually formed. After witnessing that display of power, they were convinced. After recalling what just happened, Daihaihuk hesitated before sharing her feelings. Seriously. The culture shock was real. Suho was not much better. It is amazing. Anyone can use magic. At that moment, a female student approached from behind and said, "There is nothing amazing about it. If you do not try, you are just trash." The cold-toned girl was also a student at the A-Level Hunter Academy. John Soyeon. Daihaihuk took the chance to tease. "In the end, you still left, did not you? You were ditching him like some nobody." She blushed shyly, Lena's sharp words from yesterday still ringing in her ears. "Be careful what you say." Suho then asked about something. "What about the Blue Sword Guild? You are the guild leader's envoy after all." She held out her phone screen to both of them and asked, "Have not you guys seen this yet?" Daihaihuk and Soho were both puzzled, muttering back and forth. "What is this?" The NTV channel. Scanning through a clip, the two guys wondered as they watched scenes of King Leon using holy relics and fighting at the Konga front. What is the use of watching this? At that moment, Suho pulled out his phone and said, "This is Harry." Down there is her shocked look, unable to hold back his curiosity. Haihuk asked, "You make a lot of money. So why are you still using that old phone?" He calmly replied, "Most of my salary goes to an orphanage." His eyes fixed tightly on the phone. He could not help but praise. "Both Hari and you work really hard." Hearing that they were on their way to the temple, Suho guessed, she must be taking on some big responsibility. Right then, Hari was shocked beyond belief. She was told she was wearing the sexy maid uniform set, a 5-piece combo used for special events, rated 9.98 stars. Learning this, Hari was even more horrified, her face pale as if all the blood drained out. Then, too embarrassed, Hari closed her legs and asked, "Amor, Spinner, is this really okay?" "For real," he casually replied. "It is in the database. Numbers do not lie." But she still could not believe it. "Are you sure?" He firmly confirmed. 99.999% sure based on the info. "You doubt the database." Outside the door, students had gathered, overhearing her words. "But this is a bit." Then Jack's harsh voice said, "Denying the database is not allowed." Suho was thrilled realizing it was her voice. Then knocked on the door with a bold thought. "I am gonna surprise her." Hearing the knock, Hari clenched tightly. Shocked again, he also heard the knock, realizing the plan. Right. She said she had guests today. Time to open the door. She hurriedly refused. "Not yet." Before Hari could say another word. "Spinner." The door began to crack open. The door opened just a bit. Suho's awkward smile appeared. She immediately covered herself with both hands, face red as a tomato. While he stood there stunned, despite blushing furiously, Hari tried to stay calm and said, "Hello everyone. Thanks for coming all this way. And you just stand there frozen. Still can't he get over it?" Suho quickly stepped back to cover his eyes. Then asked, "That outfit?" She quickly denied. "It is not like I wear it because I like it." Everything happening made his head spin more. Jiep kept insisting she did not believe the database. "That is not okay." Hari kept yelling, "Stop pulling my skirt." While they were arguing loudly, Loon came up from behind and said with a tone, "Truly a disaster." She jumped in shock, stammering, "B behavior." Seeing her like that, he was so angry he trembled, grinding his teeth. Then he pointed straight at Harry's head, his anger peaking as he shouted, "This is actually disgusting. Go change your clothes immediately for me." She looked at the armor in her hands in pain and replied curtly. "Yep." Under Leon's annoyed gaze, she started to burst into tears. That guy was up to some trouble again. A few seconds later, Jip found an excuse to sneak away. "It is time for the second-year students to eat. I will take my leave now." No one responded. He dashed off under everyone's hostile stares, seeing Leon grabbing his sister's head and yelling, "Go change quickly." Suho was deeply hurt to realize that the reunion with his sister he had waited for so long was terribly bad. Blue skies, white clouds, and golden sunshine on the peaceful Jeju Island. In the heart of the city, a red gate like a black hole in space appeared. Near the red gate, a foot stomped hard on the ground, followed by a click of the tongue and a comment. "Finally made it here, Jim." And Junha got off the bus. She frowned and said, "I already gave you money to catch the early flight, yet you are still a bit late." He sighed warily. "Our group is having problems," his mother whispered, eyes glancing back. "We already failed at the inner gate. I will find a way to make up for it at this gate." Two members of the Golden Lion Guild joined this battle and accidentally ran into sworn enemies. Then, a familiar figure stepped forward to greet them. "Long time no see, Jim." And all three crossed their arms, looking unfriendly. Then he cracked a smile and sneered. "Look who it is, the guy who ran off after blackmailing the government, and now dares to show up at the Red Gate. Young one. He could not hide his emotions. His tall face clearly showed irritation. He was not backing down either. A smirk curled on his wary face as he asked, "Thanks to our guild's sacrifice, you escaped that gate. Aren't you grateful?" Jum and John started to stir after that provocation. With a smug grin, young one stepped forward and mocked. "Say something, then Jum." Mind Jing. And Nunalai spoke up sharply. "How about a 50-50 deal here?" "Okay," he sneered and quickly shot back. "You do not have the strength to ask for 50-50. Your guild is the one in trouble." The argument escalated after his taunt. "Besides us, who else can support you? Right. So stop betraying us." Hearing this, he flew into a rage. "You ought. If you see someone being kind, do not take advantage of it." "Got it." Then young one pointed at Jian and declared, 60-40. No more. No less. Without hesitation, "Fine. But you pay for your own meals," he declared fiercely. "I can pay for myself." Seeing this, Jana sighed and wondered. Pathetic. We are not kids anymore. So why keep fighting and getting hurt over stupid stuff? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind her and spoke loudly. Startled, Jana called out, seeing it was a girl from the Phoenix Guild. "sssrank, named a judge." Jana got annoyed. "Do not be scared. If anything happens, alert the guild first," she said with a calm smile, reminding her to speak properly. Standing side by side, she casually asked, "But hey, before the gate appeared, we were all gathered, right?" Joji scanned everyone at the red gate and reported, 3 srank hunters, and 1 nearly srank hunter. "That is enough. We meet the requirements to raid a regular srank gate." Her face darkened as she finished. "That should be more than enough." Soon as they stepped inside the red gate, young one straightened up in horror. Before them lay countless corpses. Blood splattered everywhere. The armored knights were no better. All lay defeated in a pitiful state. The hunters participating in this race paused for a moment as strange gray smoke appeared. A killer emerged from the smoke. Voice echoing, "You are all dead. Right in front of me," he continued speaking, facing the shocked Hong family members. "Right before the great Gelbrick, who saved those miserable fools." A surge of energy burst around him as he declared, "Gelbrick, the Holy Grail Knight of Leon Hurt, will deliver divine punishment upon you." Immediately, Gelbrick went on the offensive, deadly energy rings swirling around him, alongside a mission notification from the system. Save the people from massacre. Condition to complete. Defeat the mighty Gelbrick. Now. The air around him felt suffocating, as his power steadily rose. His pupils glowing with a sharp red steel light. The classic overwhelming strength before them only made the hunters more terrified. Xiam and Jun were sweating nervously, asking, "What is this?" Gelbrick then raised something in his hand and commented, "You all look very suspicious." Holding a shield in one hand and a steel object in the other, he asked, "I want to know why you dared to attack the king's men. I will decide your punishment based on your answer." Every word from him made Jian furious. She started cracking her knuckles and cursed. What a disgusting oath. Suddenly, Jun stepped forward, pressing her lips to her hand, then raised her hand to block and said, "Wait, there must be some misunderstanding here." Then he calmly approached Gelbrick and replied, "Because your knights attacked us first. We had no choice but to fight back." At that moment, a frustrated man rushed out, yelling, "Damn it. You bastards." Just as he finished, Gelbrick stomped his iron-made foot on the ground and shouted loudly, "Natalian." Then Gelbrick turned and emphasized sternly, "I warned you to drop that hot-headed temper. This is an insult to the goddess' honor." The man lowered his head awkwardly and responded, "Yep. I apologize." Then in a respectful tone, Gelbrick sincerely said, "Guests from afar." On behalf of Natalian, he sincerely apologized. Jun pressed her palms together and replied, "I am glad all misunderstandings have been cleared up." Soon after, he squinted and looked ahead, a smirk forming as he thought, "Negotiations are going better than I expected. This will be easier than I thought." His thoughts were interrupted when Gelbrick snapped, then grew more fierce. "You killed 6 of my warriors. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth." The hunters immediately got defensive. But Gelbrick calmly continued, "Let us, if we lose 6 men," raising his staff high, still radiating power, he finished with a venomous tone, "You must pay with 60 lives." At the same time, on a sunny afternoon at Leon's mansion, a group of students, led by Harry, strolled around, their eyes scanning the surroundings curiously. After a while, Hook could not believe his eyes and asked himself, "This place looks so ordinary. No advanced equipment. Not even a medical room." Seeing everyone just drinking water casually, he wondered, why does everyone only drink plain water in the cafeteria? Walking further, Harry excitedly announced to the group, "We are here." Suo's eyes widened in surprise. Behind them, Hook and Soyeon looked no better. He asked wide-eyed, "What the heck is this?" She led the group to the gate and introduced, "This is the soldiers' training ground." Inside, the training ground was chaotic. Soldiers fighting fiercely with no regard for life, even threatening each other, shouting, I will punch you to death. Rubbed his eyes several times before asking, Senior, what is this? Am I dreaming? Harry was also confused. His confidence fading. Well, it is training. Is not? He immediately asked again. Training like this, at that moment. Instead of fighting with fists. The soldiers were biting and pulling each other's teeth. Yelling. Harder. Harder. The situation became urgent. So she quickly came up with a very reasonable excuse. Behind these training sessions lies a world of meaning. You all should try it out. I heard this time they are using a different training manual. Then she pretended to congratulate them. You guys are lucky. Seeing this odd scene, Ri-hyuk immediately decided. I need to get out of here, as fast as possible. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Leon suddenly appeared behind him and asked, Is everyone here yet? Everyone quickly stepped aside, and Harry hurriedly greeted. Your Highness. After getting the answer, he immediately announced to the soldiers. Then, a soft purple cushion was placed on the ground. Harry sincerely gestured with both hands and invited, Please sit down. Seeing the scene, everyone had the same question. Do we really have to use cushions to sit? He crossed his legs on the cushion, his face serious as he ordered. Harry, the rest of you, stand those kids up. She replied with a quick yes. He continued to instruct. Soon, you will have to complete your first exercise as knights. Facing the heat, hearing the name of the first exercise, she looked a bit worried, hesitating as she replied. When Harry stepped over to the group, Leon spoke. Let us get started. Harry and the trainees focused intently on Leon's next words. I will pick out a few rough gems from you all and polish them until they shine bright. Those selected will continue their training. I will personally guide and test you. For the honor of your family, give it your all. Suddenly, she patted Suho's chest, and he quickly turned to call out. Then she whispered a few words quickly. Suho, do not you feel any respect for him at all? I am really worried about you. Just as he was worried about her words, Lena's voice rang out. All right then, his eyes gleamed sharply ahead, striking a commanding pose as he rallied. Let us see how good you really are. Everyone, draw your swords. His every word made everyone jump, their bodies nearly losing balance. The trainees grew even more terrified at his next declaration. The time limit is until the last person falls. Don't worry about injuries. I have got the holy chalice here to heal you right away in the blink of an eye. Leon shifted to the center of the trainees, looking calm and confident at that moment. He smirked, his tone full of pride. About 40 of you, and at best, maybe one of you can even touch me. No sooner had he finished than Harry shouted in panic. Watch out. The next day, a twisted smile appeared on Leon's lips, followed by a fierce aura. Suddenly, streams of blue energy surged toward a male trainee. Less than a second later, Leon was right next to the young man, his hand poised to flick with a warning. Don't get distracted. Snap. The male trainee was knocked backward, and the surrounding air was disturbed. The boy was dizzy, clutching a big bump on his forehead. The other trainees started getting serious. No weapons. Grab your weapons. Lena's flicking hand still smoked, a sinister grin spreading as he said, Fine. Whatever you want. I will give it to you. After a few loud shouts, Ji-hyuk lay flat on the ground with a big bruise on his forehead. The other trainees were sprawled out with serious injuries. Except Suho, who was sitting, breathing heavily. After the training session ended, Leon calmly reassured. You still have a long way to go. Don't worry. Just give it your all. Everyone slowly held their heads and stood up. Suho asked. We gave it our all. Right. Ji-hyuk confirmed. Yeah. Even though I was a bit panicked at first, I really gave it everything. Hari was in a similar state, sighing as he praised. Your Majesty is so strong. At this rate, you are almost at the general level. A few minutes earlier, Leon stood still as Suho and Ji-hyuk wielded their weapons and shouted, showing no sign of weakness. Just as Suho jumped up and swung his sword, Leon smiled and bit his lip, blocking. Leon raised his large palm high. With just one step, he successfully caught the boy's sword midair, then dodged Ji-hyuk's incoming attack. Neun Jiang gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp and focused, fully concentrating on this attack. She swung a fierce sword strike forward, flames bursting out, turning the scene into chaos with a thick explosion. As the smoke cleared, Lena's sinister face appeared clearly before Harry, still holding the sword. Just as Hari was counterattacked, a graceful step approached. Soyeon spun around and leapt right behind Leon. Glancing back at him, he looked back with glowing pupils, a smirk curling his lips as he said two words. Not bad. Back in reality, Leon spoke seriously. Looks like everyone's awake now. Let me explain. The night training program is really simple. All the trainees sat cross-legged together, perfectly still, listening intently to him. Their bodies might have been overloaded, like different kinds of knights. Leon lowered his head slightly as he began to explain. The first team to reach the final goal would be the kingdom's main knights, while the others would at least reach an acceptable level. Just as he finished speaking, Soyeon raised her hand to ask. Your Majesty, I still do not fully understand the evaluation criteria. He paused for a moment, then brought up another topic. My kingdom, knights are divided into 5 ranks. The first are the main kingdom knights, who have not yet been assigned a hall. Knights who show true spirit will be assigned a hall, and promoted to subordinate positions under the war knights, followed by the apprentice knights. Hearing this, Soho clearly showed his confusion about the apprentice rank. A miserable image of himself soaked in the rain appeared. Loon explained in detail that these were those who had to give up everything to complete the god's mission. You must prepare yourself mentally to endure decades of exile and hardship. Proudly, he told everyone that through this process, he completed the mission to find the goddess of light and justice, Arya, and then became a Holy Grail Knight. Soho was still curious. Your Majesty, what exactly is the purpose of a Holy Grail Knight? Leon thought for a moment, then decided, all right, I guess I have to explain a bit more. He parted his lips and emphasized the 4 words, Holy Grail Knight. Then he explained that this title is only given to the Holy Grail Knight who succeeds the throne after King Leon to hold that title. At that moment, Leon placed his hand on his chest. His face darkened with a sly expression. You must challenge my strength. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. His aura radiated fiercely, making the trainee's heart skip a beat, and of course, those who failed would be mercilessly eliminated as a warning. He smirked. Still proud. Well then, this is your only chance to challenge me. My strength has weakened a lot compared to before. Now, I am only as strong as a Holy Grail Knight. Jiahigu and Soyeon stared blankly after that statement. Sharing the same question. Weakened that much? Thinking of something, he immediately asked. Your Majesty, how strong can a Holy Grail Knight be? Leon stroked his chin, pondering for a long moment after hearing the question, then slowly said, the strength of a Holy Grail Knight is hard to predict. Meanwhile, at the Red Gate, knights lay sprawled on the ground, with Gelbrick standing in the middle, energy swirling all around him. Xiam Chan lay pitifully, mouth agape, as the bright energy of his lord descended upon him. At that moment, his lord went on the offensive, raising a massive fist high. Below, Unwan's expression was vacant, his body completely still. Shortly after, Xiamha, lying on the grassy field, suddenly opened her eyes wide. She sat up on the grassy bed, rubbing her head and complaining, damn. My head's killing me. She gritted her teeth as she realized. What happened? I can't remember a thing. Sitting alone in frustration, someone suddenly pulled back the curtain and asked. Awake now. Xiamha stammered. Who is there? The girl smiled confidently and introduced herself. My name's Haldi, a mage from the Yuthling tribe, and a heroine. She froze a bit at that title. What? A heroine. Seeing her confusion, Haldi bowed and said gratefully, thank you for trying to protect us from those evil knights. Just then, Xiamchan pulled back the curtain and stepped in, joking, you really are as tough as nails. Annoyed, Xiamhai immediately snapped. What is going on here? Hildia smiled brightly and called out. Iron Warrior, you are here. He turned his face back, stopping mid-sentence. Well, I think we lost track of him. Xiamha rubbed her head in frustration. Lost track? Honestly, you do not remember anything. Xiamcan asked a question to jog her memory. How much do you remember? The scene flickered in her mind. She wondered quietly. The ground shook and, how did we escape? Xiamchan crossed his arms, sighed heavily, and said, you have lost all memory of that day. Luckily, he gave a brief rundown during the chaos. After creating a smoke screen, we managed to escape. The whole group managed to escape because they only had infantry, making it hard to follow us. He was a bit hesitant to talk about it, but that monster was definitely no ordinary foe. Gelbrick's terrifying face appeared as he continued, saying he followed us the whole way until the people of Ud's Sling came to help. She charged at him, but ended up getting hit in the head with a rock. Xianha, relieved about his own foolishness, broke into a sweat and stammered. Really? Xian pointed to Hildy, who was quietly smiling below, and said, thanks to her, this mage here saved you, took care of you, and treated you for the past 2 days. She was surprised and asked, 2 whole days? So where was our doctor all this time? He honestly replied, for some reason, they could not heal you. At this point, Hildy became serious and said, that Knight Gelbrick has a power that curses his enemies, stopping them from healing a power that directly opposes the healing abilities you all have. Finishing her sentence, she stepped forward and placed a hand on Xianha's shoulder. Seeing the glowing purple marks on her back, she asked nervously, what is this? Hildia confidently answered, it is a magical mark I created to restore your strength. I am healing you right now. Xian added a few words. I heard this is a special ability unique to the local tribes here. Each mark holds a different power. Hearing that, she decided, I see. I will have to be more careful then. Then he seriously asked, anyway, can you stand up? I am thinking we need to prepare for a strategy meeting. Inside a large room, hunters from various teams had gathered. The man in the center, 2 tribe leaders, Antilin and Cassicabelli, spoke up. For years, the king has slaughtered and plundered us, even calling us heretics. He continued with horrific stories. As everyone listened intently, they captured us and killed us in brutal, Savage ways. He closed his eyes, his voice faltering. Some tried to resist, but as the next words hit like a spear in Belly's heart, 3 tribes were wiped out. Belly grew more hopeful as he spoke of the end. Finally, we had to seek the gods' help, and as a result, you heroes came to save us. After hearing the current situation, the hunters fell silent for a few minutes. Then Xiam Chan rested his hand on his hip and voiced his concern. That guy's pretty strong, but Xi seemed calmer as he added. There was a group of sssrank hunters, and about 150 others who came here before. His face darkened, and with hesitation, he said, Gelbrick's defense is formidable enough to block every attack. He can even regenerate his burned body. As long as he is alive, his entire army will be empowered. Her words made the team sigh in awe. That is terrifying. Then he seriously made a judgment. The only thing that works is the lamb's bracelet. Sssrank agreed. Yeah, that is pretty good. Then she clenched her teeth and said about the plan. So we should find some item or device to counter his defense. Healy nearby tilted her head. Curious. A device. Counter. She muttered a few words. Something that can pierce his armor or similar. Before she could finish, Healy spoke up. It seems my tribe's energy works like that. Our tribal energy can increase armor penetration by 35%, plus 20% strength and endurance. Looking at the mark on his hand, Anwan excitedly declared, This is awesome. Now I am ready to take on that monster. Belian nodded slightly. Then I guess we are ready. Under the hunter's intense stares, he sincerely pleaded. Heroes, please save us. Then he opened his eyes wide, his voice full of determination. If there is anything I can do to help you, I will do everything I can. At the same time, in the real world, a majestic white horse appeared, making everyone excitedly shout, That is a horse. At the Owen estate on Jizu Island. After a short test and combat training, King Lian brought the trainees to his estate on Jizu Island for a tour. Most were thrilled by the horse, especially Jezu, who kept running up and shouting, Look at that horse. While everyone was watching the horses together, a shadow appeared behind Leon and spoke up. You are here already. Young master, seeing the man, he smiled and praised. The herd is not bad at all. Thanks for taking such good care of them all this time. Then he got straight to the point. You probably already know. I am here to pick a horse for battle. The owner was overjoyed upon hearing this and exclaimed, Oh my, what an honor. Our Yugen estate has many famous horse breeding experts. So we are very proud of our stable team. Liam placed his hand on the man's shoulder and replied calmly. Right. A horse is only as good as the person who raises it. I will stop by to check them out. Saying that, he turned back to the trainees and called out loudly. Everyone. Listen up. Then he seriously gave instructions. For a knight, a horse is a lifelong companion. The important thing is to find a way to connect with the horse and become one with it. Paused for a moment, lips curling into an unreadable smile. Then Leon made a suggestion that excited some trainees and stunned others. Now, approach the horse you like, get to know it, and try riding it. As soon as he said that, Suho and Soyan were the first to step forward, their steps long and excited. At that moment, Leon turned to remind the owner. Please keep an eye on them. The owner clenched his fists confidently. I will do my best. From behind came an exclamation. Oh my. Baichit approached holding a shadow from a tree branch in Harry's hand, her gentle voice rising. You truly have a generous heart, sir. Leon stepped forward, lifting her slender hands with a respectful tone. Thank you. Your Majesty, despite arriving abruptly and looking delicate. She replied, You invited me. Your Majesty, how could I refuse? He politely and calmly made a request. May I have the honor to serve you? Madam. Baichit smiled warmly and replied without hesitation. Of course. Their polite conversation made Harry standing between them a bit uncomfortable. Moments later at the estate's central area, the horses were enjoying the fresh grass under the gentle sunlight. Each horse lowered its head, happily nibbling on the newly sprouted grass. Leon and Baichit surveyed the scene together, then said in unison, Not bad at all. He suddenly had an idea and asked, Would you like to take a walk around? She immediately agreed. Of course. Your Majesty, which horse would you suggest for me? After thinking for a while, he pointed to a black horse and asked, How about that black one? Is it okay? Baichit started walking toward the herd, while Leon turned to Harry and said, Pick one for the Londoner. She shyly asked, For me too. After some hesitation, she decided on the white horse. But Leon changed her choice when he noticed the horse over there looked very strong and fit. Not bad at all. Harry did not know what to say and could only bitterly shed tears. She reluctantly approached the horse, not very pleased but still complimented. Up close, you can see it is a real cadet. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, his face showing clear surprise. Without thinking more about the horse, he pushed Harry aside roughly and snapped, Go play somewhere else. Do not bother me. Just seconds later, Leon took a few steps forward and extended his strong hand. In a gentle tone, he invited Beatrice. Miss, please take my hand. She hesitated but replied. Thank you, sir. That scene made Harry tear up again. It has been so long. Now on the black horse's back, Beatrice sat gracefully while Leon, masculine, held the reins below. Not far away, Harry stood alone next to a strong, fit horse chewing on its mane. The romantic moment between the two ended when someone suddenly shouted loudly, "Your Highness," annoyed. He snapped back with a scolding tone. "Why so?" "You just scared the horses." The young man sighed and explained, "It is really important." Then he held up his phone screen showing an urgent call from Major and King. The screen was glowing bright red. He said seriously, "I got an urgent call from the association chairman." Lin replied briefly, "Then answer it." The call was answered. The phone was held up to him with a greeting. "Good morning, Your Highness. This is Kang Hyosi speaking." His broad face and serious expression appeared on the big screen. "Is something wrong?" Kang Hyosi got straight to the point. "Your Highness, could you help me with something?" With an extremely serious face, he briefly explained the current situation. It seemed the rotten water tunnel was about to be opened. Lun immediately caught the intention. His face darkened as he asked, "Is it really necessary to help?" "I am not your servant," he responded instantly. "Of course it is. But I think this might interest you." Then Kang Hyosi started revealing words that truly shook him. The goddess of life and childbirth. The next piece of information was even more astonishing. The name suddenly was Night, who was actually the boss of the gate. Not long after, in a remote wilderness, with darkness pressing everywhere, the scene looked very oppressive. From the Red Gate, Leon and his group, each riding a horse, entered inside. Seeing the scene, Harry could not hide his horror. Thick black smoke rose in the ruined city. She stammered, "This place, it is just too tragic." Then it got even worse. A black feathered bird was filling its belly by eating human bodies. Suech could not hold it back. He vomited beside his horse, while Leon and Brick led the way, calmly observing, his eyes sharp as a sword, cautiously scanning all directions. Not long before, Lun had met Kang Huk and asked, "Is this the guy?" He nodded. "Yep. This is one of the survivors who escaped that gate." The boy with a hollow face was lying quietly on the bed, and he suggested, "He is resting now. If you could wait a bit." Just then, Leon turned his face away, bluntly saying, "No need." Recognizing the signal, Baitret quickly stepped forward, asking, "Is it my turn now?" He glanced over and confirmed, "I am counting on you." Soon after, her slender hands formed a sphere of energy. The sphere, along with the hand seal on her right hand, gradually spread energy all around. Seeing that, Leon cautiously said, "No need to complicate things. Just create a new space inside his dream." Baitret was focusing her energy, still faintly hearing his words. "The only one who can help me with this is definitely you." She unleashed her move, energy radiating in all directions, lighting up the space. A few seconds later, Baitret assessed the situation before giving information. "That guy is a knight with a giant hammer, proudly claiming to be protected by the goddess of life and childbirth." Leon paused for a few seconds after hearing those words. While Baitret's energy still lingered, Yin Jiang Yin suggested, "Can you tell me the name of that knight?" She slightly opened her eyes, quietly uttering the name. "Gelbrick, also known as Gelbrick the Valiant." Her words flashed through Leon's mind, making him stare blankly into space. At that moment, Baitret asked, "It seems the assassins have been inactive for a while. Are they hunters?" The group kept moving, while Leon made some guesses. "Judging by their bodies, probably not. They burned down villages and killed everyone, intending to leave nothing behind on this planet." Hearing the confident words, she was very curious. "How do you know so much?" Anine explained, "My intentions were similar when I wiped out the Otma." Leon changed direction and continued, "They left here some time ago. But if we follow their trail, maybe we can find out their plan." Right then, behind them were the terrified faces of Harry and the second-year student. The whole group rode for a long stretch when Baitret called out, "Your Highness." He held the reins tightly, glanced over and said, "Go ahead." She immediately voiced her concern. "It seems we are rushing a bit. The soldiers and Your Highness are quite unclear about this. What do you think?" Realizing the seriousness, he replied, "I was thoughtless." The horses kept stumbling, Leon's words carried by the wind. "As I said before, this situation is very dangerous if you do not have enough strength. Because the Holy Knight Chen is here." Those words made her suspicious. "Holy Knight Chen? Are you talking about Sir Gelbrick?" He immediately recounted the story. "Sir Gelbrick, the revered Holy Knight from 3 generations before me, whose techniques have been passed down to my generation." He continued. His face grew more serious than ever. 800 years ago, Sir Gelbrick led troops to suppress the Manzi in Shangshan. Hari broke out in a cold sweat, muttering Shangshan as her mind pictured Gelbrick flying into the sky. Suho, sweating as well, speculated, maybe he means a sacrificial Shangshan. The story went on with Leon's narration. However, Sir Gelbrick could not ascend to heaven. A holy knight naturally becomes a saint blessed by God. But they rejected his soul. That unbelievable fact made Beechit exclaim, "No way. I guarantee they tracked the holy relic's energy trail, but could not find him or even a part of his army." His face darkened, and his tone dropped. "I have 3 theories. First, Sir Gelbrick is still alive." The two, Chihuik and Soyan, said nothing. their faces troubled when they heard the second theory. His soul got lost in the realm. Leon suddenly clenched his teeth when mentioning it. And finally, Beechit seemed to realize something. His shocked face clear. Don't tell me he betrayed them. At that moment, a fierce energy surged around Leon. His rage rising like a storm. He did not confirm but quietly continued. This relates to the Holy Knight's super strength. If a battle breaks out, it can happen in the human kingdom. Showing clear determination as the tension rose, he affirmed one thing. No matter what, if we attack this gate, we will uncover the root of this whole matter. The group, horses and all, saw people tied to tall posts. Harry gasped. Again. They are being executed just like the others. Leon and Beechit approached a tall post where a corpse hung by the collar. His eyes filled with bitter resentment. Teeth clenched as he cursed. I can't believe he committed such cruelty. It is unforgivable. He stood there, straining and shouting, making Harry beside him stunned. They really are criminals who deserve to die. She smiled faintly. Long confirmed. Even Bio was outraged by this tragedy. As expected, even if that day was a bit strange, he was still someone to respect. After a moment of silence, Leon called out, Harry and the others. Listen up. She quickly stepped forward and responded loudly. Her face still cold as ice. He issued a warning. From now on, no matter what happens, you only follow me. Don't overestimate your own thoughts. Got it. Harry nodded repeatedly. Got it, sir. The one beside her raised his fist and declared fiercely. We will only follow by Ha. Leon's expression did not improve much, but he replied, Good. Let us move quickly. They might already be here. Meanwhile, the heart of the ruined city was chaos, fires blazing unchecked, black smoke blocking the view, and horrific screams echoing. One of the killers laughed maniacally, shouting venomous orders. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Soon, the chaotic battlefield appeared before Leon's group. Harry surveyed the scene, then urgently reported to Leon. Sir, it is a village. The villagers are being slaughtered. Upon hearing the shocking news, he could not hold back his emotions. Fury surged wildly. Bodies fell one after another. The scent of fresh blood choking the air. The merciless blows kept coming. The battlefield growing bloodier by the minute. Leon's energy flared uncontrollably, his eyes glowing brightly as he shouted, You bastards. Die right here. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse toward the small village, shouting, Our troops are in danger. Hurry and help. Harry, still confused, called after him. Iha. She froze in place, the scene before her constantly shocking her. She could not believe Sir Gelbrick was so furious he could not bear to see his people slaughtered so brutally. Lynn rode his lame horse. Growling moved forward as he went, with everyone following behind. The goat bleated nervously, saying, He is riding so fast we can't keep up. In a furious rage, he gripped his staff tightly, grinding his teeth. Then said, Take this fury. Looking just like when he faced those Oz guys. After that, Harry dealt with someone again, suddenly realizing something. Wait. Don't tell me. Just as she was still stunned, Loon was already about to charge in on horseback. Veins bulged on his face, his eyes blazing with anger. The chaotic battlefield appeared right before them. Through the thick black smoke, the two sides facing off became clearer. The villagers advanced with weapons, while the other side responded wildly. As everyone focused on fighting, Leon's harsh bastards caught Beldie's attention. With sharp weapons and fierce energy, he charged into the battle like a wild beast. Filled with deep hatred, he screamed loudly, Leon is here. The blazing sun of justice burns through your heart. Leon struck a blow that lit up the night like a massive explosion. Rocks flew all the way to where Harry stood, shocking her as she called out, Your Majesty, kill them all. Come on. He showed no mercy to friend or foe. Shouting uncontrollably, I will kill every last one of you. A fierce slash was swung. Dust and smoke filled the air, and the scene became even more brutal. The horrifying sight unfolded clearly before them. Harry gasped. Your Majesty. The dust slowly cleared after the violent clash, revealing a blood-soaked battlefield, with every scumbag lying dead on the ground. Leela's pupils flashed with electric light, gripping his bloodied sword tightly. Shouting, You filthy traitor, do not get any ideas. In utter despair, he swung his weapon up and down, screams and fresh blood echoing in turn. Leon grew more and more unhinged, his smile twisting with venomous words. You are all my next prey. You worthless beasts. Nearby, Beatrice remained calm, while Harry was still shocked, asking back and forth, What is he doing? Is he crazy? She froze, sweat dripping down, silently screaming inside. Oh my, this is a massacre. At this moment, Leon sat on his white horse, relentlessly slashing enemies, his face flushed with intensity. The situation turned critical. Harry reached for her sword, thinking, This won't do. We have to stop him. But then froze as she saw magic swirling at eye level. The magic came from Beatrice. She calmly said, Miss Harriya, please wait a moment. She controlled the magic around Beatrice, assuring her, Just trust him, she said. Don't he worry. Then asked again. What about the others? At that moment, Lian grabbed his head, laughing wildly, shouting, You scum. Treating lives like a game, he rode circles around the corpses, proudly boasting. One shot. All down. New record. Harry's emotions kept shifting. Only now did she realize it was not just because he liked it. Beatrice next to her, bit uneasy, said. Her reaction is really something. There was also sympathy. Lowering their heads in despair. The goat behind spoke up, We can avoid it. Soyen agreed. Yeah. There is nothing we can do. Harry remained uneasy. Her terrified expression clear as she silently muttered. Even so, the reason they seemed numb to the massacre was not because they lacked a sense of justice. It was because they were fake monsters and NPCs inside the gate. Just illusions. Memories of the past. From survivors like our Queen Beatrice. Monsters and NPCs were just past memories. Nothing more. So sacrificing them or hanging them up was not a crime. At this, Lian laughed savagely. Still excitedly sensing the lives of each NPC, Beatrice stayed calm. Only the goat kept exclaiming. So brutal. He unleashed his energy again, roaring loudly. Damn your crimes. All of you die. Soon after, the small village was engulfed in flames. Black smoke thick all around, with dozens of corpses on the ground. At that moment, a troop clad in iron armor marched beside the corpses. They advanced, their footsteps right in front of where Lian's group was standing. The leader of that troop started laughing under his helmet, and the others followed suit. The captain knelt on the ground, bowing his head without hesitation. All the strangers bowed together, shouting in unison with deep respect. Greetings, Holy Knight Trent, the pure light of humanity. His face remained cold, his tone sharp as he said, Get up. We are still on the battlefield. The captain stepped closer to Lian and immediately introduced himself. I am the older brother of Lord Bendelek. From the Dawn Knights of Lebaning. I am Toskata Bendelek. Hearing this, Lian suddenly realized something. If he is from the Bendelek family, there must be a trading kendo near Rangel City. And his younger brother is the lord there. Right. He hesitated before answering. Only I am recognized as having the talent of a knight. Before he finished, Lin made a judgment. I guess you have not given up on the crusader path. Toskata nodded. Yep. People say this will be my last crusade. Hearing that, Lian's expression softened slightly, and he quietly said, Got it. Then thought to himself, I do not remember the name Toskata Bendelek at all. Then he made his own assumptions. If this guy could become a Holy Grail Knight later, I should have met him at the Celestial Palace. Or he failed and died in this crusade. Lian scanned the people before him, a big question forming. I can't remember a single face here. These honored knights could not have made a name in our country's history. After a moment of thought, he introduced himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leonhurt, the legitimate Grand Duke of the Dragonia Grand Duchy, under the protection of the Goddess of Light and Justice. Ariana, a radiant light shone from behind him as he placed his hand on his chest, declaring himself the master of Leonhurt. Toskata was startled when he noticed the glowing aura behind him. Regaining his composure, he cautiously asked, Aren't you just a farmer? Leon sneered. A farmer? What kind of knight dares call me a farmer? Harry silently observed from behind, thinking to himself that in their generation, King Leonhurt was someone else. Toskata firmly declared, I believe you. And Leon nodded sharply. Then thought, Try not believing me. After gaining their trust, he began to explain. And knights, as I understand it, you are a mercenary squad sent to eliminate the Manzi group. Right. Toskata immediately confirmed. That is right. He hesitated a bit, then slowly said, War Knights of the Katrai Army. Lena's pupils flashed sharply as he asked, Are you the Holy Grail Knights under the protection of the Goddess of Life and Birth? Gelbrick. He was genuinely scared by that reaction, but still answered briefly. Yep. After confirming this, Leon was determined. I have to meet him immediately. Then asked where Gelbrick is. His quick decision surprised the others. Right now. Then a rough guess formed in Leon's mind. They are the last remaining hunters. A Luna. Judging by their looks, could it be here? Before his reasoning ended, a knight spoke up. Gelbrick is currently facing the core forces of the Manzi head-on. Toskata, excited, added, He will quickly wipe out those troublesome Manzi. Hearing this, Leon lowered his head slightly, his voice slowing. All right. Lena's sharp eyes glinted coldly, his inner thought clear. Then, Holy Knight Gelbrick has been changed by something in this battle. Meanwhile, at the secret stronghold of the Usling tribe, atop the observation tent, a male warrior stood ready with a spear. Below, all the hunters participating in the battle had appeared, weapons firmly in hand. Zion smiled slyly, praising softly. Well done. Anyone watching would think the wind itself is driving out the enemy. High above, Holy Knight Gelbrick rode his horse with great dignity. On the ground were other knights, all standing at attention, one hand holding a shield and the other gripping a spear. Zion glanced around, a bit incredulous. Could this really be the Red Gate? The difficulty level must be at the black tier for sure. Still, it seemed pretty calm. and that made it worth a shot. Then she added some good news. Thanks to our efforts, all the tribes in the area have united, so our numbers definitely outmatch theirs. She looked at the glowing insignia on her hand, scanning the info. Michelle's tribal insignia had activated, boosting armor penetration by 35%, and increasing strength and resilience by 20%. Bikran's tribal insignia activated, granting the stride skill and a 15% speed boost. Chanong's insignia activated, adding super strength and iron body skills. Suri's tribal insignia activated, granting magic resistance and reducing magic damage by 30%. Zuzi's words echoed in my mind, so that is the real power behind these insignias. Used to command the spirit beasts of Master Rang and the native tribes, the 3 hunters took their stances, sharing the same thought. This is it. We can handle this crowd. Seeing everyone rallying below, Gelbrick had to speak up, if that is the case. To the surviving mercenaries, with a deep tone, he posed a question. I am going to charge you with ignorance. Why are you here? That moment, brimming with fierce confidence, Ainwan drew his fiery bow and aimed it skyward. Heen and Gang announced that we are fully prepared to finish this. Internally deciding the final move is to defeat the mighty Gelbrick. He began to radiate a threatening aura. Then warned. I will give you foolish and deluded people one chance. Surrender all your weapons and leave this place, or you will face serious charges. The more Ainwan heard, the angrier he got, gripping his bow tighter and snapping. Charges? Seriously? He showed no restraint, listing all of Gelbrick's heinous crimes. Aren't you ashamed of your sins? Maybe the justice you keep talking about spares no one, not the old, not the young. Feeling insulted, Gelbrick raised his scepter high, accompanied by a roar. You freaks. His whole being radiated overwhelming confidence. His words arrogant. I am not ashamed to look up to the sky, nor embarrassed to look down at the ground, because my actions are justice. The scepter in Gelbrick's hand gathered immense energy as he declared below. You have crossed the line, I will punish you. The situation turned critical. Helia cried out in fear. Oh warriors. Ainwan still has his bow drawn. Activate your defense skills. You can just charge through this. Gelbrick's energy began to surge downward toward him, but his spirit did not waver if he could dodge it once. Ainwan's words cut through the air as his body stiffened. Staring up at the scene above, a massive energy vortex was forming in the middle of the sky. Beneath that blazing light, the knight's strong hand raised his sword, emphasizing each word. I swear to protect the kingdom. Those who entrust their fate to the gods. That unwavering faith focuses on one person alone. The 3 knights of the Dawn Cascada group pointed their swords together, light swirling around them. Someone nervously asked, what the hell is that? One by one, they looked up, mouths wide, taking turns declaring. The Knights of the Homeland, under the command of the Honorable Knight Chen Than, will use this power to destroy the enemy. Amid the dazzling glow of the blue energy beams, Gelbrick's horseman still held his scepter high. His eyes blazed brightly, followed by a command. And now, before the radiant light of the true gods, Anil, demon, a terrifying sword strike came down from him, energy exploding with a thunderous roar. And at the moment the magic descended, the ground truly collapsed. A creature chosen by the gods, the goddess of light and justice, ruler of all knights and enforcer of justice, the one who grants knights the power to ascend to divine ranks. The pit lying between the vast plains is the punishment of the Lord. Only one group of knights participates in this ritual, but the specific form of each ritual depends on the god each Holy Grail knight worships. The Holy Grail knights, under the protection of the goddess of life and growth, have the power to crush the earth. Yainwan now lay sprawled out, completely hopeless against the overwhelming power. It was all so pointless. Everyone's eyes turned to the sky. A female hunter muttered. But seriously, what the hell is that thing? Xian Qian was utterly shocked, unable to believe what he just said. Just one move, and nearly 3,000 tribal warriors vanished into thin air. Everyone nearly panicked as they looked back at the deep pit ahead. Yainwan silently thanked his luck. Good thing we did not get caught in that. The group kept trembling in fear, taking turns talking about the Gelbrick riding high on horseback. Damn, is that even human? I can beat that. At that moment, Lord bowed his head slightly, gripping his staff tightly, and called out, Goddess. The staff rose high, layers of energy swirling around it, accompanied by a plea. Please protect us on this sacred land. Root us firmly here, so my brothers and sisters can stride forward strong and steady. Hayuzi and the others silently listened to him speak, granting those who had lost their way a chance to cleanse the dirt of the mortal world. After a few words, Gelbrick's eyes widened. A bitter glare stared down, responding, Lordess sharp, mirror-like eyes looked downward. Gelbrick's bright green pupils clenched the staff tightly. His tone carried a solemn force. Get lost, you damn heretics. Yainwan could not move, just stood there wide-eyed, grinding his teeth in terror. Meanwhile, Gelbrick's knights began charging on horseback. Tasks were quickly assigned: key targets, block them fast, attack from all sides, protect them. We have the numbers advantage. Those guys kept charging forward, unaware they were slowly being surrounded. The blocking forces were set as planned. The enemy was running straight into the trap. Just as they were still galloping, the allies launched their attack. The hunters, still with bandages on their heads, unleashed fierce power. The armored knight blocked the attack with his shield, while questioning. Can't he believe a mercenary has this kind of strength? The hunter's tribal mark on his face glowed. The knight guessed it was because of the tribal seal. Now, the hunters had truly forgotten their own existence. Even if they could not walk the path of honor to fulfill the god's mission, to make their names known, they traveled across continents and became revered heroes, fighting wholeheartedly for this unreal place. Near the battlefield, the silhouette of a knight carrying a sword on his shoulder appeared. That brother raised his hand to his mask, muttering something to deal with these people. The mask lifted, revealing the handsome face and blonde hair of the Tichu Kingdom's main knight, who commanded everyone, dismount and form a defensive line. Decades had passed since they became swordsmen. With centuries of sword experience, they proved their natural talent as true swordsmen. They were brave warriors who had slain countless beasts and heretics, while also thwarting foreign invasion plans. Beasts with immense physical strength were no match to scare them. He shouted like a madman, "Glory to the revered gods." The scene terrified young Quan, who could not help muttering, "Damn." Xiongjian tightly gripped his large hammer and began analyzing the situation. The soldiers behind him were ready. "We are being completely crushed in this power battle," he said. The other replied, "Everyone knows that." He voiced his intention. "If we are retreating, we have to run now." Junha really did not get it. Why should we retreat? His face showed clear worry as he mentioned, "If even our knights can win, then what kind of damn bug army is that? We can do this alone." Hearing that, Quan thought of a plan. "If we call on the 10 strongest guilds to help, maybe we can storm this gate." Then anxiety crept back as he considered another possibility. What if, like before, he escapes the dungeon? He solemnly offered a solution. "Actually, there is a better way to end this." "Curious," he said. "Tell me." Xiam Kan spoke of the first person, Ariana, goddess of light and justice. The second who could come to the rescue was Demira, goddess of life and growth. After introducing the two names, he turned to ask Yan Wan, who looked confused, as if he had never heard of them before. That guy brushed it off, not really believing in the plan Xiam Qian was about to lay out. "I do not know. I am not interested in religion. What does religion have to do with this gate and all this stuff?" And then when he mentioned the next person, Unwan froze kingly and hot. The guy who has not even watched Pantheon TV videos on YouTube. He imagined Lian's calm and collected demeanor in his head and made a judgment. It seems that guy comes from the same country as the people at this gate. And on the first day, I suspected he was just a loudmouth claiming to be some holy knight. Unwan caught the implication of that sentence. If that king is from the same hometown as those knights, he would immediately agree with the idea to retreat. Just as they were discussing this, Hyodita stepped forward to call the warriors, then turned to announce the name. Miss Hyota. She clasped her hands together, looking miserable, and asked, "Do you really want to abandon us?" He calmly replied, "We will send reinforcements soon. We are just stepping back to wait for the right moment." The reason Unwan answered so blankly was because he was thinking that talking to NPCs was pointless. So he just let it go. Her face darkened, and a brief message came through her earpiece, informing the guild members that we would retreat and needed to leave this gate as quickly as possible. Before she could finish, Hyodito interrupted with a few words. "In the end, it seems I still can't defeat these monsters." Her expression truly shocked Unwan, who could only call out, "Miss Hyota." She bit her nails, clenched her jaw, and said angrily, "I can't believe you guys never managed to close this gate." Hyodita's face twisted as she growled, "Disgusting creatures." Those words made Unwan wonder what she was talking about. Then he collapsed, completely drained, feeling hopeless. It was over. He had no choice but to take a shortcut. I made a grimace, snapped my fingers, and said, "I am pretty sure that day won't tea like your place either. Nobody wants someone as useless as you." After saying that, Hyodita snapped her fingers with a sharp click. My whole body surged with energy, and my face darkened, making everyone nearby step back a few paces. The strong energy from me affected Tichu in the distance. He kept moving forward, turning his head to warn the soldiers that I was using dark magic. At that moment, a man who was supposed to be dead suddenly coughed up blood, and the seal on his face glowed strangely. His eyes widened, glowing bright red like snake eyes. Hyodita's spiritual power spread all around, and the warriors cheered. "The great divine beast is granting us blessings. We will receive them soon too." Right then, the powerful beast began to stir, their roars echoing loudly in our ears. The seal on Ain Wang's neck absorbed the spiritual energy, and he angrily asked, "What the hell are you doing?" I stood boldly in the middle of everyone being controlled, smugly saying, "Honorable warriors, resistance is useless. This is a seal I recently created." A sinister grin appeared on my face along with cruel words. But it was only a matter of time before An Wang lost control. After a moment, Hyodita clapped once, excitedly calling out, "Raise your hands, everyone." The soulless hunters surged forward like the wind after my command, tearing through the holy knights and their followers. "Let us start the game again." A satisfied smile appeared on my face as I exclaimed, I have been to so many worlds and still have not managed to kill a single one. The hunters charged into battle, recklessly fighting the Gelbrick faction to the end. He started getting surrounded. Switching from one side to the other, Xiao Qian rushed in with his sword from behind, and he quickly raised his large shield to block. Gelbrick attacked just now while scanning the situation with his eyes, seeing their dark expressions. He guessed. It looks like you have all been marked with seals by that heretic. Xiao Qian was fiercely swinging his sword and ordered his allies. Cut off the parts with the seals, that is their weak spot. Then in the blink of an eye, he leveled the entire area in front of him with a sword strike. While Gelbrick was still standing still, Juji and Xiao Qian rushed up to attack from behind together. Just as they launched their strike together, he lightly jumped away, narrowly escaping death. No sooner had he settled than a fierce burst of firepower appeared right before Gelbrick. Size. The earth-shattering explosion erupted. Entirely controlled by Young One down below, the image of Leon's imposing figure and massive weapon appeared. He immediately asked, "Who are you?" The dust cleared. He was clearly badly affected after a series of attacks from multiple directions. He cursed sharply at the sharp-eyed crowd, then seriously assessed that the situation was bad. Before him, 4 craftsmen and Hyudi's spiritual force advanced with full momentum. Gelbrick silently decided that even if he had to self-immolate, he must send the survivors to the capital. With that thought, he firmly planted his staff on the ground. His usual majestic aura returned, a fierce battle spirit flaring up along with a sinister smile. At his strongest, he taunted as the craftsmen launched their attacks together. "You lowlifes. Come at me all at once." Amid the chaotic dream, a piercing shout suddenly rang out. "Loon hurt. Glorious." A thunderous sword strike slammed down in front of everyone, shaking the ground and rocks all around. Gelbrick, unable to hide his curiosity, stared intently at the spot where the ultimate move was unleashed. The imposing figure and Leon's massive weapon appeared, and he immediately asked, "Who are you?" He calmly tilted his sharp-featured face and introduced himself. "I am Leon Hurt," one hand gripping his weapon tightly, the other running through his hair. A radiant aura surrounded him as the name Leon Dragonia Leon Hurt was spoken. At the same time, high above, Baichut was riding Stalin with the reins of the Japanese king, the royal reins capable of taming and capturing fierce beasts and awakening ancient bloodlines. She looked at where Leon stood and could not help but sigh. "Give me the reins and I will jump right in. The king really holds the key." Then she smiled at the white horse she was riding, her tone sweet as she said, "Stalin. Right. Thanks for being so obedient and letting me hold the reins." 5 minutes earlier, he had angrily cursed, "You rotten frontline scum." Lu's horse troop kept advancing, accompanied by his harsh curses. It was clear they had already killed them. Our forces had also diminished, but they always found somewhere to resurrect. While he was losing his temper, Harry nervously spoke up, "Sorry, but stripping the kids to death is a bit much." Leon was certain they were not that stupid. The real cause was that seal. The glowing image of the seal was vividly imagined by her, but she was still puzzled. A seal. Leon's eyes narrowed as he explained, "It is a pledge to dedicate one's body and life to the divine beast. If you abuse the seal's power, from that moment on, the user's soul gradually rots from within." Harry was horrified and stammered, "No way. Divine beast. That is pure evil then." He was silent for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and said, "Remember this." The students and Harry grew worried as he said, "Your goodwill towards peace and human rights means nothing in this brutal battle." Leon was terrifyingly serious. Every word emphasized, "All that matters is truth and absolute destiny." Back in reality, Baichut kept urging her horse forward. Determined, "I have to fulfill my duty too." Right in front of her were a flock of giant hawks surrounded by Hildia's spiritual force. Without hesitation, she extended her palm filled with energy. Within seconds, a dazzling barrier of magic appeared around where Baichut was charging. Her palm stayed steady as she focused her mind to cast the spell and shouted, "Get lost, evil spirit." Below, Gelbrick dashed right behind Leon and called out, "King Leon Hurt." Lin glanced back thoughtfully. The enemy still rose despite the attacks from the Holy Knight Chen, proving there was a problem with the laws in Lord Gelbrick's territory. Surrounded by beasts staring intently, Leon calmly turned and said, "Knight Chen Than of Demera, first, we need to get out of this mess." He gave a quick nod. "All right." Then asked, "But why hesitate?" He scanned the chaotic battlefield, then slowly replied, "I think we should cut off the connection of those miserable bastards." Right now, the hunters under the deer's hypnosis were still wildly charging forward. Leon created a black hole in midair and announced, "Leon Hurt, I'm opening the gate to the heavenly faction." Beam of light shot straight at Gelbrick's face. He stammered, "That is, Chen Than you pulled from that black hole." His serious expression turned shocked. How could Chen Than be here? His whole body was filled with mysterious energy. He looked at Chen Than and read aloud 4 words. Li Thongvadan. The scene faded to just black and white as Chen Than began to radiate light. From where Leon stood, a dazzling aura flared up fiercely, shaking the very earth and sky. The terrifying power stunned Gelbrick in place. He could not take his eyes off the light and exclaimed, "Oh my." The layers of light kept spreading skyward, showing no sign of stopping. Toskader and his team, ready and alert, suddenly realized something. The wounds are healing. Oh man. My arm's back. At the same time, the seal on Yonwen's neck dissolved into smoke. Other hunters also began to recover thanks to the light. Sanhen collapsed, clutching someone. Groaning. My head is spinning. Yeah. This light really is a miracle from the gods. Gelbrick wondered why he had not noticed it before. Everything was unexpected. He cursed angrily. One Holy Grail night is enough. Now what the hell is this? Each bizarre beast looked up at the sky and roared. He pleaded. Great Burial. Please take all these slaves. The beasts went crazier, and Hydia declared. I will tear your family apart. He snapped. All the monsters are rushing forward fast. The moment had come. Baichit spoke up. Let me clear the way. Adingus White Wings rose into the air. She and her horse moved in sync, quickly gaining altitude. With perfect timing, the formation above her head activated. Runes pressing down on the earth and sky. Below, Lin glared fiercely, smirking proudly as spiritual energy gathered in the multidimensional space. Baichit swung her hand downward, and light spread in all directions, activating her heavenly eye skill. Soon, a long streak appeared on the ground, completing her mission. Baichit immediately called out to Leon. Things went off script, and I angrily shouted. Damn it. Then wondered. One Holy Grail night is enough. So what the hell is this now? Each bizarre beast looked up to the sky and growled, and I pleaded. Great Chanong, please accept all these slaves today. The beasts grew more frenzied, and beside them Hydia declared. Li. I will tear you to pieces. I shouted. And all the monsters charged forward at full speed. The time had come. Baichit spoke up. Let me clear the way. Adingus White Wings rose into the air, and she and her horse moved in sync, quickly gaining a lot of height with perfect timing and favorable conditions. The formation above her head began to activate, each rune pressing down heavily on the earth and sky. Below, Leon's eyes narrowed like bullets, lips curled into a smug smirk, as spiritual energy gathered in the multidimensional space. Baichit swung his hand downward, sending energy radiating in all directions, activating the heavenly eye skill. Soon, a long trail appeared on the ground, completing its mission, and Baichit immediately called out to Leon, his raised foot still smoking. He loudly called out. Listen up, my brothers and sisters. He drew his weapon from a hole in the air and calmly called out the ranks. The glorious knights and loyal soldiers. Leon's lips curled into a sly grin as he spat out venomous words with fierce energy. Those heretics are about to be executed. Just as the battle was reaching its climax, from a nearby forest, a deer carrying a faint breath of life slowly tried to escape. I am exhausted from running nonstop, but I still managed to shout a curse. Damn monsters. Damn Holy Grail night. I recalled the scene of Leon killing my people with a sneer go rot and turn into fertilizer, and felt a burning anger inside. Just one name. Gale Brick. Is enough for this world. Where the hell did that King Leon come from? Along with that witch. Right after cursing, the deer spirit froze when hearing the question. Where are you going? My whole body was suddenly held tight by magic forces emerging from the ground. At that moment, Beatrice pulled out a mesmerizing stone and asked, Is this called a mesmer stone? I got this while hunting inside the gate. She appeared before the deer spirit, her spiritual power blazing, and coldly continued. I heard it is a new source of energy to focus magic. This gate is strange. No matter how many monsters you kill, dozens or millions, they are still everywhere. I could not listen anymore and snapped irritably. What the hell are you talking about? Before I could finish, Beatrice cut in. This gate is a cycle. Is not just like me in my own world. I do not think you are a demon. But you have done exactly the same thing. The deer spirit gritted his teeth, trying to convince himself this was not true. Then she slowly stepped forward and said, I have a lot of questions for you. Which shocked me. This woman did not treat me like an NPS. Beatrice got close, her red eyes staring down, magic swirling as she spoke. This is not my favorite method, but I will pay attention. The deer spirit's pupils suddenly turned red. I felt genuinely uneasy. What is this? Unconsciously, I blurted out. Do. Master. Which made her smile with delight. Suddenly, a pink energy surged behind me with the words. You disappoint us again. Strange faces appeared, mocking. Now you do not even recognize your master. The deer spirit regained composure and stammered. Gods. In that tense moment, Beatrice gently stroked my shoulder, making me blush. Then teased. What now? Your slave has become mine. She kept provoking by hugging me tightly and asked, What will you do? The god opposite then suggested. Show me what you can do. Then it boldly declared. Smoke seedling. I will chew you up and swallow you whole. From the sky, huge spatial cracks began to appear as if tearing the world apart. Was still tightly restrained, only able to desperately shout. She released me and looked on as I stammered. The gods will descend. This gate is the kingdom of divine beasts. The cracks grew larger, and most importantly, from what I said, once the divine beast avatars descend, this gate will. Without hearing more, she already understood the problem. Then we are in trouble. The spatial cracks kept getting bigger. No one knew yet Harry and the trainees were taking turns tending to the hunter's wounds. Loon went to meet Gelbrich and said, Ronin Battalion Leon hurt. The 11th King Leon hurt. He often talks about the border soldiers. Then hesitated and asked again, Sir, do you know His Majesty? I confirmed and added, Yep. That king is currently in the Celestial Palace. He was truly shocked to hear that. Oh my, at that moment, Harry shyly approached and asked, Did you remember something? Gelbrich shook his head. It is a dead end. I do not remember. We only came here to subdue the Manzi. Then she softly called out, Your Majesty, Loon is no longer complete, and immediately ordered her. They should know that too. Just tell them. Harry hesitated, trying to stay calm before revealing the shocking truth. After a brief pause, she clearly explained, Sir Gelbrich and the soldiers are not allowed to leave this gate. Everyone here is just a character inside the gate. Harry was not patient and just blurted it out. To close the gate, we have to defeat Lord Gelbrich. Just as he said that, the Lord clutched his stomach and laughed loudly, a reaction that made her extremely worried. Lord Gelbrich. He did not respond, just looked up and laughed maniacally. Then he slammed his fist down. The sound of cracking stone echoed along with the call. Your Majesty. Gelbrich patted his chest proudly, boasting that in all these years, he has never lost a single match. Leon smirked coldly and replied with a hint of emotion, I would not be surprised if you had ever been defeated once. You would not have the chance to meet me now. The time crack gradually spread to where everyone was. Crackling sounds rang out, mixed with a declaration. Leon shouted, I will chew up the sacrificial lamb and swallow the leader whole. The demonic beast emerged from the crack. Seeing it, he asked sharply, Has it started? Calmly, he turned back and asked, Is there any way to stop the beast's advance? Baitret, held tightly by Echuzi, tried to force a smile, answering seriously, The gate is wide open now. The great beast will use its powerful force to destroy this place. Lena's mood did not change. Instead, he boldly said, Fine. Then I will face it head on. There is no way I will let my people fight alone. The reckless strategist Baitret immediately warned, Your Majesty, I do not think facing it directly is a smart move. He spoke seriously about the situation, but even so, there is no other choice. It might escape and get out into the real world. A silence followed. Then it was broken when Gelbrich denied, There is a way. Saying that, he stepped forward. Leon called out sharply, Sir. Blue lights gradually appeared on Gelbrich's body, and his armored hands were raised. Without hesitation, he thrust his sharp hands hard into his chest. Suddenly, he coughed. Harry behind him panicked and shouted, Lord Gelbrich. A pink hole appeared in his chest. Gelbrich raised a glowing soul stone and said, The condition to close the gate is that I, Gelbrich, must be defeated. With a deeply sincere tone, he begged everyone, Please step aside and continue living your lives. Isn't he fighting over a gate that will soon disappear pointless? Your Majesty. Harry was so shocked he covered his mouth. Leon gritted his teeth. Gelbrich stepped in front of his armored knights and called them affectionately, My brothers. Tifan Chu and the Dawn Knights silently listened closely to every word. The final battle was right before them. The place where King Leon hurt, the representative of the god's glory, ruled, he bravely declared. But those words cut deep into Leon's heart. We are the dead. Fight for a distant future for those still alive. I am ready to sacrifice my life. Who is with me? That heroic sacrifice stunned the hunters and trainees for a long moment. Tifan Chu hesitated at first, his eyes showing disagreement. But then he silently raised his hand. The moment fresh blood spurted before his eyes. Leon was stunned, his pupils dilated wide. Now, each knight held a soul stone in hand, and the wounds in their chests were bleeding. That noble sacrifice made him speak immediately. Your loyalty shames me deeply. I accept this noble mission. Gelbrich then made a request. Your Majesty, I have one more favor. Please wait a little longer. Leon did not hesitate and agreed with a nod. Fine. After hearing the answer, he closed his eyes briefly. Then Gelbrich raised his staff. Spiritual energy from each knight began to rise, alongside his plea. Goddess Demira, please make my wish come true. The bird-shaped staff started glowing. He stared intently at it. Gelbrich then loudly declared, Those loyal to King Leon and recognized by Goddess Demira, by the power of this hammer, you will inherit Gelbrich's strength. A second later, thousands of spiritual energies converged on the hammer-shaped staff. The mesmerite on his hand gradually faded away, transforming into bright radiant energy. Piece by piece, the mesmerite evaporated without a trace of resistance. The hammer grew shinier and darker thanks to those streams of radiant energy. Immediately after, the hammer was raised in front of Leon. Gelbrich firmly held his weapon forward and respectfully said, Your Majesty, please wait until the one who can wield this hammer appears before you. He reached out to grab the massive hammer and said, I am not sure anyone can master this hammer like you. Leon did not hesitate. His hands moved down to firmly grasp Gelbrich's bleeding hand. He closed his eyes tightly and spoke sincerely. It is an honor to stand by your side. Leon looked directly at him and replied, I will remember your noble sacrifice. Sir Gelbrich. Leon took the hammer and Gelbrich began turning back toward his knights. Before closing his eyes for the last time, he loudly called out to the knights still wearing their collars. "This is the final order. Protect the king until your last breath." A chorus of "Yes, sir," rang out, and Leon was overwhelmed with emotion, his legs barely able to stand. Gelbrich's words echoed in his ears. "You all have lived a glorious life. May the gods bless you." He forced himself to stay calm and ordered Harry to assist the troops. When he saw Leon's group truly preparing to leave, Gelbrich gently lifted his head and took a deep breath. Tichu knelt beside him respectfully and handed over a sharp sword. He gripped the sword's hilt tightly, raised it high, and shouted, "I am Gelbrich." While saluting, Gelbrich proudly recounted his achievements, having single-handedly defeated 1,000 enemies of the kingdom, a war knight who could eliminate 5 million foes, defended the territory against 300,000 battle ants fighting the Ant Queen in Montreal, and won. He lowered his sword and expressed gratitude to the gods. Demira protected me, Ariana cared for me, and Pedos was also very pleased. As the divine beast's hands stretched out, Gelbrich still shouted, "I am the great knight of Montreal. Gelbrich, the knight of life and growth." The knights lined up neatly. He stepped forward and declared, "Now let us go, my brothers and sisters. Today, I die for justice." From cracks in the sky, long hands emerged one by one, and a mysterious creature appeared on the ground, facing the knights ready to fight. Gelbrich led the charge. He and his comrades took an offensive stance, declaring in unison, "The gods will protect us." The battle officially began as he shouted loudly, "Glory to Leon." Near Leon, while he was still stunned, someone called out, "Your Majesty." He shot an irritated glance at the group and said, "I told you to go ahead already." Harry hesitated, then insisted, "I think we need to observe until the end." Leon did not question him, simply replied, "If you want." Leon and Harry stood side by side, eyes fixed on the chaos unfolding ahead. His hands gripped the scepter tightly. Beside him was her astonished face. After a while, she called out again, "Your Majesty." Sweat dripped down Leon's face, and he refused. "Not yet." Gelbrich was still fighting desperately. Linus repeated "not yet" echoed. He faced the enemy with all his strength, never once faltering. Each small sword in his hand fought with the true spirit of a knight. Suddenly, a deafening roar sounded nearby, followed by a thick, dark mist. The monster raised its head and roared. He wondered aloud, "What is going on? Is it injured?" At the same time, the bloodstains on the hammer Leon held began to evaporate. Seeing his darkened face, Harry anxiously called out, "Your Majesty." The bloodstains gradually disappeared. Leon kept calm and announced, "Sir Gelbrich has passed away." His face showed deep resentment. His eyes gleamed with steel, and his jaws clenched tight. Leon mustered all his strength, barely able to spit out the harsh words, "Those guys will definitely pay for this. I will give them the cruelest death." After declaring that, he turned and strode straight ahead. Leon approached the red gate amid everyone's held breath. The Holy Grail Knight brings justice through sacred law. So what did the great guardian of the Grail say? Did his words carry weight when he said, "I will remember this day"? That is exactly something only a king of knights could do. After leaving the red gate, Sami and Leon's tie were always left ready in the training room. Day after day, he practiced swordsmanship without rest, trying to swing stronger strikes. He gripped the sword handle tightly, eyes wide, watching every movement. Once again, Leon raised the sword high with both hands. Suddenly, the painful memory flashed in his mind, the moment he sat hopeless beside a loved one's body. Thunder crashing overhead. At that fateful moment, he wanted to cry so badly, but could not even catch his breath. Remembering that, Leon's mood grew heavy, and his sword swings became sluggish. The sword stopped midair, and he stood there weighed down for a moment. He placed his hand on his forehead, pausing to catch his heavy breaths after a long training session. Sweat poured down Leon's face like a shower. His strength drained. He sighed twice. So tired. He kept thinking about the past, then questioned himself. "I did not feel tired when slaughtering demons. So what is affecting me now?" Then Leon's eyes suddenly lit up, his comrades who had fought alongside him clearly appearing in his mind. He forced a smile, finally understanding. "Yeah, I get it now." At that moment, Leon was honest with himself. "I am afraid of losing everything I cherish. Once again, I am really scared." A tear rolled down his cheek. The fear of having to fight alone again in the future. He raised his sword again. The tough question without an answer appeared. "But this burden is mine alone to bear. Who else can I share it with?" Just then, from behind Leon came a call. "Your Highness. Sorry to bother you here." Harry shyly stood by the door, hesitating as she asked, "Are you training this late?" He created a black hole in midair and asked back. A normal person would be resting now, watching a romance movie or something. She did not know how to respond. Just stood there awkwardly. Suddenly, Harry's face flushed bright red, clearly embarrassed as she said, "Lately? Well, I just feel like I should train more to improve." Leon looked surprised. Suddenly, she tried to explain. "Not suddenly, sir." He crossed his arms, his piercing gaze making Harry even more flustered. Then she honestly shared her reason. It is just that recently I have realized and learned a lot following you. His expression stayed cold as he replied shortly. Is that? Lian drew his sword from thin air and commanded. Pick up your sword. Show me what you have got. She answered loudly. Yep. Your Highness. Before starting, Harry clasped her hands together and said, I am truly honored to train with you. That tone and gesture completely disarmed him. When will she drop that formal way of speaking, facing each other? Swords raised. Lian proposed. Hold your sword steady, with a very serious expression. She replied and obeyed. Yep. Your Highness. Lian also held his sword steady and kindly advised before starting. Brace yourself for this strike. Just as he said that, his whole body and sword suddenly vanished, while Harry was still stunned. He appeared right behind her, eyes flashing as he swung his sword hard. A deadly strike came down. She leaned back to block it in shock as she held her ground. She thought to herself, he is so strong. Swords clashed midair while Lian gave instructions. Keep your hands ready to fight. Lower your center of gravity a bit to move faster. Lower it more. And your speed will increase a lot. They moved from place to place. One attacking, the other defending. She struggled to block the sword strikes but still managed to reply. Yep. Your Highness. Just as he drew his sword, he charged forward with fierce momentum. Gripping the blade tightly with both hands, a powerful sword strike came down. The air around them swirling, and Harry used all her strength to block it. She was focused on defending the blow, but he casually spoke up, saying, you can teach us defend with your hands and sword like that. Then came a series of commands from Lian. Step back with one foot to gain footing. Try not to be pushed too far back by the weight of the two swords clashing. After following his advice, Harry genuinely felt more hopeful about blocking his attacks. Looking at the point where the two swords met, her expression clearly showed surprise. A big hand suddenly appeared before her, and instantly a loud bang echoed through the large room. Harry took a heavy hit from Lian's hand. Her face froze, smoke still lingering on her forehead. The imprint of his closed hand remained. His gruff voice rose, saying her movements were too simple and easy to read the weak spots. How many times do I have to say it? Quick and sharp. What is the advantage of creating space against an enemy? She glanced around hesitantly, slowly uttering words. Probably trying to use a skill to take him down. Lian sighed in frustration and said, that is not it. He silently stared ahead, carefully giving a reminder. Do not think the only way to win is by using skills quickly. What is the point if you drop dead before you even get a chance to defend? Before attacking, you need to observe your opponent. Harry's face flushed red. Intrigued by what she just heard, she asked again. Really? Lian narrowed his sharp eyes and asked. What? You do not get it. She got flustered, quickly turned her head away and denied it. Your Majesty. I understand. Not stopping there, his dark expression closed in with the question. What was that? Say it again. Facing that cold look, Harry took a deep breath to gather courage. Then she gave an answer that left him stunned for a few seconds. I thought you would tell me to sacrifice myself, to risk my life against the enemy if forced. For knightly honor and glory. Lian was silent for a moment, then slowly parted his lips. He tapped Harry's wooden sword on the head with a thunk, teasingly calling her a dummy. He recalled Gelbrick's demeanor in his mind, then spoke more openly. Do not give up your honor and glory for anyone. There is no reason to imitate those knights. What you need is to protect your own life. Harry nodded, her big eyes full of confusion, quietly muttering words like someone to sacrifice for. To protect. Seeing her reaction, Lian could not help but smirk. He put away the wooden sword into the space, turned his back, and said, that is enough. Rest now. Next time, we will train harder. She was still dazed, only able to watch him leave and reply briefly. Yep. Your Majesty. The familiar Lian suddenly showed a strange dark aura. Harry tilted her head left, then right, her confused expression unchanged. Late at night in Harry's office, she had a suspicion. I feel like your Majesty has lacked positive energy these past few days. The armor on the desk quickly gave an answer. Abnormal biological reactions from your Majesty caused by some stress. Just hearing the summary, she still wondered. Could you explain it more clearly? What? I do not understand. It answered a bit confusedly. Stressed. Needs to relieve that stress. Suddenly understanding something, Harry leaned forward to confirm. Stress. You are right. Probably after that mine incident. Your Majesty has been overthinking. Do you know what your Majesty likes to do? The armor did not answer immediately, using all its magic to calculate an accurate answer. After a short moment, it suggested a solution. Research shows all creatures love entertainment and gaming. They need activities to boost morale and proper rest. Games are perfect for relieving stress. Harry was a bit vague on that idea. Your Majesty plays games. I can imagine what kind of games he would like. She was extremely determined and asked another question. Can you think of what games your Majesty might like? The armor searched somewhat hesitantly and answered. Games suitable for increasing dopamine, substance that makes humans feel excited and happy. But I am a robot, so that is outside my calculations. She made a funny face, stared at it, and wondered silently. Why did not he just say he does not know instead of over-explaining? And then when this guy came up with an idea, Harry slapped his hand and excitedly said, Right. I think His Majesty will like it too. She quickly explained the plan to Jack, who nodded in agreement, listening to every word. Then he confirmed, I won't deny that it is a plan fitting for His Majesty right now, but it is just a lucky coincidence. You could never match my genius-level calculations. Harry laughed with delight, his tone both teasing and a bit sarcastic. Yeah. Probably. But it depends on the moment. That look stabbed Jack like a knife. He was clearly displeased and raised his voice accusingly. Looks like you are mocking me. That is not the kind of attitude an organic being should have toward others. Riding the momentum, Harry arrogantly boasted with a swagger. But I still won that day. Early the next morning, the goddess Ariana walked through her palace carrying a scale. Leon was already kneeling on one knee on the ground when she finally spoke. Dear Knight, your willingness pleases the gods, but I am worried. Ariana looked at him through a space projection, a smile spreading on her lips as she mentioned. You have defeated the demons and endured hardships for 200 years. You have studied tirelessly. You should enjoy some entertainment. It is time for you to rest, Leon said, revealing his difficulty. Entertainment. I have not heard that word in a long time. She kept her gentle smile and continued. That is right. It seems this peaceful era offers many forms of entertainment. It is different from before. I am not sure there is anything here the king could truly enjoy. Then Ariana spoke about the magic of entertainment. But entertainment always exists, unchanged through time. It helps people relieve fatigue. Leon was genuinely curious. Is there really such a thing? Goddess. She seriously suggested one form of entertainment. Sleeping with women is the best way to relieve fatigue throughout all eras. Ariana yawned, saying without hesitation, the queen is a good partner for you. Or how about that little red-haired girl? Leon raised his voice from the other side. Goddess. She is very young and innocent. How could I suggest something like that to her? At the same time, Harry, the little red-haired girl, was running happily down the street. After running a bit, she stopped and stared at a wooden gate by the road. Ariana's voice echoed. She is a grown woman now. Your Majesty, humans find joy and relief by sleeping with the women they love. After all, Your Majesty needs to restore the royal family and have heirs. With an innocent expression, Harry twisted a strand of her hair and smiled softly. Ariana, firmly sticking to her suggestion, continued with solid reasoning. Humans find joy and relief through marrying the woman they love. Lou knelt there for a long time, each word from her making him tense. After all, he needed to rebuild the royal family. Only then did he open his blue eyes and hesitantly say, but before he could finish, Lin glanced back at the sound of a call. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Harry quietly opened the door and stepped in. He coldly reminded her. I told you to take care of yourself. She ran inside but suddenly fell flat on the ground, followed by the announcement. Your Majesty, you asked me to listen to this. There is something I have prepared. Leon turned around, arms crossed, then started pacing. He had quick combat skills, but his behavior reminded me of a fish caught in a net. Harry lay there trembling, unsure how to respond properly. Naturally curious, he asked, what is it? Leon cut it, and she immediately sat up, answering with scratches and bruises still on her nose and cheek. There is something I have prepared for your Majesty. Lee, both puzzled and scared, did not dare take his eyes off Harry and asked again, what is it? She smiled contentedly, blood from her nose spreading as she said, I have received advice and help from Sir Chak. He grimaced, horrified, muttering the words again. Advice and help from Chax. Then he stormed forward, grabbed Harry by the hair, and warned, if you show up in front of me in those disgusting clothes again, I will have the whole neighborhood chase you down. Got it. She blushed shyly, her drunkenness mixed with anger. It was not like that. Harry felt wrongly accused. Shortly after, in front of the Blue Gate, the senior members of the Hunters Guild had gathered in large numbers. Jinsu stood in a corner, and upon seeing Leon enter, called out, Your Majesty. He and Harry approached the gate, getting straight to the point. I heard from Harry. What is this about? He quickly replied. Yep. Your Majesty. May I explain? Pointing proudly to the other members. He answered. The entire guild has come together to assist Chief Clerk Harry with the event she planned. Leon felt a bit uneasy at the words planned. Harry looked up at him with wide eyes, thinking, I thought it would not be strange since Lord Jack was involved too. Excited, she made a proposal. Your Majesty, 10 days inside the gate, I am sure you will like it. He did not answer immediately but nodded firmly, standing there thoughtfully. Seeing Harry's expectant face, he simply said, all right. Inside the Blue Gate, a dense forest of lush green trees appeared, the atmosphere extremely peaceful. Not only plant, but animals here also lived in harmony with nature. The Blue Gate stood in the middle of the forest. The guild members had all entered, with Leon and Harry stepping in last. She looked very enthusiastic, smiling softly as she walked past him. Then she stood proudly among the guild members, hands on her hips. That gesture only made Leon more discouraged, leaving him speechless. At that moment, Harry pointed to the creatures around and began explaining. Now, I will explain. This gate is called the hunting ground, where many animals and monsters live. Jinsu awkwardly held up the hunting scorecard. Harry pointed to it and said, "Please take a look here." Sir. He forced a polite smile as she started introducing each part. Small animals are worth 1 point, normal bugs 3 points, and a rare odd is worth 10 points. Understanding the strength of this place, Leon hesitated for a few seconds. Then he seriously concluded, "It is some kind of hunting game," she eagerly confirmed. "Yep. Your Majesty, that is right." Then she clapped her hands together and said loudly, "I thought maybe where your Majesty once lived, hunting was a popular pastime." A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth after her awkward words. Leon glanced around once more, finally understanding the situation. "So someone prepared a hunting ground for me to enjoy. That is very kind." A gentle breeze blew past. He was ready for some entertainment. "Hunting. It has been a long time since I last hunted. I do not know if I will be any good." The hunt began amid the thick green forest. Within seconds, the scream of an otter echoed through the sky as a powerful arrow struck right between its eyes. Leon pulled 3 arrows at once, a sly smile spreading across his face as he excitedly shouted, "Hunting is pretty fun compared to fighting." Soon after, an unlucky took 3 arrows from him. The outpack went wild. One shouting, "Who dares kill our kin?" Leon kept naming and hunting wildly, entertained and adding, "After a filthy beast like you dares open your mouth in front of me. All of you." Harry recalled what he had said earlier. "I do not know if I will be any good," then reassured herself. He is really enjoying this. I guess that is good. After finishing off a weak group of ots, Leon snapped off one of their fangs. He carefully put it in his pocket, thinking, a hunter should always bring back a trophy. The hunt ended. Harry shyly stepped closer and said, "Your Majesty, you are really good with a bow." She looked at how Leon gripped the bow, surprised to realize, "I thought he hated ranged weapons." He seemed to understand her thought, quickly confirming. He said, "It seems you misunderstood. Just because I am a knight does not mean I do not know how to use ranged weapons." Lin answered clearly. Hunting is both a virtue and a pastime of nobility, especially for wandering knights, and those on distant missions. They need to provide food for themselves wherever they go. He concluded, "A knight has no choice but to be skilled at hunting." Harry looked at the defeated Oth lying on the ground, clearly noticing the difference. But here, Sir was really good at this. He put his hand up arrogantly, bragging about being famous as the strongest champion in history. But he was only the second best hunter at that time. After hearing Leon's declaration, she grew even more curious and could not help but ask, "Sir, if you are the second best hunter, then who is the first Holy Grail Knight?" He strode forward while answering, "I do not think we can call her a Holy Grail Knight. The Moon Goddess and the shooting range should watch her, because she is more of a skilled hunter than a knight." Leon paused briefly, reaching out to pull a worn arrow. He looked at the arrow in his hand. Deeply reflecting on the story, she used to be the head of the Temple of Light and represented the best hunters. She was once a high priestess. Where was I? Harry happily chimed in. Her arrow looked like a shooting star when she used full strength. That arrow could easily fly over a mountain. She nodded once, offering her own judgment. Maybe that was possible in Sir Sold world. Harry kept looking at the Oth below, curious again. But why did Sir only hunt Oth? Didn't I have to prepare for many kinds of beasts? Leon calmly answered, "Sorry about that, but to win first place in a race, you have to hunt the most valuable targets." She seemed to agree but inwardly questioned, "Did Sir really see those Oth as shooting stars?" Then he raised a cross still glowing with spiritual power and said, "Anyway, I got something strange. It feels like it has been corrupted." Harry immediately confirmed, "Your Majesty is right." Then she showed this to Leon. It was a corrupted talisman. Quite rare. Knowing this, he handed the talisman back to her and instructed, "Sell this and give the money to the people who helped gather the beasts." She reached out to take it. Worried, "Are you sure?" "Your Majesty, this is worth hundreds of millions." His face remained straightforward as he affirmed, "I am sure it will be a good reward for them. Those who had to come here and work like dogs under this scorching sun on their day off." Now, the guys cleaning up the beast carcasses were struggling with the harsh heat, all exhausted. Seeing them like that, Harry did not say anything more. At that moment, Leon hoisted the bow onto his shoulder, walking while calling out, "Now, come with me. I can see the footprints of the Oth that escaped." She ran after him, puzzled. Sir still keeps hunting. He cast a cold glance back, a sly smile spreading on his lips as he said, "The beasts still alive are polluting this forest. They are probably fake. Many Oth species still need to be exterminated." That grim expression made Harry even more terrified, so he silently followed along. The two walked side by side, Leon declaring, "Now, follow me. I will teach you how to use the bow and arrow." She excitedly replied loudly, "Yep." "Your Majesty." After walking a bit further, she suddenly blurted out a word, making him curious enough to glance over. Harry ran his hand through his hair, smiling happily, then said, "I am glad you are in a much better mood than before." He blinked dryly, emotions swirling for a long moment after those words. Then Leon turned forward, the corners of his mouth twitching upward, feeling touched as he quietly realized how long it had been since someone treated him well without expecting anything in return. Thinking that, he lowered his voice and said, "I am proud of you." Harry responded with a quick, "Sorry. I did not catch that." Not wanting to repeat it, instead, he dryly warned, "Use the techniques I taught you to take down at least 3 or I will get mad." She awkwardly explained, "Sorry, I have only used a bow a few times." "Your Majesty." Early the next morning at the Pantheon Guild's training ground, Harry was happily carrying a full load, his joyful mood humming a constant tune. Then someone called out, "Assistant Head of Department." She quickly turned her face, curious. "From the Logistics Department. Why are you here?" He pointed at the schedule board and announced, "The tractor broke down, so I had to stop by the supply room. No one's used it since the Nazu disaster." Harry offered, "Then I will go with you." Shortly after, the two arrived in front of the Pantheon Guild's supply room. He pointed at the room and quietly asked, "So this is where Sir Gelbrick's hammer is kept?" "Right." Harry pursed his lips into a forced smile and replied with a single word, "Right." Then she clasped her hands together, sincerely praying for him. Hoping he would reach the highest realm, Jinsu scrunched up his face and asked, "Are you mixing Buddhism and Christianity or something? You even made the sign of the cross." The door slowly opened, and he asked seriously, "Has the hammer been here all along?" She sadly confirmed, "Yep. No one can use it now, so we are just keeping it here." The door fully opened, revealing all the supplies before them. In the middle of the room was the storage spot for the advanced tractor, large and imposing. Right now, in front of the Pantheon Guild, citizens were gathering in line, next to a 4-wheeled vehicle that had just pulled up from where the vehicle was parked. An elegant foot stepped onto the ground. The car left, and 2 hunters strode over. Soto adjusted his coat and asked, "Here," Koka eagerly added, "We are about to see the first execution item in Korea." Then the two disappeared into that noble place just as Jack suddenly appeared, regaining some composure. Soto pointed at it and said, "That is the Jack Spinner robot." Jack scratched his head and replied, "So it really is at the Pantheon." Jack then announced 4 words. "Hammer challenge." He stared, feeling something odd. Right. But it was extremely friendly and polite. The big robot spoke. "Welcome, everyone." Soda glanced down suspiciously and replied curtly, "Thanks." The 2 hunters walked off together. One worriedly asked, "But why?" Koka also wondered. "It seems friendlier than I thought." Suddenly, a red dot in the middle of Jack's face emitted a bright beam of light. A white cable it swung straight at their legs, and the two jumped up, clutching each other. Soda held Koka tightly, trembling all over, and asked, "What do you want?" The light in front of it kept flashing along with a demand. "Entrance fee." It slammed its hand on the nearby signboard and repeated loudly, "Entrance fee. You gotta pay to get in." On the sanctuary entrance fee board, hunters pay 5 million coins, citizens 500,000 coins. The two immediately complained, "That is expensive." Soda pointed at himself with one hand, and at the people in line with the other, asking, "Wait, citizens pay 500. So why do these guys have to cough up 5 million? Jack briefly explained. "Citizens watch. Hunters do the challenge. It is a preservation fee." The 2 hunters froze, sharing the same shock. No way. Just for that they tack on an extra 0. Still, compared to the value of epic items. At his wit's end, Soda pulled out his phone and asked, "Do you accept transfers here?" Jack cheerfully replied immediately, "Yep. Please scan the core code here." After paying the entrance fee, the two walked on in utter misery. Then a friendly greeting rang out. "Welcome, hunters." Across from them, Harry wore a lion costume, holding a signboard, and introduced himself. "I am Harry, from the Korean Hunters Association." They both sized her up from head to toe and guessed. Harry. Last year's rookie dinosaur. That is the situation. Let us go back a week before the hammer was lost. At that time, everything was normal. Lin even announced, "Here it is." Before them, a hunter was straining until his face turned red, just trying to budge the hammer left by Gale Briggs, despairingly saying, "Your Majesty, I have tried my best but it has not moved an inch." Everyone gathered, and from the crowd someone said, "It has been lying here since morning." Seeing the situation, Leon slowly stepped toward the giant hammer. He placed one hand on the hammer's body, while Harry looked on curiously. In less than a second, he lifted the hammer up effortlessly. Lena's face did not change as he asked, surprising everyone, "Is that what tried your best looks like?" At that moment, golden spiritual energy began to rise around the hammer. Then the hammer's head with a wing jerked up, radiating golden light. Suddenly, it left his palm and snapped back to its original spot. Seeing the hammer act like that, the cheater guessed, "It is like it is being playful." Lin also concluded, "Seems like it wants something." At that moment, Harry poked the hammer and asked nervously, "But can a hammer really have a will of its own?" He seriously gave an answer. "Occasionally, if it was a sacred relic." He placed one hand upside down as he spoke the next words. "Especially since it had been bonded to a saint for a long time, it could be granted its own will and become hard to control." Leon's eyes were filled with emotion, a rebellious thought rising inside him. But when he took the hammer, he did not feel it earlier. When the hammer was raised, Gelbrich declared that those loyal to King Leon were recognized by the goddess Demira. He placed 5 fists upside down, his heart tightening, continuing the unfinished sentence. With the power of this hammer, you will inherit Gelbrich's strength. Remembering this, he no longer doubted, a smirk curling his lips with the thought. So that is how it is. Streams of spiritual energy were still emanating from the hammer. Only now did Leon realize that someone was asking him to find a new owner. Everything was explained, and he immediately called out loudly. And Harry, report back to the guild. She curiously asked right away. About what, sir? Still feeling proud, Leon declared. Anyone who can lift this hammer, regardless of rank or identity, can claim it. She took out her phone and typed every word but still doubted. Is this really true? After receiving the guild's reply, Henhari quickly reported back to him. First, they will send an expert to appraise it. A moment later, the appraisal expert was standing there with his mouth wide open. His expression made her shout. What is wrong, sir? He nervously pointed at the hammer before him, mumbling. A pick. A pick. Still amazed, the expert turned to report to Leon. This is an epic item. In contrast, Leon looked calm and simply replied. That is right. Hunters use specialized gear to fight monsters, conveniently categorized as follows. The lowest is common, then rare, a pick, and legendary. Luxurious items crafted by artisans are considered unique. Also, some gear requires many rare materials to craft, even items collected from tough quests. Called legendary. After 30 years of crafting, some items are called epic, even surpassing legendary. The blade of the heavenly Tao Copper can control hundreds of mountains. The 2 main fists of the Grand Mage are said to open the sky and earth. The 12 heart chambers. Even now, the snowy fields of Siberia continue to expand thanks to the Ice Queen's heart. After the Blackgate crisis in London, the Demon Sword Village roams the planet again, shaking heaven and earth with their presence and turning the toughest strategies into victories. An epic item has appeared here. The expert's whole body was still trembling from shock. He asked in disbelief. Really? If I can lift it, you will just give me this hammer? Harry stopped and replied. That is exactly right. Before touching the hammer, he cautiously looked back at Leon. Knowing he was worried, Lin reassured him. No mistake, anyone who lifts this hammer becomes its new owner. The expert handed him a sheet of paper and announced. Your Majesty, the value of this hammer is insanely high. Just look here. Harry's eyes darted as he read the lines. Gelbrich's hand. Epic grade. Detailed. A holy hammer blessed by the Holy Grail Knight Gelbrich, the Holy Grail Knight of Goddess Demilla, Goddess of Life and Growth, the core of faith, receiving divine power directly from Goddess Demilla. Perfect physique, never tiring. Goddess's blessing increases physical defense by 400% on land, recovery by 300%. Your entire legion gains 200% armor and 150% recovery. Sanctification. Applying holy law based on faith and divine power. Emotion. Gelbrich. Emotion. Existence. Leon skimmed the rules, then frowned and snorted coldly. After a brief moment, he told the appraisal expert. I still stand by my view. I hope everyone will know about this. He turned to look at the hammer and asked. All right. Can I make a quick call? Not long after, a call from the guild's appraisal expert appeared on a phone screen. Dung Cook is the one answering the phone, the association president here. The person on the other end responds immediately. Yeah. After receiving the report, he froze for a long moment, then could not hold back his shock, yelling so loudly he spat. An epic. Just within a few short hours, the image of Leon carrying the hammer along with the headline anyone who mentions it will become the next owner of the epic hammer was printed on the front page. That is why many candidates came looking for it. Back to the present, where Harry is welcoming the hunters. Soda's question made her a bit dumbfounded, wanting to know where Gelbrich's hammer was. Eager to see the real thing, with a fierce look, she sharply corrected him. Hey, watch your mouth, Gelbrich. When referring to someone of such high status, you have to be respectful. Soda and Coca could not understand, both thinking, it is just an item. Then Coca dropped his pride and lowered his tone to plead. But I want to try mirror. Gelbrich's hammer. Harry immediately lit up, pointing to the sign. This way. The two strode toward the arrow's direction. The hammer appeared as she said. Hunters, please come forward. Rays of bright light spread through the space. Soda could not help but marvel. What is this? The source of energy. Both stepped closer. He was even more amazed when he realized the energy was coming from the hammer. Coca was blown away too. Holy crap. Just the hammer and it has got that much energy. With a smug expression, he started rubbing his hands, planning to give it a try. Thinking, this should be a piece of cake. Soda's strong hands reached for the big hammer's handle. When he placed both hands on it, a huge electric shock hit him, making his jaw drop. His whole body convulsed. His hair was a mess as he fell flat on the ground. Soda quickly sat up, wide-eyed, asking, Holy crap. Was that the hammer? Harry explained anxiously. Yeah, that is right. If it does not like you, it will do that sometimes. Hearing this, he immediately complained. What? Why did not you say so earlier? She paused and replied. Whatever it is, we do not really know what it wants. Just then, Jeff appeared right in front of everyone. Soto annoyedly shouted. It is him again. Feeling frustrated. Who knows what he wants now? He approached the two, panting. Then suggested. Want to earn some merit? Koka, bored, said. We already paid the entrance fee. Why should I pay again now? Soto was hesitant but muttered. Merit. Merit. Because this is a sacred relic. Suddenly understanding, he slapped the table loudly. Right. Exactly. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to scan the code. Soto knelt before Jeff, loudly offering. Take it. I am willing to donate 10 million coins for merit. Koka asked in horror. Are you crazy? You have to be respectful. Bowen sincerely thanked it. The announcement of the 10 million coin donation rang out. Soto turned to the hammer. Then once again gripped the handle tightly, firmly declaring, it will be mine. His face twisted like a monster. All his strength focused on lifting the hammer. After a long while, nothing changed. The hammer did not budge. Everyone was shocked. Koka shouted. Wow. Another hunter tried, but still could not lift the hammer. Mid the chaos, Jeff calmly walked over to the hammer. His robotic voice announced. Donation received for building the Pantheon Temple. Koka and Soto looked at each other, speechless. Then, moments later, a bunch of money and phones were raised with shouts. Me next. I will. Harry stood there dumbfounded, while voices argued nearby. Move aside. I am in line. Cut the nonsense. Money talks. Jeff Fuchuk was surrounded by a crowd. She nervously asked. Is this really going to work? Like selling blessings from the gods? She looked at the crowd competing to lift the hammer, hesitating. But that thing. They took turns lifting the hammer while the crowd cheered wildly. Again. More. That is not enough yet. Harry could not face it. Silently thinking, we really are a bunch of losers. She sat quietly watching. Beside her, Jeff let out a sharp laugh. Images of stacks of money appeared before his eyes. A powerful aura rising around him along with an announcement. The time has come. Jeff's plan, Pantheon's treasurer, is officially underway. Early the next morning at Leon's large mansion, Harry opened all the room doors, still shocked when mentioning it. Hey Jeff, Starbucks just proposed opening a store here. She fell silent when she saw Jeff still hard at work, asking him to report the amount of donations collected. Recently, the Pantheon Guild has become a popular destination. Hunters come here to take on the hammer challenge, and most illnesses are cured when standing near the hammer. For example, a leg that has been injured for 10 years is healed, and my toothache is gone too. Everyone crowds here to admire the divine hammer, and a few even take pictures with Harry, the bear girl. Jeff continuously secures funding to turn it into capital and boost Pantheon's reputation. All that day and night effort is for this massive project alone. Harry glanced at the project, eyes wide with surprise, asking, Hey Jeff, what is this? It is right above me. He replied briefly, a high-intensity forging facility. Lights flashed one after another, metal parts in the room clanking as they started up. Below, a huge tube containing a green energy source was boiling fiercely. She walked through the spacious room, eyes wandering as she asked, Hey Jeff, is this really a forge? He gave some basic info. A level 9 forging facility. Also the lowest level in this device maintenance system. This is the limit due to Earth's weak metallurgy skills. Harry kept staring at everything here, unable to help but exclaim. Still, it is pretty amazing. Jeff casually teased. That is because your brain's weak too. She got annoyed and snapped. You jerk. When Mommin stepped into the middle of the room, she asked again. Right, Jeff? You are a knight of the Forging Guild. Right. He nodded. Exactly. She stood before the tube, a pink gemstone catching her eye. Then requested. So can you make me a sword? Jeff firmly refused. No way. Harry put on a pitiful face. Voice whining. I need. Strangers are all the same. Jeff then explained. It is not like that. The forging facility is not finished yet. We need more infrastructure to gather materials. Hearing that, she relaxed so much, her face flushed pink. Smiling brightly. Really? Suddenly, Jeff dashed off, announcing loudly, I am heading to the central station to earn some extra income. Harry kindly cheered. Go get him. Then she froze when she saw him crawling into a small hole at the edge of the room. He carefully entered inside, reciting a command, activating minimum forging mode, ensuring the seed of gold. Blinking, the massive control panel in front lit up with numerous stats. Jeff focused on every detail and made up his mind. Today, I am going to check this market again. Recently, The global stock market has faced a disaster. The company's office turned chaotic with shouting. Why are they writing so many opposing articles? Can't they even get the job done? We have given them so much money. Yet they can't manipulate a single article. Until one day, suddenly some force caused stock prices to skyrocket by manipulating the market. How could this happen during a global pandemic? Management departments grew uneasy. What do they want? That force quietly profits like a ghost lurking in the shadows. And of course, no need to say, we all know that force is GX. GX's recent financial target is food supplies. Humanity's food situation in the 21st century has never been good. Countless lands and rivers are polluted. In the early disaster phase, Western and East Asian powers implemented exemplary solutions. But weaker countries, like poor nations in Eastern Europe and Asia, suffered huge losses from unexpected decay, and GX bought up those polluted, worthless lands. The first target in this campaign is the Haklong Rice Basin. The pollution level of Haklong, 150 military countries after the Shanghai incident 20 years ago, is severe. GX bought a part of that rice field and continued purifying it by spreading faith in Demela, the goddess of life and growth. Although it can purify on lean scale or produce food instantly, it will soon become a priceless rice field, along with fields of corn, barley, and many other blessings. Right now, it is still working hard, quietly making a statement to boost morale. Soon, the Pantheon Society will dominate global food production. Its gaze was fixed tightly on the computer screen, still stuck on one unresolved issue. The big problem here is the risk of foreign invasion. So Jack started gathering information but realized that world wars waste power without much impact, while the risk of portal appearances is rising. Then it excitedly told itself that a typical leader would not overextend resources. Now there is more land. Today's news reported a coup in the Republic of Jilin. Harry sat in the dining room, overheard that news, and could not help but feel curious. There is a war brewing. Jack said nothing then, just silently jerked back. After finding a quiet spot with just the two of them, it spoke openly. Saying this only to you, Harry? She turned and asked. Jack immediately shared important news. Our private investment fund is now active. It is a rapidly growing asset management organization. She listened seriously, eyes focused on its words. This unit will manage Harry's assets, so please register now. Hearing this, she blinked and asked, you want me to invest? Explained carefully. I will manage your assets. She could not help but praise. So Jack has shares too. That is cool. But Jack responded with a jab, mocking Harry's poor financial situation. You need a professional asset manager, it said. She blushed, shyly defending herself. I am, but at my age, that is already good. It smirked, mentioning a fact that made Harry sweat. That is only 15% compared to an average hunter. Most of her rewards have been thrown into those portals. Harry's expression turned defensive, unable to argue. I even donate to orphans back home. Jack took the chance to say, that is why you need me to help you donate more. Her face suddenly turned sly as she refused. No thanks. It flashed a light at her. Frustrated. Nowadays, people are bound by their financial ability, so missing the lesson about money means giving up on life. You should be grateful this unit will handle that for you. Harry could not deny it, but her offer was stingy. Then just 2 million. Jack did not refuse outright, instead insisting, withdraw the 20 million basic rental fee for the sealed debunker. She puffed her cheeks, not bothering to argue, remembering that coming from this cold guy, it was not surprising, and reluctantly agreed. Fine. Suddenly, Jack announced hot news. Harry is now a silver member, upgraded from bronze. She stared for a few seconds, eyes wide, looking at the robot beside her. Sweat poured down Harry's face like a shower. She muttered the 3 words again. Silver member, Jack quickly explained. Bronze members get guaranteed 100% income returns. Silver members get 200%. Then it asked if she wanted to increase that rate. She got excited, clenching her fist. Sounds good. It started offering great deals. If she recruits 5 more members, she will be upgraded to gold, with a 300% income return rate. The huge seal slammed down like Seth's fist. Her expression showed shock. A thrilled smile spread across her face as she asked again. Really? This was Harry, a 20-year-old newbie. So innocent she did not realize she would been pulled into the dark up path. The thing is, no one suspects her, even at midnight. Harry was still tirelessly calling her younger brother right. Suho. This girl. She had noted 8 names in her book, confidently promising Suho, I will follow her. A solid decision. Thanks to her enthusiastic participation, Jack's dark-up model advanced significantly. Early one morning at Leon's house, a black car rolled up to the gate. Men dressed in sharp suits stepped out calmly. They took steady, purposeful steps toward his front door. The 3 men stepped inside. The one in the middle spoke up. We are from the court. He pulled out a document, eyes on it as he continued. We are here to issue a notice of asset seizure. Leon showed a blank expression, clearly confused by the situation. Hong asked, what did the newcomer say? Meanwhile, Jack flinched suddenly. Startled, sweat began to pour down his body. He was trying to keep a cool head. At that moment, the court official shot a sharp glare at Jack, making him uneasy. He could not hold it in and jumped. Startled, not long after, Leon sat at the table, radiating intense energy. Everyone had gathered fully. His anger was barely contained as he demanded, each word clear and forceful. What is going on? Explain. Jack swayed back and forth, starting to gather information. Here's the situation. First, the organization can't pay the interest on the loan because the stock has plummeted. Second, most Pantheon employees are in debt from investing in Jack's fund, and creditors are swarming to collect. This secret investment fund has many failed projects, causing its capital to drop sharply. Hearing this, Lena's face grew seriously grim. Harry broke down in tears, desperately explaining his situation. Even Jack, the 87 million I invested with you, I raised that money from friends and family back then. Other employees began lamenting too. My money, even my wife's savings, are gone. All my assets saved over the years have been lost in this fund. In front of Leon, an elderly woman pleaded. I have even mortgaged my land. Leon Tran. Your Majesty, please do something to fix this. After a moment of silence, Leon asked, Jack, how much is the loss? Jack hesitated, then muttered the number. 870,054,340 dong, increasing by 49,853,655 dong every hour. About a 72% loss on the fund. Everyone was stunned, losing their composure. What did you say? Then cries of anguish kept ringing in Leon's ears. My money. Damn it. Take whatever you can hear as collateral. At least take one pillar. Sell it. Suddenly, an employee raised a knife threateningly and suggested, hey, there is something valuable in the warehouse. At least take that first for the money. Jack quickly grabbed the knife back and shouted, stop. People, do not take it. That is personal property. Inside, he was panicking. He would just grabbed his own knife. Harry collapsed on the ground, tears streaming, curses still echoing. Damn it. My money. Wait, I will come get it. Suho was frozen by the chaos, with voices shouting. Your Majesty, what about my money? Put that down now. What are you doing? Grab a pillar quickly. Leon's eyes turned white amid the noise. Damn it. This is chaos. What am I going to do about my money? Chief Han shouted. Wake up. Why are you fainting now? Chief, please wake up. When he could not hold it anymore, he flared his nostrils and his eyes flashed as he shouted loudly. You bastards. Leon slammed the table and stood up, like a fierce tiger growling behind him, his voice booming through the chaotic room. Enough chaos. Quiet down for me. Silence fell instantly. Everyone stopped what they were doing. Only Harry's sobs could be heard. Leon then fixed a sharp look on Jack and called out. Spinner. He replied. Yep. Your Majesty. Leon spoke very seriously. With your intelligence, I trust you can handle this chaos. He was confident, entrusting the big task to him. Do what you think is right. I want to see how you solve this. Jack stepped away from the man's side, promising to respond. I will handle it. You will have an answer by tomorrow. Your Majesty. Leon nodded approvingly. Good. I am leaving this to you. While everyone was still confused, Leon did not forget to declare. Also, in the name of King Leon Hot, I guarantee your debts. Now disperse and take care of your own affairs. Jinsu replied anxiously. Yep. Your Majesty. Honestly, I have doubts can this really be resolved in one day. After everyone left, Jack began to take action. He entered the room, a red dot flashing on his face, his energy blazing fiercely. An announcement sounded. Emergency detected. Bypassing security checks. Activating the outer fog frame with the latest armor equipped with the top-tier integrated Mike-1 weapon. A body clad in iron armor was gradually being completed, with countless pink, glowing connection points all over. The operation code was activated. Everything fully integrated. A bright red dot shining vividly in the center of the armor. Meanwhile, at the northernmost part of West Asia, Heilong, where skyscrapers lay in ruins and the streets were covered in dirt and rocks. In a corner, the military leader of the Jilin Republic, Oroso Ruthkapro, was sitting, yawning repeatedly. Just then, a voice whispered in his ear. Sir, where are our enemies right now? Outside. Oud Insulin pulled back the curtain and said, the ones who used to hold this place were too weak. We came here to fight, but they have all run away. Oud Liho behind him added, humans are weak and do not understand the honor of a warrior. The two of them stepped inside. Kaporo sniffed and then laid out a plan. As long as we have plenty of food, we can just camp here. After we throw a big feast, we will gather everyone and attack the next neighboring country. Insulin clasped his hands, drooling, excitedly said, got it, sir. It has been a long time since I last ate human meat. He and Liho jumped up in excitement. Awesome. Let us loot as much as we can and eat them all. At that moment, Kaporo looked up at the blinding sunlight and continued outlining the plan. Good. After we finish eating, we will head to. Words were cut off as he suddenly noticed something, a blazing red light shining straight at his face. From high above, an unidentified object was hurtling down like a meteor, energy radiating around it. a sharp sword blade clearly visible. Kapooro's face twisted as he asked in disbelief, "Is that a meteorite?" Meanwhile, Secretary of Defense Julius was loudly demanding, "What the hell is this wand that has been hacked? Brief info about the wand. A hypothetical weapon deployed from a satellite orbiting Earth," he kept asking after hearing the news. "Who activated it?" "Only 3 people have the activation codes for the wand," an officer immediately explained. "The White House and the Special Operations Commander say they know nothing about it." He stared at the big screen, repeatedly questioning, "But why? Could someone have hacked the controls?" A key staffer typed rapidly, replying, "That is impossible. The encryption code changes every minute." His expression grew serious as he mentioned, "There are over 100 million possible code combinations, even with the world's best supercomputer. It would take 13 years to calculate them all." This impossibility made Julius pause for a long moment, muttering, "Then who the hell is it?" After scanning satellite images in space for a while, he raised his voice. "Damn it. How do we stop this thing? Is there any way to stop it during this activation phase?" The officer replied hesitantly, "Impossible. After the control was hacked, the encryption was strengthened." Shocking news followed. "I estimate over 10 billion new codes now. We can't hack the wand anymore." Julius exploded with anger, emphasizing each word. "This is ridiculous." Just then, a control officer spoke up. "Minister, Russia's weapon, the Brown Bear, has also been activated. The Brown Bear's targeting system and the wands are both moving." A major shock was happening in space. But the Defense Department only knew that the weapon was starting a countdown, preparing to activate simultaneously with the Brown Bear. The staffer's face turned grim as he said the target's name quietly. "It is the Jilin Republic." Julius spun around, disbelief on his face. "Why there?" Another man stepped forward. "Minister, I think you should see this." He stared at his phone screen, his tone serious. "What now?" A joint meeting of 2 superpowers, on the screen. 2 leaders took turns declaring. First Julius. "The United States of America will break the peace with the Jilin Republic, a nation taken over by a brutal force." Then a white man spoke. "The Russian Federation will not tolerate any provocations from the Jilin Republic. Acts of human genocide must be stopped. We will cooperate with the United States to fight against the enemy forces." "He is as tall as you." Could not believe what he just saw. "Is this?" The staff member replied. "Yep. This is a fabricated video." On it, his face looked very real, every word spoken without a single mistake. Julius clenched his jaws tightly, anger rising as he realized it was a defect video. Defect is a digitally controlled synthesis tool that replaces one person's portrait with another's. Suddenly, the computer screen in the control room started to go down. The large screen in the middle of the room, along with smaller screens, all displayed a short message. A few seconds later, a brief text appeared in multiple languages. "I have come to end this war." Julius was completely shocked, questions piling up one after another. "What is this?" At the same time, in a room where the ice was melting, a blondet sat holding his head in despair. This was the king of the Xylin Republic, Ling Xing. "Desperate?" he asked. "Well, what happened?" he continued. In front of him were 4 other Uts equally confused. "Now we have the throne, but all that is left is endless war." Then one of them loudly asked, "What should our leader do? Aren't we done for with 2 superpowers attacking us?" Lin Xiang could not think of any other plan, so he suggested fleeing, taking all the remaining money and escaping. Regaining some composure, he gave orders. Head to the mysterious Dongko region, increase the number of children, and start over. One Ut responded excitedly. "Got it." Then he arrogantly proposed a rotten idea. "Now, all we have to do is hunt human women and capture them all." Just as he finished speaking, something shot down from the ceiling. Strong hands pinned the Ut's head to the ground. His eyes were pitch black, trying to look up to assess the situation. The Uts around started to stand up. One asked in surprise, "What is that?" The human knight appeared in a majestic form, his shiny armor gleaming with lightning flashes. One foot pressed down on the Ut. The knight's eyes flashed bright red. A robotic voice announced, "Target locked." Not human. At that moment, 2 advanced guns sprouted from the knight's arms. 2 similar guns appeared on his shoulders as well. Now the knight stood facing King Kazakh. The knight pointed at a glowing dot on his helmet and said firmly, "Hand over all your money here, so I can rest." Sammy sat helplessly, facing 5-6 guns pointed at him, and told the armed task force, "I do not know who these people are." His face looked terrifying yet defiantly brave. Then 2 tribe members quickly charged at the armed robot, but it dodged the Ut's blade in time, smashing the stone table instead. The armed robot's eyes turned red with anger, raising its weapon and activating assassination mode. It then fired continuously at the tribe members, who panicked and dodged, screaming in terror. Sammy quickly flipped over a large rock and hid behind it. Clearly shaken, another Ut fearlessly grabbed a blade and charged at the armed robot. Shouting, suddenly it turned and pointed a gun at him, causing the Ut to freeze in surprise and confusion. A loud gunshot rang out. At such close range with a heavy weapon, The yacht was blown apart instantly with no chance to react. Then it turned back to Sammy's group and brought something over. It arched its back and more heavy guns appeared, specially modified to fire 12-gauge rounds with extreme penetration. It then aimed all its weapons directly at the tribe members. Its eyes scanned each one, confirming all targets, removing firing restrictions, and authorizing use of all weapons. The armed robot's eyes glowed red, signaling kill mode activated. Fire. Bullets flew like a hailstorm, tearing through the iron door. Gunfire roared rapidly and steadily, accompanied by fierce flashes from the weapons. The tribal warriors kept getting hit with fatal bullets, screaming nonstop. The spent casings from the gun kept falling at the feet of the armed robot, countless in number. After a hailstorm of bullets swept through and the gun barrel heated up, smoking heavily, it finally stopped. Scene was brutal. Tribal warriors, bodies scattered on the ground, dust and smoke beginning to clear as the firing ceased. After scanning around, the armed robot noticed a tall figure with sharp eyes still standing firm. One survivor remained. His weapon had taken a few hits, causing some damage, but nothing serious. Sammy held the massive weapon in his hands, his voice heavy with a sharp edge. Those he just killed were all about to be promoted to generals. The armed robot did not say much and immediately raised its gun to continue the attack. Sammy shouted angrily, full of rage, his eyes burning with a terrifying intensity. Do you even know what this means? The robot did not answer but fired directly at him. Sammy charged forward, swinging his massive weapon with fierce determination, eyes sharp as a blade. He brought the weapon down hard on the robot, which raised its arm to block, but the arm started to show signs of damage. Surprised, it said, "Adamantus." Sammy confidently raised the weapon again. Yes, this weapon was made from adamantus. His eyes widened, face twisted in a scream. Not even a Drake could survive this weapon. The weapon struck like a critical blow, hitting the robot with tremendous force. The robot struggled to check its status, assumed rank, but low on ammo. It raised its arm, trying to block each heavy strike. Its eyes suddenly lit up as it aimed its gun straight at Sammy's head. The armed robot took advantage of the moment to fire a shot, trying to end this quickly, but Sammy was quicker. Dodging with only a scratch on his face, not bad. He quickly wiped the blood and charged into the robot. His gaze was fierce, like he wanted to devour it alive. You think metal like you can stand against me? I am blessed by the Helcon war god. Before the robot could react, Sammy swung his massive weapon again. One strike hit the robot's head dead center, not missing by a millimeter. The system alert sounded. Time's up. Mission failed. He was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief. What? Suddenly, many wires shot out, wrapping around Sammy. The armed robot suddenly sprang up. He panicked, struggling. What is this? At that moment, Jack flew in as system alerts reported battle memory data. It kept recording and announced, "This is the current library version. Now more complete." Sammy, confused and angry, shouted, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly Jack's eyes lit up. Holy law tack. Its whole body emitted a complex glow, while the wires still wrapped around Sammy. Sammy stood there helpless, frozen. Then he exploded violently. Nothing left but blood and flesh flying everywhere. Jack nodded slightly, turned to check, then walked over to pick up the fallen adamantus weapon. It happily made a few chimp-like noises. All witnesses eliminated. Mission complete. Meanwhile, the news bulletin on TV reported that the coup in the Zlin Republic had been resolved. The newly formed Zlin Republic government officially apologized for the chaos caused. People gathered around the TV, listening closely as reports showed lucky crops thriving in the northern rice fields. Harry cheerfully turned to Jack. Sounds good, does not it? Jack, she held up her phone, smiling. The war's over. Jack responded with a shout. Suddenly she gasped, eyes wide. The profit rate is 200%. Lena sitting back there drinking tea, relaxing. He slowly picked up the file, took a leisurely sip of tea, and continued reviewing the documents, his mind racing with thoughts of swordsmanship, shield techniques, spear tactics, and horse maneuvers. He quickly skimmed through Suho's info displayed on the file. The guy's improved a bit. I need to connect him with the gods soon. Leon took a sip of tea while scanning the details. But first, he needs to prove his faith. There is no time left. Then he flipped to another page to review. The gods have allowed the process to be simplified, so I need to hurry up. The next page was Soyona's profile. He quickly skimmed the basic info. Johnson, a knight who follows the rules of virtue. Leon's eyes focused intently, staring at the file with a hint of daydreaming. Looking down at the info below, he fell into thought, curious. Surely this wealthy, influential kid registered to experience the holy law firsthand. Leon recalled a scene from years ago amid ruins. He had killed that person, the greatest king in Leon's history. It reminded him of someone. Suddenly, he startled as if he just remembered something. With a darkened expression, Leon quickly turned around. The hammer, it just moved. Who is there? He hurriedly strode outside. Harry stammered, unable to react quickly. Your Majesty. The place was deserted, eerily quiet. Leon passed through a room and saw a hammer being lifted. He smirked, surprised, and the one trying to lift the hammer was DZ. He was startled to see Leon cut to near the Nazu plains, A horse was chewing on a pink string. It was not just any string, it was Harry's braided hair. A voice spoke up. Today, Lee, looking very serious, said to everyone. We are getting a new trainee. At that moment, an orange-haired student turned around. Puzzled. All the other academy students have joined guilds already. Except us. Another chimed in. Who's it? Leon crossed his arms, looking in one direction. He will be training with us soon, and will challenge the knight rank. Harry and the other students were wide-eyed, mouths agape in surprise. A figure awkwardly rode up on a horse. It was the good boy himself. Decian rode the horse past Leon toward the other students. He shyly introduced himself. From Pantheon Legion. Team 1. I am Decian. Hope to learn a lot from you all. Cut to a large chess force company building in the city center. The guild president, in an office, an employee loudly reported. Confirmed. The EC Commands campaign is complete, involving us Team 7 in the Navy Division. Kang Hyuk frowned, annoyed and upset. Longkung. Actually, this issue seems confirmed already. The place he mentioned is called Longkung, also known as the Sea Gate. It was first spotted in Tokyo Bay 25 years ago. Back then, everyone thought the dungeon gate could only open on land, and there were no satellites tracking gates about to activate, so no one paid attention to the sea. The gate in Tokyo Bay was neglected until the dungeon break happened, destroying the bay, polluting the environment, and turning nearby sea creatures into monsters. From there, a legendary monster appeared. The Tokyo Bay Gate became known as one of the worst gate disasters in history, leading to cooperation among neighboring countries to handle sea gate issues. Suddenly, an employee shouted, Typhoon Exahong heading for the Pacific has abruptly changed course. Now heading straight for Ulangdu. Kang Hyuk stared at the big screen, sweating nervously. It is the biggest storm this year. Now turning toward the danger zone. A reporter wearing a raincoat grimaced as he gave updates to the public. With winds at 64.5 meters per second, surpassing the 2023 semi-annual storm, this typhoon seriously threatens Ulangdu residents. Suddenly, he quickly turned around. Kang Hyuk's face grew serious and angry. Contact the Pantheon Guild leader immediately. On the computer screen, the storm's data kept spiking. 30 minutes later, Yunwon arrived. Any other signals from the monitoring area? Kang Hyuk cheerfully replied. That is all I know for now, Chairman Lee Yunwon. You have not changed at all, he continued. You dare to question the orders and give me an answer. His face flushed with anger while Soyeon stood nearby, quietly smiling. Why is it only us being sent? There are plenty of other better guilds, Kang Hyuk sweet-talked. But it is really hard to find a guild as outstanding as the Phoenix Guild. He then turned away. Even though the aftermath of the Jeju Island incident is still there, you are still so complacent. He laughed loudly. It was a rare accident, but things have somewhat recovered now. Lee Yunwon was very annoyed but only cursed silently. Damn it. Lee Yun, why do you still have to keep getting dragged into this? Seems like he still has not forgiven me after that failed operation. He spoke up. And you are not just sending us there, right? The association president would not let us take such a risk alone. He panicked and quickly stammered. It is not just you guys being sent. Kang Hyuk's words irritated Yunwon. I am not the type to throw others into danger. Don't he worry. There will be reinforcements for you. Well, I think you are just that kind of person. He sighed irritably and walked toward Soyeon. Damn it. Nothing's getting solved. He is still the same. Has not changed at all. Yunwon was extremely frustrated while she shrugged helplessly. He turned his face away awkwardly. Yeah. He recalled his youth when Tatsuka once told him, even though my horseback riding skills are still lacking, I will fight following the king's orders. Yunwon held the rope with admiration. I hope everyone stays safe in this battle. The gods will always watch over you. His back looked wary. Damn it. I am really tired. At that moment, a bald staff member hurried over. He approached Kang Hyuk to report. Association President. The king has arrived. All right. I got. Yunwon turned around curiously upon hearing that. He looked at him puzzled. Kang Hyuk nervously adjusted his clothes. We need to prepare carefully. He even sprayed some kalong, making Yunwon gape in surprise. At that moment, a foot stepped in. Leon and two assistants gradually approached. Kang Hyuk bowed respectfully. Thank you for coming. Your Majesty. All right, Leon calmly said. If he called me here, there must be a good reason. He replied cheerfully. Of course. Kang Hyuk extended his hand politely. Then, for the next 10 days, I will explain the situation in detail. After a while of talking, Leon sat, folded his arms, looking serious. Really? Kang Hyuk stood by the data board explaining. A portal appeared at sea and a storm is about to hit, making the raid operation difficult. Exactly. Suddenly, he pressed a button on the remote. On the screen appeared massive naval warships slowly moving across the sea. This time, both the and Japan will provide military support for this operation. Other guilds will prepare reinforcements in case of emergencies. As usual, Kang Hyuk bowed earnestly. This is a chance to raise your Majesty's prestige. Please leave your true mark by helping us. Leon pondered quietly below. He smiled slightly. You are quite the smooth talker. Well, All right then, he stood up and adjusted his robe. But the journey to the portal is complicated. Someone will have to properly support my knights. Kanghuk asked. Does your majesty have any requests? Lian smiled mysteriously. He turned and walked away. I want to say it directly. The detailed request will go to Pantheon Guild leader Spinner. Hearing this, he bowed and saluted. Yep. I understand. Your majesty. While thinking. Tribute. What could it be? He looked at Lian with a complicated expression. Of course. Ordinary items want to meet his demands. At that moment, he was talking with Harry. Bring the army for me. Yep. Of course. Sir. Lian and Harry slowly walked out of the company's store. His expression was a bit proud as he glanced through the file. He turned to Harry and said, I will list the people participating in this mission. Take notes. Okay. Lin glanced over and read out a few names. First, the Knight Order leader Spinner. With trainees Han Su-ho, Kim Jae, and Wu Dae-sung. Harry quickly pulled out a small notebook and jotted it down. The infantry will include Kim Gap-su, Cheon, Park Cheon-gon, and Ma Seo. Suddenly, her face darkened. Confused as if she realized something, she looked up and asked Lian. Sweetheart, what is wrong? Harry nervously asked. Among those chosen, there is not a single woman. Is there? Lian's expression showed some confusion. Seeing this, Harry thought, no way. Did he forget? She looked at Lian with a bit of disdain. Even if he is sexist, there are both delicate women and strong women. It is frustrating. When training to become a combat force, there should not be discrimination. Women can fight too. Lian walked on while answering Harry's question. The answer's pretty clear. Yep. His face tightened, eyes filled with dread. If women join the Legion, would not they be at risk? Hearing that, Harry froze on the spot. Meanwhile, a helicopter sliced through the icy sky, the rotor blades roaring overhead. A helicopter was speeding toward the harbor, approaching an anchored warship that stirred the calm sea. The 1st Korean Squadron. Someone was already waiting. The helicopter neared the landing pad, whipping up strong winds that swept the ground. As the helicopter landed, 3 naval personnel quickly stepped out to greet Lee, hands in pocket. Wearing sunglasses, slowly stepped off the helicopter. Harry had already gotten off and stood close beside him. Lian led the team toward the 3 military men. He approached the man and asked, Are you the base commander here? The man smiled and introduced himself, placing his hand on his chest. Yep. I'm Vice Admiral Zis, commander of the 1st Squadron. He stood at attention, eyes on, who respectfully replied, It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. Actually, my grandfather was cured of a terrible disease thanks to the grain from the goddess Demella. I truly thank you very much. Lian smiled softly, removing his sunglasses, and said, If you are grateful for the goddess's blessing, then you are family to me. Vice Admiral Zisi burst out laughing at Lian's words, then quickly said, It is my honor. Your Majesty, please follow me this way. He turned and led the way, with Lian and his team following. Before explaining the mission, let me introduce the forces who will stand with you. Under a gloomy sky, a modern building with cold gray tones appeared behind tall steel fences. Loon calmly walked inside, with the Unone silently watching from behind. He stepped forward, looking at the group not far off, and asked, Are they from the U.S. military? Vice Admiral Z came beside him and replied, Yep. They said they flew straight here on a transport plane to the aircraft carrier. He looked serious, clasped his hands behind his back hesitantly. That U.S. military group is quite unusual. Unone glanced in the direction of his gaze, confused. That guy. Seeing clearly who Vice Admiral ZC meant, he shouted in surprise. Ronan Selman. Everyone nearby heard the name and became restless. Magic. Really? They could not believe their eyes and kept whispering. The noisy crowd quickly caught Ronan's attention. Why is he here? Ronan laughed slyly, a smug look on his face. Thinking, even here in Korea, my reputation still seems solid. Ronan smiled brightly, holding a large purple magic orb as he approached Leonis group and introduced himself. Pleasure to meet you all, hunters of Korea. I am the master of the magic tower, Ronan Selman. I have been invited to assist with the mission to close the sea gate. He was smiling confidently, but suddenly stiffened as if he saw something. This gate. Ronan's eyes widened. Then he started sweating profusely. Turning pale, seeing Lian, his face darkened. Mouth agape. Speechless. Even the little turtle in his hand seemed scared. What the hell? Why is he here? Ronan stood frozen like a statue, trembling all over as he stared at Leon. That little turtle muttered. Oh heavens. The great being. He is standing right in front of us. That man is the king. He was stared at. Looking confused, his face puzzled, he raised his hand to adjust his glasses. And the little turtle quickly warned him, Stay calm. If that genocidal guy starts suspecting you, he will just chop your head off. Ronan raised his hand, his eyes fixed on the ring he was wearing. It communicated to him. We still have not been discovered. Just trust the ring I made for you. Ronan proudly exclaimed. You truly are a great demon with superhuman intelligence. Ronan was worried. rubbing the ring with his finger, thinking to himself, as long as this ring hides my demonic power, he won't catch me. As he kept rubbing the ring, it suddenly tightened as if activated and emitted a glow. Ronan was shocked and could not believe it. His mouth dropped open again in fear. The great being's ring is cracked. The little turtle quickly reassured him. Calm down. Just stay calm. At that moment, Lian seemed to radiate a source of power, a golden energy surrounding his body. It looked at Lian and said to Ronan, it was exposed to that guy's holy power through wind and water. Stay away from here. Do not get close to him. Hurry up. He stubbornly ignored the magic orb's warning. Clutching the little turtle, he approached Lian. If he keeps going, he will suspect us. It kept nagging in his mind. This crazy guy still wanted to back off. Ronan tried to stay calm, looking up with a nervous gaze. Stammering, honored to meet you. Your Majesty, even from far away. Your reputation spreads across my country. Your Majesty, I hope to see you occasionally. Lian silently looked at him. The little turtle in his hand grumbled, making Ronan raise his hand as tears fell. Do not squeeze me so hard when you talk. You are crushing me. Seeing Ronan's strange behavior, Lian smirked with amusement. Lian walked past him, glancing down as he said, you are the Tower Master. So we will meet a lot more during the gate breach. After speaking, Lian walked away casually. Ronan sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness. As long as I still have the ring, he won't discover us. His face paled, eyes wide. He whispered to the little turtle in his hand, you will be fine. Just run away whenever you see him. Got it. Don't get close to him. It obeyed Ronan but hesitated. I understand. But the little turtle thought for a long time, then reminded him. We have no choice but to go through the gate with him. That is going to be troublesome. Ronan bent down looking at it fearfully. Damn it. Why did I have to run into this damn king here? Harry held a stack of papers. Smiling slowly as she walked, she smiled softly. Eyes closed, the king said. Women are not allowed on the ship. While walking, Harry suddenly saw something. Her eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed. Ahead of her, a group was moving crates. Harry recognized someone among them and said, the Gyud-sung hunter. She held the papers and approached quietly, calling softly, Gyud-sung hunter. DC was wiping. Seeing her, he said, the assistant head of his department. A soda can dropped from the vending machine, making a soft noise. Curious, Harry looked up at DC and asked, why are you carrying luggage? Our association should be. Before she finished, he popped open the soda can and replied, that is my job. DC tilted his head at her. Even though he said that, Harry said, you are already a hunter for the Pantheon Guild. Even the king would not ask you to do this kind of work. Sweating lightly, held the opened soda can in one hand and scratched the back of his head, explaining, it is just that I feel unworthy of this treatment since I just got a hammer. Not wanting DC to put himself down, Harry looked straight into his eyes and praised him. Out of thousands, only a Gyud-sung hunter can do this. You have been chosen by the goddess. DC glanced at her shyly. Meaning, no matter what you say, he always denies it. Impossible. Harry got more frustrated, puffed her cheeks and argued back. That is right. Then Harry turned her head to the side, excitedly mimicking Lian's words. If it were the king, he would say it like this. After that lowlife idiot dared to question the king's decision. While she was speaking, DC's face suddenly turned pale as if he saw something. It turned out Lian had already appeared behind her, standing silently and watching Harry speak without saying a word. Who does he think he is to judge the goddess's will? This moment, DC kept signaling her to stop. Assistant Manager Han, after finishing his sentence, angrily wanted to blow off steam and gritted his teeth, saying, just listen to me, it is nothing. The king said the same thing. The more she spoke, the more worried DC became. Lee, standing behind Harry, was already annoyed by her, but she still did not realize what was going on. To serve the lower ranks, I did not get any sleep at all. I trained hard without a single break. Yet back then they did not even want me to come along. DC's face darkened. Sweat that had not dried yet was replaced by more sweat as he groaned softly. Oh man. Assistant Manager Han. After D's words, the atmosphere seemed to cool down, and the two gradually fell into a silent void. Lee, standing behind her, kept radiating a deadly aura. Harry, now sensing the tension, anxiously asked him, you were standing behind me back then? Right. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the tuft of hair on her head, making Harry scream. Lian held her head tightly, leaning in close with clenched teeth. How dare you speak so carelessly like that? I never said that to anyone. So why are you putting words in my mouth? Harry, caught by the hair, immediately panicked and cried out, please forgive me. Your Highness. Lian struggled to suppress his anger, biting his lip tightly to keep himself in check. Lian released the tuft of hair and sighed softly, crossing his arms as he watched. Harry, once freed, remained silent. Quietly sobbing, Lian gradually calmed down, closing his eyes and lowering his head to ask, How did you earn his favor? She stopped crying, confused, and looked back. Excuse me. Favor. Leon's face showed a deep frown as he sighed heavily and answered. The favor of peace and chaos. He looked toward the other two, seeing Harry's cluelessness, and explained. Boyce Eden said he would make you his priestess. She stopped, stunned and incredulous. Without saying more, Leon turned and placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, Never mind. You would not understand anyway. I will let you all join the assault on the Hellish Sea, Harry calmly replied. Thank you, Your Highness, but feeling something was off. Harry pursed her lips and squinted at him, thinking, that is good, but something's weird. Why did he look at me like that back then? Just as she predicted, Leon grabbed her tightly, and she screamed in fear. There is definitely something strange. Did you say you are going to make me your priestess? Unwan stood on the railing, folding his arms and looking down. Harry was being carried on a plank, crying out repeatedly. Did you say you are going to make me your priestess? What does that even mean? I do not want that. Your Highness, please spare me. Seeing her being carried away, he panicked, his face darkening as he shouted loudly. Harry. Wait. Did you see the savior? Help me. Someone, please help me. Leon calmly watched, adjusting his glasses with a smirk, saying, bringing women on board will bring us bad luck. Leon slowly approached, noticing Unwan's worried expression, and said, but on the other hand, there is a way to avoid that. He hesitated and added, don't tell me. Leon smugly raised his head, pushing up his glasses. Statue. Hearing this, Harry grew even more terrified and screamed in agony. Harry cried louder, trying to lift her head to look at the people carrying her, pleading, that is wrong. I said I would do anything just to come along, but not this. Suho, you are my brother. Save me. Suho stayed silent, turning his face away. He avoided Harry's words, looking down at the ground and replying, sorry, I am just following the king's orders. Harry got angry and yelled, you traitor. She was carried away by them, unable to do anything. Harry shouted loudly, Kid. Hunter. Someone has to stop this. Expecting help from the others, Harry turned to Soyeon and begged, can't you hear me? Save me. She said nothing, her eyes dull as she looked away. After placing Harry on the plank, everyone set it down, making her scream. Harry was placed right at the bow of the ship, staring around in shock and fear. At this point, Harry stopped yelling, trying to breathe deeply with wide open eyes and mouth, looking out at the deep, dark sea. Harry smiled faintly but felt uneasy inside. After seeing everything was settled, the soldier bent down and blew the whistle. They stood neatly on the ship, raising their hands to salute the person below, while Harry kept shouting, I am not going anymore. The ship began to leave the dock, moving forward as the sea waves continuously splashed against the hull. She could not do anything, her eyes full of helpless fear. Please save me. Amid the fierce lightning storm, the warship surged forward through the raging sea. Huge waves crashed onto the ship's net as if trying to swallow everything, white foam flying amid the violent storm. The storm grew stronger, and someone on the boat shouted loudly, the storm ahead is coming right at us, at a speed of 64.5 meters per second. Harry's face went pale, his eyes vacant and wide. Someone help me. The storm only got worse, not better. The two ships followed each other, and her cries for help echoed across the sea. Please save me. I do not want to die. At that moment, Leon was nearby fishing. Annoyed, he said, it is too noisy. It is nothing. Harry immediately stopped shouting. She turned back pleading, Your Majesty, please spare me. Leon held his fishing rod with one hand, lifted his sunglasses with the other, and said, be quiet. Do not you see the fish have all run away? Harry shouted in frustration. Fish? You are still in the mood to fish while everyone is freaking out. I do not care. Leon focused back on what he was doing. He reeled in the line, gritting his teeth, blaming, it is because of you the fish all ran away. With our slow pace, how can we even fish? Ignoring Harry's fear, Leon swung the fishing rod with force. Just after a short swing, Leon's eyes widened in surprise as if sensing something. He stepped on the ship's railing, pulling the fishing rod hard with both hands, and then caught a big fish that amazed everyone nearby. Leon held the big fish tightly, while the other fish struggled nonstop trying to escape. Holding the fish in one hand and the fishing rod on his shoulder, he asked the commander, have you prepared what I told you? The commander behind him raised his hand to salute respectfully. Yep. Your Majesty, it is all ready. Soon after, the fish stopped moving and was quickly placed on the altar table. Everyone on the boat gathered around watching. Leon knelt on one knee by the altar, placing his hands together in prayer. He closed his eyes tightly, quietly calling out, you are the Lord of the Ocean. Please accept this gift from those who dare challenge your domain. Suddenly, the fish on the cutting board began to glow, shining brightly with intense light. Amid the roaring thunderstorm, a brilliant beam of light tore through the night sky, shining down on the warship. The soldiers in the control room looked out in surprise, stunned beyond belief. What is that? Has anyone ever seen anything like it? One man frowned in disbelief, gasping. Is that a wave? This is the first time I have seen such a huge wave. The sea churned wildly as if trying to swallow everything. As a giant wave descended from the sky toward the boat, the small ship was caught in the center of a massive whirlpool amid the roaring ocean. The huge swirling water tore through the air like ripping reality apart. Hanging threateningly. As a strange sound echoed, Leon shouted, "Oh my lighthouse! Protector of my shrine! Guardian of the ocean's source!" Hearing the sound, Leon bowed his head and softly called. Boisidon, a shark formed from seawater, appeared, swimming in midair before the water barrier, and Leon said, "O god of the ocean and the waves," everyone, including the commander, was terrified, looking up speechless as they heard the strange voice. "This is truly a magnificent ocean. What a wonderful day to meet you. I can feel it. Feel all the ocean's embrace," as the gods once said. The water shark seemed angry, its head gradually turning red as it faced the slow-moving turtle ship. "Your ship is not even worth caring about. You fools do not understand the ocean's grace." Leon stood up straight seriously, placing his hands together carefully, rebutting, "Times have changed. It is not like before. So there are many new things you do not understand yet. Please protect and care for this place as you did before." The shark still had not calmed down, lunging forward and loudly saying, "There is no reason for me to care for those who are not my true believers. Grace is only given to those who fear and sincerely respect the ocean." Hearing that, Loon did not seem scared at all. He closed his eyes and said, "All right, I want to ask anyway." He looked toward Harry, who was blinded at the ship's bow, and she was fearfully staring. "Why did you choose this girl as your priestess?" Harry looked like she was about to cry, scared and thinking, "A shark?" And it immediately burst out laughing. The terrifying shark bared its sharp teeth, glanced down, and said, "It is honestly very hard to convert others, but that is definitely worth noting, because once they change, I will gain many benefits." Then it observed Harry and praised, "This girl has a pure soul that can be moved," which made Leon stand respectfully behind. Confused, the shark recalled Leon's image. He calmly closed his eyes, placed his hand on the opposite arm, radiating power. Of course, his awareness and reverence for the gods were not like a human's. In the end, in this world, you are still someone no one can understand. Harry was too scared to do anything. Lynn kept that posture and glanced at her, saying confusedly, "I think you are lucky to have chosen her, but who is sure about this choice?" Shark, feeling suspicious, snapped irritably, "This is a blessing. How dare you doubt my choice?" Harry was stuck in this conversation. Leon continued, "For those with little faith in the gods, I think it won't be hard for you to convert them." And she felt her head spinning. Her face showed confusion. "Blessing? What are they talking about?" The shark laughed gleefully and said, "I believe the ruler of this world will handle everything well." Then it paused for a moment, towering and proud, looked down at the crowd, and called out, "Han Harry." The shark looked at them, then at Harry's sphere, and shouted, "My new priestess?" She tried to shrink away, stammering, "I." The shark slowly lowered itself, moved closer to her, and said, "I will grant you my domain, so you can control the blessings of the ocean and the waves. Take it and spread my domain everywhere." Harry's face was somewhat less scared. Her eyes flickered as she smiled and said, "Okay, so you will let me go then." The shark glared at her words, then coldly said without a shred of mercy, "Rain." And as soon as it finished, the air went still. After a while, the shark gradually rained, declaring to everyone in the ocean, "As long as my priestess continues to offer and believe in me, no wave will breach this ship." Harry shouted in confusion. Quickly, the shark's figure vanished. The sky remained pitch black. Thunder and heavy rain continued. After this, Harry was still blinded there, her face expressionless, muttering, "It is, so I still have to stay blinded here." Suho stood behind, worriedly watching her. Everyone was running around shouting, "The storm's coming. Waves over 30 feet high." Everyone on the ship rushed inside, leaving Harry still blinded. "Hurry to the deck, or the waves will sweep us away." The waves grew stronger and rougher, pounding nonstop. Harry glanced at the sea in surprise. The wave surged high, about to crash on the ship. She stood at the bow screaming, "Help me, now." Only Leon remained, arms crossed leaning on the railing, saying, "Senza, you do not have enough faith in the gods yet." Harry startled, hesitating. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Leon still wore his usual sunglasses. Lightly smiling, said, "However, Senza Poison has a bond with you. It seems you are forgiven no matter what you do." Harry quickly begged, "I do not need forgiveness. Just let me go." Leon stepped in front of her, placed his hand on the railing, adjusted his glasses, looked at the rolling waves, and said, "Be calm. Let the ocean embrace you." He stood proudly at the bow, arms wide open, calmly saying, "Then the vastness of nature will hold you." Behind, Harry strained her neck shouting, "Your Highness, I want to live." Suddenly, she stopped singing. "Ah." Leon turned and smiled at her, asking, "Do not you notice something strange here?" He looked at Harry like a passerby, one hand on his hip, the other rubbing his head, explaining, "Even though the storm is strong, no wave has touched you." Harry looked confused, slightly opening her mouth to say, "Yep." At this moment, she suddenly realized something. "Now that I think about it, the ship has not rocked for a while." Wherever the two ships went, the waves parted to both sides. All the waves disappeared near their ship. Wherever the ship went, the waves calmed down. Leon loudly explained so she could understand. Oisidon is using the priest as a medium to channel holy power, controlling the waves around the ship. Harry suddenly shouted, "Really?" He turned around, gave a pitying smile, crossed his arms, leaned on the railing, and said, "Without faith, he can only use the priest as a medium." Still a bit scared, she peeked out and replied, "I understand." Harry was relieved inside. That was not the reason he blinded me like that. After hearing his explanation, the rope tightly binding her suddenly loosened. Harry looked down and exclaimed, "The rope!" Since she could not touch the ground when blinded, the moment she was freed, Harry immediately fell. Suddenly, her whole body felt weightless. Harry screamed in fear, "Help me." The ship tilted to one side as if sinking, causing her to be thrown up. Leon stood firm, unaffected. Harry was not like him. She rushed to hug the piece of wood that had blinded her earlier and cried out, I want he asked to be blinded again. I promise." The two ships kept moving forward, while Harry's desperate screams echoed across the sea. "I really hate it here. Put me down there." In the end, Leon quickly granted her wish. With his support, Harry was blinded again. After a while, the ship was still sailing on the sea. The sky was still raining. Later, the U.S. Navy destroyer fleet appeared. Ronan stood on the deck, leaning on the railing, holding a small turtle, murmuring, "A moment ago, I thought the ship was lost, but now it seems stable." Suddenly, the little turtle in his hand glowed softly and conveyed a thought. "That guy is using the power of the ocean and waves. The ship is perfectly protected and not damaged even in the storm." Hearing this, Ronan hesitated, sweating as he looked down at the magic orb and said, "I see." Still uneasy inside, "That bastard really has terrifying holy power." The people on that boat were in chaos. A broadcast caught Ronan's attention. "This is a destroyer. This is bad news." Holding the little turtle, he looked back and listened. "It seems Japan's Murasame ship from the Royal Destroyer Fleet departed from Sasebo Island, got stuck in the storm, and we are currently rescuing them." He muttered irritably. "Now our fleet has to send people over to rescue them. That cuts our numbers." Seeing Ronan's hesitation, the magic orb in his hand ordered, "Focus on the gate. This is very important." "Got it," he bowed and replied. "Yep. I understand." Something was mentioned and started up as the announcement sounded. "This is the Ida light beam. We will continue the plan as before and send the attack team through the gate." A group of armored soldiers boarded a small boat heading out to sea. At this moment, Harry was blinded again on the piece of wood, her eyes helplessly crying silently. The ship slowly entered the circle, and all glowed brightly and hazily. After entering, a loud warning sounded, starting the smoke and asking for the Phoenix's power. A group of armored soldiers entered the gate and started the smoke, asking for the Phoenix's power. A group of armored soldiers started the smoke, asking for the Phoenix's power. After entering, a loud warning sounded, "Be careful. There is a tornado." Harry looked up in shock, asking unconsciously, "What?" A tornado appeared, huge swirling water currents. It quickly sucked everyone in. They screamed in terror, "Help me. Save me." Sunset gradually fell. The sky bathed in a pink hue. The tide was slowly receding, leaving a girl unconscious on the shore. Harry, still dazed, mumbled, "That guy. I told you it was kimchi." Suddenly, she stuck out her tongue and shouted, "So salty." Harry sat up, spitting out a few mouthfuls of water. Only then did she remember the earlier tornado that swept her up. Harry looked around. The hunters were scattered on the sand. She shouted with all her strength, "Everyone, wake up." They all sat up dizzy. "My head." Suo helped her up. "Is that you? Your head." Harry was very worried. "Are you okay?" He quickly replied, "Yeah. But that mess really hurt. We were all blown away by that storm." Suddenly she sensed something was off. All of it. Suho was stunned. The nest. Harry silently checked everyone and realized the king was not here. And all day the other hunters had disappeared too. Just as she was panicking, a voice rang out. "Calm down, girl. They will be fine." She was startled. Harry quickly looked around. Suo looked at her confused too. Just as Harry was about to lose it, that voice caught her attention again. "Look down here." The turtle was still staring at her. A turtle. And it boldly responded, "That is right, girl." It raised its head high. "I sent my avatar to save you all." Harry still did not get it. "Avatar," she blurted out in frustration. "So tiny." "Seriously." It immediately hissed. "Wait. That is disrespectful. When you see a deity, you should show some respect." Harry started to ponder deeply. Images from the past flashed through her mind. Harry bent down, curious. Now that I remember. You said they would all be safe. So do you know what happened? In Najian's shocked gaze. The little turtle stood upright on two legs. During the storm that swept everything away, they were protected by a circle. The power of the waves brought them to safety. Being separated was unavoidable. Harry exclaimed happily. Oh wow. That is such a relief. The little turtle slowly crawled forward. Moving with this body is really tough. Hey. Put me on your shoulder. Harry obediently agreed. Sure. After placing the little turtle on her shoulder, she kept thinking, what should I do now? Suddenly Harry's ears twitched. She caught a strange layer of sound waves. From afar came rustling noises, like many footsteps approaching one after another. Following the sound, Harry shouted loudly. Everyone. Stand up. A huge swarm of crabs was charging toward them. Monsters incoming. The crabs' shells were a striking brick brown. One after another jumping out. DC urgently shouted, raising his spear. Harry had already drawn her sword. Why are these monsters suddenly showing up like this? Her sword was wrapped in blazing flames. She had to use all her strength. Suddenly a wave of water lightly brushed the sword, instantly extinguishing the flames. Looking over, she saw the little turtle exhaling a long breath. Even though you are protected by the waves, you dare to breathe fire. Harry broke out in a cold sweat. She angrily grabbed its shell and shook it. I can't use fire magic anymore. Priest monkey. I do not want to do it anymore. The stubborn little turtle replied. There is no turning back now. Her face darkened. Giving it a hopeless look, Harry was full of grievance. Really, somewhere in the forest, the monsters were defeated by roasting them. A whole patch of green grass was stained with crab blood. Ronan held a magic orb and exhaled. Basically, this is enough. Suddenly another voice rang out. The start was tough, but luckily we escaped the Monster King. The magic orb Sonar ordered. Forget those Sante ball soldiers. Start building the leftovers. He glanced around cautiously. Yep. Mighty leader. Suddenly Ronan focused on a crab lying there. Then slowly approached it. He cast magic on it, and it stirred. The crab's whole body was wrapped in purple light. Its eyes slowly lit up. Ronan repeated the motion, and all the crabs stood up simultaneously. He gave an order. Lead me to the stone statue. Ronan followed the crab to another part of the forest. Is this the stone statue? In front of him was a stone statue with a red gem embedded in the center. Exactly. I need to find more statues like this. Ronan raised his hand toward the stone tablet, creating a red magical circle. Just as he was about to touch the stone tablet, someone stopped him. Wait. Ongwon arrogantly stepped forward. Magic Master. Do you even know what that is before touching it? Ronan panicked and tried to make excuses. Lion. Everyone is safe. He cursed inwardly. The magic orb was also surprised. How did they manage not to run into monsters? Ronan pretended to stay calm while raising a question. I think the two Korean hunters also got the mission. Right. It probably is not a mission to destroy this statue. Is it? Ongwon replied bluntly. Of course. I read the instructions immediately. The mission board clearly states to explore the island and destroy the giant Raksasa statue. No more than 3. He bowed slightly with a thoughtful look. But the Jeju Island gate from before, thinking of the mighty Gelbrick, made Ongwon worried. The gate's goal was to defeat Gelbrick. But Gelbrick was a failed war god. Then he suddenly got enlightened. In other words, that mission still hides another secret we do not know about. We still do not have enough info about this gate. Ronan was a bit confused about the info. Ongwon did not hesitate to explain. If this is a trap, no one can predict what will happen. Right. He glanced at Ronan meaningfully. The key is, I think we should share info about the Raksasa. Inside, he was very panicked. We should retreat. The magic orb scolded him. Because you can handle them alone. Do not get reckless. Ronan gave a goofy smile. That is true. The Korean hunters really know how to think ahead. Under the judging looks of the group, he suggested. Then let us go to the beach for a private talk. They slowly moved through tall trees in the forest, where there were also some maverick elders. Cut back to the beach. Harry exhaled and sheathed his sword. Finally done with the bad luck. He scanned everyone. No one's hurt. Right. He reported. Yep. We are all fine. Harry shouted to another side. Northern D6 hunters. Anyone hurt there? He patted his own shoulder. They are all fine too. Assistant Han. Ducey approached and called her name. The thing is... Assistant Han. Harry hesitated. The hunched hunter Deece. Suddenly he faltered, making her worried too. This thing. DC looked at his restless hands. The King's sorrow is gone. Even Harry's not showing up. What is going on? She was sweating all over. This is serious. I have seen the King's sorrow many times. But this time... A clean thought crossed him. That is the problem. Leon stood in a beam of light measuring distance. Before, I suggested the king join an experiment to see how far his aura can reach. Yep. The light can cover a large area, about 30 kilometers. Because the hatred for the demons pushed the aura to its peak back then. Dee seemed unsure and hesitated. But none of us. Darkness was about to cover the sky like their gloomy mood. Receiving the king's aura effect from that day right now, Harry's eyes widened in horror. So that means, no matter how many times we look, this island only reaches about 30 kilometers. The islands here are spaced far apart. making her guess it is very likely the king is not on the other islands either. No way. Harry stared at the little turtle. Boisidon. It nodded. Even the link with me is gone. Harry looked worried toward the vast sea. This is bad. I still can't find the missing people. The sun slowly set on the horizon. The vast ocean made everything feel even more gloomy. Harry almost despairingly shouted, "Where are you, King?" Beneath the deep blue ocean, somewhere among the beautiful coral reefs, there is a path right on the sea. With a glowing circle in the middle, Loon was inside. Highly alert. It is time to end this nightmare in the reef. The Raksasa bared its sharp teeth threateningly, having eaten all kinds of fish for 500 years. Even the most beautiful countries are no longer tasty. It started extending its black tentacles. Now, below. Leon stared without blinking, wondering what the taste of this holy grail night would be like. Machine sounds kept going. BIOS starting. Error. The processor hit an unidentified object. Retrieving. Error. Retrieving. Error. System trying to reboot with limited resources. Z's light gradually turned on. Detecting His Majesty among the flowers. Zebjon. His Majesty was lying on a white pedestal. Below. Many crabs lined up neatly in front of the pedestal. They raised two big claws, making a strange clicking sound as they snapped them shut. Z waved his two antennas on his head, repeatedly making that sound. The crabs seemed to worship him and echoed the sound, their claws snapping faster. Z froze for a moment. Not understanding what was happening now, Z tried pointing his foot in one direction, and the crab claws moved in sync. Pointing the same way, Z got more excited and pointed to the other side, and the crabs immediately shifted formation and ran that way. He broke out in a cold sweat. Too scared to move a muscle. On the beach, Harry gathered everyone into a circle, but Kim Doohan and Jae Hui-ok were nowhere to be seen. Another person reported that the head of the department was also missing. Nazim covered his mouth worriedly. It seemed both the trainees and soldiers had all gone missing together. Suho comforted Harry, saying, "They will definitely be safe. Madam, you do not have to worry." Right. Harry turned to the young man and said, "And thanks for earlier." Suho eagerly asked him, "Right. You are the Union comrade from America. Thanks to you, we were able to wipe out those monsters quickly." The man stepped forward and introduced himself shyly. "Hello. Korean hunters. I am Mistral from the Maverick Guild." Harry smiled awkwardly. "Nice to meet you." She suddenly had a lot of questions. Wait. Mistral. I think I have heard of you before." Harry recalled the person from the magazine she had seen, and this face matched. Orlando Taylor. And rank level 6 hunter from the Maverick Guild. He cleared his throat. Shouldn't we use real names instead of aliases? Harry nervously bowed repeatedly. Right. If we have names, we should use them. Sorry about that. Orlando scratched his head helplessly. No need to be so formal. Everyone around whispered. So that is Mistral. I have seen him on YouTube. Looks like we even got an srank hunter to help us. Harry looked at him admiringly. Anyway, I did not know you were involved in this mission. Orlando blushed and looked away. We have not exchanged info yet. Guess we were a bit rushed on our side. Standing among the crowd, he seemed like a giant. But the guild hall has not arrived yet. Right. We are just searching for those swept away by the waves. Are not we? Harry smiled brightly. Don't worry about that, she confidently declared. We already have the sea god's protection. And if His Majesty wanted to find us, he would have found us long ago. Suho nodded in agreement. That is right. No matter what, His Majesty has Pegasus. So no worries. Orlando's mind pictured two ocean symbols, the sea god and Pegasus. What did you say? The sky gradually cleared of clouds, and suddenly the system board appeared. The people below looked up at the system board in confusion as the first attack wave began. Harry's eyes widened in frustration. What now? Another monster attack. He put on his gloves. We will talk later. We need to deal with them first. The monsters slowly climbed onto the roof tiles. First wave incoming. Monsters approaching. Time left. 2 hours 59 minutes 34 seconds. It was a giant white monster, with several others swimming in. As soon as the smaller ones set foot on shore, they felt something was wrong. Already facing an rank cluster right from the start, it opened its mouth wide as a signal for the others to attack. This is bad. Its mouth growled nonstop, and its tentacles kept thrashing toward them. A giant tentacle shot out, targeting the small group on the other side of the shore. Harry and Erlen were overwhelmed by its size, frozen and unable to act. G sensed something beside her. Before she could see clearly, a figure dashed past. DC rushed out with his shield, standing firm to protect them. The tentacle slammed hard into the shield, the force pushing him slightly backward. DC gasped in panic. Without His Majesty's buff, I feel so weak. The tentacle successfully knocked down their defense line. Hunter DZ. He was thrown behind Harry. Is everyone else okay? DC forced himself up. We are fine. The mission to hold them back is all on you guys now. She gritted her teeth, struggling to resist. If only I could use fire magic. This would be easier. A monster leapt at them, and Harry fiercely drew his sword and slashed at it. Sharp sword strikes flashed by, and when she landed, she effortlessly sliced a few of them in half. Harry did not hesitate and charged into the monstrous circle. The god Poseidon. Even though I am just a regular person, Should not I be worried about the power of those raging waves, or the skill of breathing underwater? Even though the creature appeared above her complaining, it seemed like she would read too many comics. Harry snapped at it sharply, saying it was him who looked like he just stepped out of a comic. While Harry was distracted, a monster sneaked up behind her. But luckily a strong force knocked it away. Mitchell killed the monster with just one finger. Don't he get distracted? Korean hunter. Harry stood there stunned. Thanks. Harry sensed something again and glanced to the side. Olin's teammates were still tirelessly fighting monsters. Much to her amazement. You guys already defeated them. Even the giant white squid was knocked out right there. Since they were all a level, it took a lot of effort. Suo felt heavy-hearted. They were really strong. Najin's mood also weighed down. You could call them the strongest hunters in America. No joke. He turned to his teammates and said, "Let us fix this mess of monsters. We do not have much time left." Cut to another beach. The system board announced that the third wave of attacks had ended in the deep blue water. Monsters were everywhere, all having been sent to another realm. Zed looked around. The monsters in his territory had been trapped for 36 hours straight. He was sitting on the back of the biggest crab to move around. Zed had protected himself from the monster waves on the island, to the point he would been swept up in their instincts. Zed studied the crab's movements to analyze. The crab updated that the new attack wave on the beach lasted 12 hours. These crustacean monsters had an abnormal reproduction and growth rate. Looking at the crab, you could see its genetic structure as a living creature. Any individual would go through nutrient absorption to develop and form a skeleton. But these crustacean monsters were different. Suddenly, someone called out to Zed from behind. Boss Zed. Zed Haek Trung Inning stood behind. Kim Ji-hee Hook looked at him puzzled. What is it? The system control panel has been updated. Boss. Ji-hee Hook excitedly pointed out his new discovery. The rocking statue has not been completely destroyed yet. Sir. Confirmed. There was a note everyone needed to know. They had rescued someone unconscious on the beach the first day Kim Ji-hee Hook arrived. He opened the system panel and pointed. I do not know about you, but the survivors said they could not see the system frame. Things look complicated. Zed agreed. That is true. It is very hard to get more info right now, so exchanging info through the system is essential. Ji-hee Hook covered his mouth thoughtfully. The mission's objective is to destroy the statue. He climbed onto Ji-hee Hook's shoulders and added, it suggests the monster faction is at war with some third party. Ji-hee Hook stepped over the monster corpses and continued talking to Jack. They might have sent waves of monsters to destroy the statue. Jack was quite surprised. Really? That is strange. Ji-hee Hook thought of something that made him break out in a sweat. But one thing is for sure, the statue is the target of these monsters' attacks. Right, Jack agreed. Sounds reasonable. He glanced at the monsters around them. By the way, it seems the Kiki Rook clan has suffered heavy losses. Can we even protect ourselves? Those Kiki Cooks are following us. The crabs kept following them closely. No way. The difficulty of each attack wave spikes after every round. The kill rate's high. We will fail miserably by wave 5. Ji-hee Hook looked at them skeptically. Even with the boss here. He explained. Impossible. Even if we had orders to fight them. He imagined the crab with its claw like a knife. Orders. Then who is going to teach these monsters a lesson? Suddenly Ji-hee Hook slapped his hand excitedly. Right. Boss Jack. I just found something really cool. He led Jack to a waterfall. A towering jade waterfall surrounded by lush green trees. Ji-hee Hook carefully slipped through the waterfall's flow and peeked inside. There was a cave behind the waterfall. He slowly walked deeper inside. Scanning something with an infrared beam, Ji-hee stepped into a brightly lit area. Look here. Big brother. The gentle morning light streamed through the window of the room. The huge power poles at the intersection did not even have their lights on. In front of Gaehyuk was a city with luxurious skyscrapers. The Kiki Ruk Gia might have built a civilization more advanced than we thought. Cut to the deep, dark ocean. Lanternfish swimming around as if inspecting something. Leon slowly took off his glasses. Looking frustrated, this just got complicated. He frowned in annoyance. This was not an ordinary sea dun, but the remnants of a civilization. Leon recklessly stepped through the gate into a world that had been destroyed. His whole body was wrapped in a golden aura as he walked into an ancient structure. Leon cautiously looked around. The moment the ship capsized, Poseidon's power was instantly cut off because this place belonged to something completely different. It must have weakened our power. A thought flashed through his mind. Maybe a dark monster with a demonic form appeared in his head. It was a creature on the same level as a deity, or a demon with equal status. Leon raised his fist and shouted, "You damn demon. Show your true form." "You divil." A low laugh echoed. Leon scanned the area to find its source. That voice echoed through the space. Leon was stunned. The divine dog of the gods. Leon was stunned. Standing alone in the great hall, the sacred dragon smith's craftsman, something carrying dark power, approached Leon from behind, the one who had slain the most demons in the universe. In a pitch-black hole, only black tentacles and a pair of glowing red eyes were visible. The Knight of Knights, King of Kings. It gradually revealed its true form before Leon, protector of a great empire. He stood still, listening to the crackling nonsense. Now it appeared right before me. Even the army and I myself must tremble. Leon gave it a cold glare. You know your place, right? Still messing with me? How the hell do you think I do not know you are bluffing? Vaxa obediently sat on its writhing tentacles. Even among us, you are a legendary hero. Seeing Leon not weakened at all made it threaten him even more. Many warriors had come here, but none could defeat evil. It tried to assert dominance like a boss. Does the person really differ? Leon's eyes shone with an indescribable determination. Even filthy demon guards saw him as a threat. Right. Vaxa suddenly bared its sharp teeth. Laughing loudly, he was surrounded by a cloud of black smoke. The only light here was where he stood. Suddenly, talismans and large chains appeared around its body. Thank you very much. It mentioned a name that made Leon recall the ones who defeated Milos. And now I have this chance. He thought he misheard Milos. Vaxa slowly removed the chains. That is right. It is time to end 500 years of waiting. Preparing for the fourth attack, Harry jumped excitedly on the beach, shouting happily. But then she puffed up, using her hands to splash water. The little turtle on her head obviously saw this too. Sighing helplessly, the Hawkeye looked away, pretending not to watch. On the beach, Harry, if you want to play with water, just take your clothes off to be comfortable. That would be more fun to watch. Hearing this made her even more annoyed. Stop saying weird stuff. I am trying to focus here. Hearing that, the little turtle bowed its head and said, so Bay is not just messing with water. No matter how much Bay stirs up the sea now, he still can't awaken the power of the waves. Finally. And Harry stopped playing with the water and stared at her hands. In her mind appeared the image of Ariana. Harry seriously said, I learned from the goddess Ariana, goddess of justice, that accumulating action leads to style's elevation. It did not disagree. Straightforwardly commenting. That is the typical method. It was clearly annoyed by her, seeing the little turtle's wrong comment. She started quoting other gods, goddess Demira who cultivated fields and valued crops. Land and Bedos resonate with the flame of glory and unwavering will. Do not they? Right now. Harry was pointing his index finger to the sky, while facing the little turtle on his head. And Boma was connected to the sea and the waves. I thought we had to do something out at sea to awaken. But apparently not. It bluntly contradicted me. And even if we could, it is not like we would be splashing around out here. Harry finally could not hold back, rubbing the little turtle's head. Then said, all right, tell me then. You said we have to save King Leon. That reminded it. Right. I am like that guy stuck under the sea, not on land. Letting the little turtle hold her hand, she said sadly, if that is the case, should not we hurry up? I need to awaken as soon as possible to find King Leon. It said with the same blunt attitude. You are right. Seeing the turtle's calm attitude, Feng Mei asked irritably, so tell me, how do I awaken then? She thought to herself. I do not understand what this spirit is talking about at all. The little turtle noticed her impatience and sighed thoughtfully. In the vast blue sea, the little turtle began to speak at length. Harry, my extraordinary young lady, performing the rituals of the sea and waves, and nurturing faith, is easy for you. The scene shifted to other students. Its voice still steady. The sea is an endless source of life. Just expressing gratitude to it is enough to nurture faith. What the little turtle said next made Harry's eyes widen in surprise. But Harry, you are my young priestess. How dare you confuse your path with that of a believer? It continued bluntly, gradually awakening her. How can you be so arrogant as to think a soldier and a knight are equals? Then Harry sighed, hugging the little turtle as she walked. All right, I will try harder. Suddenly, Suho ran over from afar calling. Seeing him running out of breath, Harry curiously asked, what is going on? Suho replied, we found it. His answer was completely unexpected. Freezing both the little turtle and Harry, it was the Raxa statue. The image of Olens and his team appeared. Suho clearly announced, the Maverick Guild has found the statue. The scene shifted to the Raxa statue. Everyone was examining it. Ronan looked serious, holding the Phala magic orb in his hand. Deep in thought, he was extremely cautious, staring intently at the magic orb. They are still protecting it. This is tougher than I thought. It also voiced its dissatisfaction. Nobody asked, so why do these ministers like to show off? Reflecting on its previous judgment, the magic orb thought, looks like they are really struggling with this mission. Seeing the situation dragging on, Ronan suggested sharply, should we secretly destroy it tonight? The magic orb immediately objected. Don't worry about baseless doubts. We will have an explanation soon enough. Suddenly, Minuteman called from afar to Ung Kwan with a very strange tone. Korean friend, is not a time to destroy this statue. Being thorough is not bad, but it's been 3 days already. Seeing no response, he pressed on. This is the Raxa statue. Maverick Guild's sssrank Hunter Minuteman. And we are supposed to destroy it. Right. Ung Kwan could not respond at all. Doozy standing nearby smiled happily. She approached him, whispering a solution. Looks like there is no other choice. Ung Kwan just nodded reluctantly. Then there is nothing we can do. Then he put his hands in his pockets and went to Minuteman, who responded half-heartedly. All right. Minuteman focused his energy into his hand, preparing to destroy the statue. Once he gathered enough power, he raised his fist, then he punched hard, and the statue shattered immediately. The great Raxa statue was destroyed. The statues? 2 out of 3 remained. The great Raksa statue was destroyed, looking at the system board and the stone that fell from the statue. Minuteman laughed. Destroying this statue seems like the right answer. But Young Won was not happy at all. Sighing deeply in frustration, he turned away and whispered to Juji. I wonder if this is really the right thing to do, she replied helplessly. There is no other choice. I give up. Then Juji went back to being serious. Reminding him. Young Won. And Young Won understood and said. Get ready. The next attack wave is coming. We are spending more time on this than I expected. After that, the two fell silent at the same time. Seeing things were not quite right, Young Won wondered, is it not time yet? Suddenly, someone called out from afar. Young Won. Sandworker Young Won. Rowan slightly lifted the magic orb, smiled and said, looks like destroying the statue is the key to this mission. Not seeing the new attack wave, he turned back without joy and said, damn. That is a relief. He kept smiling, pressed his index finger and suggested, let us reassess the situation. Everyone. Gather here. Once everyone was gathered, Ronan slowly shared his opinion. It is very likely each island holds a different statue, since we also need to find members of the group. How about we destroy them as fast as possible? Young Won held a branch, drew some lines on the ground and said, if that is the case, let us do it like this. He drew 3 islands and explained. There are 3 islands total. And since 2 statues remain, we will split into 2 teams to attack the 2 islands left. Ronan slowly outlined the plan, rubbing his chin. If we destroy one statue, we can immediately pull the other team over. Young Won added. With boats. Moving between islands won't be a problem. Minuteman was silent for a moment, then clapped his hands and said. Perfect. He was clearly excited about the plan and encouraged everyone. Let us go destroy the 2 remaining statues. Young Won and Juzi turned to leave and replied. Then we will get started too. Next, the Maverick Guild's ships began to move. The whole guild split across multiple ships, gradually approaching a new island. Suddenly, someone on the ship shouted, catching Young Won's attention. Curious, he wondered, what is going on? Seeing the scene ahead, his surprised face turned serious. This is, everything on the island they would just reached was in ruins. Young Won shouted in panic. Was there a battle here? Parts of some ancient machine were dismantled and stuck into the sand. A shiny metal tube caught his eye, and he quickly recognized it as a cannon. Instinctively, Young Won's survival senses kicked in. Thinking, there is something very strange about this island. He immediately turned and hurriedly ordered everyone. We have to turn back. This island is very strange. Get ready. Quickly. But it was already too late. Young Won heard strange creature noises from afar. He raised his bow, aiming at something hiding in the bushes. A mechanical leg slammed down on the sand. Young Won's eyes widened. What the hell? What appeared before them was unbelievable, a swarm of mechs. Someone in the guild was startled and quickly informed him. Guild leader. The enemies are equipped with gunners. Young Won drew his bow tighter and asked. Why is this island so unusually developed compared to the others? He recalled the other small monsters and tried to calm himself. Stay calm. The last island was just full of primitive monsters showing off their claws. An arrow shot straight into one mech. Young Won thought. That is clearly just decoration. Very quickly, the other side responded, and his face fell behind Young Won, where the bullet had just hit. It exploded, he gasped, turned around and muttered. Seriously, looking at the fully equipped swarm in front of him, Young Won wondered. Are all of those machines? Gritting his teeth, he pulled his bow again and thought. Damn. They are too many. We are totally at a disadvantage. Suddenly, someone else jumped in. A knelt down. Zuxi was stunned and muttered. The person continued. This is our clan chief, Lord Zhang. The speaker was Yu, who reverently introduced. Respectfully, Big Brother Zhang. Lord Zhang stood on the back of a crab and said in a mechanical voice. Give up, humans. Deep in Zhang's formation, Zhang declared. You do not stand a chance against us. The entire Maverick Guild, Sikiao, and Yang Wan were stunned. Even Zhu Uxi's eyes widened in disbelief. There were even trainees here. The pacification process was complete. Currently, the Phoenix Union is on Zhang Island. Maverick and Ronan are on Heron Island. There are 2 statues left. Ronan pushes aside a branch, breathing heavily. As soon as he sees Heron protecting the Raksha statue, he grumbles. What now? This is getting more and more troublesome. Donnie block everything. She tries to explain. No matter what, we should not destroy these statues. I can foresee the future. Olin also stopped, crossing his arms calmly to analyze. Tough luck. Because she can see the future, we can just recklessly destroy them. Heron turns away, stammering. Exactly. In her mind, she wonders if anyone else notices the dark energy radiating from the Raksha statue. Heron quietly confirms to herself that the statue is emitting a dark energy that terrifies her. This thing is truly dangerous. She keeps observing, thinking deeply. If it is shattered into pieces, a powerful force from afar suddenly strikes, cutting off her thoughts. Looking at the broken statue, Heron thinks, who did this? The cruel one who acted was Ronan. He smiles, satisfied after finishing the job, but that cruel expression quickly fades. Roan smiles innocently and explains, "Our mission here is to close the multi-sea gate. According to the mission instructions, we need to destroy that statue." Suddenly, a burst of dark energy erupts. Herring, right beside it, is startled. She looks back toward where the statue was destroyed. A dark force is rising again. No way. The ground begins to shake, causing everyone to freeze. Minuteman looks back, fearfully saying, "What is going on? Something is wrong." Then his eyes widen in shock, and he screams in terror. A demon rises from beneath the sea. Minuteman, terrified, asks, "What is that over there?" It has dark red skin and breaks the chains on its hands with brute force. Then, without hesitation, it roars. "Surrender now." Despite everyone's fear, the demon continues, "The one who will shatter all your rules. I am despair. The one who will stop your hearts from beating. And this scream will crush all your hopes." To end its introduction, it roars, "Wraith, the demon of chaos. The great demon Raxa has awakened. My very existence is enough to crush all living creatures." Everyone who sees Raxa freezes, barely able to move, as the chaos energy quickly invades. Black liquid flows from their eye sockets. Everyone is affected by this. They scream in pain as the chaos energy causes weakness, confusion, terror, a panic, convulsions, despair, physical decay, mental corruption, soul exhaustion. The legendary supreme demon's effect weakens all living beings. The great demon Raxa's effect terrifies all living creatures. Everyone collapses except Heron, who stands firm. Raxa notices her. It glances at her, making Heron scared. There seems to be a full stench somewhere. Gian, though scared, tries to shield Suo. The knights stand behind calmly as it says, "But the real feast comes later. The first sacrifice must be those who dared to imprison me here." It lets out a roar that shakes the sea, sending a message to all. Enjoy your last few seconds of life. Before anyone can understand what is happening, it plunges into the deep sea, where a column of water shoots up, and the sky is covered by dark clouds. The area is now corrupted by chaos and filth. All living creatures fall into an abnormal state of confusion. One confused person grabs a knife and stabs another, saying, "Hurry up, we need to die fast. What is the point of living?" Heron panics, trying to stop them. Everyone, calm down. She places her power into her sword and tells everyone, "We have to resist this abnormal state." Before she can finish, a sword swings from behind. The attacker is Olen. She struggles to block and calls out, "Olen, please snap out of it." But he does not listen and shouts back, "Herring, this is the right way." Gripping his sword tightly, Olen says sadly, "We have to die. I will help you. Thanks to the great demon Rakshas curse. Those affected lose control." Then Olen charges forward. Heron struggles to dodge and calls out, "Olen." He does not respond and keeps attacking, forcing her to block. Harry realized he could not win, tried to reason, but failed. "Olen, please come to your senses," he pleaded. But all he got was a scream. Damn it. Suddenly, a fist slammed into his face, blocking the fight between the two. The one who stepped in was Minuteman, and that punch saved Harry's life. Minuteman successfully punched Olen away, making him shout out loud, looking at the person who just saved her. Ingatha said, "Thank you." The harsh truth was, Minuteman was also affected by the chaos. He turned back and punched her straight in the stomach. Harry cried out in pain, thinking, "I can't dodge this." The blow was so strong that Harry was thrown meters away. She kept flying, all the way to the edge of the sea. Then she fell into the water, creating a loud splash on the surface. Deep underwater, Harry slowly sank, struggling to open her eyes. She painfully thought, "Is this how I am going to die?" Harry recalled her childhood, when she cried and someone told her to look at her parents. That person smiled in a small room, explaining to Harry that they were heroes who sacrificed their lives to save the world. "Isn't that amazing?" He patted Harry's head, and she stopped crying, puffing her cheeks. "I do not know what kind of person you will become when you grow up, but promise me this, in the study." That person told her to hold on to that pride. Those words brought her back to the present. Harry gritted her teeth and became an outstanding person admired by everyone. She cursed silently. Damn it. Harry still did not have the strength to swim up. She reached out, thinking, no matter if she became a righteous hunter or a sea god's disciple, what did it matter? I can't even reach the heels of the Jailbreak Day. When her lungs ran out of oxygen, she began to suffocate, just like on Jailbreak Day. Before dying, she had to light one last fire. Suddenly, a baby turtle appeared in front of Harry. To her surprise, it called out, "And Harry," with the innocent look of a turtle. It began to explain, "Don't try to control the sea. It is just a tiny drop compared to the vast ocean." With her stubbornness, Harry thought, fill the hostage with faith, sincerity, trust, understanding, and acceptance. The baby turtle cheerfully waved its flippers, full of kindness. saying how great the thing she was holding was. But Harry thought, I do not understand what you are saying. Across the vast ocean, its voice echoed evenly. Listen to the sea. If you have never felt its infinity, do now. The ocean was calm, with only the turtle's guidance, the endless movement of currents, and the whispers of coral. Harry kept sinking, opening her eyes wide as she realized the vast symphony of the sea. The baby turtle swam closer, nodding at her, saying, You are a limited creature, a mortal child. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. The turtle continued, If you truly want unmatched power, do not try to grasp it with your own hands. Then the baby turtle finished, saying she seemed to understand something. Infinite power cannot be held. A light appeared before Harry, and the turtle's voice echoed. Right now. You are already inside it. Then her hair floated up, and a pale blue aura appeared. Harry slowly opened her eyes, which turned the color of the ocean. The water around her rippled as she gained control of her power. Harry gradually regained consciousness, looking around and thinking, I think I understand now what I can do. She turned her head, looking down to the sea, then raised her hand, thinking, So that is where the day has been. Harry's hand struck down like a sword, cutting the sea. Instantly, the sea surface split open, revealing solid ground. The sacred law, the sea's rule. A pristine block of land appeared. Sunlight shining on it made it incredibly beautiful. In the middle of that path, someone stood waiting. Turning around to face Harry, it was Lee, who recognized her and called out, Come here, Stallion. Loon gently encouraged her. Well done. His action of lifting Harry up along with his encouragement made her shyly respond. At the dock, Loon immediately warned, Do not jump up, just sit still. While flying, Harry suddenly asked, If I keep thinking like this, will I? Leon calmly replied, Tomorrow we won't have to watch the priestess of the basin die right in the middle of the sea. Suddenly she remembered something. Surprised, her eyes wide open, Harry reported everything very seriously. Your Majesty, the great demon has already awakened. Everyone went crazy, killing each other. But Leon stayed calm and responded, I know. The two fell silent, then quickly soared through the sky. But his face still showed deep thought. Leon spoke, while recalling the brutal scene of those people going mad and attacking each other. It is really hard for normal people to stay calm in the face of such great evil. Every member of his team wore a heavy expression facing this harsh reality. Leon broke the silence. Salian. In just a moment, both landed safely on the ground. His eyes flashed with cold light, his face full of determination. Tightly holding a glowing blue magical artifact, Leon raised it to the sky, and a brilliant golden light instantly spread everywhere. He declared strongly, I have returned. And the system quickly announced, Aura of the Brave Heart. It cleared all abnormal statuses, and the crowd watching could not hide their amazement and doubt. What did I just do? He stepped closer, nervously stammering a question. Your Majesty, you are still safe. Loon did not hesitate to praise. You all resisted fiercely while I was not here. DC immediately reported the situation to him. Your Majesty, a few soldiers and trainees are still missing. I heard they are safe thanks to Puma. But Leon gently reassured him. Don't worry. I can sense how they are doing. Hearing that, DC felt somewhat relieved and replied, I understand. Suddenly he gave an order. Now, you all leave through this gate. Loon carefully instructed everyone. If you trust and receive the priestess's blessing, you will be able to walk on water. Just run toward the gate. He asked confused. What? Olin suddenly interrupted. So what is your plan? He frankly stated his goal, to save all survivors if possible. That way, the priestess and I will have time to retreat. As night quietly fell, a strange octopus-like creature appeared, its legs planted firmly on the ground. With a terrifying fierce face, it sneered, mocking Leonis group. You pathetic beasts. Looks like you put all your effort into this plan. It ordered sarcastically. I have been waiting for this moment deep under the sea for so long. Surrender now. Suddenly, a fire explosion erupted right above it. The octopus showed confusion, silently guessing. This energy is... The figure the octopus dotted slowly appeared in sight. When the full form was clear, it immediately questioned. Holy Grail Knight. Most of them are already dead. How can one still be here, on this island? Without hesitation, the knight activated combat mode. Critical strike number 3. Large-scale firepower. Blazing flames shot straight at the octopus. Its massive body endured continuous explosions. Some big, some small. The monster's whole body was burned black, but it remained calm, saying it had anticipated this. Clearly improved compared to the first version. As it spoke, its body was covered by a strange purple aura, but it was useless. It violently slammed its tentacles into the water, splashing water everywhere. Octopus's fierce action stirred huge waves in the sea. The waves grew taller and taller. And worried, he quickly called out, Big Brother Jip, but Jip only replied helplessly. Can't he be helped? The waves seemed magically controlled, flowing smoothly. The monster, both confused and struggling, asked, What? It looked up at him and Harry above, then said, It is the holy law controlling the waves. The pale white octopus muttered, Strangers. It stared straight at Leon and continued speaking. The guardian of the Holy Grail, Leon said hastily. The monster was quickly sucked back into a small magical orb by the swirling water. Trapped inside, it roared in anger. Lian said hastily, speaking calmly. Lord Spinner. We have to close this gate and leave immediately. The voice of the Lord echoed, announcing that the target was seriously injured, so we can leave slowly. However, Lian seemed to disagree and objected. We have to destroy the remaining statues and close the gate. He glanced at the monster, silently pondering. If I can retrieve the holy sword, I want to be able to defeat a demon of this level. Lian said hastily, I am going to kill someone. The world tree has not blossomed yet, so it is best to preserve as much strength as possible. Z suddenly spoke up, suggesting that the native creatures here also need to escape. The Lord immediately clarified. A demon-sealing tribe guards them. They are not peas. Lin asked suspiciously. Do we have time? It will break free soon. Det quickly replied. It is possible. Lord declared. I will use the tribe Kikurik's final wisdom. Everyone could not hide their amazement as they walked on water. The system announced a blessing from the sea goddess and the waves. Power is boosted by 35% when moving underwater. Waves move at your command. All negative effects underwater are removed, and you can walk on water. Suho walked while saying in disbelief, I never thought I could actually walk on water. Hari hurriedly interrupted, urging, move faster. We have to escape before the great demon is unleashed. Lian's face showed clear determination and contemplation. The octopus kept babbling nonstop. Lian Dragonia said hastily, as expected, the Sea Lord is the master of all evil spirits. It paused for a moment, then continued. But that is still not enough. Suddenly, one of the monster's tentacles pierced through the magical water orb. It revealed sharp, fierce teeth, lunged out of the water, and roared. No one will ever escape my grasp. He gently raised the magical artifact, causing it to glow. Then spoke. Stalin. Pure white wings fluttered in the sky. Lian firmly grasped his spear and dove straight at the monster. It immediately recognized him. Small violet flashes lit up its body as it said resentfully. Purple energy beams shot straight into the sky, tinting the entire space with a mystical purple hue. He jumped off his horse, dodging the purple energy beams flying straight at him. Lian landed and grabbed one of the giant octopus's tentacles. His breath released white smoke, his face full of determination. Lian charged like a lightning bolt, striking multiple points on the monster's body. The tentacles quickly followed to counterattack, while it still did not forget to glare. Disappointed, an explosion emitted a dazzling purple light, spreading powerfully. Golden strands wrapped tightly around the entire monster's body. Every movement of his caused its body to split into many small pieces. Lian kept a calm expression, standing opposite the struggling octopus. It shot a purple beam like an arrow straight at Lian. The monster was focused, watching all the surrounding developments. He appeared without any sign of injury. Lian mounted his horse. It sneered in contempt. Now you are flying in the air like a dung beetle, he silently observed, maintaining calm. Saying nothing, Lian's eyes turned pure white. He raised his glowing spear and spoke. The ocean's judgment. Everyone watched with undisguised amazement. He could not help but ask about the giant glowing magical orb in the sky. What is that? A sharp object suddenly pierced straight through. He appeared with fierce eyes and spoke. This is the flame that burned the chaotic demon to death. Lian looked toward the octopus and continued speaking. Its terrifying yet sweet scream still lingers in this king's memory. It remained confident, saying, I just need to kill you before you can even attack. The monster's sharp teeth appeared, a flash of light bursting across the sky. It exclaimed in shock. Impossible. You guys have always been hidden living creatures. The monster growled fiercely. You lowlife scum. The spear in his hand glowed and grew powerful. The wrath of the fiery abyss. Lian emphasized each word. Glory. For Lian's honor. Lian rode his flying horse, holding his giant spear ready to strike down. He gripped the spear, preparing to drive it down, his face showing fierce determination. His cold, sharp eyes lit up, teeth clenched tightly, gathering strength to act the punishment of purity. Wrath of the fiery abyss. The spear plunged from the sky, its speed creating a streak of light tearing through the heavens. The creature under the water roared fiercely, bearing sharp fangs, then howled. Lian's honor. The spear cut through layers of air, creating large and small circular shockwaves before crashing down straight, shaking everything. Olen and everyone else gaped in amazement. He froze for a moment, then stammered a few words. What was that? Olen watched the spear's path as Lian charged down, asking enough. Can a human really create something like that? Soon after, the winged horse gradually landed, bowing its head in a noble gesture. He watched Lian dismount and said, That is a true holy knight. Lian quickly gave orders to everyone. Time is short. Move fast and get out of this gate. Everyone responded in unison. Clear. Understood. After speaking, he turned to ask Spinner, How's the evacuation going? Spinner reported immediately. Progress at 80%. Supplies and key resources secured. Lian asked again. Any problems? Jit shook his head and replied. They can handle it. Lian glanced at him suspiciously and asked. So they were ready for this after all. In the swamp, Jitsa thrashed and screamed, opening his mouth full of sharp teeth ready to devour something. Jit's red spotted face reported. They have endured 500 years for this moment, with Gitse growling continuously. Jit used the system to translate and analyze the language. Graciatia. 500 years. Leon nodded and said, Graciatia is its name. That is quite a proud and grand name. He pulled the horse reins and urged everyone. The gates closing. Jit jumped on the horse with him, but before they could leave, a harsh voice shouted. Leon's honor. The enemy is retreating. Leon turned sharply, throwing a cold glare at him. His voice lowered. What did you say? His voice began to roar sharply, issuing a challenge. Is not stubbornness your virtue? And knights. Do not run away like cowards, fight to the end. Leon said nothing, just smirked slightly, while Jit on his shoulder let out a few sharp sounds. Leon's eyes full of contempt. He sneered back. I do not need knightly virtues to deal with scum like you. Those green-skinned beasts and cruel creatures are not even worthy. GXE's 4 eyes flared brightly, its mouth gnashing wildly as it roared. Leon's honor. It watched Leon ride away on his flying horse and said, I swear, I will kill you. After he and everyone left, the gate closed behind them in the black void surrounding Earth. The world had once been plunged into chaos. Information began streaming to Geekex, the first relatively high-ranking demon discovered by humanity, having suffered heavy losses from previous giant demons. This was earth-shattering news. A reminder was issued. But it was not just bad news, it was humanity's faith. Many people still chose to believe in the strength of mankind. A girl watching the news on Athi immediately exclaimed, What is this? All images of Leon were spread across social media. The Pantheon Guild's activities inside the gate were broadcast live on YouTube for the world to see. Next, a truce was made, and both sides shook hands to cooperate. Leon cheerfully said, Thank you, President of England. Thanks to you, we can breathe a little easier. Zero shyly replied, It is nothing big. Your Majesty, he said with some hesitation. Although I was a bit surprised to hear that 10,000 people survived on a beach in the special residential area of Graciatia. You raised an eyebrow and explained. Yep. They are a proud tribe with a long history of fighting against the evil Ku. Zero was so worried sweat kept pouring out. He stammered, But... Your Majesty, Zero pointed at a statue with Leon's image carved on it and asked, What is that in his mind? He was really thinking, marking territory for another species. You calmly introduced. That is a statue honoring the great hero who sacrificed himself fighting the great demon. The one in the middle is a symbol of the symphony of peace and water life. A faint smile crossed Zero's face, his voice a bit shaky as if each word was a struggle. That is not the only statue I am talking about, Loon immediately exclaimed and added. There is also a statue of Sir Jeff Spinner. From now on, Sir Jeff Spinner will represent the Kiki Rook tribe. He forced a smile to hide his thoughts. A statue fanatic. That is the Protestant President of England for you. Zero pointed to an unfinished statue missing eyes and nose and asked. Your Majesty, what about that statue over there? You chuckled and praised. He really trusts a lot. Leon closed his eyes slightly, his lips curling up as he said. That statue is for the President of England. For him, he gave them a place to settle down. They should repay him properly. President. Even though you are not the true faith, with hope, he confidently said. Like the Kiki Rook residents will come here to worship at your statue's feet, thanking the President of England, the one who sacrificed his life for a better future. Yet inside Zero was screaming helplessly. No way. His face turned pale, his voice trembling. Your Majesty, please remove my statue. Loon confidently patted his shoulder and praised. Why should a country's leader be ashamed of this? After saying that, Leon turned and left, leaving a message. Well then. I look forward to continuing our cooperation in the future. The President of England, Zero said helplessly. Yep. Your Majesty, he wiped sweat with a handkerchief, thinking to himself, I have lost 5 years of my life. Zero put the handkerchief back in his pocket and asked. What is the matter? A bodyguard approached to report the sea trade. The bodyguard held up a document and said, although it is unrelated to security, this is an urgent report from the National Intelligence Agency. The bodyguard handed the file to him and said, it is somewhat related to North Korea. Zero happily said, finally some peace. After reading the document, he raised an eyebrow and said, but North Korea is still causing trouble even after giving up nuclear weapons. The bodyguard pushed up his glasses and said, that is because the bodyguard reported seriously. Last night, all communication with North Korea was suddenly cut off. Zero's face darkened, his eyes full of suspicion. He exclaimed. What? The more he read, the darker his expression became. The bodyguard's voice kept going. Surveillance satellites over all North Korean territory have also been shut down. Monitoring satellites can capture any images in North Korea. Amid the chaos in North Korea, rain poured down on the rubble caused by nuclear weapons. Vixa stood before a body lying on the ground, staring into the distance and said, 30 years. Its face grew even more gaunt with a hoarse voice. The multi-dimensional gate has been opened. Until now, we still have to live under South Korea's pressure. Vixa then kicked the body on the ground hard enough to move it. It stood with hands in its pockets watching the body slide into a pre-dug pit, while several people in black robes approached. Vita's red aura flared up, A savage laugh echoed. But as long as we serve the demons, we will become a superpower in the future. A black-robed man came forward to report. Captain, the mages are ready. The black-robed men behind shouted in unison. Chairman Kim. Ven and Selman. Preparations are complete. It burst out laughing. A savage laugh growing louder. Vixa threw the radio next to the pit and shouted. Something's not right. Then it ordered the black-robed mages standing by the pit. Get ready. In the increasingly heavy rain, the mage's hand reached out toward the pit. The other guys standing nearby were doing the same gestures. And despite the heavy rain, they kept preparing some kind of secret spell. A few of them started chanting something, their faces showing strange bulging veins. Down in the pit, the dead bodies began to open their mouths, releasing a red energy from within. Above, a red matrix appeared in the sky, pulling up red energy as the chants continued. The matrix grew stronger, swirling the red energy into a vortex. Vaxa and the group of mages shouted in unison, all frozen as they watched the bodies turn black and rise. He showed a clear look of panic, his eyes darting around nervously. Vaxa's teeth clenched tightly. Stammering, what the hell is this? Vaxa looked at the figure appearing with a body full of wounds. Shouting, that guy's covered in injuries. He turned to ask the mage beside him. Mouth agape. Is that the one who got healed? Right. Vaxa gradually grew anxious, his hoarse voice complaining. This is bad. These wounds are worse than I thought. Vaxa stepped back fearfully, saying, what? He lowered his head close and whispered his request. First, restoring the body is the top priority, because those great demons won't be fully assembled anytime soon. The eyes of the two red-eyed men, along with Vox's mystical voice, echoed each phrase. Looks like there is a lot of targets here. Voxa was so scared his eyes bulged with red veins, opening wide, trying to shout, we have to run fast. A red column stretched down from the sky, and Voxa breathed out, saying, everyone, get down on your knees. Cut to a bunker. The dark hallway lit only by a few candles. Hadir was sitting in a chair, her body tensing against her wounds. Hadir forced a smile, whispering, I have already spilled everything. Her voice trembled as she looked at Beechit. There is nothing left to hide. Master. Beechit put a hand to his face, his expression innocent as he said, interesting. The demon can go through any gate it wants. She gently lifted Hadir's hand and softly said. Then, Hadir's face showed a mix of excitement and fear as Beechit placed his hand on her head and whispered closely. On the other hand, can't we also go through any gate we want? Early the next morning, on a quiet beach, the tide was receding, revealing rocky outcrops. A sweet voice called out in the morning breeze, softly saying, Ngai rang. At that moment, Harry sat beside him, eyes wide and curious, watching the little crabs scurry across the sand. No matter how well they breathe underwater, building on the sand like this, is it really effective? Ji calmly replied. No problem. As long as there is a nest and hunting grounds, the Kari Rook tribe can survive on their own. She raised an eyebrow, turning to ask with a doubtful look. Really? Still skeptical of that assurance, Harry stayed silent, letting vague thoughts drift through her mind. Watching the crabs play together, she finally spoke quietly. But there is definitely a lot to do. Just securing food supplies is already a huge challenge, Ningweidre said beside her. We are cooperating with coastal provinces nearby. Then Jeff's calm voice rose. Also, we have registered for the Angson Shan service, so we can adapt well to modern civilization. Harry turned surprised. Curious. Angson Shan service. Seeing her puzzled face, Ingaiji immediately explained. It offers many services, including administrative and legal support for members. Hearing that, Harry softly sighed, then quickly asked, can I sign up too? Jeff seemed to have been waiting for that, happily saying, I already signed you up. You have been earning interest since last month. Harry looked at the zealot, then slowly said, is that? Suddenly she grabbed the jack and stared at Ninji as if trying to read something. Harry asked seriously, wait, how much do you owe me? Without hesitation, Ngili answered straightforwardly. 19 coins. After hearing the price, she angrily grabbed Jeff with both hands, looking annoyed and sulky. Just as the tension reached its peak, Leon suddenly appeared, riding his horse forward, his stern gaze fixed on them as he asked, what are you guys doing? Caught in an awkward moment, Harry quickly bowed and saluted. Sir. While Jeff hurriedly straightened up and respectfully bowed as well. Leon nodded slightly and without beating around the bush said, all right. Something urgent came up, so I will be heading back to the guild for a bit. Suddenly, Leon coldly turned to Harry and said, get on. The brief and unexpected command made Harry lean back for a few seconds. She stared at the horse in front of her and wondered silently, can I really get on? I guess I can. Because he said so, but back then, she was only supposed to ride with the queen. Though this time at the gate it was urgent. But Harry just stood there hesitating, which made Leon visibly uncomfortable. He dismounted and without a word simply extended his hand toward her. Lena's voice rang out again, this time with an unexplainable seriousness. Get on. His action made her panic silently. Startled, Harry instinctively stepped back and blurted out, again with the drama, earthquake or what? His careless words made Leon furious. Leon pulled out a file and said, Take this or get lost. Harry carefully took it and asked seriously. What is this? He replied shortly and firmly. Your territory, Leon calmly said. Everything gathered from this land belongs to you. Do as you please. She could not hide her excitement and asked again. Really? He nodded slightly. Then added. But remember, you are a knight of the kingdom. By law, I have to grant you at least one piece of land. Although the connection is not clear yet, you are a knight chosen by the gods, so it is only natural, Loon concluded with utmost formality. You will be knighted by the kingdom and serve as the messenger of the gods, aware of your position and spread their message far and wide. The news was so serious that Harry blurted out. That is ridiculous. Lun raised an eyebrow and warned. Watch your mouth, Leon quietly added. I do not expect you to act like nobility, but do not demean yourself either, called out for having a black heart. Harry blushed with embarrassment and just clicked his tongue in frustration. She replied coldly with a hint of sarcasm. Thank you. Your Majesty. Her indifferent tone made Leon lower his eyebrows. His cold eyes glanced over her face, and he clicked his tongue in displeasure. Not wanting the tension to drag on, he said coldly, If you understand, then get on quickly. Then Jack promptly followed Harry and mounted without needing a reminder. As the horse started moving, Harry hesitated and called out, Your Majesty, he simply replied. Speak. Summoning all her courage, she asked excitedly. Does that mean I am a noble now? Her naive question made Leon pause for a few seconds before answering. Yep. At least within the creative domain. Your rank is just below the queen and the spinner. Hearing this, Harry softly sighed. She turned to Jack and called out. Sorry, Jack. Harry arrogantly raised her chin and said confidently, From now on, do not be rude to me. I'm a noble now. Her words stunned Jack into silence, unable to respond. Later, he got so angry it seemed like he was about to strike. You stupid creature. Do not resist. Harry panicked. What are you doing? Jack showed no sign of stopping and kept insulting. An idiot like you does not deserve respect. Cornering her, Harry quickly turned to plead. Your Majesty, we are all nobles here. But their behavior made Leon furious. Later, at the Creative Temple, Leon and Patrick stared intently at something, as if trying to study it. Now, Leon looked at the item on the table and asked, What is the research result? Patrick immediately replied proudly. Complete success. Just as your Majesty said. The demons are using the gate. He pondered aloud. At this moment, recalling an image, I had already suspected the Jeju Gate incident. Old memories flooded Leon's mind. At first glance, this seemed like the punishment of justice, but in reality, it was a dark conspiracy to sell souls to the devil and overthrow the honorable Holy Grail Knights. In the end, he thought the system and the missions, which were not based on good or evil, had infiltrated the minds of the false awakenings to control them. Then, Leon slowly spoke. The current world has been manipulated by a magical energy source that the earth temporarily grants. He continued, his gaze distant as if trying to see through the fog of reality. Even though it seemed strange to others, but they still kept carrying out their missions to the end. Whether for money or other reasons, fools who can escape this cycle. Suddenly, Leon called out, Patrick, and she respectfully asked, What do you want? Your Majesty, he spoke slowly but sharply like a blade. The evil forces are on alert. They say she might use this gate for her own selfish purposes. The king smiled calmly and replied, Actually, this is just a story about a destroyed virtual dimension. To open the gate leading to survivors or demons, you need an object to pinpoint the coordinates. Lou nodded slowly, thought for a moment, then asked, Should we try entering the coordinates of the field using this thing? She answered without hesitation. Since it belongs to a demon, it might lead us to a place connected to them. Little Chick looked up, eyes shining brightly as he suggested, Your Majesty, can we try another object? Len raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. Another object? She smiled meaningfully and said. For example. Little Chick paused a moment then said, Your Majesty has sacred relics. For instance, he asked with slight doubt. Sacred relics. Finally, Lee thought for a moment then said, That might be worth a shot. He turned to her and asked, What should we do? Little Chick answered clearly. We will need materials to sustain the gate. She smiled softly, eyes sparkling with confidence. Specifically, we will need a large amount of earth mana. Hearing this, Len raised an eyebrow and asked, The question is, where can we find that much mana? Little Chick kept her faint smile. She replied firmly. Simple. There is always a place to tap into mana anywhere on Earth now. Hearing that, he nodded as if a complete strategic map formed in his mind, then decisively declared. Alright then. The future action plan is set. Lean's voice rang out with orders. And Little Chick announced to everyone. We need to initiate the assembly order. His face lit up with determination as he said, From now on, we will attack every gate in Korea. No exceptions. Leon's eyes burned dangerously. And once the command was given, the plan was quickly put into motion. Just a few hours later, all across Korea, members of the Pantheon Temple began to appear. and the locals were thrown into confusion by the scene. Everyone stopped and stared at the soldiers before the Pantheon Temple had deployed its forces. This news quickly made headlines. Just counting knights and apprentices. There were over 1,000. Right outside my house in real time. The locals anxiously commented nonstop. We have been in the dark for days. But Pantheon Temple has revealed itself. And there is even a Pantheon Temple here. The news kept updating. Among the survivors from the Kairi Rook tribe, they only selected soldier-level people, but even so, there were 2,000 of them. A major announcement was broadcast nationwide. This was a powerful fighting force that could be called the Titan Legion. Everywhere on Earth was shocked. Whispering. Kairi Rook, the Queen, has appeared, and Pantheon is also showing up in Wando. Then, the temple with nearly 3,000 soldiers took their positions, and Leon smiled with satisfaction watching his plan unfold. Jeff was also ready, entering his ultimate combat mode. Meanwhile, Betrick led the soldiers into the first phase of the plan, dividing forces across 20 fronts to wipe out all the gates in the country. The news kept coming fast. Their speed was astonishing. In one corner of the battlefield, Harry excitedly ran and shouted. All right, aim and fire, she shouted. Attack. And immediately, a massive explosion occurred. If a normal guild attacked twice a month on average, the Pantheon Guild wiped out over 20 gates in just 4 days, a terrifying power that shocked everyone. At that moment, those defeated by Leon's group angrily cursed. What the hell is this? Human. You are supposed to help us. But that human killed our ancestors. Leon burst out laughing. Ancestors. Aren't they just beasts pretending to follow humans? Ridiculous. His face turned icy cold, his voice sharp as a blade. Who is next to be freed from this life? Meanwhile, all the gates in South Korea began to be controlled by a single guild. Jinsu's eyebrows shot up, sweat pouring down his face in shock. 100 million. It did not stop there. Shiny equipment flashed right in their faces as Leon continued listing 13 unique rare items. He stood there, stunned, staring at a pile of top-tier gear and rare gems, amazed as he said, 89 rare items, plus about 500 magic stones. Jeff added a detailed report. 3.83 tons, completing the level classification. Estimated around 38.3 billion currency. The expected price for these items is about 12.7 billion currency. Harry could only stare wide-eyed in disbelief. Loon crossed his arms with a confident smile. At this level, there should still be some left after opening the gate. He turned to Patrick. That is enough? Right. She smiled back. Satisfied. Enough. Beha. Then Leon shifted his gaze to his subordinates and concluded. Stepping forward. So this matter ends here. Listen up. He stood still, hands behind his back, announcing, this strategy will focus only on a few key targets. The subordinates showed various expressions at this, and he added, also, no information about this mission is to be leaked outside. Understood. Leon glanced sideways, his eyes cold and voice serious as he called out. Han Harry. Jimsu, you must also cut off contact with the guild. Can you do that? This question made both of them awkward and nervous. They exchanged uneasy glances. She furrowed her brow, looking him straight in the eye, seriously asking. Your Majesty, you want to harm the country? Right. Leon smiled confidently and assured, of course not. Hearing that, Harry relaxed and smiled, stepping forward to say loudly, then I trust you. Your Majesty. He nodded approvingly. Very good. Next, Leon turned around, as if certain, and said lightly, then, a plan has truly begun. Let us get started. With each step, he moved to stand in the center of the magic circle. Leon drew a glowing black sword from the nearby space. The circle's power radiated intensely. He frowned at the sword in his hand. Seeing Leon ready, Beichik clasped his hands. I will input the coordinates of the holy sword. Purple energy spread throughout the room. Jinsu watched in stunned amazement. She kept her eyes closed, silently casting a spell using the energy within the radiant purple magic circle. Suho and Soyan were shocked, eyes wide and mouths agape. Jinsu and Harry were equally stunned, unable to believe this unexpected event. He panicked seeing the black gate appear and could not help but shout. A gate. This is an artificial gate. Soyan tried to calm herself. From what I know, I thought it was just a fusion, but everything became clear when Patrick respectfully reported to Leon. Beha. Preparations are complete. He replied with a satisfied smile. Well done. Beichik. He slowly gave the order. Now. Those watching snapped back to focus at his words. The gate led to a chaotic battlefield. Leon frowned, looking around unhappily when a voice called out. Beha. Suo turned to him, confused and worried. Beha. Where is this place? Leon calmly answered. This is the battlefield. Inside, he began analyzing the situation silently. There must be a problem with the gate. This time, the troops have been scattered. Suddenly, a terrifying scream echoed, making Suho and Juhuf panic and look ahead. A blue-skinned, muscular monster charged forward wielding a huge axe. Roaring. Suho quickly caught Juhuf as he was falling. Juhuf. Get up. Suddenly, A warrior appeared, delivering a powerful blow straight to the monster's stomach, causing it to scream in pain as blood splattered everywhere. He still did not stop, running straight to the monster to deliver the final blow. Suho and Jehuv watched in shock as the warrior stabbed the monster, which let out one last roar before collapsing. The sword was soaked with the monster's blood. He breathed a sigh of relief, ending the battle easily. Suddenly, the warrior wiped a cold tear and said, "A knights, standing around like statues want help. This is a battlefield." He was startled to see Lian standing behind the two others. "Your Majesty, how the heck did you get here?" The warrior knelt down respectfully as a voice introduced him. "I am Barik." He continued the report.
Yep.
"Your Majesty, I am the captain of the Bibian squad in the Legion's Guard." Lian then showed the commanding presence of a ruler and ordered, "Stand up. This place is a battlefield." An hour later, his eyes burned with determination as he focused energy into the sword. Bantarik hesitated a bit. "Well, this..." He quickly regained composure and clearly reported, "We are right in the middle of Liam Valley. Our mission is to transport the holy relics to Lord Ziria." Lin rubbed his chain, lost in thought. "Right, that is it. Twilight Ziria, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. This is his final mission." And it was also when he passed away a still image of Ziria pierced by a pile of swords. Breathless, sitting against a stone wall beside the fallen as he moved forward, Lian could not help but think, if I would known this would happen, I would be gathered more info from the Celestial Palace. Lian closed his eyes, contradicting himself. What is done. First, we need to understand the current situation. At that moment, Bantarik pointed ahead and reported, "Lord Ziria is over there." "Your Majesty." In front of them, he stood among the soldiers, holding a sword glowing with purple energy, shouting, "Kill them." Then the roar of monsters echoed across the battlefield. In that tense moment, a heavily armored warrior scanned the surroundings and shouted, "Fall back. Lord Ziria is setting up a dream barrier." His eyes burned with determination as he focused all his energy into the sword. In front of Ziria was a layer of energy, and the armored troops behind him were ready for battle. An oat looked suspicious, clearly sensing something was wrong. Moments later, their eyes widened in terror as they screamed in pain, clutching their heads. Trapped inside the barrier, Ziria did not take much action, just watching the oat collapse after only a few seconds. Then, with seasoned experience, he coldly ordered, "Fall back 20 steps and regroup." Lian stepped forward, somewhat doubtful, and told Ziria, "These oat are really strange." Ziria stiffened, eyes flashing with confusion. Ziria ignored the comment and asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, how did you get here?" Immediately, Ziria knelt respectfully and loudly declared, "Messenger of the gods, welcome the first knight of Ariana." Moved by the respect, Lian softly said, "Stand up," then gazed into the distance, thinking about the name Ziria. At the moment the Holy Grail Knights awakened after drinking the sacred water, their bodies were restored to peak condition. Lian was a special case, becoming a Holy Grail Knight at a relatively young age. But the knight before him was somewhat different. No matter how much time passed, Ziria's current state always remained at peak strength. Lian stared at him, feeling deep down that Ziria was a lifelong knight dedicated to justice. A dreamer, an old companion, an ancient Holy Grail Knight. He kept these thoughts to himself, smiling aloud. "Let us get up." Lian felt that Ziria would always be that way. He quickly changed the subject, calmly asking for a report on the current situation. Ziria stood and respectfully replied,
"Yep."
"Your Majesty." He wore a serious expression, eyes distant. Reporting, "We have secured the holy relics as planned. They are being transported to the Empire's border." Moving forward, Ziria continued, "Luoth attacked with their followers and divine beasts." Hearing this, Lian somewhat understood and commented, "That is really unusual." He also shared his strategy at the same time. "So we positioned infantry and a few knights to block the enemy's path, while splitting the relic escort into the southern route to continue transporting them. When you heard that, you praised it as reasonable." Lian suddenly frowned, his voice slow and a bit hesitant. If that is the case, he realized something was strange all along and asked, "Where is the escort convoy really?" Ziria furrowed his brow, his face serious when he heard that. He closed his eyes, slightly bowed his head, silently reconsidered his strategy, then answered, "Finally." Ziria responded. A scene appeared showing one of the soldiers in the group seemingly facing danger. The fifth escort was heading southwest. He rested his hand on the hilt, gripping his sword tightly with a focused, analytical look. "That is the army led by my past." The mountains were tightly packed together, with smoky villages hazily blocking the surrounding view. A brown bear was taken down by a group of hunters, blood pooling thickly on the ground. Ziria chuckled and said, "Ha, this friend of ours is awake now." He half lay on the ground, his face twisted in a grimace. Ziria frowned, rubbing the beard on his chain. How could you lose your cool enough to just throw yourself headfirst like that? He looked at the two knights behind him lifting the brown bear together. He was startled and shouted, "A bear." Harry anxiously stepped forward to check on him. Hunter.c. Hey, are you okay? He opened his eyes wide in suspicion. Harry, could it be? Harry nodded, looking toward the busy knights. Yeah. Seems the army got scattered again, he replied. I understand. Zuria smiled brightly. Glancing at him, he asked, but by the way, how did you wandering knights even get here? I do not know if besides me, there are other crazy ones doing these secret missions too, he said, mouth agape in surprise. Wandering knights. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Please assist the Holy Grail Knight Ziriavatham in transporting the relics to the most dangerous kingdom border. Hearing the system's voice, he asked suspiciously, Escort? Relics? Ziria immediately answered. That is right. We are recovering and escorting relics from the wilderness. The group of knights walked alongside two horse-drawn carts full of supplies. He slowly understood and said, So that is how it is? Ziria asked mockingly. This guy's a bit behind the times. For a wandering knight coming all the way to such a desolate place looking for glory. It is understandable. Looked at him and said, Thanks for understanding me, Holy Grail Knight Ziriavatham. He softly chuckled. Ziria placed his hand on his collar, closed his eyes, and explained, This is a title I will conquer later. For now, I am just a wandering knight who has given up chasing fame. Raised an eyebrow. Confusing. Ziria revealed a sharp profile. Ziriavatham has not received any divine missions for a long time. At 15. He wandered the world as a wandering knight for 15 years. Ziria knelt on the ground, his empty sword supporting his tired body. Behind him lay a line of fallen bodies soaked in blood. He completed his duties as a kingdom knight for another 10 years and spent the next 50 years traveling the world seeking sacred missions. Ziria sighed deeply, one hand gripping the sword's hilt, the other clenched on his chest. He truly was an outstanding knight, but not a giant who could single-handedly turn the tide. Fulfilling the god's mission and making history in the kingdom was reserved for giants with extraordinary strength. Though breathing heavily, Ziria's eyes remained sharp and cold. Yet, he never gave up that reckless journey from being revered to mocked, and from mockery, he forged hidden determination. One day, the goddess of dreams and death appeared in his dream. Fless figure holding a lantern looked at Ziria and said, My son. Ziria placed his hand on his chest, respectfully listening to fall. How can you keep wandering in this endless suffering? To understand your heart and soul. Now return and dedicate yourself to the kingdom. He opened his eyes slightly, his heart heavy with thoughts, and replied, My dear goddess. Ziria kneels on one knee, one hand on the ground. If you want to criticize my flaws, then please do not deny the journey I have taken to find this mission. Challenges are my only privilege. Ziria's back is perfectly straight, his black shirt soaked in blood whether it is from the enemy or himself. Ziria simply always faces challenges head-on. Ziria's footsteps are strong and determined as he moves forward, coldly stepping over the body of the defeated. He digs a muddy pit that no other noble knight dares approach. Even though poets have praised his courage, Ziria walks without looking back for a moment. He still refuses to give up his quest for honor. Ziria lifts his head, eyes full of determination. From that moment on, he became a Holy Grail Knight. At 100 years old, he is the most awakened Holy Grail Knight in history. Back to the present. On the mountain path, Ziria sits on horseback with Leon, hands clasped behind his back, watching the line of knights ahead. The knights in black armor, equipped with shields and weapons, stand ready to fight at the command. The front line holding their shields. The blue-skinned monsters charge at the knights. They shout loudly, ready their axes. The leader lets out a roar, then shouts to boost morale. Kill them all. The blue-skinned monsters slam into the knights' shields together. Witnessing the monsters' ferocity, one knight shouts loudly, Hold them back. The blue-skinned monsters rush in like moths to a flame. The knights shout orders. Axe. Attack. The front line of knights has taken down some monsters. The next line holds weapons, ready to fight. Moving forward, a knight holding a shield calls out, Defend. The blue monster just got stabbed and is bleeding. A knight from the back line rushes forward with an axe to counterattack. Behind a sharp mask, eyes gleam as he delivers a downward slash, splitting the monster's body in two. The passionate knights charge to slaughter the blue-skinned monsters. Charging forward, Ziri and Leon remain expressionless, observing, while Suho and Jiek stare in amazement. This is truly next level. He widens his eyes, looking at the two behind him. This is a matter of power. Seeing Ziri and Leon's serious faces, Suho thinks to himself, the strength of a united team in battle is completely different, even at the same level. They are still a few steps above the top hunters on Earth. Ziria, sitting on his horse, calls out, Your Majesty. Lin responds with a grunt. He looks at the blue-skinned monster wearing black armor, holding a wooden mace, and says, That is a Chuana. He smiles and calls out, Han Soho. Kim Ji-heek. Watch closely. Loon clasps his hands behind his back and orders, From now on, Your goal is to reach a leadership position. He raises one hand like giving a command. Jiraiya charges forward with his weapon. The knights behind, full of fighting spirit, gallop after him. Charging ahead, Jiik is stunned. In such a narrow canyon. Suho stammers. Isn't this too dangerous? He nervously says, at this rate, we might run into allied troops. Meanwhile, the cavalry is very close to the front-line knights, but Jiraiya does not care. He tightens the reins and charges forward. The horse hooves strike the ground hard. Cracking the nearby earth, Jiraiya urges the horse to leap high, clearing the front line's barricade. Next, the knights behind him also ride along the cliffside. Jiakyuk and Soho gape in amazement. They are riding along the cliff. The blue-skinned monster watching can't believe its eyes. These guys are crazy. Jiraiya leads the charge straight into the enemy ranks. He envelops his weapon in magical fire, the sacred flame. Streams of magical fire shoot toward the blue-skinned monsters. Suho's eyes widen in awe. Amazing. Jiakyuk clenches his fists, eyes full of excitement. Can we keep controlling them like this forever? Lian glances at them and says, don't believe it, they have not even shown their full strength yet. Jiakyuk looks at him, puzzled. But one is. How interfere? After all, the mission is just to escort the sacred relic. The system screen pops up with a notification. Please support Holy Grail Night Draw. Bothong transports the sacred relic to the Lian Kingdom border. Additional mission. Protect Jerae's main army until the end. Lun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. A mission. He sighed deeply. If Stalin were here, I could easily chase after the main army. But, Lian said firmly, I will stay here to help draw. Vuthong thought to himself. This time, I will watch until the final chapter of this honorable Holy Grail Night. Lian asked. Hint. Kim Gyuk, have you fully understood what I asked? Jahyuk quickly replied.
Yep, sir.
We have already searched the bodies of those oth like Mar. He hesitated, but we did not find any magic stones. Lian responded. Is that? He closed his eyes, pondering. This mission is not straightforward. Although previous gate missions hid sinister intentions, I do not sense that from this gate. Lin rubbed his chain, concluding in his mind that the gate itself is neutral, but the missions can be manipulated. He closed his eyes again, lost in thought. All right. I have gathered quite a bit of info from just one try. Lian spoke. Hint. Kim Gyuk. Check if there are any other enemies behind us. He continued. And at that moment, something bright flashed in the sky. Lian opened his eyes and caught the incoming weapon barehanded. Suhu exclaimed in shock. A spear tip? Jahio crouched down and asked. Your Majesty, are you okay? The monster leader sneered slyly. Too bad. From behind appeared a rider on a flying horse. Lina's thick lips tightened. His face darkened. Lina's green aura flared up. Unable to hide his anger, he crushed the spear. How dare a green-skinned beast sneak up on me from afar? Before Jihyuk and Suho shocked eyes, Lian gritted his teeth and crushed the sword in his hand. Lian's eyes flashed golden. He shouted.
Wow.
Lun angrily cursed. A green-skinned beast dares to fly like flies in the sky and attack me. Lian loudly ordered. Holy Grail Knight Jiraiya, bring me the head of that beast. Jiraiya acknowledged, his sharp gaze returning. It is an honor. Your Majesty. He pulled a sword from thin air. I will present you its head right now. The Oth leader's eyes gleamed as he smiled sinisterly. Too arrogant. Jiraiya appeared like a ghost behind the leader, who arrogantly looked down, unaware of the danger ahead. Wondering what he could do with his legs stuck, the Oth leader spoke. And just as he finished, Jiraiya struck his head. He was slammed to the ground, shattering the earth around him. Screaming in pain, the Oth leader poked his head out from the dirt and rocks. Next to him was a wild boar stuck headfirst in the ground. The Oth leader struggled to get up, looking at Jiraiya confused, as if asking how. Jiraiya looked down from above. What am I doing? Jiraiya radiated a fierce aura. He leaned in close, saying, beasts like you should kneel and crawl on the ground like this. How dare you invade the sky under my control? Despite the pain from Jiraiya, the monster showed no fear and laughed. These Holy Grail Knights are crazy. But today, your life ends. The leader sneered maliciously at Jiraiya. I have an entire army. You will regret coming here alone. He looked around, mocking the number of troops. Strange. Indeed. The Oth leader laughed proudly. He laughed arrogantly. I do not care how strong you are in the human world. You can handle us alone. We are plenty. Jiraiya's purple pupils narrowed, his aura growing stronger. Quite a few, he smirked. Indeed. You have gathered a lot. Trash. The Oth leader. I will deal with you. What? The leader looked at Jiraiya, surrounded by purple light, thinking something's off. I have a bad feeling about this. Jiraiya muttered. O goddess of dreams and death. A magic circle appeared beneath him. The queen of eternal dreams. The Oth leader, sensing the fight is not in his favor, warned his comrades. Stay away. We have to avoid that damn human. Jiraiya raised his sword in front of him, his sharp eyes looking at the monsters like they were flies. Hoping the people would be pleased with the gift on this night's mission. Behind Jiraiya, it was as if the goddess Flu was lending him strength. He finished his sentence, saying the death penalty would punish the godless. Jiraiya continued speaking. The leaderot's face growing more vicious and desperate, a nightmare with no end. The sky around them turned gray and gloomy. Like a terrifying colorless painting, invisible threads appeared everywhere, tightly binding the creatures' bodies. A hand suddenly rested on Basei's head. Juri appeared, sir. Juri appeared behind him. Warning. Be careful. Most of the night monsters here are kneeling. Juri appeared. He startled and replied. Sorry about that. Juri chuckled and said, it is okay if you do not know. You are still too young to understand. Harry spoke up. Good thing there is a forest nearby. But I am still not feeling safe. Juri appeared. He and Juri returned inside the bushes. Juri continued. I see a cave nearby. We need to move there carefully. Juri took the wooden crate onto his shoulder. Harry was surprised by his action. Miss Lupeep said. Sir Juri, we can handle it. Stella felt utterly helpless. How could such an important figure do things like that? Juri smiled warmly and replied. Miss Stella. Right now I am just an ordinary knight. So feel free. Stella clenched her fists and gritted her teeth to endure. But Juri smiled with squinted eyes. It is. He glanced with confusion. Thinking. Just an ordinary knight. Not the Holy Grail knight. Juri put a finger to his lips and smiled. Let us move quickly, do not get caught. He looked at Harry. Stella. And DSE. Juri said firmly. I believe all of us can do this. The sky was pitch black, surrounded by rolling hills and dense fog blocking the view. A cave appeared in the thick fog, with a tree growing above it. A tangle of vines, created by spiritual energy, grew thickly at the cave entrance. Juri looked at the other three and said, this should be enough. Harry exclaimed. Amazing. Sir Juri, so the Holy Law can do this too. Juri gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly. It is just an old man's trick. I do not even know what I have done to get such praise from you all. The four of them gathered inside the cave to discuss. After all, the entrance was sealed. Let us set up camp, this might be a long night. The idle horse chewed on its reins as the four of them sat around the blazing fire. Stella hugged a wooden box, silent for a moment before breaking the quiet. Sir Juri, she glanced at Juri. Can I ask you for help with the holy relic? He placed his hand on his chest and replied. Miss Stella, please do not push me beyond my authority. Juri explained. Don't you know? During wartime, the kingdom's knights have the right to command their fellow knights. Stella's face turned pouty. She stubbornly said, even so, you are the Holy Grail knight chosen by the goddess of dreams and death. I think you are the best choice to bear this great responsibility. Juri still refused the offer, even if I am praised for past achievements. That would only trouble me in the future. The one before you is just a challenger, not someone who has completed the mission. Stella frowned in annoyance, but Harry and he silently watched, holding back laughter. Finally, he raised his hand to cut off the conversation between Juri and Stella. Sorry for interrupting, nervously asked. Sir Juri of the future. Sir Juri of the past, what does that mean? Juri explained. Maybe you are not used to wandering nights yet. He bowed his head, eyes growing sad as he continued. It is just that the goddess granted me an undeserved blessing. The steady silhouette of Juri appeared, his face unseen. Twilight Jera, the Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. When he became the Holy Grail Knight after countless trials, Fleur granted him special power to honor his great journey. Juri closed his eyes, his eyebrows furrowed tightly. I was destined to win in the endless dream kingdom. I will recreate a fragment of memory from my long journey, and revive my avatar from that era to the present. Then his face relaxed as he said, now I am 85 years old, and it is time to receive the mission from the gods. DC looked at him, mouth agape in disbelief. Can the Than Law really do that? Harry asked curiously. So how does your power not get dispersed? Juri smiled brightly, running his hand over his bicep. This body is just a recreation from the past. I carry the power from back then, but I do not let it fade away. Harry exclaimed excitedly. So you are basically unbeatable now. Juri smiled back. How strong can an old man like me really be? He chuckled and continued. I am nothing compared to a Holy Grail knight. Do not expect too much. A growl sounded right after Juri finished speaking. All four stood up cautiously. Weapons ready? DC asked. Juri, what was that sound? He warned seriously. Quiet. They know our hiding spot now. Harry's face hardened, and DC's tension tightened like a drawn bowstring. Loud noises and heavy impacts echoed from above the cave. Juri looked toward the source of the noise. That is it. A monster smashed through the cave from above. Juri shouted a warning. Everyone, get out of the way. Debris from the cave fell right where he was standing. The other three panicked, calling out, Lord Juri. Harry and DC scrambled to their feet. Juri asked, are you okay? He alone used his sword to block the monster's sharp, tooth-filled maw. Stella watched anxiously as Juri used one hand to cut the monster's maw, and the other to block its tentacle. Calling out, Lord Juri. He glanced at her and warned, this is the demon's venom. It is extremely toxic. Be careful. The wound on Juri's back was slowly healing itself. He furrowed his brows and sternly told Stella, get back. Move behind me. Quickly. Harry called out loudly to the person beside her. Hunter Goody sung. Wake up. Her face darkened, fear slowly creeping in. Hunter Goody sung. Jury appeared to. DC turned pale from the wound on his arm. Harry anxiously kept calling. Hunter Goody sung. The wound on DC's arm. He was bleeding. And someone quietly gasped. Jury appeared to. He sat on the ground, raising his hand to look at Harry, who was bandaging him, and said, "I." Assistant Chief, the demon girl knelt beside him, struggling to bandage him, replied, "It is nothing serious." Harry rubbed DC's arm. He sighed, soaked in sweat and dirt. Warning. But with this kind of poison, do not move too much. Tay tirelessly continued bandaging Ise. He was full of self-blame. I should have stopped it. Harry suddenly stood up. She turned and called out, "Please wait a moment." Hunter Goody sung. Jury appeared to. He held his arm, looking up at her, and called, "Assistant Chief." Without hesitation, Harry grabbed her sword and slowly moved toward Dra, who was struggling to fight the monster. He saw her and turned anxiously, shouting, "Wait. It is dangerous. You should not." Before he could finish, Dra was stunned, eyes wide open. Harry was extremely serious, her gaze sharp and focused. Harry held her sword, her whole body surrounded by flames as she thought silently, "And Harry, awaken the flame." In her mind appeared an ancient image, Leon holding Harry, eyes closed, saying, "You are definitely chosen by the god of war and fire. No one can apply these ordinary rules to divine power." She nestled in his arms, scratching her chin, and replied, "But I am still not sure." He raised his hand to create fire. Harry watched excitedly as Leon explained, "This divine fire is like a wave. Its flow is like ocean currents, moving as the wielder wills, just like a wave." Back in reality, Harry's eyes lit up. She swung her sword fiercely, Leon's words echoing in her mind, "You must rely on it." Harry gritted his teeth and bit his lip, swinging his sword straight down to slash across the monster, making it scream in pain. The holy law is a power that represents the rules. She leaped forward, slashing the beast aside, sending blood flying. It let out a loud roar before collapsing. Ziria stood at a distance, amazed by the scene before him. He was silent, frozen, unable to speak. Very quickly, everything passed. "My dear. They found a nearby cave to hide in and start a fire." Ziria spoke up, looking at the items on the rock. "This is coral poison," Harry said. "But we are nowhere near the sea." His body was carefully bandaged. Ziria clasped his hands, looking down as he spoke. "It is a chimera belonging to the Empire's dark mage. Luckily, I know the antidote." Vixie stood nearby, peering in, then quietly muttered, "But it is only enough for one person." Hearing that, Harry felt guilty. She lowered her eyes worriedly and said, I accidentally burned it with my fire." Ziria glanced at her, sighed softly to reassure her. "We can predict what will happen in battle. Don't blame yourself." Dean was sitting in a corner, holding his uninjured hand with the other, when suddenly a voice called out, catching his attention. He said his name was Gyud Sunga. Looking up, he saw Ziria standing before him. Dean froze, feeling shy around Ziria. Ziria knelt right in front of him, holding out a bottle of medicine like an offering, saying, "Drink this. You deserve it." Dean quickly took the bottle, holding it in his palm, looking down as he asked, "Is it okay if only I drink it?" Ziria answered calmly, "Of course. A young knight like you can do much more than an old man like me." He gently pushed his hair back, his face showing a mix of guilt and gratitude. "Thank you, Lord Ziria." Then, Dean raised the bottle and began to drink. Seeing this, Ziria smiled softly, pleased. "Good." After finishing, Ziria stood straight and loudly addressed everyone. "This time I have carefully hidden the entrance, no matter how sharp their hearing is." Just as he was about to continue, feeling pain in his body, he stopped. "We can't follow their trail either." Suddenly, Ziria collapsed, crying out in pain, causing everyone to panic. "Lord Ziria." Dean quickly jumped up, anxiously supporting Ziria, asking, "Is there any other way to treat you?" His face had already turned purple. Ziria clutched his chest stubbornly. "Do not worry. Even if I die, my past self will still help everyone." Dean held his hand tightly, looking down, grinding his teeth with a troubled expression. "But right now, you are the only one here." Though weak, seeing Desion's actions, Ziria gave a faint smile. Everyone quickly helped him lean against a rock, gathering around to watch. "My clone was blessed by the goddess of death. She even gave my clone a gift." They sat close together. Ziria relaxed his body against the wall and said, "My death will be more peaceful than anyone else's, so do not be sad." He was exhausted now. Ziria spoke with difficulty. "Someone is after the holy relic, to get it into King Leon's hands. You will have to watch another me become a sacrifice, ready to be discarded anytime." The mood in the group sank. Harry silently wiped her tears while Vikexi bowed his head, choking out, "Lord Ziria." DC beside him silently watched as Ziria leaned back against the rock. His sight, Fleur held up the holy G-inch staff, smiling at Ziria. He was a bit surprised and said, "Goddess of death, you did not have to come all the way here to visit me." Hearing this, everyone there looked horrified. Ziria's gaze gradually clouded, his eyes narrowing as he looked straight ahead. Everyone silently watched him. "Ziria, out of breath, tried to speak his last words. Glory. In another scene, Ziria carefully sheathed his sword when suddenly a voice called from behind. You did well, Ziria. He quickly turned, putting his hands together respectfully. I dedicate this glory to the goddess of death and you. Lian and his two subordinates slowly approached and asked. The one who planned to lure out their leader. Right. Ziria lifted his head, his face showing a guarded expression. Yep. But it did not work. He looked over there and said. They are just green monsters. Yet they are surprisingly patient. Lian glanced around, then pointed to a monster lying on the ground and said, if they are this provoked and still do not act, then their leader must have quite a reputation. Standing beside him, Ziria clenched his sword tightly and looked in the same direction, making a judgment among these monsters. There is a great commander. Lian folded his hands behind his back and replied. Probably. He bit his lip, his eyes scanning downward as he thought. They seem well organized. Could there really be an Ott champion? The monster chuckled with delight, raising its hand as its eyes glowed. They rarely appear. They are chosen by the Ott god and lead all the Otts. Those Otts gather into a threatening army to spark a great war. Len raised his hand to his chine, imagining the image of a majestic figure. At that time, I did not see any great commander. Then suddenly exclaimed, but judging now, maybe it is still too early. Lian seemed to recall something. Turning to Ziria standing next to him and called out, Ziria. Lian tilted his head slightly, looking at him and said, I have something to discuss with you. Behind the towering mountains, the army was camped there. Lian asked, can we find somewhere private to talk? The two sat down to talk. Ziria lowered his head, stammering, you mean, I am dead now in heaven. His hand rested on the table. Trembling uncontrollably, Ziria unconsciously clenched his jaw and muttered, 200 years you have been fighting those demons alone for 2 centuries. His face darkened, head bowed as he blamed himself. How could you have endured so long alone? Please do not forgive a disloyal knight like me. Lian smiled softly, slightly bowing his head and closing his eyes to reassure him. You do not need to apologize. Do not worry. At that moment, Ziria looked up, staring at the magic orb with curiosity. If I died at the hands of an Ott, then surely a great commander would appear. Lian answered calmly. Yeah. Then remembered the tall, terrifying image of that monster and nodded. The champion chosen by the Ott god is on this battlefield. Though after this battle, I have never seen him. Suddenly, Ziria glanced over, curious. Your Majesty, what do you intend to do with this gate? Lian frowned slightly. He answered thoughtfully. I want to run a test. The items we get from it are secondary. Ziria's face grew serious as he looked directly at Lian and asked. But since we are here, I have another purpose. What is it? Hearing this, Lian slowly opened his eyes, his voice hesitant. This time, soldiers in armor seemed to appear behind him. Lian looked up, smiled softly, and said loudly, I want to stay by my comrade's side until the very end. The sky gradually darkened, and the camps at the mountain's base began lighting up. The Otts lay on their mats, sleeping soundly, unaware of anything. The Otts' life is very simple. Otts have routines just like humans. They eat breakfast, fight, eat lunch, fight, eat dinner, then sleep. Linus' expression grew fierce, his eyes shining as he rubbed his fingers together to create a small flame and laughed. They are both strong and live simple lives. That is the Ott tribe. The mountains and Ott camps kept burning through the night, the flames growing stronger. That is why they are easy to ambush at night. They are all fast asleep by then. The fire quickly surrounded the Ott camp. They woke up panicked, screaming in chaos. The food stores are burning. What are the guards doing? I do not know either. Lian stood on a nearby mountain, looking down and grinning slyly. Those filthy beasts definitely caused this mess. Foolish humans. Lu knelt on one knee, excitedly shouting down. The screams of those monsters burning to death are quite entertaining. Ziria stood silently behind and replied, I agree with you. Your Majesty. He held his sword, rubbing the hilt, and said, I will tell you everything I know. Ziria averted his gaze, thinking silently, since your Majesty has come here, my death in history has been changed. Lian stood there, gradually gathering strength. He slowly stepped closer, wondering if this gate could really replicate Lian's entire kingdom. The image of Dunlahan appeared in Ziria's imagination. The dignified man standing in the castle, so that person will come here. Dunlahan turned his head, his eyes glowing with dark energy. The strongest holy knight. The image of Ariana with folded hands appeared. Everyone silently closed their eyes to pray. Those who completed the god's tasks and drank the holy water would become the god's representatives. A knight clad in armor placed his hand on his knee, and kneeling respectfully the holy knight, the most powerful symbol they had, was the god's true representative. Another was surrounded by a steady source of power, firmly holding a sword raised toward the gods. Those with divine nature maintained it through the faith of believers, drawing strength from their devotion to the holy beings. Lune imagined it all. A knight calmly holding a sword straight ahead, Ariana beautifully praying. In other words, unlike knights who fought with magic and were limited in power, The holy knights offered all their faith to the divine force, as long as she prayed. The person stood behind a strong battalion of knights. So it looked like that somehow the holy knights could be seen as the faith reservoirs of the followers. Meaning they never knew fatigue in battle. Sim scratched his face with his hand. The man growing angrier and angrier. Those miserable bastards. Sim's voice boomed, catching the attention of the Oth outside. How could they keep attacking nonstop for 3 straight days? Running a beast and Oth alliance. His subordinate knelt and pressed to the ground, fearfully bowing his head to report. We have been attacked over 300 times. Sim was shocked. What? The man got even angrier. Sim raised both hands to his nose, exhaling sharply, eyes rolling wildly as he shouted. We have 10,000 troops. 10,000. The image of Leon and Ziria raiding the man's camp appeared, which made Sim unwilling to accept it. How could they attack a camp with tens of thousands of soldiers day and night? There were only 2 of them. He smiled slyly and flew away with him. The man thought of the black gold and asked, "Why did not you catch them?" The subordinate nervously replied, "They are holy knights." Sim suddenly cut him off, shouting, "Damn. This is bad." Sim sat arrogantly on the chair, rubbing his chin and saying, "We can just sit here. I have to do something." Suddenly, something flew into the tent from outside. The curtain fluttering as if blown by the wind, something small and hard was thrown inside. Bouncing. Sim was clearly scared and startled. Stammering, "What is that?" The liquid splashed onto the man's face. Sim and his subordinate glared fiercely. Turning to look, it was Qianong, lying defeated on the ground. Sim shouted loudly, "It is Qianong." The man was terrified by the scene before him. Qianong, the strongest among the warriors blessed by the divine beasts, had been cut in half. Sim stared in shock. Then the man curiously turned around and thought, who could it be? At that moment, a huge foot stomped into the tent. They carried a spear on their shoulder. The man laughed, looking at the 2 who appeared weak and fragile. Sim fearfully stepped back, his eyes wide with fear, grinding his teeth as he stared at them. After a moment, the man shouted loudly. Hearing this, the man felt proud and laughed. What the hell is this? The champion of Helkin. Then they reached out and grabbed Sim by the neck, making him furious. The man lifted Sim with one hand. Sim struggled to breathe, his face turning purple and strained. They exhaled fiercely. The man frowned and said to Sim, "I have already given you a deadline." They looked terrifying, their eyes bloodshot and sharp with deadly intent. "By tomorrow, we will crush them." Sim could not do anything. His face turned pale as he tried to pry their hand off, thinking, what kind of strength is this? Even when I was young, I could fight back against the holy knights. But now facing them, I can't do a thing. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the man's eyes lit up, his gaze lowered thoughtfully. Maybe they are even stronger than those knights. After a moment, they released Sim, throwing him roughly to the ground. The man hoisted his axe on his shoulder and ordered, "Tomorrow, we attack with everything we have got. Prepare your troops." Sim looked up fearfully. The man hesitated, then said, "Yeah, but they have 2 holy knights in their army." I did not care at all. I grabbed my axe and stepped out of the tent. Before I left, I heard him turn and say, "Sir Skunik and I will help you in this battle. So gather your troops quickly. We will crush them tomorrow." What happened? I responded instinctively, understanding now. Inside, Sim was quietly relieved, thinking that 2 champions of the Oth tribe, blessed by the divine beast and only appearing in legends, were here to help. We grabbed our swords and left. He sighed deeply, collapsing onto the floor. Satisfied. Maybe that was enough for us to win. Suddenly, a loud noise outside caught everyone's attention. Sim's face twisted, mouth wide open as he shouted, "What the hell are those bastards doing now?" He slowly stood up. Sim waved his hand, ordering his men, "Follow me quickly. Capture them." The moment he stepped outside, the scene froze Sim in place. A huge sharp spike was driven straight into the ground, leaving a crater. It was still smoking, with Oth bodies lying around it. The thing was still billowing smoke. A small letter attached to it caught their eyes. A letter. Sim quickly grabbed the letter and opened it to read. We all leaned in to see. The letter was from King Leon Hood and had taken quite some time to arrive here. After reading it, Sim held the letter silently, speechless. He bowed his head to listen, then fell silent. He was furious at the challenge. Without hesitation, Sim tore the parchment in half, shouting, "You bastards." They proposed a one-on-one duel, thinking our situation was unfavorable. To sum up the letter, no weapons, just hand-to-hand combat. I crossed my arms, gripping my axe. He frowned and said, "Accept it." Standing behind, asked, "You want to fight them? If you join, we might have a chance to win." I said nothing more. He laughed, full of confidence. He looked determined. I smiled confidently and declared loudly, "I will bring back the knight's honor and the Holy Grail." Meanwhile, the monster had been defeated. Everyone hurried closer. The monster lay dead. Everyone cheered excitedly, shouting, "Queen! Thank you." The female knight rushed forward, crying, That was terrifying. She gently reached out and stroked the other female knight's head, asking, "Are you okay?" Luckily, no one was seriously hurt in this battle. Soyeon stepped closer, exhaling in relief and placing her hand on hers gratefully. "We barely escaped a major disaster. Thank you for saving us." Bajik smiled and replied cheerfully, "No problem." After a moment, Soyeon spoke again. "By the way, have you seen DV Who?" She looked at her and exclaimed, "What?" Soyeon blushed deeply, scratching her face awkwardly. "It is not like I am worried about him." "Well, maybe a little." Bajik smiled gently, tilting her head and covering her mouth. "You are worried about your companion. That is so cute." This made Soyeon blush even more. She squinted her eyes, her gaze full of understanding. Smiling kindly, after a while, Bajik stood before everyone, shyly clasping her hands and asking, "Our mission is to help escort Lord Uriah and protect the main army." "Right," they quickly answered in unison. "Yep." Then she continued, "But actually, His Majesty did not come here. He is fighting on another front." Bajik looked at everyone, reading their confused faces, and explained, "He is probably with another group on a different mission. So do not worry about him." She tilted her head down, raised a finger, and cast a small tracking spell on everyone for safety. "Fight with confidence." Everyone cheered. "That is great." Bajik stepped forward, then suddenly turned back to encourage them. "We will reunite with them soon. So give it your all." Some time later, Bajik walked with the knights and the rest of the group. Her expression was serious, eyes scanning thoughtfully. The royal guards and Ji Hagyu seemed to be accompanying His Majesty to attack the Aut tribe. Bajik pondered deeply, mapping out what she had guessed. The remaining three, from the Ori sense, Disung and Hari are in another group. Something like a map formed in her mind as she calculated everything. But Spinner was beyond her detection range. "I thought I could see every corner of this canyon." Bajik clenched her fists, closed her eyes, and sighed in frustration, wondering where he could have gone. The cliff stretched out in a misty haze, creating a scene both majestic and mysterious. A vast place appeared, wan and cold. Z was floating in space. While inside, sounds kept coming through. Beep. He stared straight ahead at the report. Orbital stop point. Calculating gravity effects. Ready. In the dark space, Z looked at the small screen before him and said, observing the reproduction and growth rate of the Auk tribe inside the successful gate. He seemed like a man coming down. His red eyes looked up and spoke. The satellite launch into the gate space was successful, but the information obtained was still limited. "We need to calculate possible abnormal physical phenomena." A densely detailed map on the ground opened up. Az looked at it and reported, "The terrain boundaries are clearly defined. It is shaped like a small-scale planet, but not fully observable, only the outer canyons and part of the Empire's border. Observing entities with high power sources. Adjusting coordinates. Analyzing the battlefield. The scanner identified a location. A small circle pinned on someone's neck. The blue circle kept zooming in until that person was clearly in view. A high-powered body was identified. Wankanus, wearing armor, seemed to sense something. He stayed silent and motionless. Then suddenly, Wankanus raised his face sharply, looking straight at the screen. Beep. He was discovered and immediately panicked, sweating and shouting, "I have been found." "No way." Wankanus stopped looking up and bowed his head. Wankanus reached up and took off his iron helmet. His eyes flicked up full of annoyance. He clenched his teeth, eyes bloodshot and fierce. It had been a long time since they met. On the mountain cliffs above, dust clouds blocked the view. On a piece of land, two armies prepared their forces. The Ut were fully equipped with armor and weapons. Their large, muscular bodies made the formation even more formidable. Seeing this, Ziek worriedly asked, "Is this a good chance to test our army? It seems things might get out of our control if we mess up." Leon coldly reminded, "This is really important." He carefully analyzed. "If we understand their strength, it will be easier to predict how this battle will unfold. If we capture their base here, the soldiers transporting the sacred relics will move much more easily." Loon assured, "Transporting the relics used to be extremely difficult. But now our legion is here." Ziek and Suho standing nearby wondered, "Isn't this a big deal?" "Your Majesty, should we also help them transport the relics through this land?" He confidently replied, "Queen Patrick and Lord Spindler have already come to help them, so consider our reinforcements already dispatched." Ziek was startled and realized, "That is right." At that moment, an engineer came forward to report, "Your Majesty." Liu nodded in understanding. "Yeah." He asked General Ziek, "Are you ready?" He calmly replied, "Yep." "Your Majesty, I will go first." Ziek led the way, stepping forward steadily toward the Ot. Meanwhile, the others watched him with trusting eyes. The Ot immediately slammed their weapons and shouted, "Kill them! Kill them!" They seemed pumped up, shouting loudly, "God Hyokan is watching us. Destroy those knights." The engineers were angered by the shouting. "Lee." They sneered. "Those filthy peasants." Ziek was used to this and did not mind much. They were always noisy, just like their reckless nature. Then a tall figure stepped forward. "Welcome." Miserable humans, a large, seemingly their leader, threatened. The rules of this dispute are simple. Whoever dies loses. Then he introduced himself. I am Ban, champion of Hyokan. No one has beaten me, and I have never lost. Banbaza challenged them. Who dares risk their honor to fight me? Leon laughed scornfully. Using the honor of your miserable tribe. He looked disgusted and barked. Only cowards can beat people. Leon ordered. A knight Zeek. Grab that damn beast by the neck for me. You introduced yourself. I immediately got serious. He pulled a sword out of thin air and declared. I will remember your name after this fight. One-on-one face-to-face. Zeek's eyes changed color. He asserted. Today is your death day. Looking at the sword pointed at him, Banbaza sneered. Old people love to talk big. Let me return that favor to you. Zeek snapped back annoyed. You are really funny. The warrior in blue armor, Banbaza challenged. Then prove it. Zeek agreed. I accept your challenge. Banbaza threw his axe to the floor and laughed loudly. Too late now. He confidently declared. You are going to die today. Zeek's gaze did not waver. Carefully assessing his opponent, Banbaza stomped hard on the ground. Took momentum and charged. He held the axe rushing at Zeek. I'm coming. He also gripped his sword tightly and rushed forward. Banbaza remained confident. A slash cut straight down aimed at Jiria's body. His eyes widened. Bright red blood sprayed everywhere. Banbaza hoisted the axe on his shoulder. Raising the weapon high, with a triumphant tone, he informed his troops. I have what Zeek and Suho exclaimed in horror. Oh God. Zeek muttered. Impossible, looking at Banbaza standing tall. He panicked. That day could not have ended in failure like this. Suddenly, he became dazed. Mumbling. Victory. Cannot. Lost. Suddenly Jerry appeared behind Banbaza unharmed. He bluntly said. Truly. A beast is still just a beast. He laughed smugly. All your moves are so predictable. At this moment, Suho remembered and said to his friend. The Holy Grail Knight of Dreams and Death. Zeek. Confused, said. What? Suho explained. It seems that day he used holy law to create an illusion. Indeed. What just happened was the holy law of the dream realm. Jiria's eyes lit up in the blink of an eye. He appeared in front of Banbaza in an attacking stance. Jiria declared. Drown in this sweet illusion. With that, he used the holy law of light execution. Jiria thought to himself. At this speed and distance, I am sure I will stab him. If I stab, the force itself will weaken and kill him. He quickly looked for his weak spot. Suddenly the sword tip was grabbed by Banbaza. He snarled like a demon. Is that your holy law? A knight's. The sword in Banbaza's hand would not budge. Jiria panicked. Holy law does not work either. Suddenly Banbaza shouted loudly. He shoved Jiria hard. An axe slash across the chest made him cry out in pain. Suho and Zeek called out fearfully. Lord Jiria. Jiria quickly retreated, creating distance between them. Banbaza arrogantly mocked. You are so noisy. Holy Grail Knight. Jiria clutched his chest realizing. The power of Helkan. Banbaza proudly boasted. That is right. I am Ban. Helkan's right hand. I have been granted power to crush and destroy everything. With that, he gripped his axe tightly and said. All your skills mean nothing to me. Banbaza swung the axe down toward Jiria. Luckily he dodged just in time. Jiria struggled to defend the attack. Thinking. This bastard is too strong. He slid back, trying to escape the chopping range. Then Jiria charged forward. Banbaza shouted a challenge. Come here. Old man. They clashed fiercely with no clear winner. But Jiria's age made him weaker. Banbaza, though wounded, still taunted. So that is the Holy Grail Knight. You are already tired after just one hit. Suddenly he grabbed Jiria's collar. Banbaza pushed him hard to the ground while mocking. Is this how you have been fooling everyone with your strength? Jiria grimaced in pain. Banbaza quickly swung the axe again. Zihia called out worried. Lord Jiria. The dust cleared revealing Banbaza's figure. He muttered sadly. Too bad. I only see a struggling shadow nearby. Jiria clutched his wound in pain, trying to endure. He thought to himself. What a humiliating and pitiful scene. Even sacrificing my honor on the battlefield, I still could not take him down. This fight has left me sprawled on the ground, bleeding too much already. He gripped the sword handle tightly. Then Jiria tied a cloth to keep his hand from slipping off the sword, cursing as he looked at the man who disgusted him, a vile beast. This battle is just getting started. He quickly got into a ready stance. Next, Jiria wiped again, and Banbaza sneered with contempt. That guy swung his sword at him again, cursing. You are just weak humans. Let us see what you knights can do to me. Jiria was in so much pain he lost focus, and it seemed he even lost consciousness. Leon and the soldiers looked serious, standing with dignity before the Oth delegation. Leon the war knight, his gaze sharpened, and he immediately asked. Please state your name. Jiria bowed respectfully, hands clasped sincerely. I am the second son of the Count of Impermanence. Named Jiria. Formerly serving in the Leona Twilight Knights. Lu did not reply right away but observed carefully. Standing cautiously, Loon kept his gaze and said only what he knew. I have heard of you. I heard you served in the Twilight Knights 50 years ago. Jiraiya closed his eyes and bowed lower. Ashamed, a flicker of sadness crossed his face. Lin hesitated before speaking. Feeling awkward toward Jiraiya, he showed clear difficulty making the decision. This Oath mission is to eliminate the Oath General causing havoc. It might be too dangerous for you to join. Jiraiya thought for a moment but still tried to persuade him. A holy knight of glory and justice. He placed his hand over his heart. His words and gestures full of determination. Please allow me to fight. Even if it is in the lowest position. Even if I have to mix with common soldiers or stand among infantry with a spear. I do not care. Lin was surprised. His expression softening a bit. Warm sunlight streamed through the window. I just want to keep everyone safe. Why do you want to fight so badly? There are other ways to earn glory. Jiraiya lowered his head, biting his lip, then gave a sincere, warm smile. Honor and glory are not everything. Jiraiya looked back at the bloody scene, close to the earth, wanting to fully commit his life's attitude to his goal. Jiraiya was soaked in fresh blood, pierced deeply by weapons. The old woman pointed at herself, eyes blazing red. I won. That wax-covered guy. Suddenly, he felt something strange. His weapon hand was being burned. Jiraiya was holding on tight, doing his best. Jiraiya's face darkened as he listened carefully. The rumors about his clan were indeed unreliable. He recalled Lian's words and understood everything. Your loyalty to me will always be praised. Shine all day and bring glory to our clan in this campaign. Jiraiya began to use his power. Surrounded by a purple magical aura, he cast a powerful spell. His eyes enveloped in magic. O goddess who governs the fate of all things. He spoke and acted. He swung his sword. Please bless your knight who has faced death countless times. The old woman gripped her sword against her chest. Thinking, how? He should not have any strength left to move. He immediately collapsed. But Jiraiya still stood firm. The blessed knight, immune to death. He did not cry out but simply withdrew his sword. Jiraiya raised his sword high, signaling silently. The soldiers started to stir, celebrating the victory. Suho gaped in disbelief. We won. Jiraiya's companion was equally shocked. We actually won. The Oath monsters still stood there, looking confident. The old woman lost. Weak and unbelievable. She had been so loud earlier. An old Oath monster, covered head to toe, slowly approached. Careless and caught off guard again. What an idiot. He revealed his face and introduced himself. Micah. Oath's general. You are about to die. But I will ask anyway. Maga looked at Jiraiya's expression and taunted. Want to light your last fire? Jiraiya did not move. Thinking, I have lost too much blood. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, calculating silently. When his death immunity fades, he will face real death. His eyes were fading, but his heart remained steadfast. For my king. Maga held the staff in hand and slowly approached. Even with just a little strength, I will pull through and be your companion. Jiraiya could not hold on and collapsed. But someone caught him. Lin appeared, and brother and comforted him, saying, you fought bravely. Lord Jiraiya. Lin lowered his head and walked toward the opponent. Now, rest. I will witness and bless your final moments. Jiraiya watched anxiously, but he was covered in wounds. Your Majesty, you declared war alone and took down those monsters like a pro. Maga froze, stunned by Lina's words. Those swampy green monsters. I will give them one last chance to win. A weapon was drawn, glowing with pure golden light. Every detail was top quality. It was a high-end weapon. Lin wielded it with fierce power. Flames flickering all around. Right above him, a chalice appeared, playing with heavy weapons. Lin charged like a lion. Come on, all of you. Hurry up. In outer space, an object floated there. Seppi. It observed everything, reporting detailed situations and detecting many movements at the Empire's border. The Empire and Leonis Kingdom were in a shaky alliance. Before it was like a map. Bases appeared. Sacred artifact escorts moved one by one. 2 escort groups were destroyed. But the members of the Pantheon remained safe. It reviewed the points and immediately reported back. Seat. The number of Oath allies and heretics is increasing. It stopped. Sensed something. Seat. Then quickly jumped out of the main building area for unknown reasons. Kicks. Suddenly, a fire fairy rushed in, destroying everything. Late afternoon. The sunset shadows fell. Lee, with unmatched power, was preparing to level everything. The onlookers were amazed, mouths agape as they watched. He just said one line, and the Oath monsters vanished. The pinnacle of human history. Lian coldly turned his head. Glancing back, Jiraiya placed a hand on his chest, showing respect. Lord Jiraiya, there is a sword here. If needed, I can accompany you to the ends of this world. Sweat dripped down as he called out. Be-ya. Jiraiya immediately knelt, pleading, please do not get stuck in this memory of mine. Don't waste your precious time. Bihu has already shown me what a proud king you are. What more could I wish for? After speaking, he coughed a few times. Suo nearby looked worried. Lord Jiraiya. Lin also knelt, placing a hand on his chest. I will perform the ascension ritual. Please accept it. Be-ya. Jiraiya immediately stopped him, face full of worry. Please save your holy power. He stayed calm, explaining the reason. The Othan heretics will retreat if we do not chase down the leftovers. I probably won't have to fight anymore. Jiraiya was a bit embarrassed, still wanting to refuse. But he said no more, just deep in thought. I am just a memory being replayed. A remaining shadow. Loon did not hesitate and began. I will start now. He spoke with emotion. Serious face. Holy Knight Jiraiya Farsam. Second son of Jodik Varthatuving. The first knight of the Leona Twilight Knights. Servant of dreams and death. A goddess appeared. Smiling gently. Pray to the goddess you worship. Jiraiya clasped his hands. Face solemn. He looked at the goddess and began. O goddess who guides from the lowest place. O goddess who governs the fate of all things. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows, confidently saying, Here. Your servant's long journey has ended. He bowed his head, sincerely begging, All my life I avoided illusions and lies, hating gold and silver. I protected my people and kept them fed. O goddess, if you wish to bless the merits I made in the mortal world, please expand my king's territory and erase all his worries and troubles. Jiraiya closed his eyes tightly as Leon's arm gently touched his shoulder. O deity of dreams and death. Loon also closed his eyes, continuing, Here. Your first knight is about to begin his final journey. Your honor will be remembered by the living, and your light will be remembered. Loon also showed sincerity and affection, hoping this knight would raise a glass together at the feast, and that his name would be remembered forever. A powerful magical force radiated, enveloping everything around us, representing the gods. Vow that we will join together at the feast of the deities. The two gently touched heads in agreement. A golden light rose above, making the scene more mystical. Farewell, my old friend. A layer of white powder covered Jiraiya's body as he slowly opened his eyes. The bright light did not stop but kept rising, with small sparks appearing and flying around. In a mountain gorge, a group of oat monsters were discussing something. The old oat monster next to him turned and asked, Chief, have we been tricked by him? A small flame flickered on his finger. That failure means nothing. They are just weaklings. The old oat monster firmly gave his opinion. Please forgive me, my lord. The god's disciple is still inexperienced. We should retreat. Continuing to fight now won't do us any good. Hearing this, the chief rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He clenched his teeth, his eyes glowing red, confident in the general he held. The chief said with certainty, If fate allows, maybe I will get to face him myself. In the silent night forest, flickering lights glimmered in the darkness. Jiraiya carefully parted the leaves to look around. Here it is, guys. Judging by the tracks, this path sees very few monsters. Suddenly, Harry called him. Sir Jiraiya. He turned and asked her, What is it? Sir and Harry. Harry worriedly asked. Do you remember what happened before? His voice was slow and calm as he replied. You mean the memories of the other body traveling with you guys? She clarified her point. More precisely, it is the feeling of inheriting memories from the original self. Jiraiya tried to recall but found it difficult. Too bad. I do not have any memories of you guys at all. Face was gentle. Now I am an 87-year-old novice knight. Back then, His Majesty was both a Holy Grail knight and a war knight. The other knights there had to respect him. Harry was curious and asked more. Sir Jiraiya, do you know about His Majesty's youth? Stella was also interested. We would love to hear about it. Sir Jiraiya. He cleared his throat, ready to tell a proud tale. The memories from that time were truly intense. Jiraiya recalled the image of Leon standing proudly in his armor on the battlefield. At that time, His Majesty was the youngest Holy Grail knight in history. His reputation as a novice knight was also very honorable. He quizzed the kids. Do you believe His Majesty started his apprenticeship at just 16? Harry was surprised and nodded. The three knights sat around him like children listening to their grandfather's fairy tales every night. Usually, one served the kingdom as a royal knight, but His Majesty was the rightful heir of the Grand Duke family of Dragonia, even skipping some steps. He still showed qualities worthy of the Grand Duke family. Jiraiya detailed Leon's glorious achievements, single-handedly destroying the Oat clan's stronghold, then infiltrating our cult's ritual and wiping them out. The adventures with his comrades became songs of honor and glory sung by bards. He told of how Leon matured and gained experience. Then at 20 was chosen by the goddess of light and justice for a sacred mission, and at 27 became the youngest war knight and Holy Grail knight. Jiraiya remembered every milestone clearly. Truly a remarkable man. No one else would have such talent and greatness. Jiraiya called out, Sir and Harry. She quickly responded. Yep. He advised her as if entrusting a divine mission. Stay close to His Majesty. Observe and learn well. At that age, his growth was an incredible talent. Harry eagerly accepted the important task he gave her. Yep. I will do my best, she said excitedly, making Jiraiya feel a bit embarrassed. Late at night, everyone found a place to rest. Everyone was exhausted and quickly fell asleep. Only Jiraiya stayed awake, practicing his swordsmanship. Every strike was filled with all his heart and soul, hoping for success. Suddenly, Jiraiya woke up without realizing when. He leaned against a nearby tree, watching Jiraiya practice. Royal swordsmanship. Ah. His sudden appearance startled him a bit. You are shy. Thinking you kept me from sleeping. Ah. Sorry about that. You are embarrassed because of the kid. Right. He laughed it off, comforting the young knight. Am I? Sleep troubles do not happen anymore. Jiraiya stepped closer to you. I was planning to keep watch, but I did not expect you to be sword training. This old man can take a look at your sword skills. Right. You gladly agreed. It is an honor for me. After successfully challenging each other, you both took your positions. Ready for the sparring match. He gave you a gentle reminder. I will go easy. You be ready to block. You replied politely. Yep, sir. Before you could react, his sharp sword lightly grazed your neck. Surprising you, you quickly regained your composure and parried his attack. Jiraiya attacked while explaining tactics. Keep both hands above your waist. The sword is not just a weapon to swing. It is your fastest defense. Always position it to react quickly. Each strike he threw was fast and could cause serious damage. The quiet night was filled only with the clashing sound of swords. You gritted your teeth, enduring the blows. It was clearly mechanical swordplay, fast and precise. Facing a heavyweight like Jiraiya, you struggled a lot, but you could not counterattack. Just a simple move. He knocked your sword flying far away. Jiraiya's sword tip paused right at your left neck. All you could do was breathe deeply. You had no choice but to surrender. I lost, sir. He laughed heartily. Don't worry. Good. Winning or losing in training does not matter. Jiraiya sat on a large log and praised you. You have got a solid foundation and decent reflexes. You have been training diligently and regularly. He waved you over. Come sit here beside me. You replied modestly. I still have a long way to go. You shyly asked. Sir Jiraiya, how do I compare to Knight Henhari? Jiraiya was surprised to hear the question. The experienced man's eyes, marked by time's wrinkles, showed a fleeting sadness. He bitterly said, her strength is immense. Although you guessed his answer, you were still stunned hearing it. Jiraiya praised Henhari. Through this old man's eyes, she is exceptionally talented and favored by the gods. She will surely achieve success faster and surpass others. You sat beside him, feeling deeply saddened. Actually, I already knew. You blamed yourself. No matter how hard I try, some things just want to happen. Jiraiya looked at you with sympathy. Feeling sorry for you too. He gave a faint smile, breaking the slightly gloomy mood. You really are like me. You wondered. Sir, you mean me? He looked up at the sky, speaking softly. After all, I never became the Holy Grail Knight, he said, meaning he never fulfilled his dream. That is a strange and surprising thing to say. His voice was somber. I have heard that a lot from family, teammates, even King Leon and the goddess in my dreams telling me to give up. You asked carefully. Then why did not you give up? Under the starry sky shining down on them, illuminating his answer. Because challenges do not need others' approval, Jiraiya said calmly. Even if people say it is impossible, there is no reason for me to quit. Right. His determination made you feel overwhelmed and speechless. Jiraiya smiled. Hey. Young knight, do you know what courage means? Courage, you replied innocently. You mean bravery. Jiraiya explained like teaching a kid. It can be bravery, or love, or even hope. His words were grand and noble. A knight embodies that courage, bold bravery, unyielding hope, pure love. The Holy Grail Knight is the pinnacle of that courage. He softly called your name. Knight Gu. Do you think the Holy Grail Knight is born with courage? You stammered. Of course. Someone experienced. Jiraiya immediately denied it. No one is born with courage. You can own it, be given it, or just achieve it. He placed his hand on your shoulder, his sudden gesture startling you. Jiraiya tapped his fist against his chest a few times. Courage is something you bring out from right here. You were stunned. Finally understanding the truth he wanted to teach you. He stood up, stretched his back, feeling the bones loosen. Young knight, when you pray to become brave, he smiled kindly at his companion. Do you think the gods will grant you bravery? Or will they just give you the chance to prove it? Scene change. At the Empire's guard post, where power and might are displayed, the guards here stand at attention and stay focused, extremely dedicated to their duties. After many hard days, the group of knights finally arrived at their destination. Stella happily pointed out to Jiraiya. Knight Jiraiya, we have reached the Empire's guard post. He was surprised too. Already here, shared important info with the kids. Through here you can go straight to the kingdom's border. Harry pondered quietly with what he knew. His companion wondered. Does the kingdom of Leon Hood share a border with the Empire? He read the system's confusing notice board. But why is not the mission over yet? He thought somewhat shallowly. Once you reach the Empire, the escort mission should be done. Right, nearby the guard post. Someone approached and they immediately went on alert. Stop. Who are you? Stella spoke for the group, reporting to the guard post. We are the escort team for the sacred relic of the kingdom of Leon Hood. There must be records of our previous passage. No reply came. Just silence. No response from the guard post yet. After a while, the vertical gate connected to the city wall started moving. The gate slowly opened, welcoming them through. A warm voice greeted the knights. Welcome. Ziria was skeptical. No way. Could not believe what was happening before his eyes. The leader of the Divine Light sect, the Royal Guard Commander Bunfat, and even the head of the Statue Astronomy Guild. Ziria was extremely surprised. After the Empire's 13 noon attendance, they appeared here. The benevolent sect leader smiled. The Holy Grail Knight of Twilight, Ziria. But his smile started to turn strange. That person must be his clone. Right. The knights probably fell into an ambush by those guys. Enemies appeared all around. Harry warned him. Knight Ziria. Enemies are nearby. Ziria realized their plan. He gritted his teeth. Could it be? You guys. Before he could defend himself, they attacked him head-on with laser beams. Ziria's fresh blood splattered everywhere. His companion stood beside him witnessing everything. The sect leader's voice full of mockery said, "Welcome to the Empire's land." His eerie shadow smiled creepily, his red eyes glowing in the bloody night. And goodbye. His companion opened his eyes to see Ziria being attacked. He was stabbed right in the stomach. Ziria was thrown far away, clutching his belly tightly, groaning in pain. The sect leader casually stroked his beard with a sinister smile. If the knight still has strength, then we have nothing to worry about. But you guys want to struggle a bit. Stella angrily turned to look at him, her eyes full of hatred, grinding her teeth. Stella's sword ignited with a flame of fury. A firestorm. She leapt up and swung her sword at the sect leader, the roaring flames forming a large fireball. The sect leader waved his fingers a few times, quickly drawing a magic formation. From the magic circle shot out purple beams that shattered the flames, dissolving the high-level magical elements. Stella was stunned. Could not believe her eyes. It could dispel even divine magic. The sect leader smiled smugly. We have studied divine magic for a long time. He spread his hands explaining. The knights or kings might still struggle against me, but the divine magic you use has not reached the level to change the rules. She frowned deeply. So you have studied the miracles of the gods. How blasphemous, the sect leader retorted confidently. That is why you fools cling to outdated gods and refuse to progress. You are the reason humanity develops so slowly. His companion quickly drew his sword. From the start the Empire colluded with the Uth, targeting the sacred relic. Harry could not help but worry. What? The sect leader spread his arms as if accusing them. Those bastards dare target the sacred relic granted by the gods to the kingdom. Know yourself. Know your enemy. Fight smart to win. The old man laughed loudly without stopping. That sacred artifact will be a huge help in decoding our divine matters. That is the progress the Empire is pursuing. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in. The previously clear sky was covered by black clouds. A terrible pressure suddenly crashed down. DC's group panicked under that pressure. The cult leader watched them with delight, not taking his eyes off them. Look at this, he said, spinning his finger to create a glowing yellow dot. This is the power of humans. A powerful beam appeared from the clouds. Ancient magic. The Lamana ray. The beam aimed directly at the spot where DC's group stood. Caught off guard, they could only freeze in place. The ray nearly touched their armor. Harry and DC could only grit their teeth and brace for impact. Suddenly, a figure appeared with pink magical energy. Great dark magic. Another source of magic appeared midair, nullifying the supreme element. The rays, just inches from Harry's group, were sucked away by that magical force. Ju shouted in panic. Pale-faced. Who is that? They can nullify magic. A voice echoed from above. It is too dangerous. So I rushed here. Harry looked up excitedly. Just as expected, a giant bird was flying toward them. Patrick stood leisurely on its back. Looking down, below was a cavalry unit riding horses, carrying weapons. Advancing, Patrick lowered his gaze and said disdainfully, "What do you think of my magic?" Gentlemen, the giant bird was enveloped in pink magical energy. It spread its wings and glided gently on the wind. The cavalry, fully armored, marched forward continuously under Patrick's command. The enemy soldiers glanced suspiciously. The cult leader's face twisted. That magic is from a sorcerer. But what surrounds her is divine power. The cult leader suddenly went speechless, only opening his mouth to make strange sounds. He immediately activated a skill, creating a protective circle around them, nullifying mental interference, doubling inner strength, strengthening spirit. His green magic was fading. How rude. Spreading artistic magic everywhere like spoiled brats. Patrick smirked at them provocatively. A sorcerer with no self-respect. Sorry, but that magic is just my innate power. The cult leader ground his teeth, cursing silently. Fake. My power is fierce, yet it is only flaunted on the surface. He stroked his beard thoughtfully. Such charm that makes memories and desires crave it. Raising my brow in concern. That divine power reminds me of dreams and death. Could she be a cult leader level? Contrary to his thoughts, DC's group was still confused. Those damn kingdoms only sent one holy knight. Didn't he expect her to hide the holy words too? Stella looked around in confusion. Isn't Tiefler's current cult leader supposed to be male? The cult leader waved his hand, creating yellow magic. Anyway, showing up in front of us was a mistake. He focused his magic to form a fire magic orb. Now that you are here, there is no way back. Burn. The guardian flame. Fireball. B-Chick quickly covered her mouth, pretending to be surprised. Oh wow. What are you planning to do with that tiny cute thing? The cult leader, agitated, lost his composure. Not done yet. A fiery stone with a sharp tip formed in his hand. Accelerating, changing magical form, his gaze burning. The cult leader aimed straight at the bird above and fired. Chick stood still waiting. The sharp attack came close to her face, but she remained calm. A perfect hexagonal shield appeared, blocking the attack. The holy hex shield. Chick sensed something was wrong. She glanced behind her. Surprise attack with destructive power hit a wide area behind Chick. Ancient magic. The Lamana ray. The cult leader laughed slyly. How about that? Surely you can't block two magics at once. A huge explosion appeared in the sky. The blinding light made it impossible for those below to see clearly. Harry's spirit trembled, his voice shaking. Queen. Chick gently covered her mouth with a handkerchief. First, we need to clean up this messy and uncivilized crowd. Great dark magic. Return the magic. The cult leader stiffened, stunned on the spot. What? He broke out in a cold sweat. Terrified. What kind of absurd magic is this? Chick raised her hand high, revealing overlapping magical circles. A grand dark spell. Above her head appeared a pair of eyes shooting out many fairy flames. A creation spell. The whole city was surrounded by flames. Screams echoed nonstop. The old man ducked to avoid the chaos. Heavens above. Suddenly, the gem on the cult leader's forehead glowed, and he slightly raised his brow as if realizing something. The cult leader raised his hand to block in front, gritting his teeth in hatred. Even the remnants of magic power could be absorbed and used an immense amount of pure magic. A barrier. The deep eyes of Chick grew more and more furious. Is this a concept of defense and revenge? She only needed to point her finger, and the eye behind would attack, rivaling the magic of the underlings. Chick pointed to her mouth with a cute expression. Magic. In this world called sorcery. Is not that just like the magic in our world? She curled her lip, disgusted, not understanding why people use it so crudely, her eyes flashing wildly. What are they saying? Eyes above absorbed more and more magic. Opening wider, Chick spread her hands, spinning them. Between her palms was a magical black orb surrounded by golden light. She lifted the orb high to absorb as many lightning bolts as possible. Focusing only on sorcery and ignoring the potential of magic. It is you people who are truly confusing. Min's eyes formed an O and A in shock. Girl, are you trying to cast magic like ours? Chick opened her hands wide just as everything was set, blooming brilliantly. That dazzling magic was lifted high by her hands. A grand dark spell. Heavenly light punishment. Scene shift to a quieter corner. Ziria is being treated and slowly opening her eyes. DC created a protective circle around them. Ziria, are you okay? He quickly looked around. This is the Empire's guard outpost. Ziria raised her brow, guessing. My waking up here means the Empire has betrayed us. Right. Patrick, high above, was still continuously releasing magic power. That is right. Ziria. Harry's eyes widened in horror. What is that voice in my head? The voice echoed again. Harry and everyone in the escort group. Patrick is using telepathy to communicate with them. Ask our troops for immediate support. Harry still did not understand. But are not we winning? The cult leader and Min were still gritting their teeth, resisting on the other side. It is just a matter of time. I sense a strange power from those who call themselves Imperial Dukes. Even though the cult leader's face was veined, Patrick could not relax. If this fight drags on, I am afraid I won't be able to carry it alone. Something fell straight from the sky to the ground, the impact causing a big explosion. Zed lay paralyzed in the rubble, all his body parts scattered. System error. Urgent repair needed. Zed hurriedly detached the damaged parts. Emergency mode activated. Suddenly, a hand pulled him up. At this point, he could only make a few weak sounds. Wonkana shook him hard a few times, asking, "Who are you? Why do I sense divine power from you?" 12 knights spurred their horses flying through the narrow canyon, iron hooves pounding rhythmically, kicking up clouds of dust blocking the path. Ziria gripped the reins with one hand, held the treasure mirror with the other, urging, "We have to hurry. The Empire's troops will catch up any minute now." DZ hurriedly chased after them, tense but replying, "Do not worry about us. You go ahead." Harry kept close, nervously reassuring. "This horse. Push a little harder." The Empire's army was closing in fast. Bunk 7 shouted fiercely, "Capture them." Hearing that, DC tensed up and stayed alert. Behind Harry was a whole squad pressing close. She gasped in fear. "That is the Empire's army." He roared like a beast, the sound echoing through the space, charging at the prey. "Damn bastards. Where do you think you are going?" Bunk 7 shouted rudely, waving and yelling, "Stop right there." Harry's anger flared. She decisively turned around, drawing her sword ready to fight. She pointed her sword forward, unleashing a fiery blaze, rushing at him fiercely. Bunk 7 smiled slyly, his eyes gleaming with malice, his arm swinging back hard. The sword in his hand swept with overwhelming force. The slash shattered Harry's flames, leaving her shocked. Bunk 7 sang, his eyes frowned deeply, his hips threatening. "You disciples of the saints." Faced with the rude mockery, Harry fiercely drew his sword, his eyes burning with anger as he stared straight ahead. Both sides charged into a fierce battle, swords clashing with sparks flying, metal flashing brightly, the sound echoing intensely. However, She could not hold out long and was struck hard by his powerful blow, thrown off her horse, crashing heavily to the ground. The commander was startled and blurted out, "Harry," his face tense with obvious anger. The commander glanced back, bitterly cursing. "You pests of the kingdom." Bump 7 charged forward, his whole body surging with mysterious energy, his voice declaring, "I will wipe you all out right here." He looked up in horror, his heart pounding wildly. He activated his demon god skill, 2 dark horns sprouting from his head, radiating a strange demonic energy. Bump 7 unleashed a ruthless destroyer strike, then slammed his fist into the ground, the impact causing the earth to crack and the space to ripple violently. Strange demonic light burst from his horns, Bump 7's eyes glowing red, his crazed smile chilling to the bone. He laughed wildly and charged forward, quickly closing in on his opponent. The commander panicked and urged his horse to flee, but Bump 7 ignored the commander and charged straight ahead, shouting roughly, "Get out of the way, you lackeys." The situation was worse than expected, he warned in panic. "Knight Stella, be careful." She heard the anxious voice and turned around. Stella steadied her spirit and calmly ordered the soldiers, "Protect the sacred relic and stop that demon." The troops responded in unison.
"Yep,
madam," turning their horses sharply, ready to hold the enemy back with unyielding determination. The soldiers shouted, "For Leonhart, for the Lion King," and charged boldly at Bump 7. He laughed loudly in challenge, openly raising his sword, preparing to strike with a power that could shake the heavens. Bump 7 swung his sword in a sweeping arc, the force shaking the ground. He roared loudly, "Step aside." Suddenly, a voice called from above, "Thank you, loyal warriors." Bump 7 was startled and looked up reflexively. Above, Stella gripped her sword hilt tightly with both hands, focusing her energy. The blade glowed with divine power radiating around her. She descended, slashing directly at Bump 7. The divine energy exploded, sending up a thick cloud of dust. With no sign of movement, Stella tensed in worry. This strike could have cut down even a high-level demon if it had landed. Bump 7's large hand suddenly grabbed her head roughly. Stella's attack did not cause any damage. Instead, it angered the beast inside him. "You insolent brat, I will kill you." Before he could act, Sarp's sarcastic remark made Bump 7 pause briefly. "Not bad. You did not get cut by the sword." Ziria came to the rescue just in time, pulling Stella out of the attack range and saving her from death by a hair. He was driven mad with anger and began mocking. "Ziria, you fool. Are not you supposed to be a Holy Grail Knight trying to stop me?" Bump 7 boldly declared. "If you want to kill me, bring the Holy Grail Knights here." Hearing this, he frowned and said, "The Empire's getting too arrogant." After speaking, Ziria glared angrily and snapped, "Since when do you have the right to talk about the Holy Grail Knights?" He was speechless, bitter and frustrated. Bump 7 suddenly widened his eyes, his mind sharp, noticing something unusual. "Wait a minute," he shouted loudly.
"Wait.
"Where's the sacred relic?" Ziria smiled and replied, "You know how old people get forgetful, right?" Bump 7 noticed the horses being urged forward at full speed. He was stunned, wondering what was happening. Could it be? While Ziria was buying time and distracting Bump 7, he quickly escaped with Harry and the sacred relic. Realizing this, Bump 7 was furious. "Damn it. They tricked me." He glanced at Stella. They nodded in agreement. She solemnly called out, "Knights and glorious soldiers of Leonhart, listen up. Stella Vermilion, escort commander, order you to rise and take up your swords." The soldiers stood without hesitation, closing in on Bump 7, forming a tight circle. Stella vowed, "Today we die here." "Understood," they all shouted in unison.
"Yep,
madam." His face darkened, rage flooding his mind. Bump 7 cursed, "You bunch of fools." That guy's face flushed red, veins bulging, screaming like a madman, "Just a bunch of dogs for the gods." Bump 7 stomped down hard, the force so fierce it cracked the ground and water. The area shook violently, water spreading uncontrollably. As Bump 7 coldly advanced, he decisively swung his sword, the blade piercing through a soldier, and then others. Bump 7's sword strike carried terrifying demonic energy. He growled and sneered, saying they were just beasts who lost their ability to think for themselves. Bump 7 arrogantly mocked with harsh words, worse than anything else. At the same time, Ziria and Stella rushed in together, confronting him head-on. He frowned seriously, made a decisive move, gripping the sword's hilt tightly. At that moment, Bump 7's sword blade glowed with divine energy. Aiming straight at Ziria with deadly precision, Stella shouted in alarm, "Knight Ziria." He caught the opponent's sword with one hand, blocking the strike with the other. "Don't you worry about me." But Ziria could not hold the defense for long, repeatedly pushed back by strong blows. Seizing the moment when he was distracted, Bump 7 stomped hard on Ziria, then snarled, "You idiot. Do not you know the true power behind strength?" After subduing Ziria, he turned decisively, shifting his attack toward Stella. The cursed one struggled to resist. Bump 7 struck fiercely, sending Stella flying backward. At that moment, Teenage Zarya swiftly charged from another angle to attack him with sharp instincts. Bump 7 quickly twisted his body to block the sword. He wondered anxiously if his recovery speed had increased. Zarya muttered tensely. It seemed his magic power had grown. The two stepped back, facing each other directly. Stella worriedly asked Han. Knight Zarya, can you still fight? He remained silent. Zarya declared firmly. Until I fall here, my spirit will never surrender. Time dragged on. The battle between them showed no sign of ending. Heavy breathing echoed. Stella was covered in wounds. Collapsing, clutching herself tightly, struggling to breathe. After defeating her, Bump 7 was full of confidence. Sneering cruelly. Mocking. Looks like this is the last fight you will ever have. Zarya gripped his sword angrily. Every insult from him only fueled his spirit. Your foolishness will cost you your lives. You immature kids. With a cold, indifferent gaze, Zarya said firmly. Even your very existence is not enough to defeat me. Bump 7 did not miss a beat. Laughing sarcastically. Really? Strange that the goddess would choose a mediocre knight like you. Still, it won't change anything. Good. He calmly stepped forward and replied. The holy knights dedicate everything to fulfill the sacred mission of the gods. Zarya walked past fallen soldiers who gave their lives on the battlefield, proudly stating, their lives are the brightest flowers blooming amidst countless beliefs, and honor once my dream and goal. He stood before Bump 7. Eyes locked. Absolute silence. The tension thick in the air. Zarya raised his sword, creating a sacred symbol as spiritual energy flared, solemnly saying, to the goddess of all things. Thinking, everyone says this is impossible. Closing his eyes, fully focused on the ritual, he addressed, to the god who governs the underworld and punishes sins, to the guide of lost souls. Thinking, they advised me it was the goddess' will for me to give up. Watching the entire transformation, Bump 7 was stunned, unable to believe it, lost in rebellious thoughts. But that knight always challenged the hardest trials, constantly striving to learn and overcome. Now, he walked through the forest surrounded by towering trees. Zarya's face shone with unwavering determination. There was no reason that could make that knight hesitate. Outside, in his youth, he was still focused on mastering his skills, finally turning the impossible into possible and overcoming death. The miracle happened. He saw it himself and was satisfied. After so much effort, a swirling purple light burst forth, raw power surging, reaching the sky as if connecting heaven and earth. Zarya slowly opened his eyes. A gentle voice echoed in his mind, strengthening his fighting spirit. I will bless you. Go face the impossible, my little knight. Zarya swung his sword down, his whole body radiating light, transcending time and space. When the moment was overwhelming, you confidently declared, I am not immortal, but I fight against the immortality that surrounds us. Stella was stunned, struggling to think clearly. The solid back of the Holy Grail Knight, Zarya, sternly glared at Bulv 7 Hat. The fool singing the song of twilight, overcoming death and fate is victory. Quickly escape this canyon and request reinforcements. The battlefield was covered in devastation. Soldiers lying scattered. Dust rising. Bulv 7 Hat snapped. Stomping angrily, he strode quickly toward the fading purple light, cursing the turtle in a rage. Damn it. Bulv 7 Hat examined the pained face, eyes burning with bitter resentment, words bursting out like they wanted to tear his throat apart. You damn scoundrels. He recalled the life or death battle earlier, muttering angrily, half the time losing to a common adventurer knight. The cold face and burning gaze of Zarya were still deeply etched in Bulv 7 Hat's mind. Without the demon transformation, I would have lost. He plunged his sword into the ground, silent and thoughtful. The soldiers caught up. Their leader hesitated, worried. He is not dead yet, Draven seriously analyzed. It will take at least half a day to reach the Leon border. We can still catch up if we start right now. Bulv 7 Hat gritted his teeth, face flushed and tense, radiating fierce resentment. We have not caught them yet. We must get the relic back. Amid the rubble, Stella shakily pushed herself up, panting, and said, Stop. He sneered grimly, replying coldly, Still alive. Bulv 7 Hat arrogantly called out to Stella Vermilion, blood dripping all over her body. She calmly wiped her lip, staring straight without fear. Witnessing Stella's stubborn defiance, Bulv 7 Hat stepped back awkwardly, his face darkening. He turned away coldly and ordered bluntly, Kill her. Leave no survivors. Bulv 7 Hat's soldiers closed in immediately. Stella gripped her sword tightly, her body trembling with unyielding will, struggling to raise her sword. She emphasized each word. The Leon hood belongs to us. Suddenly, the ground behind Stella violently shook. She startled and turned around, the entire troop alert. In the distance, a streak of light tore through the sky, soaring upward. Suddenly, the light veered sharply toward Stella, shocking Bulv 7 Hat's soldiers, leaving them speechless. Draven looked up, eyes wide with terror, stunned to the point of choking out. After the beam struck, an explosion rocked the heavens and earth. Shockwaves spreading, shattering rocks. From the blast, a strong wind blew through Stella's hair, pushing it back and highlighting her astonished expression. Bulf 7 hat froze, eyes wide, looking back in shock. The soldiers panicked and stepped back several paces, stammering in fear. Volcano strode proudly forward, the ground turning to lava beneath him, his steps igniting flames and smoke, blending with Draveness singing. The head-chopping knight, Volcanoes, clad in iron armor, his muscular body blazing with fire, struck fear into the hearts of men. The witch hunter, the war knight of destruction. He stood in front of Stella, the atmosphere towering, twin swords blazing red flames. Volcano slowly opened his eyes, his hoarse voice threatening death. I am Vulcan, he roared, his shout echoing through the sky, repeating his name. I am Vulcan. At that moment, countless red beams shot up around him, the terrifying power shaking heaven and earth. Volcano swung his sword toward Bunkard and the soldiers. He coldly ordered again. Explain yourselves. Bunkard, confused, blurted out. What? Volcanoes lost patience, his cold glare threatening with no mercy. Before I burn your souls to ashes, so death might forgive you. Hearing the opponent's absurd declaration, Bunkard laughed scornfully. He gritted his teeth and growled, fury showing, still as arrogant as ever. Do not you realize your own arrogance brought about today's crisis? Bunkard shouted like a warlord. Today, before the Empire's might, you will. Before he could finish, Volcanoes charged forward, cutting him off with disdain. Is that all you have got? At that moment, Bunkard swung his sword in horror to block the blow, steel clashing and sparks flying. Mid the chaos, he calmly spoke. Do you know why I can claim to represent the Empire elsewhere? Bunkard struggled to resist, amazed and exclaiming, what kind of power is this? Volcanoes unleashed all his power, loudly asserting that it is because we allowed your existence. The immense pressure making it hard for him to strategize. Bunkard barely caught his breath before the other side confidently prepared the next strike. Volcano showed disdain and started blaming you for recklessly calling for independence. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, letting out a sharp cry of suffering while gripping his sword tightly, saying your expansion of territory is unnecessary. Volcanoes roared 3 times. His attacks grew more aggressive, constantly flashing brilliantly as they were unleashed. Volcanoes forcefully launched a deadly strike, shouting in anger that it is all because we allowed it. A massive energy blast knocked Bunkard far away as he stomped the ground hard. Bunkard refused to accept the truth, eyes wide with horror. There is no way his strength, agility, and endless magical energy have surpassed human limits. After finishing the attack, Volcano stood tall and majestic, his whole body glowing with spiritual energy. Bunkard was thrown back a distance, struggling to get up, unwilling to accept it. Thinking, this can't be. Suddenly, a third eerie eye opened on Bunkard's forehead. Purple beams surrounded his body as he tensed up, tilted his head back, and shouted firmly, give me strength. I will pay the price worthy of being the Covenant signer. The soldiers around were terrified, stammering about demon transformation. Witnessing Bunkard's stubborn attitude, Volcanoes flew into a rage, flames blazing fiercely such respect. At that moment, the iron armor on him fell off, followed by a mad laugh. Bunkard, now in the form of a fierce beast, his spiritual power rising, arrogantly declared, this power, this feeling of omnipotence. You only know how to pray for what you want, you will never understand. Suddenly, the third eye on Bunkard's forehead flashed, confusing him. Just as Volcanoes finished clasping his sword and raised it high, activating a giant flaming blade stretching to the sky, Volcano said nothing and charged forward at a terrifying speed. He decisively delivered a deadly strike, aiming straight down at Bunkard with the weight of 1,000 pounds. Before he could react, a beam of light hit him, wiping him out. All he could do was scream. Scene change. At the Empire's guard post, tension filled the air. Another fierce battle was underway, both sides evenly matched, continuously casting spells to attack each other. Trek stood behind a shield formed by a sophisticated magic formation, the shimmering light reflecting the determination on her face. On the other side, the cult leader and Min laughed loudly, confident that taking her down was only a matter of time. The elder unleashed countless formations, relentlessly launching barrage attacks. The cult leader laughed smugly, satisfied, saying, this magical energy, endless inspiration, I am very pleased. Just as elder he was about to continue, saying the next attack would finish it, a cold voice cut through. Arrogant fools. So the Empire is behind this tragic event after all. The cult leader's smile vanished instantly. Sweating, he stammered, a stranger. Despite the fear on his face, she calmly glanced back, not overly surprised. Patrick smiled, relieved, just in time. Your Majesty, he gently replied. I was just seeing off an old friend. Lean approached with interest, chuckled softly, and asked, can I join in? She closed her eyes briefly, respectfully placing her hand on her chest, and replied, I am not interested in monopolizing honor and glory. He looked displeased, complaining irritably. Looks like I need a long talk with you about this. The cult leader and Min stood dumbfounded, watching Leon and Patrick chat casually. She laughed it off, denying, "I am no knight," the cult leader shouted angrily. "Still, that won't change anything. I will kill all of you here." He was immediately hit by an energy orb. Before he could react, the cult leader froze. Stunned as a blinding light suddenly shone into his eyes, a pillar of blazing red fire shot downward. Witnessing the terrifying scene, the cult leader was horrified, exclaiming, "What the hell is that? Is someone summoning a meteor?" Patrick stood nearby, curious. "Your Majesty, who is that?" Leon calmly said. "Looks like we do not need to step in." From above, Volcanoes descended wielding his sword with overwhelming presence. Leon confidently added, "He does not go easy on demons either." The cult leader scowled bitterly. "That guy is Min," gasped, wide-eyed and confused. "Holy Knight Volcanoes. Why is he here?" Volcanus hit the ground, causing a massive shockwave that carved a huge crater, sending shockwaves far and wide, a giant glow blurring the view. Divine punishment. The battlefields flame in just a few seconds. The old sorcerer and mine were reduced to fading shadows and nothingness. After everything was settled, Volcanus respectfully knelt before Leon, bowing deeply with all due reverence. He especially removed his mask as a sign of utmost respect, saluting the warlord, the representative of the divine sect, master of the Lionheart King, and protector of the Holy Grail. Leon Hurt had arrived. Leon smiled with satisfaction and greeted warmly, "Long time no see." Knight Volcanus had bowed low. Volcanus' voice rang out steady and strong. "Yep. Your Majesty, I hope you are well." At that moment, Little Trich suddenly spoke up. "Your Majesty." Leon glanced over at her. She quickly reminded, "We need to gather everyone before the gate closes." He thought for a moment then agreed. "All right." Leon suddenly placed a hand on Volcanus' shoulder. He knelt respectfully, facing him and politely said, "Knight Volcanus, I have many things to discuss with you, but the situation is urgent, so I must leave first." Hearing this, Volcanus responded, "Who would dare stand in your Majesty's way? Please do as you wish." Leon seriously requested, "Knight Volcanus, could you lend me something for a moment?" Without hesitation, he agreed immediately. "If your Majesty needs it." Then Volcanus extended his hand, revealing a glowing red blood ring. A small sword slowly materialized from the air. Leon gladly took it, politely expressing gratitude. "Thank you." Then he sheathed the sword, clasped his hands behind his back, and turned to leave. "Goodbye for now." Knight Volcanus. Volcanus quickly stood, placing his hand over his heart in reply. "Please take care." Leon turned back, smiling gently, warmly promising, "We will meet again someday." Behind him, the fortress was split in two, engulfed in flames. Volcanus withdrew his smile as a thought flickered through his mind. In the god's paradise, there is no Volcanus. He is still alive. Hari and the others waited at the space gate where magical light swirled. She held her hope tightly. Hari's face suddenly brightened, her eyes shining. She called out excitedly, "He is." Everyone turned to look. At that moment, Leon and Patrick rode down on white horses. Bifong landed lightly on the ground, dust rising beneath the hooves. Hari obediently said, "Your Majesty, you have arrived." And he gently helped her down, smiling as he replied, "Everyone's here." Leon wiped sweat from his brow and looked over at Spinner, who was bandaged all over, politely asking, "Knight Spinner, are you alright?" Spinner startled and answered, "Yep." At that moment, Dexwang approached from afar, holding the treasure mirror with both hands, respectfully greeting, "Your Majesty, you have arrived." He hesitated as he introduced, This is the holy relic." Loon gladly took the relic from Dexwang's hands, praising, "Finally, you all have secured the holy relic. Everyone has worked hard." Loon carefully opened the mirror, and as soon as it opened, a burst of radiant light exploded, filling the space. Everyone stared in amazement. He stared intently at the relic, a flash of astonishment crossing his eyes. Leon found it hard to believe, smiling to himself, "Amazing. I never expected the missing relic to be this." The relic he referred to was an ancient sword sheath, radiating mystical energy, sparkling enchantingly. Leon said with conviction, "It has returned." At the place called the Hall of 10,000 Gods, a modern city with an incredibly pleasant atmosphere, a foot stepped out of a car, followed by a voice. "The party host too. Did something happen suddenly this morning?" The owner of that voice was none other than Sujin, head of the Korean Hunters Association Appraisal Department, closed the car door. Looking puzzled, "Why did you come straight to the Hall of 10,000 Gods?" Sujin looked around at the bustling, prosperous scene, quietly sighing. This place no longer seems like an ordinary tourist spot. In the distance, a young couple chatted. "Ani, this place is amazing," the young man replied, "and the rewards are even better." She walked along the street, pondering aloud. "Yeah. I heard just mentioning it gets you an epic item. How could that be possible?" Suddenly, a sound came from the roadside. Catching Sujin's attention, GF sent a message saying Kot has received a contribution to the shrine and can pay via Mama Pay. Sujin hurriedly crossed the street, happily approaching GF. She took the initiative to greet him. Hello. And he immediately turned around. Kot. GF paused to conduct a survey. Verifying identity. The head of the Hunters Association Appraisal Department caught Sujin. She widened her eyes in surprise and excitedly asked. You recognize me right away, he quickly explained. The Hunters Association database can check everything. Sujin thought in disbelief. But that is supposed to be a secret. The sound of the mop payment continued. I will inform His Majesty. Please come inside and wait, she shyly said. Can I take a look at the hammer tree for a bit? GF seemed a bit doubtful and asked for details about the trial. Sujin confirmed directly. Yep. Think of it as working and playing at the same time, she gently asked. But how much is the trial fee? GF pointed to a neatly arranged price list nearby and answered. 5 million coins. Sujin whispered after hearing the sky-high price. That is expensive. Seeing she hesitated about the price, GF quickly offered. But there is a discount based on your assets. You are in Group 2. So it is only 500,000 coins, she excitedly exclaimed. That is a big discount. Just after saying that, Sujin suddenly froze, staring blankly for a few seconds. Sujin's face suddenly turned pale, her eyes half open and eyebrows furrowed. Clearly confused. As if she realized something. Wait a minute, she hurriedly asked. How did you know my asset level? GF calmly replied. I took a photo already. Sujin was startled and blurted out. What? He repeated. I already took a photo, GF impatiently asked. Are you going to do it or not? After hearing that, she tensed up. Sujin found herself in an awkward spot and nervously said. Just today, after a while. She slowly walked inside through the large gate. A voice called out. The department head beckoned Sujin. Sujin turned around and smiled in response. Representative Han. Long time no see. Hari wore a lion costume and ran over excitedly. Her adorable look made Sujin unable to stop smiling. Sujin quickly adjusted her glasses. Her cheeks flushed red. She shyly asked. Your fate is really something. Lately, you got promoted. Right, Sujin thought. So cute, Hari happily said. After all, I am a hunter too. The two happily walked together. Hari cheerfully started a conversation. Are you here to appraise some items today? Sujin rubbed her head and replied. Yeah. Where do I go now? Hari giggled and offered. Let me show you the way. After walking for a bit, she held up her card to the scanner. Besides Hari and Sujin, 2 others joined the elevator. Chatting and laughing loudly. On the way, she warmly greeted everyone around. Seeing that, Sujin felt reassured. Thinking Hari must still be well liked here. Lucky, Hari led her to a large room and whispered. Look, the scene inside made Sujin's eyes widen in awe. Unable to hide her admiration, Leon and Patrick sat gloomily enjoying tea on the rooftop, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Her gaze was quickly drawn to Leon's handsome face with refined features. When those eyes met Patrick's graceful and noble appearance, a flood of emotions overwhelmed Sujin, making her silently think, truly a royal. At that moment, Leon calmly set down his teacup and directly asked. Are you the person sent by the association? Miss Amin bowed politely. Yep. I am Sujin Beck. Reporting respectfully, his gaze shifted to Hari and he asked sharply. Hari, did you teach her? She turned away. Confused, Leon seriously got straight to the point and bluntly requested. Then bring those items here. Hari, bring them out. After struggling for a moment, Hari hurriedly pushed out a cart full of items. The moment she saw it, Sujin gasped, sweat breaking out all over her face. She opened her eyes wide. What is this? Still surprised, Sujin adjusted her glasses. Examined carefully. Then commented. They all look very valuable. Her eyes followed a shining stretcher. Immediately captivated. Isn't he this the champion stretcher of the Orosal tribe? Next, Sujin was shocked again by the second treasure, and this bracelet too. Pure concept. The Von Kaino's relic sent to Leon is currently being appraised. Sujin adjusts her glasses several times. Trying to get a good look, this is also an extremely rare item. The info panel shows details. The ceremonial sword of Von Kainos. Rank. A pick. This is the sword that the war and fire hero Von Kainos received when he sacrificed himself to Pathos. The divine flame clings to it. Priceless. Due to long war wear, its function no longer works. Hari carefully brings over a mirror. Softly instructing. This is the last item. Captain. Please examine it carefully. Sujin turns and replies immediately. Okay. Let me take a look. She can't wait. Eagerly opens the mirror lid. A series of dazzling lights flash, shining straight into the viewer's eyes. Sujin raises her eyebrows. Eyes wide open. Stammers. This is, the sword sheath glows with mystical light streaks, radiating pure energy. Like the breath of a god. She is amazed. An epic grade sheath. Sujin quickly assesses. An epic grade sheath. This is the sheath of Richard Leon Hurt. The demigod. Leon casually replies. Really? Then he does not hesitate to draw a sword. Leon swings the sword down hard, leaving Sujin stunned. The sword in his hand seems to perfectly fit the sacred sheath. She gasps. The sheath slowly floats into the air, glowing with radiant energy. Without any control, it flies to Lian like it has found its missing piece. Sujin is shocked and wonders. The sheath moves on its own. As the two relics get closer, the ancient aura grows stronger. The sheath slowly slides onto the perfectly matching sword. The two pieces lock together tightly, as if they were always meant to be one. Lian silently watches the whole process. On the sheath's surface, a line of text shines, gradually becoming clear. Reaching toward the stars, the strange script weaves together. Be brave and do good, even if you fall. Rebuild justice. Batcha curiously asks. What do those words mean? Loon answers seriously. Those are the teachings of the first Lion King of Hearts. She glances at his expression. Confused. Repeats. The first Lion King of Hearts. That figure is vivid in his mind. Etched into his very blood the words left by the first Lion King of Hearts for future Lion Kings. Lian tightens his grip on the sword. Confidently says. Then, he gives a sharp order. Now everyone step back. The three girls look at Lian. Puzzled, people on the street look up, starting to murmur. Hey. Look over there, on the rooftop. The girl follows their gaze. Ah. That person. Everyone's eyes focus on the rooftop where Lian stands proudly. They are shocked to realize he is the president of the Pantheon. He holds the sword firmly. Loudly declares. The 15th Lion King of Hearts. Lian Dragonheart Lian Heart. The rightful heir of the first Lion King of Hearts. Lian draws the sword. Shouting firmly. As the representative of the gods on earth, I will let this sacred relic regain its power. A giant light rises, enveloping everything in a mystical glow. The three girls silently watch the scene, each with a different expression. On the ground, the crowd watches intently, feeling the heat rising quickly. Meanwhile, Lian thinks quietly. Finally, he smiles softly. A smile of joy after all the effort and hope he has regained his golden age power. The time has come. Lian turns and walks inside. Quickly ordering, prepare the grand altar ceremony. Thanks to this sheath, I can do it immediately. The kick places his hand in a respectful gesture, speaking gently but with reverence. Yep. Baha. This is what you mentioned earlier. Right. He looks down at the sword, joy bursting inside. From that moment, Lian lays out his plan. First, he will form a knight order, preparing to gather the completed Holy Grail knights. Not stopping there, he firmly adds, through the grand altar ceremony, we will gather the stars. Night is deep, the whole city wrapped in peaceful darkness. Only flickering streetlights illuminate the empty streets. Soyeon strolls alone, talking on the phone. The voice coming from the other end. Miss, do you really want to stay there longer? She replies. Yeah. For now. Let us just keep it that way. The other side kept dodging. But we have many sword techniques and secret skills. But hearing this, Soyeon calmly interrupted. I know. But you understand too. That is still not enough. Okay. The subordinate worriedly said. To kill that guy, we need the sword technique. Miss, she ordered an intense search. Is there any way to pinpoint where he is now? The line on the other end reported. The last place he appeared was at the Han River, in the heart of a ruined Han River city, covered thick with demonic energy. A sword dragged across the ground sparked electric flames. At every contact point he was there. A tall, thin man slowly walked through the wreckage, the sword in his hand glowing with a strange red light, always accompanied by the demonic sword. A new day at the Hall of 10,000 Gods. Lian stood with arms crossed, watching the fierce fight intently. A soldier shouted loudly. Stopping him, the arena was split into two groups, defense and attack. This was a morning training session at the Hall of Gods. Cavalry assault and defense. The cavalry shouted loudly, breaking through. When the defense team's stance was just as strong, they chopped at the shield. Faces tense, shouting in unison. On this side, Suho led the cavalry assault team. He firmly urged his horse forward, commanding boldly, break the siege quickly. At a critical moment, Daehyuk's horse stopped. Suho angrily cursed. Damn it. The horse won T-move. Daehyuk quickly said, break the siege. Suho. He swung a powerful sword strike, but the shield was unharmed. Suho worriedly said, their defense is too solid. We have tried everything. But suddenly, the defense team surged forward, grabbing his clothes. Catching Suho off guard, he was knocked off his horse, face twisted in pain. Suho lay among the enemy, sweating and gasping, his face showing clear fear. He trembled, quietly calling out, everyone. But all he got back were bloodthirsty, savage looks from the enemy team. The black-haired older sister smiled wickedly, her eyes full of calculation. Bluntly ordered, kill him. As soon as the order came, the group attacked brutally, each kick like a blade, screams mixed with cruel laughter. Gang up on him. Stomp him. Suho painfully screamed. Uncle, scratch the frost now. They got even more excited, hitting harder. After all, it was thanks to Saint Groan that he survived. Daehyuk panicked but reassured himself. We can definitely beat them. Our basic skills are way better than theirs. After they were satisfied, Suho was thrown aside without mercy, now covered in blood. The scene was indescribably tragic. Daehyuk's mind echoed with a bitter call. Leon on the stands loudly announced, "Stop. Switch shields." Next group. Suho was quickly revived. He breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone anxiously surrounded Suho. He groaned, clutching his chest, eyes wide and unblinking. Daehyuk anxiously asked about his condition. "Are you okay? He looked clinically dead just now." Harry assured, "I will get revenge for you." Right after, another fierce battle broke out on the field. Harry's voice rang out. "Sword technique. Power type," Leon directly declared. "The defense team wins." Morning training ends. Sunlight shone through the clouds. The training ground reflected the shimmer from puddles left after the battle. Leon solemnly spoke. First, standing on the high platform, Leon calmly taught, "If you fail to break through, send the rear team forward as the vanguard. Then retreat. Infantry is slower than others. Use that mobility and prepare to attack again." The soldier asked again. "Understood." All the trainees answered in unison. The circle breaks the defense. Only Soyeon remained silent and sullen. Daehyuk standing nearby quietly noticed Leon continuing to teach the cavalry above. She looked ahead. Soyeon's eyes were empty and emotionless, with a cold expression that made him look terrifying. After class, the group sat exhausted in the cafeteria. Some laid their heads on the table. Others yawned endlessly. Feeling drained. "This is killing me. No strength left at all." Daehyuk complained irritably. "So hungry." Suho groaned weakly. "Those cavalry guys are really tough." Just then someone spoke up. "Eat something, guys." The whole group immediately turned around. Harry B brought a basket of hot roasted potatoes, smiling kindly. "But it is only potatoes and sweet potatoes." Everyone was happy and cheered. The whole group eagerly went down. "Senior, do you have kimchi?" she asked. "He said he gave it away already." Someone excitedly shouted. "Oh man." Ji-hike broke the roasted sweet potato in half, the rich aroma rising up making him incredibly happy. He was completely satisfied. Everyone's mood lifted. Chatting happily. "This is so good. How long do we have to keep drinking salty sugar water? Might as well just lose your virginity already. Maybe then you would get better food." Harry eagerly reassured him. "The knighting ceremony's coming up soon. We will get proper meals then." Ji-hike stopped eating and asked, "But I heard they connect with the gods. What is that about?" She blinked wide-eyed. Puzzled, Harry vaguely asked the other students. "Lately, whenever we have free time, we have been studying the gods and their laws. Right, to become a knight of the kingdom, it seems you have to know how to use holy magic." She explained further. "In my case, I was personally chosen by Lord Poseidon. Don't you guys each choose a god you trust?" Ji-hike thought it over. "Are we chosen by the god of righteous light Ariana and the god of war fire Fitat?" His Majesty said knights usually serve those two gods. Hearing this, everyone grew curious. What powers does Knight Jack have? Obviously, the power to make money. Right. The girls kept chatting about it. "Do you want to join the fund? Let us. If it is not a blacksmith's power, then what is it?" Last time, was not he experimenting with super earth rays and lasers or something like that? He is definitely a bit special. Just then, hearing the whispers about himself, Jack immediately appeared on screen, directly corrected them. "My power is to make and manage money." "Got it," the others teased. "It is Knight Jack." Ji-hike laughed and joked. "Boss Jack, did you install surveillance devices here?" Jack annoyedly denied. "The sound detection on this device can compare to others. I know exactly what you are saying and where." The student laughed even more. "Please respect our privacy." Jack seriously replied. "I will think about it." Jack's mechanical voice rang out again. "Requesting Kim Ji-hagu's head. Requesting Kim Ji-hagu's head." Hearing the call, he startled and looked up. He received a message. "A guardian has come to visit. Please change clothes quickly and come to the building entrance." Upon hearing this, Ji-hagu's face tightened. He gritted his teeth in frustration, stood up trying to stay calm, scratched his head, and forced a smile. "Really?" Harry looked at him wide-eyed and confused. Passing by, she accidentally caught a glimpse of his annoyed, unhappy expression. His steps were steady but heavy, his gloomy silhouette slowly fading away. When the door slammed shut, Harry was startled and snapped back to reality. She quickly said, "I will be back soon." All eyes turned to Suwa, who scratched his head helplessly. "People will definitely wonder and gossip a lot." Sue hesitated. "But I can't say anything about this. So just pretend nothing happened." "Okay." Harry stared at him and exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Scene shifts to the main hall of the guild temple building. Ji-hike frowned, scowled, and asked grumpily, "What is it?" The middle-aged woman standing opposite looked stern. She was the visiting guardian and said sharply, "He is being grumpy again." "Coming here." Hearing Ji-hike, she angrily snapped. "What do you mean coming here? Mom visiting her son needs a reason." He put his hands on his hips and retorted sarcastically, "Go away. Get to the point." "Although I can guess what is going on." The other got annoyed. Karen angrily said, "Hey, what tone are you using with your mother?" Ji-hike crossed his arms, showing disdain, and coldly said, "I say what you need to and go." She sighed in frustration. I do not even know who you take after in this family. Karen cut to the chase. I found you a big guild to join. Why do you have to stay here? He replied indifferently. I have my own way to handle that. You do not need to worry. He got upset and snapped back. How can I not worry? I am your mother. Jia Heiki bluntly declared. No matter what. I want to do what you want. Karen shouted angrily. What is wrong with helping? That is one of the 10 biggest guilds in Korea. As long as you join that guild, you will have a bright and promising future. Hearing this, the receptionist broke out in a cold sweat. She recalled the terrifying look of the guild leader back then. Betray me? Karen asked angrily. Have not all the things I have done for you been enough? She harshly scolded. And in the end, you join the guild of heretics like this. Jia Heik clenched his teeth in anger. He stared firmly ahead, his resolve strong, his face full of determination. Karen shouted. Hurry up. Jia Heik. Listen to your mother. Leon stood solemnly in front of the stage amid strong winds, swirling thick dust. He folded his hands behind his back and asked all the students. What do you think is the difference between a heretical religion and the gods worshipped in the temple? Answer me. The students were confused, trying hard to think. One student nervously stammered. That Diikung is incredulous. Wondered, can I even answer this question? Comparing heretical religions with the faith in the temple as gods, that is basically insulting the divine. Patrick suddenly looked over confidently and answered. Isn't it the difference between what is real and what is not? Liu nodded approvingly. He continued with tougher questions. Anyone have proof of the unreal? Could it exist somewhere you know? Patrick was surprised by the question. Proof of that. Su suddenly snapped awake, raising his hand to share his opinion. I think gods do not create miracles, just because we want them to. That is what I know. Leon smiled arrogantly and challenged. If they do not create miracles, how can they be called gods? He hesitated. Yeah. Then it was Ji Hook's turn. He looked puzzled and guessed. Is it the difference between things you can see and things you can see? Sir, the goddess of beauty once granted you power in the battle against the Ot species. Leon smirked coldly, raising his eyebrows as he tried to find their weak spot. There are many gods in the temple, but many of them do not reveal their true forms to people. So does that mean those gods do not exist? Do you think so? Ji Hook asked nervously, hesitating. If they do not exist, have you seen them? Leon coldly answered. Not seeing does not mean not existing. He sneered and asked back contemptuously. What proof do you have that what you are saying is true? He was shocked, frozen, but insisted. Just because you do not see it does not mean it can't still exist. At that moment, Soyeon raised her hand and immediately caught Leon's attention. He ordered. Say what you know. She thought for a moment, then said. The gods in the temple. Soyeon declared coldly. They bring real benefits to everyone. Unlike other religions. She closed her eyes, recalling the scene of the gods, then replied confidently. They answer prayers and perform miracles for all their believers. That is proof of their existence. Leon smiled, easily twisting her words around. John Soyeon. You serve two goddesses, the goddess of justice and light, and the goddess of fire and war. Have you received any response from them? Soyeon lied, trying to justify. Because I still lack faith. I have not received any response from them yet. Asked coldly. You lack faith? Soyeon panicked and admitted. Yep. That is something I need to think about. He quickly agreed. You are not wrong. But Lin openly cast a spell and warned. You are clinging too much to those things. He clenched his fist tightly, unleashing a burst of power. Flames appeared continuously, forming a beautiful archway that impressed everyone. The sunny sky suddenly turned into heavy rain. People in the city of Hayaisha hurriedly ran to find shelter. Soyeon stared in shock and said, under a clear blue sky, there is rain and thunder. The whole city is soaked. Only the area where they sat remained sunny, which surprised her. But is this the only place without a single raindrop? Leon proudly declared. Is this not proof of the gods? Ordinary people would think so. The gods grant you what you wish for when you pray. He continued explaining. Meaning, Jim prayed for rain but still did not fully believe it. If Jim had not prayed for that rain, he would not have gotten wet. That is the difference. Soyeon hurriedly and nervously asked. Then why is it only here that it does not rain? Sir, Leon calmly explained. Because the gods have protected Jim, and they do not want their followers to get wet. She frowned in horror and declared firmly. If that is the case, you are at odds with the gods. Leon patiently elaborated. The gods are not here to grant every wish you want. They only act when they see fit. Leon slowly soothed the students and encouraged them. Believing in any god is your own freedom. It does not matter if the god is from this temple or not, whether they are real or not. The teachings in faith and justice are always worthy of respect, he warned cautiously. But be careful of fake prophets who talk about the price of faith. Don't accept their lowly praise and let it shake your will. Finally, Leon emphasized the last question, making Jaehyuk nervous. Got it. Then, in a chamber with a beautiful stone statue, an announcement echoed. Welcome, young knight candidates. All the dizzy students around gasped. Is that the goddess? I can actually hear a human voice. That is so strange, the voice continued darkly. Rookies. Do not lose like that. Only then can you become knights in this religious war defending the faith. An excited student respectfully called out. Lord Pedos. Others recognized him as the god of war. He nodded and cleared his throat. All the students eagerly prayed. Lord Pedos. Please show us your power. Pedos calmly replied. Watch this. Lee. Standing aside. Thought. Let us. Leon silently calculated. Including Jim. There were already 3 holy knights. The war was still tough. I have to awaken 1 or 2 more holy knights if we want enough manpower. He frowned in frustration. The most capable is Hanhazy. Suo happily said. Lord Ariana just spoke to me. Harry sincerely praised. Congrats. Suho. He smiled satisfied. Leon observed carefully and concluded. Their ideals align. He turned back with concern. Thinking. The problem is. Leon looked over fearfully. Frozen. The other 2. Even Soyeon silently stared gloomily at the statue in front of her. Both of them had a connection to a statue before them but stood apart. Looking distant, Leon quietly revealed about the statue of the man, the most dangerous god, and then he looked at the statue covered with a cloak. The strongest god of the temple. Leona's face darkened with suspicion and curiosity. Wondering if the gods would care about this, and whether the outcome would be good or bad, the sky was clear with white clouds. A few days later, in the city, bright sunlight carried a cold wind that added a layer of gloomy dust over the Nunno-do temple branch. A young man passing by was a bit scared. What is going on there? His girlfriend with him was also frightened. Those people, the man and his group arrogantly walked by as the couple muttered. Aren't they from the Han Palace? They approached the tall building in front and boldly stopped. Drawing everyone's attention, a big speaker was brought out and turned on. Hong-ti, with a smug look, grabbed the mic and adjusted his tie with a pleased smile. Hanta loudly shouted nonsense. You can only enter the heavenly sect if you believe in the dragon god. That faith won't change. The faithless will be damned. Those behind shouted in unison. The dragon god's compassion. Please descend. Bless your followers. The dragon god's compassion is like spring rain. The dragon god's compassion. Protect your followers. People were terrified by the wild chanting. We can reach heaven if we believe in the dragon god. Hell awaits the faithless. A young man annoyed, rubbing his head. This is way too noisy. They went crazier, trampling the altar. Honi shouted fiercely. Are you still sane? Heretics. Get lost. Get lost. And to showed a cruel face. Warning loudly. The dragon god is coming. Watch out, you heretic demons. Get lost. The hen kept screaming repeatedly. Heretics. You will be punished. The Geodungo fell damply right in front, issuing a warning. Squeaking. What are you all doing here? It sluggishly gave a reminder. The noise level has reached a warning threshold. Please keep it down a bit. Hongti was stunned for a moment, then stopped speaking, looking on with contempt and disgust. Xiao loudly advised, we love you all. Please awaken and believe in the dragon god. The hen stubbornly shouted curses. Because we must ascend to heaven together. That is the dragon god's wish. Jiao panicked and broke out in sweat, stunned by the reaction. So it stayed silent for a long while. Then it mechanically issued a warning. Stop making noise. No shouting or chanting in this sacred place. Finally, Jiao truly got angry and issued an order. This is the final warning. Don't make any noise or you will be punished. Hondi smiled slyly. The hand's face darkened as he cursed viciously. Is this machine possessed by demons? Honta laughed wildly. The hand crazily pointed at Jiao and cursed. But the dragon god will punish you. Today you will die. Immediately. Sang appeared dazzlingly with a series of magical ropes binding the rebels tightly, showing expert tactics and pure magic control. Jiao lightly jumped onto one of the bound men and sighed in relief, joyfully cheered amidst everyone's terror. Squeaking, Honti was stomped on by one of Jiao's mechanical legs. Terrified. Letting out a whimper, Jiao lit up and announced. Disturbance detected here. It ruthlessly ordered an investigation. They would be expelled. Honti cried out in pain endlessly. The pin on his shirt was actually a hidden camera, quietly recording everything. The rebels ended up beaten and humiliated. The sign hanging crookedly on their chests like a warning. We won't make noise anymore, Jiao said mechanically. Dismissed. Their rough, forced attitude only made it angrier. Warning. Do not proceed forward, he angrily shouted. You divil. Jiao not only did not stop but hit harder, shouting insults. Do you want to die? Honti also dodged. What the heck? Run. Run. He ran on all fours stubbornly, looking back to argue. We are avoiding a madman. Not scared of you. What a disgusting thing. Jiao was frustrated but powerless. Warning. Beep. The rebels fled to another street, immediately attracting the attention of passers-by. They quickly removed the signs from their chests and threw them on the ground. Panting and running, one worried guy asked Han. Hong-ti. Did you offend them? Are you hurt anywhere? He calmly laughed, clicking his tongue to reassure. Now, it is nothing. A man wearing glasses and a sleek black suit stepped forward and called out. Hong-ti. Hona recognized him immediately as Chule Choi. The glasses-wearing man coldly asked, "Did you do what you were supposed to?" He jumped lightly, smiling smugly. Honti confidently replied, "Of course." Then Honti happily dropped his tie and proudly showed off. "I recorded everything with a hidden camera in my tie. Now, let us watch it on the phone." Chule Choi and he stared tensely at the phone. The man asked seriously, "Is this it?" Honti confirmed. "Yep." "Just open it." The phone screen showed a video of them grabbing Honti, deliberately exaggerating. The robot attacked people, saving someone. After watching, Chule Choi grinned with satisfaction, saying, "This is enough. You dare defy the laws of the Republic of Korea. You are dead meat." The scene shifted to Hambit's office, a skyscraper amid a bustling urban space filled with traffic. Chule Choi sat in the office, eyes glued to the computer, the dry sound of keyboard clicks filling the room. He smirked wickedly, saying to himself, "The temple people attacking civilians must be all over the news." Chule Choi clicked the mouse sharply, but the article was completely different from what he expected. Instead, it exposed all the lies Chule Choi had fabricated. He broke out in a cold sweat, nervously wondering, why are these damn reporters attacking us? The computer screen suddenly went dark. Chule Choi gaped in horror. In a place unknown to him, Jiat was quietly hacking into the server. Lai Choi Market blurted out, "What is this?" Then a sound echoed, "Damn." And right after that, the Hambit server went down. Scene changes. Jae-hyo casually walks through a residential area, eyes focused on his phone. On the phone screen is a photo of 3 people. It is easy to tell it is his family. Looking very happy, Jae-hyo, frustrated, puts the phone in his pocket, sighs, "Oh man. I came because they told me to." But he stands silently in front of an apartment building, muttering doubtfully, "I do not even know if I can do this." Jae-hyo gloomily thinks to himself, if it were not for that. Then the mighty shadow of the thunder and sky god appeared before him, radiating a mysterious aura. The god looked down with furrowed brows, his eye sockets white and empty, his voice booming with authority. "Kimji?" The memory still haunts him. That voice struck hard in Jae-hyo's mind. It was terrifying, and he worried when thinking about it. After an internal struggle, he finally decides to go inside. Jae-hyo walks down a dark, narrow, and damp staircase. He stands in front of a familiar small apartment. The dim light inside flickers through the glass window. Jae-hyo reaches out and presses the doorbell, the sound breaking the silence. Footsteps rush out, and someone inside happily says, "Jae-hyo is here." Karen hurriedly opens the door, smiling and inviting him in. "Come on in." But she is met with a cold attitude. "I am just here to eat." At that moment, the divine voice echoes again in his mind, snapping him awake. "Kimji?" The thunder and sky god appears behind him, repeatedly urging, "Punish them." The divine punishment. He stands with arms crossed, eyes sharp and unblinking. The pressure building. This is the test for those facing this challenge. Karen excitedly says, "I made your favorite kimchi soup." She casually asks, "Before dinner, do you want to try some sponge cake?" Jae-hyo grimaces, gritting his teeth to endure, thinking, "This sucks." He walks past the living room and heads to the kitchen, his eyes flashing with surprise. In front of Jae-hyo is a lavish dining table, but there is only one set of dishes and chopsticks. He pulls out a chair opposite and cautiously asks, "What about mom?" Karen just smiles and gives a familiar excuse. She already ate. Jae sighs, knowing the lie has no weight. He is speechless, helplessly picks up his chopsticks, and starts eating first. The meal goes on normally. Occasionally she reminds him, "You should eat some rolled eggs too." Jae-hyo replies while eating, "I will." Karen happily asks, "How's the food?" The thunder and sky god simultaneously calls out, "Kimji?" She smiles warmly at him, her eyes full of love. "Are you just going to eat rice?" Meanwhile, the god keeps urging, "Punish those people." He tries to hold back his emotions, his lips twitching as if about to say something. In the end, he just shovels a spoonful of rice into his mouth and says, "It is really good." Karen laughs happily upon hearing that. "Have another bowl." Night falls. In the quiet space, Jae-hyo leans back on a bench by the street, the dim streetlight casting a faint glow. The thunder and sky god appears, angrily cursing, "Those cunning heretics and schemers. A bunch of wicked demons that must be punished." He sits down beside Jae-hyo, sternly warning, "Punish that heretic. Do not go easy on them." Jae-hyo hesitates and replies, "That is my mother." The god bluntly retorts, "There are things more important than blood." He shouts angrily, forcefully instructing, "Those cultists cannot be forgiven. Punish them." Kim Jae-hyo feels extremely conflicted, hesitating to respond. "Oh man. I can tee." Jae-hyo covers his face, stomping his feet in frustration, lamenting, "Why does it have to be me? I can do this." He sadly tells himself, "How can I destroy this cult when that person is my mother?" Remembering Karen's gentle face and loving eyes, Jae-hyo feels utterly helpless, thinking, who in this world could pass this test? Suddenly, a figure appears behind him, calmly asking, "Is this your hometown?" Jae-hyo's heart jumps, A chill running down his spine. He turns around in panic and sees it as Leon. Jihu stammers. Your Majesty. Lu nods straightforwardly in confirmation. He hurriedly knelt down. Bowed properly. Still surprised. Why are you here? Leon sat down on the bench, crossed his legs casually, and replied. I already knew the situation. Jihu was stunned and blurted out. Really? How? He glanced at the other with disdain, thinking there was no way he would not know since that guy caused chaos at the Grand Hall. Remembering that, he quickly replied. Embarrassed. Sorry, sir. Leon did not press further, lowered his head, reached out to grab the collar, and calmly said. Stand up. You are not at fault. He showed displeasure, and the Thunder God questioned seriously. How can you make this kid bear the punishment of divine law? The Thunder God in the proud sky replied. I am a god with high status. Who dares to argue with me about divine law? Leon seriously suggested. If you want to punish those cultists, leave it to me. The god flatly refused. I want to punish those cultists with the very hands of their own family's kids. Hearing this, Jiuk was startled and broke out in a cold sweat. The Thunder God and the sky directly expressed their wish. I want you to give the determination to him to take down that brat. He can do it. Leon did not reply, just gave a low growl. After ending the conversation with the deity, he sternly asked. Kim Ji-heek, why did not you tell Jim that day? He shyly answered. I did not think it would turn out like this. He opened his eyes, glaring fiercely, the anger clear in his eyes hitting the other directly. Leon calmly recalled the incident at the temple. Recently, a group has been causing trouble there. Jiuk was confused. What could it be? Leon explained. Lord Spinner made it clear. Those guys declared war on the gods. And the consequences of that rebellion came at a heavy price. He raised his eyebrows and analyzed. This is not just a war. It is going to be a showdown on our terms. We will give them a beating. Jiuk's mouth dropped open. Shocked. Is that? He was silent for a moment, then excitedly shouted. Your Excellency, Jiuk anxiously asked. What about the god's mother? Leon decisively covered his noisy mouth with his hand. Coldly reassuring. Don't he worry. The god is not some crazy killer without reason. Hearing this, he fell silent, no longer yelling, staring blankly at him. Leon stood up and turned his back, explaining briefly. He is just going to set the standards that need to be followed. His whole body radiated a heavy aura. His face lit up in the dark with a sinister smile. Show me where they are hiding. It began with a summary of a man's life journey. Back Johnson, owner of the Hanbyat Palace. Born in 1990. At age 12, he experienced a tragedy. Before dying, the man tried to shout, run. At that time, there was no academy yet. He appeared proudly at a center during that turbulent era, learning everything through direct challenges. Johnson was a fierce warrior. When the world was chaotic, he rose as a promising rank hunter. The chaotic gate scene was born in Sam Chia. Johnson knelt with his sword amid the massacre's remains. That was when the difficulty suddenly spiked, causing him to lose teammates and fall into danger. Johnson looked confused at the notification in front of him. Do you want to be saved? He hesitated for a long time, but in the end, the strong attraction made Johnson unable to resist the moment he answered. Light surrounded Johnson, giving him strength, awakening every cell in his body. The voice owner had saved back Johnson. Since then, the 7th rank's hunter appeared in South Korea, smiling brightly as if finding sunlight in the dark. Back to reality. Johnson forced a fake smile. He reached out and began a captivating speech. This proves your existence. Look at the warrior who received your blessing. Johnson pointed to the armored man beside him and smiled. This warrior heard the gospel the moment he entered the gate. The other nodded in agreement, recounting as if it were true. At first, it was just a normal gate. But the moment I stepped through, my system glitched. He even provided proof, skillfully enhancing the realism, strengthening everyone's belief. If you want to try, aim to defeat the boss and mine the magic crystals in the dungeon. Thanks to the guidance system, I found treasure, and my life changed 180 degrees. At the end, that guy tried to loudly proclaim, aiming to manipulate everyone's feelings, saying it is all thanks to your system's grace. The believers listened and immediately trusted GM Giap, their eyes shining brightly, excitedly cheering. Praise the Lord. That guy raised both hands high, continuing to strengthen everyone's faith with the words, everyone must believe in this. There is no other way. Of course. This kind of thing occasionally happens to the Hambit Guild's hunters. This strange event did not happen just once. It is meaningfully connected to Hambit Guild, even officially recognized by the Hunters Association. Because of that, expanding Hambit's influence was not difficult at all. The believers kept cheering nonstop, many shedding tears, feeling saved. It was miraculous. Divine Dragon, we are grateful. John Shin spread his arms, soaking in the praise from everyone, his satisfied smile overflowing with glory. John Shin's face was full of satisfaction, his smile unnaturally wide, eyes half closed and playful, enjoying the cheers along with the believers. Divine Dragon, he continued with a few more seductive words. And that was not all. A warrior had obtained a miraculous herb to cure his elderly mother during an expedition. That incompetent hunter made incredible progress. Jianshin deliberately revealed his true purpose. The two of them proved their faith by donating. And the god was pleased with that faith and granted a miracle. His image appeared on the big screen. Shouting loudly, "Prove your faith, that is not hard since we are already a family." The believers heard this and shouted even louder. Divine Dragon. Divine Dragon. Suddenly, Jianshin paused for a few seconds when he saw something. Leon and Patrick sat at the back row, staring seriously ahead. Their silence contrasted sharply with the believers' cheers. Surprising Jianshin, those guys. Jianshin's face turned pale. Feverish as he realized it was the temple, his face clearly showed anger. The sudden appearance made Jianshin uneasy. His smile fading. Why were those temple people here? Patrick muttered angrily. Beesh. While Leon coldly grunted in response. The reason for his anger was only one. The cult. Leon clenched his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. He knew best. Leon thought silently. The cult infiltrated the poverty and spiritual weaknesses of the people. These parasites preached false doctrines to serve their own interests. Jianshin suddenly spoke from the stage. What is going on here? Smiled brightly, hand on his chest. Casually inviting. A distinguished guest has arrived. The brother visiting for the first time will be baptized. Come on over. As soon as the words ended, he stood up without hesitation. Surprising Patrick beside him, Leon stepped forward, firmly questioning. How dare you call the king that? You are quite bold. He stopped, facing Jianshin, closed his eyes seriously, and pulled out a huge white bag from thin air. The stacks of money falling down shocked everyone. Eyes widened in amazement. The money did not stop falling, piling up into a heap. When the last stack dropped, his face remained resolute, his imposing aura making everyone around respect him even more. Leon bluntly tossed the empty bag at Han's feet. Jianshin was stunned, his face frozen in confusion, eyes dull and unresponsive, and looked at the scattered money on the ground, then directly asked, "What are you doing?" He calmly made a request. "You create a miracle." Leon spoke seriously. "Didn't you say we could experience miracles if we donate? I want to make a deal with your god." Jianshin forced a laugh, then awkwardly dodged. How rude. Are you trying to test the god's miracle with an offering? He put his hands in his pockets, his expression challenging. Coldly questioning. You say you can ascend to the heavenly ranks with loyalty and dedication. Right. Have you made that choice yet? And could not hold back any more. Grinding his teeth fiercely, Jianshin brushed off the pretense of kindness, pointed at himself, then snapped back. You must absolutely obey and follow the missionaries. That is the truth. The gospel. Leon did not back down, sharply retorting. Those who claim to be servants of God think they are gods themselves. Who gave you that right? He stepped forward, kicked the bag aside, and decisively mocked. The truth is, it is a petty and cowardly faith. And stepped back in fear, thinking to himself. This temple. Jianshin stubbornly refused to accept it, his face full of anger, grinding his teeth silently. Thinking, it is just like me. Yet he dares to talk nonsense like that, and showed no patience. Directly facing Leon, Jianshin loudly declared to all the believers and everyone, this guy has no faith. A seed of evil daring to invade our sacred temple. We must drive this evil out of the dragon god's palace. And rallied everyone, starting to give orders. Stand up. The leaders of the Han Palace know. They all stood up fiercely, their eyes burning with a hunger to devour Leon alive. The crowd shouted wildly, throwing sharp insults, rudely driving him away. The chaotic atmosphere demanded the heretic to leave the god's palace. That is right. Get lost. Patrick and Ji-Hyu sat worriedly below the stands. He lowered his hat, listening to the insults from those people. You filthy bastard. Your wrath will drown you in a sea of fire. Ju fell to deep unease, wondering. Your Majesty, will you be alright? Jianshin laughed maniacally like a madman. The coward kept spitting out insults, calling him an idiot. Leon did not argue or respond, just glared fiercely at his opponent. A heroic shout rang out. Demon, she and Ju, sitting nearby, were startled by the shout, their hearts pounding in fear. The three froze in cold sweat, looking at that guy with judgmental eyes. Patrick covered his mouth to comment. Oh my. Even his voice sounds mechanical. Leon stood on the podium, radiating intense energy, spiritual power surging through his whole body. Leon Dragonia. Leon Hurd is a king who can endure all insults and humiliation. The crowd turned their heads in fear, panicking and shouting. Wait. What is going on? Why is it so quiet? But there are three things he won't tolerate. First is disrespect to parents, which is an insult to family. Second is blasphemy against the gods. Mortals must not be disrespectful. Leon coldly turned around, his face tense, veins bulging, radiating anger at these lowlifes. Finally, he roared angrily. How dare you, you miserable bastards. The one who insulted Leon now gaped in terror. What? What is happening? He seemed to go mad, shouting furiously. You heretics. Leon's face twisted with raging fury. His voice thundered. You fools. How dare you compare me to a demon? Leon unleashed his power, his presence forcing the crowd to stumble and scatter in panic. This cannot be forgiven. You will be punished. This cannot be tolerated. He clenched the sword-shaped necklace tightly. A sacred treasure. A direct link to the divine. It blazed brightly, forming a mysterious magic circle. Leon shouted, "Let me judge your false beliefs and wicked hearts. Don't be afraid to ask. What do you intend to do?" The magic circle spun. Lightning crackled around Leon, emphasizing each word. "The sacred stars will cleanse you." Someone about to put rice in their mouth suddenly stopped, staring in shock out the window, outside the galaxy. A fiery sphere pierced through the clouds above Earth. The person screamed. "What the hell is that?" Leon's voice echoed through space. Destruction. Divine punishment. Now it is your turn. A massive meteor hurtled toward Earth, carrying immense energy. Lena's face was sharp and grim as he solemnly declared, "The sacred relic of Lady Enya will return to the stars. The wicked will be punished by the gods." John Sin-hong approached nervously. The fake warrior angrily snarled, "What is with that kneeling?" Bichik seriously summoned her power. "Jack, are you ready?" he excitedly shouted. Bichik seriously unleashed her power, commanding, "Let them witness my strength firsthand." A massive wave of energy tore through the building, screams echoing loudly. "What is that?" one of the Fire Island gang members shouted in disbelief. "This is unbelievable." Another yelled. "The building has foundation." John Sin-hong, furious and confused, hurriedly demanded, "What are you doing?" Leon straightforwardly answered, "I have returned from the stars." John Sin angrily cursed. "What nonsense is that?" At that moment, something blocked the light above their heads. John Sin looked up in panic, his eyes widened in fear, full of terror. John Sin's whole body darkened as he let out an unclear cry. At that moment, a massive meteor suddenly appeared in the city sky, rapidly hurling down. Fearful screams echoed. What on earth is happening? The meteor that suddenly appeared in the sky was stopped from moving further. Its estimated mass is 680 billion tons, according to the American Space Agency. Lynn coldly ordered to check on Patrick. She responded cheerfully and respectfully, saying she was ready. Immediately after, a shocking explosion with overwhelming power shattered the meteorite in the sky, piercing through the clouds and releasing energy that darkened the sky above the house. Activating divine punishment. The fireball exploded, lighting up the sky with strands of purple magic swirling along the bright beam, showing the destructive power of heaven and earth. The armored figure raised his energy gun high, absorbing and loading the divine weapon's ammo. Then, a barrage of golden bullets flew at terrifying speed through the air, aiming straight at the meteor above. They hit the blazing orb, causing it to violently tremble and explode continuously, spreading destructive force everywhere and shaking the city's sky. Johnson Sin's face darkened in terror as he paced anxiously, shouting, "Oh God." He froze in fear, unable to believe what he was seeing. How could this be? It is divine punishment. His desperate screams echoed through the bright sky. No way. John Sin kept screaming in panic. Suddenly, he realized something and nervously looked up with watery eyes. John Sin was stunned and dizzy as the fireball approached him, then stopped. How is this possible? The meteor stopped right as it reached the top of the building they were in, making the scene strangely grand. Leon slowly approached and ordered John Sin, "Stopping here is enough." Bachik looked up at the meteor and commented casually, "Impressive?" John Sin cautiously eyed Leon like he was a monster standing before him. Leon coldly questioned him, "You idiot. Only doing wrong things. Do you even realize your crimes?" John Sin nervously asked back, "What are you talking about?" Leon furrowed his brows angrily and asserted, "You really are stupid. How long do you think you can stay hidden?" Suddenly, he shouted, "Kim Jae-week." The boy startled, immediately acknowledging the order while holding an old woman's axe. "Yep, sir." Leon calmly ordered, "Come stand beside me." John Sin exclaimed in surprise, "It is trainee Kim Jae-week." Leon's face darkened as he grabbed Jae-week's shoulders firmly and announced, "I will show you right now the evil demons disguised as missionaries." Jae-week obediently replied. Yep. Immediately, Jae-week discovered something horrifying that shocked him deeply. He stood frozen, mind in turmoil. Jae-week saw a huge red monster clinging to John Sin's back. He hurriedly shouted, "What is that thing? You people really can't be treated like normal humans." Hidden in the shadows behind him, Leon revealed, "That is a demon spirit, a creature always seeking to possess human souls and minds. It will parasitize its host, waiting until the person turns evil before acting." Suddenly, a familiar voice from Karen called out, "Is that Jae-hun?" Jae-week glared at her. He said, feeling a chill run through him. Terrified and speechless as he looked at her, Karen pleaded desperately, "What are these things? Please tell me." Jae-week silently called out in his mind. He hurriedly called to Leon. "Your Majesty," Leon calmly explained, "it is a demon that the gods want punished. You must take action." Jae-week still could not accept it and felt uneasy. But that was his mother. "Your Majesty," Karen, clinging desperately like a demon spirit, said, "Child, come back to me." Leon confidently assured him, "Trust me." He sincerely encouraged him, "Let the divine power rule your heart. Only then can you act righteously." Jae-week was silent for a long moment, Seemingly considering Lian's words, Jae-Huik forcefully extended his hand, whispering, "That is a human's curse." He struggled to suppress his sadness and worry, silently deciding that people always long for peace. But it is never that simple. Fear and anxiety always trouble them. Jae-Huik clenched his fist determinedly, trusting that the miracle power he created would pierce through those temptations and destroy them. He unleashed his technique, the power of holy force. Jae-Huik gritted his teeth through the pain and prayed, asking for forgiveness for the tainted souls. The happy family picture from his childhood suddenly flashed in his mind like a final beautiful memory. The demon clung tightly to Karen, and she screamed in pain as a golden lightning bolt struck her. Enduring the chaos inside, Jae-Huik quietly called out, after a long fight and struggle, "Karen." Exhausted, dropped to her knees. The gentle call soothing Karen's troubled mind startled him, bringing tears of joy. Karen, tired and surprised, called out to Jae-Huik, "My child," as she held the demon's remains. Overwhelmed with happiness, Jae-Huik rushed to Karen, tears streaming down his face. He joyfully hugged her tightly amid the majestic aftermath of the battle. He blamed his mother for losing her mind and doing bad things. Lian smiled with satisfaction. Everything's settled. Betrick smiled quietly, guessing the child had been chosen by the gods for his power. Suddenly, Lian turned grim and mentioned the master and hand bit, exposing John Shin. John Shin panicked, glaring at him with a terrified expression. Lian's face twisted with cruelty as he unleashed a wide thunder spell, declaring, "Next up is you." John Shin barely managed to scream. A fierce storm of wind and lightning from Lian's power caused everyone to convulse and lose consciousness. John Shin lost his arrogant look, his head jerked violently, and he fainted in fear. The demon left his body, and the Mad Master screamed before gradually turning to ashes. John Shin lay motionless as the demon and his body shrank from burning. Seeing this, he fled with angry screams. Lian boldly stomped on him and demanded, "Where do you think you are running off to?" He arrogantly recounted his crimes while the demon could only wail helplessly, a cursed spirit always craving to control humans. Lin analyzed clearly and realized a truth. Cursed spirits survive by feeding on humans' darkest desires. They will never be completely wiped out. He looked at the unconscious John Shin and sighed. Humans always have selfish desires. Luckily, this soul can still be saved. Lian decisively pointed his sword at the demon's eye, making it scream in terror. Now, Lian's rare cruel expression pronounced judgment on the terrified demon. "Your cunning lies will send you straight to hell to pay." The meteor stopped midair a few feet from the large building. Below, police had set up barriers separating the area from the residential zone that was the Hambit Palace collapse. Over here, a serious reporter announced, in 20 years, they have recruited 18 million followers. This is a huge conglomerate involving many political figures and followers from the upper class and business sectors. Inside homes, live broadcasts of emergency programs played, reporting the Hambit Palace collapse caused a massive problem. A man lay on a stretcher crying out, "Oh my, the meteor is falling. It is about to hit, run." Meanwhile, the TV screen still displayed the news, voices echoing everywhere. John Shin's arrogant face appeared on the screen, announcing the tense political situation. Inside the hall, John Shin announced, "We plan to merge Hambit Palace with the Venin Then Zien," causing murmurs among reporters below. At that time, all our assets will merge under the leadership of Ven Then Zien's head, Lian Dragonia. Loon hurt, he smiled warmly, explaining, "Moreover, our powerful military forces will protect and oversee the transition." Reporters shouted, "Chairman Bichi John Shin, we have questions for you." One horrified man exclaimed, "This is huge. Is it true?" Another curiously asked, "What is your relationship with His Majesty Lian Hurt?" John Shin casually stretched out his hand, making an impression. He smiled proudly. "He is a hero, the savior of my soul. That is the ideal I follow to help people and eliminate evil." The building's screen broadcasted the interview live as his voice echoed, "He is the one who will save this dark world." Hearing this, Lian stood near the blockade, deep in thought, then shouted, "Damn it, Loon is frustrated. It is really too noisy. Having a constellation fall to Earth like a meteorite seems to scare everyone quite a bit. The scene around is extremely chaotic with the meteorite still lying motionless over the city." Jiang reports, "Honestly, no matter what you say, the people have never seen anything like this." "Your Majesty," he looks at it curiously. "Spinner, when can I start working?" Jiang replies, "The Temple of All Gods needs many upgrades. So we are still calculating." He slightly furrows his brow, thinking, "Right now, I think we need to upgrade the soldiers' armor and add more weapons. That will help improve their fighting strength." Jiang asks, "Does your Majesty need anything else?" He answers frankly amid the quiet of the surrounding people, "I do not need much, but my trusted subordinates do." Jiang exhales deeply. So much is piling up at once. "We need to handle the urgent issues first." Loon immediately replies, "I understand." Behind them, someone steps forward respectfully. "Your Majesty, you are here." Kang Hu and Johnson, accompanied by Sin Cheon, suddenly appear right behind him. Kang Hu bows slightly and asks, "How have you been lately?" He replies dryly, You are here already, he quietly whispers into the man's ear beside him. Hey. Sin-chan. Not knowing the content. The man looks confused and asks, "What is that? How come?" Then he laughs and introduces himself. "My apologies. I am Kim Sin-cheon, Minister of the Association for Scientific and Technological Research and Communications. Nice to meet you." Sin-cheon curiously asks, "What exactly is that constellation?" He confidently boasts, "It is just a star cluster," Loon explains. "The stars are governed by the gods." Which makes Sin-cheon clutch his head in shock. "So that means your majesty has accepted that star cluster?" Kang Hyu seriously asks. "What are your plans for the near future?" He slightly frowns. "I will use the resources we have now to make weapons and armor for the soldiers," reveals calmly. "We will do our best to craft the best equipment from what we gather." Kang Hyu immediately agrees. "I will follow your orders." Sin-cheon is startled and shouts, "Chairman, what did you say?" He happily says, "I have also heard about the Metallurgy Association from MEMS. Harry. Those precious materials will surely be put to the best use." Leon confirms. "Exactly." Looking up at the high sky, the meteorite still hovers above. He thinks, "But to extract the best materials, we need a specific process. It is not simple." Kang Hyu quickly reports. "We will listen carefully to what your majesty says." He respectfully replies, "Everything will be reviewed and supported by the government. Legal issues will be waived for your majesty. We will do our best for you." Leon gently says, "All right. I hope what you say will go as planned." Kang Hyu respectfully adds, "The materials extracted from that star cluster will surely be examined by spinners, understanding ability to fully grasp the structure, composition, and special uses of each rare metal. Will you allow us to visit the process of making weapons and armor then?" He agrees casually. "That is not difficult. I can also give you some of the materials, as well as the weapons and armor we make, to the Ministry of Defense for their research." Sin-cheon excitedly exclaims, "Thank you, Your Majesty." But he suddenly grows serious. "However, many divine weapons we craft will remain secret. They are not fully refined yet. But those things are already very rare to see in this era." Kang Hyu quietly asks, "Sir, I am curious. And Harry has been sent to work at your Majesty's temple. Will she be allowed to see those divine weapons?" He happily confirms. "Of course." Kang Hyu can't hide the happiness on his face. He laughs and recounts. "So she also worked at the association before. Will she be allowed to read the design blueprints?" "She is one of our best employees." Loon agrees with him. "If that is the case, give her full access to research freely." The two shake hands in agreement. "Sounds good." Kang Hyu is excited. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Suddenly, he pulls out a small screen from his pocket. Looking serious. "One more thing." "Your Majesty." Leon looks puzzled. "Ah, what is it?" He holds the device thoughtfully. "Here. You can watch this video." Leon watches the screen and asks, "Is this video taken at the gate?" The scene on the screen shows a village burning down. Kang Hyu calmly says, "That is a battle that took place in China. A brutal fight. A mysterious guy massacred the village, killing the last person hiding in the grass, who screamed in fear, 'Help me.' A finishing blow so brutal that even Leon was shocked by the cruelty." Tang Hake darkly and slowly explained, "A demon swordsman." He frowned, recalling, Zhang Ho is the heir of the demon sword, the owner of the cursed sword. After wiping out an area, now he is heading to Japan. Elsewhere, John Won sighed heavily, full of worry. Juji saw this and asked, "Are you okay?" He blankly replied. She excitedly reassured, "There have been significant changes at the association. Our upcoming plans will bring many positive changes." He answered, "I do not really care much about the association's policies." He is Lee John-won, the Phoenix Association leader. The John-won looked annoyed. "Seems like all these changes are because of Leon Dragonia Leon." "Right." He clutched his stomach in pain, his face pale. "Things are progressing because of the upcoming merger between Hambit Palace and the Shrine." "Oh no. My stomach." Gigi looked at him with concern but smiled as if she was thinking something. Gigi patted John-won's back hard a few times, laughing loudly. "Why do not you care about what is going on? I think that merger will affect everyone." He calmly affirmed, "I only care about my guild. I do not have much time to think about anything else." John Won curled his lips in dissatisfaction but admitted, "Still, that is a big deal affecting a lot of people." Jeet playfully teased. "Exactly." So confidently stepped forward and softly called John Won and Gigi. "Have you two not gone inside yet?" John Won politely greeted. "Hello," he asked. "Is John still well?" She replied coldly. "She is fine. She is Jun So, leader of the Hunter Medical Association." So brushed her hair back and asked curiously, "By the way, about our hunter supplements. Why do not you seem to like them?" John Won was curious. "Is that?" Gigi quickly reminded. "Well, we think they are a bit expensive and do not fit our guild." He raised an eyebrow and asked, "What is it?" Gigi quickly answered, "Just some restorative pills." Jinsu, sitting in the room, spoke up. "Are they here yet?" At the long table, everyone had settled. Jiangsu coldly said, "You two, sit down." John Won cheerfully greeted everyone. "Hello." On this side, North Jiangsu, leader of the Meju Association, and Kang Junseong, leader of the Changseong Association. Sat silently, eyeing the two carefully, he whispered, "Looks like everyone's here." On the other side, Hang Junna, Wang Jiamjaeon, leader of the Lion Association, and next to them Jun Soa, leader of the Hunter Medical Association, were also seated. Jiaozhen, leader of the Swordmanship Association, was surprised. "Oh my," he looked at Jiaji admiringly. "Hajaji looked good in that outfit." She hugged herself awkwardly and explained, "It is my first time wearing it, so it is a bit loose." Jianwan worriedly took off his jacket and gave it to Jiaji. "Here, put this on," making her very grateful. "Thank you." Jinsu laughed heartily at their affection. He teased them. "When are you two getting married?" Which startled the whole meeting room. Jianwan awkwardly declared, "We have not thought about that yet." Jinsu loudly said, "No way. The reason for the recent hunter shortage," he pointed at Jianwan and Jiaji, "is because people like you two refuse to get married. At your age, I already have a few kids." They both said in unison, "That is true. Honestly, we are just surprised." Hang Xianhe and Hong Xianchayan sitting nearby listened silently, just thinking to themselves, "Oh man." Jinsu stubbed out his cigarette and sighed. "All right. Let us get down to business." He was serious and annoyed. "I will say it straight, I want to kill that bastard John Jiho." Someone tried to calm him. "That is not good. Please reconsider." Jinsu immediately shouted in frustration. "Do you all really need to give your opinions on that?" Xiana thought anxiously. This is getting more and more troublesome. Outside, the meeting room door slowly and quietly opened. Li Kang Haik and John Shin entered gradually, silencing the entire room. He slightly raised an eyebrow and gave a sharp, judging glance. Lian quickly walked to his seat, footsteps clicking loudly. Xiansu looked up at him silently admiringly. So another person had arrived. Lian stepped closer to where Jinsu was sitting, silently judging. Both were stubborn and would not listen to anyone. Their eyes met, one a king, the other an old man, both equally stubborn. Lian pointed at him, his whole presence radiating a commanding aura, ordering, "Step aside." That is how the conflict began. Jinsu solemnly held his cigarette, exuding a majestic aura and overwhelming power. John Jinsu, with his overwhelming strength, he sparked a fierce battle, leaving countless ruins engulfed in flames. His entire life was tied to many legends, and everything he did was for the country's benefit, making him someone no one dared oppose. Though Jinsu was gentle and friendly with everyone, they always hesitated to cross his authority. His power was so great that no one could touch him, and being older only made him even more powerful. That was true for everyone else. But when he met Lian, who arrogantly and darkly ordered him to move, Jinsu was stunned and incredulous. "What?" Li, annoyed, challenged him with a disdainful look and sighed, ignoring Jinsu's words. Finally, Lian coldly mocked him. "So young, and already losing your hearing." Jinsu was dumbfounded and shouted, "What?" Angrily slammed his hand on the wall, yelling louder, "What? You are just a greenhorn." Kang Hu suddenly appeared behind Lian and explained calmly, "He is already 300 years old." Jinsu was shocked, mouth agape. "What?" Kang Hu continued calmly. "You see, the Holy Grail Knights are all immortal." Lin remained silent, letting Kang Hu explain his background. "So yes, he is definitely 300 years old." Jinsu stopped, sweating nervously, and asked hesitantly, "Is that true?" Lina's face darkened, showing arrogance and pride. He grabbed his chine, smirked, and hummed threateningly. Jinsu lowered his head meekly and respectfully said, "Your Majesty." He hesitated politely and continued, 10 days of rest." "Your Majesty." Lun accepted politely. "Thank you, young man." Everyone around silently agreed that Lian had already defeated the strongest elder here. Lian casually reminded, "I do not see him anywhere." Johnshin hurriedly ran off to handle it. "I will go make it right now." Sohn smiled sweetly and said, "Oh my." She used a syrupy tone, teasingly asking, "You are as handsome as they say." "Your Majesty, I'm Johnshin," making tea behind her, was furious and scalded. "How rude. How dare you speak to His Majesty before he speaks to you?" She got equally angry, glaring at him. "His Majesty is not mad. So why are you?" Lian loudly stopped them both. "Enough," they obediently said in unison. "Yep." "Your Majesty." This scene left Junsua stunned and confused. "What the heck?" Sitting at the head, Lian coldly reminded, "Association President, my time is more valuable than gold." Kang He respectfully obeyed. "Yep. We will get straight to the point." He pulled out a remote and turned it on, showing a chaotic scene from 13 years ago. Kang Hu seriously explained. A black gate appeared in London. Thick smoke and fire engulfed the ruined city buildings after the battle. A black space gate with a purple glow created a fierce wind, as if trying to suck everything in. Its presence dominated the government's monitoring screen with terrifying power. Kang Hu admitted that because the black gate's difficulty was absurdly high, no one has been able to close it yet. A powerful iron-plated foot stomped the ground, showing strength. The European Federation worried that if they could not close that black gate, they would face what happened earlier in Shanghai. They assembled an attack team of sssrank hunters to try to close the gate. The hunters, equipped with various gear, formed an unusual team on the chaotic battlefield. 24 sssrank hunters plus 1,834 and B-rank hunters from different European guilds. Gong Gung Gong used a magic staff to support combat against monsters. Gong Kong, the great mage of the clock tower in England, led that team. The attack lasted 2 months. Death and weapons lay scattered in blood after countless battles to achieve the bloody outcome we see now. Tranagap City cheered and shouted, welcoming the victors. And it was a success the first time we shut down a black gate. Leon coldly speculated. I think the consequences came afterward. Kang Huk frankly admitted. Yep. That is right. The screen displayed the stats of the demon sword, the execution weapon of the death sword. The knights looked terrified and shocked at the death sword containing dark power, the strongest weapon to exist in 30 years since the Great Disaster. Now appeared. Those with greedy ambitions revealed their sinister intent, all wanting to claim it as their own. In the end, the death sword was showcased and presented to James Spencer on the city podium after a fierce battle to decide its owner. The British government won. That sword sold for 1.4 trillion coins. Even more expensive than the most modern warship. They eagerly approached the death sword, then rented it to the era's best swordsman, James Spencer, the chairman of the Gentlemen's Alliance. The worst happened the moment James Spencer touched the death sword. Dark power violently erupted, and he seemed burned alive by the terrifying magic, his face showing the brutality of a killer shrouded in dark shadows. The newly appointed mayor, who was just happy moments ago, now stood frozen in fear at the horrifying scene. James Spencer completely changed, going mad and killing the first mayor that was the start of a great disaster. His face darkened with cruel, fierce delight. James Spencer officially became a slave controlled by the death sword. The city was now engulfed in a sea of fire and ruin, pierced by countless blades. He killed 870,000 civilians and over 600 hunters. Leon pondered, then asked, so what happened to that demon sword now? James is dead. Kang Huk calmly revealed. We succeeded in killing the demon sword's vessel James. In Leon's cold voice, the image of the death sword flying away appeared before everyone. But the demon sword escaped. After James died, it flew into the sky and has not been seen since. Kang Huk slowly recounted the journey to stop the death sword for him. After that, we kept repeating the process of finding and killing the demon sword vessels in Australia, Mexico, Laos, Spain. He gloomily recounted the unfortunate event of Jiho at his peak. South Korea was the last place we found a vessel 4 years ago. John Jiho, who was supposed to become the next chairman of the Sword Guild, had that sword fall into his hands. Kang Huk sadly mentioned. I am sure you noticed it too. He carefully revealed a painful truth about Jiho. Head bowed to one side. John Jiho is actually the son of John Jiho, the current chairman of the Sword Guild, and also the father of John Seon, whom you accepted into your guild. Kang Huk cautiously announced. Here's the list of guilds participating in the Demon Sword Attack battle. He listed the member guilds. Pantheon, a Rising Guild, the Sword Guild, the Golden Lion Guild, and the Phoenix Guild. Right then, Trang Sung suddenly raised his hand and said, I will join too. Jiaoxu asked in surprise. You are joining too? He quickly agreed. Yep. Kang Huk straightforwardly agreed while Seon sighed warily. All right then. He showed some irritation and reluctance. I still have a bad feeling about this. We won't gain anything by doing this. Lin calmly pointed out the benefits. What I mean is, we will gain honor and glory by doing this. Those idealistic words made Seon flush with excitement and satisfaction. Someone who can complete their mission as a noble knight, creating a wall the people can rely on. He clasped his trembling hands and let out joyful, happy sounds. John Shin, tearful and flushed with excitement, exclaimed, Truly our savior, I can't hold back my feelings. John Shin kept praising enthusiastically. It was heartwarming to hear. Truly generous. John Won looked gloomy and withdrawn, complaining while Hanzuji comforted him happily. I do not want to go with him. Kang He was pleased and satisfied. Your Majesty, so I was right. John Shin continued to express his admiration from behind. Have you seen how majestic that day was? Kang He hesitated and asked. So what about Japan's offer to financially support the alliance with 10 trillion? Leon nodded in surprise. I will accept it, he agreed calmly. Yep. I understand. John Shin left excitedly, reminding gently. I think they will be happy there too. Contact the king there first. Kang He respectfully confirmed. Yep. Well, we will ask the government on behalf of the others. Asked. Take care. Your Majesty. The guy swaggered ahead. Where to next? John Shin followed closely, gently reporting. We are going to see the hunters I have prepared. I am sure you will like them. At that moment, a familiar voice loudly called Leon, surprising both of them. Leon's face darkened, voice heavy with emphasis. Jinsu nervously corrected himself. Your Majesty, he coldly questioned, making the old man sigh in relief. What is the matter? Jinsu confidently made a request. I have something to ask for your help. Your Majesty, I am sure I have the right to. Leon sighed and asked. What is it? I will decide after hearing what it is. Jinsu seriously explained with worry. I just ask you to help me with one thing. I am sure you know my granddaughter is in your guild. He was determined to make a major decision. Fearing Soyeon might be controlled by dark magic. John Soyeon. Please do not let her join the upcoming sword battle. Night fell slowly. In a small room, Bachik and Soyeon were deeply asleep. The scene was very quiet. Soyeon's face showed some fear, sweat pouring down, as if she heard someone calling her in the rain. Soyeon, in the dream, someone was holding her small body. Then a bloody hand appeared, saying, "Run." Soyeon, before her eyes was a tragic scene. Amid the smoky bones was the figure of Sssrank desperately protecting her little daughter. She was being trampled by the huge body of the violent man Akasa. Run. Soyeon was still very small then. Tears streaming down her young face as she helplessly screamed in despair. The cursed magical sword had been pulled from Sssrank's body, but blood still dripped strangely. In that terrifying scene, the ground collapsed. Blood splattered everywhere. He stood calmly watching the beloved girl leave this world. Not only that, Akasa smiled savagely, feeling proud of his brutal victory. Finally found you. The nightmare ended. Soyeon suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her mind panicked from the terrifying dream. Still dazed, she immediately covered her face and sighed deeply. After calming down, Soyeon's eyes were sad and resigned. Here we go again. The scene shifted elsewhere. A can fell from a vending machine. It seemed she needed to get some fresh air, so she chose to sit alone, lost in thought about everything that had happened. Soyeon spoke. This is an opportunity. An opportunity to... Just then, Fantasis appeared before her, surrounded by purple aura. An opportunity. That is a trick. She replied. That is the kind of negotiation. The god quickly agreed. Yep. I understand. The god was completely covered, revealing no clues. She said. Probably my fake revenge taught you. Do not try negotiating with gods. Soyeon hesitated, sadly saying, but... Fantasis continued teaching. Yep. I am the only one who responded to your rude negotiation request. I am the only one willing to give you power even though you lack faith. Do not underestimate luck. Soyeon still hesitated, looking down sadly. Silent. Finally, Soyeon decided to speak her heart. She mustered all her courage and asked Fantasis. If I give you everything you want, can I become a Holy Grail Knight? Hearing Soyeon's utterly unreasonable question, he burst out laughing and deliberately asked her again. A Holy Grail Knight. Then, Fantasis gently lifted her up and slowly began to explain to Soyeon. Listen closely. He calmly explained so she could understand the situation. The achievements of a mere person compared to the king of Leonhurt are nothing. Do you really think someone like you can replace my Avenger? Hearing this, Soyeon was stunned, as if she would received earth-shattering news. So that means the king also borrowed power from Fantasis. Fantasis had not finished speaking. He said firmly. Right now, you are nothing. He gradually faded into the void. Before leaving, he tried to say a few more words to her. However, I will help you get your revenge, though the price you pay want to change. Then, Fantasis' spirit vanished, but his voice echoed, offering a proposal. The moment you have taken your revenge, your soul will forever belong to me. The sky brightened again, and the cool weather let sunlight stream into the vast hall. Inside the hall, a large crowd of students gathered. Looking up at the stage, Leon solemnly announced, you all will become part of the guild army. Those whose names are called, please come forward and collect your gear. In line, Jihawk whispered to Harry standing next to him. Hey Harry, is Soyeon going to be part of this mission? I heard that old guy was really against it. Harry replied softly, but I already asked. Then Harry recalled the earlier conversation and told him. But the king said he can't interfere in this matter. Apparently, he has no authority. Jihawk was surprised. Really? Is that true? Leon spoke from above. And on the projection screen, 4 outstanding individuals were honored. He called their names. Han Harry, Han Soho, Kim Jihawk, and John Soyeon. Step forward. Hearing her name, Harry got excited. It is our turn. Those called stepped forward one by one. The 4 of them, dressed neatly, stood solemnly before Leon. The atmosphere grew tense as he prepared a speech in his mind for them. Leon was pleased with their achievements and smiled contentedly at them. Your accomplishments so far have met my expectations. Did not hesitate to praise Harry in particular. Especially you, Han Harry. When her name was called, her eyes lit up, and she happily replied. Yep. Your Majesty. Harry's heart flushed with happiness. She listened intently to Leon's words. And the gods greatly admired those who remained pure. Those who have proven both talent and purity deserve such praise. Then, he glanced at the girl beside him, who quickly understood and brought something forward. It turned out to be a gift for Harry's efforts that Leon wanted to present to her. He carefully introduced its function. I will give you a sword, a spear, and a set of armor. They will help you unlock your true power. Lord Spinner created them, so take good care of them. What a wonderful gift. Harry kept staring at it, exclaiming, so this is the spirit armor. Suddenly, a voice rang out. making Harry smile. Not bad. Not bad at all. She was surprised to see Beatos and Poma. Beatos and Poma appeared behind Harry. And she was stunned. Unable to believe what she was seeing. At that moment, Beatos radiated fierce energy and extended his hand forward. He raised his hand to cast a spell confidently. Fight. Become a flame that burns the enemy like the goddess of war. Poma beside him joined in. Entrust your body to the endless sea and fill your heart with faith. Instantly, the two energies merged, enveloping Harry's armor, making it glow astonishingly. The entire hall erupted in chaos. Everyone was amazed after witnessing the spectacular spell. Honored gods. Harry was just as surprised as everyone else, her eyes wide, heart racing with confusion. This is the spirit sword blessed by the deity. Legendary rank. Description: the spirit blood sword blessed by Beatos, god of war and fire. The spirit pure armor blessed by the waves. Legendary rank. Description: the spirit blood sword blessed by Poma, goddess of peace in the waves. Leon's assistant seemed to have guessed how this would all go down. Smirking. They are all legendary level. The trainees there looked stunned, finding it hard to believe legendary. All priced in the billions, maybe even priceless. The reward ceremony continued, and Leon declared, "Next, the power of the thunder god will always be by your side." Then another god appeared, eyes blazing with fire, calling out the name Ji-Heek, which made his heart drop. Kim Ji-Ik. The man rested his head on his hand and said firmly, "You will become a judge, punishing all the evildoers around King Leon." Next, Ariana appeared, blessing Sua with a serene look, folding her hands gently and whispering, "Let justice protect you. You will remain strong even when facing corruption and decadence. Let the light of immortality be with you, even in the darkest places." Soyeon glanced around. Everyone had their own god except her, and she looked deeply disappointed. At that moment, Leon called her name. "John Soyeon." She jumped. "Yep. Your Majesty," he delivered shocking news. "Your grandfather has requested I remove you from this mission." He pressed her for an answer. "What do you want to do?" She did not know how to face it, eyes downcast as if avoiding. Nervously saying, in the end, Soyeon bravely spoke her mind, frustrated with herself. "I have to be determined. I want to join this mission. I have to do this." Leon understood her feelings and agreed. "Get it? Then do as you wish." Suddenly, Ventasis appeared behind Leon, folding his hands. He muttered under his breath. The Avenger. Ventasis, surrounded by dark purple energy, raised his hand threateningly towards Soyeon's armor. "I confirm your vengeance. Let the gift I give you unleash the darkest destruction." The armor was quickly enveloped in the dark magic Ventasis cast. One by one, the divine power infused the armor and sword. He said loudly, "I will be the only one who can grant your wishes." Before he could act, a hand pulled the sword free from Ventasis' supernatural power. Shocking him, seeing this, he turned to Leon, who held the sword. "What are you doing?" Avenger. Leon closed his eyes and smiled quietly at the question. Ariana appeared, silently praying for peace, while Leon gripped the sword tightly and replied, "I am just worried about my homeland's future." Ariana's blessing made Soyeon deeply grateful. She choked up. "Your Majesty." Leon and Ariana radiated power as he stabbed the sword straight into the armor. At that moment, she stretched out her hand, light shining from her pale palm. Immediately, Ariana chanted over the armor. Leon's power was so overwhelming that everyone shielded their eyes. "Lost lamb. This power will guide you. Follow it." Ariana's magic overwhelmed Ventasis' divine power, making him furious. He snapped. "Too much. What are you doing? Changed your mind." She looked at him calmly and said, "I am just fulfilling my knight's wish." From above, he glared down at Leon. Avenger. Ventasis kept mocking him. "You are too soft-hearted for humanity." "Pathetic." Leon shot back without hesitation. "I am a king and want to let anyone do whatever they want." Pushing limits, Ventasis hit Leon's sore spot. "Just like when you lost your daughter." "Right." Hearing this, Ariana was outraged for him, staring wide-eyed at Ventasis' wicked grin. Ventasis stepped closer, glaring. Leon Dragonia. Leon Hurt. The usurper of the throne of Leon Hurt and Dragonia. He deliberately reminded him of the past. "Don't he forget your ancestors. The founder of the kingdom found glory in darkness." Leon calmly replied, "I have never forgotten what my ancestors went through." Then he called out to Soyeon again. "John Soyeon." He tried to steady her wavering mind. "Don't you rely too much on the guiding light and lose sight of your goal. Revenge can only be carried out in the cold darkness of night." Almost crushed by his words, Soyeon clutched her chest to steady herself before Ventasis' remarks. "Never forget, my little Avenger." The scene before him was a small room, where a man looked down at the city through a glass window, holding a glass of liquor. Suddenly, a secretary entered the room and asked, "Sir, have you made the list of people who will join the counterattack?" He spoke. "Give it to me." Japan's Upper Mountain Association. Chairman. Kamiya Ieyasu. Ieyasu carefully took the list and read it intently. At one name, he paused, his expression tinged with nostalgia. The secretary noticed Iyasu's unusual expression and quickly tried to reassure him. She told him about that name. The prime minister, he must be really worried. He even wants to recruit foreigners. What can those weaklings do? Anyway, the government has been losing its standing lately. Hearing this, Iyasu smirked arrogantly. His face twisted oddly. Of course. It is because of me. This country has basically become my kingdom. Then he inquired about the guild. By the way, is this Pantheon guild really that formidable? The secretary rubbed his shoulder and replied, they are scary. But nothing compared to us. She added, we should still be cautious about this guild's next moves. I heard there are some Pantheon elites here. Their guild promotion tactics are very effective. It is strange that hardly anyone opposes their actions in Korea. Iyasu pondered deeply over this information. He wondered if the plan to storm the dungeon was feasible. They have influence in Korea, but not globally. After thinking for a while, he decisively made an important decision. All right, here's the plan. The secretary quickly shared her opinion about the future situation. Korea will oppose this, but we will do our best to persuade them. Iyasu continued. Tell them we will send 3 strike teams. Ralsei reported to him. Sir, those teams belong to the Hunters Association. A sinister smile spread across his face as he covered his mouth in satisfaction. Yep. They have been a real nuisance lately. This will be a good chance to eliminate them. He remained confident about his upcoming plans. My kingdom will be even more perfect once this raid is over. The secretary standing beside him applauded in agreement. Congratulations, sir. Iyasu carefully reviewed his plan to begin the operation. We must throw a grand welcome party for them. They will be ready to hit the front lines if it pleases them. The sky was clear, the air crisp, and Leon's plane was preparing to land. The plane's wheels touched down, skidding across the ground. At that moment, his plane landed safely. Outside, a group of men were already waiting. One of them adjusted his lapel and thought to himself, damn. This reminds me of when the Thai royal family visited. He worried, hoping nothing would go wrong. Then he recalled a call with his superior. No political conflicts allowed. That guy's not normal. During that call, he had to ask again. What do you mean? The person on the other end explained. He is not just abnormal. It will be troublesome if something bad happens. The media will spin the Japan-Korea relationship negatively. That person was powerful and ordered him. Treat him like royalty. I am serious. Remembering that call, sweat dripped down his face, and he quickly wiped it off with a cloth. Slowly, the door opened, revealing a figure in a magnificent fur coat. The door fully opened as Leon gently took Patrick's hand and stepped out. Their outfits looked stunning and regal. Everyone below was awestruck by the fairy tale-like scene. They murmured, what an atmosphere. He really looks like true nobility, not just in status or power. The man from before widened his eyes, his gaze intense. The aura radiating from that person was so unique. He felt intimidated standing near him. That magnificent beauty reminded him of the form of a lion lurking behind Leon's calm demeanor. He exclaimed, this could be said to be the one who stands above all. Leon and Patrick slowly descended the steps amid the gazes of everyone standing there. As the two of them stepped down together, someone quickly greeted them, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, King Leon I, and Queen Patrick Elijah Sparrow. Seeing this man greet first, he asked a question that made everyone stunned. He is the king of this country. Kang Hai followed Leon, and upon hearing this, was completely shocked with surprise. At the same time, Iyasu arrived, pretending to laugh casually. You probably do not know much about our country since you rarely visit Japan. He confidently stepped closer to him and loudly said, I am just a government representative. Why do not you step aside? The man was furious at Iyasu's appearance but did not dare to cough or say anything. Kamiya. Iyasu smiled and warmly shook hands with Leon. I am chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association. Pleased to meet you. Leon stood right in front of him, coldly ignoring him. Suddenly, his face turned fierce. Leon angrily ordered to have him taken away. How dare a country bumpkin like you touch the royal jade? Take him away. Iyasu found this strange. He thought such an attitude would be easy to handle, so he was quite surprised by Leon's reaction. He seemed to flare up with anger, thinking, how dare he treat me like that on my own land? Iyasu's bodyguard was equally upset and stepped forward to confront him. That is really rude. Take it blood boiling, shouted. Who do you think you are to talk to the chairman with that attitude? Japanese Hunters Association. Srank. Take it Leon bluntly said. Lowlifes like you do not have any rank. Hearing that, Take-It refused to let it go. Standing before many people, he prepared to strike back at Leon. The crowd panicked, fearing something bad was about to happen. Iyasu, however, was very pleased. This pressure. Someone stop him quickly. Harry, hiding behind, saw things getting out of hand and turned to Kang Hai, who looked pale. Please, stop this. For everyone's sake. Leon was determined to clear things up. He was not one to back down easily. How dare a lowlife act like this in front of me? Leon grabbed his sword. The divine weapon began radiating a terrifying power. He narrowed his eyes, challenging the group. This disrespectful fool will pay for his actions. Hari stood behind Kang Hai. Both looked pale and scared, not daring to step forward to stop Lian. What should we do? I do not know. Lian was boiling with rage, gripping the sword tightly, his face terrifying. Takeda gritted his teeth, tensing every nerve in his face, shouting loudly, "You are disgusting." Suddenly, someone rushed over quickly. The footsteps stopped the disaster from breaking out. Takeda and Lian were ready to fight but were stopped abruptly. The man hurriedly announced, "Urgent news. Urgent news." Jinsu shouted. "The demon sword has appeared." Ayasu was stunned, turning around to ask, "Zika, where?" He was so tense he could not speak clearly. Stammering and struggling to get the words out, Jinsu finally said, "He is riding the sword across the ocean." Akaisa, with his cloak billowing in the wind, boldly crossed the sea. He stretched out his hand. An aura spread everywhere. Akaisa cast a spell, and a mysterious black gate appeared before him. He then gently glided over the water. His shadow gradually disappeared through the gate. After vanishing into thin air, he left behind only a small pink hole. The sharp sword also slowly passed through to the other world, its fiery glow sparkling and mystical. Akaisa's hazy figure stepped through the mysterious gate he had just created. Suddenly, a huge ferocious monster appeared and took him away. He looked down and called out, "Soyeon," through the screen showing the monsters. A voice echoed, "As you can see, the demon sword's journey has opened the dark water prison at the Dragon Palace gate," then disappeared beneath the water. Iyasu stood in front of the screen, observing carefully, asking, "The dark water prison, is this even possible?" The staff downstairs immediately responded to the gentleman's question, saying that according to the surveillance team's report, the dark water crevice opened right after the demon sword stepped through the gate. Hearing this, Iyasu loudly questioned, how could a gate have appeared there in the first place? Takeda also whispered to Eon Wan behind his back, asking if he was responsible for the gate. But of course, that was impossible. Lee, standing nearby, crossed his arms and objected, saying it is not impossible. Eon Wan turned around in panic. "What did you just say?" Lin replied firmly, "I am saying creating a gate is possible. This is an emergency, and I will share the necessary information." Then he asked Patrick to explain. She quickly agreed. "Yep." "Your Majesty." As she spoke, Patrick asked Jack for support. "Spinner, please back me up." Immediately, Jack took action, surprising everyone. What is wrong with the screen? Is it hacked? She slowly recounted the events to everyone. About 4 weeks ago, they had taken over the Eastern Sea Gate along with the federal hunters. Patrick did not hesitate to share her thoughts. They had suspicions about the gate, the system, and the questions the system posed. She added and concluded that after all this time investigating, Patrick finally had the answer. That gate might be artificial. Everyone could not believe their eyes. "What?" Zion felt dizzy hearing this and exclaimed, "No way." Zion beside her was stunned too. This shattered the main premise of storming the gates. Lian sighed helplessly. "This does not change what we have to do." Calmly, he announced to everyone that he was mentally prepared to fight. "Get ready to start the battle. We have to be ready to face the monsters and hunt down the demon sword." The secretary, angry that Lian dared to give orders, snapped, "Who gave you the right to order?" Ayasu raised his hand to stop her, and he reluctantly agreed. "All right, but the demon sword travels fast. He is definitely trying to attract the monsters that will appear soon." He clearly divided the tasks. "We will form a special team to deal with the demon sword. It will be faster if we all prepare for emergencies." Loon had no further comments. "Got it. I will leave it to you." Kang Hyuk interrupted, looking at Ayasu. Then, Lian went ahead. Patrick followed, and he declared, "We will start ambushing the demon sword." Then Kang Hyuk pointed out the ambush plan on the map, showing the route the demon sword would take. A group from Ayasu's delegation carried swords, ready for battle. That was the Wakayama Japanese Hunters Association. Next was the Korean Hunters Association led by Ayasu, named Kochi. Finally, Lee, Harry, and Patrick formed a trio from the Miyazaki Shrine Association. Kang Hyuk stood before the map, calmly analyzing. "We have pushed back the monsters at Tokushima, Miyazaki, and Wakayama." "Understood." Everyone looked up at the screen showing each association's logo with a message that the area had been cleared 30 minutes ago. They were stunned. 30 minutes ago. Korea acted. The man controlling the screen quickly updated the info. Clearly, a giant cannonball fell from the sky. Ayasu immediately understood. "Got it. That must be the queen." He hurriedly grabbed his phone to command the other end. Takeda, watching the screen, he saw no updates from Team 4, so he asked Takeda, "No report from Team 4. Go check on them." Takeda immediately replied. "Understood, sir. I'm heading out now." Ayasu found it strange and thought to himself, "Is the equipment broken?" Switching to Takeda's side, a foot stepped down, leading the top hunters to Japan. He and the others looked surprised at the scene before them. Damn it. They stood looking at the devastation, countless dead bodies, and shattered debris. A truly tragic scene. Takeda remained doubtful. Did the demon sword cause this? I do not think so. No way he could have gotten here. Scouting the scene and thinking. We have not found any trace of him. The association is in chaos. Nishimori is dead. Takeda. Everyone is injured. Takeda looked at each fallen team member bitterly. Thinking. Damn it. Why does it always have to be my hunters? He grabbed the radio to report. This is Takeda. Team 4 has been wiped out. Looks like the demon sword has arrived here. At that moment, a hunter from the Japanese team, no longer a kid, put on a serious face. Takeda, come here quickly. What is going on? Takeda stepped forward, standing before a monster that had lost a lot of blood. Guessing someone must have come out from inside the monster's belly. He was so shocked he did not expect this move. Jig. He let the monster swallow them to avoid being tracked. Takeda wondered why he would do such things. When suddenly a call came through the radio. Takeda, on the other end. They reported over the walkie-talkie that Team 2 was wiped out too, which made him feel like he was about to collapse. The scene shifted to the Korean Hunters Association, where a guard panicked and grabbed the walkie-talkie to report. The demon sword has appeared. Einwang was stunned and immediately asked, where? The person hurriedly replied, Wakayama 3's rank hunters have died. Jinsu was also stunned, seeing everything unfold way faster than imagined. Damn. It is already like this, the guard continued. Hunter Takeda is gathering other teams outside the shrine. Einwang asked with more questions. What? Why not at the shrine? The person added. They tried, but a monster shot down their plane, activating its special ability. Damn it, he was helpless. Damn it. Einwang had no choice and suggested, if that is the case, can we just stay here? Hearing this, Jinsu got even angrier. What the hell are you talking about? The plane quickly took the group out to the open sea. Someone inside kept urging. Hey, why's the plane flying so slow? Go faster. This is the fastest it can go. Ahead was a pitch black sky. Everything here was completely destroyed. Wakayama and Takeda instinctively looked at something. It turned out the Korean hunter team had also arrived in this land. He was deeply grateful. Thank you all for coming. They glanced around. Man, this is bad. Jinsu led the group saying, I thought we would just be buying time against the demon sword. Takeda honestly shared. The Han are stronger than we thought. They will definitely wipe us out if we fight separately. 2 teams have already been destroyed. Jaiwang John spoke up. Anyway, we have 5 teams here. 4 on your side. So that is a total of 9 rank hunters. Jun Hang looked upset. Why leave me out? He continued with his opinion. I think that is enough. Young one next to him also spoke sharply. We have about 100 rank hunters too. So I do not think the demon sword can do much. Before he could finish, he suddenly sensed something. I feel a dark power approaching. A sharp sword stabbed straight into the ground. The Korean hunter team immediately drew their weapons, ready to fight whoever it was. The demon sword officially appeared. It strode arrogantly toward them, unleashing a brutal massacre. Merciless destruction. Its terrifying eyes glared, a face that made everyone wary. I am the assassin. Akaisa. The destroyer of life. Not only that, this rank hunter team. Jin also became wary. Damn it. Akasa stood before them, making everyone terrified. They exclaimed. I have never met anyone this strong outside the lower ranks. What the hell is this? He grabbed the blade and leaped over the black hole. When he reached the other side of the cliff, Takeda immediately commanded the troops to act. Now. Attack. The large force quickly surged forward. One of them said, that is worth 100 million yen. Surround him, Takeda, eager to take Akasa down. Reassured everyone. Don't be afraid. No one can withstand such a large force. Junhwan stopped him halfway. Wait, Akasa snarled and laughed, clearly mocking his opponents. Junhwan's face showed a hint of fear. Takeda's hunter team charged straight at Akasa, shouting loudly, get out of the way. A second later, chaos erupted. Junhwan could not believe his eyes and panicked. Almost the entire force was taken down by Akasa in the blink of an eye. He was terrified beyond words. Shocked. What? Seeing Akasa's extraordinary power, Junhwan thought. He took out all those rank hunters with one strike. Takeda collapsed to the ground, finally realizing Anhuan was right to warn them. We would be dead instantly if he had not said to get out of the way. Not even a second of peace before he gasped for air. Sweating profusely. Right now, Akasa is standing in front of Takeda, raising his sword, ready to strike. Suddenly, he stops and turns his head back. Always the big brother quickly blocks Akasa's attack as someone rushes in from behind. Yunhuan sees him distracted and orders. Now's the time to attack. Jaeon and Jian immediately put all their strength into swinging their hammer hard at where he is standing. Not panicking at all, he stays calm. Just a slight lift of his sword instantly defeats the hammer. At that moment, he wonders, gee, how can he fight with one hand? Akasa's face darkens as he spits out insults, calling him weak. Suddenly, countless swords fall strangely around where Akasa and Jun stand. A voice echoes? Limitless swords. Jinsu sees this from afar and commands. 1,000 swords. Disperse. Then he moves as fast as the wind. Chang Sung stands beside him. The two protect the badly injured Jian and Jian. Jin Su loudly asks, "Is that the guy?" Chang Sung replies, "He is very strong." He watches Akasa's expression and adds, "I fought him before in Bizen. But he was not this strong. Teacher Takeda is badly hurt." A girl approaches and asks, "Takeda, are you okay?" He grimaces in pain. "I can heal this." Nothing like this has ever happened before. Jinsu calls out, "Ongwan." And he immediately obeys. The words on the screen make Ongwan's heart churn. He is stunned. Plan. Massacre mode. Applies to all living beings. Reduces physical speed by 90%. All resistance down 90%. Life force rapidly declines. Wounds can heal. This is... He watches Akasa carefully. Thinking about his power. This is not the only problem. There is a lot more. He must be on par with the Demon Duke. Or even stronger. Jinsu quickly interrupts. "Don't you worry about that. We just need to kill him." On one report. Sir. In a corner, Akasa watches them argue over strategy. Jinsu steps forward and says to him, "Looks like you are doing pretty well." Akasa smirks mockingly. "I know you someone who shares my blood." Jinsu bluntly replies, "I do not have a son like you." Akasa fans the flames. He grins. "Old man. Where's your granddaughter?" Jinsu cuts him off. "None of your business. No more beating around the bush." He says, "You are going to die by my hand." Suddenly, a helicopter flies by. Jinsu sits inside, smugly saying, "Lucky to have a private chopper. Honestly, I do not think we need to do anything considering who is involved in this fight right now." He seriously asks her, "Are you ready?" Then he formally calls out her name. Soin. Soin sits quietly. "I came here on my own." Then she looks serious. "You want something? Do not you?" To the point of sneaking into the chopper. Jun Sin did. "Of course not. Though I do not want anything from His Majesty." He acts cheeks flushed. "We just want to be forgiven. He has considered it and showed us mercy. Isn't he that salvation? He is truly devoted." Suddenly, the helicopter shakes strangely while flying. Jun Sin presses his back into the seat. Rolling over. Could it be? Outside, the fierce battle continues. Junsu launches attacks at Akasa. Sword strikes. Sword rain. And wild swords invincible against the 1,000 swords. Akasa counters without backing down. Anger wells up inside him. He grits his teeth and glares fiercely at Akasa. Neither backs down. Two beams of light clash. It seems Junsu has fallen into his trap. His expression changes. Meanwhile, Akaso is clearly thrilled by the scene. They both fly into the air to fight. Then Akaso unleashes his aura, retaliating fiercely with the Lord of Slaughter sword. Jun Sin and Soyeon in the helicopter look out the window to watch the battle. She cries out desperately, "Oh my, sir." A red aura engulfed the sword, unleashing terrifying dark magic. Just then, Junsu slowly woke up, hearing a voice nearby. "Junsu, are you okay?" I Wangwon gently helped her sit up. Junsu was still dizzy, half conscious. "You are giving me a headache. Stop it already." After being unconscious for a while, she finally remembered what happened. Wait. What happened? The sword was suddenly broken in two. The battle was turning in Akasa's favor. He gently lifted Junsu. I Wangwon calmly recounted. "Has the old man already lost?" He laughed loudly, satisfied with the outcome. "Not bad at all." Akasa kept mocking. "But he is old now." Junsu tried to push through. "I am going to kill him." Could some force be trying to interfere with his plans? He noticed something off. "But it is strange the power is weaker than I thought. He should be dead by now." Akasa looked up at the sky, sensing something blocking him. Just as expected, Soyeon appeared in time, confidently saying, "Let my grandfather go." The Ventace's sword was disrupting Akasa's blade, and Ariana's sword shone light to dispel the darkness. Because of her arrival, he accidentally loosened his grip and released Junsu. Soyeon risked everything to fight him and protect the old man. He desperately tried to stop her. Soyeon, do not. Power had taken over her soul, her eyes burning with fierce determination. The enemy's revenge was coming, she shouted, channeling great power through her soul, estimating a 12% soul energy consumption. Soyeon appeared before Akasa in imposing armor. Glaring fiercely at him, she clenched her teeth, ready to fight this guy. Confident. With this power, I can beat him. Akasa grinned, showing sharp teeth, mocking her. Amateur. Then he struck, pointing his sword straight at Soyeon, making her stagger. He pressed the sword close to her and threatened. This holy power is incredibly strong. Many of my comrades fell after facing it. Akasa unleashed a deadly aura that terrified Soyeon, but he swung his sword, knocking her hard backward, angrily saying, "You are no knight, not even an Aku." Akasa's eyes blazed red as he taunted, "You are nothing." Jun Sin suddenly appeared behind him. He brought a powerful army and ordered them to protect Soyeon, activating a shared resistance against certain curses. They charged in, bloodied, fighting Akasa fiercely. This made Akasa furious, his face darkening. As Jun Sin prepared to attack, Akasa slammed his sword into the ground, making them hesitate. He was horrified, eyes wide in disbelief. Soyeon was also stunned, witnessing the horrific scene unfold. To shock them all, he casually unleashed a move that sent the entire guild flying backward before they could react. blood spilling everywhere. Akasa sneered harshly, mocking. Even a dog would tuck its tail when facing a tiger. You are a coward. Despite such a large force, they were all defeated by him, making him even more arrogant. I am immortal. Ion suddenly stepped forward, laughing. Despite the brutal battle, he laughed loudly enough to annoy Akasa. Akasa scowled. What is so funny? Ion arrogantly showed no fear. I am just a little reckless. Encouraged, he boldly said. Immortal my ass. Right in front of the others, Akasa looked up at the sky, catching a glimpse of Leon riding a horse. Aren't we all going to die anyway? From above, he looked down with a delicate face but a commanding presence. The story goes that long ago, there was a world where kingdoms were protected by gods, and those kingdoms had knights blessed by the gods. A hand with sharp claws pointed at the map, recalling the past. They were a curse to the immortal beasts. The knights used holy laws to break natural rules. Some say they eradicated evil. They were numerous. 4 of the 7 lords were summoned, along with 6 dukes and 87 generals leading 10 million troops. They invaded the gods' world. Because of their overwhelming force, they succeeded in destroying the world, leaving only 2 powers remaining. Leon had been very heroic before, and the elite knights were ready to make their final stand with the remaining troops. His faction had defeated that monster bug, and the Oat army was enjoying this great battle like it was a festival, destroying the East. In the end, it was concluded that Akasa had been sent to another world throughout the war and could not witness its end. Akasa kept quiet but then realized how lucky he was. Leon sneered, and taunted him further, saying he could call himself the hope of this world. Hearing that, Leon's face turned purple. Who dares call me out like that? He jumped down and faced him directly when a voice rang out from afar. He is. Then Leon charged forward and landed a crushing punch right to his face. How powerful must that strength be to send Akasa, a fearless fighter, tumbling like that? Jinsu could not help but be stunned by the scene. Standing frozen for a moment, he thought to himself, unbelievable. He took down the demon duke with just one punch. Seeing Akasa's miserable defeat, Jinsu wondered, just how strong is he? Despite everyone's amazement, he still refused to surrender. Turns out he was not giving up yet. Still arrogant, saying it is useless, he is just a mortal after all. Supernatural forces appeared around Lion, declaring that his massacre gear affected all living creatures, reducing physical resistance by 90%. All defense was reduced by 90%. Vitality dropped rapidly. Wounds could not heal. Soul's corrupted effects applied to all living beings. Mental resistance dropped 90%, causing panic. Attack power reduced by 50%, and stamina decreased by 5% each turn. The hidden heart effect targeted enemies, reducing their stamina by 70%, turning all healing effects into damage, and applying pain debuffs every turn. Target's attack speed dropped 40%. Darkness limited vision. Effects applied to all living beings. Movement speed reduced by 50%, and sight was restricted. Each turn caused panic. Defense dropped 30%. Blood capacity reduced, and all damage dealt to the target was doubled, absorbing the target's blood to restore stamina. All healing effects on the target were nullified, and physical resistance dropped 60%. Jinsu read the signs. Amazed wings of destruction. Effects applied to all living beings. Attack power reduced by 40%. Evasion increased by 50%. Defensive gear effectiveness dropped 70%. Panic inflicted each turn no matter how strong he is. He won't win here. Lin refused to let this go. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and fierce. Each step was filled with dark magic. The victor's aura resisted all prayers. Confidently holding his sword, he slowly advanced each step, making history. Jinsu increasingly realized Leon was no ordinary person. He was feverish. The terrifying evil species weakening the demon Duke Akasa. Effects caused fear and anxiety. Lowering resistance, he was something very different from normal humans. A demon. Something no living creature could touch. He advanced like a knight, majestic and unmatched, charging boldly into the center. Brother's voice was thunderous. A one-man army. All stats boosted by 200%, and the team's morale maximized. Demon Slayer effect increased damage to demons by 300%, resistance to curses and debuffs, and all demons panicked after one died. Warrior effect boosted combat power by 150% in 1v1 fights. Increased evasion, and attack power rose 10% after each hit. Counterattack damage doubled. Demon King Slayer effect increased damage to Demon Kings by 500%, and resistance stats rose 70%. Jinsu was in awe. Could not believe it, he had nullified all buffs with even stronger buffs. Face to face with Leon, Akasa felt the tension like never before. Akasa's rude, boldly declaring, the destroyer of life. Leon was not backing down. He shouted back, I am the real destroyer here. The two began to fight. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a bustling crowd and vehicles. Someone in a nearby car, a police officer, asked urgently, when will we get out of here? He quickly replied, we are trying to find a way. Please be patient a little longer. Another family is also in a panic. Damn it. Why is not the news reporting anything? He is pissed off. We are going to be stuck here forever. Might as well just walk. The city is filled with thick smoke and dust. Cars are pushed and crashing into each other. Everyone in the car is worried, asking each other, what is going on? Are you okay? Yeah. Me and the kid are fine. The mother gently asks, are you okay? Haruto. The dazed child calls out. Did you see it? A flash of light streaks across the sky. Everything starts to fall into chaos. Someone is fighting up there. Akasa and Leon are still evenly matched. Neither willing to back down. Akasa strikes broadly. Lee, quick-witted, dodges just in time, letting the Batman fall freely below. The sound of their fight echoes like a massive explosion, causing the whole city to collapse. Everyone in the city is running. Run fast. The driver panics. Those two are fighting on top of it. Akasa angrily flies down into the city. Is he even human? Hen is causing chaos. Die already. The sword slams hard into the ground. The frightened mother clutches her child tightly. Now everything is shattered. Smoke and explosions cover everywhere. Leon launches an attack. Leon Dragonia. Leon hurt. He stands firm, observing and preparing to act. The ultimate Kim Than has been activated. He won to endure despair. A brave knight kneels before him. Knight Chen Than. Once they complete their mission, and the spirit chooses them, they automatically receive 3 sacred items. Ahead appears Leon with a solemn demeanor, armor, magical spear, and a shining sword. The sharp sword glows with radiant light. What is the sword of the Chen Than Protector? Leon recalls. Remembering past words, the Chen Than Protector inherits the heart of a lion and becomes a demigod. Protector Chen Than. He regains courage, fully committed to this do-or-die battle. The King of Leon Hurt does not represent the spirit's power. Instead, the King of Leon Hurt carries out the spirit's will. Leon spreads his legs wide. Steel-willed, unyielding to the storm, he casts a spell in the circle. He deforges the King's sword of Leon Hurt, and Pitos polished it with his fire. Then Ariana fused her light into that sword. Leon grips the sword like a national treasure. Ready. Also, many other gods have blessed this sword. Then he raises the sword high, eyes stern, saying, this sword is the pinnacle of light. Leon Hurt. Akasa's spirit approaches Leon. He chants fiercely and begins to counterattack, carrying out the will of the gods and protecting the Chen Than. Akasa scoffs, finds it ridiculous. Damn it. You are just a human. Suddenly behind Leon appear countless gods governing, guarding, and standing by him. Exactly how many gods' power has he absorbed? Akasa seems to realize Leon's magic is growing stronger. He decides to strike as soon as possible. Must kill him before he gets stronger. Die already. Your glorious days are over. Leon bursts with emotion, gripping the sword tightly. Boldly declares, my glory is immortal. Then he slams down hard, shaking heaven and earth, rocks flying everywhere. Before he can react, Akasa is stunned. His face turns purple, bearing sharp teeth. Damn. Monster. The sword pierces straight up into the blue sky. Light envelops Leon's whole body. He stands proudly firm on the ground. The entire city has shattered into hundreds of pieces, slowly ruined by this terrible battle. Leon sighs. Looking down below, Akaso is still alive but seems to be gradually losing power. That bastard is really hard to kill. He still talks big, trying to provoke Leon. You are weaker now. Much weaker than before. Akasa blurted out. I get it now. Akasa said. This land does not have enough faith. So that is why. Leon was not any better. He retorted. So that means the one strong enough to be the Lord is you. What difference will that make? Leon casually slung his sword over his shoulder, his face showing contempt. Even if I am weaker, you are not stronger than me. Hearing this felt like a knife stabbing straight into Akasa's pride. Bowling him up like fire, he launched another attack, determined to take Leon down. Then let us settle this afternoon. Instantly, hundreds of shards flew toward where Leon stood. Unlike the panicked reaction, Leon stayed calm and assessed the situation. He reached out, gathering his anger into this strike aimed at Leon, but it seemed this move was ineffective. He suddenly froze. Leon rushed from behind, pressing his sword against Akasa's neck, catching him off guard. Luckily, Akasa dodged just in time, cursing. You idiot. He was not ready to stop. The fight went on. You planning to waste your precious holy power? Leon cut him off. Enough already. He clashed swords with Akasa, sparks flying from the friction. Akasa tried to strike at his legs but was countered. Leon flicked his long leg over Akasa's head. Akasa fell flat on his face, furious and grinding his teeth like he was about to lose it. Leon glared at Akasa's miserable state. Akasa refused to give up, throwing up a smokescreen. Bleeding heavily, his body was badly injured. Exhaustion was setting in. Damn monsters, thought to himself. I can beat him alone. Leon looked around, puzzled. I was wondering why no one else was around. Now many monsters appeared, disrupting the battle that was nearing its end. Leon understood Akasa's dirty trick. You think you can stop me with these dumb monsters? I am sure they can. Countless monsters lined up in front of Leon. Still, they will buy me some time. He was annoyed. And you are trying to run away. Like I would let you. Akasa started to retreat recklessly. Just for a moment, he threatened. I just need a little longer, and you will be begging on your knees. Akasa ordered his army of demons. Take care of him. Buy me time. The monsters immediately swarmed forward, their eyes terrifying. Leon stood firm on that path, determined to fight to the end. He was furious. You damn bastards. A monster charged, targeting him, activating its killing mechanism. Suddenly, A voice rang out from afar. Ancient relic cannon. Akasa shouted angrily. What? Who dares? No need for that, someone spoke up amid his frustration. I have got a stable cloud right here that I can use. Suddenly, Akasa vanished into a purple misty portal. The voice continued. I will just support for now to save mana. Just in case. The chick appeared with a bright smile. Is that okay? Harry.
Yep.
Hari quickly replied.
Yep.
Your Majesty. Just then, Harry, Suho, and Yuika's troops arrived one after another. Hari was excited. This time, it is our turn to help the kingdom. Dusei also witnessed everything from that path. Bichik closed his eyes and bowed deeply. Seeing Leon's large army approaching, Akasa grew anxious and growled. That damn bowing bunch again. The last time I saw Leon's king was 4 months ago. Hingang's mighty army stood before him, ready to defeat him. He got even more annoyed. Don't tell me he built an army in just 4 months. Leon could not hesitate any longer. He pointed his sword at them, directly commanding the kingdom's soldiers. The soldiers quickly took their positions. Ready for battle, Leon leads the army, declares war, and takes down the enemy. Leon looks down with a sharp, assessing gaze. Just then, Patrick approaches to update him on the current situation. What we feared has happened. Unfortunately, Lena's tone shows no worry at all. I know, the scene before them is chaotic, with the corpses of giant monsters scattered on the ground. Luna's already mobilized all the soldiers, urging the troops to push forward. Soldiers attack fiercely, the rookies full of fighting spirit. Moving forward, kill them all. It is easy to push back the demon-summoned monsters, but we still can't let him escape. Patrick smiles wickedly, and she quickly asks a few questions. Your Majesty, you must have a plan. All of this seems to have been part of Leona's plan. Right. Of course. Suddenly, he pulls out a severed hand. Look. Akaisa's arm, without beating around the bush. Leon gets straight to the point. With this, can you open the gate? Patrick's eyes light up, a slight smirk on his lips.
Yep.
With this, he won't escape even if he runs to the ends of the earth. They both look at the pale hand and smile wickedly. He will be tracked down anywhere. Their sinister laughter echoes throughout the area. Cut to Harry and Soho, their eyes wide with amazement as they enter such a fancy place. Says Harry. I have never been to a place this fancy. The banquet table has desserts, scented candles, and wine. The servers carry food politely and elegantly, just like true aristocrats. VIP guests. The upper echelon in that hall is very crowded. A server approaches politely and asks if they want anything to drink. Harry quickly replies, just one drink for me. Thank you. Suho grumbles, annoyed she did not get one. Why selfish? I will be old enough in a few months. Harry sighs, giving him a teasing look. Not yet. Though, from afar, Ji-wook shouts loudly upon seeing them. Here you two are. What are you doing? He is holding a glass of wine too. Harry uses a spell to take the wine away from Ji-wook, since he is not old enough. You are not allowed to drink either. Come on. Harry laughs a lot today, while Suho and Ji-wook exchange puzzled looks. Why does she look so happy? Isn't she supposed to be with Lord Okang-heek right now? She has never been to a place this nice. They stop paying attention to Harry and look around instead. Our team's performance is pretty impressive. She got a lot of interview requests, but her subordinates did not agree. So she is really happy. Harry shyly recounts the scary situation she faced. I was completely panicked. Hundreds rushed toward me, but Ji-wook stepped in first. What exactly did she do? Harry approaches Suho and Ji-hwa. Forget it. Have you guys met my subordinates and Soyeon yet? They answer in unison. Not yet. In another scene, a high vantage point overlooks the city lights shrouded in darkness. Soyeon stands on the balcony with crossed arms, her expression saying it all. Thinking about Amelong's face, it is annoying. Oh man, this is not over yet. Next to her sits a mysterious figure standing nearby. That is right. But this person can handle this alone. From that time, he assessed Soyeon's abilities, very talented but not yet mature enough. She calmly replies, you mean compared to my subordinates? This mysterious person came to inform Soyeon, but can still handle some things. My subordinates have dealt with that lazy great demon, using the power I granted. She hesitates to continue, but he says, I have already given you my soul. I have nothing left to bargain with you. The mysterious person arrived earlier than planned. All we need is to lure Soyeon inside, and it is a success. I do not need anything else to kill those demons causing harm. I will give you the power to kill them. Soyeon hesitated for a few seconds, not daring to make an immediate decision. Then, before she could finish, Luna's voice rang out from behind. Enough. He reminded her of one thing. Turn back now. There is nothing in this world that is wasted. You lowlife. Soyeon was doubtful, questioning Leon. Are you telling me to give up on revenge? If you mean revenge is pointless, then I think not. He did not hesitate to step forward and face her directly. Who do you think I am? I fully deserve the title of the God of Vengeance. He was serious. The mysterious person's eyes burned red, his tone somewhat challenging. You would better listen to him. Leon has sent many people to their ancestors before. This guy swore to avenge his subjects, his comrades, and himself, the one with the deepest hatred. He has suffered a lot too. He is an entity who has fought alone for 2 centuries. Nothing can stop Leon's revenge. driven solely by hatred. He accomplishes what seems impossible. The mysterious person placed a challenging hand on Leon's shoulder. So you think he would advise you to give up? Loon immediately rejected that. I am not telling you to let go of your hatred. On the contrary. I want you to succeed in your revenge even more. Hard to accept the truth. Soyeon hesitated. Then why? The three of them stood talking on the balcony. The conversation had not ended yet. Leon leaned against the stone railing, trying to persuade Soyeon. The result of revenge is very sweet. To succeed, you have to change. But if you lose yourself, that is your biggest failure. Leon carefully emphasized to her. In the end, hatred will eat away at your mind. Soyeon rejected his sincerity. I do not care. Unable to stand by, Leon grabbed her shoulder tightly. He tried to make her see the consequences and stop. Don't underestimate what it can do. The god holds your soul. Even a betrayer of the pact must be punished and repent. His words made Soyeon's team pause for a moment, unable to speak. Chasing power and hatred blindly only leaves an eternal lonely abyss. The god of vengeance is gone. Only Leon and Soyeon remain. If you feel lost, find a way to improve yourself instead of losing it. So after your revenge succeeds, what is left on your lips is a smile. Lowlife. Leon frowned, worried about Soyeon's choice. She chose Soyeon, whose desire for revenge is against the father who killed her mother and her friends. She opened her eyes wide, barely breathing. Or maybe she herself chose to pursue the cursed sword. Soyeon lowered her head, her shoulders trembling in waves. Her tears fell like that. It is my fault, because of everything. She took all the blame on herself. I was tempted by it. And then my father. Soyeon cried harder, unable to control her emotions. If not for me, my father and mother, and others. Loon had exhausted all his persuasion and now had no choice but to scold her to wake up. You are so foolish, he sighed loudly, confused by Soyeon's decision. Why do you treat the victim like the villain you want to take revenge on? You do not even know who you want to avenge. Soyeon gradually realized what Leon meant. You mean the one I should take revenge on is that demon? Right. Complete your pact with the god of darkness and hatred, and fulfill your goal. Leon smiled. Luckily she realized which path is right, that is the true path of revenge. Seeing his radiant smile, Soyeon stopped crying altogether. From the next day, the Demon Sword Strike team gathered. Some members with annoyed faces stood before the teleport gate. Some disagreed with this, including Kamiya. They opposed opening a black gate in Japan. After the guild president revealed the matter, more people joined. Sangan clenched his fists, still angry thinking about it. He even dared to sacrifice his own people for profit. That affects the future of the whole kingdom, the leader told the strike team members. They lined up and walked calmly. Sangan looked straight ahead, determined not to give up. I will make the demon sword pay for the lives Han took, and see what the Temple Guild can really do. The members of the assault team took turns stepping into that black hole. It was huge and mysterious. I wonder how strong the King of Leon Adatane and the Temple Guild really is. Sangan's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Everyone was stunned by the chaotic scene before them. The locals here were being tortured and terrorized by the soldiers. It was truly horrifying. Grab them. The cries for help echoed nonstop. Oh my. Save me. Shut up. Nearby, a scared little girl stood sobbing quietly in the corner. They were shocked and speechless. What the hell are those bastards doing? Are they insane? Violet, still carrying a child on his shoulder, shouted loudly to the soldiers below. Capture as many as you can. These scumbags deserve to be enslaved and live in misery every day. That king must be a truly ruthless man. A few hours earlier, the troop led by Lean entered this strange scene. It was amazing. They were puzzled by everything around them. The atmosphere was completely different. This was the sword kneeling territory. The system displayed a notification. You have entered the domain of the murderous Grand Duke. All stats decreased by 80%. The trainees could hardly believe their eyes. What? 80%? Are you kidding me? What kind of weakling territory is this? Seeing them lose control like that, Leon spoke up to calm them down. Calm down. Guys, he gasped, eyes filled with fear and confusion. This is a reinforced Legion defense boosted. Network fortified. Courage increased. Defense up. Armor strengthened. Powerful burst attacks. Magic resistance up. Range damage resistance. Expanded vision. Slaughter against infantry. Poison resistance. Blessings of the War Engineer Squad. Command ship power up 150%. Soldiers in the War Engineer Squad fighting alongside an engineer gain engineer attributes. You receive 20% physical resistance. Invisible fear weakens all demon. Spreading fear reduces enemy defense. Leon fell into a thoughtful silence. It was not just one or two effects, but for thousands of soldiers behind him. I already guessed the king's strength, but this level. Suddenly, Harry rode up and informed him. Your Highness, there is a mission. Go ahead. She received the order and recounted everything fully without missing a word. You are the exploration team of King Leon Hurt, currently on a deadly expedition to Akasa. Help King Leon Hurt defeat Akasa. Is that? Well, killing him is only natural. Leon led loudly so everyone could hear. I will do everything possible here. In the demon's territory, Since this is your first time here, try to gather as many clues about the demons as you can. Suho and Jae-yuk showed clear excitement on their faces. Understood. Your Highness. Jae-yuk found the scene a bit dull, wondering if anything could be accomplished. Jack was a bit puzzled. Why are you surprised? Hearing Jack beside him, Jae-yuk lowered his head to check. Who is that spinner? He exclaimed in surprise. You are here for the battle too. The other replied calmly as if nothing was happening. Of course, even now. Jae-yuk still could not believe it. Oh my. Returning to Harry. Something caught her attention and made her look back. Leon cheerfully asked, What is next? He rode his horse closer to Jack. Harry was confused about what was happening. The outer mist was complete. I can feel your energy stronger than before, he answered cautiously. The god has integrated weapons with high initial stats, and the combat sequence has been activated. Jack scanned the area and reported the current situation. Recon report complete. Drone activated. Multiple enemy camps detected. Hard to believe. Loon asked again to be sure. Enemy camps. He immediately sent Jack ahead to lead the group. Head to the nearest spot. Understood. I will guide the way. After a few hours, Leona's group arrived at the gate commander's camp. A voice called out, Lily. Who are you? Harry ignored the question and looked past the man. Only one person. There was just one tall, stern-faced guard at the gate. Seems like a small force. Leon paid no attention to the gatekeeper and walked straight ahead. He turned back and asked him, Who are you? The man did not answer. I asked first. Leon gritted his teeth angrily at the man's disrespect. How dare a commoner make me repeat a royal order? I will consider you an idiot and forgive you this time. The guard nervously said to Leon. Wait. I will call the village chief. Fine. After a while, the gate was opened. The village chief stepped out and asked politely, You guys are not from around here. Are you? He foolishly introduced himself. I am the village chief of this place. Suddenly, the village chief sat down abruptly, his voice urgent. King Leon. You know the king. Hearing this question, he fell silent, sweat pouring down, unsure how to answer. Less than 5 seconds later, he suddenly stood up and dashed behind the gate, his action confusing Leon. Without hesitation, Leon ordered Jack. Spinner, take him down. Prepare the cannon. A large bullet shot straight at the spot where the chief was running, sending him and the villagers flying. The village chief collapsed painfully to the ground. Leon coldly asked, Were you trying to run away? The chief could not run anymore. Too scared even to breathe hard. Leon frowned, holding back his anger. Who are you? He radiated intensity. Why run when you see me? The chief trembled, only daring to beg, Please spare me. Your Majesty, Leon frowned in confusion. I did not come to take your life. I just want to defeat the demons. Suddenly, a familiar voice whispered in his ear. The king. Tenline leaned close and whispered. It is someone you know? He told me the whole terrible history about this guy. He used to be a royal army commander, a follower of the demon lord, living with those murderous demons. After hearing all that, Leon fell silent. Speechless, his anger exploded uncontrollably. What? A demon worshipper. Capture them all for me. Lena's body burned with the fire of war. Back to the present. All the villagers were captured by Lena's soldiers. He began the interrogation himself, as the leader granted immortality for his wisdom during the Akasa massacre. The chief tried hard to justify himself. Yep. But that was just a lie to deceive us. The villagers gritted their teeth. Too afraid to speak, we had to obey those damn demons. The future is still uncertain. I do not know when I will die. The chief bowed on behalf of the villagers, begging Leon, Please save us. Forgive these ignorant people. Jia-hyu and Suho felt sympathy but could not help. It was pitiful. They were just puppets controlled by the demon lord, forced to do evil. Leon could not stand the chief's begging anymore. Chief, what nonsense are you spouting? He slammed his sword into the ground, scaring the chief stiff. Answer me now, you useless traitor. How many innocent people have your hands killed? The villagers and the chief looked at Leon with hatred. Let me ask again, how many innocent people have you killed? Whoever can answer, step forward. The chief wailed miserably. I had no choice. Your Majesty, if I were by your side, I would not have done this. Whining made the interrogation drag on longer. Dante blamed the king for your sins. This judgment is just the result of your own choices. If you are guilty, accept it. For a moment, Lena's tone softened, no longer harsh as before, but it turned out he had planned everything. Even someone like him was once a servant of the good gods. Impossible. You forgive me, Leon said. I will keep your souls safe. The villagers' faces lit up with hope. Leon laid down rules for them until the saints judged and punished their crimes. You will serve as slaves for 50 years. The chief could not believe it. Slaves, Leon demanded. You must serve the gods to cleanse those dirty souls a bit. The villagers were spared. They thanked him profusely. Thank you, Your Majesty. But the chief acted strangely. Grinding his teeth angrily, he rolled around throwing a tantrum. Ridiculous. Slaves. Slaves. What is this? Suho, Diep, and the others watched helplessly, unsure what to do. I do not want to be Leon's slave. I do not accept this. Should we kill him? I will spare him. But why is he so scared? Before he could finish speaking, the villagers who had just covered his mouth shouted, "Let go. That old man's crazy. Grab him. We got him." Lena's voice rang out, and everyone froze, not daring to move. Stopping immediately, he ordered the villagers and the village chief there, "All of you. For the next 50 years. I will help you atone for your crimes. But you must follow orders without hesitation." Leon's whole body radiated a powerful golden light, clearly showing his authority. No one there dared to disobey him. "I will obey you, Your Highness." Only the village chief still tried to resist Leon. "I do not want to be Leon's slave." The goddess behind Leon pointed her index finger forward, and instantly a bright circle appeared around the village chief's neck. He refused to accept this, shouting loudly, "I want to submit. Arrest them and let them atone for their crimes." In the end, all became free laborers. 5,934 people blinded and returned as Leon's slaves. Loon warily sat on his horse, having gained quite a bit. "I need to watch closely if there is more nearby." Jiep Thinling approached to call him. "Your Highness," he quickly reported about the road ahead. "There are a lot of enemy troops up front." Loon remained calm and fearless. "Really? They will be here soon. Then, they are probably under the command of the great demon killer Akaza." Leon's soldiers were excited, faces full of enthusiasm. "Finally. It is time for real battle. I am itching to get going." Awesome. They had all trained hard and upgraded their gear to the max. "Great. Let us see how the buffs work. Let us fight. I will avenge my comrades." Loon yanked the leash of a blinded slave. The person turned around, looking confused at him. Leon smiled wickedly, truly terrifying. Rinsung spoke from behind, making the man terrified. Sweating profusely. "Slaves. Hurry up. What about us?" The villagers finally realized. "We are the leaders." Loon did not hesitate to answer. "That is right." Rizinga's tone was strange. "Even if your limbs are cut off, your guts torn out, grab the guy in front of you. That is your value on the battlefield." They turned pale with fear, eyes wide, arguing with Leon. "Wait. You still call yourself a righteous knight? What a joke. Is becoming a slave really this meaningless?" As soon as he finished, the villagers' legs moved on their own. They were extremely confused but could not do anything. "What is happening? Why is my body moving on its own?" "Stop." The goddess behind Leon was controlling them. He calmly said, "You have accepted your punishment. Until your punishment is complete, freedom does not exist for you." The villagers gasped. "What?" The two sides were now facing each other. The demon army on one side, seeing the scene. They were very puzzled. What is going on? Why are the territory's residents here? Are these guys crazy? Go back to your village. Leon smiled silently, then excitedly ordered the blinded villagers below. Charge. They cried their eyes out. I do not want to die. The demon army did not hesitate either, shouting, "These lunatics. Kill them all." The two sides clashed wildly, swinging axes and shouting curses nonstop. "You pests." He slammed his gun into the ground hard. The other side was completely shocked. The small, quick villagers climbed onto him. What? What is going on? What is this? The villagers fought relentlessly, using their teeth since they had no weapons. The gun squad of Nung No Lion was stunned. The effect. Granted the ability to live on the edge. Granted endurance and tough teeth. Boosted extraordinary effort. Survival instinct enhanced. Vitality increased by 250%. Not wanting to die, they climbed onto the demon, biting and tearing him down. Unreal. Those teeth are deadly. The demon was truly enraged. With one swipe, the villagers were thrown far away. You bastards. Do not cling to me. After drawing the demon's attention, Lion grabbed his weapon and led the soldiers charging in. The demon shouted, "Behind you. Behind you. Watch out for the back. Those guys." Before he could finish, Lion stabbed a sword straight through his face. Careful. Lion easily tossed him into the air. Because Lion tossed him, after the fight, the village chief collapsed to the ground, crying like a child. The scene was chaotic. The demon army seemed to have been wiped out completely, as if reborn to their ancestors. They are alive. He went around to check once more, then returned to report to Lion. Your Majesty has eliminated 3,243 enemies and seized 300 cannons. What is next? He asked Patrick curiously. What will you do now? Queen. No doubt. Your achievements deserve to be recognized first. She shyly covered her mouth. Oh my. Are you paying attention to me? Patrick's eyes suddenly lit up slightly. Then after thinking for a moment, she asked Lion for permission. Could you assign me about 30 demons ranked by level? The higher the rank, the better. Lion's expression seemed a bit regretful. It looks like the demon slaughterhouse needs to be shut down. Why is that? Oh, Your Majesty. Patrick bowed her head slightly. Many mysteries still lay deep in her eyes. The more chances to open the demon gate. Would not that be better? He opened his mouth slightly, looking a bit dazed. The mage who once only thought about death. Lion. A voice rang out, catching the attention of him and Patrick there. Your Majesty. The soldiers have arrived. He asked immediately. What is going on? What is it about? It turns out Sun Good came to ask Lion for a few favors. Could you grant our assault team some demons? But he immediately refused. Not allowed, rejected by Lion like that. Sun Good was determined not to give up and stayed to persuade. Well, our Sun workers have shed a lot of blood too. I want to acknowledge your merits. But the reason is something else. He challenged Sun Good with a question. Are you confident you won't be tempted by the demon's schemes? He hesitated, not making a decision. That matter. Later, Patrick stepped in to discuss again. Lion sighed and finally agreed to follow her advice. Thanks to Patrick's intervention, Lion agreed to Sun Good's request. 3 demons will do. But make sure to handle them thoroughly. Handle them thoroughly. A demon was locked in a cage, baring its teeth threateningly at those outside. Lion was not afraid and stuck his head inside. Now the fear switched to the demon. Which one is suitable? He pointed at the demon and told Sun Good. This one's good, without hesitation. Lion grabbed it roughly and pulled it out of the cage. Lion stared at it like he was about to eat it alive. Just one. Let go. The demon refused to back down, even sticking out a finger at him in a mocking way. I will destroy you all and start a massacre. One wait for anyone. He punched the rude demon hard in the middle of the head. Shut up. You divil. It froze, not daring to move. Sun Good was stunned by the scene. Are these demons all there is? Lion looked at the demon and did not forget to warn him. These low-sea creatures will use their poisonous mouths to dominate humans if given the chance. If that happens, no demon would dare cause trouble or tear things apart. His expression showed extreme confusion. Their weakness is wandering around attacking uselessly. But they are good for scouting. So this is what handling them thoroughly means. Lion released the demon and turned to leave. For now, after they return, deal with them. Just do it like that. Strange. Yep. Sangan followed closely, asking, do you plan to seize the spring fort? Fine. He clung to Lion persistently. This time, will you send the peasants into battle first? Although we won, we suffered quite a few losses. That is right. Many were wounded. Lion's next words stunned Sangan. More than 20 have died. What? What do you mean? Different from the report, Sangan's pupils contracted, sensing something was wrong. Could it be? No way. Your Majesty, Sangan informed Lion of one thing. In the last battle, over 900 people died. That statement shocked him. What? Lion's expression stiffened. The truth. 900. His tone dropped slightly. Your Majesty, Lion's gaze deepened. You just sent peasants into that number. Sangan gasped in horror. The future of humanity looks bleak. Scene shifts to Akasa's haunted castle, the true nature of Grand Duke Akasa. The murderer, a corrupted demon, sat before him cautiously addressing. Grand Duke, he asked sternly. What is the status of the support request? The corrupted demon hesitated, not daring to answer. The summons went unanswered. It anxiously asked him. Grand Duke. No authority. The whole Akasa radiates mysterious magic. The right to summon the great demon lies with the Lord. He clenched his teeth to control his anger. It is all the fault of Clan Chifu. Mocha. If only we had not lost the Lord in the great battle. He bowed his head, his voice bitter and resentful, recovering from his wounds. Lian looked pitifully at him. Suddenly, Akasa looked up. He stopped making a fuss, startled by the corrupted demon. Took this off. The Grand Duke. Akasa sighed helplessly. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. It was not just anything. Was he a lord or not? Consciousness returned to his heavily injured body. Take this off. He muttered something no one understood. Not good at all. He propped himself up, thinking about the plan ahead, needing to find a perfect lord. A lord with genius talent. Soya might be Akasa's next target. Of course. After all, just that lineage. That night, when Lian was talking with Soyan, he looked straight at her and softly called her name. John Soyan, his eyes serious. He asked if she wanted to save her father. If she truly desired revenge. She nodded and answered him. Yep. Even if it meant risking her life. As soon as Soyan answered, Lian lightly tapped her on the head. She froze, looking at the man in front of her. Confused, Lian smiled faintly at her and reminded her to take better care of herself. Hearing that, Soyan blushed shyly, rubbed her head with both hands, and replied. Yep. Then Lian handed her something, placing it in her palm and said, Take this. Soyan opened her hand to receive it. The object glowing with a magical blue light. Soyan asked curiously, Is this a magic ring? Just then, Queen Patrick approached and explained to Soyan that this was equipment made from star steel. It holds the power of dreams. I made it as a gift for the trainees. She smiled gently, looking down at the puzzled Soyan. Then continued. It can create a shield to protect your mind. Many demons try to invade the mind. After hearing this, Soyan was very grateful. Thank you. Your Majesty. Luan raised his eyebrows and seriously told Soyan that if she failed, she would become a host for dark demons. He spoke bluntly. If that happens, there is no choice but to kill you. Now wearing armor, heading to the demon sword's lair, Soyan confidently declared that even if that happened, she would not blame anyone. Looking at the tall, noble man before her, she seriously admitted, I will try to trust you once. Your Majesty. Everyone was now in front of the demon sword's fortress. Lian's eyes lit up. His right hand stretched out sideways, creating a deep black hole. And he boldly declared, "I will break through the gate." Before acting, he carefully instructed the troops behind him to advance immediately. Lian's foot stomped hard on the ground, sword in hand. He charged forward with a loud shout. With just one throw, Lian's sword flew powerfully, heading straight for the gate ahead. Inside the fortress, Akasa and a small demon stood before the gate, watching the outside situation. The little demon looked very scared and asked, "Your Grace, what should we do now?" Akasa smiled wickedly. "So you have arrived. Turns out the target is Soyeon at the gate." He replied bluntly, "I sense his bloodline. It is the only way to turn the tide." Then he looked down at the demon at his feet and ordered, "5 minutes. Buy me time. I will take over that body." Outside, Soyeon was fighting fiercely alone, able to kill the fierce monsters by herself. Suddenly, a savage voice came from behind her. "How stupid." She turned in shock and saw Akasa raising his sword to strike her. Soyeon quickly dodged to the side to avoid his sword attack. A thought flashed through her mind, and she shouted, "Demon sword." Filled with intense hatred, Soyeon yelled loudly, "Give my body back to my father." He looked at her and sneered, "Fine. If that is what you want." Then he suddenly attacked her swiftly like lightning. His hand reached out, almost hitting Soyeon's face, but quickly, his hand grabbed her head and slammed her hard to the ground. The heavy blow made Soyeon's face ache in pain. Ignoring Soyeon's loud screams to let me go, he still held tightly onto her raised hands. Smiling wickedly, his wide, bloodshot eyes flashed as he grinned savagely, raising his sword to strike Soyeon. "By taking over your body, I will become even more perfect." Suddenly, she seemed to see something and froze. The voice of that Akasa guy in front of her sounded different. She immediately realized it was her father's voice. Her dad, the father trapped in the demon sword's body, only had time to show a shocked face before Soyeon, ran away, shouting even more firmly, "Dad." But that appearance lasted only a moment. Akasa quickly regained control of the body. Too late. His ears swiftly grabbed her hand. Purple light shot straight up into the sky. "Surrender that body to me." The light enveloped both bodies. Suddenly, tears fell from Akasa's eyes. Soyeon, but in return, her face now had bloodshot eyes and a sinister smile. She had been possessed by the demon sword. He controlled Soyeon's body to stand up. Akasa tilted his head back and laughed triumphantly. "Indeed, it is wonderful. If this body keeps growing, it could even aim for the title of Master Swordsman." His face turned cold. "Though I lost the essence I like to accumulate, I have gained a new body." Akasa's eyes glowed red as he smiled slyly, telling himself, "First, get out of here, then gather back the lost essence." But before he could leave, a voice rang out behind him. "That will never happen." Just hearing it, he knew whose voice it was. Turning around, he saw Lin. The little demon fell painfully, collapsing right in front of Akasa. Lin rested the holy sword on his shoulder, speaking confidently, "Let us slowly finish this. You disgusting parasite." All the windows in the house shattered, something fast darting through. He and Akasa, in Soyeon's body, clashed fiercely. He fought with a satisfied smile, feeling this body was truly amazing, pure, and full of exceptional potential. When the two swords clashed, Akasa hesitated. Realizing the blades could not actually touch Lian's body, a question popped into Akasa's mind. Why can't I touch him? Lian seemed to answer himself. It must be the swordsmanship of the previous demon warriors, yet this guy still did not get it. Grinning smugly, "That is right. All the sword techniques of the vassals are stored in my head." Saying that, Akasa began to demonstrate rapid sword techniques. Lian looked alarmed at the sword slashing toward him. He quickly raised his sword to block Akasa's strike. He countered with a slash just as Akasa jumped back to dodge. The two stared at each other. Even Akasa was surprised by Lian's strength, exclaiming, "Amazing, a mere human matching a demon in technique." Lian did not respond but returned Akasa's gaze with a sly smile. Lian laughed loudly, a laugh that felt like an insult to Akasa. Angrily, Akasa snapped back, "You bastard. What is so funny?" Lian mocked him. "Indeed. You really are a parasite." Lian slowly stepped toward him, taunting, "I've seen plenty of skilled swordsmen, but none who truly learn the right way." Akasa was furious, grinding his teeth. Don't get cocky. He immediately gripped Soyeon's sword tightly. He lunged at Lian, shouting, "A human only lives 300 years and dares he wielded the mad sword like one man against 1,000. Seeing Akasa like that, Lian's face slightly changed. He muttered, "You really are rotten worm." With just one hand raised lightly, he could stop Akasa's attack. You even stole the weaknesses of swordsmanship, but luckily, Akasa managed to escape. Then Lian charged, slamming the demon sword's head straight into the ground. Akasa cried out in pain. Now he was completely under Leon's control. With Leon's foot pressing on him, Akasa still forced a smile, cursing nonstop. "Turtle. Monster. Ruthless." He began sweet-talking to sway Leon's mind. "You are going to kill me. After all, I am a swordsman of Ningayama, but unfortunately, Facing him right now is a Leon who is completely unshaken. He firmly replied, "Justice never wavers." Then he plunged his sword straight down without a hint of hesitation. Before dying, this Akasa still tried to say some last words to shake Leon. "Are you the one who intends to kill me?" After all, that is the battle name of Ngaima. He still wore that sinister smile on his lips. "What kind of monster are you exactly?" Leon looked him straight in the eye but replied firmly, "I am not a monster." He raised his sword and without hesitation stabbed Akasa, letting him know his true identity, the Mastermind King. After being stabbed to death by Leon, his soul was trapped tightly in a glowing white thread. He opened his eyes wide, panicked, wondering where. Suddenly, footsteps approached right in front of him. It was the goddess Demira. She stepped forward and scolded Akasa. "Didn't your mother teach you not to talk nonsense like that out there? Those words are called blasphemy, but those rules do not apply to demons like you. My avenger has already fulfilled the promise." Hearing this, he angrily screamed, "You gods and your helpers for Leon, I want to forgive you." He continued, "You will pay for your crimes." Soyeon was standing behind him at this moment. Glancing over, she asked curiously, "Is that enough?" Demira bent down and gently touched her shoulder, answering, "Yep." How could I refuse what Leon asked? The soul of the great demon is now just a fragment. Then Soyeon turned to Demira and asked, "So can I leave now? I do not want to stay here another second." Seeing that, Demira said there was no reason to keep her. "All right, I will handle the rest. Though it is a bit disappointing things did not go as planned. It is." Then Demira shifted the topic to Akaisa, who was trapped below, teasing, "Your subordinate priest is really a strange one, using your dream to serve such a purpose." Akasa felt extremely annoyed hearing that. "You all look down on me." He still refused to accept that Soyeon's body was no longer under his control. He shouted orders, "Take Soyeon and bring her back to me." He sweet-talked her. "I will grant you the power to destroy and kill everything. Don't you crave that power?" Soyeon pondered for a moment, her gaze dropping to Akasa below. She walked toward him. Akasa was happy. Thinking he had tamed Soyeon, he smugly said, "Come on. Accept me." But before he could finish, she punched him hard in the face. His face caved in from her punch. Pain obvious. And the scene was oddly satisfying. After being hit, Akasa was furious and mocked her. "What? You are just a useless woman. You think those petty tricks scare me?" Soyeon said nothing, just shot him a sharp glare. Without another word, she delivered a deadly kick to Akasa and added, "Get lost, you lousy parasite." Then she was transported back to the real world, now in a hospital. Soyeon lay collapsed beside her father's hospital bed. Her father had also woken up and gently stroked his beloved daughter's hair. Soyeon woke up instinctively, saw her father, and cried out, "Dad." Overwhelmed, she could not hold back tears. Soyeon sobbed and hugged her father tightly, a truly beautiful moment. She cried out his name, "Dad," and he too was moved to tears. "Soyeon, my precious," her father said softly. He gently soothed her, repeatedly comforting his little girl. "It is okay now. Everything's over." A family photo was placed in her father's hospital room. Soyeon finally calmed down and asked, "Dad, what should I do now?" Her father looked serious and said, "We have to find a way to fix this. Even though I was controlled, those memories are still with me." He shared his next plan with her. "First, I will return to the Temple of All Gods and find a way to help that day." Soyeon disagreed, turning away. "That can't happen." Her father tried to persuade her. "Soyeon." At that moment, Soyeon blushed and scratched her head. She was confused, about to tell her father the truth, that she had been chosen by the gods, and was allowed to use her powers, but at the cost of her soul belonging to the great demon lord. She added that her father had to return to the guild, and take up the successor position. To repay the gods, she would handle everything. Hearing this from his daughter, his face looked extremely troubled. He seriously asked Soyeon, "Is it true to be sure?" He asked her again, "Soyeon, is that really all there is to it?" Soyeon blushed and looked away, then asked her father back, "What do you mean by all there is to it?" Her father said nothing. His face grew serious, sweat dripping down around it. He silently thought, "My daughter." He looked down at his daughter's shy face, feeling a bit proud she had really grown up. The photo of the two of them on the shelf seemed to reflect his worries. The scene shifts to another place, where a man holding a coffee cup walks in. Leon sat in a chair, deep in thought about something. The man named Jinsu approached and greeted first. "Greetings, Lord." Seeing him, Leon asked casually, "Here to visit your son?" Jinsu smiled and replied cheerfully, "Yeah, I have been here most of the past few days. It has already been 4 years." Then he looked at Leon with curiosity. "And Lord, why did you come here?" Leon looked down at the coffee Jinsu handed him and calmly answered, "To clean up the aftermath." Jinsu was puzzled. "Clean up the aftermath?" Leon then explained, "Inside his body, the demon sword's tongue has engraved the martial arts and souls of past demons. If you are not a priest like me, do not even think about purifying that soul." Jinsu stroked his beard, looking down at Leon with curiosity. "So there are souls of other demon swords too?" Leon confidently replied, There is no one in this world strong enough to guide lost souls like I can. Jinsu's eyes suddenly became unusually serious. He bowed his head to show respect to Lian. Thank you, Lord. He was deeply grateful for what Lian had done for him. His son and granddaughter both owed him a debt of gratitude. The whole family was indebted to Lord's virtue. If you ever need help, just say the word. Lian slowly took a sip of coffee and said, just do as you see fit. As long as it can stop those evil demons from rising again, I am ready to do whatever it takes. Jinsu clenched his teeth and asked, what about this? He slapped his chest, laughing as he said, from now on, I will treat you as my boss. Then he explained, in our world, this is called brotherhood by oath, forming a bond for a great cause. From now on, I will be Guan Yu, and you will be Liu Bei. Lian showed a bit of disdain. What? You want to swear brotherhood with me? Your status is still too low for that. Jinsu reassured him. Looks can be deceiving. But I am the 37th generation heir of the Chan family, so I am nobility too. Lin glanced at him and smirked. Then hurry up and convert. Accept faith in the gods. Anyone who believes in that is a sworn brother. My dear. Jinsu gave a thumbs up and laughed heartily. By the way, I will get all the guild members to convert too. Plus a few branches, that is quite a number. Lian stood up and walked past him, not forgetting to say before leaving. All right. But I will have to think twice about this brotherhood oath. Jinsu sighed. You really are as tough as stone. He turned back, feeling a bit disappointed. He is leaving already. Lian looked back and smiled. We just met after 4 years. Let us enjoy this reunion. Then he slowly walked out the gate. Suddenly, something inside Lian flashed golden light, as if trying to say something to him. Lian understood. What is it? Do you want to say something? His hand held a blue black hole, and he commanded. Come out. A surge of power burst from the black hole. Lian smirked. All right. It is time to use this. He held a spellbook. His eyes lit up, and behind him appeared a massive figure, grabbing the giant by the collar with royal authority. Scene shifts to a forest. Harry, the market inspector, saw the giant carrying a load in real life, his face showing some fear. She exclaimed, the thing must be at least 9 meters tall. A few days after defeating Akaisa, the great killer, Harry and several trainees, now officially royal knights, were assigned their first mission. Lian also began assigning tasks to his team members. From now on, you will use those peasants to catch the giant. A trainee raised his hand, asking, Sir, do you mean we use the peasants as bait, and then we handle the giant afterward? Lian replied, just use the peasants to catch him. The trainee's face showed some worry. So we just give them each a spear and that is it? Lian answered. According to the records, the giant can only be taken down with spears. Then he sighed deeply. Lian did not really trust these students much. Looking at them, their eyes full of doubt. I have said it before. Do not trust the customs of this world. Then he added, before you try, I will demonstrate first. Everyone below shouted in unison. Thank you, sir. And that explained why Lian's group was standing in front of the forest facing that giant. Facing the huge giant, the trainees could not help but feel uneasy. One of them was scared, wondering if they could actually catch it. The peasant's physique at best was only comparable to elite night hunters. Another said with a sigh, oh man. The brave peasant Bill looked worried and asked Lian, Your Majesty, how can we possibly catch that giant? Lian looked at the book, raised his hand to hold it thoughtfully. Let us. According to Lord Greatest theory, the book states the method of using peasants to take down the giant. Assuming the giant's strength is 3,000. And the attack power of one peasant with a spear is 1. Just 1,000 successful hits would cause serious wounds not to be taken lightly. 2,000 successful hits would kill it from blood loss. And 3,000 hits would definitely kill it. After reading this, Lian smiled mysteriously. It was truly a straightforward and easy to understand argument. He continued, if each person stabs at least 6 times, we can take down the giant. Tu showed concern. What the hell? Lin replied very calmly. Exactly. What else? You do not think 500 people can T-stab 3,000 times. If you can T-do that, then you are dead. Bill's mind was filled with one thought. Is Bill really planning to kill us all with that? Bill's face turned pale as he asked again. So we have to do this for the next 50 years. Then, just as expected, he ran far away. Everyone behind watched in shock. While running, he turned back and said to Leon, don't lead me into this. I am never playing along with you guys. Leon was focused on the book, then activated an effect that boosts all peasants' attack by 20%. Bill was about to say, I will be the king. But before he could finish, the giant smashed him with a hammer, turning him to mush. After smashing, the giant raised his hand to look at it, his face showing an indescribable disappointment. He sat down heavily, sighed deeply. Harry behind seemed to be psyching herself up about what was happening, covering her mouth. This looks wrong. Not good. In contrast, Leon looked very calm. Really disappointing. Not even one stab landed. Then the screen in front of him displayed a message. Attack buff increased to 20%, he warned. Your Majesty, the attack buff has increased from 20% to 20%. Leon turned around in surprise. What? His face showed clear surprise as he asked. Really? Then Lian raised the book high and shouted. A 20% buff means he has absorbed the power of 200,000 lives after him. Truly a sacred scripture with primordial power. Lord Greytar's really left behind a terrifying artifact. The two trainees behind just shared one thought. That book is called a sacred scripture. The peasants were now sweating nervously. Lian said. All right. I guess that is enough explanation about the sacred scripture. He started threatening the peasants. Now, if you do not want to die, your only choice is to kill that giant. After hearing that, no one dared argue with Lian. Everyone joined forces to take down the giant. While Lian stood there watching, he read in the book that using peasants to take down the giant grants a permanent buff, increasing their attack by 244% against the giant. Then sighed. That is amazing. He continued. I do not know how hard Lord Grotars had to work to create such a sacred book. It is truly outstanding. At this moment, Harry finally spoke up, lowering his voice. She asked Lian curiously. Why is that? He turned his head and replied. Why what? Harry then voiced all the questions in his heart. You gave the serfs a chance. Right. To atone for their sins over the past 50 years. Lian answered. That is right. She continued with her opinion. Then at least they should not be pushed into such a meaningless death like this. Lian seemed to understand Harry's point and responded. Harry, your point makes sense. The gods also value purity a lot. She brightened up upon hearing this, lowering her voice just as she finished speaking. Lian added. But Lena serfs are not human. Harry was shocked to hear this. He was being racist. Lian explained. How should I put it? You do not seem to understand very well. Then he pointed at a short serf. Hey. Come here. The serf panicked when he realized he was the chosen one. That is the tough part. The man slowly walked over to the two, feeling uneasy and worried. Lian then ordered him. Confess the crimes you committed when you were still human. The man looked confused. That is, he placed his hand behind his neck, his face showing the intense gaze Lian was giving him. Well, seeing that the serf seemed unwilling to speak, Lian immediately cast a spell that made smoke rise from his neck. Speak up. The man cried out in pain. I will talk. I will talk. So he had no choice but to confess everything to everyone. I killed people. I committed murder. Not only that, he added. Then I skinned them and ate them, even using their skins to sacrifice to the gods. The trainees' faces looked horrified. Lian continued questioning, controlling the flames to force him to confess. Which crime made you happiest? How did it feel? The man gave a savage smile, showing no remorse for what he had done. I picked out children to offer to the bloodthirsty coup. Trapped them in deep pits to kill each other. They fought for survival. Screamed. Then killed each other. The scene was truly a delight for him. Before he could say more, trainee Jiak angrily kicked him hard. You miserable bastard. Jiak had lost his temper at the serf's inhuman actions. No need to wait 50 years. I am sending you off right now. Suho. Grab him. The man begged desperately. Please spare me. Harry and Soyam behind just sighed. Lian then warned everyone. Even if they can do good, choosing evil should not be taken lightly. They are the real evil coup. People not worthy of existence. He was stern. But the only reason I am giving them this chance is because they are not coup yet. Then Lian ordered the trainees to follow him. I have set the example. Now it is your turn. Each of you will be assigned 500 serfs. At the same time, he loudly announced. Whoever captures the giant with the least losses, or whoever fails with the greatest losses, will be appointed knight captain. The trainees thought to themselves. His Majesty's true intentions are showing. Lian urged the trainees to complete their missions immediately. What are you waiting for? After some time, the results were clear. Final tally. Harry had 88 serfs left. Harry was now shouting orders. Left side. Block the left. A dissatisfied serf looked at her. From my direction. That is left. But you are lacking boldness in your moves. Jihawk had 32 serfs left. During the battle, Jihawk kept shouting. Run faster. That is all there is. Dodge like this. This jerk really gave too many useless orders, confusing the serfs and causing chaos. Suho had 2 serfs left. The problem was incompatibility. Blessings did not suit handling the serfs. Soyeon had 154 serfs left. In battle, she always kept a cold expression. In front of the guy in white appeared the image of the Grim Reaper. Soyeon confidently asked. The person ahead just died. Right. Will you avenge them? The Grim Reaper gave a wicked smile. The target for revenge has been chosen. Consuming souls to strengthen power. Not bad. Little Avenger. After the test ended and they returned to school, Lian was reviewing the trainees' statistics. Good job. The results of the Knight Captain test. Soyeon had 154 serfs left, and Harry had 88. Kim Jaein had 32, and Soho had 2. Then he looked towards Soyeon sitting there and declared, Soyeon, you will be the Knight Captain. She replied clearly. Yep. Lian added that exploiting the control over Nongno to act as an intermediary for the bounty contract was indeed an extremely effective decision. Soyeon asked, Did I do well? He praised her, saying even I have to admit your decision was impressive. Soyeon blushed at the compliment and just smiled shyly.
Yep.
Then Lian glanced at Suho and Han. Suho panicked.
Yep.
Folding his arms. He seriously told him. Previously, Lord Greytace initiated the Nongno challenge to effectively reduce the surplus number of Nongno. It is just that those who are not compatible get eliminated, he sternly reminded him. The blessing of light is not really suited to controlling Nongno. Suho broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Thank you. Suddenly, Lian placed his hand on Soho's shoulder but raised his pinky finger in praise. You have got a real talent for pushing those Nongno down to hell. Suho grew even more tense.
Yep.
About that, before he could say more, Lian ordered him. With that talent, I am assigning you another 500 Nongno. Keep up the effort. Scene shifts outside. Lian stands before a sacred place. Sunlight sparkling down on the myriad gods of Dina Ju. He raised his hand to his chin. Lost deep in thought, Lian expressed to the fairy on his shoulder that the sapling he received from Gunna had not grown at all. She uttered a simple truth. Nurturing the world tree sapling in this land is truly not easy. He then proposed a hypothesis. Maybe the soil is not suitable. The fairy denied it. This place has been blessed by me. If there is a difference, it is the holy power. Lian seriously considered another possibility. Then flicked his hand, his finger joints moving flexibly. It seemed Lian was casting a spell on the sapling below, which began growing faster, its trunk thickening gradually. The sapling grew to 2 or 3 times larger than before. He made another guess. It does not seem to be a lack of holy power. The fairy on his shoulder agreed. Right. Maybe it is about the sacred nature, she whispered in Lian's ear, listing some of her powers. You have stronger holy power than anyone, but it is not pure. You possess the strength of many different gods. The fairy offered her opinion, and Lian said nothing more. If you are a holy knight, who knows? Now, we can only hope for luck. He turned and left to search for clues. I have to return to the heavens and meet my comrades. Maybe I will learn something new. The fairy gently brushed Lian's hair. Don't do that, she softly advised. Living in the world of the dead can end well. But he firmly said, I can endure it. The fairy painted a new scene, suggesting, how about spending a night out with Castilla? Then she offered other pleasant suggestions. How about a drink with Juria? Or joining Julimum for a horse race? Or competing with Rockley in a life or death battle? Could you throw away those precious memories? At that moment, he seemed irritated by something. She gave some very useful advice. If it is not absolutely necessary, you should be careful. Finally, Lian placed his hand on his chest, listening intently. I will remember the words of my great mother. The fairy gently caressed him. All right. Good boy. Later, Lian was walking alone by the elegant horse garden. Suddenly someone passed by and asked, Your Majesty, are you out for a walk too? He was startled and called out. Patrick, Lian asked Patrick. Startled. Your Majesty, he called again. Startled. Your Majesty, Lian asked Patrick. You came to see the sapling too? She replied hesitantly. I have been coming here often lately. Patrick seemed to sense something and asked him. What power does that have that you want to nurture it? Lian did not hide anything and told her. Gunna is the forest's avatar and a longtime friend of mine. That is the origin of this tree. He explained its usefulness. The forest avatars prepare the sapling of the holy tree. It will become the forest's center. That is the only way the sapling can grow into a tree person. Patrick guessed somewhat. Could it be that your Majesty wants to develop that friend S species on this land? Lian hesitated slightly. Of course. But he had some doubts. The holy tree is also the foundation of the temple, where the world tree's divine power is unleashed. Besides, without the holy tree, the world tree can awaken. Patrick was watering the plants while asking, Is there another way to awaken the world tree? Lian nodded.
Yep.
He explained some knowledge about the mystical nature, saying that at the moment the world tree awakens, a divine power radiates, causing countless demons to perish. That only fueled her curiosity more. Awakening with such powerful purification is not the strength of gods born from virtue. Is it? Lian did not hesitate to share. That is a trait but also a limitation of the divine race. He began to make a vivid comparison. Like the lion's heart transplanted into Jim, the world tree generates holy power itself. And thanks to its purifying strength, demons can approach the area around it. Patrick took in the info. Understanding. Got it. With that power, it can make things easier, since demons like to hide among intelligent creatures. She then had an idea. Your Majesty, I have a plan. Lian was a bit surprised. What plan? They moved to the demon blockade. Surrounded by sharp quartz stones, they sparkled sharply and were worth a fortune. He brought the sapling here and told Patrick. This should be enough. She respectfully replied.
Yep.
Your Majesty, to be sure, Lian asked again. Place the tree in the center of the magic circle. Patrick nodded. Then Lian stepped into the heart of the formation and slowly set the sapling down. Lian entrusted her with the task. All right, I am counting on you. Patrick. She got ready to cast the spell.
Yep.
Your Majesty. Purple flames flared up along the vines. All the amethyst stones were affected. A transparent stone appeared right before Patrick. The guards around pointed in surprise. Over there. What is that color? Turns out it was not a crystal. The gate was colorless. This is the first time I have seen a tower gate like this. Lena's expression darkened, his mood soaring. What is this overwhelming power? Patrick carefully warned him. Your Majesty. Be cautious with this gate. They both turned around to look at their subordinates. Loon gave an urgent order. From scouts to elite soldiers, including Jim. Everyone will participate. The kingdom's technical troops must always be ready. They were all confused, some scared, some incredulous. Do we really have to go in there? Through that gate? Lin glanced back to steady them. All right, let us move out. Everyone, be careful. So Leon led a guard into the dangerous formation. The man behind Leon stepped through the gate. Leon's horse hoof had already crossed inside. The escort team followed closely behind Leon. Suddenly, the gate began to change strangely. The movements grew stronger. Outside, people were startled. The gate's showing anomalies. Is it moving? From inside the gate, a beam of light shot out. It streaked across the ground, piercing straight through the center of the old canal wall. When the smoke cleared, Lena's face appeared. He was pushed against the wall. The guard anxiously asked, Your Majesty, are you all right? He let out a long breath, words barely audible. This is not good at all. The gate seemed impenetrable. They could not get inside. A red warning announcement sounded. Attention. Duplicate identity detected at the gate. Similar identities are denied entry. Finally, the group managed to enter the colorless gate. Harry's eyes darted around. Where is this? She turned to ask. Your Majesty, where are we? But Leon's figure was nowhere to be seen. Your Majesty. Group was panicked and confused. Where is this place? And where is Your Majesty on this mission? Patrick thought for a moment and realized the problem. This is serious. It seems Your Majesty can enter the gate. Harry looked puzzled. Why can Your Majesty enter? Patrick could not explain. I am not sure either. Let us leave the gate and check again. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed. The group looked up in surprise. Someone else can control the gate. The voice was full of malice. The gate is moving. I want to let them complete their mission. Jaehyuk pointed at the gate that was shrinking. Reporting. Your Majesty, the gate is closing. Patrick dropped his hand. Use magic to stop it. And shouted, step back quickly. The space is collapsing. She unleashed a barrage of magic to try to block it completely, but the more she tried, the more useless she felt. What kind of crazy magic is this? I can hold it. Suddenly, a formation shattered completely. Patrick could not hold on and spat out a mouthful of blood. Harry panicked. Your Majesty, she quickly asked, are you okay? Patrick could only say, Mana's having a backlash. She turned to Jack for advice. Sir Spinner, have you found anything? It is starting to analyze the data. Scrig. Jack gave the group some bad news. The gate has vanished. No response from outside. Juhook was so scared he lost all color. It is all over. A bolt of lightning streaked across the dark night sky. Juhook panicked watching it. That lightning is so strong, but it is barely doing anything. They only have one guy. Harry urgently called out. Sir, they have got too many of them. You few are being chased by thousands of soldiers from behind. A huge enemy force was approaching. Estimated about 5,304. He ran to Patrick and asked, Your Majesty, are you alright? Patrick turned seriously and replied, I just used all my mana. More importantly, it seems the gate opened and connected us to a terrible place. Suho stared wide-eyed at the scene ahead. Harry, a powerful army is slowly advancing toward us. And there are enemies ahead too. Now the whole group is surrounded on all sides. They are fighting tens of thousands. If only His Majesty were here. The demon army charged wildly. Juhook activated his weapon. Ready to fire. Main atomic rifle. Shoot. A beam from the gun pierced through the army but barely made a dent. Soon, the group was surrounded by the enemy. He shouted. Scrape. The trash is frozen in place. There are too many of them. Just as they were about to face the most deadly danger, a lightning bolt struck across, wiping out many, unleashing the wrath of the Thunder Crown. Divine punishment. Furious thunder. A radiant army charged forward from behind. Powerful knights wielding spears charged fiercely. The leader commanded the troops. Break through the enemy center. The army responded. Understood. Attack. The group formed into an arrow shape and charged directly. Sharp Spear Legion. Advance. The demons were stunned by such heroic spirit. One spear from that man had already taken down countless enemies. Scrape. The strong army broke through thousands of defenses. Then the horses stopped and regrouped. The rider proudly said, I sense a strong holy power here. But none of these faces are familiar. He introduced himself grandly. I am Jolingam Yulan, the Holy Grail Knight of Antima. Wielding the power of the Thunder God, he led everyone to safety. Get out of here. This place will fall soon. The group escaped just in time and then took refuge in the abandoned ancient castle. Yulan hesitated. I want to know who you all are. Who are you? Yulan was most curious about Jack. Jack briefly explained. Especially about you. The Knight of Sadep and Jenduk. I can sense holy power similar to Lord Antoch. Protector of the Skrik mines. Beechik answered. We are travelers from the kingdom's border. Yulon guessed. From the border. She closed her eyes and explained. We rushed here worried about the kingdom, but demons blocked our way. Beechik wanted to learn more about the area. Sir Gillingham. Can you tell us what is going on here? Yulon thought for a moment, then revealed his feelings. I think I can trust you. He summarized the political situation. It is all banditry and war after the battle on the Vandorchi Plains, where Lord Kanos and the Grand Duke disappeared. The kingdom was taken over by unstoppable forces. Along with that, alliances formed. Kinlean herd gathered elves, Trents, dwarves, and even remnants of the empire to form a united front. I see, she said after hearing the overview. So that is how it is, Betrick quietly asserted and understood that this was His Majesty's world, currently occupied by the evil Kukung. It seems the knights have gathered the survivors from across the kingdom. Hari hesitated, calling her Your Highness. Princess Betrick. Before she could finish, Betrick already understood her meaning. Yep. It seems the situation is tougher than we thought. She had a task to assign. Harry. Avoid the knights and secretly check the mission window. She quickly obeyed, and just then, the system board appeared right in front of them. The board's text was not like the Hask 5-hole punch test. The mission completion report from Chai and Harry Ben stated that some content was partially obscured. After hearing this, she knew it would not be that simple to handle. This was going to be difficult. Then Yulon admitted his own shortcomings, saying he had not paid enough attention to his troops after the recent march. He stood up and announced the next schedule. At dawn, we will set out. Rest as much as you can until then. The sun slowly began to peek from the east. Preparing for dawn's arrival, the army sped forward like a rocket, cutting through thousands of roads with changing scenery. They were gradually nearing their destination. Hari could not stand the light and squeezed her eyes shut. Then she blinked open her eyes in awe and exclaimed. A magnificent, majestic palace appeared right before her. A tree shaped like a bird was artistically carved by the little elf. Unbelievable, the fortress was preparing to welcome the new day. Yulin turned to them and said, We have arrived, a place full of peace and nobility, the last refuge of humanity. Welcome to the temple. Hari felt like she would just learn something new. So this is the temple, like something about to happen here. There is a ruler here we do not know. It gave them indescribable emotions. Time to head back. The story begins to be told during the dark days of the 63rd year of Leon Hertz's reign. A space-time anomaly appeared. The great demon Lord Malice was summoned in the Empire's capital. From then on, the country fell into war. The land drowned in death. In the 66th year, the chaotic Lord Malice was defeated. Bodies piled up, blood flowed like rivers. A horrific scene. The Holy Grail Knights of Peace and Prosperity ascended. The number of fallen soldiers kept rising, with no sign of recovery. The Holy Grail Knights of Life and Prosperity ascended. About 3,000 knights from the 14 kingdoms, divine land died. 10,000 wandering knights, and 270,000 kingdom soldiers sacrificed. 22.7 million people from the empire and kingdoms perished. The country plunged into misery, the war growing more intense. In the winter of the 66th year under Leon's reign, the Demon Legion launched a second large-scale invasion. The entire nation was hanging by a thread, facing the empire's extinction. Even plants did not recover. The fairy forest was completely burned. The dwarf mountains annihilated. Structures collapsed one after another. The Eastern Sky Kingdom fell. All the achievements built up turned to smoke and dust. 9 out of 10 territories of the Leon Kingdom were devastated. In the 85th year under Leon's reign, the kingdom stood on the brink of extinction. But a miracle happened, returning to the Supreme Temple. Patrick's group advanced deep into the city. The knights. Please place it here. Yep, sir. They were warmly welcomed by the knights here. You are from the borderlands. Right. You have been through a lot, Jesus shyly replied. Helping everyone makes me happy. Hari stood beside Patrick, asking for orders. Your Majesty, what should we do next? She was thinking about something else. I heard Lord Gillingham finished the reconstruction campaign after the war and is returning. Finally, she decided, we should hold our position and not move. After giving the order, Patrick turned and left. Hari said nothing more but was excited. I should go check it out. Scene change. Hari turned to look at the 1,000-meter-long stairway. At that moment, she was utterly confused, unsure of what to do or how to make it all the way to the end here. Riding a horse up there might be seen as disrespectful. Right. Suddenly, a carriage screeched to a stop right in front of Harry. Aniak pulled back the curtain and looked outside. Oh, holy goddess. She then asked Harry again, why are you walking instead of taking the carriage? He was a bit dazed by Aniak's beauty. Who is she? Aniak's sparkling eyes and inviting smile, along with her sweet voice, invited Harry to get in the carriage. Her divine power level was almost on par with His Majesty's. Sorry for suddenly addressing you like this. If you do not mind, would you like to ride with me? At that moment, Harry was sweating from embarrassment but glad to have company. The carriage rolled into the palace. Aniak politely explained some of the rules here, as first-timers often get confused like this when visiting the Supreme God. There are carriages for official use. You can use one. Harry shyly replied. Thank you. By the way, she introduced herself. I am Aniak Bertija, a close attendant of goddess Ariana. Harry happily said his name. Pleased to meet you. I am Harry. ENIAC tilted her head slightly, seeming curious about him, while Harry sat opposite. Mumbling, Harry just realized and answered about his position. I am the holy maiden of two gods, Lord Pedos and Lord Poma. ENIAC tilted her head, eyes wide. Serving two gods at once, that is truly special. She sympathized deeply. You must have had a tough time. Harry grabbed her hand, tears in his eyes. You understand me. After just a few words, the carriage arrived at the palace. Talking with the holy maiden. We did not even notice when we got here. This is the supreme goddess palace. Upon arrival, Harry scratched his head and thanked Jit. Thank you for waiting for me here. ENIAC politely replied. It is nothing. Of course I had to wait for you. Then, the two happily stepped into the palace together. Shall we go in? You have business inside. Right. Yep. The guards around are all very strict. Those two saw ENIAC. They respectfully greeted her. Great holy maiden. Harry was startled hearing this. You have arrived. Great holy maiden. ENIAC's rank was very high, so Harry knelt to give thanks. Deeply grateful, the great holy maiden quickly waved her hand. Embarrassed. Please do not do that. Holy maiden, she gently helped Harry up, saying before the gods, we are all equal. Though she seemed unable to believe her own hands, but not in front of Lee, and Harry always got scolded about that. Equal. Who is talking nonsense now? Facing this for the first time, she was a bit uncomfortable. Why are you like this? I remember you cared a lot about rebuilding after the war. ENIAC guessed which holy maiden Harry was. Oh wow. You have met His Majesty. So you are the holy maiden of a major temple. She clapped her hands excitedly and exclaimed. Now I remember. I can feel a very strong divine power from you. She happily skipped forward. Then suddenly turned around. Just in time. Can I ask you for a favor? They walked to a place where two nuns were standing. Two nuns approached ENIAC and greeted her. Great holy maiden. You have arrived. Harry was amazed, definitely someone of high status. After greeting everyone, she asked for information. Where is holy official Isabel now? The nuns did not hide anything and said she was in her private room, absorbing the moon's divine power. ENIAC smiled and instructed. Then I will prepare the great holy consecration ceremony first. Please tell the holy official to come down. The two nuns clasped their hands together, beaming. The great holy consecration. His Majesty is returning in glory. ENIAC expressed deep sympathy. You must be mentally exhausted from shedding blood with the demons. We should hurry. Harry's mind flashed one word. His Majesty Leon. She stepped through that ominous gate. Questioning this person, perhaps this was an image of His Majesty from the past that the gate revealed. What was he really like back then? Lost in thought. They were startled by a distant announcement and turned to look. His Majesty Leon Hurt was entering. The door slowly creaked open. A figure cloaked in red and black stood still without wind, each step forward wild and terrifying. Seeing it with his own eyes, Harry had to clench his mouth to avoid shouting. Oh my. This is a completely unfamiliar look for the king, a bloodied appearance. Clad in metal armor, not the dignified but gentle Leon of usual days, but a figure filled with fear and horror, radiating a heavy, dark aura everywhere. For he is the messenger of the dead fish, and this is the past replica of Leon created by this gate. Her eyes were full of astonishment. Suddenly, a hand rested on Harry's shoulder. Startling her, it was Isabel standing right beside her. We will catch them, King Leon said quietly but fiercely. Isabel stepped closer to Isabel and said, the holy light of the moon. Here is, she confidently declared. When alive, I was the king's executioner. When dead, I became Lord Dinah's first hunter. This is not surprising to me, so she told Leon. Your Majesty, do not be so serious. Come quickly. You need to receive the sanctification ritual. The showerhead was intricately designed. ENIAC moved toward the sacred bath. Your Majesty, the grand sanctification ritual is ready. He slowly removed that heavy armor. All right, the armor pieces were gradually taken off, and Harry saw an even more horrifying sight. Lena's shoulders were covered with thousands of angry bruises. ENIAC, walking beside him, softly called out. Your Majesty. Leon looked at his body and explained. That is the result of tearing apart a brutal great demon, while it was still alive. Pain and the demon steel have become a curse haunting my body. But it dares not harm me. Isabella glanced over and could feel it too. You look like you are in a lot of pain. Your Majesty. ENIAC seemed about to interrupt. Holy light. Why do you say that? But Leon was used to it. Enough. The holy light's disrespect is not new. I have committed a great sin against the pure goddess by doing this killing work. He wanted to get it over with quickly. Let us just start the ritual. Suddenly, a golden steel clang rang out. Child. You can go in there. The grand sanctification ritual is in progress. The door burst open, and a figure quietly slipped inside. Leon felt suspicious. What is going on here? She walked in with an extraordinary aura. Karina Dragonia, Grand Duchess of Dragonia, Northern Army Commander, and the legitimate Grand Duchess of the Dragonia territory. It's outside you. Karina placed her hand over her chest, showing respect. Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty Leon Hurt. Leon Dragonia. daughter of the Leonhardt family. Leonhart turned with a dismissive attitude. Grand Duchess Dragonia. He spoke without emotion. Karina's face darkened. Is something wrong? He announced shocking news. Our Northern Army, at this moment, declares withdrawal from the alliance. Leon glanced sharply. I do not want that to happen. I won't allow it. The Northern Army is a major pillar of the alliance. If you withdraw, my forces will definitely be vulnerable. Karina's eyes hardened with steel resolve. Leon's face darkened, his mood worsening. Adding strength did not change the meaning. At that moment, Aniak tried to speak. Your Grace, but Karina cut him off. Your Majesty, the situation is getting worse. The capital has fallen, and the 6 palaces have become ruins. Our army, even counting the peasant soldiers, does not exceed 300,000. On the other hand, the enemy forces have surpassed 10 million and are still reinforcing. Karina's question to Leon was because, Your Majesty, you represent the Holy Divine Palace and command all the knights. Are you sure we have a chance to win this war? He did not know what to say. Ben bluntly asked. Then what should we do? Her whole body trembled. Her words came from a desire to protect the people there. The Grand Duchy's territory was the next to be devastated after the Empire. 30,000 northern soldiers had lost their homes and families. Now, the only thing left for the Northern Army is us. Karina clenched her head full of worry. If that is the case. She gritted her teeth, her body shaking in bursts, radiating a fierce aura. Even if we can tear apart and kill all the demons, we must avenge our families. I will destroy the demons that dared to nest in the Grand Duchy's land and disgrace the fallen. As for his mood is rock bottom. Karina, are you blaming me? Leon feels hopeless. Are you saying that wiping out the demon main forces, instead of defending Draconia's territory, was a mistake? Karina denies it. Your Majesty, she even understands, clearly, that Your Majesty did what had to be done, because the whole kingdom is more important than the duchy's land. So you had to choose that path. Leon sighed as usual. But now what should he do? Karina's condition is getting worse. Her tone sharp and full of venom. This is pure personal revenge. She rolled up her sleeve to show the tattoo. Proof of it. Leon turned around, eyes wide at what he saw before him, led her into the water. Singing out, Karina. She wholeheartedly admitted that he and the entire Northern Army had made a pact with the guardian god. She sold herself to the demon keeper. From now on, I am the holy knight serving Venesis, god of darkness and guardianship. I am the Duke of Draconia, commander of 30,000 guardian warriors. Her hand clenched into a fist, trembling continuously. My mission now is not just survival anymore. Leon pushed her away, telling Karina to leave immediately. I do not want to see you again. Get out of my sight right now. Without a word, she slowly walked away from the door. Isabel sighed deeply at that moment. She turned and asked if he was okay, while Leon closed his eyes, sinking into the water, losing hope in Karina. It is too late now. She has made a pact with the guardian god. There is only one path left. Isabella carefully cleans the dark marks on Leon's body. So that is it. There is no other way. He now feels completely lost, unsure which way to go. Didn't he make the wrong decision? Your Majesty has never made a wrong decision before. Are you the one saying that? Isabel worked while comforting him and brainstorming with Leon. What if the goddess' younger sister, a priestess of the pure god, was cornered and forced into marriage? That could be seen as a peace agreement between both sides. But more importantly, should the Northern Army's retreat be disguised as an order from Your Majesty? That is also crucial for their peace of mind. Lin hoped so too. Probably. He glanced aside but then looked toward Harry's spot. Who is that guy? Outside the palace gate. People came and went through the bustling market, and Toch was straining his brain negotiating. How many materials are left? The stock has run out. New materials need to be imported, and Toch must be the most stressed out over this. Totally the wrong timing. Didn't the young lady say anything else? Meanwhile, Jack stood on the roof eavesdropping on their conversation. It recorded every single moment without missing a thing. Got it. Record video. Analyze actions. And start uploading to the backup server. And Toch returned to the iron smelting cellar, holding a heavy hammer with one hand, then swung it down onto the still molten bent sword. He glanced upward, and Toch threw something at Jack. There was a little goblin who screamed in surprise. Who are you? He reached out to catch Jack, but Jack dashed away screaming. Why are you doing this? And Toch quickly grabbed him with one hand, his eyes blazing with intensity. Stranger. Jack tried to explain. I mean no harm. He explained so much his head was about to explode. I am a creature who understands humans. As Toch was about to throw him away, Jack vanished from his grasp. Strange. I thought Jack was trying to fly in the air. This is a little goblin after all. Tochi realized he misunderstood him and tried calling him back. Turns out he is a cute priest. Then he burst out laughing, teasing Jack as he ran around from place to place. And Toch spoke in compromise. Come on. We both serve the gods. Why should we fight each other? But Jack still did not quite get it. Stranger. He looked up and asked. Don't you recognize me? So he introduced himself. I am Holy Knight of the God of Thunder and Metal. Do you know me? The protector of the mineral mines. Meanwhile, somewhere livelier, at a temporary living area on the city outskirts. Harry pulled a piece aside and brought some food back for the team. Sorry. Am I? Suho exclaimed happily. He is curious about the basket Harry is carrying. What are all those things? She smiled and replied. These were gifts because I worked hard at the temple. Then he asked where Harry had been. If she just came back from the temple. Harry nodded without denying it. Yeah. I even met His Majesty there. Which caught Jae-hook's attention. His Majesty, she corrected the info, saying the person she met today was actually the ruler of this side's gate, not the His Majesty we know. This was within Soyeon's expectations. Sure enough, this gate belongs to King Leon's world. Harry hurriedly asked if anyone had heard any news. Jae-hook hesitated, saying that matter is, he recounted everything he had scouted out. Kindu has long been occupied. Other places are taken by demons. And this is the last city left. Harry added things he would heard before, like the final battle from Ventus's day. Probably the main story of this gate. Jae-hook sat down to check some info on the system. It is tough. If only we could see the mission. Things would not be this hard. Then So and Jae-hook exchanged glances. Something was sparkling in Harry's eyes. She wanted to ask if anyone here was connected to the gods of the Temple of the Spirit. The spirit magic can be done. But Ariana's reaction was weak. Soyeon beside her looked puzzled. Jae-hook's hand showed the same reaction. Indeed, spirit magic can be done. Even Harry agreed. So how is this happening? Then Soyeon suddenly realized, drawing everyone's attention nearby. Wait, she missed a small detail. The area was too quiet. It was lively just moments ago. Jae-hook and Soyeon started paying more attention. What is going on? Then he looked outside. Pointing down. Jae-hook got scared stiff. The demon tree spirit threw all the reckless ones out. The four of them were surrounded by soldiers. Luxley drew his sharp spirit sword. He pointed it straight at them, declaring, I am the judicial officer of the kingdom of Leon Hood, a holy grail knight serving the sun god and the Tata judgment. My name is Luxley. He ordered them to prison, calling them sinners to receive the punishment of the radiant light. Harry shouted loudly, like a slap across the face, contrasting the peaceful street outside. The painful sounds slipped through the prison bars. Suho and Jae-hook kept panicking. What should we do? We are all going to die. Those reckless guys will kill us without a second thought. Before he finished, Luxley outside snapped. Why did not you shut up for me? He immediately went quiet like a quail. Yes, sir. I will keep quiet, Suho nervously asked. Where are we going? Harry carefully guessed. Probably the execution ground. Jae-hook quickly joined in. Isn't it normal to give criminals a chance to become slaves first? We are not even demon servants anymore. We are all going to die. No explanation will help. Soyeon just tried to calm them down. Stay calm. The prison door suddenly opened. Despite the warm light flooding in, he could not help but shiver. Even if he was dragged out, he did not care if he was dragged out. He did not care if he was dragged out. He did not care if he was dragged out. He did not care if he was dragged out. The next day, the prison door suddenly opened. Despite the warm light flooding in, he could not help but shiver. Even when dragged out, Jian-hike still refused to accept his fate. The troop of soldiers guarded and led them to a grand underground palace. Only upon arrival was Harry's blindfold removed. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight ahead. Those drawing attention included a majestic knight and a cold priestess. But the one radiating the strongest presence was Leon. Beside him were Loxley and Enya. His deep ocean blue eyes locked onto the target with a probing gaze. He was the first to break the silence. Then he immediately ordered his attendants, throw them into the holy water. Loxley and the others quickly carried out the order. He raised his sword high and gave the order. You criminals, jump into the holy water now. Ji-hyuk kept threatening me with a bunch of brutal scenarios. Could this be the infamous water torture method? His bluntness made Loxley misunderstand. How dare you make me repeat myself? Do you want to lose your head under my sword? The other immediately snapped back. Not all. I will jump into the water right away. As Ji-hyuk led the way, the others followed one by one into the water basin. Leon was quietly observing when Isabin beside him called out, Your Majesty. She calmly reported to him that they were not dissolved by the holy water. So maybe they are not demons. Enya agreed, saying their bodies had already accepted divine power, so they could not be demons. Guglingham agreed with that opinion. The high priest is right. That is why I did not suspect them and brought them here. But the picky Loxley still dotted. Who knows what schemes those cursed demons have? Your Majesty is a demigod and possesses the wisdom of the sacred mountain spirit. So surely you foresaw this. Suho silently broke into a sweat, basically meaning their Majesty could not possibly make a mistake. I am so Only now did Leon speak after thinking. Guglingham, I heard there are still two more. He quickly recounted the facts. One woman possesses the divine power of dreams and death, and another creature from a different race has the divine power of steel and endurance. What he revealed next shocked everyone. Both have divine power comparable to living saints. Loon continued calculating his next move. Then he switched tactics. Everyone stepped back. I have questions for them. Loxley was anxious. But Your Majesty. But his words fell like an unbreakable royal decree. I see your loyalty. But for now, trust my judgment. He had no choice but to step back. Sir. Next, Leon signaled with his eyes for the others to leave. The group in the water could only watch as they left. Now, in the vast space, They had to face him directly. Loon immediately attacked. You are Han Harry. Right. Suho did not wait for protection and instantly used her body as a shield. She knelt despite the terrain. Yep. Your Majesty, I am Han Harry. But behind him, it was like he disappeared amid their argument. I told you not to do that. But it worked. Right. The first time we met your Majesty. It worked. Loon was not too harsh and continued interrogating. Each of you, tell me your names. They introduced themselves briefly. I am John Soy. I am Hung. And I am Kim Jae-hya. He closed his eyes, pondering each name. John Soyan. Han Soho. Kim Jae. The second question came immediately. All right. Where are you from? They clearly hesitated. This was tricky. Loon unleashed his authority and overwhelming presence. Why are you looking around like that? Can't you answer me now? Their survival instincts stopped them from hiding the truth. Seal. South Korea. Jae-hyuk added. It is a very distant country. Suho confirmed to boost credibility. Yep. Very far. After a while, he calmed down. I understand, but right after, his bright eyes began to radiate power, then suddenly unleashed a legendary divine skill, making everyone here wary and hold their ground. From the circle of light, a foot stepped out. Ariana quickly confirmed. I have never met these people before. The shark was puzzled. Then why did they receive our blessing? Betos carefully speculated. Could it be the work of those evil creatures? The invading god could not suppress his brutal nature. I remember all those I have blessed. If they are imposters, I will cast divine punishment and tear their souls to pieces. Harry was stunned, unable to say a word. Did he just survive the gods? I heard he was still coughing up blood during the meeting with Sir Jack Dora. She kept fidgeting until a fan enlightened her. This is the power of His Majesty at his peak. Leon stopped being silent and bluntly revealed his purpose. The reason I had you arrested was because of this. He confidently explained in detail to them. I can sense your strength. But no god knows who you are. Meanwhile, abortive. Everyone was quietly amazed by Jack's skill. Sparks flew nonstop, making it hard for the onlookers to follow his moves. All you could hear were the steady mechanical sounds. Recording. Starting the fire. Placing it in slot 3. Grinding progress at 62%. Working on multitasking up to sample 14. Anton and the other master blacksmiths watched intently. Too fast to keep up, Jack stayed focused on his work, grinding and crafting. Before long, he produced the finished product. Sample 157 lean hertz. With basic assembly complete, opposite were rows of identical armors neatly lined up. Their narrow views were instantly enlightened. Amazing. Is there really a race that can do this? Anton did not hold back his praise. You are truly extraordinary. Rookie. Jack just muttered one word. Recording, but that did not dampen his enthusiasm. Just like Leon. Sorry. It is like watching His Majesty Leon's path of cultivation. Do you happen to know His Majesty? He immediately answered. Recording, the close partner of this device. Anton was not very clear on the partner. He added, a demon hunter partner. Only then did Anton grasp a bit. I want to join that too. Then he introduced himself. I have been His Majesty Leon's companion on a long journey. We trained together back then. Jack was a bit skeptical. His Majesty, Anton confirmed straightforwardly. Yep. Memories of that unforgettable time flooded back. I was about 30 then. And that was when I first met Leon. It was a border village on the verge of collapse. They sent a distress call after being suddenly attacked by the Uth. Since it was the border, only he and Judas were training nearby. Anton also met Gunrad then, who was on a quest for peace of mind. It was a tough battle. The Uth were more numerous than expected and had elite warriors too. At that moment, a swift figure in a red cloak appeared. He met Leon under the moonlight shining from above. In his youth, his personality was energetic and fiery. Damn it. You damn green monsters. With just one sword strike, Leon leveled the battlefield, beating the enemies to a pulp. Anton was frozen in awe. His whole body chilled. Incredible. Hard to believe such power came from a knight half his age. The scene of splitting the Oth warlord in half in a blink was overwhelming. The sharp, ruthless gaze still etched deeply in Anton's mind. Those damn lackeys. He summed up briefly. Anyway, I see that quality in you too. Jack also reported. Recording. Right after, he did not hesitate to propose. Want me to make gear for you? He looked up slightly. Staring straight at the other, the room suddenly fell into a strange, awkward silence. Facing Anton as stunned, dew-eyed expression, Jack kept fidgeting. His gaze was not even a crescent moon with a drunken look. Sura, for organic beings, that must be an incredibly painful experience. He stammered, unable to believe it. You do not know who I am. He answered straightforwardly. Of course. The Steel Cup Knight. Anton finally showed some pride. You knew and still dared to say that. But this attitude was useless against Jack. No matter how skilled he is still an organic being. No match for the efficient production power of this device's perfect process. Sure enough, Sura's crafty words immediately shut Anton down, but unexpectedly, it only made him more interested. You really are a formidable guy. The other side does not even know the meaning of the word humble. Of course, after a good laugh, he got down to business. If that is the case, I guess I have to show you a thing or two. Anton seriously picked up the hammer and assured. I mean, if I am teaching you, I want to do it half-heartedly. The sound and sparks reflecting through the window caught the attention of some passersby. But the creator did not care at all. Fully focused on his craft, the intense heat made Anton sweat profusely. But his eyes stayed fixed on the steel plate during that time. He even took a moment to chat with Jack. I am really impressed with your perfect skills. The output of a blacksmith can compare. The hammer struck down powerfully and decisively. But every move was scrutinized by his sharp eyes. A flaw appeared. The internal toughness was increasing. Anton let the sweat drip and smiled confidently. This is not just about forging weapons. The heavy hammer kept rising and falling, then quickly delivered a strike like thunder and wind swirling. The light and sparks radiated an intense, indescribable wave. Even Jack was amazed by the transformation. Taking notes, by now, he was immersed in passion and ultimate exhilaration. This is art. My friend, steel forging that sharpens the soul. Anton held up the forged plate, eyes never leaving it. This is something perfect technique alone can't achieve. I am sure such a field exists. While it was still hot, he quickly dipped the iron plate into the solution barrel. When it was pulled out, it shone brightly like a complete transformation. Jack fell silent without a word of comment. He had confirmed it. If this man's technique, which originally failed due to just 0.01% imperfection, is applied, it could definitely forge Leon's armor set. Still, he cautiously observed further, then honestly confided in Anton that the big data for this device was still incomplete. Feeling the need to record the organic creature's technique as part of the knowledge, he immediately shifted his thoughts. So you want to become my apprentice to learn from me? Right. Jack firmly denied it to the end. I am just observing the development of organic techniques. But Anton already knew the answer. Come with me. Apprentice. He could only helplessly sigh. Seriously. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Sir Anton. The arrival was a huge surprise. Sir Gullingham. He had not even stepped inside before delivering the message. Sir Gubb's lower chamber is assembled. Quickly. The conference room filled with all the core members. Leon did not act immediately but quietly gazed out the window. Jerhu could not help but frown at the gloomy looks on Gullingham and Anton's faces. After a moment, Isabel broke the silence with a sigh. Then she took the initiative to speak first in the meeting. Let us create the final Holy Grail. But he immediately opposed that idea. From High Priest Isabel, this is not something to take lightly. She decided to probe a bit. Knight, if you were ordered to charge alone into the Demon Legion, could you do it? Because she was prepared for his blunt answer, predicting it if it was an order. Isabel smiled peacefully after thinking it over. Me too. Then she turned to Leon. Your Majesty, he calmly replied without turning around. Please speak, sister-in-law. Once given permission, she did not hesitate to get straight to the point. The sacrifice we must make, surely it is the path to the future. Right. His expression darkened. More unpredictable. Yep. Amid the silence from everyone, Isabel still straightforwardly made her decision. Really? I will end this suffering once and for all, because she had prepared a strong, resilient spirit. Let us create the final great Holy Grail. I will sacrifice myself for this. The group standing in the courtyard looked up at the starry night sky. A voice spoke. You have been granted permission. Leon slowly turned his head and glanced over at the call. Isabel stepped forward boldly and said, I never thought I would commit such a blasphemous act. He bowed and expressed, She replied, No need to apologize, brother-in-law. Isabel smiled gently, glancing at him before continuing. He may be a scoundrel who took my sister's virginity, but he is not a king making a wrong judgment. She thought to herself, now that we have lost all our territory to the demons and can't perform the ritual, the only way to gather metal is for the last Holy Grail. You all see? I am not the main character in this story. A blue light appeared enveloping her. Isabel raised her bow, took aim, and marveled silently. The moon goddess and the god of fear are not exactly combat deities, but the talent of an archer who never misses. Isabel clenched her teeth and let out a shout, feeling guilty inside. Oh moon. The high priestess of the moon shooting an arrow at the moon. How blasphemous. Each glowing arrow shot out swiftly as she released her grip, shooting straight into the high sky. Isabel was still lost in thought, considering the greatest blasphemy allowed by the goddess. Ironically, it turned into a stunning galaxy decorating the night sky. Each arrow formed a beautiful column of light that the people below could not stop admiring. She silently concluded that each arrow pierced through the moon. Each arrow sped away from Earth, heading straight for the moon. A huge crater appeared, with rocks continuously falling. Guglingham looked on excitedly and exclaimed, It worked. The moon really got pierced. Leon turned around and shouted, High Priestess. Eniac stood there and quickly responded, lowering the barrier. She closed her eyes, clasped her hands in prayer, and a blazing red power surrounded Eniac. Eniac raised both hands to the sky. A magic barrier appeared, releasing a giant fireball shooting straight upward. Guglingham was startled when he saw it. He laughed excitedly and shouted, It worked. The moon fragments are heading this way. Suddenly he turned and saw Isabel fall straight to the ground. He caught her and shouted, Isabel. She groaned. Damn it. It hurt so much. Seeing this, he broke out in a worried sweat. Lynn carried Isabel, her body covered in blood. She softly sighed. But Dina shared the backlash with me. She is really kind. He furrowed his brows, clenched his teeth, and promised. She really did well. I will bear her burden. Uglingham shouted in panic. Your Majesty, he turned to Leon, yelling. The trajectory of the fragments is changing. Eniac is still gritting her teeth. Holding on, she looked at the fragments veering off course and shouted. A huge force is pulling the fragments. I can control it, Patrick thought quietly. This power is exactly like the one that sealed the gate back then. The voice kept repeating. The fragment's trajectory has completely deviated. Leon held Isabel helplessly. Staring thoughtfully, he clenched his teeth in anger, veins bulging all over. Leon's eyes radiated sharp determination as he ordered. Deploy a special unit to collect the fragments. We can't waste the chance the High Priestess, Isabel, risked her life to create at the moon fragment impact site. The fragments created a deep crater in the ground, and Toch raised his hand. Thinking aloud. So this is it. After a whole day's effort, the moon fragment transport team has arrived. Suddenly Aziz shouted from behind, startling him into an amazed gasp. Deploy reconnaissance drones. Patrick exclaimed. Spinner alert. He gaped at the Zobots and said, What kind of magic is this? My geode knows how to do so many things. The Zobot angrily replied. The Zobot corrected him. You are just a tech provider. This unit lacks the intelligence to maintain a mentor-student relationship. And Toch walked over, grabbed the Zobot, and joked happily. I envy your intelligence. It snapped back angrily. Do not touch me. Suddenly his face hardened, and Guide nearby let out a shout. He glanced at Patrick and asked, Miss, I guess you have figured it out. She replied straightforwardly. Yep. Spinner. The two stood at the crater's edge. Patrick speculated. The demons are unusually weak and quiet. They would not miss a chance like this. He continued. Maybe they will attack as soon as we start mining the fragments. Antoch slid down the crater with Jayed, who said, But we can delay. Come help us? Spinner. He shouted. Everyone. Assemble. We are starting the metal extraction. The knights here quickly responded. Yep. Antoch. Then a deep pit, a chamber filled with yellow stones, opened up. Everyone and Jayed were still peering down into the pit. Suddenly, he shouted. Spotting the enemy's movement, a horde of monsters charged fiercely. Jayed yelled out a warning. They were approaching at high speed. Bichik ran forward, thinking to herself. Sure enough, they are here. There is no way they would miss this unguarded moment. She shouted. Sir Antoch. The enemy is getting close. Antoch quickly turned and ordered. They are still far off. But we have to stop them. A sharp call rang out. Sir Spinner. Jayed is there. Firing beams of light execute suppression. A massive column of light shot up from the pit, accompanied by the monster's cries of pain. Bichik raised her eyebrows, her eyes blazing red, her hand still glowing with a red light. Bichik announced, I will hold them off as long as I can. Then she raised her hand to the sky, chanting, activating the spell, boosting her rank, tripling her highest defense. Magical formations appeared around her. She commanded, analyze the principles, reestablish the magic, set the parameters. As symbols appeared around the formations, Bichik shouted, the wrath of Lamantia. A fierce red power surged from the pit, causing the pit's edge to crumble, and Tochi exclaimed in amazement. Incredible. Even the dukes can't wield such powerful magic. As he looked at the monsters lying flat on the ground, she calmly replied, The mages in this world are quite skilled. They have developed destructive magic to counter holy spells. But it is still not enough. Bichik clenched her fists. Then ordered, Quick, disperse the metal shards. These are just the enemy's vanguard. The main force will arrive soon. Antoch, sweating as he wielded both a knife and a hammer, shouted. Got it. Everyone. Move fast. Then his hammer struck something, and the knife in his hand glowed, making him stare in shock. Jayed stood there, also surrounded by beams of light. Antochi's arm stopped when he saw a huge yellow stone. He turned and shouted. It is. Then Antoch was stunned as he saw something appear. A fireball was speeding toward them. Antochi shouted in fear. That is, he barely managed to yell. Everyone. Dodge. His face was obscured by the fireball. Chick on this side was equally stunned as a huge explosion occurred. The man with a concealed face showed only two glowing eyes, his hand still pointing forward. Zed's eyes were bloodshot. He shouted, searching internal database. Found a destructive entity, the Demon King of Intellect approaching. A dark figure with a human-like face hovered in the air. Karakel. The destroyer of this world. That guy hovered in the air, staring at them. Bichik lay there, struggling to order. Zed. Report the damage quickly. Seeing the carnage before him, Zed immediately reported. 30 knights deploying holy magic have fallen back immediately. The free cavalry was wiped out. Number of wounded unknown. The guy looked at them and sneered. Lowly creatures, he asked. Don't resist. Prisoners like you think you can stand against the immortal. From above, hundreds of small monsters appeared. He grabbed his collar and shouted, Just die already. Someone stepped forward and asked. The prisoner's mage has even the great demon been dragged into this mess. Bichik turned. Shocked, and Toch stepped forward and asked. Bichik. Any ideas? She gritted her teeth. Not yet. Chick muttered. If we use teleportation to connect distant spaces. Zed immediately objected. No way. Even with teleportation. No one can escape, she firmly said. The chance is 0. Bichik put her hand on her chin. Thinking. If we try teleportation. The demon lord will just block us again, and Toch closed his eyes. Pondering. Then stepped forward confidently. Then let us fight. No one here misunderstood the meaning behind those words. Zed looked up. Puzzled. It was a simple order. The knights raised their spears and swords. Even though it was a senseless command, the group shouted. We obey. Though they accepted the irrational choice, suddenly. Zed heard someone call him. Spinner and Antochi turned and smiled. Smart people probably did not say it wrong. He gripped the hammer tightly in his hand, radiating a power that is hard to describe. But still, and with the hammer on his shoulder, he smiled and said, Stop right there. My skilled blacksmith. He walked steadily as a voice echoed from above. If you dare summon me, ordinary mortals won't be able to withstand it, he calmly replied. The god who guided me from the lowest place. No matter who comes, I will do the same. The mysterious figure agreed. Yep. That is why our gods love you all. And Toch stopped in his tracks, laughed with satisfaction, his hair glowing as if transforming, thinking to himself, because of that brilliant faith and the burning flame of life, absolutely beautiful, his hair grew significantly longer. And Toch shouted, I am the holy knight of iron and blacksmiths, the protector of the mines, the greatest blacksmith in the kingdom. A tremendous power surged toward the demons. He thought, the role once aimed at the future now ends with a blacksmith destined to die. The future no longer exists. The demons, seeing the incoming power, broke out in nervous sweat. And Toch's thoughts kept flowing. Still, the sound of the forge and the echo of steel will never stop. Behind him, Hito's silhouette appeared, and Toch furrowed his brow firmly. Because every hammer strike is aimed at a clear future, the holy blacksmith god of iron. Right here, the iron oath is engraved. The dark figure in the sky laughed openly. This holy power has already been used by someone, and Toch furrowed his brow and smiled with delight, his eyes gradually changing color with his hair. And Tochi ordered. Fall back. He raised his hand, and 3 beams of light shot straight up from the rocky ground, striking the monsters lying there. The dark figure in the sky doubted. The god of iron and blacksmiths. Turn all creatures into something other than iron. All the iron in this area is under his control. Alchemical transformation. And Toch furrowed his brow, raising his hammer in admiration. That was a quick decision. You freak mutants, he softly shouted. Hito's hammer. The hammers from above crashed down on the demons. A small demon raised its hand and shouted. Amasa's great magical shield. A shield appeared. The hammer smashed through the shield, hitting its face and making it scream. They all screamed in panic. Oh my, what is this? It pierced through an absolute defense and caused damage. A huge explosion followed. Caracal, now inside the magical shield, marveled. Amazing. A mortal who has not lived 1,000 years yet possesses such terrifying power. And Tochi raised his hand thoughtfully and complained. And you blocked it without a scratch. He stood up calmly and said. Then, let us get started. Caracal raised his hand. The ground shook, and chunks of earth flew up. He sneered. I will teach you some manners. This is just the warm-up for the most brutal battle of the century. Over here. Betrick cast magic with both hands and asked. Spinner. How's the progress? 86% done, Betrick replied. But the moment the magic array was activated, he realized monsters were rushing in, biting the knights trying to hold them off. Jack shouted, startling Betrick to turn around. This time there is a method. Success rate 2.71%, 4%, she said surprised. Better than last time. Over here. And Toch fought Caracal, gritting his teeth, thinking, a mage should be rational. But let us try praying for a miracle. Caracal stared coldly at Auntie. Strong. Every strike is a great spell. Yet you broke it with a hammer. And Toch stepped back, flames still engulfing him. He silently thought. Truly one of the strongest in the world. The strongest creature even the demon guards fear. If a holy knight at the lowest rank is this strong, then what kind of monster stands at the top? The dark figure raised his hand. I admit. Your peak might be strong enough to take down a lord. He extended his hand. Dozens of magic arrays appeared, shooting beams of power toward him. Adding disdain. But not the man. And Toch saw the beams rushing toward him. He calmly shouted. Steel strike. Block it. Hito's holy forge magic. A sturdy barrier rose to protect him from the incoming attack. Dust filled the air. The dark figure grumbled. Starting to get boring, Caracal looked up at the sky and asked. You mutants. Do you know why I am so despised? Suddenly, Hen straightened up and wondered. Up there, and Toch was high above, holding a massive hammer. He raised it high and slammed it down, shouting curses because you all lack faith. Caracal replied. You fools. No one can reach me, Hen shouted. Analysis complete. Now die. Then he rubbed his hands together, ready to unleash a blast of power. Jiao appeared, shouting, "Activate destruction sequence. Force core overload," and Toke suddenly gasped and screamed. Spinner. Karakil cursed. Jiao, hovering in the air, was struck by bolts of lightning. A massive explosion erupted. Robsley slung his sword over his shoulder and calmly gazed toward the darkened sky in the distance. Demons filled the empty spaces beneath the ground. They rose up, staring into the distance with a terrifying presence. Two knights stepped onto a tall rock and looked ahead. The last survivor of the Empire. Wander, commander of the Silver Knights. He clearly remembered that he had led to the Empire's downfall. As those evil and terrifying creatures crossed time and space to invade this world, one of them spoke fiercely. "Those horned beasts. They are demons of chaos. They destroyed my homeland 20 years ago." The man beside him was silent for a moment before replying, "Indeed, this is the end." Then he recalled a story about a demon from long ago 23 years back. The emperor was possessed by a demon lord. Naturally, the capital was destroyed, and the entire empire immediately fell into the demon's hands. Before him appeared a hero, stepping over the chaos with a serious expression. Finally, Lion King Leonherd appeared, defeating the demon lord and his forces. But that was just the beginning. If I were the Lion King, maybe we would have won. Back to reality, where everything around was ruined and desolate. But that was just my wish. Suddenly, the two of them shivered with excitement. The sun was setting behind a distant mountain, but still cast light through the smoky haze. It did not look like a mana storm. Karakal calmly looked toward the distant earthquake. Maybe a battle had broken out somewhere, which was absurd. Behind him were two tiny monstrous shadows like servants. A nuclear explosion. "You think this cheap trick can hurt me?" Suddenly, one of them panicked. "Lord, they have opened a teleportation gate." In front of the gate, people were rushing to get inside. "I get it now. The nuclear blast was just a smokescreen." He smiled wickedly and thought, "Short-range teleportation. Only a few can pass through. That means he is sacrificing a huge amount of magic power." He snarled. They planned to leave behind the remaining soldiers and knights, arrogant bastards. Before he could attack, another magical force struck, forcing him to duck defensively. "You think you can escape me, warriors?" He turned around and growled, "You bastards." Totsketa led a large group of soldiers charging forward to block them. They rushed forward like starving tigers ready to devour their prey. "Stop those disgusting monsters. Defend with your lives." Karakal gathered a massive amount of magic. Fools. They do not even realize they have been abandoned. A beam of light appeared beneath them, pulling them inside and making them vanish. Karakal had no intention of mercy. He cast a spell that lit up everything before him, then he pulled back his hand. Looking satisfied, his magic pierced through the large distant rock. Late to the fight, Karakal's subordinate bowed apologetically. Lord. It is." Chick sat down on the floor, eyes wide with horror, looking to the side. "We have caught the target." A large amount of red blood splattered onto the ground. Chick looked stunned and whispered, "Lord Antoch." Antoch staggered, a large hole in his chest. It seemed his armor was not perfect after all. Chick panicked. "Lord Antoch, get treated immediately." Anto forced a tired smile and said, "Take me to the forge." A foot stomped on the ground with a loud sound. Antoch grabbed a wooden box at his side and walked off with Chick. Everyone around clutched their chests in pain at the sight. The Mine's guardian, the first knight of iron and steel. Everyone gathered and moved forward together. Antoch looked ahead with determination, but exhaustion was clear in his eyes. Antoch held the box and calmly said, "From now on, I will forge the Iron Knights with my own strength." That day, Pachot sat down beside the forge. Jack tried to persuade him, as if his life was about to end soon. Antoch quietly said, "I know. It was decided the moment an ordinary convict like me gained divine power." Then he stroked the little creature's head. "The Iron Knight forged from steel. Master only has a little time left. I have just one last chance to teach my disciple." The hero smiled brightly, rubbing the wine. "I will show you. This is the first and last lesson I will teach you." Something stirred in his heart. Anto raised his fist. The forge flared up with a bright yellow light. He used his strength to sharpen the sword before him. "I am setting off on a challenging journey to accept a mission. On the way, I met the future Lion King, who is also on that honorable journey." An indescribable feeling welled up in Shot. Even though his heart was fading, there was not much life left. He recalled old memories from long ago. "I was taught by the greatest iron statue and learned a lot. Later, I challenged him, but in the end, I could not surpass him." Sharp swords were plunged deep into the ground like sturdy stakes. But still, the knights wielding swords I forged defeated the kingdom's enemies. And the knights with my spears protected this empire safely. Though sweat drenched his face, he kept using his strength to forge a powerful sword. Even though my worn-out hands could not hold the hammer anymore, and my bloodless eyes could not see clearly ahead, I kept swinging the hammer, as if leaving all movement in this world behind. Slow but steady, the hammer struck down repeatedly, carrying the will of the gods and 1,000 years of history with each blow. The ringing of the forge echoed throughout the room. I shared glory with the Lion King and received an honor undeserved, cherished by the gods. The hammer rose again, carrying the determined gaze of the hero before me. Put your faith into the iron, and imagine the future you will forge with your hammer. The sword you forge will cut down the Empire's enemies. The armor you cast will protect your comrades. The blazing red flames flickered all around. Antoke raised the thing he poured all his strength into. Weapons are tools for survival. But in the right hands, they become shields that protect the world. Antoche's face grew extremely wary. Remember this, I pray that the sword and shield you create will protect this world. A hand rested on Antoche's shoulder. His eyes dimmed. Lifeless. Leon gently placed his hand on Antoche's shoulder, making him smile softly, even as exhaustion overwhelmed him. He kept rambling, falling into another man's arms. Judas would be shocked if he saw this, who would doubt a sincere man like you. That is true. Leon pressed his face against Antoche's hand and whispered, your son. Do not you have anything to say to Aren't? Antoche smiled warily and whispered, I have been loved, respected, and taught. I want for nothing more. Leon clenched his teeth in pain. Antoche gently said, Lee, help me. Can you stand? Of course. Leon supported Antoche and stood before the stunned people. He wiped away tears of sorrow. Until the very end, Antoche looked forward with determined eyes, then clenched his fist over his chest. Protect the kingdom. Protect the emperor. Leon frowned, trying to stay strong, but inside he was shattered. I will see you soon in heaven. Antoche's hair was almost all gray. His eyes drooped with fatigue. He had no strength left to stand and collapsed into Leon's arms. Please live and protect this kingdom. Do not rush to meet me. Leon gave a bitter smile. Really, when Antoche took his last breath, everyone fell silent and knelt together to honor the hero who gave his life and sweat. At least say your final words comfortably. The 85th son of the Leon dynasty, the Holy Knight of Iron and the Iron Statue. Antoche has passed away. The sun slowly rose, lighting up the camp. Leon clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. Juldos pulled back the curtain and walked in calmly. Leon looked tiredly at the two people in front of him. It has been a long time since I last saw both of you. Ma come. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. It has been a long time since we last met. Leon smiled brightly and replied, no need to call me Your Majesty. Just call me Uncle. Hansu shyly placed his hand on his neck. How could I? Sir. You will spoil the kid. Your Majesty. Leon laughed casually and said, come on. I have been taking care of him since he was in diapers. Isn't he that why I am his godfather? Then he stepped over to put his arm around Hansu's shoulder. Come here. You were still too young back then. I apologize. Your Majesty. Then he suddenly remembered something and glanced over. Lord Orendo. Juldos last met him. He is currently on a reconnaissance mission. We informed him about Lord Antoche's ascension, but he said he could not abandon his mission. Leon squinted and gave a bitter smile. He is just as stubborn as my father. The space around Trut shook violently. It seems he has arrived. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared at the narrow entrance. Leon smiled and said, come in, my friend Guna. You really can move despite your heavy backside. Guna looked down at Gildos and replied, I do not have what humans call a backside, my old friend. That is just a saying. A sage can be that slow. Then he sat down leisurely and said something that made Gildos sulk. That is not what I wanted to hear from a knight who once got drunk and fought a windmill. Why are you bringing up something from 70 years ago? And I am not the only one like that. The atmosphere gradually lightened with the wine. Besides, I won. You call that a victory? A belated celebration. The scene of everyone happily journeying together flashed through Leon's mind. The bond we built throughout the journey still remains. This friendship truly is a blessing. Lee, with a drunken face, spoke up. So we do not need formalities. Antoche was a longtime friend of ours. Then he picked up a bottle and a glass and stepped forward. I always thought Judas would go first. Me too. He is waiting for me because I became a holy knight later. Drops of wine were poured from the bottle into the glass. Leon raised his glass with a hint of pride. He achieved success with glory and fine wine. How could that not be a blessing? Then he looked at everyone as if accepting Antoche's passing as his friends. We must say goodbye with the sincerest hearts. Judas raised his glass enthusiastically. To our friend Antoche. Everyone raised their glasses and drank. Leon's brows furrowed slightly as if recalling something. He firmly said, now, we must carry on the legacy he left behind. Then he turned to Guna and asked, how's the artifact coming along? Is perfect. The god of craftsmen has blessed it. Leon asked again. What about the forest's will? Guna met his serious gaze and replied. The sages agreed. Now we will refine its essence and embed it inside. Leon turned his back and walked away. Then the preparations are complete. I am always grateful for the sage's dedication. Leon solemnly lifted the white curtain. The three of them stepped out to face the mighty army ahead. Aniak frowned slightly. Looking ahead, while Toscata quietly closed his eyes, Leon walked down the aisle flanked by rows of soldiers. Lord Wander, the army is indeed growing. He recalled the shapes of the demons. An Enium Rung confirmed. Yep. The army invading from the capital is on the move. The lazy demons who survived from the Vandalchi plains and the beast worshippers. We have also confirmed the presence of traitors from the regime. Lee looked sternly at Toscata. The number is 10 million. Leon's steps carried determination and strength. They are leading their army here. I understand now. The final battle is coming, Leon said angrily to the person beside him. Prepare for battle. We will arrive soon. Outside, soldiers busily arranged everything, carrying supplies to where they were needed. Other soldiers came in to plead. Your Majesty, we want to help too. Leon closed his eyes and replied decisively. You will stay at the main camp. Jiek, Soyeon, and Hari looked puzzled when Leon said, you guys should not put yourselves in danger. Soyeon spoke up, catching Hari's attention. Your Majesty, I am strong enough. Even the future king knows that. Leon glared down then smirked, before firmly saying one word that silenced everyone there. No. Leon's judgment was right. Leon recalled the determination on the kids' faces as they prepared to fight. Unlike him, who was just trying to rebuild the past, Hari's group was made up of real people. If you die inside the walls, that is it. Leon stood gazing at the houses below in the late afternoon light. Leon of this world, the one who must see the future, had no other choice. Leon said calmly, I have other things to take care of. Hari was surprised. The patrol was happening below in the courtyard. Everyone gasped in shock at the scene before them. What are you all waiting for? The woman smiled gently and said, and go. Suddenly someone spoke up. You are the high priestess of the moon. Right, Isabel replied calmly. Yep. I am the first hunter of Dinah, the goddess of the moon and purity. Then she pointed fiercely at herself and said, I am the second strongest in the kingdom, the sister-in-law of King Lan. I am Isabel. Her words left the kids stunned, and the servant tried to intervene, saying, Miss, you should rest. Do not fool the children. Isabel was helped up by a maid. Anyway, no one else was around. Even His Majesty had no other choice. Isabel stood and asked the kids in front of her, now, you young ones, you must be wondering why you are here. Isabel smiled and said, the road ahead holds a lot of gold, but among it, some is called pure gold. She cast a spell to create a small portal, except in a few cases. The 7 strongest gods had been recognized. A box fell from that portal, followed by a few others resembling long rods gradually dropping down. Isabel then slammed the lid of one box down hard. First, Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. Inside was a shield glowing with orange light like the sun. She was revered by all knights, and was the highest deity of the kingdom. A shield. The next 2 boxes slowly opened, looking like badges and emblems of waves, war, and fire. A weapon appeared in a long box, drawing all attention. Sky and thunder. Since ancient times, water and lightning were considered nature's most fearsome wrath. Hari stared in awe at the sparkling items before him. Well, there is more, but for now, these are the ones related to you. Each of these is a holy relic. Isabel put her hands on her hips and added, that is right. They are legacies left by the holy knights and high priests of the past. A knight spoke up. Why are you showing these to us? Isabella's next words made the knight stare in disbelief. Because you will inherit them. Isabel crossed her arms and continued. Don't get me wrong. You are still not capable of using these legacies, and they won't accept you either. So why? Isabel calmly brushed her hair back and replied, I am entrusting the future to you. His Majesty seems to believe you will survive no matter what. The knights were stunned hearing Isabella's calm confidence. Like a still lake. Someone who will use them better than a dying person like me, even if the legacies do not accept you. How can she stay so calm? Then she turned her gaze to Soyeon, the one with strong dark energy. I am John Soy. Isabella crossed her arms and smiled. Can you help me with something? It is something only a believer of the gods can do. Soyeon raised his hand and said, if it is something I can do, fine. You are very polite. I like that. Isabel smiled. Isabel cast magic on the item. Let us begin the inheritance. Now. Everyone started their preparations. The golden sun threatened the scene around. Knights prepared for war, and everyone prayed for those who would shed blood. Leon stood high where the sun shone brightest, looking down at everyone. Wandering soldiers and knights began to return. The crazed demons were advancing. The final battle was about to begin, and the mission after the battle awaited. Under the twilight of the guardian egg, the present ones are steadily moving together into the castle. Seeing everyone had arrived, she placed her hand on her chest and bowed sincerely. Guardians of the forest, welcome. Knowing everything was ready, Guna's eyes gleamed as he saw what had been prepared here. He was amazed by the cup on the table. The skilled artisan had crafted it perfectly. The young tree standing beside him nodded in agreement. A friend who understood steel better than anyone. Having completed his mission back then, now it is our turn. Guna agreed with this. I understand now. Young tree, it is time for us to fulfill our duty. At the same time, he looked at everyone present and reminded them that those who stayed must also play their roles. Patrick nodded and smiled approvingly. Then she spoke. Lord Spinner and I will hold the front line, trying to buy as much time as possible, while Miss Hari and the others. Hari hesitated but continued. We will carry on the legacy under the guidance of the high priest from Izaman. Jack immediately instructed. Once everything is settled, regroup at the designated spot. This team will protect the sacred cup containing the essence. Then join up with you all. After hearing this, she called out to her. Miss Hari, who looked worried but replied. Yep. Madam Patrick. Patrick gently rubbed her head to encourage her. Always remember our roles. Hari understood but was still hesitant before answering. Then she turned away. Supreme Maiden Aniak. Then we take our leave. Aniak smiled, clasped her hands, and prayed for Patrick's team. May the blessings of the gods always be with you on this side. Guna anxiously turned to see Hari bowing her head as Patrick left. He called Aniak Supreme Maiden. She knew that when all was over. She interrupted. I know. To perfect the essence, the vessel must take form. Guna looked reluctant. Leon is leading the front line, so he can do it. That responsibility falls to you. Aniak understood and firmly clasped her hands. As the Supreme Maiden of Light and Justice, this is my mission. If my sacrifice can pave the way for the future. She vowed before the sacred cup, truly the Supreme Maiden Aniak Prataxia. She had devoted her life in the temple, reading scriptures and teaching doctrine. Even when the great war against the Ku tribe broke out, that never changed. Only her prayers shifted from the living to the departed when she comforted countless fading souls. She always felt guilty for not being able to do what the warriors could. Thus, the small maiden once shone the light of justice, grateful that she still had something to offer the king, and thankful she still had a role in this final battle. With a peaceful heart, she prayed for the king. May light and justice always protect you. In the current capital, everything seemed arranged long ago. An endless army of destruction. Soldiers fully armored and carefully prepared their bows, standing under the sun sweating, especially Tatsgata. Without his helmet, his terrified expression revealed the approaching threat. A ruthless battalion stretched to the horizon. Dark gods erected terrifying temples on the bones of the dead, desecrating every trace of civilization. The kingdom of Leonhurst, even the land of the Lionheart Hare. Now only the last fortress remained. The soldier beside him, hearing his heavy breathing, turned to encourage him. Rookie, stay sharp. Tatsgata tried to reply. The other said, don't worry. With the power of the holy law, range weapons won't harm us. Tatsgata felt somewhat reassured, trying to believe. Really, is that true? But when the soldier saw the horrific sight in the sky, even through his helmet he knew the expression matched Tatsgata's earlier fear. What is that? Why are so many people falling from the sky onto us? They fell freely, straight down, from such a height that when they hit the ground they were crushed, blood splattering everywhere. Tatsgata jumped back as the attackers came too suddenly. What is going on? Like seeing death for the first time. His face was more terrified than watching a horror movie. Realizing this was a prototype, this attacker was unusual. Surrounded by a purple glow, a soldier immediately shouted, gasping for breath, it is poison fog. Hold your breath. They stumbled over each other. It was advancing fast. Damn it. Those bastards. A general in a red cloak immediately ordered to form ranks and have the life priest purify the poison fog from the northeast first. In the rush of everyone, Tatsgata just crawled into a corner, hugging his head in fear, sinking into the swamp with the group. Then, he was startled to see a respected figure approaching, the familiar blonde hair and extraordinary aura. He spoke. Flame. Instantly, the piles of fire fell on the poison fog spreading around. Wherever he went, the fire flared up. A commander-like man saw him coming and called out, Lord Leon. Lin replied with a smirk. Lord Aron. He spoke words of comfort. Be proud of this. The father of the fallen has died with honor. And now, he has reunited with the gods at the grand feast of the world. He seemed sad, but his face hardened clearly. Both turned back to look at their soldiers. How painful it is. The last days of the kingdom are told by future generations. An inevitable end is once again approaching. Leon shouted loudly. To all who carry honor, listen to me. In my heart, I am praying to the one above. O goddess, please grant this mortal the heart of a lion. O master of the holy land, the one who lights the glorious holy sword. Here, your little flock is trembling in fear. Do you see them? I see them. Mothers comforting their crying children, swallowing their own tears. Young men struggling to hold on to the last ember of resistance. Knights bleeding with hope to sow a seed of hope. Even on this ancient land, he asked them. Do you hear it? The screams of the lowly wanting to trample on all we hold dear. The soldiers replied. We hear them. But what about you? O master of the holy sword, holy spear, and holy grail. Those who have slaughtered our land. Do you hear the cries of the souls stolen by those scoundrels? His first knight knew he could not stop the evil spreading to the horizon. A soldier answered. Oh my goddess. What do you want this foolish knight to do? At these sincere words, the goddess immediately appeared behind him. She embraced Leon. My knight, O noble warrior clad in silver armor. Your goddess will stand by you until the end. Do what you wish. The goddess soothed. Lin regained his spirit and drew his sword. He slammed the sword hard into the stone floor. Be furious. Then he recalled each name. Knight Aron, son of Antit, the silver grail knight known for his honor. For the great knight who slew the giant horned beast of Haklam. Be furious. Warrior Judas, hero of the Pillar Plains, and the son of Lord Garn Baron. Be furious. The sword plunged even deeper. The noble defenders of the Elf clan, protectors of the Oak Sun, the Iron Mountain Breakers, Those who once faced the fire dragon, be furious. Lune gave all his strength and shouted to all who carry the honor of this era. Why are not you furious? Why do you accept humiliation from those monsters? Face those fools deluded by victory. Rise up, as is your duty. Leon punched his chest hard, showing his will to fight to the end. Gillingham answered me. Who? You are the living demigod, the will of the gods, and the protector of victory. Robsley. Who? Robsley also punched his chest and replied. You are the Lion King of Leon Hurt, the one who beheaded the Lord of Chaos Mangmalus. Lune affirmed once again. I am the first knight of the goddess, the Lion King of Leon Hurt, and I am your sword and shield, standing at the last fortress of humanity. Winter is coming, my brothers. But do not be afraid. Our sword and shield will become the fire that burns this winter. Today, we fight here. This place will become the grave of those lowly creatures, and on those ashes, we will build a monument, engraving our honor and glory. Brothers, are you ready to fight with me? Who could stand still in the atmosphere created by this man? They immediately raised their weapons in a long line. They shouted in unison. Hail King Leate, as Leon looked down with satisfaction, giving the final order. I command you all to fight to the very end. O great heroes of the world, the final battle for humanity has begun. Our demon horde of all shapes is swarming at the foot of the fortress walls, with horns sprouting all over their heads. The heretic judge's voice echoed above them all. Watch closely, you lowly creatures. One soldier listened silently with wide eyes. This was a great magic user, the source of malice, more ancient than divinity itself. Countless fiery red meteors appeared in the sky, radiating powerful energy. The demon minions gaped in awe, while their leader shouted with a wide grin. I will destroy you all. Wipe you out completely. The red crystals began falling like missiles, lighting up the entire sky. Little Chich stood frozen, silently watching. Leon remained calm, eyes lifted, sword ready for battle. Finally, he spoke. Robsley, the Holy Grail Knight, kept his spirit high and responded. Your Majesty. He raised his eyebrows and shouted. Divine punishment. Fire arena. Robsley echoed. Divine punishment. Solar flare. Suddenly, from the fortress, a massive fireball charged with terrifying energy began spinning in the air, illuminating the area. Lin glanced at him and instructed. Only attack the fragments that threaten the temple. Ignore the uninhabited areas. The man replied loudly. Your Highness. Robsley thrust his sword forward, shouting. Lean FT's heretic judge. Robsley delivers judgment against malice. 4 beams of divine energy shot straight from the fortress where he stood, striking the red crystal of the dark god. A massive explosion rocked the ground, sending dirt and rocks flying, accompanied by terrified screams. There. One of the heretic soldiers, Robsley, with a skull-like face and yellow eyes, barked orders. Keep pushing forward. Once we break through the fortress. It is. The fortress captain coldly commanded his team. Draw your swords. Don't let them advance. Countless arrows rained down from the tower onto the heretic horde, their sharp tips gleaming as they struck. At the fortress city, near the south gate of the Pantheon Temple, Jewelers watched in amazement from afar. He furrowed his brows worriedly. Just one meteor fragment could turn this land into a barren wasteland unfit for life. Even with the Holy Maiden's power, recovery would take countless years. Suddenly, a clear voice echoed. Startling Jewelers. That is it. Looking from this side, he saw a massive explosion in the distance. Flames blazing. He wondered. Could it be the gate over there? This massive sword of a heretic bull-headed warrior had just slain a soldier. Blood dripped down the blade with a dripping sound. The nearby soldiers stood frozen in fear. They are advancing. Stop them. The great demon bull laughed loudly, his eyes blazing with fire, the giant sword resting on his shoulder. He looked down at the small soldiers. So this is all you have got, you stupid tin cans. Just as he finished, a loud voice scolded from behind him. Shut up, you disgusting bastard. Knight Arn leapt forward, sword raised, ready to strike him down. The bull demon jumped quickly, blocking Leon's sword with his great blade. The clashing sword screeched sharply. He narrowed his eyes. Is there a warrior this strong besides the Holy Grail Knights? Swung his sword. Arn jumped back. The bull demon sneered. I am the great demon of death and destruction. Gung-go, Arn calmly replied. Arn, son of Holy Grail Knight Antoch and leader of the Sword Guild. He stared fiercely at him. I will kill you, you horrible monster. He clenched his teeth, thinking. With His Majesty and Lord Joxley unable to move now, Arn jumped up again, silently determined. We have to hold on ourselves, by any means necessary. At the Grand Cathedral of Ngaiga, shining brightly, Jiak glanced through the window. Seeing Harry, he called out, Senior, I am done. She turned around brightly. Jiak, you are done too, she continued. Looks like you were not accepted by the Holy Relic. He looked down at the staff he was carrying, confused, and replied. It refused to reward me, said I am not worthy. The two stood silently, solemnly looking down into the hall. Hari raised the bracelet on her wrist, which was glowing with a mysterious blue light. She pondered, but if this power is accepted, Would not it help the top ranks? Jiek called out sharply. Stop. Senior. She glared. Yeah. The light from the distant explosion lit up the scene. He asked, puzzled. Over there. There is no room for us to squeeze in. The only ones who can survive there are His Majesty and you. Right. She sadly lowered her eyes. Very passionate, he hurriedly tried to fix things. Sweat pouring down his face. Well, besides, has not His Majesty always won in history? They say he defeated 3 demon lords. So would not he win this easily? She hesitated. That is true. But she recalled past events. Each one carefully considered by Harry in the original history. Len really won at the last minute. He wiped out all the demons without leaving anything behind and finally met Harry's group, who had come to explore the Black Gate. Her eyes suddenly widened. Actually, he should win this battle too. She quickly spoke up. Wait a minute. Harry turned to Jiek and said, it is changed. He paused. She explained. I said it is changed. The plan, the last Holy Grail, was originally cancelled. He obviously replied as if she was stating something everyone knew. That is right. Before the grand ceremony, 4 priests stood before a Holy Grail with the Saintess. She thought, that is because we came to this gate and called for help for His Majesty. The Holy Grail Knights have disappeared. The 2 stopped, silently praying. Can we still win? Jiek suddenly noticed something unusual. He signaled to Harry. There is a group coming ahead. Senior. She replied. Yeah, I see them too. He saw people wearing full cloaks and called out. Me. Stop right there. Harry and Jiek blocked their way. One of them politely asked, what is the matter? She pointed at another and shouted. You in the cloak. Take it off right now. That guy remained silent. His face barely visible under the hood. He still had spiritual energy swirling around him and laughed arrogantly. His mouth bright red. You little brats. Harry quickly unleashed her spiritual power. Spinning it in her palm, she threw her staff at him. But he stood firm. Unafraid, he raised his staff, energy glowing red and purple intertwined. At that moment, Jiek swung his staff and charged in. He struck between the 2 fighting. The ground exploded. He worried. Senior. Are not we in a really dangerous situation? He and his gang stood there unharmed. He politely raised his hand, bowed, and said, Greetings, Knights of Leon. The cloak fell to the ground. He wore an iron mask. His face was grotesque with huge horns like a buffalo and fiery red eyes. Still maintaining his attitude as he introduced himself. I am the Great Duke of Destruction. Suddenly he squinted, grinned widely, and raised his hand near his chest. Farewell to you all. Immediately, a laser-like beam shot across Harry's body. She was shocked. Jiek quickly pushed her aside. Senior. She screamed in fear. Jiek. That beam is heading for your neck. He gritted his teeth and tensed up. Suddenly, a knight in armor appeared, blocking the path with his sword. Excellent. Jiek looked up in amazement, eyes wide and mouth open when he saw him. Lord Gillingham. He looked at Harry, who had fallen to the ground. Are you okay? The girl froze, not knowing how to respond. After a moment, she exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Isabin. Isabin, the high priest. Ms. Dap. His Majesty's caution had paid off. He looked at her coldly but still arrogantly, full of challenge. I thought all available forces were already stationed atop the city walls. There is still someone left behind after all. Isabin smiled slightly. She still responded calmly. Sorry, but terrifying monsters like you are not welcome here. Despite the arrival of Gillingham and Isabin, the great demon and his minions showed no sign of fear. The 2 newcomers immediately recognized that before them stood the demon general and the great demon. Gillingham calmly observed the enemy, while Isabin swallowed nervously, thinking this might be a tough situation. As if sensing the situation, Gillingham ordered the high priestess Isabin with a serious look. Obeying, a strong blue light enveloped them both, radiating such powerful energy that those nearby were amazed. Jiek realized something and anxiously called out to Gillingham. Harry, standing beside him, straightforwardly asked the high priestess Isabin, what is this? Sacrificing one's life for the greater good. While everyone was still stunned, Isabin's hair turned a bright blue. The duo of Gillingham and Isabin stood full of fierce energy, boldly facing their enemies. After preparing, Isabin turned back to warn everyone. The demons have probably sneaked inside. Let us go help Suho and Soin. Gillingham firmly ordered. The holy chalice is in danger. Move quickly. Knowing they could not stop the 2, Harry sadly nodded in agreement. All right. Then she and the others hurried off to rescue Suho and Soyan. While the great demon silently watched, he smirked arrogantly and asked them disdainfully. Looks like your side is not in great shape. Can you handle me? Hearing the great demon's arrogant words, Isabin just covered her mouth to hold back laughter. She replied to the demon with the same scornful attitude. I could crush you with just 1 finger, so do not waste your worries, she said, radiating powerful energy all over. And Gillingham added, you are about to die. Challenged, the great demon felt extremely excited. His minions were always overly confident. Now pay the price for your arrogance, he said, as a dark aura appeared around him. Over with Suho and Soyan. They were indeed struggling, but they did not back down. Both fought bravely against their enemies. Their adrenaline seemed to peak, and the more they fought, the more blood they shed. However, humans have limits. Soyan showed signs of fatigue and worry, thinking, There are too many of them. What happened to the others? Soyeon shouted to Suho. He guessed she wanted help, but the situation did not allow it. He could only fight while replying, I am reaching my limit too. For a moment, Suho's eyes showed horror. He saw a giant demon in front of Soyeon, but she was facing him and did not notice. Suho frantically shouted a warning to Soyeon. Soyeon, in front of you. The demon charged at her. Soyeon froze, unable to react to the sudden attack, just standing still, awaiting her fate. Suddenly, from afar, Hari's group arrived just in time. Nagi and Jang held a fireball. She immediately launched it at the demon, burning it to ashes. Hari looked at the demon that had just tried to attack her teammate with fury, shouting, Sword strike. Demon wrath. Seeing Hari, Suho happily called out, Sit. With the danger resolved, the group felt somewhat relieved. Hari cheerfully ran over to check on the two. Soyeon, Suho, are you both okay? Soyeon felt deeply grateful. She answered Hari, you two saved us. Before they could celebrate for even a few seconds, Suho noticed more demons approaching and warned, turning around quickly, Hari, they are coming from behind too. Hari froze when she saw the approaching demon. It was a great demon. The great demon radiated a powerful dark aura. That guy snarled with rage as he approached, gritting his teeth and sneering at them, calling them a bunch of stupid fools. He ground his teeth, frustrated, threatening the whole group. Step aside. You are blocking my way. Realizing the danger of the enemy before them, Loon and Hari immediately became alert and prepared to defend. Their only goal was clear. We have to stop them, at least until His Majesty and the noble return. Suddenly, the door behind the four of them burst wide open. From that doorway, wooden vines shot out. The vines grabbed the four of them, caught off guard. They could not react and were dragged toward the door. Hari struggled, but Niyu held her down firmly, preventing her from being pulled away. After being dragged out of the doorway, the four finally regained their composure and looked at the two people standing before them. Everyone was utterly shocked. The Saintess Aniak, calmly clasped her hands and bowed her head in gratitude, deeply thankful for everyone's protection during the holiday. The extraction of the holy water is complete, she said, gesturing toward the cup containing the holy water. The subordinates were trying to block the demon from inside with the wooden vines. They urged Aniak, Saintess, we do not have much time. They could break through the door any second. Aniak understood this and replied, Yep. Noble one. The group of four slowly moved toward the cup of holy water. Aniak stared at the cup, explaining to Hari, this holy grail contains the essence crystallized from the gods themselves. A powerful energy radiated from the cup. Hari silently admired it. The power flowing within was astonishing, more precious than any divine relic she would ever seen. On the other side of the door, the great demon still raged, trying to break through, shouting, Damn these stupid wooden planks. The door was about to be broken down. The noble group anxiously urged, Hurry. We do not have much time left. Hari panicked. No way. She worriedly turned to Aniak. Saintess, what will happen to you once this holy grail is completed? Hearing Hari's question, Aniak understood her concern but only smiled kindly. She calmly said, The Moonlight Grail was a plan devised by the body as calculations beforehand. But after you arrived, His Majesty changed his mind and completed it. The completion of this holy grail means His Majesty still intends to build a stronger kingdom to fight the demons. The noble one added, He has never given up. He has never given up. Hari could only remain silent after hearing their words. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling rose within her. Hari clenched her teeth tightly, but then she suppressed her anger and gently said to them, Seniors. The demon girl was shocked by her words. Tears streamed down Hari's face. She felt overwhelmed but could only stand there and say, It is so frustrating. Innocent people are being tortured and killed by demons, and I can do anything to stop it. Sister, Suho looked at her with a heavy heart, and Niechi stood silently, not blaming Hari, just softly exhaling. She stepped forward to hold Hari's hand to comfort her. Thank you for helping everyone, Hari, she said gently. And Niefi reassured her. His Majesty entrusts the future to all of us here. If my small strength can help the kingdom's future, that will be my greatest joy. She looked up at Hari. Honestly, I am a little jealous of what you have accomplished. Hari still felt uneasy and sadly called out, Saintess. Finally, they made their decision. Saintess and Nieif quickly returned to the Holy Grail. She recited a chant, Goddess of Light and Justice, your servant, beseech you, grant us your absolute justice. This light, here, in this place, let all be purified. After finishing the chant, a surge of energy erupted throughout the building. From the Holy Grail, the image of a female angel appeared clearly, radiating power. This essence was to be given entirely to King Leon. The light immediately shattered the door surrounding the room, where the demons were breaking in. The plan was to concentrate all power into a single demigod. But Leon changed the plan. Which means, a seed for the future, bringing hope to everyone. As the maiden slowly hands the holy root to Hari, she tells Hari to take it, and Niek speaks to Hari with complete trust. Please, let the flower of hope bloom. Hari still feels quite insecure. Maiden, suddenly, a voice rings out, It is all done. and everyone immediately turns toward the source of the voice. From the void, a space gate opens, and Jack calmly steps out. She tells Harry, "It is time to go back now," and Harry calls her name in surprise. The mechanical beast announces to everyone that the Temple of the Gods has had most of its auxiliary structures destroyed. The collapse has come earlier than expected. Knowing he can't delay, Harry tells himself, "That is right. I think it is time to return." Harry looks up at the maiden and the sages one last time. He tells them, "I will never forget the sacrifice and contribution of the maiden." Anak smiles and replies, "Thank you, Harry. I hope blessings will always be with you on your journey ahead." Before stepping into the space gate, Harry salutes them one last time. Then they disappear. And only then does Aniak dare to show her exhaustion. She staggers as if about to fall. A sage supports her. "Maiden." Aniak thanks them with a few words. "Thank you, Lord Gunna." The building affected collapses, but Gunna stays by her side trying to protect her. Aniak weakly calls out, "Lord Gunna." The sage replies, "Speak." Aniak hesitates. Will His Majesty fight to the end? Gunna firmly confirms, "Yep." That is right. She continues asking, "Can he defeat the demon?" Gunna, while protecting her, answers, "If it is him, then yes." With that hopeful answer, Aniak gladly closes her eyes. Feeling relieved to hear that the tall building from earlier is about to collapse into dust, Aniak still weakly calls, "Lord Gunna," and he patiently replies, "Speak." On Gullingham's side, it turns out they were not as lucky as they thought. Gullingham's group has been defeated. Even though they lost, Isabel somehow still wears a smile on her lips. In the end, the chaotic scene remains. The battle has reached its conclusion. After the desperate raid between the Lord of Wisdom and the Guardian of the Holy Grail, as the battlefield enters a tense phase, Akma's army storms in from outside the tower. Behind the fateful door, Leon and Luxley quietly stand waiting for the enemy who are pouring in. Suddenly, Wander calls Leon. "Your Majesty." Hearing someone call him, Leon turns his head. Wander bluntly asks him, "Do you intend to continue this hopeless fight?" The soldier beside him is startled and loudly reminds him, "Lord Wander." Leon does not take offense. He calmly reassures him. Behind that setting sun, there are still people fighting. Those who have not given up yet. Their fiery spirit still burning bright. Wander feels Leon's words are not convincing enough. He shouts, "But what does that even mean?" Leon patiently persuades him. "Lord Wander, fight alongside me, for our honor. For the Empire and the kind subjects you always want to protect," he says, looking at him kindly. Leon turns back to the army ready to face battle. Continuing, "And for all the souls still left in this land, until their last flame goes out, the world will end as the prophecy said. It is a fate already decided. This battle is just a replay of an event that happened in the past. However, it is not meaningless. For those who come from Earth," Leon turns and strides toward the open gate. "And for the warriors who bravely fought for this land, everyone is ready to charge into battle." Leon shouts orders to the soldiers to open the gate. He fiercely watches the gate slowly open, thinking to himself, "Still, the destruction that was predicted is unavoidable. But a seed of hope has been planted." Walter, though a bit reluctant, stays to fight alongside him. Before going into battle, Loon gives one last word of encouragement. "The world will remember us forever. If we can stop the final outcome, we will win." So Leon raises his hand and draws a sword. This life is not meaningless. Loon and his comrades stand tall facing the enemy, ready to risk everything to protect this land, for our honor. For victory. For Leon hurt. Even the horses charged with fierce spirit. Lee, full of pride and love for this country, shouted with all his might, launching the attack. At his command, a wave of soldiers surged forward, caught off guard. The demons were startled. "Stop them. Stop them before they can react." The troops counterattacked fiercely. Liam claimed the first kill, marking the start of the battle. Chaos erupted all around. Neither demons nor humans would back down. Loon kept shouting with fierce spirit, "Don't stop. Keep pushing forward." From a high vantage point, a figure stood silently watching the battle. Caracal was quite disappointed. This kind of reckless charge was just throwing away their lives. They were already cornered. The fight against the gods had ended. Countless magic circles were cast as Ham prepared to retaliate. Laughed savagely. Now the era of evil begins. Suddenly, a horn sounded from somewhere. The demon was surprised by the horn's blast, causing his magic circles to dissipate. Ham was confused. What? The horn's sound came from the Northern Dragonia cavalry. Karina watched the ongoing battle. The king had not given up yet. The soldier beside her seemed to anticipate this and added, "He is the father of the formula." Right. Karina smiled and nodded. Yep. Recalling the spirit she had met, that spirit had cautiously told her, "You won't regret this. Neither the formula nor his majesty. This battle will be brutal." Karina narrowed her eyes, determination shining through. She silently thought, "I believe those words. What will this battle bring?" After thinking, Karina waved her hand, ordering the soldiers, "Kill them all." For revenge. For Leon hurt. The cavalry charged into the combat zone. The demon shifted from confusion to rage. "These filthy bastards." He led the charge fiercely. "You miserable humans. You are not even a speck in the universe. Why cling to such worthless things? In the end, you will all be buried alive. You can fight against us. What is the point of this battle, if you keep holding on, and dying for nothing? He paused. I am sick of this. Then, surrounded by a fierce aura, he targeted Karina first, then the girl. Chetty. Just as he was about to attack, a voice rang out with a flash of light. Where do you think you are looking? Karakal was startled. Looking toward the sound, a figure rushed into the sword's path. Karakal was amazed. 9 angelic wing. Impossible. How much divine power had that person absorbed? The figure smiled. Death is inevitable for demons. With that, the figure swung their sword, slicing across him. The attack lit up the entire sky. At Leon's battlefield, the demons clearly hesitated toward him. The surroundings were devastated. Leon seemed near exhaustion but still clung to his sword, struggling to rise. He thought to himself. Looking back, this has been a long and tiring life. He gripped his sword, ready to charge and keep fighting. The warrior goddess who guided this knight with love, glory, and honor. Is there any hope left if this place is just ruins? He remembered his fallen comrades. There is, Lee. Do not you see? You are proof of that. Those who fell for glory and honor, their loyalty now lives within you. A knight carrying everyone's hopes and dreams will stand here forever. The meaning of life still fills this place. So act as you wish. The warrior goddess will stand by you until the very end. The demons could not hide their contempt for him. They laughed. In the end, it is nothing but a pathetic struggle. Exactly, an attack struck the head of the demon who spoke. The nearby demons were shocked. It turned out to be a stone Leon had thrown using magic. He smiled wryly. That is just a pathetic display of insecurity by someone who is about to pay the price. He got fired up. Come on. I am right here. You will never defeat me. You will remember this humiliation forever. After 200 years of war with these demon tribes, I will now take on this responsibility and lead the battle to glory. The demons tremble before Leon's current form, a man named Den Dian. No matter how tough it gets, a knight never gives up. Leon recklessly charges into the demons, laughing maniacally. I will kill every one of you. Slash. One demon loses his head. Leon laughs loudly. One down. I will overcome every obstacle. He thinks of old comrades because this is a righteous battle. He must lead them to victory. Meanwhile, Harry and her companions have returned to Earth. No words were needed. Some expressed all the emotions they would held inside for so long. The holy root was brought forward, while others clung to memories of sacrifice and cherished it deeply. The king, who fought for past glories, simply smiled softly, reflecting on all he would been through. After Harry and her team returned, nothing noteworthy happened. Luckily, Harry recovered quickly. The other trainees seemed more mature, not a dramatic change. But clearly something was slowly shifting among them, and the moon chalice was brought back from the portal, a remarkable artifact. Right, Leon spoke. I did not expect things to progress like this, when all I wanted was solid proof of the gods from that portal trip. Patrick beside him agreed. It is an unexpected achievement. Your Majesty. Leon looked proudly at the holy root. I never guessed this would lead to the final chalice. He continued. That plan was proposed by Gunna and the disciples of Dung. The wisdom of the disciples always surprises us. When the world suffers irreversible damage and decay, I will have to choose to sacrifice everything to save it. First is the temple of the gods. Their presence is not just about faith, it is tied to the world's survival. If the temple is destroyed, the divine power sustaining it will vanish, meaning the opposing force to Leon's current world will disappear too. Leon continued cheerfully. That is why the gods chose to hide within my soul's core there, where holy power is born. At least they have a chance to survive. Patrick confirmed. The plan succeeded. Leon sighed with relief. Thank goodness it worked. He placed the golden holy cup beside the silver one. Seeing the magical energy radiating from both cups, Leon said seriously. When the king received the holy chalice, the Japanese armor, and the power of the star lantern, and he said Ariana combined all starlight and would eventually perfect these items, I believed it. That is why the holy chalice symbolizes nation building. The holy water from the chalice is essential for the holy knight's ceremony. Saying that, Lun reached toward the two cups, and suddenly a powerful energy burst forth. Patrick looked like she had just witnessed something incredible. It turned out the two cups were melting and merging. She asked. Your Majesty, what is this? Leon calmly replied. The final holy chalice. The moon chalice is a sacred relic used to forge the unfinished part of the holy chalice, based on the heiress needs. It is considered the key to creating the final chalice. Patrick seemed to understand something. She turned to ask him. Your Majesty, earlier you said this was part of the salvation plan. Leon confirmed. Exactly. The purpose of forging the final chalice is to preserve species and knowledge. Patrick, amazed, was even more astonished. She expressed her admiration. It is the power to rebuild a new kingdom. Amazing, Leon added. But it is only possible when Gunna's seed matures. Mentioning Gunna, he fell silent sadly for a moment. Then, as if he would thought of something, Leon said to her, It is a bit embarrassing, but I have another mission for you. Patrick hesitantly replied. Embarrassing? Your Majesty, you are in a position to command me as you wish. Leon disagreed. A king does not order another king. Don't he make me a man who can keep his dignity? Patrick grinned mischievously. The stubbornness of his underlings is something I just can't stop. Right, no more joke. Leon told her. First, we have to find those two people. I am sure they are still alive. Patrick came up with a name. One is Lord Vulcanus, Leon added, and the other is Karina Dragonia. Leon's eyes showed clear sadness. He said to her, I have not even met my daughter in the Temple of the Gods. Now I can pretend to be a father. Please. Patrick happily agreed to his request. I will find a way. It will be tough. Just wait. Leon placed his hand on his chest, showing gratitude. Honestly, without Spinner and you, I do not know what I would do. Thank you, Patrick said politely. No need. It is all thanks to His Majesty's good relations with everyone. If you have any wishes, I will grant them. Patrick was surprised. Oh my. Suddenly her cheeks flushed red. Patrick shyly lowered his face. If you say so, sir. She seemed to have thought of something. Patrick smiled with satisfaction. She turned and smiled at Leon. I will tell you later. Back on Earth, in the office, a man was currently very troubled. He tapped his fingers irritably on the table. Those bastards have lost their minds. The gate is open and all they do is watch. Announce to the South Korean government about our cooperation. He recalled the former chairman, who had ordered to just wipe out the Temple of the Gods now. He silently agreed. Chairman Oh Kang-hee's decision was not wrong. No need to worry about the bitch 10. 9 guilds when national security is threatened. The appearance of the Temple of the Gods is a welcome event for government agencies, compared to the 10 major guilds holding wealth and power and interfering with the government for 10 years. The temple operates under the strict rules of a single person, meaning they are on Leon's side. They no longer need to care about the policies of the 10 guilds. Thinking of that, his face relaxed a bit. The blessed crops have become national export products demanded by countries worldwide. In many ways, it is a golden opportunity bringing huge profits. The problem is, the growth is too fast. Both military strength and religious influence are developing at an alarming rate. Side effects are starting to appear, he recalled. During today's regular report, an employee raised a hand to give an opinion. There was a suggestion that the government should become followers of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. What is your opinion? The man wiped his sweat with a cloth. He answered, as public servants, we must remain neutral on religion. Online, there have also been posts about why Andong Jin does not believe in the goddess Ariana at that time. Psych. So I did not know what Darien S. Group did with the artifacts last time, no matter how much he visits. How could he believe in the goddess of justice? Sinjiri rice being blessed is a conspiracy. Eating it causes electronic waves to invade the brain, causing hallucinations and eventually death. The man cursed inwardly. Damn it. Those bastards have gone too far. They did it on purpose knowing I am a Protestant. While he was still troubled by these emerging issues, an employee knocked on the door. Sir. The man shouted. What? The person entered holding a stack of documents. The Parliament just urgently contacted us. The man was puzzled. So sudden. About what? He did not dare tell him. He placed the stack on the table. Better if you look yourself. Oh my. The man calmly flipped through the file, thinking to himself, probably about refugee aid related to some developing countries or something. But as he read the words on the paper, his calm expression was replaced by confusion mixed with fear. Turned out the document was that the South Korean Oversight Agency was dispatched to investigate the Temple of the Gods for human rights violations. He was furious. Damn it. He frowned and ordered the employee. Call the temple immediately. Yep, sir. At the site where workers were mining, the sound of picks hitting rocks echoed continuously. Indeed, they were really pushing their limits. One even shouted, help me. I just want to rest. In the middle of the city stands a massive rock, the former site of the Hambit area, the refined mine of the Temple of the Gods. Harry is contacting the other side. Feeling annoyed, the robot responds, what is it? I am really busy. MP stops replying, saying the government just contacted us. Whispering, Harry tells him it is a human rights issue, saying we did something wrong, something about an investigation. Causing confusion. What are they talking about? We have not broken any laws. At the same time, the robot is using a wire to tie up a worker. The worker lies terrified on the ground. But Harry does not pay attention as the robot jumps toward her. Jack replies, I will handle it myself. Responding calmly, Harry agrees. Okay, but still wonders. What about those workers? Jack calmly says as if nothing's wrong, secretly giving them extra saline water, planning to make them do slave labor tests. At the construction site, there is a sign, 15 days of absolute safety, with a warning about falling rocks. Workers passing by look worried. Jack reassures her. Anyway, we did not do anything wrong, so do not worry. A group of people wielding axes are mining in a dark cave. Faint light flickering from torches casting shadows on the cold rock walls. Among the crowd, Bearer swings his axe, his gaunt face and labored breath like he is about to burst his chest. Bearer, a serf of the Fathian temple, has endured harsh labor since becoming a serf. Jack calls out, Team 214, it is mail time. And Bearer breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, but Bearer's steps falter when he sees the meal laid out. What is this? He is stunned, thinking it is just some kind of bland porridge, some kind of gruel. It immediately spreads out, leaving Bearer speechless. Eyes wide. Face pale. The important nutrients are mixed with salt and sugar. He clenches his hands around the bowl, gritting his teeth. Thinking, they want me to eat this and then work like a machine. During those glorious days in the past, Bereher's eyes darken as old memories flood back. When he also sacrificed the youth's blood and flesh to the demons, Bereher could eat as much old, tough meat as he wanted. But not anymore. After becoming a serf under Lian's rule, his human rights were stripped away. Orders came down immediately. Everyone must dig 20 kilograms. Start now. He lowers his head. Shoulders heavy. Turns and starts walking. Behind him. They keep pushing. Move it. The axe blade flashes as it strikes the hard rock. Bereher, exhausted, swings the axe, each heavy strike draining his strength. Then, in a moment of carelessness, the axe handle slips from his sweaty hands. Clattering far away, he curses loudly. Damn it. Bereher hurriedly bends to pick it up, hoarse and sighing. How did I end up like this? Before he can grab the handle, a whip cracks across his back, knocking him down, his whole body racked with pain. Z coldly warned. Why did you stop working? Bereher panics, sweat pouring like a shower, struggling to grab the axe again. I will get back to work right now. He grits his teeth, eyes filled with resentment. Thinking, damn it. If I had not been caught back then, life would not be this humiliating. Bereher suddenly stiffens as a large crack runs along the surface of the giant rock. His face is pale, hands trembling, heart racing wildly. What is happening? The space shifts violently. Rocks from above start falling down onto Bereher. Z immediately hears the unusual signal and rushes to the exit. The supervisor's entrance. Day 20. No accidents. He thinks as he retreats. Outside, chaos erupts. Everyone panics. Shouting loudly. Screams echo. Help! That site is collapsing. The rare metal mining site passes another day without accidents. Steven Hu raises his eyebrows. Eyes determined, knowing it was bound to happen. Nearby, Harry leans on a cane. Voice heavy. The Human Rights Committee showed up again. A calm voice says, that saline sugar water definitely has issues. Did you see the faces of the first knights? They looked totally dazed after drinking it. Soup slowly nods, replying, they are treated like interns. Pay cuts but still trying to meet the voluntary contribution quota set by that committee. His eyes flash sharply. He misses you. But that saline sugar water, you just have to endure it during training. And that voluntary investment clause is not really that extreme, considering its benefits. Right. Doyon immediately cut in. Voice firm. Exactly. Just counting the items we received is already worth tens of billions. He spoke seriously, choosing his words carefully. The problem is, the serfs are overworked. Suho responded. That is right. She spoke calmly. But they are devil worshippers. So there is no need to treat them like humans. Don't you think so too? Senior Harry hesitated briefly. I think so too. But she forced a smile, voice full of implication. Maybe the Human Rights Committee does not see it that way. In that silent moment, the image of serfs being beaten, exhausted from labor, and collapsing flashed through everyone's minds. Well then, if you think about how those serfs were treated while working so hard, dying show your worth by dying. Gang Hyefchet laughed and teased. Sounds dangerous. We might really be living in dangerous times. Cut to, in Xi'an International Airport, the doors opened, and a group of people appeared, walking steadily and confidently. Led by Louise, she radiated a dignified aura. The representative from the Human Rights Committee for the survivors from Woon had arrived. They shook hands under the flashing cameras of numerous reporters. A calm, polite voice said, I am Gang Het, president of the Korean Hunters Association. Louise responded with a polite smile. I am an officer from the Human Rights Committee representing the survivors. She looked up, voice full of respect. It is truly an honor to meet the Korean legend. He laughed heartily. That is all in the past now. Behind his gentle smile and humble appearance, Louis felt a hint of doubt. So that is the truth. The Korean Association and the government has a close, cooperative relationship with the Pantheon Society. Thank you for coming all this way. Will I face pressure dealing with them here? Then she bit her lip, unconsciously adjusting her shiny glasses. I have already protected countless survivors from different countries. Louise took a deep breath, steadying herself. Pressure from groups like this is no problem for me. Just then, a clear female voice broke the atmosphere. Hello, Officer Louise, she asked calmly. Eyes scrutinizing. Who is that? Gang Hyet smiled. Naturally introducing. This is Han Harry, your guide today. Louise nodded slightly, tone mixing sarcasm and arrogant. Got it, she replied with bright eyes, full of friendliness and enthusiasm. Should we head to the Crusaitia Autonomous Region in Mokpo? Currently, there are 18,744 Crusaitia residents living there. She looked a bit surprised, lips curling with interest. Sounds good. I will accept your help today. And Hari smiled comfortably. Leave it to me. In that brief moment, a flicker of caution appeared in Louis's eyes. thoughts swirling in her mind. They are from another world and are living and working here. I will protect the basic rights they deserve. Cut to inside a car. From Incheon Airport to Mokpo. The scene was peaceful at the Krisasha Autonomous Region in Mokpo. She and the group got out of the car, the sea breeze carrying a salty scent. Louis' eyes turned toward the beach where people were gathering. Thoughtful. They have integrated with the locals here. They played. Kicking sand. Laughter echoing with the sound of the waves. She slowly scanned around, her gaze settling on a couple laughing and posing for the camera. Is that some kind of traditional culture? She gently pushed her shiny glasses up. I heard the Crusacea people live by the sea. They do not have conflicts with the fishermen. Harry answered casually. No problem at all, she reported slowly. Fishing has declined in Mokpo, and this place has become a consumer city with shipbuilding and heavy industry zones. There are still some small fishing boats around, but they are really working together with the Crusaceans. She listened, eyes never leaving the tablet screen in her hands, eyebrows slightly raised. But there is still a chance there are not enough jobs. Right, please understand. This is the kind of information I need to ensure the rights of the survivors. Ocean waste is being cleaned up, and that is totally fine. Many of them are involved in government-led ocean pollution cleanup projects. They clean up the ocean floor, and their skills are really impressive. Louis sighed in relief, feeling much lighter. Next is... Suddenly, the sea surface ahead ripples. A column of water sprays up, foaming wildly. Louis frowned, annoyed. What was that explosion just now? Very calmly replied. That might be the Krasochin demolition team training. And she perked up. Demolition team. Krasochins are common underwater. Over 300 warriors in that class need underwater training, so they are just practicing. She watched calmly. I see. That probably helps a lot with securing the gates. Harry hesitated. Athy. Scene changes. The car speeds down the road. Inside the car, she carefully flipped through documents, her tone neutral but eyes shining with satisfaction. They are adapting really well here. Louis smiled. Yeah. Calling their operation a model for others to follow is not an exaggeration, she softly said. They understand their strengths and racial traits, so there is no conflict with locals. Even in the city, Krasachians are still highly regarded. Hearing this, she sighed softly, glancing out the window as the scenery rushed by. This is definitely a reasonable and humane operation. Louis pondered. This seems a bit strange. The guild here is spreading positive influence across different races like this. The rumors say this guild and King Leon cruelly abuse prisoners. Her slender hand lightly touched her chin. Maybe it is just a misunderstanding. After seeing what I have witnessed, Moppo arrived at Naju. Hari's eyes sparkled with excitement, barely hiding her thrill. We are here. This is the Pantheon's main sanctuary. Before them, the dark city appeared. This is the Holy Land Naju. Louis stepped out of the car leisurely, eyes filled with curiosity. So this is the famous place. But she suddenly froze as a piercing shout rang out. Welcome. 2 lines of people immediately formed ranks, rolling out a bright red carpet in the middle. Welcome to Naju. He spoke excitedly. We are doing great and feel satisfied. No abuse or forced labor at all. Another chimed in right after. That is right. We all work voluntarily and feel happy. Louis covered her mouth, shocked. That is way too happy. She would seen that twisted smile on many before. Her eyes quickly turned sharp. It can be like this. That smile often shows up in war zones where human rights are suppressed. In her memory, Louis, a passionate and dedicated staff member, had actively worked for human rights with all her heart. He took off his glasses, sighed. Her efforts made the world better, and seeing the smiles of suffering people was a gift to her. She smiled with satisfaction. But her instincts suddenly sharpened. Something felt off. Back to reality. Louis hesitated, suddenly alert. What is wrong with that forced tone and fake smile? She firmly examined the man's shoulders. Excuse me, is anyone being oppressed here? I am asking because I want to help, so please answer honestly. He raised his eyebrows. His face briefly changed color, tears streaming from his eyes, as if trying to force out opposite words. I am not oppressed by anyone. I volunteered here today. Working here is comfortable. I am very happy. Louis was suspicious. Damn. No one can deny it this much normally. Of course. Louis did not know. The moment they made a pact with the sun god in judgment, they lost their freedom. The armor clanked loudly. When Ruck spoke, she was slightly surprised, murmuring, Sir Jack Spinner is coming tomorrow. It replied, It is mealtime now. Please move aside. Louis forced a smile, staying calm. Is it okay if we eat with everyone here? It replied immediately. No problem. I will lead the way. She spoke gently. Thanks for everything today. Ruckus' eyes followed the group preparing to board the vehicle. In the ranks, 2 guys were sweating profusely, faces twisted, forcing scary smiles as they laughed. The car rolled down the wide road. When they arrived, Louis was stunned. The hall was huge. Harry's eyes gleamed brightly. She adjusted her glasses, speaking confidently yet gently. Today, we have soybean soup and bread. Before them, the food was neatly arranged and abundant. Each dish placed like a familiar ritual: bean soup, kimchi on the side, A bit disappointing without meat, but thinking about the local cuisine, it was not surprising. She turned, shyly asking, "How do you eat this?" Louis sounded slow as she placed rice on lettuce. When the rich flavor of the bean soup mixed with the spicy soreness of kimchi on her tongue, she was briefly surprised. "You eat raw garlic like this?" Louis felt her body change. Her fatigue vanished. And she actually felt much better than before. She eagerly grabbed another bite, chewing as she looked at Harry. "Do not tell me." She smiled proudly. "These are crops grown with blessings in Nadu." While still eating, Louis' mind wandered to a hopeful thought. Just eating these could cure illnesses. Magical crops, how could they feed such precious food to the staff? She looked up and paused, then quietly asked with concern, "Does no one eat this? It is really tasty and nutritious." A staff member immediately avoided her gaze. Hesitating, "I do not really like fermented food." The person next to him quickly waved it off with a forced smile. "It is just not my taste." She paused briefly, eyes showing doubt. "Is that?" A few staff refused, saying it did not suit their taste. The meal ended successfully. The water was finished. Louis smiled happily. "What a wonderful experience. Thanks for the great meal." Harry sighed in relief, flashing a bright smile. "That was close." She tilted her head eagerly. And Geek stopped and asked, "If you do not mind, can we talk a bit? His Majesty is waiting for you." Hearing this, she showed no suspicion, smiling brightly. Of course. In the room, everyone was gathered around him, so satisfied with the meal that Louis did not notice. These crops were poison to the bad guys. Complaints and worries echoed continuously. "Oh no." Chunxit passed out again. Fainted again. The poor street faded behind a gray mist. Yellow streetlights shining down on dirty puddles. Dennis knelt before Ronan, voice full of respect. "Oh great one." Stood up, stern as he ordered. "Our agents have been sent to investigate human rights at Pantheon." Ronan nodded, eyes flashing with satisfaction. "Good. Human beliefs are so weak." Dennis loosened his tie slightly, a sly smile curling his lips. "Exactly. Who would have thought expanding the 7 UDI would go so smoothly?" The one blocking the investigation team was none other than Dennis, a spy from inside the Yoon territory. Every move on the chessboard was carefully calculated. The spy had deployed agents worldwide, not only in civilian areas but also in government and the World Alliance Association. In the dark, the spy's eyes gleamed with ambition. Their goal was obviously to destroy Earth. The first target was expanding the 7 UDI. The city was engulfed in smoke, fire, and death. Screams of despair echoed everywhere. If the population exceeded half, the world would not function normally. War after breakfast, war after lunch, then sleep, and clasped his hands, pleading, "But your greatness," Ronan replied coldly. "Speak." Dennis raised his eyebrows slightly, hesitant but respectful. "I do not doubt your plan, even if the investigation team uncovers the truth about Pantheon. I believe the Korean government will cover for them." The magic orb in his hand glowed brightly as he spoke, voice echoing like from a deep abyss. "The bond between Pantheon and the government is that strong." Pantheon itself was established entirely with support from the Korean Hunters Association. A mocking, cruel smile etched deeply on his face. "But that did not matter." Han's voice turned venomous. "As long as we keep public attention on them and question their human rights, that is enough." Dennis hesitated, then said, "I do not think that will work," and shouted as he was unexpectedly jabbed, his nose reddening painfully. "I am only doing this for our customs," and struggled angrily. "People's lives are at risk, so be careful." Dennis was confused, cold sweat running down his cheek. "What do you mean by that?" Ronan, silent until now, suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. "Look at the screen." Han's eyes widened, his voice trembling. This was the image appearing in a dark, damp tunnel. Everyone was desperately digging. "This is a rare metal mine, right? Is there something there?" He immediately cut in. "Just watch." Before Han's eyes, a huge rock began to sweat water. The whole space shook violently. Workers screamed in terror, scrambling to find an escape. The sound of roaring mixed with falling rocks. "Hey, are you okay?" "My leg." Mid the chaos, a giant figure appeared, holding a heavy rope. It approached like a beast stalking prey, then swung the rope hard at each person. The rope snapped bones. Screams echoed miserably. I was wrong," Dennis Jun said angrily, his eyes red with rage. "These bastards deserve punishment." His eyes darted wildly. The shout was too loud. "There is more," he said, stunned, breathing heavily, a deep fear rising inside him. His voice grew heavy. He had encountered holy power, the opposite of ours. Even if they fall, they will force him to work immediately. A cold, dry voice came through the screen. "Hurry up, Dennis is worthy." Jun's eyes narrowed. Speaking bitterly, full of malice, he spoke slowly. "This is the most heartbreaking scene." Hearing that, the lament continued. "Is there more?" Leon's scream echoed through the screen. "Prepare the firing machine." Damn. Dennis turned pale, his face ghostly white. "Firing machine? What is that?" Jun was speechless. On the screen appeared a man tightly bound, bruised all over, placed before a huge Cold device. How could people do this? A desperate scream rang out, full of hatred. Remember me. Their eyes were full of resentment. We will remember you. The camera zoomed out. This is the future if that bastard Leon rules the earth. He was furious. Everyone will be driven away and discarded by that crazy bastard. Dennis roared, eyes blazing with hatred. You sick bastards. I will never forgive you. You deserve punishment. Savages. He stood up fiercely. Flicker of doubt flashed in Dennis' eyes. But the great Ronin said calmly, if we push too hard, won't he notice? Don't he worry about it. A ring on Rona's finger glowed. The artifact I gave you will protect your mind from being probed. Dennis's eyes widened. Then he exclaimed excitedly. Really? That is a relief. Dennis slammed his hand down, eyes shining with fierce faith. I will do it. I will punish that evil bastard. Ronan smiled darkly. Exactly. Excellent. Cut to a scene. He was tightly bound to a tall wooden stake, his body bruised, face pale and bloodless. Below, people cursed and shouted. Kill them. We have to kill these bastards. How did it come to this? Thousands of eyes like daggers, burning cold with resentment. I told you, they are all demons. We have to kill them. Burn them all. Nearby, Lewis stood frozen, his gaze empty and full of despair. Jeff and two soldiers approached coldly. He spoke sternly. The trial will begin. In 21st century Korea, burning at the stake was abolished. Troy walked calmly down a small dirt road, a native farmer from Nasu, a kind man devoted to the temple of life and prosperity. The old man smiled kindly. The wind is really pleasant today. He had become a believer since Leon first arrived here. Troy stood silently, his eyes clear, recalling all those years he spent quietly watching this land, barren and dying from magical pollution. They had lost the land where they were born and raised, and dozens more were drowning in debt from having to buy expensive cleansing agents. The farmer's wish had come true. Their only hope was a powerful cleanser restore to this polluted land. Then it appeared their salvation. Leon stood in the field where crops had withered for seasons, now golden with ripe grain. The people were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. He had purified the land that even the tower's mages had abandoned, bringing the goddess of life and prosperity to this place. At the dinner table, the old man lifted his bowl, the fragrant aroma spreading. The happiness of eating blessed harvests for the first time was indescribable. All the ailments that the elderly suffered vanished in an instant. Laughter echoed loudly throughout the room. They looked younger, healthier, and possessed a strength they never had even in their youth. So it is only natural that the elderly turn their attention to the temple association. Bat stepped forward, raised his hand to wave. Choi glanced up slightly, smiled, and walked over. Back. What are you doing? He answered plainly. Just adjusting the upgraded machine that Lord Jack had made. Bat's eyes lit up with excitement, his voice enthusiastic. Lord Jack calls it something like hologen or hologram or something. It guides me from start to finish, you know. The old man suddenly laughed, shaking his head softly, sighing in amazement. Oh man, so much has happened. He spoke with a hint of meaning. Anyway, Choi, you have been reflecting the light from the sickle and the newly refurbished plow, Bat said cheerfully. Don't you have your own garden these days? Everyone has one. I have already made a sickle and a Western-style plow. Interested? Choi was silent for a moment, hand lightly stroking his chin, eyes thoughtful, tending to the small gardens that were becoming the latest trend among the elderly in the Ni-ju Plains. According to church law, large-scale crops are taxed under Clause 19, but small gardens under 12 are exempt. Inside the room, Leon sat at his desk, his voice low and firm. Anyway, a personal garden is just a hobby. Who would tax a hobby? Private gardens are not considered an extension of farmland, but just a personal pastime. His eyes darkened briefly, thoughtful and calm. So the Temple Association's laws are not as strict as people think, full of loopholes, easily exploited by those with bad intentions. Chu smiled gently, eyes shining with optimism. Those with the darkest hearts will surely be punished by heaven. Give me a set. I want to grow some tomatoes for the newborn. Hearing that, he nodded. Who would not think that, at our age, it is the same for all of us? Footsteps echoed from the back hallway. Dennis's voice came close, neat and polite. Hello, sir. The old man was briefly surprised. You frowned slightly. Who is this guy? And bowed slightly, introducing himself formally. I am an inspector from the United Nations. The old man was surprised. The United Nations? You are from the inspection team that came here? Right. Choi smiled but quickly interrupted proudly. Our village is pretty famous these days. Dennis smiled awkwardly. I just have a few quick questions. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, a murderous glint hidden behind deep black eyes. The workers here. The room fell silent. The quiet stretched like held breath. Many looked foreign. Are they all foreign laborers? The old man hesitated, confused. After a moment, Choi sighed, then answered firmly. The subordinates were given to us to help us old folks work more easily. Dennis looked confused. Given to you, and smiled smugly. Exactly. Dennis forced a strained smile, his tone cautious. How are they paid? May I ask about their working conditions? Bat's eyes darkened suspiciously. What? He clenched the sickle tightly, fingers trembling with anger. Listen to this guy's rude tone. Look, why is him poking into our business with the subordinates? The old man growled, eyes rolling back. nearly seeing stars. His hand saying we are exploiting our shiki workers and despised us just because we are from the countryside and panicked. Stammering. That is not what I meant, sir. This old man's crazy. How does he even get to carry weapons in this holy place? Koi stepped forward quickly, voice calm but firm. Enough, Choi. You will embarrass His Majesty if you can control your anger. He turned to Dennis, giving a faint, meaningful smile. We will talk later. United Nations. I will take the kids on a tour around the village. One room, water on their heads. Pale faces. Shaking legs. All right then, not daring to stay a moment longer. Dennis immediately turned and ran off, his old shadow fading down the stone-paved road. Choi's eyes darkened, his voice lowered, each word heavy. Back looked briefly confused but then nodded slightly. Yep. He spoke deeply. Telling the kids to pack up their gear, we have to settle this with a final showdown. And now, the cries of bitter rage echoed like wild waves. Kill them, I said. Burn those bastards alive. The angry farmers in the Nasu Plains completely overwhelmed the United Nations inspection team. Louis struggled to explain. Everyone, please calm down. We are not evil spirits. But she rolled her eyes in frustration. Don't lie to us. Her face turned pale. Shocked. What the hell is going on? Why are we being called evil spirits? Jiek stepped forward. What is happening? The villagers instinctively turned. Speaking respectfully. Lord Jiek. The knights have arrived. The middle-aged man spoke with bitter resentment. These guys keep poking around, asking if His Majesty is mistreating the people. Those brats are twisting everything into slander. We are just too outraged to stay quiet. Louis shouted hoarsely. Desperate. I am telling you. Only cruel evil spirits would do such things. What? Her eyes darted toward him, hesitant but full of anger. Lord Jiek Spinner. Are you just going to stand there and watch this injustice? Kuruk. Jiek nodded, his cold gaze fixed on the inspectors tied tightly to the wooden stakes. Then let the trial begin. This is madness. Truly madness. In 21st century Korea, a witch hunt has begun. Louis's face was panicked and horrified, spoke low and cold. Witness Bak Trang Ho. Step forward. Lu Thuong stepped up, standing straight before the loudspeaker in the square. Witness number 1. Malm, his eyes full of bitter resentment, aimed straight at Dennis. That blue-eyed bastard suddenly shows up and says this. He spoke thunderously. That His Majesty might be mistreating innocent people. He claims. His face drained of color. Stammering. I did not say it that clearly. Then he snapped. Do you even know who His Majesty is? He pointed firmly, eyes full of reverence. That day he saved our village when it was about to collapse. And you accuse him of human rights violations. He laughed loudly. Does that make sense to everyone? Immediately, a wave of cheers rose. That is right. Dennis was stunned. Dizzy. What the hell? There is no logic here. No matter what. Those guys are the bad ones. Jack spoke calmly but cruelly. Next witness. Choi Dyerso. Step forward. Passing by Bat, Choi raised his hand, and the two slapped hands hard in perfect sync. As if rehearsed beforehand, he stepped into the center of the yard, his voice booming with weight, as if ancient truth echoed through him. I'm sure so. Servant of Mother Demella, goddess of life and prosperity. Witness number 2. Old man. Choi's eyes were murderous as he pointed at Den Nit, his breath heavy, each word like a death sentence. They are evil spirits. My intuition tells me so. The villagers immediately shouted. What? Nonsense. What the hell? Are you crazy? What? You just insulted old man Choi. I said. Kill him. But their protests were drowned out when a powerful voice commanded order. He spoke deeply. I have another reason to suspect them. Someone asked. What reason? Hen flinched. Heart racing. Tears drying. Their eyes. Choi raised his brow accusingly. Those dull eyes are exactly like evil spirits. Dennit immediately shook with rage. What? That is ridiculous. My eyes have been like this since birth. Well, maybe so, but this is nonsense. Louis's face turned pale. Anyway, my intuition says they are definitely evil spirits. He concluded. Choi's testimony feels like evil spirits. And now, an additional testimony. A man shouted in anger. My dog stopped eating ever since those evil spirits showed up. A woman clutching a small animal, eyes red and wild, face twisted like she has gone mad. Look at my puppy, barking like crazy. I see it, those are bad omens. Choi nodded sharply, his voice firm like a verdict. Of course, animals can sense evil. They definitely recognize those guys as evil cultists. Dennis was shocked, his voice trembling. Wait, what does starving and barking dogs have to do with this? The curse echoed again. Grab the net. You evil cultists? This is crazy. Too much already. Jeff spoke. Defendants. Do any of you want to defend yourselves? She choked up. It is so unfair. We are absolutely not evil cultists. He spoke calmly. Noted. Logically it is unfair. Lewis's eyes lit up. A flicker of hope flashed. So then, but Jeff immediately declared. Burn them alive. At that moment, The whole square fell silent. She just stood frozen, her face pale, unable to believe her own hands. If they burn, they are evil cultists. If not, they are human. Darkness wrapped around. Only the flickering light of the torches made the scene even more oppressive. Jeff's voice was cold, his tone commanding. Bring the fire here. Louis screamed in despair, his body helplessly tied to the wooden stake. Wait. Something's wrong here. He spoke seriously. You want to argue? She argued fiercely, her tone resolute, refusing to submit. Of course I have my reasons. What kind of weird law is this? Louis shouted loudly, his voice full of anger, making Chak sigh softly. Burning people just because you think they are cultists. Dennis quickly joined in. Yeah, it is ridiculous, he solemnly declared. This is the law. It is what it is, lowering his voice, deep and authoritative. The authority of Tata, the god of the sun and judgment. The Knights of the Order are those trained in trials against heretics. They established the demon-hunting law and its enforcement. Hearing this, her face instantly changed, her eyes wide with terror. The demon-hunting law, Louis muttered, his voice hesitant with anger. And this is the method you think is right. He spoke plainly. Those suspected of being demon followers, if accused and found suspiciously guilty, will be burned, no matter the reason. She struggled, her eyes red with fury, shouting, what kind of logic is that? That is barbaric behavior, not human behavior. Jeff remained cold, his voice dry but firm, holding his ground. I am following the proper procedure in checking a suspected demon follower. This is necessary to cleanse them. All demon followers must reveal themselves under fire. This is proven by previous research data. He shouted, his voice cracked with anger, his eyes burning fiercely. Do you really think that is right? If they burn, who is left to survive? Dennis's angry voice echoed. What if someone is a believer of the church? Have you thought about that? He yelled, his scream tearing his throat, full of hatred and despair. I am a believer of Ariana, goddess of light and justice. How is it fair to burn me alive? The crowd below erupted in noise. Strange voices echoed across the square. Now people start lying because they are backed into a corner. Seriously. I am a believer of the god. His cold eyes swept over, his voice low but sharp. Silence, Jeff declared firmly. That is not something anyone can decide. He quickly grabbed his head and shouted, poor Spinner. That guy is faking it. He is about to die, so he is lying. Clearly he is lying. Jeff paused briefly, then calmly ordered. All right, the law is the law. Now burn them. Louis exploded, his voice full of fury, shouting in protest. So what the hell has changed? Hearing that, Jeff replied bluntly. So what else is your problem? In despair. She struggled, tears welling up, shouting amidst the fanatic crowd. The result has not changed even though I protested. You still burn us without judging us. Jeff responded coldly. There is a difference. Louis' face immediately went pale. If their faith is weak and they follow demons, they will burn. If they repent, according to the gods, they won't burn. This has been proven by data from fanatics who have left, he solemnly declared. Just burn them and get it over with. Dennis was shocked, shouting out, stop. The crowd surged, some holding torches, others shouting chaos, obeying the orders of the holy knights. The flames flared up, engulfing the wooden stake. Crackling, he screamed desperately. These crazy fanatics. Put out the fire immediately. Put out the flames. The desperate screams dragged on, then faded in the blazing fire. Help. Help me. Beside her, she went silent, eyes wide open, her whole body trembling. We have killed a demon already. 1,000 years for Leon hurt. Peace for the temple. Jeff immediately gave orders. Then, Louise's throat tightened, and she could only let out a pitiful scream as she saw torches moving closer. No. Her eyes looked down at a sea of faces, already with smug, satisfied smiles. The United Nations Human Rights Council 1T let this slide. They will come after you to hold you accountable. You shameless bastards. You are crazy and you will pay for this. Louise shouted, her left eye burning with resentment. That so-called King Leon, the leader of these fanatics, won't he get away with this? The world needs to see his true face. The sooner we expose this racist bastard, the better. The flames roared higher, red light reflecting off her fierce face. You are nothing but demons. All of you fanatics. You should all just die. Louis suddenly stopped, calm amid the sea of fire. Breathing softly, lips slightly parted so warm, Jeff declared Louis cleared of all accusations of being a demon sympathizer. Next defendant. Immediately, a cry of pain echoed too hot. People pointed, shouting in chaos, it is demon. They are real. And staff were burned one by one in the sacred fire of the gods. Some inspectors, though covered in red flames, stood tall without a single burn. But some staff were truly burned to death, even engulfed by flames. Dear Goddess Ariana, I thank you. Thank you so much. Later, under the high moon, she stepped forward, face full of doubt and anger. Questioning. Spinner's child. What is going on? Some are burning, some are not. What is this? It arrogantly replied. 400 accused number 8 have died, just as I predicted. Lewis responded, just as expected. As a bright flash appeared, a solemn meeting was shown, where sacred weapons empowered by the gods were deadly poison to those with evil intent. Jiup Chamrong explained. They can withstand the fire. Betos. She corrected. Heart-pounding. Betos. The god of war and fire. Lewis asked. So that means we are all cleared of all charges. I can believe it. It remained silent. No reply. After a moment, Jack gently flapped his wings, soaring into the night sky. So that is the end of the trial. She whispered, screaming in despair. Wait, just a second. Is it really over? And that was the end of that day's trial. Leon crossed his arms, looking serious. His voice was low and heavy with authority. I understand. I heard you went through a terrible trial by fire last night. Lewis replied. Not all. Leon's eyes narrowed, sharp and unreadable. Then I believe you had a thorough tour of the Queen's artifact workshop and learned more about how to deal with demons. She lowered her gaze, each word heavy. Yep. I clearly saw only those who follow demons were burned by the gods' fire after the chaos of the previous night. Lewis was guided on a tour of Patrick's workshop and barracks. Lewis walked with heavy steps. Her eyes were golden as she grasped the truth there. The execution from the day before was reenacted before her eyes. The screams of souls she thought were illusions turned out to be exactly what she had heard before. Even for Lewis, who valued human rights, she was not an idealistic justice warrior supporting demon rights. Lewis sighed deeply, worried. But, Your Majesty, she said heavily, when I return, how should I report on these demons? Leon leaned back, expression indifferent. I have already anticipated how people there will react. His eyes sharp. Some fools will shout about human rights and claim even demons deserve saving. Lewis took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. In our world, that is a core value that is hard to change. Leon shook his head, his eyes darkened, a sharp glint flashing. Watch out for anyone who says things like that at the meeting. In any world, humans instinctively hate evil. Those who tolerate evil are often evil themselves. Leon reminded her to put the golden glass down on the table, and she took this one instead. She was startled, trembling as she bowed her head. Your Majesty, as a United Nations staff member, I cannot accept bribes, he said. I remember you. A low-ranking official like you dares to refuse the king's gift. Leon spoke generously but with an underlying irresistible authority. Take it. It will be useful for a certain period. She kept it close. Lewis hesitated for a moment, then nervously accepted it with both hands. Thank you. Your Majesty, he stared sharply. Lewis Porter. I have heard you are a clever woman. Her eyes darkened briefly. Then you will know how to use it wisely. He tearfully saw Jeff appear. Sir Spinner. At that moment, Lynn caught sight of Jeff arriving. She wanted to return to the UN headquarters. Could you escort her to the gate? He immediately replied confidently. No problem. 4 members of the UN Human Rights Inspection team died during the temple visit. At that moment, pounding hard on the conference table. These barbarians. This incident is enough to shake the Korean government and the UN headquarters. Harrison. Excited and questioning. You mean they actually burned people alive? Even our colleagues died there. Lewis sat across, hesitating briefly, agreeing with the issue. Her eyes were determined. Maybe some of our colleagues sympathize with the demons. He immediately retorted. What are you talking about, Officer Lewis? Do not spread baseless rumors like that. Every country has declared a state of emergency and begun condemning the temple's brutal actions. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense. Unbelievable. We have to rescue them immediately. Finally, Lewis was summoned to the highest level and, under harsh criticism, had to testify in detail about what happened at the temple. Lewis remained calm despite all the attacks around her. That is right. We need to send an official letter to the temple immediately and issue a formal statement to punish them at once. She clenched her teeth in anger. Lewis' eyes flashed with deadly intent as she suddenly stood up straight, enunciating each word clearly. Officer Harrison, what is going on? Why do you keep defending those demons? Hearing that, he furrowed his brows. Why do you ask? Officer Lewis, his face suddenly turned pale. She stomped hard on the conference table, leaning forward, raising her arm high. The light of the gods shining, a strange burst of light exploded. The room instantly chaotic. Delegates hurriedly shielding their eyes. A dazzling flash grenade. Officer Lewis. What are you doing? His eyes were shocked. Then someone screamed in panic. A demon. Officer Harrison is a demon. He roared. You crazy bastard. You got something from Leon. Did not you? Lewis was stunned, her legs trembling. He really is a demon. Harrison loosened his collar, face twisted in rage, screaming wildly. If it has come to this, a group of dark shadows emerged. Demonic soldiers with glowing red eyes. Kill them all. A sound rang out confirming the demon's presence. She staggered, falling backward but did not hit the cold floor, instead landing in warm, steady arms. And Tochu raised his hand to prepare for battle, a deadly red light glowing in his palm. The scene before Lewis' eyes made her wide-eyed and amazed. He then clenched his fist, bullet casings dropping awkwardly before her, and To calmly activating protective mode. In the tense air, as the dust cleared, In front of the huge zombie appeared a robot zombie. Terrified, unable to believe why a human was here, the robot ignored the zombie's fear, suddenly emitting a sound. The world has reached the brink of extinction. The red light on the robot's face lit up. The system activated battle mode. Completing download from the cloud, a faint human figure appeared. Surprising the girl there, it was Antoch, her bodyguard. The zombie saw this and nearly shouted, "Wait! You are not fighting alone, right? Do you know how many teammates I have here with me?" The robot still showed no emotional reaction to the zombie's words. It was like a programmed machine, completely indifferent. Behind the robot appeared a series of large battle ranks. Target speed demons that must be eliminated. The scene shifted to someone puffing their cheeks, sucking on a straw. Suho was scrolling on his phone when he started talking to Jae-hook, also known as Ngai Jack. He set his cup down on the table and asked, "Where are you?" On Soho's phone screen appeared countless demons that had been detected, surprising the international community. Then the shot cut back to the demons. Both of them were extremely shocked. Suho's eyes widened in disbelief. They said there were over 300 demons. There are a total of 337 demons there. And Jae-hook, sitting next to him, casually asked, "Since when did Guy get there?" Suho said worriedly, "This is bad. What if the demons have already infiltrated everywhere?" But contrary to Suho's anxious state, Jay leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. He said, "Whatever. I'm going to take a break now." There was a reason why Soho and Jae-hook were slacking off like this. The international Chuseok holiday was approaching, and Jae-hook had declared a day off for the entire temple. It is also known as the Festival of the Gods. After enduring the harsh struggles at the gate, Suho and Jae-hook finally got to enjoy a well-deserved holiday. Jae-hook said comfortably, "Tonight, I am having pizza. Tomorrow, I will make a chicken hot pot." Not stopping there, he added regretfully, "And for lunch, I will have pizza again." Suho, sitting beside him eating a hamburger, asked, "Don't you ever get tired of that?" Suddenly, loud shouts echoed from the yard, making both of them turn around curiously. From afar, a group of people was running in formation. Some wore only sports shorts. As they got closer, Suho and Jae-hook saw clearly that the group included both adults and young men, all panting heavily, sweat dripping down their skin. Then a silver-haired man spoke up, "You two young guys, are you on your period or what?" On the other side, Jae-hook raised both hands and waved briefly. "Uncle Kim Do-gun." "Hello, sir." The two stood up and stepped toward Do-gun, asking, "Are you out for a run?" "Sir, I am training with Mir." "Leon, sir." Hearing that, Jae-hook shyly replied, "But I am still not an official knight yet." "Leon Don-si," he explained, "I am still just a trainee, so do not treat me like a knight." That statement surprised Jae-hook and Soho. "Well, that is true. But because Harry, Soin, Jae-hook, and Suho all had special statuses even inside the temple. John Soyeon served as the commander of the knights. Harry ranked 4th in the entire temple, and was an S-rank hunter. Turns out she was a noble. Jae-hook and Soho were the same. After acquiring the holy relics, they developed incredibly fast. They had fully become S-rank hunters, while DSS still had not progressed beyond an ordinary warrior. He shyly scratched his head, thinking, "Well, they did not start from the same place as me anyway." Then Don-si said, "All right, then we will be off." "Wait a sec." Jae-hook suddenly shouted, "Leon, sir." Without waiting for him to finish, the whole group ran off, leaving only their voices echoing in the air. "All right, let us go again." Suho really could not believe that he worked so hard, but things just were not going his way. Beside him, Jae-hook seriously replied, "Well, that can be helped. He is only just above C rank." Then he asked, "When do you think we will be able to level up Lord Jelbrick's father?" Hearing that, Suho recalled what he knew to answer, including the holy relics they had inherited, which still had not accepted them as their owners. But Lord Jelbrick's father immediately became a Holy Grail Knight when he lifted it. "Right," Jake said, feeling doubtful. "I do not even know how many skills it takes to do that." Then the two lay back in the sun again. At least 4 knights in the temple knew the meaning of that title. Holy Grail Knight. Time to wake up. Here they come. The knights of the Lord who fell in the final war. Just like the sorceress queen who stood at the peak of her world, or the strange machines that completed thousands of missions, only they earned that distinguished title. Jae-hook said faintly, "Honestly, who on this earth holds so much honor and glory like that?" Seeing that, Suho guessed it might be Sister Harry. "I have never seen her cry like that before." He heard him mention it and froze. Then asked, "Wait, what is the king planning?" It seems he has been busy with the queen these past few days. Currently absent from his desk, Suho did not look up but replied, "She said he is managing his stress pretty well." Hearing this, Jae-hook could not hide his shock and sat up. "No way. You actually look pretty good." "Really?" Then he quickly dodged, saying, "I do not know anything." Suho, hearing this, looked away with tears. "I do not understand what you mean either." "In front of those towering buildings, whatever is beneath the temple, we know nothing about it. Nothing at all. That is the underground temple, where a maid is sitting resting on a large wooden barrel. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed. Hinder Honghan looked over. Another demoness died today. Then footsteps approached. Hinder was speechless when she saw who it was and shouted, "Your Majesty! The one who just entered is the Honorable King." Just stepping in, the stench hit Leon's nose so bad he had to cover it with a cloth. Someone came closer. "Oh Lord, the day has come." Loon approached Patrick. "This place still reeks terribly. This is not a place for a noble like you." Patrick laughed. "Oh come on. I have tried to ventilate my workshop. If only you knew that," Leon asked. "You have to go through here to get to your workplace." "Right." Patrick smiled brightly. "I can make things comfortable for these monsters, just for my own convenience." Lin replied. "That is truly a self-sacrificing spirit that is touching." Both ignored Hildy kneeling nearby, which annoyed her. "This is seriously so weird." Hildy lifted her head, clenched her teeth, thinking bitterly, "Those crazy lunatics. We are the ones suffering under these conditions. So why do they act like the victims?" Hildy's expression twisted more as she thought. The sorceress workshop is already connected to the first floor by an elevator. So why go through here? Suddenly Leon glanced back, saying something clever that made Hildy shiver in fear. She was so scared her eyes reddened, tears ready to fall. Tremblingly asked, "Why would you do that?" Hildy's words made Leon grit his teeth. Each word spat out, "Stop having those evil thoughts." As soon as he finished speaking, she suddenly turned to stone, unable to understand. Then Hildy hugged his leg tightly, lying there with a resentful gaze still following Leon as he turned away, angrily muttering, "He is really crazy. Why scold others just for what they think?" Then Leon turned back to continue talking to Patrick. "Wait. Why did you come back to me?" Patrick smiled mysteriously. This is news that will make Leon happy. Surprise showed clearly on Leon's face when he heard the name. Lord Vulcanus, a huge man in iron armor, full of power, with glowing red eyes, who has destroyed countless zombies and monsters. "We have found a way to locate Lord Vulcanus." The Holy Night. Later, Leon and Patrick sat quietly in the palace hall, sipping tea, their expressions serious. To explain the issue, Patrick slowly said, "This is just her hypothesis, and Patrick believes Lord Vulcanus is in the domain of the Ice Grand Duke." For a moment, Leon's pupils dilated, his eyes full of astonishment. After calming down, he wondered, "Why can't we open the gate leading there with the second holy power?" Patrick showed disappointment, gently replying, "I think it is because the demons have their own security system and are more alert." Not stopping there, she explained further. "When entering the domain of the Duke of Butchers, we used his arm as the key to lead the power. That is how we could enter the gate to the demon world. At the same time, the holy power blade does not work basically because it does not belong to the demon world." After listening, Leon pondered deeply, then nodded slightly, showing he understood. To confirm, he added that if Lord Vulcanus disappeared through another portal whose coordinates we already know, then the dagger could open that space gate. Conversely, if he entered a demon realm we have not located yet, the dagger would not work. At this point, Loon was confused, wondering why Lord Vulcanus would be in the demon realm. Faced with this seemingly unanswerable question, Patrick remained calm and confident. Maybe he has seen demons opening space gates and fleeing everywhere during the 200 years of war. Right. Hearing this, Loon was amazed and confirmed that was true. Then Patrick said she believed the Frost Duke, who fought Vulcanus, felt his life was threatened and retreated to the demon realm. Suddenly alert, Leon quickly asked if during the battle the Frost Duke fled and Vulcanus likely chased after him. Unexpectedly, Patrick blinked and calmly replied, "Exactly." On the other hand, she believed Lord Vulcanus could not escape that space for some unavoidable reason, and we need to find the Frost Duke's hiding place to understand the whole story. After grasping the situation, Leon smiled fiercely and added that we could enter the demon realm using the Butcher Duke's arm as bait. With bright, eager eyes, he asked Patrick if she would join him in this battle. Hearing this, she placed her hand on his. Respectfully, she replied, "Of course. Just imagining their surprise when we show up makes my heart race with excitement." Then, in the eerie silence, a sinister, satisfied laugh echoed. Meanwhile, news of the Butcher Duke's realm being destroyed by Leon and his team, and the disappearance of Duke Akasa, reached the demon generals. Since Leon defeated him, the destruction of that realm was inevitable, but after the army left, the demon generals would have to clean up the mess. At that moment, an angry demon general pointed and shouted, "Who the hell left this mess for us to clean up?" At the demon council of the underworld, he was so terrified he whispered, "I have seen that scene before." And just one shout caused hundreds of demons to explode in chaos. Another added, "That blue-eyed Leon just descended from heaven to the battlefield," which made the surrounding demons panic and break out in a cold sweat. Moreover, they also heard the sorceress queen had arrived. Thinking of Patrick's cold, dangerous eyes when she ordered to throw everything into the pot, the demon panicked and yelled, "What? The sorceress queen?" Despite fear, another cautiously reminded, "Wait, did not we say the sorceress queen is from the star realm? Don't mention it here." Meanwhile, Gop, the great demon of wisdom, gritted his teeth and thought, this is bad. Seeing their lies, Gop grew more worried. He knew someone had to clean up the Butcher Duke's realm, and if this kept up, it would not end well, as expected. He was called out.
Hey.
Rookie, Gop panicked but calmly replied.
Yep.
With the eager face and commanding tone of the demon earlier. Everyone wanted Gop to go there. Hearing this, Gop was angry but had no choice but to grit his teeth and accept. Thinking this, he shouted.
Yep.
Seniors, I will handle it. The other demon showed excitement. It is decided then. Rookie, you are going. Then they all agreed. Makes sense. Sending a rookie there is safer. Right. Gop will handle it well. Facing these schemers, he outwardly cried with emotion but inwardly cursed. Damn it. Later, Gop arrived at Duke Akasa's realm, the holy power decontamination zone. He paced back and forth, constantly urging the demon workers to move faster. Then he loudly ordered that the area must be decontaminated by the end of the day. Meanwhile, a demon worker suddenly collapsed, clutching his face, saying, the holy power contamination level is already at 85%. I can take it. Another backed away quickly. Those monsters poured their holy power into this land. In fact, holy power is the ultimate bane for demons. Therefore, the traces of holy light magic spread by Leon and his mages have contaminated the demon realm. And while cleaning up, they suddenly discovered a flower blooming here. Seeing that, Gop looked incredulous. He thought Leon Hurt was trying to change the demon world. However, as a demon general, he would not let Leon succeed. Quickly step closer and gather all the land polluted by holy power into one spot. Curious, the demon servant asked, what are you planning to do with that terrible patch of land? Gop replied immediately, it will all be purified. A moment later, the demon dumped the last of the polluted soil down. Looking at the large pile radiating supreme holy power, the demons whispered to each other, this is terrifying. The pollution level is way too high. A voice warned,
Wait.
Do not get too close. On this side, Gop showed concern and told the demon servant to move away, because it was dangerous. Hearing that, the other demon hesitated but did not leave. His master approached the pile and raised his staff. The demon asked curiously, what is that staff of yours? Gop quickly explained, it has been absorbing holy light power for the past 250 years. After hearing this, the demon grew even more anxious. Why would you do that? Gop absorbed the holy power from the soil with his staff and replied, didn't I say I have my own plan? After that, they did not ask any more questions but continued watching tensely. Meanwhile, Gop secretly looked down on them, thinking they were truly stupid. You do not even understand how useful holy power is. That is why you are still low-level demons. Soon, Gop announced that all the power had been absorbed into the staff. Then he turned and urged them to continue the environmental cleanup campaign and move faster. Hearing that, they did not dare delay, quickly responding and getting back to work. Afterwards, Gop slowly left, taking the chance to observe the busy demon servants cleaning up. A feeling of unease rose within him, making him worry and wonder if he had absorbed too much holy power. Suddenly, he remembered, wait, I forgot to check on the situation on Earth. Then he told himself, once this is done, I will ask Dinan to confirm where the Mind King is right now. Night had fallen, and Gop pushed aside his unease, falling asleep, but suddenly woke up fully alert. As if sensing something, Gop sat up against the bed, feeling uneasy. Then he worriedly clutched the blanket, asking himself, what is this? In the dark hallway with no demon servants in sight, Gop's room was the only place with a rare bit of light. At that moment, he barely had time to wrap a thin cloth around himself, hold an oil lamp, and cautiously step out. After a few steps, he quickly realized something was off. Where were the slaves and guards? Without stopping, Gop scanned every corner with sharp eyes, thinking, even if I am resting, the slaves should still be working hard right now. While he was not paying attention, a shadow with pure blue eyes clung to a pillar, staring intently at him. Swift as a flash, the shadow slipped away to the back. Though he did not see it clearly, Gop vaguely sensed it. Thought, not bad. There is definitely something behind me, and Gop silently confirmed, with this chilling feeling, there must be an assassin sent to kill me and no one else. That shadow was Leon, who silently watched Gop's every move. Gop's suspicion was completely justified. In reality, the demon world, which looks unified from the outside, is actually a chaotic mess full of constant internal power struggles. A brutal world where origin, clan, and strength determine everything. Therefore, as a low-level demon general of goblin origin, Gop was always looked down on and bullied by higher-ranking demon clans. Back to the present, he dropped the lamp from his hand. He slowly approached Gop, who just smiled confidently. You are not the first assassin sent to kill me, and definitely not the last. Saying that, he swung his staff toward Leon, who instinctively stepped back. Then Gop shouted loudly, holy power, devour my enemy quickly. A golden light burst from the staff with great force. Moments later, Leon was engulfed in holy power. Gop grew even more pleased as the holy light shone, a beam of holy power strong enough to melt anything it touched, especially demons, and he always believed that anything touched by them would die. But seeing Leon unharmed, he was frozen in place. At this moment, Leon was still staring straight at Jup, his mind still weighing things. Meanwhile, GP was panicked, mouth agape in fear. What is this? How is this possible? He was horrified, realizing, damn it. Leon, why is he here? He even thought about the outcome. I am going to die. Definitely going to die. Now. Leon finally spoke, sounding a bit strange. He said thoughtfully, "Me see. Are you using holy power?" Then he concluded, "So it is probably not a love spell." Hearing this, GP was momentarily stunned, but a flicker of joy shone in his eyes. Inside the gloomy hall, 2 heavenly swords hung crossed on the wall, the candlelight long since extinguished. At this point, Leon looked at Jupe suspiciously, watching him use holy power. Then he slowly asked, "So you are not a goblin?" Hearing that, Jeppy could not hide his suspicion in his mind. He was calculating, I have used holy power, thinking he was an assassin. But now he mistakes me for someone else because I used holy power. Finally, as if grasping a lifeline, his eyes widened in shock. Then he knelt down, speaking reverently, "My savior," which left Leon confused and puzzled for a moment. Leon coldly glanced over and questioned, "Why am I your savior?" On the ground, GP bowed his head, gritting his teeth in thought. Relieved that Leon had not helped him yet. As a demon general of wisdom, GP was crazily calculating, then looked up with a convincing tone. "There is a legend passed down in our tribe that a knight will be sent by the goddess to save us from suffering." After saying this, he carefully watched Leon's face, seeing him silently listening. Then Leon said, "All right, go on." And Giep was briefly overjoyed, thinking it was true. Feeling empowered, he continued without hesitation. "That was a long time ago. Our tribe worships the gods and loves peace. But one day, the orcs came and attacked us, then took us everywhere as slaves. We endured, hoping one day to see the light again. Meanwhile, the orcs sold us to demons for food. While serving the demons, we received a prophecy that one day," Jemp slowly continued. Then he firmly declared, "A savior will surely come to free us." Despite his confidence, he could not stop his heart pounding as he looked hopefully at Leon. Surprisingly, Leon showed no suspicion, his eyes moist with tears, moved by the story. Faced with Leon's trust, GP was confused and on guard. Then Leon gently asked, "What is the name of your god?" Without hesitation, GVP replied, "The powerful god of wisdom." Looking up, he caught Leon's burning gaze, and Leon slowly repeated. Later, Leon looked puzzled. "That is quite a unique name." Seeing this, Jeppy quickly explained, "You know, our language is very complex." Now Leon was deep in thought, seemingly weighing right and wrong. Then he looked away. After all, he had not expected to find a believer in this land. Hearing this, Jeppy could not help but feel relieved. Clearly, Leon had been fooled. Also, Leon's amused attitude made him misunderstand the situation, while Jeppy showed obvious excitement as he responded, "Yep. Exactly." He thought, "I am a..." And Leon, full of righteousness, placed a hand on his shoulder and decided, "All right, here's the deal. Next," he mentioned, "this place is dangerous. Come with me." At the offer, Ajay quietly said he was fine, but only got a hearty laugh telling him not to worry. Moments later, GP was helplessly dragged away by Leon, who felt he could not leave him in such danger and also wanted to learn more about his tribe. Behind them, GP cried out in despair, thinking, "Damn it, I am done. Please have mercy on me." Meanwhile, Loon was very happy, telling him to cry all he wanted if it made him feel better. Though the truth was Jitapi just wanted to go home. After a while, the two of them pretended to walk down the road, with the city behind them gradually fading away. Leon called out, adding, "Damn." He slightly turned around and said, "You remind me of someone." The guy was briefly surprised. "Yep. That is what I meant." When asked, he said that in the past, there was a goblin he wanted to pair up with. After hearing this, the guy was terrified, quickly biting his lip, not daring to say a word. Seeing that, Leon kept telling the story. That freak had a slippery tongue and personality. His name was something like Go Buck or Go something. The guy stammered, then quickly laughed it off, denying, "Sorry, I do not know that name." Then, Leon turned and smiled confidently. "Anyway, sorry for comparing you to that guy. But you really are just like him." The guy blurted out in shock. "It is." As for the goblin's past, 230 years ago, when he first awakened as a demon general, he met Leon for the first time. Back then, Leon slowly approached him holding a sharp sword. Under Leon's hostile gaze, the goblin's life was threatened, and he had to find a way to escape and survive. Later, while Leon was attacking, the goblin tried to escape from him. Being in the farthest army squad, he and his comrades ran desperately, while Leon chased closely, shouting, "You pests! I will tear you apart." At this point, the goblin seemed less like a wise and intelligent demon king and more like a demon king of survival. Recalling his miserable past, he cast a resentful look at Leon's back. In his heart, he kept scheming. More importantly, there was an undisclosed miracle, the magical formation he created for Regnan. Shortly after, as they approached a small cave, Leon announced, "Goblin, we are here." And he quickly replied, "Yep." From the cave, Patrick slowly stepped forward to meet them. Seeing him, she greeted happily. You are here already. Master. Who is this person? Like Patrick. The goblin also wondered. She, hearing that, Loon immediately explained. This is the Magic Queen. As for Patrick, she looked surprised. So he said he was a priest of Maktex Kanjadek Kelthog. Seeing this, the goblin sincerely bowed his head and introduced himself. I am Gaunt. Honored to meet you. I will serve you with all respect. Moments later, Patrick approached, looking at him greedily. She said, So you are Goblin. Shortly after, she smiled happily. Oh my. You really have holy power. I will rely on you. Goblin. He forced a smile. I am honored. My lady. And from that moment, the goblin's miserable life of avoiding suspicion began. He worked tirelessly. From cleaning the bed, sewing pillowcases, to cooking, never neglecting a single day. Sometimes, he even had to rush around making tea. And all these tasks were just to help the goblin avoid suspicion. Just as he hoped, Lin was very pleased with this. He sipped hot tea and said, Truly impressive. Who would have thought such a life existed in a remote place like this? Like him, Betrick was immersed in the fragrant tea, and she thought maybe the universe had answered their prayers, which comforted her. Seeing their satisfaction, the goblin was the happiest of all. Who would have thought that learning about the social customs of King Leon's kingdom would come in handy? Truly a stroke of luck for the goblin. On the surface, he showed a joyful and moved expression, but inside he was furious. As a demon general of wisdom and intelligence, a being with endless knowledge, he was not content to be a loyal servant, but he wanted to live, and that continued for 3 days. At this time, the goblin was quietly sitting in front of the cave, enjoying the warm sunlight. His heart felt lighter. The goblin endured patiently, and he was still alive, although sometimes Leon asked sharp questions that embarrassed him. Like, do not your gods appear? He would answer, but that day, they wanted their gods to overcome the trials themselves. So he passed every question, true to the name of the wise demon. After the flashback, the goblin suddenly stood up. Clearly happy, it turned out. The goblin's private army, the goblin gang, was desperately searching for him, although he wanted to call them. The goblin was not in a hurry, because he knew if they came, there was no way they could beat Leon. Lost in thought, suddenly Leon's voice rang from inside the cave. Please. Not now. Hearing that, he immediately went in, not forgetting to say, "Aye." Later, the goblin silently looked inside the cave, cautiously thinking. Before him, Leon and Patrick had opened a large gate, and he thought that Leon must have spent a lot of effort searching for something. Then, without legs, the gob slowly approached and cautiously asked, "Sir, where are you headed?" Leon confirmed it was true. He was currently searching for something important and had finally found a clue. However, Leon regretted that he could not take the gob along. The gob happily shook his head. Thank you, sir. Seeing that, Leon gently placed his hand on the gob's shoulder, saying he would return in a few days. He even vowed, I will tear apart every one of those lowly creatures down there, one by one, leaving none behind. Facing that terrifying gaze, the gob panicked inside, silently begging, please, do not, have mercy on us. Moreover, worried about the gob being alone, Leon decided to grant him a blessing, then took the staff from his hand. After some thought, the staff was enveloped in holy power. The gob was desperate. My staff. The holy power was purifying all the dark energy within the staff. Seeing this, the gob sadly said goodbye to his beloved staff. Soon, fresh green shoots sprouted from it. Loon affectionately handed it back to the gob, telling him to keep it. It might come in handy in this cursed place. Faced with this holy power and gift, the gob painfully wondered if Leon truly intended to help him, thinking that he always refused. Master, this staff will attract too much attention here, so you should take it with you right away. Hearing that, Leon sighed regretfully. I made a mistake. I will take it with me. Thinking the gob was saved, unexpectedly. Right after, he placed his hand on the gob's head, deciding to grant another blessing. Then the cave echoed with a pitiful cry, and a large amount of holy power poured out. At this moment, Leon seriously told the gob not to resist, but the gob was in unbearable pain, feeling his brain melting. Desperately, he swallowed the bile flowing from his throat. Hearing his constant screams, Leon thought he was happy to that extent. Only the gob knew that if he could not endure it, he would surely die. Finally, the goblin army found him. They called out to each other as they entered to check. Captain, the king is here. Just seeing the scene inside, they were all shocked and cried out. The king, now. The gob lay flat on the ground, looking extremely pained. Around him, the little goblins anxiously asked, What is wrong with you, sir? His face was blood red, tears streaming, teeth clenched in rage. But it was real. Anyway, he survived that day, and by then, autumn had come. After passing through the gate, a blanket of white snow covered everything, the wind cutting like a knife. Leon and Patrick's shadows silently stretched out. Despite the bone-chilling cold, Patrick thought this place was pretty amazing. like a frozen land. Hearing that, Lian found it strange. Aren't you cold? Then she answered calmly. I am fine because I can raise my body temperature through magic. However, shortly after, her expression showed surprise. Unfortunately, Patrick discovered that magic seemed restricted in mana control. Consumption was high but effectiveness was poor. Lian agreed. Holy light does not work either. She considered this a serious problem, since even holy light was suppressed. Although Lian said martial arts could still be used, just less effective. Patrick pondered. Should we go back to prepare? If we combine mana, we might open the gate again. However, Lian quickly refused. Even if we go back, nothing will change. The power of this ice here is as strong as holy light, so we can overcome it with simple preparations. At the same time, he reminded Patrick not to use mana, to conserve magic power. Because if things go wrong, they would need it to open the gate. Patrick looked a bit disappointed but agreed. Alright, I guess. Then she noticed the knife in her hand glowing bright red. As if calling out, she raised it in front of her. And Lian realized, we are getting closer to Lord Vulcanus. The knife will guide us. She was happy to hear that. Good thing we are on the right path. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in. Patrick shivered and quickly tried to suppress the chill. She hoped the place was not too far. Responding, Lian said, let us set off quickly. Ahead were icy mountains and narrow paths. The wind and snow howled sharply. At this moment, Lian was steadily moving forward. Thanks to him clearing the thick snow, Patrick was able to move a bit easier. However, the air was so cold that she seemed unable to endure it any longer. Lian quickly noticed and turned to ask if she was okay. Patrick's voice grew faint, saying there was still a long way to go and apologizing for being too weak. Lian did not think so, since he had sealed her magic to preserve it, so Patrick should not blame herself. They both seemed about to say more but got distracted by something ahead. Unfortunately, an ice storm was about to hit, and they needed to avoid it quickly. Then Lian placed a hand on Patrick's shoulder, apologizing for his roughness. Surprised, she watched as he calmly lifted her up and continued walking slowly, maybe misunderstanding. Patrick hesitated, but Lian quickly said this was an emergency and hoped she could bear it. Though embarrassed, Patrick assured him she was fine and asked if he was okay. Hearing that, Lian smiled softly, telling her not to worry about him since she was as light as a feather. A moment later, Patrick teased, oh my, is not that something you say to a lady? So he asked again, did what I say sound hollow? Patrick agreed. You really are light, but you stayed calm while saying those embarrassing things. Lian thought. It was just the truth I felt, lying in his arms. She confessed that this was the first time she would been held by a man. Patrick thought it was surprising but not bad. And hearing that, Lian said it was his honor, expecting a reply. Lian looked down and realized Patrick had fallen asleep. Her cheeks flushed red from the bone-chilling cold. As he walked, he muttered that if he had known things would get this bad, bringing the kid Harry along might have helped a bit. Meanwhile, the situation with Harry was not looking good either. Looking at the phone updates, she seemed incredulous. What is this? A series of reports showed portals opening continuously since 2 p.m. in Gangnam District, Gwangju, Incheon, Daejeon, and other places. Looking at the map, the portals were widespread, which shocked and worried Harry deeply. At the same time, Kang Huk quickly issued orders, declaring an emergency to the top 10 guilds, and tasked Han Harry with contacting the Pantheon Council immediately. Anxiety rising, Kang Huk dared not delay, even knowing time was running out. Soon after, 2 of the summoned arrived. Jihong and Chaeyoung glanced down the alley and asked, Senior, are those red dots the portals? Young Wong looked confused and replied, it seems so. Hearing that, he grew worried. If this keeps up, we are doomed. When they looked toward the entrance, both showed shock. Besides Harry and Kang Hike, Jack was there. But notably, the king and queen were absent. They saw him standing above Harry and Hike, with a wary, helpless smile. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the other side. Well done. It was Jin Chaeyoung, the Shark Guild leader, sitting cross-legged and arrogantly saying, so now we treat machines like humans. Jihong and Chaeyoung were surprised, addressing Senior Kim Jin Chaeyoung, while Young Won grimaced in stomach pain. Jack did not understand what he meant and just repeated mechanically. Later, Harry sat down at the meeting table, ignoring him completely. As soon as she sat, she noticed Jack's strange behavior. Then she warned Kang Hike to stop him. No way. Even in a meeting you would do that, he replied. Entity Hike. Do you have something to say? Sit still. Straighten your back, and keep your posture. Hearing this, Harry looked displeased. What kind of rule is that? I am an S-rank priestess serving 2 gods. Even though he thought she could not stand the rules, Harry stubbornly insisted. Then why do not you tell His Majesty that? Jack answered. Is His Majesty here? At that point, she gave up and following him. Before their conversation, Jin Chaeyoung looked annoyed. His gaze burned with anger, furious enough to burst. Then, at the peak of his rage, he jumped up, slammed the table hard, and shouted, You guys dare ignore me. At that moment, seeing Huck barely able to stand. Ji-hong Keung gently tapped him and asked if he was okay. Hike said he had a stomachache and told him not to touch him. Seeing he could not rely on these two, Jin Cheung turned to look at Kang Hike. However, all he got was a helpless shrug. He figured Hike would soon realize it was not wise to mess with those guys. To Jin Cheung, this gesture meant Hyuk was giving him free rein to act as he pleased. He stormed over to Chake's side right after. Looking at Kang, he said, I do not know if you are some killing machine from the underworld, or just a third-rate knight. Don't he act all high and mighty with humans? He shouted. Bring the human here to talk. Hearing that, Harry quickly replied, but I am human. Then he immediately warned her. Association members, do not interfere. Jin Cheung's arrogant tone was met only with mechanical sounds from Chake. Losing patience, he turned and asked, Chairman, is it okay to have a robot acting all high and mighty here? Kang Huck explained. No worries. It fully meets the standards, guaranteed by His Majesty Li. Hearing this, his eyebrows furrowed as he grumbled. Seriously? How can such an important meeting be like this? Acting like this robot is so important. Jin Cheung kept rambling, ignoring the intense stares from both Harry and Chake. When he noticed, he got even more arrogant, then angrily threatened. What are you looking at, you tin can jerk? Jack Vang's voice rose, a line fitting the intellect of a primitive ancient being needed to be composed. Jin Cheung asked confused. What? After a few seconds, Jack Vang reported. Line composed. Appropriate phrase generated. Then, to Harry's surprise, it pointed a friendly finger at Jin Cheung and cursed. You lowly kneeler. The one acting all high and mighty. Right now. Harry quickly pulled it down and firmly reminded. Jack, that is rude. Jack calmly replied. I used language suitable for the intellect of a primitive ancient being. At that moment, a chilling aura surrounded Harry, making her turn around in alarm. Before her eyes, Jin Cheung seemed to go mad, channeling all his anger into a punch aimed straight at Jack. This was truly a huge insult. Seeing this, Jack calmly ordered Harry. Mortal. Stop him. Even though she was still confused and shocked, Harry blocked the punch with one hand, and the whole room fell completely silent. At that moment, Ji-hong Keung and Li Yongwang exchanged looks of disbelief. To them, Harry's ability to block Jin Cheung's attack proved she had definitely reached sssrank, which made Jin even angrier, veins bulging on his face. Seeing this, Harry panicked, nervously mumbling excuses. She tried to convince him she did not mean it. But when Jack misunderstood and seemed ready to side with that jerk, Harry quickly shook her head. But Jack, do not swear. Then Jin Cheung asked. Who do you think you are? Want to fight me? She nervously repeated. Seeing this, Ji-hong Cheung and Li Yongwang could not help but feel sorry for her. In contrast, Jack's eyes gleamed like metal, confidently asserting she could beat him. Hearing that, Harry panicked. Jack, you are just making everything worse. Seeing them dragging it out, Jin Cheung's anger flared as he snapped. Do you guys even know what respect is? Out of fear, she immediately pleaded. Wait. Do not. Just then, a commanding voice came from the sliding door. Everyone shut up. Jin Su, head of the Holy Sword Association, appeared and loudly scolded. Where do you think you are? How dare you raise your voice in front of your elders? Then he pointed his staff at Jin Cheung's face and scolded. Hey kid. What is wrong with your head? Seeing his obvious annoyance, Jin Su insulted him. You are hopeless. He turned and called for Harry and Jack, who both hesitated a bit. Seeing this, Kang Hike spoke up to explain. According to the info Harry provided, this Lord Jack is over 1,032 years old. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, Jin Su immediately turned away and cleared his throat a few times. Harry thought he had lost the age argument, while Ji-hong Cheung and Yang Wan believed a 300-year-old and a 1,000-year-old could not exist in modern times. Seeing things calm down, Kang Hu tapped on the notebook and spoke slowly, saying that although Mayor Jack has the right to be here, we will not accept any more complaints. Later, Jin Su and Jin Cheung sat down at the meeting table, though his face still looked annoyed. At this moment, everyone was intently listening to Kang Hu while also watching the gate developments on the projected map. He lowered his voice and said, I do not think I need to say much about this global gate event. All countries have called for help from their hunters. Therefore, the association will command the mission, and we will skip all items and gate auctions to ensure an effective raid. However, So disagreed, saying, Are not we allowed to mine magic stones? You want us to raid all gates but get nothing in return. Another hand went up. I do not agree with that, sir. This time, Jin Cheung was firm, saying we need to make money to pay our members. Someone supported him, so agreed even more, saying that is right. Our gang hires them at a high price, so we have to make money from this. Then, another person opposed, which made Kang Hu quite helpless. It was Kang Jinseong, the leader of the Infinite Sword Guild, who bluntly said, We are a civilian guild. There is no reason to obey the government's orders. You have to give each guild separate command authority. Hearing this, Jinsu angrily stood up and criticized. You there. Is money all you care about? He glanced over and asserted. This is a national emergency. Not a money issue, you have not forgotten that. Have you, then? Kang Sung cautiously reminded about the government wasting hunters at the start of the Great Radiance. But Dongchan stood up and said, Hung needs to stand up. This is a national crisis. We will follow the government's orders. And I believe that is what he wants too. Hearing this, Jai Hung Cheon also agreed, saying he is right. This is a global crisis, and cooperation is the best approach. Seeing that, Kang Sung sighed, thinking everything would repeat like in the past. Then, Kang Sung remained firm, insisting that the association president has no right to force guilds to work, and asked if he knew that. Faced with the confrontation, Kang Hyuk just smiled and said, of course he knows. He continued, saying he plans to propose something for those who cooperate. Then, pointing in a direction, his assistant rolled in a cart. After a moment of preparation, Kang Sung looked surprised at what was in front of him. It was sets of iron armor displayed on wooden racks. Unlike him, Jai Hung Cheon seemed uninterested, saying, it is just standard grade armor. Will we obey the government just for that? I have plenty of that kind in storage. In response, Kang Hyuk calmly explained, this is refined armor made at the Ngai Jank factory. How many sets has Ngai Jank produced this month? It quickly replied, 1,300 sets including weapons. Production dropped because many peasants died. Harry was shocked, and even Jai Hung Cheon asked again, what? Immediately, he stood up and argued, that is impossible. Standard grade means unique. How can it be mass-produced like that? Harry quickly spoke up to ease the tension. But this is the truth. The president knows this. The association and Pantheon had an agreement beforehand. Next, Kang Hyuk pointed out the benefits for guilds participating in the raid. The iron armor will be custom-made upon request. At the same time, he added that the Japanese Hunter Association and the American Maverick Guild have offered 10 trillion military credits for it. Seeing their surprised faces, Kang Hyuk just smiled and said he was only announcing the information. On this site, Wang also realized that mass production of unique grade armor is unusual since normally one piece takes months to forge in a large furnace. Seeing everyone silently considering, he took a deep breath and shouted, let us move out. Then, looking at their confused faces, he said, if you do not want to join, fine. No one is forcing you. Then he casually added, no boss. No problem. And the human era is about to end. Scene change. Patrick's flashback appeared. Back then, General Ricardo stood before her, covered in wounds but still promised, I will protect this place. Your Majesty. Patrick was desperately taken away by soldiers, while the enemies were coming, singing about endless pleasures, craving decay without end. Enemies would not die even after she killed them, and they corrupted the living and stained purity. At the end of that road, Patrick met the devil, who handed her a purple gem radiating dark energy and demanded, Queen, let us make a pact. In despair, Patrick agreed, repeating a century of history with the human spirit decayed. The moment the demon laughed madly with mockery was also when Patrick's beloved kingdom collapsed. Her loyal knights withered away because of their queen, and the harsh truth kept repeating like an endless nightmare. When she decided to give up the fight, someone appeared. The first time Leon and Patrick met, he introduced himself. I am Leon Dragonia Leon Hood. Ending the flashback, she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing this, he said, you are awake? Patrick asked confused. Your Majesty. At that moment, Leon was sitting by a fire made from holy power. Seeing she was better, he said, I dug a hole for us. We need to rest. She looked worried, saying, you should not use too much of your power. Leon casually handed her a cup of water and advised, consider it a necessary cost. I would have used it earlier if I knew you were suffering like this. Then Patrick gently took the cup and thanked him. She said nothing more, quietly taking a small sip. Suddenly recalling something, Patrick shyly asked, Your Majesty, did we offend you somehow? Leon replied calmly, reassuring her, you must have remembered the past. Then he leaned back, thoughtful. Memories of the past are beautiful. A dream I always want to return to. Patrick's face still flushed. Niga quietly asked if he was okay, but Leon did not answer right away, as if searching through a chaotic memory. Later, Leon said he was fine, and she looked at him. Then she sighed. Are all heroes like this? Leon smiled. We are all taught that way. Seeming lost in thought, Patrick pouted. Then she glanced at him with a meaningful look. When Patrick called out, Leon was startled and looked back. He looked confused when she said there was still room over there. At that moment, Patrick slipped off her outer warm coat, revealing her pale shoulder and flushed face. She wanted him to come closer. Later, Leon fell into deep thought, silent and slowly drifting to sleep. The two sat there, sharing a blanket, leaning against the rock wall. Patrick quietly smiled with rosy cheeks. Suddenly, he asked, Are you uncomfortable? Patrick just smiled softly. Not really. It is quiet and peaceful. Then, to his surprise, Patrick gently rested her head on his shoulder. She said firmly, At least let me do this. She did not ask for anything more, nor did she hope for anything else. Her words were full of emotion, and he said nothing. The fire crackled, bringing rare warmth to the bitterly cold place. The space fell silent, and Patrick seemed to have fallen asleep. Suddenly, Ariana's voice echoed in his mind. Lee. My knight. He closed his eyes and said firmly, please do not speak. At that moment, the gods gathered to watch Ariana express her heartfelt wish from her god. When will you open your heart to a new love? He bluntly refused. Not yet, the sea god joked. You two want us to be together. A righteous one and a divine spirit who will become queen. Another god replied. Be quiet. Anyone can see now is the time for dreams and death, and clearly, the next queen must be the rightful place for this decent woman. Is not this a prophecy? Seeing this, the war god teased. You talk a big game, but the one who decides does not care about that. She is angry. You know, or are you mocking me? Meanwhile, the dark god sipped tea and said, those who share ideals walk together. That is called motivation. And I think there might be a better pair. Hearing this, the war god asked, aren't you just a rookie? The dark god replied. He is older than the priest and the same age as you. Or he agreed, but insisted on the value even with just a 1-year difference. Hearing them go back and forth, Leon could not help but feel a headache, rubbing his temples in frustration. Ariana also spoke up to defend. Enough already. It is all just pointless arguing. Then, she declared, he is my knight, the son of this god, so I will choose his bride. Hearing that, Leon sighed helplessly. Oh man. I already have 2 moms now. Ariana started calculating, including the mother who gave birth to him in this world, and the formula along with Grangonia. So she would be the 3rd mother. And he could only sigh. Thanks. I am truly honored. Then, Ariana blinked slightly. With a knowing look, Lee. My son, she gently asked. Is it because of Caria? He mentioned that name and paused briefly. Then he spoke softly. Not yet. It is not time yet. Everyone's expressions darkened, and no one said more. Later, after both had left the cave, Little Tretch took Gi out to monitor, and noticed the reactions were getting stronger. Leon turned and guessed. It seemed there were no other creatures nearby. I thought at least there'd be some ice demons, she asked again. Ice demons? You mean those lazy and stupid demons? Right, agreeing. He quickly explained. Yep. Lazy and stupid. They possess cold energy and obviously can't compare to holy fire. Gazing into the distance, seeing only a blanket of snow, he could not help but think. Liam believed that observing this place, it made sense that Vulcanus and his knights went missing. This is a cold, icy place almost at the level of natural law. Maybe it is hibernation like Spinner mentioned. Wrong. He heard a call from Lord Petos. I can feel it too. In front was an ice shield, a huge and solid layer of ice. Then, the two slowly approached, wind whistling through their ears. They observed for a moment and concluded, it is really huge. This shield is as big as a boulder. Then, Leon pulled a sword from space and told Petos to step back a bit. Leon's eyes shone brightly, holy power quickly enveloping his whole body. He focused all his strength into the sword, making it spark bright red flames, commanding the holy fire to melt the shield. The holy fire swirled and spread, covering the entire shield. The ice gradually melted, making sizzling crackling sounds. Soon, behind the ice, something gradually became visible. Petos shouted in shock. Your Majesty, and he confirmed. That is right. His voice carried a bit of excitement. We finally found them. Inside the ice was the fire sword knight Van Tan, direct descendants of the sacred chalice under the Vulcanus family, knights of war and fire. Elsewhere, in the far northern territory of the Duke of Ice, the lazy and stupid great demon. At that moment, on the observation platform of the first ice continent, a hurried call rang out. Lord Belotus. Lord Belotus. A demon servant ran up to report to her. There is a big problem. From under the blanket, she lazily asked, what is going on? Finally leaving the warm blanket, Belotus said. Speak. The servant pointed to a paper in his hand and reported. Energy was detected inside the ice continent. It is the element of destruction fire. Holy power. Hearing this, she scratched her head, looking quite puzzled. Then she lay back down under the blanket, saying faintly, strange. Intelligence and investigation said the seal would last 1,000 years. In contrast, the calm one. The servant panicked. Still no magical response from Lord Caxa, as if recalling something. The servant looked terrified, face pale. This is not the time for that. If that monster is released, a terrible massacre will happen again. By the one who fell from the sky in the flames. Thinking of this, Belotus finally showed concern. Truly. Then she ordered. Send the loyal troops ahead. I will lead as many troops as possible to follow. The servant saluted and left, back to Leon and Patrick's location. After some observation, Patrick asked, so they are holy war knights. I am sure this is Fire Sword Knight Vanton. Inside, Loon was very happy, a smile unintentionally spreading. Finally found them. Then he declared that from now on, we will rescue them. Without hesitation, Leon swung his sword, using the power of the fire spirit to melt each layer of ice one by one. The fire spread, gradually burning deeper into the cold ice. Meanwhile, Leon swung harder and harder, continuing to unleash flames. He used all his strength, praying silently. Come back. My brothers, the king they once served was here. Immediately, one of the knights fell from the icy layer. It was Rhea. He landed on the ground with a loud thud from the air. His eyes suddenly flared with a fierce fire. Noticing this, Leon and Patrick were momentarily stunned. Rhea immediately charged forward, accompanied by a dark, growling roar. Seeing him losing control, Leon quickly stepped in front of Patrick to block him. Moments later, Rhea leapt up, sword raised to strike Leon, shouting, "You disgusting monster! I will tear you apart." Rhea, clad in iron armor, charged at Leon, yelling, "Damn monster!" Patrick, standing nearby, panicked and shouted toward him. "Your Highness." Hearing her call, Rhea was a bit surprised and thought to himself, "What?" "Your Highness." Facing his sharp sword, Leon gently stopped Rhea's blade with just 2 fingers. He looked at him cheerfully and said, "Glad to see you are still strong." Rhea, weak and trembling, replied, "Your Highness." He knelt down and bowed deeply before Leon, respectfully calling out, "Your Highness." Seeing this, Leon laughed out loud. Then he proudly introduced himself. "I am Leon Dragonia Leonhurt, King of Leonhurt." Rhea then introduced himself. "I am Rheader, the 3rd sword of the Vantan Flame Knights." Leon did not hold a grudge over Rhea's earlier rudeness and said, "Stand up. We are still in enemy territory." Rhea respectfully replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Patrick finally exhaled in relief, thinking to herself, what a relief. She approached the two and said to Rhea, "Lord Rhea, this might be a bit abrupt, but I have something to ask." Just by glancing at her, he could sense a considerable spiritual power and ask, a strong force from the dream and memory. "Young lady, who are you?" Patrick bowed his head and replied, "I am Patrick Algier Sparrow, Queen of the Sparrow Kingdom, and currently the High Priest of the Dream and Memory." Rhea, surprised after learning her identity, said, "Did you just say Sparrow Kingdom?" Leon interrupted his surprise. "That is a long story. Now, can you answer the Queen's question?" Rhea immediately replied, "Yep." "Your Majesty." Patrick looked at him seriously and said, "This might be a bit confusing, but I have a few questions." In the snowy white void, only her voice echoed as she asked, "When you first arrived here, was this place already covered in ice and snow like this?" Rhea did not hesitate and answered her right away. "It was abandoned, but it was not frozen like this." Patrick seemed to understand and said, "I see." Leon turned to her and asked, "Have you figured something out?" Big. She looked up at the mountain ahead and replied, "Maybe this place was artificially created by a demon. Lord Vuncanus and the knights seem to be frozen inside it." Hearing this, Leon nodded in understanding and said, "So that is how it is. The Ice Duke must have been cornered, so he froze time across this entire continent." Patrick still had some doubts and said, "That is right. But there is one problem." She pointed to the ice block and added, "If we keep melting the ice that has buried the knights, we might end up confronting the Ice Duke." As soon as she finished, a tremor shook the ground beneath them. Rhea startled and shouted, "What is causing this quake?" Patrick turned around and gasped at the scene before shouting, "Your Highness." Unlike her, Lin remained calm and said, "Looks like they have noticed us too." From the edge of the universe, a horde of demons flooded out. Rhea shouted, "Demons. They are growling with their sharp teeth." Patrick looked at them with disgust, thinking, "What a pain." Then she glanced at Leon, thinking, "To open the gate, I have to use my magic. And your Highness needs to melt the ice to rescue the knights." Patrick looked at Rhea and thought, "Grim. The only one we can rely on." Leon seemed to understand that and looked at you, Lord Rhea. Then the little one spoke. Trying to hold on for a minute, Rhea put on his armored mask and stepped forward, saying, "I understand. I will." Patrick looked at him worriedly and said, "Your Majesty, Leon understands the concerns of Lady. Trust him." He looked at Rhea's back facing the demons and added, "The things that knight can do." Rhea was in battle mode, gripping his sword tightly. Holy knights chosen for their martial strength and loyalty. Among all the knights in this land, he was one of the highest-ranking warriors. Rhea slowly drew his sword. Immediately, the sword emitted a blazing red light as Rhea coldly said, "The triple sword technique of the flame blade." Rhea advanced with authority, his whole body radiating deadly energy. Each strike of his sword was built on the foundation of a kingdom's power. Rhea charged to destroy the demons, and Leon on the side sensed something and turned around. He stared intently at the massive ice block in front of him and said, "Maybe I should just melt them all at once." He stood still, lost in thought. But if he did that, an uncontrollable flood would break loose. He could block it with holy power, but he would not have any strength left afterward. Suddenly, Rhea's shout startled him, and he looked toward him anxiously. Looking over, he saw Rhea still full of energy, continuously swinging his sword at the demons and shouting, "This battle will lead me to the banquet hall. I will kill every one of you." Leon exhaled deeply and smiled to himself. That worry was unnecessary. The trustworthy ones are right in front of me. Then he turned back to look at the frozen knights and drew his sword again from within the spatial vortex. Lian pulled out his sword. A brilliant golden light radiated as the sound blade was activated. The sword's power was immense, forcing Lian to brace himself just to stay standing. He furrowed his brow, raised the sword, gritted his teeth, and said, "One strike." He swung the sword down on the ice, causing a shockwave that made Patrick step back several paces. "Pierce through the ice wall in front of me and bring it down." A flash of light split the ice block into two halves. Lian looked at the situation with some dissatisfaction and said, "I can melt them all." Before him, waves of melting ice surged, and Lian used his divine magic to hold back the flood. Patrick was shocked by the scene and shouted, "Your Majesty." Then she thought silently, to maintain divine magic on such a large scale, the holy power must be. Every large stream of water from the ice was absorbed by Lian. Suddenly, he smiled mysteriously and muttered, "They are coming." The sound of horse hooves suddenly echoed through the space. Squads of knights rushed out one after another. They all carried immense fighting power and strength. Lian smiled proudly at them and commanded, "Flameblade sword technique of Van Tan. Destroy the enemies." The knights obeyed without hesitation and charged forward. The leader of the knights shouted the slogan loudly, "Brutal, ruthless, merciless." Those behind echoed in unison, "Show no mercy. Give them a cruel death." The war god's knights charged like fire, continuing the battle they could not finish 200 years ago. Beatrix was speechless at the scene. She looked at the battle and wondered, can this even be called a battle? The defeated demons wailed pitifully under the knights' hands. "Stop them here. Guard. Save me." The knights showed no mercy, shouting firmly, "No mercy needed. Kill them all." Beatrix took it all in and muttered bitterly, "This is one-sided violence. Nothing more. Nothing less." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, startling her. "So it is finally awake." The demons, hearing the familiar voice, felt like they were saved and cried out, "That voice is Lord Belotus." Belotus. Belotus arrogantly stepped out from the space gate. The demons kept shouting, "Lord Belotus of Ice." She looked at the demons and said with a bored tone, "We are done for?" "The outcome is still the same." Then she glanced at the knights beside her, puzzled, asking where those monsters came from. The knight stared directly at her with glowing red eyes, making Belotus jump. She immediately raised her hand to cast a spell, repeatedly saying, "We are done for." A massive block of ice appeared in the sky. The crew was so shocked their mouths dropped open. She turned to warn Lian. The crew lowered their heads, and he smiled back, "Do not worry." Lian trusted the knights behind him, saying, "It seemed like our teammates just woke up from a long sleep." The knights seemed to have a surge of electricity running through them, breaking through directly. The ice near Lian suddenly started to melt with flowing lava. The lava erupted toward Belotus' ice block, causing it to explode. She screamed in horror at what was about to happen. "It is awake." From within the lava, a hand was reaching out. A knight inside the large ice block slowly opened his glowing red eyes and said, "Too heavy." Then a massive force shattered the last seal. Demons scattered in panic, shouting, "A monster." Beneath that power stood a towering armored figure. The monster had awakened. With this awakening, he forced out each word. "I am Vunkano." The embodiment of the god of war is the knight Vanton. On the battlefield, black-clad soldiers lined up tightly side by side. Over 200 years ago, in the kingdom of Lian Hot, on the Gandanchi plain, there, the demon army led by the Ice Duke clashed with Vunkano's Fire Sword Knights and allied peacekeepers. The black-clad soldiers outnumbered the white-clad ones. The demon army was over 10 times larger. Everyone thought the demons would surely win. Suddenly, the demon lord's face turned worried. What the hell is that?" The knights appeared, mercilessly attacking without hesitation. What the demon army faced was truly the embodiment of violence. The demons could only beg, "Spare us." Darkness covered everything. The strongest Grail Knight was granted 2 holy swords, Vunkano's of War and Fire Flame. The knight in front of him roared. He could only grit his teeth and fight back with all his might. Even the Ice Duke had to admit that his strength was second only to King Lian Hertz. The Ice Duke fought while silently acknowledging, "I admit, this guy is really strong." Feeling outmatched by the knights, he gritted his teeth and said, "I am retreating. Survival is more important than loot." Then gave the order, "Retreating." The knights cheered. "We are alive." Finally the Ice Duke made a very rational decision. A strategic withdrawal. Just as he thought he could escape, his expression changed. Before he could pull back, the demons were wiped out, and the opponent he faced was an utterly absurd creature. The Grail Knight came to finish them off, saying, "Where do you think you are running?" The demons hurriedly urged each other, "Move fast. Hurry up." But the relentless strikes kept falling. Not only that, Vunkano's and his knights chased them all the way through the demon gate into the demon realm. The knights surrounded the demon gate. The Ice Duke angrily pointed at them and questioned, "You lunatics. Do you know where you are chasing me? This is my territory, the demon realm." Vanton, unafraid, stabbed his sword hard into the ground. Vanton pointed around the demon realm and added, "This place too. That place as well. Here." He pointed at the demons and the place, scaring the demons into cowering in the corner. Vanton boldly declared to the Ice Duke, "All of this is the God's land." Hearing this, the Ice Duke raised an eyebrow and said, "You are crazy. You think you can defeat me in the demon's own territory? Then he ordered his demon army to attack. Kill them all. The battle continued even in the demon realm. Vanton did not hesitate and charged back, creating a fierce battle. Whether it was the battle spirit or Von Kano's overwhelming power, before Vanton's sharp sword, the demons seemed like tiny ants, all reincarnating. The high-level demons were slaughtered. Even the spirits were pierced through. After the demons were wiped out, Vanton drew closer to the ice duke. And finally, Von Kano's sword reached the ice duke. There was only a small gap left between Vanton's sword and the ice duke. Almost touching, feeling humiliated, he grew even more furious and unleashed his power with a roar. You filthy people, do I have to risk my soul fighting a mere mortal like you? The Ice Duke cast his ultimate spell, freezing time and space. That power was so strong that even a demon king would struggle to break it. It caused Vanton's group to gradually freeze, as if falling into hibernation. Over time, everything around was affected. Everything froze. Snow fell all year round. And eventually, he would lose connection with his god. For me, I will regain my strength. When the seal breaks, countless demon legions will devour you useless shells. And everything will be completely frozen. Layer upon layer of snow piled up, gradually forming a massive block of ice. 200 years passed. And now, at this very moment, the ice block was cut in half and slowly melted by Leon. The seal of Khazar's ice formula was broken. He also noticed something unusual and thought to himself, why is it so hot? Khazar finally fully awakened. He stood up, looked around, and thought, strange. Without that holy monster knight here, he should not have any weaknesses. Below, Leon stared intently. He said, it is awake now. Upon seeing you, he gasped. What? He looked at you and Patrick, puzzled why King Leon was here and who the person beside him was. Leon, the still living Leon. You lowered your gaze and replied with a cold expression. Is there someone daring to be hostile to me? It has been a long time since I felt this way. Leon raised the holy sword, looking far away, radiating endless power, and said, lately, demons just seeing my face have been pissing themselves and crawling around. You were sealed. So you do not know what happened in the last 200 years. Even with the truth before him, he stubbornly refused to believe it and shouted, impossible. The Lord of Wisdom once commanded an army of 10 million. Impossible. The survivors. A deadly voice cut him off. Shut up. You fool. The knight warned him sternly. Don't dirty my ears with that stinking mouth of yours. Furious, he spat out every word at the knights. You armored wild beasts. The more he spoke, the angrier he got, roaring at Leon's group. This is my territory. My land. Soon, my kind will sense the disturbance and gather here. By then, you will all be finished. Leon remained calm, a slight smirk on his lips as he asked the person beside him, which one will you choose? Vanton stared deeply at Leon and answered, this grudge, I will end with my own hands. Leon respected Vanton's decision and nodded. So I get to go hunt those weaklings. As he turned to leave, he carefully reminded Han. This time, I will take the supporting role. I promise this will really be the end. Vanton replied firmly. No doubt about it, and stomped hard on the ground, a red power aura enveloping the area. Gradually, that aura flared stronger. Vanton shouted, emphasizing each word, wipe out the evil. Only death awaits. The battle left unfinished 200 years ago was resumed right at that moment. Meanwhile, hunters on Earth faced the 10th day of chaotic gate appearances. The army gathered on a field when someone shouted, dungeon break is moving. Scatter quickly. 10 days since the gates started appearing wildly means some gates have begun to collapse. One hunter complained, damn. Why is the gate all the way at the bottom of the central lake? A teammate added, this is not even a dragon gate. No one expected one under the Great Lake. Thought about other countries falling apart and said, at least our country is still stable thanks to Pantheon. Foreign news was basically the same. That is true. Over the past 10 days, Jackie almost controlled everyone. Thanks to nearly perfect orders and the effective use of Jack Spinner's signals, most of the hunters in the country, including the top guilds, have cleared out the portals. But because there were so many portals, a few of the last ones still broke through, and big bubbles suddenly rose underwater near where they were guarding. Then a giant crocodile leapt out of the water. Everyone was shocked. Some had not seen clearly and asked, what is that? Someone nearby shouted. A monster's appeared. The mighty crocodile opened its jaws, showing sharp teeth, and attacked the soldiers. They hurriedly helped each other retreat, rushing to safety first. May replaced Harry, arriving just in time to support the group. She used magic to control the current, binding the giant crocodile with water like shining ropes. Someone watching muttered, I am still alive. She and a group led by Ji-Yik behind her cheered happily. Theon Guild is here. We are saved. Harry called to Ji-Yik up front, who understood and got ready. He used divine punishment magic, and the crocodile was burned by his power. Ji-Yik carefully reminded everyone, we are closing the portal. Fall back. The crowd was very grateful, saying, thank you, hunters. Harry was still blazing with fighting spirit. Kicking fiercely, Ji-Yik laughed excitedly. Good job. For Lian Hut, monsters kept pulling up from the water, and the battle on both sides was fierce, with many dying. Jiek shouted while fighting. We can hold on. He ran over to Harry and said urgently. Harry, we are running out of firepower. Give us some fire. Wait. I am almost out of energy too. Quickly summoned flames from her sword. Calling out. Fire. The sword glowed red, and Harry swung it, cutting down the monsters. In the past 10 days, the Pantheon Knights have closed more than a dozen portals in a row. This grueling campaign was only possible thanks to 4 knights wielding holy relics, especially Harry, who was granted the relics the Water Wave Bracelet, and the Heart of Fire supporting the knights with power beyond even rank. Knowing this, Harry still wanted recognition in this battle, thinking to herself, if only the relics would acknowledge me too. While lost in thought, Jihua's shout snapped her back. Harry. She turned and asked. What? He looked terrified at the monster ahead and said, the boss just showed up. Harry looked at the giant sea beast and could not help but exclaim, seriously? Huge. Jihu shouted in panic. Harry. It is. She looked at the fierce sea monster ahead, gritting her teeth, determined to stop it at all costs. Harry raised her sword, gripping it tightly, and called out. Lord Pedos, please help us. A giant queen serpent. Pedos heard her plea and replied. Very well. My priestess. Do you wish to ask for power? Harry hurried to respond, but instead she heard a cold, pitiless voice. Wait. Do you know how hard it was for me to gather this divine power? Harry was confused hearing that. Jihu urged her anxiously. What is wrong? Shoot. She looked at her sword, which had lost its power, and panicked, thinking, the fire's out. The fire was out, and this was not just Harry's problem. Elsewhere, someone cooking also lost their flame and said nervously, what the hell is going on? The fire of all Pedo's disciples in the stadium and almost all fire on Earth went out, causing everyone to worry. My fire's out. Something's wrong. I can't make fire anymore. What the hell? It has been extinguished. Harry panicked and muttered. What is happening? What is going on? Ariana's side was not any better, with Pedo struggling under everyone's anxious watch. Back to the battle between Vanton and the Ice Duke. The Duke angrily raised his hand toward Vanton and said, you miserable human. Suddenly, a large chunk of ice shot straight at Vanton. He was hit painfully and screamed. Pedos also felt the pain and yelled. That damn Graf was suffering, groaning and shouting repeatedly. Ariana nearby propped her chin and said, it has been a long time since I have seen this scene. The Dark God calmly held his teacup and said with a smile, this is the Holy Grail knight you chose. Pedos shouted at him. Graf. Do you know how hard I worked to gather these resources? He grabbed his head and shouted. Why does not this guy understand what a limit is? Vanton does not care about his shouting at the Ice Duke. You monster. He swung his sword, cutting the ice block in half, then charged at the Ice Duke. The man looked at Vanton with contempt, silently cursing him as a foolish loser wasting his strength like that. The others kept launching huge ice blocks at Vanton, thinking there is no limit to the energy a human vessel shard can hold. So why does not this guy know when to stop? As if he thought he was invincible. Vanton eagerly shattered every attack thrown at him. Suddenly, his eyes turned bright red, like something inside him had changed. In front of everyone, he became a destructive force. That red power shooting straight into the sky, the great god of prosperity's heavenly communication. The others were a bit shocked and thought, right. The technique is here. He watched that power rushing toward him and thought, it can pierce continents alone. No need for horses or madness. Many legions have been sacrificed to that technique. Then the others braced themselves, standing firm, thinking, no way I will fall for the same trick again. He used absolute great magic to launch sharp ice shards forward, saying, it is unbelievable for a normal person to cast great magic twice while attacking Vanton. The others said, freezing not just space but time as well. Gradually, a long ice block formed from the smaller shards appeared. When the ice block was complete, he laughed proudly and said, it is stopped now. Seeing Vanton frozen again, the others thought it was over and confidently said, foolish human, victory is mine. He looked at his work and could not help but sneer. Good. Now before King Lian he suddenly turned his gaze this way. As he was thinking about regrouping his legion later, a red light appeared again in the sky. The others saw the blue sword rushing toward them from the sky and thought, the blue sword. He was stunned. Could not believe his eyes. No way. He had thrown the blue sword away before, yet the blue sword still smashed through his ice block. Vanton once again gripped his blue sword tightly. He seemed empowered, growing stronger, the blue sword shining like the fire of the god of war. Vanton looked at him and sneered. You think I would fall for an old trick? The Ice Duke, furious, shouted. You bastard. Damn human. Before he could finish, Vanton cut him off. Shut up. He charged forward with a single slash from above, cutting through the others. They were terrified. The power of that attack was so immense it nearly leveled everything around. The brutal 200-year war finally ended. Phew. Meanwhile, Another blue sword was piercing the skull of a skeleton. It was Leon's blue sword. He had just defeated the Red Gate Arklik, who screamed in pain, "My body." The National Gate crisis ended thanks to Leon's return. Those nearby were amazed. John excitedly shouted, "Arklik is dead. We are saved." "Your Majesty, long live the king." He wagged his tail like a puppy worshipping Leon. Leon and Patrick stood above even the class ranks, beyond all leaderboards, and with Von Kaners and his 50 knights. They cleared all the gates that appeared. Elsewhere, Xianqian and Xianhua were watching the explosion ahead, especially Von Kaners, the holy knight of war and fire. Xianqian grimaced at the scene while Xianhua said, "Meteor." Vanton fought alone against the beasts. A survivor from Leon's world, he ruthlessly slaughtered the monsters pouring from the prison gates, engraving his power into the people's minds. Finally, it was over at the Sugun prison break scene. Leon and all the knights were resting when a voice rang out. "Li, my god of war." He adjusted his collar and replied, "What is it?" "Fire and war." Vanton heard the next words and looked at Leon confused. "Li, my top god of war, gather your troops." "Subordinate," he immediately asked the voice. "Lord Pedos, is not Von Canis your top god of war?" "Why does that guy sound like he is cursing at a ghost? I have never had a war god like you before." That person scolded and struck Vantan, who usually handles everything smoothly, releasing godly power like a broken dam. The man beside him joined in with a laugh. "Isn't Lord Phaethon not what he used to be? Don't he criticize others?" That person said shyly. Pedos recalled the past with some regret and admitted, "Honestly, we should have gotten rid of him when someone said they would enlighten that manzy guy." Someone else pleaded, "Don't he be too harsh? Pedos, even the manzy gods envy his potential." At that moment, Leon spoke. "Lord Von Canis." And the person beside him replied, "At your service." He stood up to leave, reminding him, "It is time to head back. We should start with Lord Spinner and his subordinates first." Vanton asked curiously, "You mean the mechanical Holy Grail knight you praised? People say he is Antocha's successor." Leon glanced back meaningfully and replied, "Exactly. You will be very pleased with them." Autumn, Loon and Vanton walked off together. The global gate crisis finally coming to an end. Elsewhere, a woman was calmly going about her usual routine. It was none other than Patrick, holding her phone and reading the news. Sighing, "What a mess." She stared at the news, wondering to herself. Luckily, the populous countries seem to be protecting themselves well. The real problem is the inland continent. Right. The news feed was flooded with reports about the sea monster earlier. Lord Jiak had indeed sent mercenaries to control the damage. But it probably was not enough. Patrick looked at the giant creature on her phone and muttered, "Even Lord Von Kaners will struggle with just deploying troops. Too many survivors are deep inland. There is bound to be bloodshed." Anyway, while she was speaking, she suddenly paused. Patrick scrolled through some news that caught her full attention. The headline read, "Nation's Cabinet accuses of improper sexual conduct," with a photo of a man surrounded by women. After reading, Patrick could not help but judge. Corruption and decadence among the elite are everywhere. In times like these, it is not entirely surprising. Then she paused for a moment, thinking, but this method seems more ceremonial. Patrick suddenly noticed something odd in the photo and zoomed in. Sure enough, she found a rather conspicuous symbol in the background. After a moment's thought, Patrick recognized it and exclaimed, "This symbol belongs to Kwai." Immediately, she felt someone behind her and jumped up. After all, in magic, speaking a name is a spell. Just as Patrick suspected, someone was indeed behind her, calling the true name of a demon who could respond to the summons. He looked at her with a grin, speaking roughly. "You are here." Patrick glared at him and said, grinding her teeth in anger at his disrespect. As soon as she said Kwai's name, she summoned her strength and said, "Who dares to bring that cruel face before the queen?" Fate, cruel as ever, had once overthrown a beautiful kingdom and now returned to her once again. He laughed excitedly, bowing slightly in response. "Long time no see." "Your Majesty." Patrick turned, her cold eyes staring icily at the masked man behind her. He laughed loudly, confusing her. "What are you laughing at?" He chuckled sinisterly. "It is just that." His eyes gleamed with dark magic and scheming. The fate of this person was already clear, yet she still stubbornly confronted it, as if she thought she could change it, which made Patrick extremely uncomfortable. Clenching her teeth, he looked at her beautiful face with cunning, licking his lips as if he wanted to praise her. "You are just too adorable." Patrick's anger grew louder with each word. "How dare you?" He immediately softened his tone and then vanished into thin air, his voice echoing, "Don't be so angry." As he left, she shouted, "Who are you to come and go as you please?" He looked at her slyly and said, "Fate won't he change? Don't he forget that?" Then he vanished into nothingness. The queen of the crumbling kingdom was left silent and full of frustration. Patrick bit her thin lips, her purple eyes shining with the queen's determination and dignity. On this side, Zeta screen shows areas marked with red dots that are in danger. While an announcement plays steadily, Jeff Spinner decided that the Pantheon Society should send troops to various grain belt regions, officially to protect Pantheon followers. Countries lacking hunter forces have opened their airspace. The next announcement, Jeff is deploying guards to start controlling the grain belts worldwide. Elsewhere, people struggle to hold back the monster's attacks. Someone shouts, pushing forward to hold it back. Soldiers charge in. Their shields block the monster's powerful strike, causing it to scream in pain. A quick leap onto the shield. Doofy rushes at the monster, closing in like the wind. DC shouts, gripping his sword tighter. The leap lands right on the monster's face. A sword pierces its eye, making it howl in agony. That attack lifts the soldier's spirits. All right. Great job. DC pulls his bloodied sword out of the monster, and the soldiers breathe a sigh of relief. Excited, he steps on the defeated monster's head, thinking, I am still not a knight yet, and a week has passed. The 6th successful raid at the Keijan Duchy is complete. Outside, peace returns, with birds and a gentle breeze filling the sky. A Keijan. 2 days before heading home, countless people hustle outside a restaurant. The noisy chatter fills the air. And somewhere, glasses clink happily. John Hein praises, at least the food here is delicious. Perfect with the drinks. On this side, he looks tired, holding his glass with a bored, sighing gaze. He recalls, I have not been here since the incident on October 31st. Seeing the busy restaurant, Junhang reassures, they are still here, so we just have to deal with it. A couple cuddles nearby. He comments, it is rare to see Cajun hunters at the gates. Ordinary people always suffer the most in incidents like this. Junhang raises his glass, continuing to pour beer, inviting DC. I told you not to focus on the negatives. We are here to relax, so cheer up. He smiles and agrees. Yeah. As the beer keeps pouring, he suddenly notices something and speaks up. Wait. What about the others? A wave of mana energy surges, shaking the surrounding space. Outside the window, the mana wave swirls. Terrified screams echo down the street. Shocking the 2-mana shockwave jumps up, grabbing his sword and rushing outside. He hurriedly gears up, making DC fumble putting on his gloves. DC rushes into the chaotic street filled with shouting and vehicles monsters. He wonders. A dungeon break. Citizens flee in panic as monsters close in. Many run wildly. A girl at the back is caught by a monster. It opens its sharp-toothed mouth. She screams in terror, and something huge pushes her forward, eyes wide in shock. Immediately, DC smashes a motorcycle into the monster's head, stopping its attack. Grits his teeth, his face tense with stress. DC shifts his attack. The motorcycle wheel crashes into another monster, making it howl in pain. The motorcycle shatters on impact, pushing the monster backward. He pants heavily, muttering, damn it. A dungeon broke open right in the city. Junhang runs out of the chaotic crowd, worried. I have contacted the others. DC shouts. You two take defensive positions. Block the monsters. He stays calm. I have called everyone nearby who is still sane to come. He replies. First, we have to push them back. DC charges forward, fist clenched. Behind him, Junhang follows determinedly, shouting, move out. A yell echoes through the long silent streets. The night sky clears, revealing streaks of light that seem to aid the two fighters. 3 hours later, monsters lie scattered on the road. Junhang breathes a relieved sigh. The soldiers sat around resting, and one of them wondered, someone has to keep watch. Right. Why is no one noticing that this is happening? Junhang looked at the group of monsters and sighed. What a complete mess. Someone stood up quietly, resigned, leaving everyone stunned. He explained, more than half of our security cameras are broken, and the satellites can't be trusted either, so we mostly have to rely on reports from civilians. Preventing damage at all is already a miracle. A tired voice answered, it is really a mess. And he awkwardly replied, right. Looking at Vangvana streets, he whispered, actually it is better here, outside the city. Monsters are everywhere. DC said in shock. Really? He stammered. Then how do people survive in the countryside? The other replied, we can't do anything. They just endure it. That made DC fall silent, deep in thought, his face full of confusion. Jun Hyung comforted him. Dude, we have done all we can. We need to get home safe. Hearing that, DC nodded gloomily. Right. He pressed his lips, thoughtful. Is this really okay? DC searched for Jack on his communication device. On the screen, a 3D image of Jack appeared, and it called out, Caught. What is it? DC quickly replied, Sir Spinner. He spoke slowly. I want to stay here, making Jun Hyung jump and shout. What? On the screen, Vang spoke. Stay there. Jun Hyung jumped up and asked. What are you talking about? Said seriously. There is no shortage of places like this in the world. That is the thing. Just as he finished, Leon's image appeared on the screen. He looked at him sharply. Did you just say you want to stay there? Everyone around was shocked. Your Highness. Beside Leon, he looked at DZ on the screen calmly and said, I am afraid if you fall behind, what will you gain? At best, you will just be a low-ranked B class. What do you plan to do there? Join the strike team. Said seriously. I heard monsters appear on the roads even outside the city. If I ride a horse and take down a few, maybe I can gain something. He sat there, detached from the world, knowing full well he would not gain anything. Even from behind, his words fell into silence between them. Lian questioned. Are you trying to prove yourself? Do you want the gods and me to recognize you? He just stayed silent. Maybe he was just desperately trying to do something meaningful. He clenched his teeth. What I really want is, DC spoke. Your Highness, a man who has failed countless times but never gave up, and always tried without hesitation. DC recalled Ziria's bright smile. His heart seemed to entrust all hope to him. He was determined. I do not need your recognition to try and get stronger. His words shocked everyone around, all eyes on him. Hearing that, he suddenly smiled. I get it now. His gaze changed, full of determination. You are looking for a chance to get stronger. Excited, he said. All right then, walk your own path. Even the gods can stop you. Courage, faith, and the gods will guide you. I am counting on you. Immediately, the communication device cut off amid everyone's stunned silence. Song seemed stunned. Oh my. Your Highness has given permission. He sighed. Took another drink. I am sorry everyone. I will stay. People looked at him sideways. What are you talking about? We are staying too. He was stunned, letting out a scoff as if he could not believe what they said. Someone laughed happily. Even if I go back, I won't save a dime because of the decimal tax. I am sure if we take down monsters here, we will get paid separately. Dan Hyung exclaimed. The Lord won't abandon us. They will definitely help us. He spoke just as Xiang's eyes welled up with tears from emotion. 50 soldiers and a wandering knight stayed behind. What they will accomplish later. Everyone gathered around him to comfort. Are you crying? I am not a knight yet. Are you crying? This is something no one could have imagined. A terrifying night has passed, welcoming the new day with the morning sunlight, and everyone's voices in unison. Now, let us get ready to move on to the next gate. And so, the journey of a knight begins. Lian stepped forward, looked at Jiraiya, and called out. But Jiraiya was unresponsive. Brother Yem asked with a serious face. Are you planning to walk the path of cultivation again? I already know about your reincarnation. Return to the kingdom and draw your sword once more. The old man smiled and replied. Your Majesty, before entering the imperial city, I do not need your judgment. He closed his eyes helplessly and said, I understand now. So that is how it is. Harry looked at Leon standing and gazing at the sky, smiling in admiration. The king seems happy today. Loon replied frankly. An old friend suddenly came to mind. He smiled faintly and said. Strangely enough, he is very much like that person. Leon thought to himself. That incompetence. That foolishness. And that stubbornness too. He chatted. Harry. You know, those who shake the world are often fools. Harry's face darkened as he asked. Really? She excitedly chimed in. If your Majesty says so, then it must be true. Leon looked surprised for a moment. Leon spoke teasingly. You are starting to flatter me now. So you finally learned how to be a servant. A bird landed on her head, and she asked Leon. I'm all right. He smiled silently without answering. His voice rang out. Not yet permitted. From above, a large ship sailed across the ocean, and someone shouted desperately. Harry was tied to a post. Annoyed. Complaining, not just once, but twice now. This is too cruel. Lin calmly crossed his arms and replied. Still not permitted. Patrick raised his hand in surprise and exclaimed. Oh my. Seeing her tied up, Patrick asked. Is this the offering I heard about to Lord Palma? It is interesting that this ritual is said to ward off bad luck. Harry cried out. Tears streaming. Vico also doubted it, saying her sacrifice stopped the disaster. Harry stopped crying and stammered. Your Majesty. Liam beside her got annoyed and ordered. Be quiet. Patrick awkwardly held his cheek in sympathy. Oh poor thing. Suddenly, she startled, her mouth open as if realizing something. Patrick asked curiously. Your Majesty, can that offering be replaced with a statue of a woman? The question immediately shocked the other two. Harry, still crying, turned pale. She anxiously asked. Your Majesty, Patrick on the other side added. A normal statue probably would not be as effective. She looked at the pitiful Harry and suggested. Anyway, this is a rare holiday. Harry's been hanging there long enough. What if I use magic to replace her with a statue? He raised his hand, closed his eyes, and thought. After a moment, the bindings fell off. Harry excitedly shouted. Awesome. She quickly ran off, face beaming, not forgetting to say, I am going to change clothes now. Leon sighed warily and complained. You are an adult and still have no sense at all. Patrick nearby quickly laughed in defense. She must have endured a lot already. Patrick looked at him and expressed thanks. Thank you, Your Majesty, for coming with us this time. Lin replied calmly. No need for formalities. It is only natural. You all should relax and enjoy this rare holiday too. Looking at the giant ship in the ocean, he guessed. At this speed, we will soon reach the country of Haman. The ship continued moving swiftly across the sea. Memories surfaced. The reason Leon suddenly joined this trip was because of Patrick's suspicion. He stood by the window, turning back with doubt. You mean the demon Duke of Lust and Corruption is hiding there? Patrick frowned firmly. Yep. When I called its name, it responded to me. Although the connection was cut quickly, it is definitely on Earth. Lun raised his hand thoughtfully and said, I understand. A person who has hunted demons for years says that. I will believe it. He looked at her firmly and announced, I will lead the troops directly to Haman. The problem is, they have no legitimate reason to send troops into Haman. Lin came up with a clever plan. A trip to Haman under the pretense of a vacation. Rung reminisces about the ending as Lian, dressed in swimwear, casually walks over with his hand behind his back, while Suho glances over with a dazed expression and exclaims. He smiles and greets. Your Majesty. Greetings. Madam. Soyeon suddenly speaks up. Is the Lord here already? Lian glances over. Her face flushes red as she looks away, holding up a glass respectfully. Please accept this. Your Majesty. Lian reaches out to take it, smiling politely. Thanks. I will enjoy it. As he turns away, he adds, it suits you perfectly. A comment that makes her blush deeply and startle. Lian raises his glass and says to everyone, this is a rare occasion, so let us all relax and enjoy. The group below responds excitedly. Thank you. Your Majesty. While Soyeon stands behind, still shy and blushing, he steps forward and lies down on a lounge chair, thinking to himself, not bad. As he relaxes, he promises himself, on a rare occasion like this, I will join in too. Suddenly, Harry rushes over shouting, interrupting Lian's thoughts. Hey everyone. Hi. She immediately dives into the water. Suho panics. Wait. Harry plunges straight into the pool, splashing water everywhere, startling everyone. A splash coincidentally hits Lena's face as he sits there. She grins, brushing her hair back. At first it was a bit cold, but the water's really warm. Suho gasps, eyes wide. Harry looks confused at him. Suho, sweating profusely, points in a direction and reminds. Your Majesty. A fierce glare from Soyeon makes Harry freeze. While Lian sits nearby holding his head, she tears up in fear and pleads. Your Majesty. He smooths back his tall, slender hair. Lian seriously warns. It is fine to have fun, but you are still a young lady, so watch your behavior. Hearing that, she is startled and thinks to herself. Young lady. He smiles and asks. Right. You are not an ordinary woman. You are so clueless, how could you act like a commoner? Harry laughs in response. Lena's smiling face twists in frustration as he sharply says. That is why you need to learn basic etiquette for a lady. I will personally teach you how to behave like nobility. If you do not learn properly, I will break your knees so you can act impulsively. Harry's eyes well up as she obediently replies. Yep. Your Majesty. She turns away with tears streaming down. Suho asks with concern. Are you okay? She looks down and calls out. More importantly, Your Majesty Jack. And Harry responds, what is it? Looking at Jack floating on the water's surface, she asks, did you buy this swimsuit? Your Majesty Jack. How did you know my measurements and preferences? He arrogantly replies, because I am the boss. The group stares at Jack in amazement as he continues. Easy. You do not have to be a boss. I can predict people's behavior through observation data. Harry thinks nervously. What did he just say? He explains. Harry usually prefers short clothes like cut-off shorts and crop tops to show belly and armpits. Probably because of sweat glands, a primate species that does not care about exposure. Harry shouts, while she hugs herself angrily. That is rude. I just wear it to stay cool and comfortable. Thinking of Jae-hof. Jack continues. Kim Jae-hoo has the fashion style of a Novi Reach, usually wearing ripped jeans and mismatched aloha shirts. Maybe it is the result of a twisted childhood, he says, rubbing his eyes in explanation. Post-traumatic stress syndrome from painful memories. That is fashion. Got it. Turning to Suho, he comments. Suho mostly buys clothes at the Dongdaemun wholesale market based on his history as a host. Suho awkwardly defends. I am just trying to save money. Looking at Soyeon sitting by the pool, Jack says. And then there is Soyeon. And the group turns to look at her. Soyeon with a stern expression. Jack continues. She shows traits of a male bowerbird. And the group, confused by the fancy words, asks. Male bowerbird. What is that? Mentioning the bowerbird, Jack bluntly says. They are known for flaunting their chests to attract mates. Hearing that, Soyeon immediately panicked in fear. He frankly revealed it. Which is why she had been buying the wrong type of swimsuit all along because of misinformation. Suho exclaimed in shock. Soyeon. She grabbed the sword and shouted loudly, covering her mouth. Perverted robot. The crowd panicked and tried to stop her. Jack bluntly replied, demanding correct the term pervert used by this unit. Soyeon yelled. Shut up. A piercing scream echoed. Someone tried to stop her. Soyeon. The knife, put it down right now. Meanwhile, Soyeon kept wildly swinging the sword. Jack kept dodging, while Suho panicked and shouted. Harry looked around thoughtfully, wondering. Wait, where's the queen? In a luxurious room down the hall, Harry walked along, amazed. Is this the VIP room? Even the hallway is incredible. She stopped in front of a door, Wondering, is this the third floor main hall? Harry raised her hand to her mouth and called out. Your Majesty, are you here? Suddenly, she heard a sound that made her eyes widen. Harry's worry grew. Your Majesty, are you okay? I am coming in. As she reached for the door handle, suddenly, the door slammed shut, startling Harry and making her tilt her head. She covered her mouth in shock, thinking, it is locked. What is going on inside? Then Harry shouted, Your Majesty, I am coming in. Patrick inside helplessly raised his hand to stop her. Wait! Before he could stop her, Harry slammed into the door, causing cracks to spread. Suddenly, she noticed Patrick's presence. She looked embarrassed in her swimsuit, brushing her hair aside and said, Harry, I can't go out like this. Harry looked at her body, covering her face in shock. Mouth agape, Patrick called out confused. Harry, are you listening? Speechless, Harry could only utter amazed exclamations. The meat was sizzling hot on the grill. Jack stood on Suho's shoulder reminding him. The doneness is important. Grill it evenly on both sides. Suho anxiously asked, How even are we talking? Jack shouted, Cook it thoroughly and evenly. Suddenly he yelled, Don't burn it. The guy panicked and defended. This is Molly Hart. Jack bluntly exposed. Molly Hart is a high-temperature reaction between protein and sugar. This is definitely burnt. Ji-hyuk heard it and turned around in shock, looking at 2 jars and a bottle of liquor on the table. He let out a sigh. Ji-hyuk looked at Leon holding a glass of liquor and asked, Your Majesty, want a little drink? He held the bottle, looked it over, and exclaimed, What expensive stuff do you have here? When did this get here? Suddenly, a figure with a fierce aura appeared behind Ji-hyuk. He turned around scared and shouted. Soyeon teased, Hey Kim Ji-hyuk, you are an adult now. He clutched the bottle in panic, shouting, Don't tease me like that. We are both bad anyway. He replied, That is forbidden. Someone yelled, Ji-hyuk, what are you holding? A bottle of liquor. Ji-hyuk startled. Making the bottle fly up, a hand reached out and grabbed the bottle. He turned and nervously explained, Senior Harry, it is a misunderstanding. Hari held the bottle in one hand, the other on her hip, scolding, You are still an adult. You know that. Looking over at Suho, she shouted, And you, Suho, you are planning to drink too? Right, Suho happily replied. I am just grilling meat. Geez. She turned her back, opened the bottle cap, and laughed. Good, Suho. You are still too young to drink this stuff. Only adults like me drink this. Suho thought to himself. Annoyed. She is only 1 year older. Ji-hyuk asked curiously. But where did you just go? She casually answered, putting her lips to the bottle. The queen is not here. So I went back to my room. At that moment, Patrick appeared, peeking from behind a wall, watching the group chatting. She looked worried and heard someone ask, Queen, why has not she returned yet? Patrick widened her eyes in shock, covering her mouth, thinking, what a pitiful scene. Looking at the group playing in the pool, Patrick thought, men and women are baring their bodies and rolling around in a public bath pool, even the lower pool. He turned around smiling and asked, Covered up, what are you doing there? The water's warm and nice. Come in. Patrick shyly called out. Again, the lower pool. She sighed, blushing deeply. Hari's group looked over. Patrick took a step forward, stammering, Lower pool. Is something wrong? Patrick shyly stood in the pool with Leon. He casually drank wine, making her cough and remind him. She sighed and asked, The pool. It is not too much trouble, right? He swiped a smile and replied, Of course not. Patrick started. The cultures of the Kingdom of Leon Hurt and the Kingdom of Sparrow are a bit different. While Sparrow values restraint over grandeur, she thought about the local customs here, thinking about Leon Hurt and imagining a dancing couple. She continued, The Kingdom of Leon Hurt prides itself on a romantic, free-spirited, and lively culture centered around knights. Thinking of him, Patrick commented, using Leon as an example. He is a romantic who once made the temple's high priestess cry just to win her heart. He replied bluntly, That is royal culture for you. Patrick blushed and exclaimed, The royal hall even has a waiting room for compatible couples. Your Majesty. Leon looked at Patrick's red face and smiled gently. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance and scolded. So embarrassing. He nudged her arm and asked, Is that story a bit too much for you? Patrick lowered his head, hesitating, then said, Anyway, during this trip to the Kingdom of Heman, suddenly a finger pressed to her lips. He frowned and smiled. Let us leave the business talk behind. Leon turned to her and said, Now we should eat and enjoy ourselves. It is rare to have time to relax with such beautiful scenery. He asked Patrick, Even the ocean waves, dressed in modern clothes, have a certain elegance. Right. Patrick shyly covered his mouth with a handkerchief and did not answer. She turned and asked a question that startled him. You are not used to electronics, but you are pretty familiar with Earth's customs. Right. Leon walked away, annoyed. That damn phone, I still can't get used to it. Patrick thought. Lin being a former Earth resident was a secret. For reference, Leon was from the pager generation. He called out, "Your Majesty," his voice echoing over the water. He used magic to levitate a bottle of wine. Showing off. "This is royal wine from Leon. Everyone, have a drink." The crowd around him eagerly gasped. Ji-Hyuk exclaimed, "Oh my. Royal wine. I gratefully accept." He poured wine into the glass in his hand. Patrick stood nearby and said, "Your Majesty has praised it several times before. It is a very sweet wine." Len raised the glass and introduced, "It is made once a year from grapes nurtured by the Knights of the Holy Grail of Life and Abundance through a grand ceremony. It is offered as royal wine to honor the Knights' achievements." The crowd's eyes widened as they looked at the wine in Leon's hand. Harry grabbed the wine glass and shouted loudly, "Confiscated." This action startled everyone. She downed the glass in one go and said, "You guys are still too young." Ji-Hyuk cried out regretfully, "But it is royal wine. How dare you touch my royal wine?" Watching Harry drink the last drops, Lune angrily said, "Not very classy at all." She exhaled. Her cheeks flushed and wiped her mouth with her hand. Harry laughed smugly and reminded, "You do not know." "Ah," he said bluntly. "Looks like someone's wrong." Seeing Harry's goofy grin, Lune clenched her teeth in frustration. While the others laughed helplessly behind her, she cheerfully raised her glass and invited, "Everyone, have a drink." Leon froze, looking on, and a friend shouted, "Exactly. That is my style." The little shark complained. "Tighten up. Tighten up." He helplessly shouted, "Oh man. These guys." Suho and Soyeon stepped forward to support the stumbling Harry. He said, "Your Majesty, I will let my sister rest here." He crossed his arms and smiled. "All right, bring her a towel." Voices echoed back and forth. The young deer blocked the way. The goddess of light said something about leaving soon. Silence fell, and the stumbling Harry suddenly widened his eyes in confusion. She struggled and shouted, "Suho only wants to talk to one person." Suho panicked and stopped her. "Wait, it is dangerous." Harry then fell face first into the water, and the crowd fell silent. He held his head and sighed. What a stupid scene. Can't even talk about it. Leon shouted, "Boil it." Dankai. A blue light appeared. He yelled, "Shockwave." The water in the pool splashed up everywhere. Soyeon hugged herself and shouted angrily, "More wine nonsense." Patrick blushed deeply and panicked. "My towel." Ji-Hyuk blushed in surprise when he saw the dropped towel. He let out a shout when he saw her body. Leon stepped up beside Patrick. Startling her, Patrick blushed, tears welling up, when suddenly Leon draped a cloth over her shoulders. Patrick looked over in surprise and called out, "Your Majesty." She looked up at him, shy and flustered. Leon smiled warmly and said, "Auntie." Then he patted her shoulder reassuringly. "Take it one step at a time. On this side." Soyeon ran up and blocked Ji-Hyuk's path, scolding him. Suddenly Patrick heard something again. A group of people were sitting elsewhere, watching Patrick. Ariana was asleep in a chair. Beatos called out, "Hey Priest Harry. This is not the time to be sleeping." The girl next to him laughed and said, "Well, I am really enjoying what I am seeing right now." Hato looked at them and said to the guy beside him, "Just take it all already." The guy immediately agreed. "Yeah." Demira touched her cheek and looked at Ariana curiously. "Don't I have a daughter I can bring along?" She replied helplessly. "You mean her? The goddess of abundance." Leon sighed deeply. Watching Patrick shyly in front of him, he thought to himself, "I heard everything. You gods. And there are still 2 days before we reach the kingdom of Hammon." The ship drifted on the sea. Hammon Benji Harbor. A handshake with the worker was full of meaning and also showed politeness. Reporters around were pointing their cameras at them. Jiaode shook Leon's hand and said, "Welcome to Hammon." "Your Majesty, I am Gide, representative of Hammon." Lin replied coldly, "I am Leon Dragonia Leon Hurt, King Leon Hurt's envoy." Suddenly he spoke up. "Could everyone please step back a little?" The man looked stunned and dumbfounded. "Sorry." A streak of dark red light appeared in the sky. Leon said, "Someone here is pretty drunk." Jiaode looked up in confusion. "Ah, what is that?" The red streak landed on the ground, causing Jiaode to panic. His face showed fear and surprise. This person is a large, muscular figure, cold and solid. Volcanoes. The Holy Knight of Fire and War. Volcanoes turned to Jiaode with sharp eyes. Smirking, he walked over to Jiaode with a questioning look. "Are you the king here?" Jiaode panicked and quickly shook his head, waving his hands. "I am the president, elected by the people. Definitely not the king." Jiaode smiled and explained further. "Still, welcome to Hammon, Lord Volcanoes." Volcanoes crossed his hands on his waist and laughed loudly. "Thanks a lot." Sweat appeared on Jiaode's tense face as he forced a smile. "Just a lot of people." Behind them was a group led by Queen Bachik. Bachik looked elegant with a smile on her lips. Lee, wearing black-rimmed glasses, smirked. Other knights were waiting for orders in Korea. "I am just following my guards." Jiaode's face broke into a grin, revealing sharp white teeth, thinking, "So this person is not here to cause trouble." Jiaode, silencing Leonis group and Bachik. "Your Majesty, what is the purpose of your visit?" His lips curled into a casual smile. Leon took off his glasses. A handsome face appeared. Smiling, he answered calmly. "To tour." Harry puffed his cheeks and drank a glass of water. He said softly, Harry looked at the man Volcanoes wearing a tank top, showing off his muscular body. She spoke. I can get used to this. Volcanoes fiddled with his phone and replied. Entertainment on the network platform. She sifted through every little memory. Stopped. This was Harry's first time meeting Volcanoes. Volcanoes looked up, grinning widely. Good kid. You actually let such a fragile girl become the saint. Harry just dared to lower his head shyly. Hello, Lord Volcanoes. Harry was curious and spoke up to ask. In his eye, everyone looked small. That made Volcanoes louder, even more joyful. That is right, Harry said timidly. Scared, she thought. He is way too scary. Suddenly, Volcano's face turned serious again, bowing his head to look down at Harry, reminding her, after all, female knight and Harry needs to work on her height, her chest, and her hips too. Harry, wearing a tight shirt that showed off her curves, looked dumbfounded, thinking, embarrassed and waking up after just 5 minutes of meeting him. Volcanoes got even more excited, slapping his chest and laughing loudly. Tall, big chest, big butt. Harry's eyes grew even more confused. Volcanoes crossed his arms and laughed happily. We call those the 3 basic standards of knights. You should work on those too. She tried to reassure herself. He probably did not mean it. After all, right then, Harry looked at the man across from her, skillfully playing on his phone, laughing nonstop like it was their first meeting. The impression of Volcanoes in her eyes was full of fear. Harry felt Volcanoes was a rough, masculine warrior. Volcanoes stared intently at his phone, poking and prodding with big gestures. Violent, brutal, fierce. Rising up, Harry was a bit shocked. The Lord was even more skilled with his phone than the king. Volcanoes played on his phone, while explaining to her that this was an account to spread the teachings of the Divine Temple. I am also connected with the Queen on this platform. Harry was speechless. Suddenly, Pedos flew over and appeared beside Harry. Pedos leaned close to her hand. Harry, my saint. Harry was surprised and quietly nodded. Pedos reminded her. Perfect. Tell that idiot to limit his use of divine power. Harry was puzzled. Stop on his own. Volcanoes noticed the two of them mentioning him and quickly looked up. Volcano's fierce smile made Harry so nervous she was sweating profusely. Harry awkwardly turned her head to answer Pedos. I can tee. Pedos shook his head and waved his hand. Quietly nodded. Harry. Volcanoes was fully satisfied. Laughing happily, Volcanoes looked at Pedos, teasing. It is all because you are not as strong as before. Just a little divine power, and you are already drained. Pedos clenched his fist in anger. Harry stopped and asked hesitantly. Did you do that? Volcano spoke plainly. You already know what it is. I thought the king would not tell you. Mirror appeared in Harry's memory. The god has already witnessed it. Harry looked at Volcanoes anxiously. Are you okay? I did not expect anyone besides the king could do it. Volcano smiled coldly, barely moving his lips. I am the strongest man alive. Volcanoes continued explaining. The divine power descent completely depends on talent. Throughout the reigns of Lioness kings, only 3 people have managed it. That miracle is almost unbearable for a mortal body. Volcano's sharp eyes and sly smile looked at her as he spoke. But for me and the king, it is no problem. I am the strongest man alive, and the king is even more of a monster than me. Volcanoes pointed at Harry, raising his voice, and Volcanoes continued. You also have that talent. Harry stopped, speechless. Volcanoes crossed his arms and explained thoroughly. You should have known by now. The one who carries the power of 2 gods. It means you were born as a vessel for divine authority. Volcano spoke up. You said you received the fire heart from Isabel. That also proves you have divine nature. Harry denied it at first, then placed her hand over her chest where the heart was, suddenly asked. The fire heart. Volcanoes explained to her that the heart generates its own divine power. Like the lion's heart, it is a symbol long honored by the fire sword knights. Harry shook her head in panic and honestly replied. I do not know it works like that. Volcanoes half closed his eyes, bowed his head, smiled wryly, then sighed helplessly. Volcanoes spoke. It seems my duty is to train you into a holy knight. Beto sat on her shoulder, arms crossed arrogantly. Volcanoes frowned, resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Volcanoes said, but there can be 2 holy knights. I should become the holy Duke of the Moon. Betos wondered. That did not exist before. Suddenly Volcanoes slammed his hand on the table, loudly agreeing. That is right. His muscular body and wild smile looked at her as he said, sad but true. I want to be king. I have always wanted to be king. Opposite to Harry's cluelessness, Betos flushed angrily, looking at Volcanoes. He said, how dare you? Volcanoes grinned brightly. I will be the holy king, and your majesty will be Emperor Leonhut. Suddenly Volcanoes curiously asked her, Lady Knight Harry, how big is this country? Harry, clueless, holding her phone, stammered. Harry opened her phone. The app opened, showing a map. Harry pointed and explained to Volcanoes, who tilted his head. Focused, Harry explained. This is Haman. This is South Korea. The corner of Volcanoes' mouth curled into a sinister smile, revealing his white teeth. Volcanoes jumped up wildly, making everyone around stare in shock. Volcano shouted, small. Too small. His eyebrows raised arrogantly, loudly declaring, too small to be worthy of the great Leonhut. The world is vast. He smiled heavily but reminded Harry. We will start with Haman, conquer this country, then move west. Harry's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Volcanoes laughed louder and louder, half closing his eyes, raising his hand in admiration. He said, When the great Lianhut Empire is founded, I will be the Dawn King, and I will make Haman my summer palace. Harry's head tilted back, eyes wide in shock. Thinking that right now, the true nature of that day is showing. She hurriedly turned to remind Beatos. Beatos. Please stop him. Beatos raised an eyebrow. What? War. Beatos eagerly said. I like. Let us start now. Harry nervously agreed. Right. Beatos is the god of war. Harry thought of a plan. She had to change the subject before that day really came. She shouted loudly at Volcainos. Volcainos. Why do you think His Majesty left us here? Volcainos was stunned. Calmly replied. I am sure His Majesty has his own plans. He continued. Remembering something. Right. You have not seen the other side of that day. Right. Harry suddenly raised a finger. Asking curiously. The other side. He and Beatos stared at her. Volcainos explained softly. His Majesty is nobler and fairer than any knight. That day is a symbol of victory in his memory. His Majesty was fierce with a ruthless body, he added. However, that day was also extremely cunning and cruel, saying His Majesty was cold. Sending 138,000 of our troops forward in the vast hall, His Majesty loudly declared. The arrogance of the heretics has reached its peak. Now is the time for us to fulfill the duty of those chosen by the gods. His Majesty touched essential items on the table. Volcainos quietly told her. In other words, he continued. That day would do anything to win the war. His Majesty's face was raised with a big smile, saying, this is a holy war, right here at the Saho mansion. With flickering lights, the secretary's room. Dowday rushed in exhausted. Searching for the room, loud voices echoed. The formula of corruption. Kwai turned his head and whispered. Oh my. The Supreme Commander, the face of the legendary demon with the slightest smile. Kwai reminded Dowday. You should knock once before entering. Dowday shouted wildly. Is this really the time to do that? He slammed the table frantically, informing the demon. King Lianhua has truly appeared with his bizarre knights. If that madman loses his temper, we are all doomed. Kwai half closed his eyes. Whispered. Why would you say that? The demon replied calmly. Just because he comes from another world with different values, does not mean you should be prejudiced. He panicked. Shouting. What? Do you even understand the situation we are facing to be joking like this? The mad demon suddenly surrounded him with a red smoky haze. Dowday's face full of panic. He turned to look around. The space was covered in a murky red. Dowday trembled. What is going on? The formula of corruption. Enough. Stop joking. Kwai angrily grabbed his neck. Dowday coughed painfully. Kwai's terrified face stared straight into his eyes. The demon sneered with contempt. You useless scoundrel. Kwai lifted him up abruptly, reminding him with a commanding tone. You signed a pact with me but forgot your lowly place with that pitiful status. Who do you think you are showing off to? His long tongue licked around Dowday's panicked face. Kwai threatened firmly. Do not think that title raises your value. You are just a piece of meat that breathes and excretes. His tense face was drenched in sweat streaming down his cheek. Nodding repeatedly. Yep. I understand. Before he finished, the demon's mocking voice rang out. Please forgive me. Have mercy on me. Kwai pushed him to the floor. Quietly said, fine. I accept. Dowday was terrified by the demon's ferocity. He nervously asked. What do you plan to do next? Kwai turned toward the curtain. Smirking, the demon simply probed bluntly. What is King Lianhua doing now? Dowday lay on the floor. Trembling, his voice shaky and hurried. He is just enjoying a stroll. Looking around. And so are the knights with him. He continued. No one has seen the northern guards from Hambit Palace. Kwai turned sharply with sharp eyes. Smirking, the demon's eyes narrowed with a sinister smile. So that is how it is, the demon said indifferently. King Lianhua has probably already discovered we are here. Or maybe he is waiting for us to make the first move. He panicked. Trembling. What? Then this is a disaster. Can we defeat him? The demon's wicked smile grew wider. Kwai tilted his head, letting his hair fall over one eye, making him look even more sinister. Of course not. He is like a god of victory in human form. Only a demon lord-level entity can stand against him. Kwai's sharp eyes thought for a moment. The demon said. But Kwai clasped his hands in front of his twisted smile. The demon arrogantly said. Even someone like me can drag at least one down into the abyss. King Lianhua has made a mistake. A deadly mistake in the crowded city. Guests in the closed cars leaned out the windows, admiring loudly. It is so crowded outside. Among them, a luxury car was bringing Leon's people to the meeting point. Ji-Huk suddenly looked out the window. I have never seen so many people like this. Leon spoke. Calm down, holding a cup of water, half closing his eyes. He explained. This is just a normal party. If you are a knight of King Lianhua, you should know how to stay calm and enjoy it. Harry's eyes lit up excitedly. Quickly asking. Are those followers of the Temple of All Gods? Kim Ji-Huk whispered. They look like followers of Lady Demella. Right. Leon quickly shifted to the seat by the window. Ongho peeked out. Yeah. That is right. He also looked outside and whispered. Let us. I am a bit impressed. Really impressive. Queen Patrick sat next to Leon, also glancing outside. Reminded him, by the way. Your Majesty, it seems outside we still have many other important guests. Leon answered plainly. This festival seems to be a major national event here. He glanced briefly at Patrick and said, could it be that, when they invited high-ranking figures from all over the world? She turned around, her face showing some unease, and said, but maybe this is how they want to control our actions. Leon bowed his head, thought for a moment, then calmly told everyone, for me, I am not worried about some ordinary hostage. Leon asked Patrick, anyway, how's your preparation going? She recalled recent rumors and told him, oh, actually, I have not found any important info yet. A few days ago, Patrick heard a rumor that President Jia liked women who lived the nightlife. So she disguised herself and infiltrated an entertainment club. He held the girl next to him with one arm and raised his glass with the other, cheering. Tonight's party is truly amazing. His twisted, somewhat perverted face turned to sssrank and asked, hey, Commander sssrank, when will that idol in turn you promised show up? Sssrank smiled awkwardly. Do not run. I have already had her waiting outside. Patrick stood outside the door hearing his lecherous voice echo. Come on in. Whoever plays best gets a big reward. She confidently stepped into their party full of women. And then Patrick successfully approached President Jiao. Her cold face stared straight into his eyes. It did not take long for Jia's sweet dream to turn into a nightmare. Patrick sighed and told him. Unfortunately, he does not have any important info about Kwai in his mind. Leon rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, the formula for corruption and downfall. I have heard that name a few times. He suddenly remembered something and said, he is the one who corrupted the entire empire along with the demons using his intellect. The only surviving demon formula who joined the battle. Patrick tilted her head and replied, that is right. After leaving your Majesty's world, he came to mine. She continued, along with the great demon androgen. It took him less than 50 years to destroy our world, she announced loudly. Everyone, with sharp eyes and slightly furrowed brows. Patrick said, he found humans' weaknesses and lured them in. Kings, lords, and nobles all fell into corruption under his hand. She warned carefully, so be careful not to provoke him. Patrick added, he will show you what you desire most and give it to you with a touch you can resist. The luxurious gold-plated lights in the room, the table full of delicious dishes. This is the grand hall, the big ballroom, a 5-star hotel, the kingdom's dining hall. Suo adjusted his outfit and sighed. Wearing a suit is really uncomfortable. John Soyeon reminded him. You better get used to it. Suddenly, a shadow passed by Soho and Soyeon. Suo's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately said, Your Highness. He is. Leon replied. Understood. He looked toward the Harry group happily eating and drinking and reminded. Even though we are here to hunt demons, this is still a formal national event. As Leon's knight. Behave properly. Suo nodded sadly. Yep. I understand. Your Highness. Geodai hurried over to greet, speaking in a low voice. Your Highness. The day has finally come. Leon tilted his head and replied. President Jiao. He noticed Gio's haggard face and asked softly. You do not look well. Geodai replied awkwardly. Yep. I have not been sleeping well lately. Leon coolly put his hands in his pockets and said. That is a common hardship for all heads of state. I understand. He scratched his head nervously. Thank you. Your Highness. He quickly touched his brow, thinking about something. Leon realized the reason for Jiao's haggard look was that he had to repent every night in his dreams. Lena's sharp eyes looked at Geodai's uneasy expression, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. Even though they did not know the plan or details about Kwai, thanks to info from him, Leon was able to position knights at all key points. Leon softly, by the way, the weather's really nice today, is not? Jia hurried to keep pace with him, smiling and replying. Yep. Such nice weather during the spring festival is definitely a good sign. Suddenly, he froze and softly called out. Your Highness Leon H.S. Leon answered in a low voice. What is it? He asked nervously. Now that I think about it, I have not seen Vulcaners anywhere. Suddenly, a fire flared up behind him. Geodai's eyes darted around in fear, sweat pouring down from his temples. He panicked thinking, what? An explosion. The crowd hurriedly fled the fire, and in the chaos, the people wearing black tank tops mixed in and ran inside. The red-eyed group wielding swords blocked Harry's group trying to escape. They panicked and shouted, What the hell is this? Who are you? Someone stopped them. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a voice mocked loudly. What a shame to cause trouble on such a beautiful day. The man in the black tank top spread his arms wide, chuckling deeply. Hello everyone. The guests at the party screamed in panic. Who are you? Bastards. Do you even know where you are? The man in the black tank top bowed his head, placed his hands in front, and said softly. To perform this wonderful suicide scene in front of all of you is truly an unmatched honor. Without another word, he threw off the black tank top. Jiao Dai, with a panicked face, said. That guy just announced to everyone there is a bomb. Jiaode screamed wildly. These maniacs have a bomb. They are terrorists. His mechanical face stared straight ahead. Chillingly. While at the same time, he frantically moved around various locations across the kingdom of a man. Terrorists attacked everywhere. Bomb-carrying terrorists began to appear. He shouted, spreading his arms wide. Looking up at the light, the terrorists yelled loudly. Do it for the gods' will. At the shopping mall in Haman's capital, a terrorist has appeared. People's attention swarmed toward him. Everyone's faces showed clear panic. Two men standing nearby stammered. What is going on? How did this happen? The terrorist was covered in weapons. Holding a detonator in his hand, an angry young man stepped forward to question, while the guy next to him ran away shouting, What are you doing? Run. Hurry. The terrorist's eyes flashed red. His thumb was already on the button as he spoke. His gaze radiated a commanding aura that pierced the soul. The terrorist fell silent. Then said, Because this is what the gods want. Saying that, he pressed the activation button. The boxes he wore immediately glowed brightly. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire mall. The sound roaring loudly, chaos broke out. Everyone ran at full speed. The child named Lily screamed in fear. The woman hurriedly warned, Lily, do not breathe it in. She used her whole body to shield her child. Coughing harshly, struggling to say what might be her last words. I love you. Lily, I love you. The mother and child squeezed their eyes shut as a thick white smoke enveloped them. Suddenly, they opened their eyes wide. Sensing something strange, the woman was extremely confused. Looking around and wondering, I inhale poison gas, so why do not I feel any pain? Wow. Suddenly, a desperate voice called out from behind her. Help. She anxiously turned around. The woman quickly ran toward the voice with Lily, urgently asking, Are you okay? The man coughed nonstop, as if his throat was about to burst. She exclaimed in panic. His torn clothes revealed a two-horned monster as body. He cursed. Damn it. The illusion's been broken. The woman was stunned by the monster, eyes wide and stammering. Demon. The monster grumbled. Oh no, I have been exposed. At this point, the monster revealed its brutal, bloodthirsty nature, chasing after Lily and her mother, saying, You must die. Suddenly, a fierce punch like thunder came out of nowhere, hitting the monster's face. The monster could not resist. Flying backward and slamming onto the floor, the one protecting the mother and child was the terrorist, who calmly warned, You need to get out of here. The woman replied, confused. Thank you. But you are the terrorist from before. Another terrorist behind suddenly commented, surviving after being hit by holy gas. Must be a high-level demon, he declared fiercely. But there is nothing to fear. By the Lord's name, the demons will be destroyed. We will overthrow evil. The monster got up, quickly wiped blood from the corner of its mouth. Growling angrily, You damn bastards. Standing tall, the monster pointed and shouted, You criminals think you can defeat me. Then ordered, Activate the corruption curse. The monster spoke rapidly. Suffer. Rithian pleasure. Before finishing, he took a hard punch and a harsh voice said, Take that. Demon. The terrorist group beat the monster like a human. Repent. Repent for being born a demon. The guy clutching his head cursed the turtle. Those damn bastards. They burst out laughing, confirming this is what you wanted. Then the terrorists called out, Miss. Over here. After all, it was already planning to harm you and your child. The woman covering her eyes, Lily, paused and replied, That is a bit. He looked at the current situation, wondering silently, Do they want me to join in this destruction? The woman fearfully thought about the recent scene. The crazy monster also went after her. Then, the woman quickly ran over to join the terrorists, leaving Lily standing alone. Stunned. Just like that, people everywhere started beating up the demons. It was an unbelievable scene. Two pale wrists locked tightly in cold handcuffs, the metal reflecting a chilling light. The terrorist group was controlling some people here. Shouting loudly, Hurry up. Head to the living room. A terrorist was kneeling on the ground, holding a metal rod, his body reeking of stench. The terrorist hesitated. So I will fix it. Leon gritted his teeth, nearly shouting. The guard trembled, begging, Please. Jiaode could not hide his surprise. Damn. Why did not they resist that day? They were hoping Leon would do something. You are someone who does not tolerate rudeness. And you also have power beyond a level 5 hunter. Leon sighed thoughtfully. He was handcuffed. Leon rested on the cuffs complaining. Taking hostages is cowardly. Little Chick reminded everyone. Follow orders. However, the Pantheon Temple could not do anything because of the hostages. Jiaode helplessly thought. Damn it. Even Pantheon can't do anything. Despite the president's desperate hopes, the party attendees were taken hostage, making resistance impossible. The metal rod suddenly dropped to the floor. A voice spoke up. Everyone. Well done. Bu Jia. John Cena respectfully admitted fault. I know it was the order, but I feel terrible about what I did. Leon smiled slightly, assuring, It is A king has to take responsibility for his orders. You did great. Harry looked at him in shock. Unable to close his mouth, Miss Being Hong exclaimed. The terrorist is Buck John Cena. Sue immediately asked. You did not recognize him. Buck John Cena explained the situation. Probably no one's heard the details yet. After arriving in Hammond, he worked with EB, visiting one of Brilliance's branches in Hammond. Harry asked again. Vest bomb. She was confused. They gave vest bombs to civilians and told them to carry out priority terrorism. John Cena laughed reassuringly. Do not worry. It is actually a holy gas that only activates against demons, Harry said in surprise. It is to wipe out the demons from Hammond. Leon Ben confirmed. This is the only way to expose them. John Cena added. Anyway, high-level demons can survive holy gas, Chick happily suggested. Then let us see what the others have done. She quickly led them to a very modern control room. Chick pointed at the screen and announced. He has been securely detained at the port, Leon said with satisfaction. Then, let us get started. Harry looked at him puzzled. Leon suddenly gave a strange smile and remarked. This might get a bit violent. But it is time to roll up our sleeves. The night sky stretched silently. In the distance, the city appeared with tall buildings bathed in pale blue light. Kwai stared intently at the phone in his hand, sighed and said, This time we have been played. Didn't he expect they would take hostages? Kwai was watching the latest news broadcast. He fell into thought. The biggest problem is the demons were exposed by the terrorist act. Kwai immediately asked. Assistant. Who else is at the top? He urgently replied. The demon general, the vice president. Commanders and military police are still active. Most of the Navy are corrupted but could come to assist if needed. After hearing this, he looked out the window thinking, we have lost the upper hand against the terrorists. But this is still our home turf. This country is a swamp that will drown Leon Hart. Even if things fail, I still have a last resort. The assistant stammered, running over to report. Demon General, there is urgent news. Kwai immediately turned and asked, what is it? He had just looked at the picture in his hand and exclaimed in shock. The first night has arrived. Kwai is really hard to understand. There is no way he would miss a chance to kill a demon. That guy suddenly went quiet, full of mystery. But right now, he is all alone. If you put innocent soldiers or cops in front, even that guy could not kill them all. The soldier was panicking badly, shouting urgently to stop him. Nus tree branch high in the clouds. Is that the one trying to stop me? The soldier firmly said. That is right. This is a military zone. Please stop. He saw the soldier's reaction and could not hide his inner irritation. The soldier looked a bit scared, sweating profusely, stammering. While the Nus tree branch gave off a fierce aura, he spoke coldly. I do not take orders from someone weaker than me. The soldier stammered. Damn it. A man with a panicked face rushed forward. Harmon Cook, the army's chief commander. Suddenly, rumors echoed around him. An armed group was fighting the demons. Who were they? What? The terrorists suspect. Harmon Cook was sweating heavily, worried inside. Damn it. We are gonna die like this. The situation was now worse than anyone expected. Total chaos. The crisis quickly spread. The whole Kinhai city was in turmoil due to a gas attack and the demon's appearance. The grand hall where guests were received was controlled by terrorists. Harmon Cook stood at the elevator door, pressing the button repeatedly with force. Where did that Holy Grail knight come from? Could they have discovered my identity? Soldiers on the other end contacted him. Sir, what should we do? Should we take down the demons? Just as the elevator doors began to close, Harmon Cook ordered, take care of those terrorists first. The soldiers seemed confused and asked, what do you mean, sir? More importantly, where are you right now? Though furious, he tried to explain. I told you to stop them. First, I have to get Vips out. Suddenly, before the elevator doors closed, a hand stopped them. Two arms were trying to force the door open, making Harmon Cook panic. Seconds later, the door was broken down, and Volcanos appeared with a smug face, smiled wickedly and spoke up. Seeing him, recognizing the opponent, Harmon Cook seemed stunned, stammering. Volcanos. Before he finished, Volcanos' strong hand covered Harmon Cook's face. He gripped that face tightly. Cold and ruthless, no one could escape death. A few seconds later, a terrible scream echoed through the building. Night was falling. The full moon had reached its highest point. Meanwhile, on the other side, Leon was drawing monsters on a blackboard, explaining that demons had mixed in with the guests. Standing among the guests opposite, Harry raised his hand and asked loudly, so what should we do? He calmly ordered, simple check if they are demons, then eliminate them. Leon crossed his arms, speaking with disdain toward the monsters. They are all chained up and harmless anyway, so just take them out without hesitation. Isn't that easier than chasing money on street? That is true. But holding the brush tightly, he spoke while quickly opening the board. Everyone find your own way. Now, I will assign group missions. To be safe, Loon decided to split tasks clearly. Han Suho and Jae Hike will go together. This time you act alone. Hike looked uncomfortable. Not stopping there, Loon continued assigning tasks, including commanding the engineer team. John Soyeon, protect the queen. Soyeon immediately acknowledged. Understood, sir. He glanced at the engineers on the ground and those waiting in the hallway. They bowed their heads and awaited orders, ready to obey. Seeing everyone understood their mission, Leon nodded. quite satisfied, gripping his sword tightly. His face burned with battle fury. All right then. Let us get started. One had turned into a demon, his hands chained and screaming. Please do not. Seeing that terrified look, one Keeners was extremely pleased. That is right. Do it. Jae-hyuk used his weapon, the regular lightning spell, to destroy that demon. He suddenly realized something. Wait. Was not the person you just killed the Minister of Magic? Suho wiped some sweat and explained from behind. It turned out the minister was corrupted too. Jae-hyuk and Suho teamed up to eliminate the demons disguised among the hostages. Down below, the demon-possessed minister was struck by lightning, blackening his head. Protected by an absolute shield, they pushed the hostages aside and finished off the trapped demons inside the shield with regular lightning. It took some time, but it was the safe way. Seeing everyone panicking, Suho smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. The lightning won't hurt you unless you are a demon. Please stay here calmly until we finish cleaning up. Alright, not wanting to waste time, Jae-hyuk moved forward, glanced back urging, Suho, let us head to the next room. Suho immediately followed. Okay, and so, the two of them, weapons in hand, walked cautiously down the hallway. A bit anxious, Suho was a bit puzzled by what was happening. There are more high-ranking officials disguised as demons than I thought. Could this cause a diplomatic issue? Jae-hyuk quickly boosted his spirits. We told Safi to set up body cams. Otherwise, we would have live footage of their transformations. So no worries. While talking, Suho saw Hari step out from a room. That is my sister. Jae-hyuk ran over to inform her. Senior, the hallway is clear. Hari nodded approvingly. Not too long either. Then she pointed to the opposite door and suggested, wait a moment. Let me handle this room too. As soon as she said that, Hari opened the door wide and looked inside. Excuse me. In an instant, the whole room lit up with fire at her presence. The firefighter Hari is here to save us. Fire. Listen carefully. The sound of crackling came from inside. It is burning. Damn it. Jae-hyuk and Suho outside were terrified. Is she planning to burn down the whole room? After everything, Hari stuck out her tongue innocently. How was it? Fast. Right. Suho replied helplessly. Perfect. That was awesome. Suddenly, behind the three of them, a familiar voice appeared. Actually, that is a simple but effective way. Lee, covered in blood and wounds on his face, stood there, holding a sword, smirked with a mischievous tone. But I still prefer chopping heads off with a sword. Lena's attitude made both of them glare. But she was clearly impressed, seeing the situation getting tense. Hari asked, Sir, but are we just going to keep killing demons like this? You do not seem to understand. He firmly replied. What do you mean? There is nothing more important. Not wanting to drag it out, Hari's worried face addressed the main issue. Here we are in chaos, but the main demon formula is strangely quiet. The image stuck in his mind made him silent and thoughtful. What if this is a trap? Leon touched his chin slowly and continued. You are right. The silhouette of a figure behind the building appeared. Those from the world of pleasure and corruption love conspiracies in the underworld too, just like those from the intellectual and pursuit circles. If they are plotting something, they will definitely target this place. Hearing this, she grew more anxious. Isn't he that way too dangerous? Holding weapons nearby. Who knows if we might stumble upon the main corruption formula while wandering around? Leon thought differently, lowering his face thoughtfully. Those creatures always think about fleeing first in critical moments. Leon's words made all three widen their eyes. But it did not change the fact that Bastard was still a major demon formula. His fiery blue eyes added. If we run into them, not far away. Inside the building, Kwai sat atop a pile of corpses. Remember to call for reinforcements immediately. He smiled cunningly. Looking ahead. Finally, the day has come. Queen, B.A. Chick, standing opposite, frowned angrily. She waved dismissively, ordering Soyeon to rush forward. Soyeon, go ahead. Now. With the command given, she dashed forward like the wind, sword raised high. Soyeon aimed straight at Kwai. Kwai remained calm as her strike came close. That is the holy power of the avenging god. Truly a mighty force. Kwai now blocked her sword with his arm. Suddenly, a strange circle appeared above his head. No one else but the owner of the circle is B.A. Chick. Chetty. The strange circles she created kept turning into massive explosions. In an instant, the smoky village began to disappear. Kwai still survived safely. His magical skill at the Earth Mage level, without any catalysts, was that fast. Behind him followed the monster that had been shielding earlier. This magic truly matches the intelligence and pursuit. He is still as formidable as ever. The Queen of Mages. Kwai started reasoning to bait B.A. Chick. If you stray and become the Lord of Pleasure, you could become a Grand Mage, even surpassing Carlo. But she saw through his plan. I have no interest in the filthy heights of demons. Unable to hold back her anger, B.A. Chick frowned threateningly. More importantly, shut that filthy mouth of yours. I have been wanting to crush your body for a long time. Seeing her attitude, he stopped holding back too. He has seriously underestimated me. He thinks a fallen queen and some half-trained knights can take me on. Hearing Kwai's challenge, B.A. Chick just smirked lightly. Suddenly, from behind, Leon burst through the door, shouting, Is it just the two of us fighting you? At that moment, On the highest floors of the building, a brilliant golden light shone because of Leon's rush. He was holding a weapon. Stabbing straight ahead, Kwai was struck down by Leon's sword, blood spurting out. Seeing the danger past, he looked at the two. Are you two okay? They shook their heads quickly. Grateful. Thanks to you. We are fine. From afar, a sound caught Leon's attention. No one else, he is still alive. Leon shouted. Shut up. You bastard. Who dares open that filthy mouth and call out my name? Kwai struggled to speak to him. So you guessed I cleaned up the mess at the banquet hall, just as the warlord. Leon frowned, replying. He has always been in my data. You think just because he is a creepy bug, he is not a threat anymore. Suddenly, Kwai smiled slightly. You predicted everything. His words stunned Leon. Then Kwai raised his hand towards Soyeon and Patrick opposite him. You probably know this too. Leon sensed something was off, gripping his weapon tighter as he advanced, but he was one step slower than Kwai blocked. Explosion. From the highest floors of the building, purple light burst out, crystallizing corruption, heading straight for Patrick's chest.